The room was filled with soft murmurs, and Lu Hanfeng assumed his wife. Gong Yuyin was merely engrossed in her phone, not giving it much thought. However, as he swung open the door, the scene before him struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily frozen in disbelief. Gong Yuyin, her face flushed, hurriedly pulled a blanket over herself, while young man scrambled to cover his own modesty. The disarray of clothing strewn across the floor and the palpable scent of hormones confirmed the unsettling reality of what had just transpired. And oh, this cannot be real. Lu Hanfeng stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him, his expression a mixture of anguish and despair. The two occupants of the room, upon noticing him, adopted an air of indifference. Gong Yuyin, draped in a blanket, approached Lu Hanfeng with a cold demeanor, her gaze condescending. "You filthy scavenger, since you've discovered the truth, let me be frank. Our marriage has always been a farce. I, Gong Yuyin, have never harbored any affection for you. Had it not been for the substantial value of your family's land, do you truly believe someone of my stature would condescend to be with a mere rubbish collector? 2 years ago, I became involved with Lin Xiao, and now you understand why I have allowed you no intimacy during our 2 years of marriage, and why heart has always belonged to Lin Xiao. The time has come for me to be candid. I demand half of your family's land compensation when the demolition occurs." Gong Yuyin, you scoundrel. A surge of fury coursed through Lu Hanfeng, igniting a violent impulse within him. His fists clenched tightly, creating a painful creaking sound as his eyes turned crimson with rage. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao leisurely donned his clothing and stepped toward Gong Yuyin, casting a derisive glance at Lu Hanfeng. "Pathetic fool. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? It's not that I underestimate you as a black belt in Taekwondo. I could easily take you on with one hand. Go back to your hovel and prepare for the divorce. That land is about to be demolished, and the developer has offered 4 million. Half of that belongs to my darling Yuyin. Oh, and by the way, Yuyin secured a 2 million loan from the bank in your name to purchase this villa, which is your personal debt. When the compensation arrives, be sure to repay it. Ah, my friend, how unfortunate for you the land left to you by your father will yield you nothing." Lin Xiao wrapped his arm around Gong Yuyin's waist and sauntered past Lu Hanfeng. After taking a few steps, he turned back to face the bloodshotted Lu Hanfeng. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Do you know why Yuyin disappeared for 2 hours on your wedding day? That night, she bestowed her first gift upon me in the car outside. You, Lu Hanfeng, have always been nothing more than a backup plan, a mere spectator. Lin Xiao, how dare you? Such disgraceful words should not be spoken in front of others." Gong Yuyin blushed with indignation, playfully hitting Lin Xiao's shoulder, her coy demeanor serving as a catalyst for Lu Hanfeng's fury. "You are despicable." With a roar, Lu Hanfeng charged forward, fists clenched. Yet, Lin Xiao was prepared. He released Gong Yuyin and executed a spinning kick that struck Lu Hanfeng squarely in the chest. The force of the impact sent Lu Hanfeng crashing against the wall, his body crumpling to the ground. Overwhelmed by rage and the blow, he felt darkness encroaching and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his appearance utterly wretched. "Kid, you've had it easy these past 2 years, sharing a bed with my darling Yuyin. Consider yourself fortunate. Her indifference is solely directed at you. She is quite passionate towards me." "Ah, Lin Xiao, you are insufferable. I have never been close to this pathetic wretch for 2 years. He hasn't even dared to touch me." "Ha!" Lin Xiao laughed heartily as he and Gong Yuyin departed, leaving Lu Hanfeng seething with fury, his eyes nearly bleeding from the intensity of his rage. He gripped the staircase railing tightly, his nails cracking under the pressure. After a considerable pause, Lu Hanfeng staggered to his feet. Just as he descended the stairs, he encountered his father-in-law, mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and brother-in-law. The four clearly knew of the earlier events and regarded Lu Hanfeng with disdain. "Lu Hanfeng, since you are aware of Yuyin and Lin Xiao's affair, there's no need for pretense any longer. Prepare the necessary paperwork and hasten the divorce. Yuyin is eager to marry Lin Xiao, whose father is the director of the local police station far beyond the likes of a mere rubbish collector. By the way, Yuyin is entitled to half of the demolition compensation, and we will have a lawyer contact you regarding this matter." Gong Yuyin's father, Gong Lu, fixed Lu Hanfeng with a cold stare, while his mother-in-law, Li Mei, displayed her utter revulsion. "Lu Hanfeng, you filthy rubbish collector, I've never had a favorable opinion of you. As a university graduate, why would you choose to scavenge? You've brought shame upon our family, and I've been mocked for your disgraceful actions. For the past 2 years, I won't charge you rent for staying in our home, but you must leave immediately. Your mere presence infuriates me. Fury coursed through Lu Hanfeng at their words, his eyes blazing as he glared at them. Do you speak human language? You find honor in your daughter's infidelity? At your age, do you possess no sense of shame? Li Mei, how dare you demand rent from me? I have lived with your family for 2 years, supporting all 5 of you with my earnings. Gong Lu, your meager salary is barely enough for your vices, and at your age, you squander your time on frivolities, always coming to me for money when you are broke. And you, Li Mei, as a woman, all you do is play mahjong, dance in the square, and order takeout. Each time you lose at cards, I transfer funds to cover your losses. Check your transaction records. I've sent you at least 100,000 over the past 2 years. How do you two, at your age, have the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? You wretched scoundrel! How dare you speak to us like that? Do you have no respect for your elders? Gong Lao's face turned ashen as he glared at Lu Hanfeng, while Li Mei took a hesitant step back, well aware of the money she had taken from him. Those transaction records are indelible. Oh, you have the gall to lecture me on respect? I once respected you, but how have you treated me? Your family is filled with scoundrels. I am ashamed to be associated with you. I spit on you. Lu Hanfeng spat on the ground before them, his disappointment in them reaching an all-time low as he clutched his injured chest and pushed past them to leave. Lu Hanfeng, stop right there. Since the situation has escalated to this point, I shall not hesitate to tell you that it was I who caused your mother's demise, and I arranged for your sister's accident. Initially, I intended to kill her, but that wretched girl was fortunate enough to escape. Gong Yuding's words struck Lu Hanfeng like a bolt from the blue, igniting a fiery rage within him, his face contorting in a grotesque mask of fury. Gong Yuding, I swear I will kill you. With a roar, Lu Hanfeng raised his fist to strike, but he failed to notice Gong Yuqi, who had been silent until now, stealthily extending his foot to trip Lu Hanfeng as he charged. Forward, Lu Hanfeng's head struck a chair, blood gushing from his forehead. This shocking scene startled the Gong family, but upon realizing he was not severely injured, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Hanfeng did not die here, everything could be settled. Chapter 2. The emergence of Mech returning to his scrap yard, his heart as desolate as ashes. Lu Hanfeng found himself amidst the twilight. His head still bled, yet he paid it no heed. The anguish within his heart overshadowed any physical pain. Memories of the atrocities committed against him by the Gong family surged within, and a wave of murderous intent coiled tightly in his chest, compelling him to envision a violent confrontation. As blood dripped from his forehead onto the iron lump beneath him, the metal suddenly emitted a radiant light, scanning Lu Hanfeng's form. A mechanical voice declared, "Detection of carbon-based intelligent life detected. Life signatures confirmed. DNA match successful. Language conversion successful. Mecha binding ceremony initiated." Startled, Lu Hanfeng instinctively recoiled, yet the light locked onto him. In the blink of an eye, the iron lump trembled and rapidly transformed into a towering 6-meter steel behemoth. This metallic monstrosity bore a humanoid shape, its head glowing with 2 beams of light. Fixated upon Lu Hanfeng, the mechanical voice resonated. "Master, the Pioneer Mecha 003 greets you." "What are you?" Lu Hanfeng stared blankly at the colossal steel creature, his mind a blur. "Master, I am a mecha warrior of the Tamal civilization, tasked with assisting you in advancing technology and elevating your civilization. What must I do? When your technological civilization reaches a certain level, you must accompany me to repair drifting interstellar warships and rescue the dormant Princess Nasha of the Tamal civilization. Please prepare for information transfer. You may experience slight discomfort." Before Lu Hanfeng could comprehend, the mecha's eyes emitted a light sphere that struck his forehead. A jarring sensation coursed through him as fragments of unfamiliar memories detonated and reassembled in his mind. Overwhelmed by the influx of information, he collapsed to the ground, cursing inwardly. "What the hell? You call this slight discomfort?" Time became nebulous as Lu Hanfeng gradually regained consciousness. His mind remained foggy, yet memories flooded back. Images of the Mecha warrior's arrival on Earth, a synopsis of the Tamal civilization, and the weighty task he was destined to undertake. Alongside a wealth of advanced technological knowledge. Rising to his feet, he discovered the Mecha warrior had vanished, leaving only the iron lump, a remnant brought by an old farmer. Acquired by his worker, Old Chun, for a meager price. Lu Hanfeng gazed at the iron mass beneath him, recalling the Mecha's specifications. A pioneer mecha of a third-tier civilization with a spatial device. Fascinating. He bent down to touch the surface, only to be jolted by sharp pain, reminding him of his injuries. The wound on his forehead had scabbed over, while the kick to his chest likely bruised a rib, possibly fracturing it. Activate the mecha, Lu Hanfeng commanded, and the unassuming iron lump shimmered once more, transforming into the towering 6-meter mecha. Pioneer, retrieve the gene-enhancement serum from the spatial device. At your command, my master. The mechanical voice responded, as the mecha extended its arm, revealing a massive metallic syringe containing a milky serum through a transparent glass. Lu Hanfeng's eyes ignited with fervor as he beheld the serum, his body trembling with anticipation. The gene-enhancement serum, my destiny is about to be rewritten. Gong family, just wait. Without hesitation, he seized the syringe and plunged it into his arm, his gaze ablaze with vengeful fire as the serum gradually vanished into his being. He approached the door to hang a sign declaring his business closed, locking the gates of the scrap yard behind him, and retreated indoors to await the impending transformation. The Pioneer Mecha's spatial device contained a gene-enhancement serum, the cornerstone of developing gene warriors. It optimizes and amplifies human genetics, rendering one immensely powerful, enhancing physical strength, speed, reflexes, and recovery to superhuman levels. Crucially, to control the mecha, one must ascend to the rank of a first-tier gene warrior. Otherwise, the ordinary human physique could not withstand the demands of the mecha, which could easily obliterate an unprepared individual. Lu Hanfeng lay on his bed, his body quaking violently as the serum coursed through him. His veins pulsated beneath his skin, while the scab on his forehead shed itself, revealing a nearly healed mark. A muffled groan escaped his lips. The enhancement process would take about 6 hours, after which he would emerge as the first-tier gene warrior of Blue Star. Gong Yuyan. Lin Dong. Lu Hanfeng muttered bitterly, an icy aura of vengeance enveloping the room. At 1 o'clock in the deep of night, Lu Hanfeng stirred from his slumber, propelled by an unexpected surge of energy that sent him crashing into the ceiling, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in the concrete. "Whoa!" he exclaimed as he fell from the bed, shattering it to splinters, yet feeling no pain. Staring at the chaos he had wrought, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Gently, he stood up, realizing his clothing felt tighter, exposing a muscular abdomen and arms. Eager to assess his transformation, he stepped towards a full-length mirror in the corner, causing the concrete floor to crack beneath his feet. After considerable effort, he finally reached the mirror, and upon seeing his reflection, he was struck with astonishment. The visage was unmistakably his own, yet transformed beyond recognition, his features harmonized and refined. The once drooping corners of his eyes now radiated a vibrant, confident aura, and his previously short hair had grown into a tousled mane. His stature had also grown, surpassing the height of 1.8 meters. The dark moles on his face had vanished, his skin now luminous and radiant, exuding a soft glow. In a moment of haste, he lifted his shirt, only to tear it to shreds with a single motion. Gazing down, he marveled at his sculpted physique. The formerly frail body now showcased defined muscles, with 8 perfectly chiseled abs and faint lines leading down to his lower abdomen. Without thinking, he pulled down his pants, revealing an expression of disbelief. Damn, this transformation is astonishing. Yet, everything was progressing favorably, especially for my newfound strength. Throughout the night, Lu Hanfeng grappled with his surging power, causing intermittent explosions within the scrapyard. Had it not been for the seclusion of his location, he would surely have attracted complaints and calls to the authorities. The following morning, Lu Hanfeng cautiously prepared breakfast, resulting in the destruction of 4 pots before managing to boil a single pot of instant noodles. Fortunate that the scrap yard was well equipped with cookware. Lu Hanfeng. Came the impatient shout of his brother-in-law, Gong Yuqiang, as the gate to the yard banged loudly. Lu Hanfeng touched his forehead, where yesterday's scar had completely vanished. The gene enhancement had bestowed upon him extraordinary regenerative abilities, allowing any injury to heal rapidly. I am aware of your presence, Lu Hanfeng. Let us meet at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And do not forget to bring your identification card. The dilapidated iron gate swung open, revealing Lu Hanfeng's face, brimming with murderous intent. Gong Yuqiang instinctively recoiled in fear. Gong Yuqiang, I shall make the entire Gong family lament their actions. I will be punctual at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Bah! What a disgraceful scoundrel! Gong Yuqiang cursed as he hastily climbed into his Volkswagen sedan and sped off, his foot pressing down hard on the accelerator. Lu Hanfeng, with a cold expression, watched the vehicle depart, a car he had financed himself. Gong Yuqiang, expelled from high school for brawling, squandered his days consorting with thugs, indulging in vice and debauchery, leaving no stone unturned in his misdeeds. Over the past 2 years, Lu Hanfeng had intervened on his behalf countless times, transferring over several $100,000 in cash. As for that wretched Gong Yuting, she would often approach him for money to buy handbags, phones, and other trifles. All the money Lu Hanfeng earned from collecting scrap over the past 2 years had been poured into this family. Even the villa where the Gong family resided was purchased under Lu Hanfeng's name through a loan arranged by Gong Yuyin, with the title written in Gong Yuqiang's name. Chapter 3. The divorce banquet at 8 in the morning. A tall and handsome Lu Hanfeng stood expressionless at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, clad in a black trench coat. Suddenly, a BMW screeched to a halt before him. Lin Dong, with his arm around the alluring Gong Yuyin, approached Lu Hanfeng, followed closely by a Volkswagen carrying the 4 members of the Gong family. Ah, are you that useless Lu Hanfeng? Gong Yuyin exclaimed, her face a mixture of shock and disdain. Despite 2 years of acquaintance, during which they shared a roof, their relationship had never crossed into intimacy. Yet, Gong Yuyin felt she knew him better than anyone, and his transformation today utterly shattered her perception of him. Humph. Indeed, he looks the part, but what good is that? Your wife is still in my bed every day. Yuyin, stop wasting time. Let us finish the paperwork and leave. Lin Dong's hand wandered possessively over her curves as Gong Yuyin blushed, playfully indulging in his embrace. Lu Hanfeng's expression remained stoic as he observed this scene. Having lost all hope in the Gong family and harboring nothing but hatred for the woman before him, devoid of any lingering affection. An hour later, under the witness of their lawyer, they completed all formalities, and Lu Hanfeng was free. Lu Hanfeng, I invite you to our divorce banquet tomorrow at the Haoyue Grand Hotel. It will also be my engagement banquet with Lin Dong, and you must attend, Gong Yuyin declared, her tone dripping with arrogance, not even deigning to meet his gaze. Rest assured, I shall be there. Tomorrow, I have a grand surprise prepared for you, Lu Hanfeng replied with a cold smirk before turning to leave. Gong Yuyin's heart fluttered with unease as she watched his proud figure retreat. Brother Dong, do you think this useless man will cause a scene at the engagement banquet? She queried, a hint of worry in her voice. Why would I care? I hope he does. My father is not a chief for nothing. Tomorrow, he'll arrange for some policemen. If this guy stirs up trouble, we can lock him up for endangering public safety. I'll ensure he gets nothing from that land. Lin Dong sneered, giggling. Brother Dong, you truly are resourceful. Gong Yuyin laughed, wrapping her arm around Lin Dong as they entered the car, oblivious to the world around them. At the junkyard, Lu Hanfeng stood at the entrance, gazing at the place he had called home for 2 years. His heart heavy with nostalgia. He had inherited this junkyard from his father, who had passed away unexpectedly, leaving him no choice but to take over. He had studied journalism in college, a field his family had mistakenly deemed prestigious, only to find himself jobless for a month after graduation. On his father's deathbed, he left 2 instructions: to marry into the Gong family and honor his parents, as they had once helped the Lu family during their most trying times. The second was to safeguard the junkyard, which was to be Lu Hanfeng's opportunity for a turnaround. His father had gambled on the Gong family's character, but had won handsomely with this land, which had appreciated in value tenfold since its acquisition for a mere 400,000. Father, wealth can corrupt the heart. This land has brought ruin to my mother, my sister, and now me. You only saw the benefits, failing to recognize the nature of humanity. Lu Hanfeng reflected, overwhelmed by mixed emotions as he regarded the yard that had accompanied him through thick and thin. At that moment, a car pulled up outside the junkyard, and 3 individuals, a man and a woman, stepped out, approaching Lu Hanfeng with smiles. You must be Mr. Lu. We are from a charity foundation, the government, and the law firm regarding your generous land donation for the orphanage. At the Haoyue Grand Hotel, the entrance was festooned with decorations and bustling with guests. A large portrait of a striking couple, Lin Dong and Gong Yuyan, dominated the scene, while a massive banner proclaimed the celebration of their engagement. Occasionally, guests expressed their confusion. What is going on with the Gong family? Didn't Gong Yuyan just get married? Sure you don't know? They finalized their divorce yesterday. What? Why? That young man seemed quite decent, and he even married into the family. Such is the fate of a young man without parents, possessing a piece of land worth 4 million. After being drained of all value, he was naturally discarded. The members of the Gong family, greeting guests, overheard these conversations, but were too focused on the prospect of that 4 million to care about the opinions of relatives and friends. As noon approached and all guests had arrived except Lu Hanfeng, Gong Yuyan, elegantly dressed, turned to Lin Dong with a frown. That useless man wouldn't he dare show his face, would he? I was planning to humiliate him on stage. If it were me, I wouldn't he have the face to show up either. His wife leaves him for another man the day after their divorce. He'd be a fool to come. What a pity I prepared such an elaborate trap for him. Just then, Lu Hanfeng appeared on an electric bike, clad in simple attire, carrying a plastic bag whose contents were unknown. You worthless man, I thought you wouldn't dare come. Surprising you have a bit of courage, Lin Dong scoffed, still holding Gong Yuyan possessively, while she ignored Lu Hanfeng entirely, snuggling closer to Lin Dong. This is the most important day of your lives. How could I not come? I have prepared a tremendous surprise for you, Lu Hanfeng replied coldly as he entered the hotel. Gong Yuyan's heart raced with concern. Brother Dong, make sure the police are ready. I can't have this useless man ruining our engagement banquet, she urged. Don't worry, darling. That worthless fellow won't stir up any trouble, Lin Dong assured her. As the auspicious time arrived, the host stepped onto the flower-adorned stage, inviting Lin Dong and Gong Yuyan to join him. Today marks the engagement ceremony of Mr. Lin Dong and Ms. Gong Yuyan. May I ask, who would you both like to thank the most at this moment? The host handed Lin Dong the microphone, and as he surveyed the room filled with nearly 20 tables of family and friends, a playful smirk crossed his face as his gaze settled on the corner where Lu Hanfeng sat. The person my wife and I wish to thank the most is her ex-husband, Lu Hanfeng. Not only did he care for my wife for 2 years, but he also never laid a finger on her, leaving all the best for me. Furthermore, he even contributed 2 million in relocation funds to Yuyan. Truly, what a magnanimous man. We should all bow to him in gratitude. The audience erupted in astonishment as starting to the young man in the corner. A man who, after 2 years of marriage, had never touched his wife, only to see her run off with another man post-divorce, while also giving away a massive sum of money. What a spectacle indeed. Gong Yuyan seized the microphone, her gaze venomous as she addressed Lu Hanfeng. Brother Dong is right. The person we should thank the most is my ex-husband, Lu Hanfeng. Now, let us invite him to the stage to accept our gratitude with a round of applause. Amidst thunderous applause, and under the malicious gaze of Lin Dong and Gong Yuyan, Lu Hanfeng rose slowly, clutching the plastic bag as he made his way to the stage, drawing the attention of every eye in the room. Chapter 4. The disruption of the engagement banquet on stage. Lin Dong cast a knowing glance towards the audience, prompting several burly men to nod and position themselves near the edge of the stage, ready to intervene should any unforeseen event unfold. Congratulations to the newly engaged couple. Lu Hanfeng stood before Lin Dong and Gong Yuyan, a mocking smile etched on his face. Without waiting for a response, he continued, Miss Gong Yuyan, I appreciate the companionship you've provided over the past 2 years, as well as your family's calculated schemes regarding my family's land. For the sake of money, Your family has shown a complete lack of shame, resorting to any means to harm others. The grotesque distortion of humanity you've demonstrated is truly remarkable. Do you really think that signing a contract will guarantee the arrival of that 4 million in relocation funds? Haha. Miss Gong Yuyan, please accept the grand gift I have prepared for you. It will surely astonish your entire family. Lu Hanfeng produced a red booklet and a stack of documents from a plastic bag. A chill ran through Gong Yuyan's heart, a sudden wave of foreboding washing over her, leaving her hesitant to accept the items he offered. Unfazed, Lin Dong seized them and began to peruse their contents. The word Certificate of Love gleamed in gold on the cover, and as he opened it, both Lin Dong and Gong Yuyan's expressions shifted dramatically, turning pale. Donation? Lu Hanfeng, you donated that land? Have you lost your mind? Gong Yuyan shouted, incredulous and on the brink of collapse. 2 years of her endurance had been for that piece of land, and this outcome was utterly unacceptable. The 4 members of the Gong family below the stage were momentarily stunned before they rushed onto the stage in a frenzy. Yet, Lu Hanfeng snatched the microphone from the startled MC. The land your family has schemed over for 2 years was donated yesterday to a charitable foundation for the construction of an orphanage. This morning, in the presence of my lawyer and government representatives, I formalized the donation at the tax bureau, meaning that the 4 million land now belongs to the charity. I must admit, I've never felt so exhilarated. They treated me like royalty throughout the process, and the paperwork took less than 10 minutes to complete. How do you feel about this, Gong family? Are you delighted? Surprised? Haraha. Observing the ashen faces of the Gong family on stage filled Lu Hanfeng with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction, and he couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Ah, you bastard. Lu Hanfeng, you've gone mad. That is 4 million. This cannot be true. Tell me this isn't real. Gong Yuting lunged towards him in a frenzy, but Lu Hanfeng's gaze narrowed, radiating a cold glint. He was no longer the powerless individual he had been just days prior. Did the Gong family genuinely believe they could still control him? To Lu Hanfeng, Gong Yuting's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. He swiftly raised his hand and delivered a slap to her face, suppressing the urge to unleash his full strength. Otherwise, his blow could have obliterated her. Ah! With just a light slap, Gong Yuting screamed and was sent sprawling backward, colliding with Gong Yuqiang, who was knocked to the ground. The siblings rolled on the floor, wailing in agony. How dare you hit me? You worthless piece of trash. I'll make you pay? Gong Yuting exclaimed, incredulous as she covered her face, only to charge at him again in a frenzy. But Gong Yuqiang held her back firmly. Sister, don't act rashly with so many people around. I'll handle this later. Lu Hanfeng sneered, casting a disdainful glance at them. Gong Yuting, you think I didn't know your intentions over these past 2 years of not marrying? You aim to carve out a piece of that land for yourself before tying the knot. How clever of you. Surprised by today's outcome, aren't you? Ah, Gong Yuting screamed, attempting to rise again, but Gong Yuqiang clung to her tightly. Why must you do this, Hanfeng? You can't just donate 4 million. That represents half of your wealth. You're merely trying to scare us, aren't you? Gong Lu, visibly distressed, questioned Lu Hanfeng after several moments of hesitation. The document you see is a legally binding transfer agreement drafted by my lawyer. This is not a mere game, Lu Hanfeng retorted. You. Gong Lu's face paled, his hand pointing shakily at Lu Hanfeng while clutching his chest, revealing the agony he felt as he realized the gravity of the situation. I refuse to believe you can donate 4 million. You're deceiving us, just seeking a thrill from our despair. Li Mei, Gong Yuyan's mother, shrieked as she rushed forward, snatching the documents and tearing them apart, scattering the pieces into the air. Haraha, old woman, do you think tearing that up will resolve anything? How naive. The donation process is complete and legally effective. The electronic version has already been filed. You've merely destroyed a printed copy that cost me $2. I can easily print more copies and send them to you for your enjoyment. Gong Yuyan was taken aback. The engagement banquet she had meticulously orchestrated had spiraled into chaos, the trajectory of events deviating far from her expectations. Brother Dong, you must stop him. You're capable. Surely you can intervene. That's 4 million. Gong Yuyan cried, clutching Lin Dong's arm. His face darkened, almost dripping with ink as he realized that the 4 million was the culmination of his 2 years of plotting, and the Gong family was merely a pawn in his game. If he married Gong Yuyin and utilized his father's connections, he could secure the funds entirely for himself, effectively manipulating her for 2 years while pocketing a fortune. Now, due to Lu Hanfeng's maneuver, all his plans lay in ruins. Lin Dong immediately reached for his phone to contact a familiar lawyer, but upon inquiry, his heart sank. The process was complete. The land now belonged to the Foundation. What could he do to reclaim it? There's one more thing I must inform you. Lu Hanfeng spoke again, a devilish smile gracing his face. Initially, when your family persuaded me to purchase the villa, I had no intention of repaying the 2 million loan. The ownership of that house is inconsequential. As long as I fail to make payments for 6 months, it will be forcibly auctioned off by the court. In other words, your family can reside in the villa for another 6 months. Oh wait, I forgot. The repayment date is just 2 days away. Enjoy your remaining time. Lu Hanfeng, I swear I'll kill you. You've ruined my youth. I've suffered because of you. Gong Yuyin screeched, lunging at Lu Hanfeng, but Lin Dong remained impassive, showing no intention of restraining her. His hatred for her had reached its zenith, and he returned her earlier slap with a forceful blow, sending Gong Yuyin crashing to the ground, collapsing at the feet of Gong Lu and Li Mei. Lu Hanfeng, you've assaulted someone in public. I'll arrest you for endangering public safety, and with my family's influence, you can expect a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. You're finished, Lin Dong declared, his countenance dark as he gestured to several burly men. A few plainclothes officers rushed onto the stage, handcuffs in hand. Do you really think your family can act with impunity? You believe you can dictate the law? How naive. Lu Hanfeng dismissed the approaching officers with indifference. As 2 men reached for him, he waved his hand dismissively, sending them flying as if they were mere paper dolls. You dare assault an officer? Lin Dong exclaimed, incredulously widening his eyes. Just days ago, Lu Hanfeng had been a weakling. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Who can prove they are officers? Have they shown any identification? Lu Hanfeng replied coolly, preparing to depart. Stop right there. Endangering public safety and assaulting an officer. Your life is over. Move again and I'll shoot. One of the officers brandished his firearm, aiming it directly at Lu Hanfeng, whose expression darkened as he glanced back at him. At that moment, a radiant beam descended from the heavens, landing directly in the square before the prestigious Haiyue Hotel. The impact was thunderous, akin to a meteor striking the earth, causing the entire establishment to tremble as if it had experienced an earthquake of magnitude 8. Just a moment prior, more than 20 tables of spectators had been engrossed in a rare theatrical performance on stage, only to be seized by panic, believing an earthquake had struck. And they all rushed frantically toward the exit. The engagement banquet was instantly thrown into chaos, with the members of the Gong family on stage paling in fear, supporting one another as they hastily made their way outside. The police officers had vanished, leaving only Lu Hanfeng, who strolled out leisurely, bearing a mysterious smile upon his face. Chapter 5. The emergence of the Mech shocks the world. What in the world? Those who rushed out of the hotel were left dumbfounded. In the square in front of the hotel stood a massive, 6-meter-tall black steel monstrosity, its feet planted in a deep pit, the surrounding pavement shattered like a spider's web. Not only the esteemed guests attending the engagement banquet, but also other patrons from different halls of the hotel swarmed outside, instantly numbering in the thousands, all gazing in awe at the towering metal beast. Seize him. Do not let Lu Hanfeng escape. He must be imprisoned, to rot away in a cell. Lin Dong commanded a group of officers as they charged towards Lu Hanfeng once more. A cold smirk crossed Lu Hanfeng's face as he stepped towards the Mech, disregarding the police officers behind him, who were armed and poised to act. With so many witnesses present, they dared not fire, for the repercussions would fall squarely upon him. What is this madman planning? Gong Yuting watched in disbelief as Lu Hanfeng approached the steel behemoth. Standing at 1.8 meters, he was only slightly taller than the Mech's ankle. Lu Hanfeng turned to face the members of the Gong family, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. For the past 2 years, I have lived a life akin to that of a dog. Not only supporting your parasitic family, but also enduring your daily mockery and disdain. I would be better off raising a pack of dogs. From this day forth, I, Lu Hanfeng, shall live solely for myself, and the Gong family shall not even possess the right to look up at me." As the officers with weapons rushed forward, Lu Hanfeng stepped back, and the Mech's hand extended, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The chest of the Mech opened to reveal a cockpit designed for a single occupant. The next moment, amidst the astonished and incredulous expressions of the crowd, Lu Hanfeng was enveloped within the cockpit, which sealed shut. The Mech's enormous head lit up with blazing eyes. "Master, shall I connect to the Mech?" A mechanical voice resonated in Lu Hanfeng's ears. Inside the cockpit, a temperature-controlled air filtration system adjusted to his physiological state, ensuring his comfort within the confined space. "Connect." A cable extended like an octopus's tentacle to the back of Lu Hanfeng's head, merging his consciousness with the Mech in an instant. This was the pinnacle of thought-sensing technology, allowing the Mech to be controlled entirely by the thoughts of its operator. No matter how colossal the Mech, it could be maneuvered with the finesse of a skilled hand. "Is this the Mech?" Lu Hanfeng was astounded by his surroundings. At that moment, the Mech was intertwined with his nervous system. He instinctively raised his arm, and the Mech mirrored his movement flawlessly. His mind was flooded with knowledge about the Mech, yet this was his first experience with such tangible control. The expression of the officer in front shifted. He mistook the Mech's raised arm for an impending attack and pulled the trigger on his handgun. Bang! The gunshot startled the crowd, sending them scurrying back in fear. The bullet struck the surface of the Mech, leaving no trace whatsoever. Humph! The technological marvel of a level 3 civilization cannot be harmed by a mere handgun. Lu Hanfeng felt the overwhelming power of the Mech and let out a triumphant roar. The 6-meter-tall giant echoing his cry, the shockwave deafening all within earshot. With a single stride, the Mech leapt forward, covering a distance of several meters and landing before Lin Dong, the ground beneath cracking under its immense weight, causing Lin Dong to recoil in terror. Lu Hanfeng extended his colossal hand, grasping Lin Dong and lifting him into the air. The cockpit opened slightly, revealing Lu Hanfeng's stern visage. Their eyes locked, and Lin Dong found himself in a role reversal. Just days prior, he had kicked Lu Hanfeng to the ground like a dead dog, and now Lin Dong was at his mercy, easily crushable as an ant. "And no, don't kill me." Lin Dong trembled at the murderous intent in Lu Hanfeng's gaze, a foul stench of urine escaping him. Lu Hanfeng, detecting this through the thought-sensing technology, recoiled in disgust and released his grip. Lin Dong fell from a height of 2 to 3 meters, landing in a disheveled heap, crying out in distress. "Lin Dong, we have no enmity between us. Yet you have humiliated me for 4 million, trampling my dignity. Today, I shall crush you, you bastard." Lu Hanfeng raised his foot, preparing to stomp down, knowing that the Mech's weight would leave no chance for survival. "Wait." A panicked middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, bearing a resemblance to Lin Dong. "Please, young man, do not act impulsively. Thousands are watching. If you kill my son, you will pay the price. You will be hunted like a dog, and your family will suffer the consequences." Lu Hanfeng hesitated, recognizing the truth in the man's words. This was indeed a society governed by law, and he had not yet reached a point where he could evade the repercussions of murder. The consequences would ripple through his life and his sister's as well. Lin Dong, I cannot kill you today. However, this blue star shall belong to me, Lu Hanfeng. You will live forever in fear. I will make you witness my ascent to the pinnacle of this world, and you and the Gong family shall forever dwell in terror, living a fate worse than death. After speaking, Lu Hanfeng cast a glance toward the Gong family in the distance. Gong Ruyan and her family shivered in fear, retreating into the crowd. Lu Hanfeng paid them no mind. Their suffering was only beginning, and the humiliation he endured would be repaid manifold. Lu Hanfeng reveled in the awestruck gazes of the thousands surrounding him. The cockpit sealed shut, and the Mech's body bent, producing a deafening roar as it shot into the sky, its speed astonishingly swift, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. The square erupted into chaos, with people pointing skyward and murmuring in disbelief. Could this be the Mech from a sci-fi film? Is it true that such technology exists in our world? Has the technological advancement of Blue Star reached such heights? A mech is the ultimate weapon for a lone soldier. Its flight speed is nothing short of astounding. How foolish the Gong family must be to cast aside such a remarkable son-in-law. In an instant, the Gong and Lin families became the greatest joke of the day, as countless witnesses had recorded the events within the hotel. Their disgraceful actions would soon be known far and wide. Moreover, many in the square were capturing the extraordinary moment of the mech's emergence on their phones, and astute individuals had begun uploading the videos online. Where are you going? Donggu? Our engagement banquet isn't over yet. Gong Ruyan desperately clutched Lin Dong, who, in a fit of rage, shoved her to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Damn it! This is all your fault, you wretched harpy. You've ruined everything. Why don't you just die? Engagement? I would sooner marry your mother. Without that 4 million, who would look at you? A fickle and worthless thing? Today, you might betray your man, but tomorrow, you could do the same to me. I only tolerated you for the money. You're nothing but a plaything to me. Marriage? Pah! Lin Dong spat a thick wad of phlegm onto Gong Ruyan's face, turning on his heel and storming away. Gong Ruyan lay on the ground. Disbelief etched across her features as she processed his retreating figure, eventually succumbing to a heart-wrenching wail. Chapter 6. A nation in shock. A streak of light swiftly traversed the clouds above, cleaving the sky as if sliced by a razor's edge due to its extraordinary speed. From the ground, it appeared as though the heavens had been severed in two. A commercial airliner's radar had just detected an unidentified flying object approaching, but it was instantaneously lost from sight. The captain of the aircraft hurriedly contacted ground control to report the incident. Simultaneously, satellites from various nations locked onto the mysterious object. However, due to its remarkable velocity, none could capture an image of it. In the White House, a group of politicians sat in a high-tech conference room filled with screens, watching in astonishment as the unidentified object sped by. Has Morton identified what it is? Sir, the object is moving too quickly. Our satellites have yet to capture even a glimpse of it. Shit. What speed are we talking about? Sir, the satellites estimate its speed to be around 150 Mach, far exceeding the limits of any flying object on Blue Planet. Moreover, its size is colossal. It is unimaginable which nation could have constructed such a craft. This is undoubtedly the greatest technological advancement in the history of Blue Planet. Understand that once an object reaches the speed of sound, the materials required become exceedingly advanced. The faster the speed, the stronger the sonic boom. To my knowledge, there are no materials on Blue Planet that can withstand such a velocity. Morton, I do not wish to hear your academic nonsense. I need to know who it is. I don't care what methods you employ. You must identify this flying object. In a military command center in the capital of Dragon Country, a group of high-ranking officers gazed solemnly at the images on their screens. They could only see the object racing past, unable to ascertain its shape. Number 1. We have discovered a crucial piece of information. This flying object has exited our Dragon Country's borders. We cannot determine whether it is friend or foe at this moment. The tech department is tracing the launch site. We expect results in 1 minute. What? It launched from our territory? Contact the tech department. Relay any findings immediately. A stern-looking middle-aged man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, spoke in a grave tone. Number 1. We have pinpointed the origin. It took off from Huizhou province, specifically from Mo County. Deploy all personnel to ascertain its identity. An unidentified flying object of such velocity appearing in our airspace could spell disaster if it harbors malicious intent. Meanwhile, Lu Hanfeng, reveling in the exhilaration of speed, remained oblivious to the fact that his presence had captivated the attention of every nation with satellites. Haraha. This feels incredible. No wonder everyone loves supercars. The thrill of such rapid acceleration is something only those who experience it can truly understand. Wait, is that the South Pole? Lu Hanfeng glanced in astonishment at the vast expanse of white below. Thanks to the mech's auxiliary vision, he could clearly see his coordinates, gradually decelerating. He noted that the journey from his hometown in Huizhou province to the South Pole had taken a mere 5 minutes. What astonishing speed! As the massive mech descended onto an iceberg in Antarctica, Satellites from around the world locked onto its form, while countless astonished eyes beheld the metallic marvel through their screens. A mech. It's a mech. Oh my God, has Blue Planet reached such technological heights? The White House reacted swiftly. It has landed in Antarctica. Activate the hidden military base there and launch missiles to bring it down. Achieving 150 Mach implies they possess propulsion technology and energy sources beyond our capabilities. With such advancements, dominion over Blue Planet would soon be within our grasp. Sir, our missiles cannot match its speed. If it takes off, we will be powerless to act. Damn it. Then fire multiple missiles. Order the Antarctic military base to engage immediately. At that moment, the mech had already descended from the iceberg, captivated by a group of penguins on a massive floe. Just as Lu Hanfeng prepared to exit the control cabin, the mech's auxiliary vision issued a red alert. Master, please be advised, we are locked onto by 4 missiles, expected to impact in 21 seconds. My calculations indicate that these missiles pose no threat. The mech's protective energy shield can easily withstand the explosions. What? Is the cloaking device not activated? Lu Hanfeng recalled a wealth of data about the pioneer mechs, aware that they were equipped with satellite cloaking and visual concealment capabilities. Master, you are currently piloting the mech. I cannot activate any functions without your command unless it is a life-or-death situation. Please confirm whether to activate the protective energy shield. There are 9 seconds until impact. Without needing the mech's artificial intelligence to remind him, Lu Hanfeng already spotted the 4 rapidly approaching missiles, their fiery trails illuminating the sky. Only a fool would take the hit. I'll take off and see if they can catch me. Just seconds before the missiles were to strike, the mech's legs erupted with a thunderous roar, and it shot into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. The missiles altered course, pursuing the direction in which the mech had vanished. Lu Hanfeng glanced back at the missiles, furrowing his brow as he began to ponder. Can the mech storage accommodate these 4 missiles? Yes. Haha. Are they delivering groceries to me? Activate satellite jamming, initiate visual invisibility, and engage short-range interference mode. With Lu Hanfeng's command, the mech's form instantaneously disappeared from sight, leaving many nations' leaders in utter bewilderment. What just happened? Did our satellites malfunction? No, sir. It is highly probable that the target possesses formidable satellite jamming or cloaking technology. This is bad. Our missiles have vanished. The sudden disappearance of the mech left all nations in a state of uproar. This mech was undoubtedly a product of advanced technology, far surpassing anything on Blue Planet. At that moment, the mech, even to the naked eye, was imperceptible. Its surface boasted a visual concealment device that allowed it to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. The mech quietly approached one of the missiles, extending a large hand to gently brush against it, causing the flying missile to vanish instantaneously. Then, the other 3 missiles were similarly retrieved, and Lu Hanfeng finally piloted the mech back towards his hometown. Chapter 7. The mech I collected from the junkyard in the early morning. Lu Hanfeng stretched languidly, savoring the tranquility of a restful night. Yesterday had been the most exhilarating day of his life. Not only had he thoroughly humiliated that despicable couple, but he had also piloted his mech around the globe, reveling in the thrill of high-speed flight. As he rose, he glanced at the dilapidated junkyard before him, a place steeped in childhood memories. He and his sister often delighted in scavenging through the discarded items, frequently unearthing treasures of value. One vivid recollection was when his sister discovered several hundred-yuan bills hidden within the pages of a book. The siblings had covertly claimed the money, spending it on myriad unfulfilled dreams in the marketplace. Ah, how times have changed. Tomorrow, I shall move away from here. This place has been donated and is no longer my concern. Suddenly, a cacophony of screeching brakes interrupted his thoughts. The rusty iron gate swung open violently as a gang of ruffians clad in gaudy attire charged towards Lu Hanfeng, wielding clubs and shouting menacingly. Even before they could close the distance, their weapons descended upon him. How cliché! Lu Hanfeng recognized that these thugs were either sent by Lin Dong or Gong Yuqiang. He surmised it was most likely the latter. Just as a steel pipe was about to strike his head, Lu Hanfeng vanished in a blur. The young man with the pipe turned in confusion, only to be hurled sideways, colliding with another thug. They crashed against the decrepit gate, which protested with a groan as it dented under the impact. Both men writhed on the ground, howling in pain. "Damn it, you dare to fight back? Brothers, take care of him," the leader shouted, but before he could react, he too was sent flying, crashing against the wall in a pitiful heap. The astonishing spectacle rendered the remaining thugs frozen in fear, their retreating footsteps echoing in the stillness. "You must have been paid, right? What will you report if you fail to complete your task?" Lu Hanfeng sneered, his form erupting forward with explosive speed. He appeared before a youth brandishing a machete, delivering a swift kick that propelled the thug like a ragdoll. Lu Hanfeng's gaze fell upon the last two, who were now paralyzed with terror, their baseball bats clattering to the ground. "Big brother, we must have mistaken you for someone else. Please let us go. How much did Gong Yuqiang pay you?" Lu Hanfeng's icy stare bore down on them as he advanced, prompting them to cower and shield their heads. We didn't accept any money. We only agreed to have a fun night after the job." "Huh. You've been duped by that scoundrel Gong Yuqiang. Do you know why he hasn't shown up?" "Because he is afraid. He lured a bunch of fools into a trap to take a beating." The two crouched on the ground exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared animosity. "Get out of here. Drag these fools away." Relieved, the two young men scrambled to their feet, hauling their injured companion away. They had been thoroughly conned, and they would demand compensation from Gong Yuqiang for their medical expenses. Just as they departed, several vehicles screeched to a halt at the entrance. Lu Hanfeng assumed it was the same gang returning and prepared to unleash his wrath, only to find himself surrounded by soldiers in camouflage, armed to the teeth. "Oh, you've arrived a tad later than I expected. I thought you would come looking for me last night," Lu Hanfeng observed, his demeanor calm. He had anticipated the authorities would seek him out after revealing his mech in front of so many witnesses. It would be a simple task for the government to locate him. "Are you Lu Hanfeng?" A middle-aged man in plain clothes approached him, exuding an air of authority that starkly contrasted with the soldiers. "Yes, I am Lu Hanfeng. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit?" "My name is Su Wei. You may call me Director Su. It seems you are already aware of our purpose in finding you. Please accompany us." "Very well, but allow me a moment." Lu Hanfeng returned to his room to retrieve his identification, deeming the rest of his belongings superfluous. The mech had reverted to its original form, lying unnoticed like a mere hunk of metal. Su Wei's demeanor reassured him. Their approach had been cordial, indicating the government still regarded him favorably. They boarded an off-road military vehicle, with Lu Hanfeng seated beside Director Su. "Director Su, may I ask where we are headed? Not that I cannot divulge, but we are affiliated with the National Security Bureau of Longhua. You will be taken to the provincial office in Huizhou for questioning, where several distinguished individuals will engage with you via video conference. Before coming here, I reviewed your profile, and I would summarize your life in 8 words. Enduring humiliation and hardship, a hidden dragon rising. Fortunately, you did not kill that Lin Dong yesterday. Otherwise, we might have met under entirely different circumstances." Lu Hanfeng nodded, feeling a sense of relief for his decision. After all, he was now living under the auspices of the state. Had they viewed him as a cold-blooded killer, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him, forcing him into a life of hiding, which was not his desire. The vehicle meandered through a military district, eventually stopping at a large building. "Comrade Lu Hanfeng, please disembark. The dignitaries have likely awaited your arrival." He was led into a conference room where 4 elderly gentlemen were already seated. Believing these to be the dignitaries, Lu Hanfeng was taken aback when a massive screen on the wall flickered to life, displaying a series of military officials that left him utterly stunned. Among them, one elder in particular appeared strikingly familiar. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he recognized him, his expression betraying his astonishment. No. 2. Oh, it seems everyone is present. Let us commence this meeting," Director Su announced cheerfully, closing the door behind him. All eyes turned to Lu Hanfeng, amplifying the pressure he felt. "Comrade Lu Hanfeng, I represent the state in asking you this. Is this you?" As Su Wei's words hung in the air, footage from yesterday's Mech operation flashed across the screen, including many clips filmed by bystanders in the square. The final image captured Lu Hanfeng being ushered into the Mech cockpit. With such overwhelming evidence, he had no intention of denying it. "Yes, That is indeed me. Well then, Comrade Lu Hanfeng, may I inquire how a mere young man from society acquired this mech, and where is it currently located? All eyes in the conference room, including those of the officials on the screen, bore down upon him. Lu Hanfeng had already prepared his responses during the drive. You must be aware that I am merely a junk collector, and that mech was among the items I salvaged. It is currently still in my yard. Comrade Lu Hanfeng, you must realize whom you are addressing. The individuals present are the elite backbone of Longhua. We are not here to listen to fairy tales. As soon as Lu Hanfeng finished speaking, an elderly man across the table slammed his hand down, glaring at him with fury, while the prominent figures in the video also wore grim expressions. Chapter 8. The mech acquired for 100 yuan. Esteemed guests, I assure you that my words are entirely truthful. The prototype of the mech is nothing more than a mere hunk of scrap metal. I engaged an elder, Old Chun, to assist in guarding it, and this iron mass was procured from a farmer for a sum exceeding 110 yuan. Just yesterday, after suffering a head injury, I sat upon this very hunk of metal, and as my blood dripped onto it, the mech recognized me as its master. Lu Hanfeng's statement sent a wave of astonishment through the assembly, as the four elder gentlemen present displayed expressions of utter disbelief. To acquire a cutting-edge mech for just over 100 yuan? If this news were to reach the nations of the world, they would surely erupt in derision. By the way, I also possess a screenshot of the payment. Old Chun had scanned a code to transfer the funds, and I requested him to capture the transaction for my records. Lu Hanfeng retrieved his phone, displaying the screenshot, which indeed confirmed the amount of 112 yuan. Upon verifying the recipient, an immediate inquiry was dispatched regarding the details. A commanding voice resonated from the video conference, and Director Su nodded, promptly reaching for his phone to make contact. So, Comrade Lu Hanfeng, do you have anything further to add regarding this mech? As the voice echoed, Lu Hanfeng felt a surge of anxiety and inhaled deeply, slowly articulating his prepared remarks. Esteemed guests, you may have surmised that this mech is not a product of Earth. Such technology is beyond our current capabilities. The two conference rooms erupted into a flurry of excitement, astonished expressions adorning every face. One elder, overwhelmed, rose from his seat. Young man, are you suggesting this is extraterrestrial technology? Have you obtained knowledge from an alien source? Indeed. This mech is a piece of alien technology that has drifted to Blue Star. During the recognition process, a wealth of extraterrestrial knowledge flooded into my mind. I am willing to selflessly share this knowledge with our nation, for I am a citizen of the Dragon Country and a passionate youth who desires to see my homeland grow ever stronger. Lu Hanfeng's proclamation ignited further fervor, as the four elders before him gazed at him with fervent eyes. Haraha, young Lu speaks truth. A nation's strength and its people's prosperity rely on the perseverance of individuals like us across generations. Director Su beamed, patting Lu Hanfeng on the shoulder, clearly in agreement with his sentiments. May I inquire, young Lu, what specific areas of extraterrestrial knowledge you possess? One elder gazed at him with eager anticipation, prompting Director Su to introduce him. This is Professor Ma from the Academy of Sciences, specializing in military machinery. Director Su's words were somewhat restrained, but Lu Hanfeng understood that the professor was a specialist in the creation of advanced weaponry, thus explaining his keen interest. Primarily, my knowledge encompasses energy, military technology, aerospace, genetics, and various aspects of daily life. Is there a complete version of controllable nuclear fusion? I refer to mature technology, not the rudimentary forms currently available on Blue Star. Another elder looked at Lu Hanfeng with palpable excitement, and it seemed he was indeed an expert in the field of nuclear fusion. Yes, I possess comprehensive documentation on mature controllable nuclear fusion technology. The revelation was astounding. After years of research, the elder felt a sense of liberation. If controllable nuclear fusion could be successfully developed, he would gladly sacrifice anything for it. Tears of joy glistened in the elder's eyes as Lu Hanfeng sensed his fervent dedication to a cause. The nation is currently in dire need of efficient energy sources such as controllable nuclear fusion and significant breakthroughs in military technology. I can provide all the documentation on controllable nuclear fusion, as well as technologies related to anti-gravity devices, energy weapons, and shielding systems. Mastering these technologies will undoubtedly elevate the military prowess of our dragon country to unparalleled heights. Excellent, young Lu. The nation requires patriotic youth like you. The praise from the figure on the video screen filled Lu Hanfeng with exhilaration. This was a prominent leader he had only seen on television, second only to the esteemed #1 in the dragon country. Young Lu, might we witness this mech firsthand? An elder posed a question that captured everyone's attention. Lu Hanfeng nodded with a smile. The mech was indeed destined for their examination, though he was certain they would not be able to glean much from it. The technological disparity was insurmountable. Possessing a level 3 civilization mech, while they remained at level 1, rendered them powerless to comprehend its capabilities. The assembly moved outdoors to a spacious area as the video conference continued. Director Su summoned a soldier to carry the equipment for remote connection. They arrived at a sealed training ground, devoid of any personnel save for their group. "Where is the mech, young Lu?" one elder inquired, puzzled. Lu Hanfeng smiled subtly and gestured skyward. "Here it comes." The 4 elders and Director Su looked up, and indeed, a dark speck appeared in the sky, rapidly enlarging until it loomed before them. A 6-meter-tall mech crashed onto the ground with a resounding thud, causing the solid concrete to crack beneath its weight. A mech. It truly is a mech. The 4 elders raced forward, their excitement akin to that of reuniting with a long-lost love, reaching out to caress the surface of the mech. "What weaponry does this mech possess, young Lu?" "Allow me to introduce its features," Lu Hanfeng replied, stepping beside the mech, once again becoming the focal point of attention. This extraterrestrial mech warrior stands at 6 meters 2 inches tall, weighs 36 tons, and is constructed from cosmic nanoalloy, equipped with artificial intelligence. Its arsenal includes an indestructible super-frequency nanoalloy sword capable of effortlessly cleaving through any material. The primary armaments consist of laser and energy weapons, including rapid-fire laser guns and charged laser cannons, alongside miniature smart missiles designed for ground and aerial targets. For defense, it is equipped with an energy shield, also known as an energy dome. Furthermore, it boasts a myriad of cutting-edge technologies such as electromagnetic pulses, satellite jamming, wide-area signal interference, and visual cloaking devices. Lu Hanfeng recited an extensive array of technical terms, leaving the 4 experts before him utterly astounded. Yet, he was fully aware that this pioneer mech was merely one of the most ordinary mech warriors aboard a starship. Its true purpose was not combat, but to seek suitable candidates to advance civilization and rescue a damaged interstellar vessel, serving as a beacon of hope. The actual combat mech resided within the starship, where the genuine core technologies of a level 3 civilization were housed, while the technologies carried by the pioneer were merely the most rudimentary of level 1 civilization tools. Chapter 9. I am not refused to be recycled for over an hour. For esteemed professors engaged in a thorough analysis of the mecha, and had it not been for Director Su's urging, they might have continued their examination until the morrow. Can this mecha be donated to the nation? Professor Ma's inquiry rendered the atmosphere instantly hushed. A hint of gravity crossed Lu Hanfeng's face. He had pondered this matter long before. "I apologize, Professor Ma, but this mecha has already recognized its master. When my blood was shed upon it yesterday, it bound itself to my identity, an irreversible connection. While I cannot donate it to the state, I stand ready to assist whenever my country requires." Well said. Comrade Lu Hanfeng, I now extend a formal invitation on behalf of the nation to join our security bureau. As a member, you will enjoy the status of a formal officer, and as you contribute, your rank will undoubtedly ascend. The future is bright. Director Su smiled as he extended the invitation. Lu Hanfeng, still contemplating his response, found himself interrupted by the discontent of the dignitaries in the conference room. "Old Su, you are being unreasonable. A talent like Lu Hanfeng should be within our Academy of Sciences. His mastery of advanced technology can only flourish under our auspices." "You're mistaken. Lu Hanfeng possesses a mecha. He is a walking nuclear weapon and should serve within our military." Lu Hanfeng was astounded by the fervor with which the dignitaries vied for his allegiance. Eventually, a senior figure cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Everyone, let us pause and hear what young Lu has to say. Esteemed leaders, I aspire to develop my own enterprise and establish a technology company. I am also willing to serve the nation. Whenever my country calls, I shall respond without hesitation. Additionally, I wish to request a loan of 10 billion for startup capital, with this mecha as collateral. If I fail to repay, I am willing to leave the mecha for you to dismantle and study at your discretion. This declaration left all the dignitaries in silence, prompting Director Su to temporarily close the video conference for private deliberations among the leaders. Young Lu, I believe I have a solution that accommodates both your aspirations and national service. The nation should indeed support your technological endeavors. However, this does not impede your commitment to serve. You can join our security bureau, share your technical knowledge with the Academy of Sciences, and assist the military when needed. These roles are not mutually exclusive. I shall outline the advantages of joining the Security Bureau. First, you will possess immense privileges. For instance, regarding that Lin Dong who wronged you, you will have the authority to investigate his affairs thoroughly. Moreover, you will have access to military and police resources, and your information will be classified. The state will provide for your sister, arranging for her to hold a public position. Furthermore, as a specially appointed member, you will not be burdened with routine tasks unless a significant challenge arises requiring your expertise. Joining us is undoubtedly your best option. Director Su, like a cunning wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood, possessed a slyness that was imperceptible to someone as young as Lu Hanfeng. Enthralled by his words, Lu Hanfeng began to contemplate the feasibility of this proposition. He recognized the necessity of aligning with a national agency, for the state would never entrust such a formidable weapon as the mecha to an uncontrollable individual. Director Su, I am grateful for your kindness. I am willing to join the Security Bureau. Haraha. Young Lu, you have made a most astute decision. On behalf of the National Security Bureau, I welcome you. At that moment, the video conference reconnected, and the dignitaries were still unaware that Lu Hanfeng had been persuaded into their ranks. Later that afternoon, overjoyed, Lu Hanfeng exited the Anhui Provincial Security Bureau. The unfolding events had largely met his expectations and exceeded them, for he had not entirely forfeited his freedom and could still command the pioneer mecha. The only shortcoming was the loan matter. The dignitaries did not acquiesce to his request for 10 billion, instead granting him a mere 1 billion. 1 billion should suffice. With this startup capital, I can proceed with my plans. In fact, Princess Natasha's battleships had deployed numerous pioneer mechas, which would traverse the cosmos via wormholes, seeking suitable intelligent life for assistance. Many of these mechas would encounter calamities along their journeys, with only the fortunate surviving to discover planets inhabited by intelligent beings. Lu Hanfeng was uncertain whether his was the sole pioneer mecha to successfully survive and recognize him as its master. Should other mechas complete their missions first and repair the damaged starships, he would lose access to all the technology aboard those vessels. Thus, time was of the essence. He must expedite technological advancement to attain a Type 1 civilization. Only then could he navigate the cosmos to locate the starship and acquire its advanced technologies. He left the mecha at the Security Bureau upon the request of the 4 professors, as he could not refuse. They were unable to dismantle it, merely seeking inspiration from its design. Lu Hanfeng had already submitted the technical data for controllable nuclear fusion, and the other technological information had been copied onto a USB drive for submission. Data is merely data. Transforming this knowledge into tangible applications requires a lengthy process. While the state researches and manufactures these technologies, Lu Hanfeng is equally capable of production, particularly with the advantage of the mecha's spatial device. The Type 3 civilization had perfected spatial technology, making spatial devices commonplace. Within the pioneer mecha's spatial apparatus lay resources that could expedite his ascent to a Type 1 civilization. Upon returning to the recycling station, Lu Hanfeng packed his belongings, casting one last glance at the dilapidated courtyard that had accompanied him throughout his childhood. He resolutely slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to depart. However, as he opened the door, his expression darkened upon seeing his ex-wife, Gong Yuyan, standing at the entrance alongside her parents. Hanfeng, I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me. Gong Yuyin wept, collapsing at Lu Hanfeng's feet. He cast her a disdainful glance, stepping back to evade her. Miss Gong, aside from our marriage and divorce certificates, we have never shared a true connection. After 2 years without holding hands, what right do you believe I have to forgive you? I know I was wrong, Hanfeng. Please, forgive me. Let's remarry and start anew. I promise to treat you well, and we can live together. I will fulfill my duties as a wife. Gong Yuyin, I am a scrap collector. But that does not mean I will accept any kind of second-hand refuse. With that remark, Lu Hanfeng swiftly maneuvered past her, leaving behind the venomous curses of Li Mei and the wretched sobs of Gong Yuyin. Chapter 10. The Unsavory Man at the entrance of the Science and Technology University in Hongdao City, Shandong Province. Lu Hanfeng, with an old backpack slung over his shoulder, gazed excitedly at the school gate. His younger sister, Lu Hanyin, attended this institution, and he had chosen this bustling industrial city as the first stop on his entrepreneurial journey. Stop right there. You with the backpack, outsiders are not allowed on campus. The security guard pointed at Lu Hanfeng, shooing him away. He had naively thought that his youthful and handsome visage would grant him access. Faced with the guard's vigilant gaze, he could only leave in disappointment. After wandering around the school's perimeter for a few minutes and ensuring the area was deserted, Lu Hanfeng noticed a small grove inside the walls. With determination, he bent his legs and leaped over the 3-meter-high wall, landing inside the courtyard. Upon landing, he was taken aback. The grove was not as deserted as he had imagined. Amongst the dense foliage, a girl was crouched down, changing her sanitary pad. They were merely 2 meters apart, and had he not adjusted his path, he would have collided with her. Their eyes met, and the girl's expression froze, her movements halted. Embarrassment washed over Lu Hanfeng, who wished he could leap back over the wall. He managed to force a rather awkward smile. Hello. Just changing your pad. Huh? Pervert. The girl screamed, grabbing the used pad and hurling it at him before hastily pulling up her pants and fleeing. Lu Hanfeng dodged the projectile, which was now stained with red, feeling quite aggrieved as he watched her disappear, along with his own dignity. I swear, I didn't mean to, he called out, but the girl had already vanished. Leaving him with this mortifying memory, he decided to leave through a different route, anxious about encountering her again. That girl was quite pretty, he mused, though the manner of their first meeting was undeniably awkward. Exiting the grove, he spotted a group of students engaged in physical education on the playground, and it dawned on him that the girl he had startled must have been on her way to change during gym class. Finding a bench, Lu Hanfeng sat down and texted his sister. When he looked up again, he noticed a girl leading a group of boys into the grove. Instinctively, he felt a pang of guilt and moved to a more secluded spot. By now it was noon, and students were trickling out of classrooms. Lu Hanfeng's phone rang. It was his sister's excited voice on the other end. Brother, are you at my school? Yes, I'm sitting by the small grove to the west. Send me your location, and I'll come find you. Let us go out to eat together. On the other side of the school, a youthful and spirited girl, brimming with excitement, stood with her classmate, who assumed she was going out on a date and insisted on tagging along to see what her boyfriend was like. No, Lingling, it's really my brother, and he is already married. Your dreams of having a sister-in-law are dashed. Really your brother? Lingling questioned skeptically, only believing it when Lu Hanyin nodded affirmatively. The two girls waited beneath the teaching building, and in less than 5 minutes, a tall, handsome young man with a backpack approached. Lingling's gaze widened in astonishment. Hanyin, why didn't you tell me your brother was this young and handsome? If I had known, I would have tried to steal him from your sister-in-law. Stop it, Lingling. My brother is coming. Don't say such nonsense. Lu Hanyin ran towards her brother, her gait uneven due to her leg injury. Seeing her struggle, Lu Hanfeng's heart clenched, and he quickly rushed forward to embrace her. Brother. Lu Hanyin nestled into her brother's warm embrace, feeling a wave of security wash over her. With him around, the world seemed less daunting. Let us go out. I'll treat you to something delicious. Isn't that too much, brother? Eating out is expensive. How about we just eat at the cafeteria? The food there is quite good. Seeing his sister's frugality tugged at Lu Hanfeng's heart, and he grasped her hand, leading her towards the exit. Wait, brother. I still have a classmate with me. This is my friend and confidant, Gong Lingling, my only friend from college. Only then did Lu Hanfeng notice the girl beside them, who was gazing at him with starry eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't notice you earlier. I'm Lu Hanfeng, Hanin's brother. He extended his hand for a handshake, and the girl blushed furiously, leading him to question her sanity. Let us go, Lingling, join us for lunch. Oh, Hanin, I want to hold back then. As Lu Hanfeng led the two girls outside, he walked at a deliberately slow pace to accommodate his sister, his mind racing with thoughts of technological advancements that could potentially heal her leg injury. Lu Hanin had been injured in a car accident orchestrated by Gong Yuding, presumably for the sake of inheriting a piece of land, along with the tragic circumstances surrounding their mother's oxygen supply. Though the outcome for his mother was seemingly unchanged, the bitterness of being unable to say goodbye weighed heavily on him. These resentments simmered within him, and once he regained his footing, he vowed to make Gong Yuding pay in kind for her treachery. Lu Hanfeng selected a hot pot restaurant, knowing his sister's fondness for spicy food. He promptly ordered a fiery dual-flavored hot pot along with a generous serving of spicy bullfrog. How did you end up at my school? Lu Hanin asked, her mouth full of the spicy bullfrog her brother had served her, her gaze fixed on his face. She sensed a significant change in him. He appeared more handsome, taller, and exuded a certain confidence that had evidently captivated Lingling. Hanin, I've divorced. I left everything behind, and the land has been donated to a charitable foundation. What, brother? Have you lost your mind? Lu Hanin dropped her chopsticks, staring at her brother in shock. Lu Hanfeng slowly recounted the events leading to his divorce, omitting details about their mother and sister's injuries. These burdens were his to bear. Brother, I'm not speaking ill of her, but I've never liked that woman. Since the marriage, I've never visited your home. Her family always looks at me with disdain. It's better this way. You're still young and without children. You can find someone more beautiful and virtuous, understanding and perceptive. Lu Hanin refrained from mentioning the land, likely having surmised her brother's intentions. Oh, Hanin, you must check out the campus forum for the big news. The first school beauty, Xia Qingyue, was harassed by a lewd man while changing her pad in the grove. Now her followers are searching for him all over campus. Lu Hanfeng spat out his beer in surprise, fortunately managing to direct it into a nearby trash bin. What's wrong, brother? Lu Hanin asked, puzzled by his extreme reaction, completely unaware of the connection to her earlier encounter. Nothing, Hanin. I've transferred some money to you. Don't be so frugal from now on. Brother, I can earn enough for my living expenses through tutoring. You don't need to give me money. Listen to me. Stop taking on part-time jobs. Lu Hanfeng glared, and Lu Hanin obediently nodded. Understood, brother. Chapter 11. A profession disdained by dogs. Lu Hanfeng's figure emerged within an industrial zone of Hongdao City, a location he had meticulously researched online beforehand. In recent years, due to the prevailing societal climate, numerous enterprises had struggled to survive. Not only had physical stores on the streets faced rampant closures, but many factories had also shuttered their operations and declared bankruptcy. Lu Hanfeng had anticipated a challenging search for a suitable factory space, yet to his surprise, a simple online inquiry revealed an abundance of available properties for lease. Driving a rented vehicle, he traversed the industrial district and indeed found many factory buildings adorned with signs indicating their availability for transfer. Some were still operational, while others lay in a state of desolation. Every industrial zone is overseen by a management office, and Lu Hanfeng made a beeline for it to express his intentions. The manager who greeted him was as enthusiastic as someone reuniting with a long-lost love. Mr. Lu, may I inquire about the type of factory space you require? What industry do you operate in? Inside the office, a plump manager with a round face looked at the young man before him with eager anticipation. Despite the youthfulness of Lu Hanfeng, the trend of young entrepreneurship was not uncommon. He could very well be a wealthy heir dabbling in business. My requirements for the factory are straightforward, a large area in a remote and quiet location. I primarily engage in precision lathe processing, manufacturing intelligent precision machinery. Precision machinery? That sounds promising. However, I assume it requires a significant investment? Given the current economic climate, are you certain about this, Mr. Lu? Rest assured, I have come here with sincere intentions. The factory must be suitable. Everything else can be negotiated. Prior to my visit, I conducted extensive research on various locations. I have heard somewhat about the business environment in Hongdao City. The local government is highly supportive of commerce, offering numerous favorable conditions. However, the overarching economic situation has indeed led to many factory closures. Haha, when it comes to the business environment, we have no complaints. This area belongs to an industrial province, one of the most developed regions in the entire Dragon Nation. Establishing your precision machinery enterprise here would undoubtedly be a wise choice. Not only do we have a favorable market environment, but we also boast the most complete array of materials, technical personnel, and auxiliary facilities related to heavy industry in the nation. The first step in starting a factory is selecting an appropriate environment. After all, I have looked into idle factory spaces, and there are 3 locations that meet your requirements. Shall I take you to see them now? Certainly. The two stood up and exited together, with Manager Wang driving an electric sightseeing vehicle to tour the industrial park. A few minutes later, the vehicle halted in front of a factory space that, while decent in size, did not align with Lu Hanfeng's expectations. Moreover, directly across was a bustling processing plant, which contradicted his desire for solitude. Since this one does not meet your satisfaction, Mr. Lu, shall we proceed to the next? The second factory location immediately caught his eye. It was a vast space spanning several thousand square meters, situated in a corner of the industrial zone. In front of the factory stood a small building that could serve as an office or a resting area. Manager Wang, what factory is located across the street? Lu Hanfeng casually inquired, pointing at the large, sealed structure opposite. Mr. Lu, that is a warehouse. It serves as a material storage facility for the alchemy factory on the adjacent road. However, they have been struggling and are also looking to transfer their operations. Manager Wang, there's no need to look further. Please calculate the total cost for both the factory and the warehouse. If everything aligns, I hope to sign the contract today. Are you serious, Mr. Lu? Manager Wang asked incredulously, as this represented a considerable sum of several million. It seemed as if Lu Hanfeng was treating the matter as a child's play, having not even stepped inside the factory for inspection. I have already prepared the funds. Once the contract is signed, I can transfer the payment immediately. Manager Wang's demeanor brightened instantly, leading Lu Hanfeng straight to the office where the secretary had already prepared all necessary documents. After Manager Wang's calculations, the 2 factory spaces encompassed a total area of 100 square meters, with the quoted price from the industrial zone being 20 yuan per square meter per month, necessitating a minimum contract duration of 3 years. Lu Hanfeng nodded. This price was remarkably reasonable. Signing for 3 years with a deposit of 50,000 yuan amounted to just over 2 million. Such a deal would be unattainable elsewhere. Manager Wang, could you please request a further discount of 2 yuan per square meter? If approved, you may proceed with preparing the contract. I will settle the payment in full upon signing. Mr. Lu, there's no need to contact my superior. I can make that decision myself. Thank you for your support. I will reach out to them and the lawyer right away. Manager Wang turned to busily arrange matters, while his secretary, a charming young woman, energetically served tea and water to Lu Hanfeng. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Hanfeng took out his phone and dialed a number. Old C, what brings you to call me? Is it that your sister-in-law is having a baby and you need me to contribute to the gift? A coarse voice resonated from the other end, instantly warming Lu Hanfeng's expression as a familiar, hearty face appeared in his mind. Brother Gang, I have divorced. What? Are you serious, Old C? Du Yuangong's booming voice echoed through the phone. Is this something one can joke about? Brother Gang, aren't you still managing the family business of selling vegetables? Divorce is for the best. I'm not criticizing you, Old C. That woman was not a suitable match for you, at least not in my opinion. Yes, I knew that long ago, but I had to obey my father's wishes. What are you up to now? Driving to deliver vegetables, just like you, continuing the family legacy. I remember your parents are in good health. Would you be interested in coming to help me? I am starting a business and need a trustworthy assistant. Are you serious, Old C? Trust is key, Brother Gang. You've already doubted me several times in this exchange. Are you coming or not? I'm right next door in Hongdao City. Old C, wait for me. I'll be there in 2 hours. When we meet, you better not hold back. Just spit in my face and send me the location. Lu Hanfeng hung up with a smile. Du Yuangang was the leader of their dormitory, a quintessential man from Shandong province. And he was running a vegetable wholesale business in the nearby Weifang city. Just as he sent the location to Du Yuangang, his sister, Lu Hanyin, called. "What is the matter, Yining? Brother, are you out of your mind? Why did you transfer me such a large sum of money? Yesterday you mentioned the transfer. But I didn't take it seriously until I saw the balance change today, 200,000. Did you sell that piece of land?" "Yining, listen to me. You are no longer allowed to work part-time for extra money. What you need now is to focus on your studies. Once you graduate, you can help me out." "Got it, brother. But this money, don't worry about saving it. From now on, I will transfer you 100,000 every month. Spend freely. We are not short on money at the moment. I have things to attend to, so I'll hang up for now." Lu Hanfeng noticed manager Wang approaching with several others, likely the industrial zone's owner and lawyer. Typically, these industrial parks are funded and constructed by enterprises, with the land remaining state-owned. The enterprises lease the land to build factories, which they then rent to individuals like Lu Hanfeng. After a series of tedious procedures, over an hour had passed. The transfer of a privately owned factory lease requires only a legally recognized effective contract, rendering the process remarkably simple. Lu Hanfeng promptly transferred the entire sum, and the owner of the industrial park, along with manager Wang, excitedly shook his hand, insisting on arranging an evening gathering. "Apologies, Boss Lu and manager Wang, but I have a prior engagement with classmates who are on their way. I will have my classmates manage the factory matters here. I will surely trouble you both in the future. Mr. Lu, you are too polite. Should you need anything, just give us a call." Holding the keys to the 2 factory spaces, Lu Hanfeng drove his rented car to the factory entrance. Upon opening the large door, a musty odor assaulted his senses. The factory had evidently been a machinery workshop in the past, now stripped of all equipment, leaving only a chaotic mess behind. The sound of screeching brakes echoed from outside the factory, prompting Lu Hanfeng to abruptly end the voice call from Du Yuangang and step out of the premises. At the entrance stood a burly man in a pickup truck, towering at over 6 feet with a robust physique. His short, well-groomed hair lent him an air of vitality, and his piercing gaze could intimidate even the most timid souls. "Wow, old four, you really are here," Du Yuangang exclaimed. "Brother." The two embraced excitedly. The last time they had met was at Lu Hanfeng's wedding, and 2 years had swiftly passed. Yet the bond of brotherhood remained as strong as ever. Without hesitation, Lu Hanfeng uttered a single sentence, and Du Yuangang rushed over without a moment's doubt. Such is the essence of brotherhood. "Old four, are you serious?" Du Yuangang gazed in astonishment at the immense factory before him. "How much money did you invest in this?" "Brother, from now on, you will be the factory manager here. I am planning to establish a precision machinery factory, primarily focused on manufacturing intelligent mechanical devices." "Old four, have you lost your mind? You studied journalism. How can you possibly venture into precision machinery? If you were building a public restroom here, I might understand." Lu Hanfeng's expression faltered, recalling how he had blindly enrolled in a seemingly prestigious journalism program, only to return home and inherit a scrapyard, becoming a collector of refuse. Meanwhile, Du Yuangang had taken over his family's vegetable stall, as neither could find work in their respective fields. If only teacher Zhang had enjoyed a bit more success, they might not have ended up in such a profession that even dogs would disdain. Chapter 12. The first mission at noon. The two men found a restaurant and indulged in a lavish feast of alcohol, though it was only Du Yuangang who succumbed to inebriation while Lu Hanfeng remained unaffected. His robust constitution allowed him to metabolize alcohol with remarkable speed, making it nearly impossible for him to become intoxicated. During their time at the table, Lu Hanfeng discussed the various necessities for their factory with Du Yuangang, and in his presence, transferred 5 million to him, instructing him to commence the registration of a company the following day to be named Interstellar. The Interstellar Precision Machinery Manufacturing Company would be the first enterprise he established and serve as the cornerstone for all future ventures. It was from this foundation that countless intelligent machines would emerge, enabling the smooth operation of his other companies. Just after ensuring Du Yuangang was settled into his hotel room, Lu Hanfeng's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically. It was Director Su. He swiftly answered the call. Lu Hanfeng, is this a convenient time for you to talk? Director Su's tone was grave. Lu Hanfeng felt a tightening in his chest as he glanced at Du Yuangang, who lay sprawled on the bed like a lifeless creature, and nodded in affirmation. Comrade Lu Hanfeng, there is an urgent mission that requires your immediate attention. We have 4 young individuals who were kidnapped by Somali pirates while vacationing in the Arabian Sea. They contacted us for help via satellite phone mere moments ago. But due to the considerable distance, our naval forces cannot reach them in time. After deliberation, the leadership has decided that you will undertake this mission. This is your first assignment, and I trust you to execute it with excellence. We have released the Mech for your use, and you may summon it at any time. I will send the coordinates and the names of the 4 captives to your phone. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Lu Hanfeng replied, his demeanor now serious. After hanging up, he contemplated briefly before sending a message. Once the Mech was activated, it would automatically connect to the internet. He needed to communicate with it to issue commands. Hundreds of kilometers away, at the Anhui Provincial Security Bureau, a group of experts observed the Mech from a distance. The previously dormant machine suddenly illuminated its eyes, and with a thunderous roar, it soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. The controllable nuclear fusion engine provided boundless energy, while the whale blast propulsion system granted it unparalleled acceleration. Super nanoalloys rendered it impervious to the adverse effects of extreme speeds, and with a plethora of advanced weaponry. It was destined to become a harbinger of death on the battlefield. Professor Ma stood at the forefront of the crowd, gazing upward with a look of awe. Lu Hanfeng ascended to the rooftop of the hotel via the elevator. He forcefully breached the locked iron door, and as he stepped onto the terrace, a colossal transparent figure gradually materialized above him, rendered visually invisible. Even at a mere 2 meters away, he could only discern a faint white silhouette. The Mech descended before him, and the cockpit slowly opened. Leaning forward, Lu Hanfeng was grasped by the Mech's outstretched hand and pulled into the cockpit. In the next moment, both he and the Mech vanished, leaving only the sound of a rapidly receding explosion. In the Arabian Sea, near the Somali coast by the Gulf of Aden, piracy was rampant due to the region's geographical position, a phenomenon that had persisted throughout history. Many impoverished individuals from African nations resorted to piracy as a means of survival, fully aware that capture often led to execution. Yet, the allure of immense profits compelled countless souls to take the perilous plunge. For a single successful heist could ensure a lifetime of comfort. At that moment, a massive cruise ship was under siege by 4 pirate vessels. The ship boasted formidable defenses. Yet faced with overwhelming numbers, casualties mounted on board, and the deck was drenched in blood. Crimson streams flowed into the ocean, attracting a swarm of sharks that circled beneath the surface. Occasionally, those unfortunate enough to be shot and fall overboard would be devoured in an instant, rendering the scene grotesquely brutal. Within the ship's interior, a group of young individuals, both male and female, huddled in fear, peering cautiously at the chaos outside. Salman, how long until your country's rescue forces arrive? A young man of East Asian descent inquired, his face etched with worry. In 2 hours, but we can only hold out for 3 minutes. Salman grimly responded, causing the others to pale at the grim reality. A few women had already begun to weep, fully aware of the dreadful fate that awaited them at the hands of the pirates. As the crew continued to dwindle, occasional screams echoed through the cabin, each death drawing them closer to captivity. Ah, no, Boga has been shot. We're finished. Salman slumped to the ground, his face ashen. The raucous laughter of the pirates erupted above them. Li Kuang, take me with you, please. A stunning young woman with Eastern features looked desperately at a nearby young man, Li Kuang, whose expression hardened as he gripped his handgun tightly. Xiao Yu, do not despair. We have sought assistance from our country. Our military will annihilate these scoundrels without hesitation. Li Kuang, do not comfort me with empty words. These pirates may be insignificant, but our country's forces won't arrive in time. Please, take me with you. I cannot bear to fall into the hands of those filthy pirates and disgrace my grandfather's name. With a grim countenance, Li Kuang slowly raised his gun. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a gunshot rang out from the door, and blood burst forth from his palm as his weapon fell to the ground. Haraha! Once you fall into the hands of the great Norman, death will not come so easily. Such a beautiful Eastern woman, Norman must have a taste. A burly black man entered with a raucous laugh, shouting in English to the occupants of the cabin, followed by a group of muscular black men whose greedy eyes roamed over the three women. Xiao Yu reached for the fallen gun, but Norman stepped forward and kicked her arm, causing her to cry out in pain as she clutched her injured limb and collapsed to the floor. Brothers, bind them all and drag them onto the deck, but leave the women, haha, Norman commanded, as his companions rushed forward, binding 6 men and dragging them away. Any resistance was met with a brutal strike, and the cries of the victims only fueled the pirates' savage delight, prompting them to laugh maniacally. The 3 women screamed, frantically attempting to evade Norman's outstretched hands, which were fixed upon a particularly alluring woman of Middle Eastern descent, her fair skin and voluptuous form captivating him. Darling, you belong to me now, haha. Norman lunged forward, tearing at her clothing, exposing her pristine skin. No, let me go. How much do you want? I'll give it to you. Salman, bound and prepared to be dragged away, felt his eyes ignite with fury as he struggled to save her. Bang! A black man struck him on the back of the head with his gun, and he collapsed without resistance. Brothers, it's time to revel, Norman howled, dragging Mia by her legs, while 2 other black men leered at Xiao Yu, reaching out their hands with lewd grins. Despite her desperate attempts to evade them, they swiftly overpowered her. Xiao Yu's face displayed a resolute expression as she extended her tongue, poised to bite down with fervor. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the deck, causing the entire cruise ship to sway violently. Accompanying this was a chorus of anguished screams, akin to a prelude to death. Sheta, what transpired? Norman exclaimed in panic, grasping his handgun and rushing outside. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock as she caught a glimpse through the air vent. A colossal steel giant stood upon the cruise ship's deck, the vessel straining under his immense weight, its bow lifting precariously. In the giant's hand was a sword, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. With a mere flick, nearby pirates were sent flying as if struck by a speeding train. A deafening crash ensued as the top of the ship's cabin was torn away, exposing Xiao Yu and her companions to the sunlight, allowing them to behold the full form of the steel giant. Good heavens, is this a mech? Within the mech, Lu Hanfeng locked eyes with Xiao Yu, and upon seeing her unscathed, he exhaled in relief. Throughout their journey, he had pushed his speed to the limit, fearing that if he arrived late, these individuals might face dire consequences. A failure in this rudimentary initial mission would not only bring him shame, but would also reflect poorly on Director Su. Chapter 13. The sunken ship. The pirates brandished their handguns and AKs. Yet these feeble individual weapons posed no threat to the mecha. It stood resilient against their futile assaults, impervious to damage. On the deck, all the pirates encountered were swiftly dispatched by Lu Hanfeng, who sent them tumbling into the sea with a flick of his long sword. Those unfortunate enough to fall overboard rarely lasted more than 3 seconds, as the lurking sharks eagerly devoured them. As the cruise ship began to tilt under its own weight, Lu Hanfeng deftly maneuvered the mecha to hover above, absorbing the onslaught of firepower while launching a counterattack against the remaining pirate vessels. With a mere gesture, he sent the pirates flying as effortlessly as one might swat a shuttlecock. Within a minute, not a single pirate remained aboard the cruise ship. Lu Hanfeng's gaze settled on the 4 distant pirate ships, and with a flash, he propelled himself toward the nearest one. Before he could close the distance, a rocket propelled toward him, trailing a long plume of smoke. Lu Hanfeng dismissed it entirely. He could withstand American cruise missiles, so this rocket was scarcely a bother. Amidst the terror-stricken faces of the pirates, the rocket exploded upon impact with the steel giant, bursting like a magnificent firework in the air. Unfazed, the mecha advanced through the explosion, raising its long sword to deliver a decisive blow. The sound of the ship splitting echoed ominously as the sword sliced through everything in its path with ease. Lu Hanfeng's strike reached the seabed, and had his sword been longer, the pirate ship would have been cleaved in 2. As water surged into the ship's hull, Lu Hanfeng struck again, carving a massive hole in the vessel's bottom, causing it to tilt dangerously, its demise imminent. Casting a glance at the 3 fleeing pirate ships, Lu Hanfeng hovered in the air, extending a barrel from his shoulder. A barrage of concentrated red lasers swept across the vessels, targeting their undersides. The hulls of the 3 ships ruptured, and water gushed in, tilting them at a visible rate. Their sinking was merely a matter of time. With the battle concluded, Lu Hanfeng had scarcely exerted 1% of the mecha's capabilities. He had only employed a laser gun, with other energy weapons yet untouched. This was a stark demonstration of technological superiority, an unequal contest. Suspended above the crew's ship, Lu Hanfeng's gaze fell upon the remaining 8 young survivors, 4 of whom bore Eastern features. "Are you Nangong Yueying?" he inquired, directing his attention to the sole Eastern girl among them. She nodded, bewildered. The mechanical voice rendered it difficult for her to discern the speaker's gender, yet she sensed a human presence within the mecha, conversing in the dragon language. "Indeed. May I ask who you are?" "Apologies, but I cannot disclose my identity. You need only know that I am here to rescue you." "And the other 3 are Li Kuang, Pang Xingwen, and CMO?" "Yes, that is us. Are you sent by the state to save us?" Nangong Yueying's face lit up with excitement as she gazed at the towering mecha, certain that it was a state-sanctioned rescue, considering it addressed her group by name. With the pirates neutralized, the injured were left to tend to themselves. "My mission is complete. Farewell." Lu Hanfeng's gaze lingered on the Eastern girl for a moment, appreciating her goddess-like beauty and form, yet his heart, still raw from recent emotional turmoil, held little interest in matters of romance. The towering mecha waved goodbye before soaring into the sky and vanishing in an instant. In truth, Lu Hanfeng remained hovering above, unwilling to depart until these individuals reached a safe distance. He couldn't risk leaving only to have another group of pirates appear, which would render his mission futile. The survivors aboard the cruise ship bandaged their wounds. 3 of the women who had preserved their dignity huddled together, weeping with relief. After an hour, the sound of naval horns echoed in the distance as 3 warships bearing the Indian flag appeared before the cruise. Lu Hanfeng waited until he witnessed the survivors being brought aboard the warships before turning to return to the Dragon Nation. Gazing down at the infinite expanse of the ocean, Lu Hanfeng felt a sudden impulse and dove into the water. The underwater world was a stark contrast to the surface, enveloped in profound silence and limited visibility. Yet, with the mecha's enhanced visual capabilities, he could detect everything within several kilometers through sonar. Schools of vibrant fish swam past him, and he occasionally spotted colossal creatures, including a massive whale that made his mecha appear infantile in comparison. "Goodness, what a gigantic sea turtle!" he marveled, noticing the turtle gliding by, easily weighing several hundred pounds. Intrigued, he followed the agile creature, which was surprisingly nimble in the water, far more so than many fish. The turtle, sensing Lu Hanfeng's approach, attempted to evade him, but he accelerated and caught it in his embrace. This turtle, of an unknown species, boasted a shell nearly 1 to 2 meters wide, almost as if it were enchanted. Lu Hanfeng contemplated the idea of keeping such a magnificent creature, though he realized it was far too large for private ownership. Suddenly, he spotted something. A sunken ship? His enhanced vision revealed a ship-shaped object over a kilometer deep beneath him. Releasing the turtle, he navigated toward the wreck. At a depth of over 1,000 meters, the mecha experienced no hindrance, and Lu Hanfeng felt as if he were on solid ground. The rusted remnants of the ship piqued his curiosity. As the mecha's eyes illuminated like twin searchlights, the entirety of the sunken vessel came into view. Reminiscing about cinematic treasure hunting adventures, Lu Hanfeng approached eagerly. The ship was remarkably intact, though the corrosive sea had rendered its hull a rusty shell. At his touch, the iron plates crumbled to dust. With brute force, he tore apart the deck, revealing the interior compartments. Could it be that I have truly struck gold? Lu Hanfeng's heart raced with exhilaration as he discovered several large wooden crates within the hold, remarkably preserved beneath the sea. A feat unlikely if they had been made of iron. With eager hands, he grasped one of the boxes, easily lifting it with just 3 fingers. As he prepared to pry it open, he hesitated. Despite his academic background, He understood the importance of caution. If the box had been well sealed against moisture, it might contain treasures unspoiled by seawater, and opening it recklessly could ruin everything within. After a moment's contemplation, he gathered all 4 crates into his arms and proceeded to violently break open other compartments. Unfortunately, aside from a few skeletons, he found nothing of value. As he realized there were no further treasures to be uncovered, Lu Hanfeng ascended from the depths, cradling the 4 crates, and soared towards the nearest island. Chapter 14. Biochemical Chips on the Beach. Lu Hanfeng gazed excitedly at the 4 boxes before him, with his mech standing behind him like a loyal guardian. "Oh, bless me, Goddess Chang'e, may I uncover a grand treasure." He silently prayed, carefully prying open the first wooden box. The lock had completely corroded, and with a gentle tug, it shattered. The moment he lifted the lid, a putrid stench assaulted his senses. The box was filled with murky seabed sludge and an assortment of unknown objects, leaving Lu Hanfeng's expression frozen in disappointment. This must be some sort of animal hides. What a waste of my emotions. Appending the box revealed remnants of what appeared to be animal skins, but they were thoroughly waterlogged and utterly worthless. Upon opening the second box, it seemed to contain hunting trophies like animal tusks and bones. Lu Hanfeng discovered several approximately 1 meter long ivory pieces. While somewhat decayed, their condition was decent enough that they could fetch a fair price, though they were classified as contraband, and possession could lead to serious trouble. For heaven's sake, at least give me something valuable after all this effort. Complaining softly, Lu Hanfeng proceeded to the third box, only to find it utterly empty. Whatever had once been inside had succumbed to the relentless decay of seawater. Without hesitation, he flipped open the final box, which disintegrated upon contact, spilling out several large stones, caked in marine sediment. What a stroke of bad luck, a complete waste of my emotions. Grabbing the few slightly valuable ivory pieces, he prepared to leave when his gaze caught a glimmer on one of the stones. Something stirred within him. Abandoning the ivories, he rushed to the stone, disregarding the muck, and began to scrape away the surface grime, revealing a glistening golden exterior. "I've hit the jackpot. This is pure doghead gold," he exclaimed, his excitement surging as he uncovered that the largest piece was even bigger than his head, weighing several hundred pounds. Lu Hanfeng's ecstatic shouts filled the air as he unearthed the smaller stones, each revealing the same precious metal. Such colossal doghead gold was extraordinarily rare, its value immeasurable. Though he had some knowledge of doghead gold, he recalled that the largest specimen on record was discovered in Australia, weighing over 570 pounds. While his find might not match that weight, its unique natural shape resembling a blurred feminine visage would certainly astonish the world if revealed. Haha, I am indeed the favored child of destiny. Lu Hanfeng laughed heartily, his joy beyond expression. However, selling the doghead gold in the Dragon Country would be impossible. If he brought it to light, he would face vehement criticism from experts and might even bear legal repercussions, likely ending up donating it for a meager sum. I must hide it for now and seek an opportunity to auction it in Hong Kong or abroad. Resolute, Lu Hanfeng turned and entered the Mech, swiftly stowing away the 4 pieces of doghead gold along with the ivories into a spatial device, his figure gradually vanishing as he activated stealth mode. By the time he returned to Red Island City, the sun was setting. He landed the Mech in a warehouse, where it transformed back into its original form, a worn-out hunk of metal that would hardly be associated with a formidable Mech. For a third-level civilization proficient in spatial technology, various types of personal mechs flourished. Some impressive models could shrink to the size of a button, transforming into towering interstellar machines. Lu Hanfeng's Pioneer Mech was among the most basic models. He called Director Su to report the successful completion of his mission. Su was generous with his praise, expressing gratitude from the higher-ups for the mech's capabilities. After hanging up, Lu Hanfeng called Du Yuangang. "Old Four, have you been possessed by the god of wine? You used to be my subordinate's subordinate, and now I'm nursing a headache. Brother Gang, how about we meet up tonight for another round? Get lost. Do you wish for my demise? I still have the legacy of the Du family to uphold. Plus, we have important matters tomorrow. Let's postpone our rendezvous for the night." After hanging up, Lu Hanfeng grabbed a quick meal and returned to the warehouse, now enveloped in darkness. The vast space felt eerily quiet, amplifying his solitude. Mech, Lu Hanfeng called softly, and the iron mass on the ground quivered, transforming instantaneously into its combat form, its head nearly brushing the warehouse ceiling. I have completed my genetic enhancement. I should possess the strength of a first-level genetic warrior, correct? Indeed, Master. Then, retrieve the biological chip from the spatial device. I wish to implant it immediately. At your command, my master. The mech's massive hand extended, revealing a pistol-like object. Lu Hanfeng's eyes gleamed with fervor. The pioneer mech had brought numerous technological treasures to assist its host's development, including the previously mentioned genetic enhancement serum and now the nanogene biological chip. Once implanted in his brain, this chip would transform him into a walking computer, capable of constant internet connectivity and direct control of the mech through remote operation. As he evolved into a higher-level genetic warrior, it would unlock countless additional functionalities. Lu Hanfeng turned away from the mech, standing with his back to it as the mech's hand aimed the small object at the back of his head. With a soft pop, he felt a slight sting as the device penetrated his skull, a sensation of tightness enveloping him as nearby nerves began to connect with the biological chip. A process expected to last about 2 hours. Mech, does the spatial device contain any three-dimensional satellites? There are a total of 4 satellites. 2 can cover the entire blue planet, while the other 2 are recommended for deployment on the moon or nearby space. Very well, retrieve the 4 satellites. The mech extended its hand once more, producing 4 iron objects, each about 50 centimeters in size. Placing them on the ground, the iron lumps began to tremble and morph, transforming into 4 peculiar objects that hovered in the air. One featured a propeller blade extending 20 centimeters, adorned with 4 large blades, while beneath it emerged a trumpet-like apparatus. Master, the three-dimensional waveband satellites are ready for launch at any moment. A mechanical voice from one of the satellites chimed. Lu Hanfeng nodded and promptly issued the command, launch. In the next instant, the 4 satellites glided toward the open door, accelerating rapidly as they ascended, vanishing into the night sky. The three-dimensional waveband signals differed from the current two-dimensional signals of the blue planet, boasting coverage thousands of times greater than existing satellites. With just 2 satellites, global coverage was assured, and even the depths of the ocean and subterranean locations would enjoy uninterrupted connectivity henceforth. As technological civilization advances to a higher echelon, the extensive deployment of three-dimensional signal satellites into the cosmos could establish an interstellar network encompassing all realms. Once this network interfaces with other civilizations, a mutual exchange would ensue. However, that is a matter for another time. Lu Hanfeng would not be so reckless as to engage with other civilizations without sufficient strength. The encounter between civilizations is likely to ignite interstellar warfare, with the vanquished party facing colonization by the victorious one. Given the current capabilities of Blue Star, any interaction with a civilization possessing an established network would likely culminate in dire consequences. Chapter 15. Call my sister Master. The satellite has ascended into space and is now operating along its predetermined orbit. From this moment forth, all your intelligent creations will be managed by the super artificial intelligence aboard the satellite. Please identify a location to deploy the super quantum computer. Only with the computational power of the quantum computer can the three-dimensional satellite truly realize its potential. A clear, melodious female voice resonated within Lu Hanfeng's mind. As the satellite's artificial intelligence communicated with him directly through the biological chip embedded in his brain. This exemplified the formidable allure of technology. The quantum computer will not be deployed just yet. I shall wait until I have developed for a time and find a discrete location for its placement. Understood, Master. Lu Hanfeng could distinctly perceive a shift in the artificial intelligence's demeanor. The super artificial intelligence aboard the satellite exhibited a remarkable level of humanity, its tone imbued with a semblance of human emotion, contrasting sharply with the mechanical nature of the Mecha's AI. Mecha, retrieve the production robots and intelligent machine tools. I am about to embark on the path of technology. At your command, my esteemed master. The Mecha's voice became animated, a stark departure from its previous monotony. It opened a portal in its chest, unleashing a wave of energy that caused the surrounding void to tremble, gradually revealing a pitch-black doorway. From within the portal emerged 30 individuals. Upon seeing their faces, Lu Hanfeng could not help but exclaim in shock, "Artificial intelligence. Could you not choose different visages?" It turned out that these production robots were an exact replication of his own features, making Lu Hanfeng feel as if he had been cloned into 30 identical units, a sight both bizarre and unsettling. "Master, should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I request that the production robots alter their appearances to randomly resemble ordinary male and female workers. Just ensure they all have East Asian features." "Understood, Master." As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, the 30 robots' faces began to shift and morph, transforming into 30 distinct visages, 15 men and 15 women, all youthful in appearance. Now that looks much more agreeable. The 30 robots each held iron objects measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, resembling segments of train cars. These represented the foundation upon which Blue Star would ascend to a first-level civilization, nano-unit intelligent machine tools. With these machines, his technological empire could soar to new heights. "Greetings, Master," the 30 robots proclaimed in unison, standing at attention. Lu Hanfeng felt as though he were addressing a legion of soldiers. "Haha, excellent. Let us tidy up and arrange the machine tools." With Lu Hanfeng's command, the robots sprang into action. They communicated seamlessly with the three-dimensional signal satellite, allowing him to issue orders merely by thinking, via the biological chip in his mind. Moreover, these robots required no sustenance, no wages. They were powered by self-contained micro-controlled nuclear fusion engines, utilizing solar energy and electric power systems, ensuring an inexhaustible energy supply, capable of working tirelessly day and night. Another advantage was that the robots operated the machine tools with precision, unlike humans who might err through carelessness. They adhered rigorously to the preset programming, virtually eliminating the possibility of mistakes. "Mech, I have now implanted the biological chip. Please provide me with the carrier for the spatial device. From now on, you shall reside within the spatial apparatus. I will summon you when needed." "At your command, Master." The mecha extended its enormous hand, revealing an object resembling a watch nestled within its palm. Lu Hanfeng took it and donned it on his wrist. In an instant, the mecha glimmered and vanished from sight. Lu Hanfeng gazed at the watch on his wrist with satisfaction. It was worth a fortune, a creation only achievable by a third-level civilization that had mastered spatial technology. The spatial device required a carrier, and this watch served that purpose. When he needed the mecha, he simply had to press a button on the watch to summon it. A radiant light flickered across the watch's surface, and a glowing, diminutive sprite of approximately 20 centimeters appeared. The sprite emitted a beam of light towards Lu Hanfeng, enveloping him entirely, thus completing the recognition of the carrier's master. "Master, summon me whenever you require my assistance." The sprite vanished into the watch, and Lu Hanfeng excitedly stroked the device on his wrist. He would not trade it for any sum. Once he achieved the status of a third-level gene warrior, the watch would bestow upon him countless additional benefits. He could now store any treasures within the mecha's spatial apparatus, a place of absolute security. In the future, as he advanced to a certain level, he might even control the spatial device himself. The following morning, Du Yuangang arrived early at the factory, gazing in astonishment at the neatly arranged, peculiar machines and the 30 employees. His mouth fell open in disbelief. Yesterday, this place was a chaotic mess, resembling a junkyard. And today it is spotless with so many new machines and people. How on earth did this happen? He turned to Lu Hanfeng, bewildered. "Laosi, where did you get these people and machines?" "Of course, I brought them while you were asleep last night." "Brother Gang, you have a busy day ahead. First, we need to apply for the company's registration, which will take a few days. During this time, we cannot produce anything, but we can prepare. You need to hire a secretary, an accountant, and a few procurement staff to fill the warehouse across the street. Henceforth, the people you hire must not interfere in the workshop. I will provide a list of required materials, and you need only procure accordingly." Laosi, what products will we manufacture?" "Brother Gang, this factory is not intended for producing goods for sale. Our primary focus is on creating intelligent machinery to pave the way for other enterprises. Thus, you will become a massive money-consuming beast, with expenditures increasing daily. We must apply for a company account today and complete the capital infusion. All legal representatives will be under your name, and the account will also be in your name. I will allocate you 10% of the company's shares. Lao Si, do we have that much money? Du Yuang's eyes widened in astonishment as he hesitated several times before voicing his thoughts. Remove the doubt. Brother, we have 10 billion in funds. Do you think we lack money? What? Lao Si, did you rob a bank? Don't be ridiculous. Our funds are completely legitimate. Du Yuangang reached for his phone to make a call, leaving Lu Hanfeng looking bewildered. Brother Gang, what are you doing? Aren't you saying I should call your sister? Since you are now divorced and my sister is single, we should not let good fortune slip away. Seeing that Du Yuangang had already dialed the number, Lu Hanfeng hurriedly intervened, snatching the phone from him in exasperation. Brother Gang, you've lost your mind. Your sister is an exceptional woman. I could never match her. Lu Hanfeng was well aware of Du Yuang's sister. She was sturdier than her brother and had excelled in women's martial arts, graduating top of her police academy class. She had undoubtedly evaded any encounters with bullying or harassment throughout her life. That sister was a force to be reckoned with. During a visit to his brother, she had easily toppled their dormitory with a single kick, rendering Lu Hanfeng, with his physique, utterly helpless in her presence. As Du Yuangang departed in his dilapidated pickup truck, Lu Hanfeng set off on his journey to the south. Chapter 16. The agency on the high-speed train from Hongdao City to the bustling metropolis. Lu Hanfeng quietly gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery. It was that enchanting season where spring gracefully transitioned into summer. The wheat fields outside shimmered in golden hues, with numerous harvesters busily traversing through the crops. Hey, Dad. A girl's voice on the opposite end of a phone call pulled him back to reality. Although she endeavored to lower her voice, Lu Hanfeng's acute hearing picked up every word as if she were whispering in his ear. Dad, I'm already on the train. Please take good care of Mom. I'm heading to the big city to earn a fortune and bring back money for her treatment. A painfully cliché narrative unfolded before him. Over the past 2 years, Lu Hanfeng had encountered countless individuals from the lower echelons of society while collecting scrap. Such stories were far too common. The moment he heard the girl's initial words, he instinctively envisioned her family's plight, her mother's illness requiring funds, a father incapable of providing, and her solitary venture into the vast city, hoping to improve their circumstances. Dreams may be grand, yet the harshness of reality gradually erodes one's aspirations, ambition, and even dignity. While wealth abounds in the metropolis, it is invariably concentrated in the hands of a mere fraction of the populace, leaving the majority as expendable. Only a select few fortunate individuals rise to fame, heralded as models of success. Lu Hanfeng had come to the city with the intent to forge his own commercial legend. Armed with advanced technological prowess, as he prepared to disembark, he produced a slip of paper and handed it to the girl. Observing her shy and bewildered expression, he uttered a final sentence before shouldering his bag and departing. This is my number. If you find it challenging to secure a suitable job, consider reaching out to me. I'm in the tech industry, and my new company is currently seeking talent. Hey, you. The girl attempted to call him back for clarification, but he swiftly navigated through the crowd and exited the train. Clutching the paper tightly, she remained oblivious to the fact that this moment could be a pivotal opportunity to alter her fate. Lu Hanfeng was merely offering her a chance. Whether she seizes it depends entirely on her. There were countless girls like her, eager to earn money yet blind to the harsh realities around them. A slight misguidance could easily lead them astray. Shanghai, here I come. Lu Hanfeng murmured to himself as he stood before the bustling station, surrounded by an endless throng of travelers, most of whom were seeking their livelihoods. After checking into a nearby hotel, Lu Hanfeng connected with his biological chip to assess the situation back in Hongdao City. The robotic assistant relayed that everything was proceeding smoothly. Du Yuangang had successfully registered the company, and they were merely awaiting approval for the business license. Thanks to Hongdao City's favorable business environment, the process had been expedited significantly in less accommodating locales. Such procedures could take over a month. This was precisely why he had chosen to establish his company in Hongdao City, for the benefits of location were undeniable. Why do so many entrepreneurs prefer the southern regions? It's not merely for the camaraderie. It's due to the advantageous business climate. Certain cities struggle to foster industrial growth, as the intricacies of interpersonal relationships within the bureaucratic framework can be daunting. With local government officials frequently inspecting fire safety and soliciting bribes, entrepreneurs often find themselves drained before they can even begin to profit. Shanghai is renowned as a global financial hub, teeming with elites. Yet, even the most exceptional individuals may falter here without a stroke of luck. After a modest lunch, he contacted an agency to assist in registering a new company. The benefit of hiring an agency lies in the time and labor saved, as they can significantly streamline the registration process. Huanyu Agency Services, he mused, appreciating the name. Upon arriving at the office building, he noticed a sign indicating the various companies on each floor. When he reached the registration floor, he was taken aback by the bustling business environment. Several individuals were consulting about company registrations, yet Lu Hanfeng's casual attire of a t-shirt and jeans made him appear rather unremarkable, causing the agents to overlook him. These agents were compensated based on their performance. High achievers earned more, while those who fell short relied on a meager base salary. Naturally, the shrewd agents preferred not to waste their time on someone who appeared lacking in potential. "Is there anyone available?" Lu Hanfeng furrowed his brow and called out, prompting a woman in her 30s to hurriedly approach him, clutching a folder. "Sir, I apologize. My colleagues are all busy. Let me offer you some water while you wait." She led him to a waiting area, hastily pouring a cup of tea and handing it to him. However, Lu Hanfeng's gaze drifted toward a few individuals in the distance, engrossed in their phones. "Is this what you call busy?" Noticing Lu Hanfeng's dissatisfaction, the woman offered an awkward smile. "Sir, are you looking to register a company? We've been in business for 6 years and have extensive experience in registrations and accounting. Excuse me, can you actually process the registration?" Lu Hanfeng interrupted. The woman blinked in surprise and nodded. "I'm just an intern, but I can assist with the process. I've been here for nearly a month and am quite familiar with all the procedures for company registration." "Then please tell me how much it would cost to register a telecommunications company and what the necessary steps are." "Sir, what did you say? A telecommunications company?" The woman hesitated, her expression shifting to one of concern. "You do realize that telecommunications companies are state-owned, and private entities are not allowed to register unless they are affiliated with one of the 3 major operators, focusing solely on value-added services. This requires certain connections with the operators. If you're merely looking to handle accounts, I recommend choosing a different category." "No, I insist on registering a telecommunications company. Your agency only needs to help me with the process. I'll manage the other complexities myself." "Of course, I won't skimp on the fees." The woman's face displayed a mix of alarm and hesitation. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Sir, I have never encountered a situation like this before. Please hold on while I get my manager." She turned to leave, and within a minute, a stout man in a suit approached. He scrutinized Lu Hanfeng seated on the couch, his brow furrowed in disdain. "Sir, you're not here to cause trouble, are you? Telecommunications companies are state-owned, and the 3 major operators monopolize all operations. The government does not permit private registration." "Oh, perhaps I am the exception you've been looking for. I only need you to prepare the documentation and assist with the procedures. Once registered, I will pay you in full." "Huh, do you take us for fools? If the registration fails, we receive nothing. You clearly intend to create chaos." The man turned to the intern, Zhang Ruiji. "Look at the caliber of individuals you are attending to. Have you learned nothing in your month here? How many mistakes have you made?" "Zhang Ruiji, I am officially notifying you that your internship has not been approved. Please gather your belongings and report to Secretary Li for your termination paperwork." The manager reprimanded the intern and walked away, leaving Lu Hanfeng in a state of disbelief. "Manager Lu, please, give me another chance. I truly need this job," the intern pleaded, chasing after him. Meanwhile, Lu Hanfeng's expression darkened. It was disheartening that his first endeavor in Shanghai had gone so awry. He retrieved his phone and browsed registration information online, contemplating the possibility of applying for the registration himself. If necessary, he could forego the agency altogether. Chapter 17. The establishment of the telecommunications company with a heavy heart. Lu Hanfeng rose and made his way towards the elevator, unexpectedly encountering the young woman from earlier, who was leaving the company with a cardboard box in her arms, her expression forlorn. "My apologies, madam. I genuinely came to negotiate business, not to create trouble." Lu Hanfeng thought, feeling a pang of guilt. Had it not been for him, she would not have lost her job. "Sir, this is not your fault. Manager Lu had long plotted my dismissal. He coerced me into accompanying him during my internship. When I refused, he made my work unbearable," she sighed, lowering her head as she entered the elevator. Lu Hanfeng quickly followed her inside, leaving the two of them in an awkward silence. "Regardless, you lost your job because of me. If you are willing, you can join me. I am about to establish a new company and am in need of personnel." The woman looked at him, her interest piqued. "You must possess a respectable educational background to have secured your previous job, and at your age, you undoubtedly have some work experience. With a base salary of 8,000 plus accommodation and various benefits, you could easily earn over 10,000 a month. As the company grows, the benefits will improve. You would be welcomed into the management team, and you would no longer have to endure the unspoken rules of the workplace. You should consider this. Are you serious?" Her eyes brightened, showing a glimmer of hope in Lu Hanfeng's words. "I am willing to invest 10 million to register the company. What do you think?" I am willing. When can I start?" Her voice trembled with excitement. The previous moment's despair now transformed into a sense of unexpected opportunity, as if fate had played a delightful trick on her. "You can start right away. Your salary and benefits will begin immediately. This afternoon, your task is to assist me in preparing the registration materials for the telecommunications company. Once submitted, we will begin searching for an office location. My requirement is that it be spacious to accommodate future expansion." Are you genuinely planning to register a telecommunications company?" "The authorities will never approve it. Telecommunications is state-sensitive, and the three major domestic players have saturated the market. This is a realm private entities cannot enter." Her expression turned somewhat disheartened, as Lu Hanfeng realized that if he continued to hit a wall, the company might collapse before it even began. "Well, what if I said this is a project in collaboration with the government? You can rest assured, I will handle all the challenges. The telecommunications company will liaise with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology under constant governmental oversight, meaning we are not operating entirely as a private entity." This. She hesitated, gazing at Lu Hanfeng, who, feeling vexed, thought that despite his extensive explanations, she appeared to be obstinate. It was only because the company was in its initial stages that he was being so accommodating. In a few months, she would likely be the one pleading for his assistance, albeit through the proper hiring process. "Your name is Zhang Ruiji, correct? For now, join me. If the company fails or you are unsatisfied, I will compensate you at a daily rate of 500. "Boss, I am willing. I can start working at any time." With such generous terms offered, her worries dissipated. "My name is Lu Hanfeng. This afternoon, we will prepare the company's documents." Zhang Ruiji proved to be highly capable, handling tasks with meticulous thought and decisive action, exuding the air of a formidable executive. In half an afternoon, the two visited several locations, printing, filling out forms, and submitting the registration application just half an hour before the business office was set to close. "Zhang Ruiji, I am very satisfied with your work capabilities. Tomorrow, you need to find a suitable office building, spacious and well located. If the price is right, secure the lease." "Understood, Mr. Lu. I will look up suitable locations online tonight, and will take you to inspect them tomorrow." The way Zhang Ruiji addressed him as Mr. Lu lifted Lu Hanfeng's spirits, reminding him of how just a few days prior, he had been at a recycling station collecting scraps. Upon returning to the hotel, an unfamiliar call came through, originating from his hometown. After a brief hesitation, Lu Hanfeng answered, expecting trouble from the Gong family, but was surprised to find it was a call from the bank regarding his loan. "Mr. Lu, your loan has been overdue for 2 days. When do you plan to make the payment?" "Loan?" Lu Hanfeng suddenly recalled the mortgage on the villa he had purchased for 2 million, with monthly repayments exceeding 10,000, which he had been paying for nearly a year. "May I ask what happens if I do not pay?" "If you do not repay, The bank will place you on a blacklist, severely impacting your travel and daily life. Furthermore, we will auction off the property to recover the debt. The consequences are quite serious. Mr. Lu, please consider carefully. My ex-wife cheated and we divorced. That property is in my brother-in-law's name. Do you think I would continue making payments? I suggest that in order to mitigate losses, you should promptly auction that property. I will not be repaying the loan, and as for being blacklisted, you will need to locate my information first. Lu Hanfeng hung up abruptly, indifferent to the concept of being blacklisted. His information was classified, and local banks lacked the authority to access it. Moreover, he had secured a substantial loan of $1 billion from the state, albeit through a different bank account that granted him VIP status for large transactions without prior arrangements. The initial loan was dubious. He had been deceived by the Gong family's sweet talk, and the lending bank was merely a small local institution. In retrospect, it was possible that the loan for the house was a scheme orchestrated by Lin Dong, aimed at seizing the $4 million in demolition compensation for his land. The following day, Zhang Ruizhi contacted Lu Hanfeng early to inspect potential office spaces, and he found a massive office building exceeding 1,000 square meters. Inquiring about the price, he was astonished to learn it was as high as 7 yuan per square meter, amounting to over 200,000 a month, and still not in the city center. Lu Hanfeng silently marveled at the exorbitant cost of living in Shanghai. With the office lease finalized, Zhang Ruizhi felt a sense of relief. A company without an office would hardly inspire confidence in its employees. However, gazing at the immense space, she began to feel overwhelmed. She was the sole decision-maker for such a vast enterprise. Tomorrow, we will recruit finance and HR personnel. Our future product positioning will be as a burgeoning telecommunications giant in the country. After hiring, you will need to devise a network marketing strategy. Our products will be ready in about 10 days, so prepare for a pre-launch campaign to create buzz for our upcoming offerings. In the future, our interstellar communications will span the globe, aiming to establish the premier telecommunications company. I will send you the detailed product specifications via email. Understood, Mr. Lu. Zhang Ruizhi shot him a peculiar glance, bemused by his grand ambitions for such a small company to dominate the global telecommunications market. Yet, he was the boss. And as a humble employee, she could only smile and comply, as long as he continued to provide her salary. Zhang Ruizhi, your capabilities have earned my recognition. From now on, you will serve as the general manager of the Interstellar Communications Company, with your base salary increasing from 8,000 to 20,000. Once we have recruited staff, I hope you will treat the company as your own venture, managing all matters, big and small. I require you to compile a comprehensive set of regulations, encompassing the remuneration and benefits for both employees and management. Indeed, Mr. Lu, I will exert myself to the utmost and will not disappoint your expectations. Zhang Ruizhi's small face flushed with excitement, her already alluring features becoming even more captivating, prompting Lu Hanfeng to discreetly avert his gaze. Upon returning to his hotel, Lu Hanfeng picked up his phone and called Director Su, inquiring about matters pertaining to the telecommunications company, a topic he had previously mentioned during the video conference with his colleagues. Chapter 18. Optoelectronic Network Technology. In order for the technological civilization of Blue Star to ascend to a primary civilization, it must firmly grasp several pivotal projects: communication technology, nanotechnology, and genetic technology, alongside the most crucial military-industrial technology, though that is a matter for the future. However, a chill wind blows. Although the bigwigs have promised to open the telecommunications companies to you, there will undoubtedly be dissent from the 3 telecommunications giants. This will require you to negotiate with them in the future. After all, entering the telecommunications sector inevitably involves these 3 titans, entangled in subsequent processes such as number portability and information interoperability. The market is finite. Each new telecommunications company is akin to carving flesh from their bodies, and one can hardly blame them for their displeasure. I must admit, I had not considered this thoroughly. How about this, Director Su? Could you assist me in arranging a meeting with the CEOs of the 3 telecommunications companies? I am willing to offer them the groundbreaking optoelectronic network technology, provided that they grant me access to number portability and integrate all business operations. I shall bestow this technology upon them free of charge. What exactly is this optoelectronic technology? Sue inquired, bewildered on the other end of the phone. Lu Hanfeng then elucidated, the optoelectronic network technology alters the signal's wavelength, enabling it to transmit through both light and electricity. With this technology, they will no longer need to frequently lay fiber optic lines. For instance, Director Sue, when you wish to connect a computer to the internet, you must first run a fiber optic cable to your home, connect it to a fiber optic modem, and then to a router to access Wi-Fi, achieving full network coverage indoors. Conversely, the optoelectronic network technology allows the signal to be directly transmitted via signal towers, utilizing light and electrical sources for propagation. This results in seamless internet coverage in any area with light and electricity, without the need for fiber optic cables, modems, or routers. So, if the three operators adopt your optoelectronic technology, wouldn't they save significantly on costs? Indeed, they could save at least 40%. Currently, the major expenses in long countries' communication technology stem from the costs associated with signal-based stations and the laborious process of installing fiber optic lines. With the optoelectronic network technology, these costs could be eliminated. 40% savings? Good heavens, that is an astronomical figure. Hanfeng, please hold on. I will contact them immediately. Sue hung up the phone, and a sly smile crept across Lu Hanfeng's face. While these technologies may sound grand, they held little value for him. With the three-dimensional wavelength signals, any competing telecommunications company would face extinction. And this three-dimensional signal was intricately linked to the most crucial star network, which was his greatest secret. Within 5 minutes, Sue's call returned, his tone brimming with excitement. Hanfeng, I just spoke with number 2. They relayed your situation to the three giants, and they would like you to come to the capital tomorrow. They will invite network engineers to test the feasibility of your optoelectronic network. Very well, Director Sue. Please send me the location and time. I shall arrive punctually. After hanging up, Lu Hanfeng could not contain his laughter. The fact that the three giants requested a face-to-face meeting indicated their interest in his technology. Once they met, he had further schemes awaiting them, ensuring they would not refuse his interstellar communication venture. The following morning, Lu Hanfeng declined Zhang Ruiji's recruitment offer, instructing her to manage things independently, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. In the capital, Lu Hanfeng piloted his Mech to a secluded park, retracting the Mech into a spatial device before leisurely strolling towards an opulent building in the distance. The meeting was set at the Capital Conference Center, a place that amalgamated conferences, leisure, entertainment, and accommodation. Clad in simple attire, Lu Hanfeng felt distinctly out of place amidst the luxurious ambience. Luxury vehicles frequently pulled up outside the conference center, with their occupants typically being distinguished executives dressed to the nines. Lu Hanfeng, maintaining a calm demeanor, observed all this. Since the moment he bonded with the Mech, his sights had been set on the vast cosmos. The heights he aspired to were far beyond those of these seemingly elite individuals. He made a phone call, and shortly after, a bespectacled woman in her 30s approached. After a brief hesitation, she walked directly to Lu Hanfeng. Are you Mr. Lu? Yes, I am Lu Hanfeng. Please follow me, Mr. Lu. The woman guided him through a series of turns into a small conference room, where over a dozen individuals were already seated, leaving 4 key positions at the front conspicuously vacant. Lu Hanfeng took his seat, with 3 empty spots remaining, their significance evident. Please wait a moment. The 3 CEOs will be here shortly. Lu Hanfeng nodded, surveying the room, which appeared to be filled with technical personnel, including several elderly gentlemen. As he appraised them, they too scrutinized him with discerning eyes, their gazes lacking warmth, as if he were usurping their livelihoods. The conference room door swung open, and 3 middle-aged men in tailored suits entered. Casting a glance, Lu Hanfeng recognized them. He had done his homework, and a simple search online had revealed a plethora of information about these 3 bigwigs. Greetings, President Wang, President Yang, President Shang. Lu Hanfeng stood and courteously nodded in acknowledgement. As he was the junior member present, the 3 executives did not display any airs, responding with friendly nods before taking their seats. Comrade Lu Hanfeng, This meeting primarily concerns the optoelectronic network technology you mentioned yesterday. Our technical personnel are all present. Could you provide a brief overview of this technology? Certainly, President Wang. The optoelectronic network involves modifying the wavelength of the signal, allowing it to be transmitted through light and electricity. The resultant signals are characterized by speed, stability, and convenience. Most importantly, adopting this optoelectronic network technology could reduce costs for your three companies by 40%. What? A 40% reduction? That is implausible. Preposterous. The three executives expressed disbelief, while the technical personnel erupted in indignation, each vociferously contesting Lu Hanfeng's claims. At this moment, it was not a matter of who could shout the loudest, so Lu Hanfeng leaned back in his chair, smiling as he awaited the conclusion of this uproar, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. With a resounding clap, President Wang struck the table, bringing immediate silence to the room. His gaze swept across the assembly, his expression dark as he glared at the dissenters. We are all elites in Long Country's telecommunications sector. We are not a market square of gossiping housewives. Can we not maintain some decorum? The room fell silent. And Lu Hanfeng seized the opportunity to speak again. The current communication technology you employ is overly reliant on base stations, fiber optic lines, modems, and routers. This rudimentary approach incurs exorbitant labor costs for installation, maintenance, and upkeep. Given the escalating costs of labor, you should be more acutely aware of these expenditures than I. Chapter 19. Why don't you soar into the sky? Comrade Lu Hanfeng, is the optoelectronic network technology you mentioned a mature technology or merely a figment of the imagination? Mr. Shang, seated across from Lu Hanfeng, inquired slowly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room to Lu Hanfeng. Undoubtedly, it is a mature technology, and I have brought all the necessary technologies with me. If the three esteemed executives can agree to my conditions, I will offer all these technologies free of charge. Lu Hanfeng extracted a USB drive from his pocket, once again captivating the gaze of all present. What are your conditions? The three executives, seasoned veterans of the telecommunications industry, listened intently. First, I wish to establish a telecommunications company, requiring the support of the three major telecommunications giants. Once the company is formed, I intend to engage in profound cooperation with the three major operators, such as number portability and signal interoperability, among other things. Rest assured, my telecommunications company will operate under the supervision of national authorities, who can monitor and review all company information through the interface I provide. The conference room fell silent as the three executives exchanged glances, while the technical staff stared at Lu Hanfeng, lost in their thoughts. May we witness the optoelectronic network technology you speak of? Certainly, I have prepared for this moment. Lu Hanfeng nodded with a smile, his thoughts instantly connecting to the three-dimensional waveband signal satellites, enabling artificial intelligence to deploy an optoelectronic signal network that enveloped the conference room. My company has already launched a satellite, which currently serves only me. The optoelectronic network will transmit signals through the lighting and wiring in this room. You may take out your phones and computers to verify. The signal indicating interstellar communication is our optoelectronic network signal. In the future, you will only need to produce a device similar to a router for the optoelectronic network converter to achieve network coverage. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room took out their phones and indeed found interstellar communication in their Wi-Fi signal list. This is the Dragon Country Conference Center. How could your company's network possibly exist here? Haha. This is the extraordinary aspect of optoelectronic networks. Wherever there is light and electricity, there can be a network. The requirements for base stations are not so stringent, and in the future, devices like fiber optic modems and routers will be as obsolete as pagers. A mixture of expressions played across the faces of the group as they fiddled with their phones, while several technicians operated computers to test the strength and transmission rate of the interstellar communication signal. Observing the three executives quietly conferring, Lu Hanfeng threw out another bombshell. Gentlemen, if you agree to the conditions I proposed earlier, I will not only provide you with all the documentation regarding the optoelectronic network technology, but can also offer mature technological data for 6G, 7G, and 8G signals. What? The conference room erupted once more. The Dragon Country has only just begun with 5G signals, and 6G is still a distant prospect. How could you possibly have developed 8G signals? If you're so remarkable, why don't you ascend to the heavens? Mr. Lu, are you jesting? Haha. I possess all the documentation. The three executives made deliberate. If you agree, you will understand the technology with just a glance. Young man, since you have such formidable technological resources, why not offer them to the nation to enhance our strength? To leverage these resources to coerce the three executives is hardly virtuous. Is it? Indeed, a young person with such valuable assets should be contributing to the nation instead of merely seeking personal gain. Do you not find it shameful? I believe Mr. Lu's technology should indeed be dedicated to the nation. After all, it is Dragon Country that nurtured you. If everyone were as selfish as you, how could our nation ever grow strong? The three executives remained silent, while a few older gentlemen took turns lecturing Lu Hanfeng from their moral high ground. Unfazed, Lu Hanfeng glanced at the three executives, noting their silence, and inwardly cursed them as cunning foxes. Clearly, they were deliberately allowing their subordinates to speak. Should this endeavor succeed, they would gain the technology without any cost. May I interject? Of course, if you have yet to conclude, I can wait. Mr. Lu, please proceed. Each technological advancement represents an immense investment of time and money, much like the investments the nation has made in you skilled technicians. You know better than anyone how much the country has invested in you. My technology is the result of countless hours and resources spent by our research team. I want to go into specifics, but now you stand atop your moral pedestal, demanding I simply donate it. This is akin to you investing vast sums to create a masterpiece, only to be told you must give it away to improve the lives of others. Or imagine me demanding that you donate your money, house, car, or even your family members to those heroes fighting for the nation. Is that not absurd? Lu Hanfeng's words left the previously boisterous experts momentarily speechless, while Mr. Wang, seated at the head of the table, cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Mr. Lu, we cannot reject your technology. We have discussed your request and agree to your conditions. However, when we are unable to comprehend these technological materials, you must provide technical support. That goes without saying, Mr. Wang, Mr. Yang, Mr. Shang. May our collaboration be fruitful. Lu Hanfeng rose, smiling as he extended his hand to the three executives. This trip to the capital had not been in vain. He had successfully persuaded the three giants. With a trove of seemingly useless technologies, he had secured the launch of his interstellar communication, for mastering communication equated to grasping the foundation of interstellar warfare. As the meeting concluded, Lu Hanfeng was preparing to return to the Magic City when Director Su called him again. Hanfeng, has the meeting concluded? I have received word that the three executives were very satisfied with the conference. Don't rush back, since you are in the capital. Report to headquarters and collect your credentials and firearm. Just stand in front of the conference center, and someone will come to pick you up. Understood, Director Su. Lu Hanfeng had no objections to Director Su's arrangement. He stood in front of the conference center, idly scrolling on his phone. Moments later, a red flag sedan came to a stop nearby, and the figure stepping out caused him to freeze in place. Nangong Yueying? The young woman was the stunning girl he had previously rescued from pirates. Her surname was already rare, and combined with her youthful beauty, Lu Hanfeng certainly remembered her well. However, he had remained in the Mech during the incident, so she did not recognize him. Nangong Yueying scanned the crowd in front of the conference center, and Lu Hanfeng quickly deduced that she was likely sent by the security bureau to escort him. Nangong Yueying, Lu Hanfeng called out, and the girl turned in surprise, her eyes lighting up as she recognized him. You are Hanfeng. Indeed. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I came specifically to express my gratitude. Haha. There is no need for such formality. It was merely my duty. Miss Nangong, let us proceed to the security bureau. Chapter 20. Are you interested in older men? Throughout the journey, Nangong Yueying was filled with excitement, her beautiful eyes occasionally stealing glances at Lu Hanfeng's handsome visage. What is this? Miss Nangong, are you interested in older men? To ease the awkward atmosphere, Lu Hanfeng made a light-hearted jest, and indeed, Nangong Yueying chuckled softly, hee hee. What do you mean by older man? I see from your profile that you're only 25 this year. Isn't a divorced man considered an older man? But how could a young and stunning beauty like you end up in such a remote seaside place? Lu Hanfeng lamented. I regret it, to be honest. I was initially supposed to go out to sea to celebrate with a friend from India, but we ended up veering off course. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Or else. May I take a look at your mech? Nangong Yuang bit her lip, her face alight with anticipation as her clear, sparkling eyes glanced sideways at Lu Hanfeng in the passenger seat. Here? Lu Hanfeng smiled slightly. Once you finish your business, I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for saving my life. Shall we find a secluded spot where you can bring your mech for me to admire? Sure, when it comes to a beautiful lady's request, how could I refuse? Lu Hanfeng held a favorable impression of this girl, though he was aware of her distinguished background and had not considered any romantic implications given his recent divorce. The vehicle wound its way to a military base on the outskirts of the capital. After the guards registered Lu Hanfeng's credentials, they allowed the car to pass. Miss Nangong, are you also a member of the security bureau? Lu Hanfeng remarked, noting that the guards had not checked her identity, leading him to initially believe that beauty conferred certain privileges. I'm just an ordinary, delicate woman. I only took on the task of hosting you due to my uncle's influence, she replied. I find that hard to believe, Lu Hanfeng retorted. But Nangong Yuang merely smiled and offered no further comment as the car came to a halt in front of a small building where security was exceedingly tight, with guards stationed every few steps. Get out, Hanfeng. My uncle and the others are waiting for you. Lu Hanfeng had been quite curious about her uncle, and it wasn't until he encountered a formidable figure in an office that he realized Nangong Yuang's uncle was actually the esteemed number 2. Hello, number 2. Lu Hanfeng approached eagerly to shake hands with the elder, while Nangong Yuang giggled at his nervous demeanor. Hello, little Lu. It's good to finally meet you, number 2 said with a warm smile, exuding no airs of superiority. This is your superior, the director of the security bureau, Bai Tsongjiang. As one of his subordinates, I presume you haven't had the chance to meet the highest authority yet. Number 2 indicated a stern-looking middle-aged man seated nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanfeng quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. Director Bai, greetings. Ha, splendid. Old Su has found us a fine talent. Bai Tsongjiang chuckled, patting Lu Hanfeng on the shoulder, obviously pleased with him. Hanfeng, as a member of the security bureau, this should be your first visit to the headquarters. I'll arrange for someone to show you around shortly. Make sure to engage with your colleagues, as it will facilitate cooperation on future missions. Understood, Director Bai? At that moment, a soldier knocked and entered, holding a package. Bai Tsongjiang took it and handed it to Lu Hanfeng. Hanfeng, here are your credentials and sidearm. From now on, you are a formal member of our security bureau. Lu Hanfeng examined the package, noticing a thick stack of credentials the size of his palm, with his photo and identity information on the first page, followed by numerous impressive seals from various military and governmental departments. He had anticipated that Bai Tsongjiang would assign a team member to show him around, but to his surprise, Nangong Yuang volunteered for the task. Hanfeng, I'm quite familiar with the security bureau. As a newcomer, be prepared. They will likely challenge you at the training ground to assess your capabilities. A challenge? I'm eager to test my own limits. Lu Hanfeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. As the most formidable and enigmatic department in the Dragon Kingdom, this place must harbor extraordinary talents. Since his genetic enhancement, he had yet to encounter worthy opponents, and this opportunity would allow him to gauge his true potential. As they entered a grand hall, Lu Hanfeng was captivated by the intense scenes unfolding within. The expansive hall, over 1,000 square meters, was filled with more than 20 individuals engaged in training or combat, each exhibiting wild movements and impressive prowess, regardless of gender. The closest pair, both towering over 1.9 meters, clashed with such ferocity that their punches echoed like thunder. A single blow would likely incapacitate an average person. Hanfeng, these are members of the security bureau, and they are the elite warriors selected from across the Dragon Kingdom, Nangong Yuang explained. They undertake missions when called upon, but otherwise, they train diligently here. Her voice attracted the attention of several nearby security personnel who paused their training and approached. A tall, Muscular woman with short hair wiped the sweat from her brow as she stepped forward. Miss Nangong, may I ask who this is? Yang, this is our new recruit, Hanfeng. You may have heard of his exploits. Hanfeng, the one with the mech? Yang's exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the training hall, all of whom ceased their activities to gather around. Hanfeng, where's your mech? Inquired a burly man, eyeing him with curiosity. The name had been ringing through the bureau lately, especially following the S-level overseas rescue mission he had accomplished in just half an hour, rescuing 4 hostages from pirates. The mech is too cumbersome to carry around all the time. I summon it when needed, Lu Hanfeng replied, reluctant to disclose too many secrets in front of so many onlookers, believing it prudent to keep some cards close to his chest. That makes sense. I heard that mech is 6 meters tall and weighs over 30 tons. How are your martial arts skills, Hanfeng? Shall we have a friendly match? Yang suggested, playfully patting Lu Hanfeng on the shoulder. Remarkably, she was taller than he was, and a slap from her would likely leave most gritting their teeth in pain. Well, I admit I lack formal training, but having grown up in poverty, I've developed quite a bit of raw strength. Oh, then let us see what you've got. With Lu Hanfeng's eager consent, the surrounding security bureau members perked up, quickly clearing a space for the two to spar. Nangong Yueying watched with keen interest as well. Hanfeng, I have been practicing Jeet Kune Do and various forms of Kung Fu since childhood. My strength is formidable, and an average person would struggle to withstand a single blow from me. So be cautious, Yang warned as she positioned herself 4 meters away. Just as her words fell, she lunged forward like a tiger pouncing, closing the distance in under a second, her fist the size of a sandbag aimed directly at Lu Hanfeng's chest, creating a deafening whoosh as it sliced through the air. Yet, to Lu Hanfeng, her speed seemed insufficient. The enhancements to his genetic makeup had granted him extraordinary reflexes, rendering her movements almost slow in comparison. With a mere lean to the side, he effortlessly evaded Yang's attack, and as she recovered, she transformed her right fist into a peculiar pointed shape, aiming it at his shoulder with a swift, whistling motion. Chapter 21. Testing strength. Lu Hanfeng sought to gauge his own power, extending his arms to confront her strike head-on. At the moment of collision, a sharp crack echoed, and Lu Hanfeng felt only a tremor in his arms, unscathed. The force was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Opposite him, Nightingale's face turned pale as she staggered back, shaking her wrist. That blow had felt akin to striking a wall, leaving her entire right hand numb. Hanfeng, have you not trained? Your defense is remarkably strong. I feel you surpass even the mightiest of defenses, the diamond. What? The surrounding team members widened their eyes in astonishment, while a towering man nearby exhibited an enthusiastic expression, eagerly preparing to step forward. Hanfeng, come again, let me witness your strength, Nightingale bellowed, her figure leaping 3 meters to stand before Lu Hanfeng. This time, Lu Hanfeng did not evade but swung his fist down. Bang! The impact of their blows resonated powerfully. Nightingale was sent flying backward, landing in the embrace of a burly man from the crowd. Hee! Nightingale, you delivered yourself right into my arms. Black Bear, get lost. Nightingale retaliated with an elbow strike to the man holding her, compelling him to release her. Her complexion was ashen, her right hand trembling violently at her side, clearly at a disadvantage. Such power. Hanfeng, do you truly lack martial training and rely solely on brute strength? If your punch had struck me, I would have been incapacitated. I genuinely lack martial training. This strength was honed during my days collecting scrap. Nonsense. If strength could be cultivated to your extent, the diamond would have already ascended to divinity. He has trained at Shaolin for 12 years, and his strength pales in comparison to yours. Nightingale, must you always compare me to him? The tall, bald giant glared at Nightingale with displeasure before striding toward Lu Hanfeng. Hanfeng, I am the diamond. Let us measure our strengths. Very well. I, too, wish to test my limits. Brother Hanfeng, I grew up in Shaolin, mastering the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt techniques. My punch can fell a bull, so be cautious. As the diamond finished speaking, he dashed toward Lu Hanfeng, his fist raised, creating a thunderous sound. Come at me. Lu Hanfeng, exhilarated, advanced to meet him, reveling in this pure contest of strength, devoid of martial arts. Boom. Lu Hanfeng unleashed half his might, and the tremendous force struck the diamond, propelling him like a cannonball, landing several meters away, caught by two young men. Ouch, that hurt. Hanfeng, what kind of strength do you possess? The diamond, clutching his arm in pain, grimaced. He could barely lift it, trembling from the intensity of the blow. The gazes of the Safety Bureau team members shifted dramatically as Lu Hanfeng earned their respect through his prowess. Beside him, Nangong Yueying regarded him with a hint of astonishment. After their exchanges, no one dared to challenge him further. Nangong Yueying led him away from the Safety Bureau headquarters to a luxurious hotel. Upon entering the hotel, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Li Kuang, the pirate he had rescued. "See, are you here for a meal? Join us. I have a few old acquaintances here." Li Kuang greeted Nangong Yueying warmly, casting a fierce glance at Lu Hanfeng. "No, thank you. I'm here to meet a friend privately." Nangong Yueying declined his invitation, preparing to leave with Lu Hanfeng, but Li Kuang called out to Lu Hanfeng directly. "Dining is dining. Finish quickly and scram. Xiao Yu's status is beyond the reach of someone like you." Li Kuang. Nangong Yueying's face darkened with fury as she glared at him. Li Kuang merely smiled and turned away. "Hanfeng, please don't take offense. That's just his nature." "Miss Nangong, is he your suitor? His jealousy seems rather excessive. We grew up together. He does have some feelings for me, but I'm not interested." "Enough about that. I've reserved a private room. Let us head straight in." Nangong Yueying offered an apologetic glance as she led him into a small private room. Though modest, it felt exceedingly spacious for just two. The waiter soon arrived with the dishes, and Nangong Yueying opened a bottle of red wine, sharing a few glasses with him. "Miss Nangong, after dinner, I must take my leave. I've come to Beijing primarily to negotiate with three major figures in the telecommunications industry, and once that's settled, I'll return to handle matters at my company." "Hee. Hanfeng, I'm curious. Why do you aspire to establish a telecommunications company as a private entity? Historically, telecommunications holds significant strategic importance and is strictly regulated by the state, remaining within its purview." "Miss Nangong, I have no choice. I must establish this telecommunications company and aim to dominate the domestic and even global telecommunications market." If such words had escaped another's lips, Nangong Yueying would surely deem them mad. However, she remained silent before the enigmatic Lu Hanfeng. "After dinner, come to my home." Don't misunderstand. I mean my place offers more privacy. I wish to see that mech." "Very well. I also need a place to deploy the mech for a flight back to Modu." They departed the restaurant, driving toward the suburbs, where Nangong Yueying's residence turned out to be an expansive villa, opulent in its grandeur. Given the exorbitant real estate prices in the capital, its value was beyond comprehension. Unexpectedly, Miss Nangong was quite the affluent lady. This villa represented a status many could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. "Hee, my parents are business people with their own company. Perhaps we may collaborate commercially in the future." Nangong Yueying intended to invite him inside, but Lu Hanfeng declined, eager to return to handle company affairs. Upon reaching the villa's backyard, Nangong Yueying gazed at him with curiosity. "Hanfeng, are you summoning the mech? It should be equipped with artificial intelligence, correct?" "Hee. Miss Nangong, I hope you keep what you see to yourself. The mech has always been with me. This secret has never been revealed to outsiders." Lu Hanfeng stepped forward, standing in an open space and lightly pressing a button on the wristband of his left arm. With a beep, his identity was verified, and the next moment, a brilliant light flashed as a 6-meter-tall mech thundered into existence before him, a stunning and eerie entrance that left Nangong Yueying in awe. "Heavens, Hanfeng, how did you manage this?" "Miss Nangong, I appreciate your hospitality, but I must take my leave now. Farewell." Lu Hanfeng waved to her, and in the blink of an eye, the mech seized him and placed him into the cockpit, disappearing slowly into the air. The sound of its departure echoing as Nangong Yueying understood the mech had taken flight. He truly is an extraordinary individual, so distinct from others. Chapter 22. Company dinner. Lu Hanfeng flew back to the city, settling at a hotel while he sought a rental property through a real estate agent. Living in a hotel indefinitely was neither financially prudent nor offered any semblance of privacy. After attending to these matters, he arrived at the company. only to be surprised that Zhang Ruizhi had managed to recruit 7 or 8 employees within just a morning, instantly infusing the once quiet office with vitality. Everyone, please listen up. I would like to introduce our boss, General Manager Lu. Zhang Ruizhi clapped her hands, summoning a group of young employees. They appeared to be fresh graduates, their eyes wide with curiosity as they gazed at the youthful Lu Hanfeng. This is our boss, General Manager Lu Hanfeng. From now on, you will all be his subordinates. Hello, General Manager. The chorus of greetings from the young men and women stirred something unusual in Lu Hanfeng's heart. Who could have anticipated that just days ago he was scavenging for scraps, and now he stood at the helm of his own tech company in this vibrant metropolis? Greetings, everyone. We are now a family. I hope that while you work for the company, you can also realize your own life ambitions. Lu Hanfeng said as he followed Zhang Ruizhi into a makeshift office. The company was still in its infancy, with many essential supplies yet to be procured, rendering the office far from its ideal state. I have already arranged for the necessary equipment to be purchased, and I have secured your office, which is the large room at the back. It is quiet and includes a private restroom and lounge, Zhang Ruizhi informed him. Good, I trust you to handle it. Lu Hanfeng was thoroughly pleased with Zhang Ruizhi's capabilities and attention to detail. Additionally, I am in the process of hiring a secretary for you, but I haven't found a suitable candidate this morning. I will attend a job fair tomorrow, she continued. A secretary? I don't think that is necessary. Why not just hire one for yourself? He suggested. No, General Manager, you are the face of the company. A secretary is essential, otherwise, you may be looked down upon during business negotiations with other firms. For a company aspiring to grow strong, a certain level of prestige must be established. Many successful entrepreneurs drive luxury cars, not merely for show, but as a testament to their company's strength. If you have the funds, I recommend purchasing a high-end vehicle in the company's name. All right, I will transfer 5 million to the company account. You can acquire 2 cars, one for each of us. As long as they are over 1 million, he agreed. Thank you, General Manager. Zhang Ruizhi rejoiced. Just days prior, she was worried about making ends meet. And now she had not only become a manager, but also had company cars at her disposal. That evening, Lu Hanfeng organized a company dinner to celebrate the firm's official establishment, selecting a star-rated hotel for the occasion. He provided only the basic parameters, allowing Zhang Ruizhi to manage the details. At a table of 10, this gathering marked the nascent capital of the interstellar communication company. Encouraged by Zhang Ruizhi, Lu Hanfeng rose to deliver a few opening remarks. First, I would like to express my gratitude for your joining us. Today, I secured the communication company's rights in the capital. Tomorrow, Manager Zhang can handle the subsequent procedures with the business administration. Trust me, interstellar communication will soon become the leading communication company globally, surpassing all competitors. Zhang Ruizhi shot Lu Hanfeng a strange look. While such words might inspire fresh graduates, did he not fear aiming too high and missing the mark? To Lu Hanfeng's surprise, Zhang Ruizhi displayed remarkable fortitude, toasting him while the 8 employees took turns raising their glasses. She consumed over half a pound of liquor with ease, showing no signs of inebriation. Unlike the 3 young women who became increasingly tipsy and began babbling nonsense. One bold girl even linked arms with Lu Hanfeng, insisting on sharing a toast and relentlessly inquiring if he was single. After the feast, as the group dispersed, Lu Hanfeng called for 3 taxis to take everyone home. Just as he was about to leave the hotel for his rental, a drunken woman rushed out, colliding directly into his arms. A strong scent of alcohol mixed with the floral fragrance emanating from her enveloped him. He initially thought she was merely a woman who had overindulged, but she clung to him desperately, panic etched across her face. Please, save me. I've been drugged. Call the police. Huh. Lu Hanfeng's expression shifted as 4 men pursued her, swiftly surrounding them. One burly man stepped forward, attempting to drag the woman away. Miss Lin, young Master Li is waiting for you. Come with us to finish the drinks. No. Please, sir, help me. Call the police. I've been drugged. The woman clung tighter to Lu Hanfeng, her voice a desperate plea. Looking down, he was struck by her beauty. She was around his age, with delicate features that resembled those of a celestial being. Her cascading hair accentuated her fragile allure, and her fitted dress could not conceal her stunning figure. Her flushed cheeks and dazed eyes suggested she was barely able to stand, relying on Lu Hanfeng for support, stirring feelings within him that he had not anticipated. Kid, mind your own business. This is not something you can meddle in. Be careful not to get yourself in trouble, one of the thugs warned. Lu Hanfeng had no intention of backing down, but the man's words ignited a fire within him. You foul creature. You know not what you speak. Release her. With that, Lu Hanfeng struck the thug's wrist with a swift motion, hearing a sickening crack as it twisted unnaturally. The man's eyes widened in shock before he howled in pain. Collapsing to the ground, his face pale. Beat him. Kill this bastard. The remaining 3 men exchanged glances and charged at Lu Hanfeng. He met their advance head-on, delivering a powerful kick to one man's midsection. The force propelled him 7 or 8 meters back, landing in a heap at the hotel entrance, groaning in agony. What the hell? The 2 remaining men halted in their tracks, terrified. How could one possess such strength? Take me with you. The girl gazed at Lu Hanfeng with gratitude, her voice a soft, breathy whisper. Nodding, he wrapped his arm around her waist and opened the door to a nearby taxi. Slipping inside, the 2 thugs exchanged glances, unwilling to approach. They were merely bodyguards and had no desire to face the wrath of this formidable adversary. Driver, to Hongjing community. Lu Hanfeng instructed, handing the driver $200 bills. The driver took the money and accelerated away. Brother, you truly have remarkable skills. That kick sent him flying nearly 10 meters. I practiced martial arts in my youth, but I cannot compare to you. The taxi driver rambled on. But Lu Hanfeng was too preoccupied to listen, his focus solely on the girl nestled in his embrace. She leaned against him, her breaths heavy and labored. Her face flushed with embarrassment as her small hand gripped his arm tightly. Lin Mushin's mind still retained a flicker of clarity. She had thought she would meet her demise at the hands of that brute. In her moment of despair, she had clung to the only man in sight, who turned out to be her unlikely savior. She never imagined that the lifeline she grasped would be a fierce dragon capable of effortlessly securing her freedom, all while being undeniably youthful and handsome, instilling in her a profound sense of safety. Shall I take you to the hospital, beautiful? No. I implore you to take me to your home. A cold shower is all I need. My phone and identification are all at the hotel. I beg you. Lin Mushin pleaded desperately, tilting her head back. Lu Hanfeng looked down, instantly captivated by her pitifully delicate appearance. How could he possibly bring himself to refuse her? Chapter 23. My name is Lin Mushin. Lu Hanfeng never anticipated that even before he had settled into the newly rented abode, he would already be escorting a stunning beauty home. Supporting the delicate woman, whose body was weak and unsteady, Lin Mushin hurried into the bathroom. No sooner had he closed the door than the sound of the shower filled the air. What on earth is happening? Lu Hanfeng sat dumbfounded on the sofa, the sounds emanating from the bathroom rendering him restless. He had merely locked his heart away after being hurt by another woman. It was not that he had renounced all interest in the fairer sex. Faced with such an enchanting beauty, it was only natural that he felt a stir within him. The shower continued for half an hour, followed by the soft, suppressed sounds of feminine sighs. Although the noises were hushed, for someone with Lu Hanfeng's acute hearing, they were as clear as if they were whispered in his ear. Goodness, could this woman be indulging in herself in there? His mind raced back to the flush on her cheeks and her earlier words about being drugged. The tantalizing sounds from the bathroom only fueled his imagination further. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, yet he did not see the girl emerge. Instead, a timid voice called from within. Sir, could you come here for a moment? Lu Hanfeng, bewildered, approached the bathroom door, only to be met with a sight that left him utterly stunned. The girl lay partially on the cold tiles, her porcelain skin marred by an unusual flush, her face resembling a ripe tomato. I've been drugged, and it's a potent aphrodisiac. I can't relieve myself. If I don't, I'll go mad. Sir, I know you are a good man. I'm not unattractive, am I? Please help me. Let us consider this a one-night affair, and I promise I won't bother you afterward. Her words struck Lu Hanfeng like a thunderclap, reverberating in his mind. Before such a captivating beauty, no man could resist her allure, especially when she was pleading for his assistance. I can't hold on any longer. Sir, please. The girl on the floor bore a pleading expression, her entire body trembling instinctively. After 3 years without the company of a woman, Lu Hanfeng felt himself ignite like a powder keg, bursting forth in a fiery explosion of desire. With eyes ablaze, he bent down and lifted the girl, rushing toward his bedroom. Remember my name. I am Lin Mushin. You are my first man, she uttered, her reason dissipating as she succumbed to overwhelming passion. Morning arrived, and Lu Hanfeng awoke early, staring blankly at the ceiling. If not for the warm, fragrant body nestled beside him, he might have doubted whether the events of the previous night were but a vivid dream. Damn, what a situation. The girl stirred slightly in his arms, and as he glanced down, he saw that she had not yet awakened. However, her fluttering lashes and the increasing redness of her cheeks betrayed her state. Her long hair cascaded over both of them, framing her exquisite visage. My name is Lu Hanfeng, Lu as in the mainland, and Hanfeng as in the biting cold wind. Darling, since you're awake, why don't we chat? With a gentle hand still around her slender waist, he playfully teased her, causing Lin Mushin to shyly open her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Since this has happened, we must face it bravely. Let us discuss what transpired last night. He lifted her petite form to sit upright, allowing her to lean against him. Lin Mushin's face flushed crimson, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. I am Lin Mushin. Last night, I had dinner with Li Hang from Hamlin Group to discuss a collaboration. He has been pursuing me for some time, but I had repeatedly rejected him. Last night, he slipped drugs into my drink. Sensing something was amiss, I excused myself to the bathroom and fled, leaving my phone and bag behind to allay their suspicions. Then I ran into you at the hotel entrance. I truly had no other options. I never expected you to be so formidable, able to fend off Li Hang's 4 bodyguards. Darling, didn't you just escape from a wolf's den only to walk into a tiger's lair? Humph. That scoundrel Li Hang has resorted to all sorts of vile tactics to possess me. If it weren't for his coercion using the collaboration as leverage, I would never have given him a moment as chance. Better you benefit than that brute. I would rather die than engage with him. So, you are the company's owner? Lu Hanfeng asked, astonished, glancing down at her. Lin Mushin, bashful, nodded. Yes, my father owns a sizable automotive parts manufacturing plant. Li Hang's family is in automobile production. If I can secure an order from them, it would revive my family's struggling factory. My father has poured his heart and soul into building that factory over 3 decades. I cannot bear to watch it collapse, especially as he is getting older and in poor health. I manage the factory myself. A parts manufacturing plant? What scale are we talking about? Lu Hanfeng's eyes sparkled. The automotive industry was a crucial component of his grand business vision. Initially, he intended to stabilize his precision machinery and communication enterprises before venturing into automotive manufacturing. But this encounter with Lin Mushin might just accelerate his plans. The factory is located in Su Province, and it is quite substantial. We employ over 600 staff. However, due to the current economic climate, car manufacturers are engaged in price wars, and the rates for outsourced orders are being driven down, forcing many factories like ours to the brink of closure. My father worked tirelessly for 30 years to reach this scale, and I am determined to keep it afloat. Oh, the realities of societal development are harsh. Progress inevitably leads to the decline of many industries. We are now in the era of the internet and smart technology. And as the technology for intelligent machinery matures, factories such as yours will eventually be swept away by the tide of time. Your determination is admirable, but I fear it is misdirected. Would you consider selling the factory? Is it possible to simply hand it over? Everyone is aware that the market is poor. Are you suggesting I pass it on to you? Lin Mushin shot him a flirtatious glance, a momentary spark that captivated Lu Hanfeng. His ex-wife, Gong Yuyan, was beautiful, but she paled in comparison to Lin Mushin. Every move she made was imbued with an enchanting allure. No wonder that wealthy scion was so desperate to win her over. You are mine now. Transfer the factory to me, and I will ensure it flourishes. You need not worry about your father's legacy being lost, and you will still be the mistress of the factory. It is indeed a win-win situation. Humph, this was merely a one-night affair. After today, we shall be strangers. Do you think sleeping with me will bind me to you for life? A man can dream. Looking at the enchanting woman in his embrace, Lu Hanfeng felt as if love had once again graced his life, lifting his spirits immensely. Ha ha ha, now that you are with me, you will find it impossible to escape my grasp. Furthermore, I will transform your family's factory into something beyond your wildest dreams. Are you serious? Even though my family's factory has been declining, selling it would still cost 2 to 3 million. Do you possess such funds? Lin Mushin surveyed the modest apartment, doubting the capability of the man before her to acquire her family's factory. Do you dare to underestimate your man? It appears the lesson I imparted to you was insufficient. With a devilish smile, Lu Hanfeng rolled over, pinning Lin Mushin beneath him. Their gazes locked, and her cheeks flushed once more as she weakly pushed against him. Lu Hanfeng, you Mushin. Today I will show you the strength of your man. Chapter 24. Are you really that miserable? It wasn't until afternoon that Lin Mushin struggled to rise from her bed. Faced with Lu Hanfeng, who had become as robust as a prehistoric beast after genetic enhancement, she was genuinely frightened. She had eaten lunch at his behest. After finally regaining a modicum of strength, she hurriedly got out of bed and dressed, anxious that Lu Hanfeng might once again unleash his fury upon her. Wait, I'll accompany you to the hotel to retrieve your phone and bag, and then we shall visit your family's factory together. You'd best summon your father. It's likely that your family's factory will soon bear the Lu surname, Lu Hanfeng declared. But Lu Hanfeng, that's tens of millions, not just a few hundred. Besides, the processing industry is tough right now. Have you lost your mind? Lin Mushin retorted, her disbelief palpable. She could not fathom anyone investing such a fortune in her factory. Had it been her, she would have preferred to secure the money in a bank, ensuring her future security. My ambitions surpass anything you could ever imagine. In due time, you will come to understand the magnitude of your man's capabilities, Lu Hanfeng replied, wrapping an arm around Lin Mushin's slender waist as they prepared to leave. Lin Mushin struggled momentarily before surrendering. Just as they reached the door, she abruptly returned to her bedroom, emerging moments later with a plastic bag containing a blood-stained bedsheet. Lu Hanfeng cast a teasing glance her way, causing Lin Mushin to blush fiercely. What are you staring at? Let us go, she urged, her legs moving awkwardly as she descended the stairs, her brow furrowed and her gaze occasionally shooting daggers at Lu Hanfeng. Noticing her demeanor, Lu Hanfeng effortlessly lifted her into a princess carry and began to stride toward the exit. Put me down, Lu Hanfeng. This is mortifying. Stay still, move again, and I'll sweat you. Lu Hanfeng barked, and Lin Mushin instantly quieted. Against his formidable strength, she felt no inclination to resist. He carried her to a taxi, where they indeed found her bag and phone in the hotel. All her documents were intact. Last night, Li Hang had shown no interest in these items, and upon her escape, he had vented his frustration on several bodyguards. To Lu Hanfeng's surprise, Lin Mushin produced a car key from her bag and pressed it, causing a Maserati parked at the hotel entrance to beep twice in response. A beautiful car and a beautiful woman. My luck last night was quite splendid, he remarked. Lin Mushin shot him an indignant glance before climbing into the car, with Lu Hanfeng taking the passenger seat beside her. Lu Hanfeng, are you really intending to cling to me? I told you last night was merely a one-night affair. We are adults. Must you be so juvenile? Enough chatter. Let us first inspect your family's factory, he retorted, fastening his seatbelt and reclining in his seat, his eyes surveying the luxurious interior that harmonized perfectly with Lin Mushin's elegance. She truly embodied the essence of a sophisticated urban lady. Irritated, Lin Mushin pouted and slammed the accelerator, propelling the car forward at breakneck speed. As they swiftly merged onto the highway, Lu Hanfeng intermittently inquired about the factory's status, leaving Lin Mushin perplexed regarding his intentions. Their tranquility was shattered by the ringing of Lu Hanfeng's phone. Upon glancing at the screen, his previously cheerful demeanor darkened, as it displayed the name Gong Yuyan. He frowned and promptly rejected the call. What's wrong? Lin Mushin asked, surprised by his grim expression. My ex-wife is calling, likely asking for help with her mortgage or seeking financial assistance. What? You're married? Lin Mushin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded the youthful man beside her, who appeared too young to have entered such a commitment. I just divorced. It was a ludicrous marriage arranged under my father's dying wish. For 2 years, that woman didn't allow me to lay a finger on her. I only recently learned she had been unfaithful for 2 years, living off my earnings from the scrapyard I managed. This marriage was nothing but a deception orchestrated by her family, who plotted for 2 years to acquire our $4 million land. What? Lu Hanfeng, are you really that unfortunate? Lin Mushin initially offered a sympathetic expression, only to be overtaken by curiosity, stealing glances at his profile. When one door closes, another opens. This failed marriage was merely a minor misstep in my life, he reflected. The phone rang again, and though Lu Hanfeng hesitated to decline, he ultimately answered, putting it on speakerphone so Lin Mushin could hear his past, facilitating better understanding between them moving forward. Hanfeng, please don't hang up. I realize my mistakes. Can you forgive me? Come back, and we can rebuild our lives together. I'll even join you in running a scrapyard, she pleaded. My apologies, Miss Gong. But I'm thoroughly tired of dealing with scrap. I will never touch it again, and you're short on cash, aren't you? If I'm not mistaken. The bank is likely pursuing you for repayment, and they may seize your villa? Hanfeng, considering our 2 years of marriage, I beg you to help me pay off the mortgage. I'm truly at my wit's end. Do we have any connection after 2 years of marriage? Whenever I touched your hand at dinner, you recoiled in disgust. Now you speak of fondness? By the way, where is your lover? If I'm not mistaken, he was eyeing my land from the start, not you. Hanfeng, don't call me by my name. It sickens me. From now on, your family's fate is of no concern to me. And please convey to your sister that I have not forgotten the grudge I hold against your family. I will ensure she pays for it. Lu Hanfeng hung up and immediately blocked all contact with the Gong family. Meanwhile, Lin Mushin, driving, cast a strange glance at him. What did you do to them? Nothing much. They plotted against my land, so I donated it to a charity to build an orphanage. They schemed for me to take out a loan for a villa, so I simply ceased payments, allowing the bank to auction off their property. They are nothing but parasites. I'm curious to see how they survive now. That sounds quite satisfying. Lin Mushin's family factory was located in Yincheng, Jiangsu province, a mere 3-hour drive from the bustling metropolis. Many enterprises followed a similar model, establishing their headquarters in the city while situating their factories in Jiangsu or Zhejiang provinces. Upon his first glimpse of Lin Mushin's factory, Lu Hanfeng resolved to acquire it without hesitation. The factory's prime location, just a few kilometers from the seaside port and surrounded by automotive manufacturing and processing plants, was crucial for his future plans. Chapter 25. Acquisition of the factory. Whose name is this factory under now? Lu Hanfeng inquired solemnly, standing before the factory's entrance. It is under my father's name. Lu Hanfeng. You can't be serious about acquiring my family's factory, can you? Have you lost your mind? Lin Mushin stared at him in disbelief. Have your father come here. I intend to take over this factory. Not only do I wish to acquire your family's establishment, but I also want to appoint you as the president of my automotive manufacturing company. Your destiny is to be my woman, Lu Hanfeng. Are you serious? Upon seeing his grave expression, Lin Mushin began to reconsider her dismissive attitude. The automotive industry is a field I must venture into in the future. This leading automotive company will undoubtedly be my stellar manufacturing endeavor. Without hesitation, Lin Mushin took out her phone to contact her father. Her father had long considered selling the factory, yet current investors were exceedingly shrewd. Who would want to acquire a loss-making factory? Those interested often offered derisory prices, devoid of sincerity. Therefore, upon hearing that someone wanted to buy the factory, he hurried over, though it would take him nearly an hour to arrive due to the distance. Lin Mushin guided Lu Hanfeng on a tour of the factory, which spanned over 3,000 square meters, housing hundreds of machines, including various lathes, hydraulic equipment, and tools. The factory employed over 600 workers, marking it as a considerable establishment. Furthermore, Lin Mushin's father had a background in machine tools and placed immense importance on the maintenance of these machines, ensuring that all were in excellent condition. As night fell, Lu Hanfeng promptly reserved a table at a nearby restaurant. Mushin, let us head to the hotel. You should call my future father-in-law to come directly. We can discuss matters while dining. How can you call him that? It sounds dreadful. We haven't even formalized anything yet. Lin Mushin playfully punched him. But to Lu Hanfeng, it felt like flirtation. Having slept together, you say we haven't formalized anything? Miss Lin, what do you consider formalizing? Should I remind you of last night's events in this car? Lu Hanfeng feigned reaching for Lin Mushin's clothing, prompting her to squeal and swiftly swat his hand away. Are you insane? You're driving. Lin Mushin, you need to redefine our relationship. If you genuinely like me, pursue me through the proper channels. We barely know each other. Such significant matters cannot be trifled with. You wouldn't want to face another divorce, would you? Her words rendered Lu Hanfeng silent. Lin Mushin was beautiful and alluring. Hailing from a respectable family and adeptly managing a factory of 600 to 700 employees, she was indeed a fitting match. If she wished to follow the conventional path, he was determined to win her over with his charm. A short while later in the hotel suite, a man in his 50s entered. Lu Hanfeng promptly stood to greet him, recognizing the importance of showing respect to his future father-in-law, especially after having wooed his daughter. Uncle Lin, I am Lu Hanfeng. Oh. So, you are the one looking to acquire my factory? Lin Dongyuan scrutinized the young, handsome man before him, somewhat incredulous. Lu Hanfeng did not appear to be someone capable of producing over 20 million. Dad, this is my friend Lu Hanfeng. Lu Hanfeng, this is my father, Lin Dongyuan. Since he expresses interest in purchasing our factory, please quote him a fair market price. Lin Dongyuan, after a moment's hesitation, finally turned to Lu Hanfeng. Mr. Lu, in business terms, you've seen the factory. My asking price is 25 million. What do you think? Just to clarify, I only accept cash transactions. Both Lin Dongyuan and his daughter focused intently on Lu Hanfeng. He nodded, acknowledging that the price was rather reasonable. If he were to negotiate, he could likely reduce it to between 20 and 22 million. However, considering they would soon be family, he felt it inappropriate to haggle. Very well, let us proceed at that price. Uncle Lin, you may arrange for the contract preparation. I can transfer the funds at any time. What? The father and daughter stared at Lu Hanfeng in disbelief, convinced he was jesting. Mr. Lu, you aren't negotiating? There's no need. This factory represents your lifelong investment, and your asking price indicates its value to you. If the market conditions were better, you likely wouldn't part with it, am I right? Mr. Lu, you truly understand my sentiments. This factory is like my child. I have nurtured it to its current state. I would only sell it under dire circumstances. Lin Dongyuan moved, grasped Lu Hanfeng's hand. Since we have agreed on the price, I will transfer the funds now. Tomorrow, we can finalize the contract. In the future, Mushin will remain the owner of the factory, but it will be revamped according to my vision. Transfer funds? Both Lin Dongyuan and Lin Mushin were taken aback, especially Lin Mushin, who could hardly believe that he would offer such a sum without a signed contract. Lu Hanfeng smiled as he accepted Lin Dongyuan's bank card, completing the transfer before their eyes. As a VIP client of Longhua Bank, his transactions were instantaneous. Upon seeing the notification of funds received, the father and daughter remained in stunned disbelief, particularly Lin Mushin, who finally recognized Lu Hanfeng's capability to purchase her family's factory. With a significant worry lifted, Lin Dongyuan, feeling a bit tipsy from the compliments, was easily swayed by Lu Hanfeng's charm. Initially intending to spend the night with Lin Mushin, she, sensing his intentions, clung tightly to her father's arm to escort him to the car, using the excuse of taking her father home to escape. Lin Mushin, you are destined to be my woman. Watching her drive away, Lu Hanfeng returned to the hotel to settle in for the night. The following morning, Lin Mushin, along with her father Lin Dongyuan, met with Lu Hanfeng to finalize the factory's paperwork. From that day forward, Lu Hanfeng would oversee this substantial establishment. Mushin, I have a task for you. You will need to lay off a significant portion of the factory's workforce. Our factory will transition to full automation, and we will not require such a large number of employees. Many will be left unemployed? Lin Mushin's face reflected concern. These employees had been with her father for many years, and dismissing them so callously felt cruel. Progress is often harsh. It is an inevitable trend. For a business to survive, it must innovate. The reason you are struggling is due to high labor costs, while your competitors have already embraced automation. Very well. I will comply with your request. Furthermore, Mushin, when you lay off employees, refrain from accepting orders from other factories. Complete the current orders, and from now on, we will not take any external contracts. What? How will we survive without orders? Lin Mushin exclaimed, staring at Lu Hanfeng as if he were a fool. Listen to me first. Your next task is to find a struggling automotive manufacturing plant on the brink of closure and negotiate a fair price to acquire it. Are you truly intent on producing automobiles? Lu Hanfeng, do you know how much it costs to purchase an automotive manufacturing plant? It's vastly different from our parts processing factory. They often start at hundreds of millions. Her implication was clear. She doubted his financial capacity, revealing her underlying skepticism. Rest assured regarding financial matters, my funds are still ample. Please expedite the affairs and report back to me promptly, as this matter is urgent and pivotal to the progress of a significant undertaking ahead. Very well, you are the one in charge, and your judgment prevails. However, the acquisition of the automobile manufacturing plant should not pose considerable difficulty, as there are several factories in the vicinity struggling to survive. The automotive industry is currently in turmoil, with the luxury car titans Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi engaged in fierce price wars, leaving many small to medium-sized car manufacturers to navigate through challenging times. Chapter 26. The foolish road deer gazes into the mirror. Having departed from Su province, Lu Hanfeng piloted his Mech back to Hongdao City. The Interstellar Precision Machinery Factory had completed its registration and approval procedures, merely awaiting the final certification to commence operations. Upon his arrival, he found Du Yuangang leading several robots in unloading supplies at the warehouse entrance. These were all preparatory materials purchased in anticipation of production, contingent upon the issuance of the business license. Seeing Du Yuangang competing in strength with the robots elicited an involuntary laugh from Lu Hanfeng. This fellow had always boasted of his physical prowess, oblivious to the fact that he was pitted against non-human entities. How could a mere human body possibly contend with machines? The absurdity was palpable. The robots effortlessly lifted metal components weighing several hundred pounds without so much as a tremor, while Du Yuangang strained with all his might, his face reddening with exertion, yet he barely managed to budge anything, especially when a female robot casually shoved him aside and lifted the load single-handedly, leaving him utterly mortified. "Brother Gang?" Lu Hanfeng called, and Du Yuangang approached, his expression sheepish. "Where did you summon this motley crew from? Each one seems to possess Herculean strength. Even those girls can effortlessly lift cargo weighing hundreds of pounds. Are you not disheartening the rest of us?" "Haha, Brother Gang. Your earlier display reminded me of a foolish road deer gazing into a mirror. You, a normal human, attempting to match strength with robots. Did you pour your water into your brain this morning? Robots?" Du Yuangang exclaimed, turning in shock to observe the employees. A short-haired girl was effortlessly carrying a steel coil into the warehouse. Although the coil was not particularly large, it weighed 2 tons, something no ordinary person could achieve. Indeed, everyone in the workshop was a robot, and in the future, the factory would produce intelligent industrial robots. "Brother Gang, you should procure a box truck for transporting the robots, and hire a few drivers for logistics. The robots manufactured here will be shipped across the nation." "Understood," Du Yuangang responded, his face still flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had been competing against a cadre of robots, a revelation that felt utterly humiliating. The two men ascended to a small building in front of the machinery factory, where they unexpectedly encountered a pure-looking young woman at a computer, engrossed in her work. Upon seeing Du Yuangang, she quickly stood to greet him. "Hello, General Manager Du." Du Yuangang, feeling somewhat guilty, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hanfeng. As a former roommate who had shared pants with him, Lu Hanfeng easily discerned his intentions. Du Yuangang, tall and robust, had a penchant for innocent-looking, demure girls. Clearly, he wasn't merely hiring employees. He was seeking a romantic interest under the guise of recruitment. "Xie Pingping, this is our esteemed boss, Lu Hanfeng. You should greet him whenever you see him." "Ah, hello, General Manager Lu. I am the new accountant and secretary, Xie Pingping. Please take care of me in the future." The girl hurriedly greeted him, her clear eyes discreetly appraising the young and handsome Lu Hanfeng. He suppressed a smile and nodded at her, then seized Du Yuan Gang by the neck and pulled him into his office. Brother Gang, you've got some nerve. How long do you plan to keep her under your spell? Haha, I knew I couldn't fool you, old four. I had my eye on her during the recruitment fair. We'll be together every day. I'm confident I can win her over, especially since my parents are pushing me to marry. I'll just bring her home then. Brother Gang, you can fool around as you please, but you must keep your work and personal affairs separate. When hiring, you may use your friends and relatives, yet you should understand human nature better than I do. This balance is something you must navigate on your own. Du Yuan Gang nodded, aware that they had both toiled at the bottom of society for 2 years, understanding the complexities of human relationships. Old four, we've been making purchases without restraint. How much is this going to cost? I've already bought 4 box trucks and hired 4 procurement officers. The expenses are flowing out like water, and many of the items are exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. I'm losing track of the spending. I'll transfer you another 20 million. Don't worry about the expenditures. Just buy whatever is on the procurement list from the factory. One more thing to consider. Keep a close eye on the procurement officers. You know better than anyone how murky that business can be. I understand. I personally handle all procurement matters. Good. From now on, you should manage the overall situation and refrain from doing manual labor alongside the robots. You're the boss. It's unbecoming for a boss to be hauling goods. Also, send your pickup truck home and procure a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million in the company's name for your personal use. How can a boss drive an old pickup? When you go out to negotiate business, how do you expect others to perceive you? What? Are you serious, old four? Du Yuangang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Hanfeng. Upon seeing him nod in affirmation, he excitedly rushed forward to embrace Lu Hanfeng. Old four, you're like a godfather to me. I've always wanted to drive a luxury car. You're fulfilling a lifelong dream. Get lost. Go home and brush your teeth more often. Otherwise, Ping will definitely refuse to let you kiss her in the future. Haha, Du Yuangang scratched his head, feeling bashful. After leaving the machinery factory, Lu Hanfeng flew back to the Magic City, finally experiencing the incredible power of the Mech. No matter the location, he could reach any place in mere minutes, allowing him to oversee factories across the nation simultaneously. The Interstellar Communication Company had also hired several employees, and a dozen people seated in the office gave off a credible aura. Lu Hanfeng entered Zhang Ruizhi's office, where she was packing her belongings, preparing to leave. Oh, General Manager Lu, you've arrived just in time. Our business license has been approved, and the company can now officially commence operations. I initially thought it would take several days, but the process was unexpectedly swift, and it's for the communications company's license. Lu Hanfeng chuckled lightly, not overly concerned, as he knew this was the result of his efforts behind the scenes. Without them, the initial application for the communications company would have been rejected outright. Now that the business license is secured, let us begin our promotional efforts. You should hold a meeting for the employees later and devise a suitable marketing strategy. Create an air of mysterious anticipation among the public. The mobile phone cards will take a few days to arrive. The mobile phone cards he referenced would be manufactured by his precision machinery factory, marking its inaugural product. He needed to control the chip production personally, as it was crucial for the advancement of numerous future projects. The essence of intelligent machinery lies within the chips, and their technology is a vital component. The two descended to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to collect the license, only to discover that Zhang Ruizhi pressed the button for the basement level, revealing she had purchased a vehicle, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. General Manager, I ordered a Maybach for you under the company's name. It should arrive within the next few days, and it will be your new vehicle. Lu Hanfeng didn't pay much mind to the car. No luxury vehicle could rival the allure of his Mech. However, since the Mech could not appear in public, having a Maybach for formal occasions would serve to bolster his image. Chapter 27. A Heroic Rescue Under Moonlight. One evening, Lu Hanfeng had intended to rendezvous with Lin Mushin in Su Province, but a phone call abruptly disrupted his plans. To his surprise, the caller was Nangong Yueying from the capital. His relationship with Miss Nangong was one of mere admiration. He dared not entertain any deeper notions. Hello, Miss Nangong. It's Hanfeng. How may I assist you? Hanfeng, can you come to my rescue? I am surrounded by a gang of ruffians. Lu Hanfeng was momentarily taken aback. A gang? Had she been watching too many Hong Kong films? I'm visiting Xiangjiang, and now I'm encircled by a group of thugs. I've sent you my location. Please hurry. Realizing that she meant actual trouble, Lu Hanfeng wasted no time. He swiftly sought a secluded spot to summon his mech and soared into the sky, pushing the mech to its limits. He reached over 150 times the speed of sound and arrived at Nangong Yueying's coordinates in approximately 3 minutes. In a picturesque, secluded area, a row of vans surrounded a Ferrari sports car. 2 women atop the supercar were being dragged towards the vans by a group of delinquent youths, one of whom was Nangong Yueying. Recognizing the urgency of the situation and the overwhelming number of assailants, Lu Hanfeng wasted no time. He revealed the true form of his mech and descended through a gap in the crowd. As the 6-meter-high mech landed, the impact was akin to a comet striking the earth. A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the ground for hundreds of meters. The ground where he landed was transformed into a massive crater, with the mech's legs sinking into the pit. The shockwave knocked several thugs off their feet, and those dragging the 2 women halted in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide in shock at the colossal mech before them. Seizing the moment of confusion, Nangong Yueying pulled the other bewildered woman to safety, darting towards the mech. Hanfeng, help me teach them a lesson. They can't bully 2 helpless women like us. Your wish is my command, my queen. The mech replied in a mechanical voice, indistinguishable in gender. In the next instant, a 5 or 6 meter long sword materialized in its grasp, and with a sweeping motion, several thugs were sent flying like pesky flies. As they soared through the air, cries of agony erupted from their mouths, blood spraying forth as they landed several meters away, writhing in pain. What sort of monster is this? Never mind the monster, just attack. I refuse to believe that we can't take down this scrap metal with our numbers. Some audacious thugs brandished their weapons and charged at the mech. This scene nearly made Lu Hanfeng inside the mech burst into laughter. Did they truly think that a mech capable of clashing with aircraft carriers could be intimidated by mere sticks? With a swift motion, Lu Hanfeng swung the sword, sending anyone who approached flying as if swatted away. The remaining thugs, realizing the precariousness of their situation, scrambled towards the vans. The mech leaped over 10 meters, landing atop one of the vans. With a powerful downward strike, the sword cleaved through the vehicle without emitting a sound until it was withdrawn, at which point the van split in 2 with a thunderous crash. The occupants inside stared in shock at the spectacle. Lu Hanfeng, uninterested in further entanglements, kicked the severed halves of the van aside as if they were mere toys. In less than a minute, the thugs were dispatched, with none dead but certainly bearing broken limbs. Hanfeng, you're so cool, Nangong Yueying shouted, her voice filled with admiration, reminiscent of a starstruck fan. Lu Hanfeng approached the 2 women, his gaze resting on the unfamiliar one, who exuded a mature, alluring charm, contrasting sharply with Nangong Yueying's youthful allure. The woman, with her flowing wine-red hair and form-fitting attire, was captivating, and the 2 together radiated an intoxicating allure. Hanfeng, this is my cousin, Yuelingyuan. Can you take us for a spin? A spin? Lu Hanfeng was momentarily stunned, realizing she wished for a ride in the mech. Unable to refuse, he extended his arms, and amidst their surprised gasps, lifted both women effortlessly into the air, though cautious not to fly too fast while carrying them. Their exhilaration was palpable as they shouted with delight. Hanfeng, let us do something thrilling. After a moment, Nangong Yueying shouted once more. Craving excitement, are we? Lu Hanfeng smirked mischievously, though the 2 could not see his expression through the mech. With a sudden surge, he ascended to the heights of the night sky, then let himself drop. The fierce winds whipped through the air, causing the women's hair to dance wildly as they screamed in exhilaration. As the ground rushed closer, their faces paled with fear, yet Lu Hanfeng showed no intention of slowing down until mere meters from the ground, where the mech abruptly halted, suspended just above the earth. Hanfeng, you're such a tease. You nearly scared me to death. Nangong Yueying pouted, her tone playful yet sincere, a combination that left Lu Hanfeng feeling utterly disarmed. As he gently set them down, both women wobbled slightly, nearly collapsing without his support. By now, the thugs had fled, leaving behind only the severed van and the striking red Ferrari. Hanfeng, come with us. I'll treat you to a drink, Nangong Yueying urged, leading the alluring woman to the supercar. With a roar of the engine, they sped away, and the mech gradually faded from view. The Ferrari raced along a winding mountain road, soon arriving at an opulent villa nestled against the mountainside. This estate, a sanctuary for the elite of Xiangjiang, offered breathtaking views of the nearby sea. As the two women alighted, they gazed skyward, awaiting Lu Hanfeng's descent. Do you think he left? Yue Lingyuan's soft, melodic voice questioned, her enchanting features displaying a hint of doubt. He wouldn't dare. If he runs away, I'll call and give him an earful. Who's about to scold me? A teasing voice interrupted, and suddenly, a colossal mech materialized from thin air, its cockpit opening to reveal a dashing young man. As Lu Hanfeng stepped onto solid ground, the mech vanished once more, leaving Yue Lingyuan in awe of the spectacle she had just witnessed. Where did the mech go? I stored it away. It was too cumbersome to keep around, Lu Hanfeng replied with a smile. Nangong Yueying blushed and shot him a playful glare before striding towards the villa. As they entered, a massive dog lunged at them, particularly targeting the unfamiliar Lu Hanfeng. The beast bared its teeth, ready to attack. Daodu, Yue Lingyuan exclaimed, swiftly commanding the dog to cease its aggression. To her surprise, the enormous creature obediently halted, as if responding to a well-trained soldier. Daodu, this is a guest. You mustn't bite him. With a soft whimper, the giant dog unexpectedly called out twice, nudging its large head into the hand of Yue Lingyuan, inviting her to stroke its magnificent crown. Is this a Tibetan Mastiff? What an extraordinarily perceptive creature. Lu Hanfeng cast an envious glance at Dodo, reminiscing about the golden retriever that once resided in his family's scrapyard, now a memory lost to age and illness. Indeed, Dodo is a purebred Tibetan Mastiff that I personally brought back from the hands of the Tibetan people, and I have always regarded it as family. Yue Lingyuan's voice caught Lu Hanfeng off guard, sending a delightful shiver through him, compelling him to steal another glance at her. Thank you, Hanfeng, for coming to our rescue. My little cousin and I have asked the servants to prepare dinner. I invite you to share a drink with us. Nangong Yueying reached out, taking Lu Hanfeng's hand and leading him toward the hall. As their palms connected, Lu Hanfeng was momentarily stunned, questioning the depth of their acquaintance. Chapter 28. The beauty of a prosperous era. Lu Hanfeng sat opposite two stunning beauties, feeling himself already half inebriated despite having consumed little alcohol. After a few rounds of drinks, he learned of the circumstances surrounding the two women. Nangong Yueying and Yue Lingyuan were distant relatives, and with their similar ages and compatible personalities, they had formed a close bond. The previous day, Nangong Yueying had flown from the capital to Xiangjiang to visit Yue Lingyuan. Tonight, they were attending an auction where they encountered a rival scion of the Yu family. Yue Lingyuan had embarrassed that young master at the auction, prompting him to send his men to block her path. If Wang Bowen dares to disrupt the rules, he cannot blame me for withholding my respect. I shall inform all the auction houses under my family's name to blacklist him. Yue Lingyuan huffed indignantly, causing Lu Hanfeng to regard her with surprise. Miss Yu, does your family operate an auction house? Indeed, the Yuli auction house in Xiangjiang is my family's establishment. Mr. Lu, should you possess any items in need of auctioning, you may seek my assistance. I can assure you of the lowest commission fees. Lu Hanfeng's eyes brightened at the thought of the gold nuggets he had acquired, realizing they could alleviate his financial burdens in the early stages of his entrepreneurial venture, particularly since the legal landscape in Xiangjiang differed from that of the mainland, where he would never dare to present such items due to the threat of confiscation by so-called experts. Miss Yu, please wait a moment while I fetch something for you to examine. I do indeed have items that require your assistance in selling. With the two women looking bewildered, Lu Hanfeng exited the villa. Moments later, he returned, cradling 4 golden nuggets in his arms. He placed the nuggets, varying in size, onto the floor, drawing the attention of both women. Is this gold nugget? Exclaimed Yue Lingyuan, her eyes wide with astonishment as she knelt to touch a piece larger than a human head, her enchanting face reflecting pure shock. Miss Yu, allow me to turn it over for your appraisal. Lu Hanfeng flipped the largest nugget, revealing a massive piece bearing a vaguely feminine visage. This, oh my goodness. Mr. Lu, this gold nugget cannot possibly be a naturally formed human face, can it? What are the odds of such a phenomenon occurring? Yu Lingyuan gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, while Nangong Yueying stood frozen beside her. If this face were indeed naturally occurring, the nugget's value would be incalculable. It is indeed naturally formed. I retrieved it from a sunken ship 2,000 meters deep while exploring the ocean floor. Truly natural? Hanfeng, you have struck gold. Mr. Lu, are you certain you wish to auction this priceless nugget? Such a rare item is scarcely found globally. Once it is gone, you may never encounter another treasure of this caliber. Miss you, I am resolute. I need the funds. Please assist me in auctioning it off. I must inform you that I have no legal documentation for it. Ha ha ha. No documentation is required here. Mr. Lu, this is undoubtedly a rare treasure, and I estimate it could fetch a staggering price in the billions. Conveniently, our Yuli auction house is hosting a significant summer auction in 3 days. If we promote it swiftly, we can catch the wave. Yu Lingyuan swiftly began making calls, stopping only after several attempts. Mr. Lu, please hold on. Our auction house's appraisers and staff are en route. The appraiser will bring the necessary equipment for scientific evaluation. I believe the other gold nuggets will also command impressive prices. These 4 alone could enable an ordinary person to escape a lifetime of hardship. Within half an hour, a group entered the villa, carrying a machine. An elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit greeted Yu Lingyuan before excitedly rushing to examine the gold nuggets, wielding a flashlight, magnifying glass, and white gloves. His expression reminiscent of someone encountering a long-lost love. Lu Hanfeng and the 2 women waited on the sofa, and after several minutes, the old man stood, exclaiming in awe as he stretched his back before approaching Yu Lingyuan. Miss, this gold nugget must have come from the sea. It appears to have been submerged for many years, and the human face is indeed naturally formed. I have never seen such a rare treasure. Our Yuli auction house now possesses a headlining item. Thank you, Master Chen. Upon your return, please draft a promotional plan. We must begin generating buzz for this gold nugget tonight. Additionally, we need to devise a striking name for it. From now on, we shall call it the Beauty of a Prosperous Era. Very well, Mississippi. I will arrange it immediately. We shall take these 4 gold nuggets with us. A woman in her 30s respectfully bowed to Yu Lingyuan, followed by staff who struggled to carry the gold nuggets away. The Beauty of a Prosperous Era. What a splendid name. Lu Hanfeng marveled at Yu Lingyuan's literary flair, realizing that with this new title, the gold nugget's prestige had skyrocketed. Mr. Lu, could I request another favor? I can waive the commission for the Beauty of a Prosperous Era. Oh, what is it you desire? Lu Hanfeng inquired, intrigued. Should the auction yield a price of 2 billion, the auction house would retain a 12% commission, amounting to over 20 million, a staggering sum. I believe in repaying grievances, and preferably without delay. Today, that scoundrel Wang Bowen dared to have me kidnapped, and I cannot abide this insult. I wish to ask Mr. Lu to accompany me to Wang Bowen's residence for a little mischief. Do not worry, I do not intend to take his life, merely to frighten him. Upon witnessing the woman's alluring yet fierce expression, Lu Hanfeng felt a tightening in his chest, resolving inwardly to avoid provoking her in the future. The prospect of earning tens of millions with minimal effort was too enticing for Lu Hanfeng to decline. Upon hearing of the thrilling plan, Nangong Yueying insisted on joining them. Thus, the 3 made their way to the front yard, where Lu Hanfeng summoned his battle armor, lifting the 2 women into the air. It was already past 11 at night when a 6-meter-tall Mech hovered above an opulent villa, clutching 2 breathtaking beauties. This is the place. Yu Lingyuan pointed furiously at the luxurious villa below, which was ablaze with lights. A lavish swimming pool was bordered by a row of carports, each housing a fleet of supercars, dream machines for every man. Miss you, how do you wish to proceed? Destroy everything in sight. Lu Hanfeng finally grasped the depths of a woman's wrath. The combined value of the villa and luxury cars likely exceeded 2 billion. Should they be annihilated, the owner would undoubtedly be devastated. Casting a glance around, an idea emerged in Lu Hanfeng's mind. Miss you, I will place you both on the roof of that nearby villa. After that, you may witness my performance. Chapter 29. A shocking business deal. Not far from Wang Bowen's villa stood an even taller mansion, providing an excellent vantage point from which the two individuals could observe every detail of Wang Bowen's residence, perhaps even capture a video to relive the moment. Lu Hanfeng placed the two on the rooftop of the villa before soaring into the night sky, vanishing from sight. "Do you think Hanfeng will obliterate the villa with some high-tech weapon?" asked Xiaoyu. Yueling Yuan's face lit up with excitement as her gaze fixed on the enemy's mansion across the way. "Surely not. That would classify as a terrorist attack. And given his status, it would lead to significant complications." No sooner had Nangong Yueying's words left her lips than a piercing shriek filled the air, followed by an earth-shattering crash. A massive rock plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto the carport, instantly totaling the luxurious sports cars beneath it, particularly one that was reduced to a colossal iron disc. Yueling Yuan and Nangong Yueying stood in stunned silence, finally grasping Lu Hanfeng's intentions. Fortunately, their phones had captured the entire spectacle, ensuring they could relive the exhilarating moment multiple times upon their return. Chaos erupted at Wang Bowen's villa as a young man, flanked by two beautiful women, rushed out in a panic to assess the situation. The sight before them left them utterly dumbfounded. Two older servants also emerged, likely awakened from their slumber by the commotion. As the young man frantically dialed for assistance, another massive rock, the size of a tabletop, fell from the sky, crashing onto the main structure of the villa. Lu Hanfeng, utilizing the thermal imaging capabilities of his mech, confirmed that the villa was now devoid of inhabitants, allowing him to proceed without hesitation. The impact of the rock was cataclysmic, sending the 5 occupants into a frenzied scramble, their terrified screams echoing in the aftermath. More rocks followed, leading to the complete collapse of the villa, reducing the once opulent structure to a pile of rubble. On the neighboring mansion's rooftop, Yueling Yuan and Nangong Yueying stifled their gasps, fearful that their excitement might escape in a scream. "Miss you, are you satisfied?" A voice broke the tension as the mech came to a halt behind them. "More than satisfied. Hanfeng, you are simply magnificent," exclaimed Yueling Yuan, rushing forward to embrace the mech, though her petite form could scarcely wrap around even a single leg. "Let us depart. This spectacle will undoubtedly attract the attention of all of Hong Kong," he suggested. Indeed, the two women agreed, and the mech lifted them into the air, disappearing into the night. "Ah, Lu Hanfeng, I adore you. Today has been the most gratifying day of my life." As Lu Hanfeng stepped out of the mech's cockpit, a lithe figure leaped into his arms, tightly clutching his head. The delightful scent enveloped him, igniting a warmth within his heart. Yueling Yuan, overwhelmed with excitement, found it hard to contain herself, while Nangong Yueying blushed at the thrilling scene they had just witnessed. Lu Hanfeng contemplated pushing her away but hesitated, fearing it might hurt her pride. "Miss you, perhaps you could let go now? Are you trying to suffocate me?" Finally, blushing, she released him, realizing her exuberance had momentarily overwhelmed her. "Hanfeng, you're taking advantage of the situation. My little cousin is still a maiden in waiting," she teased. "Whether she is a maiden or not is of no concern to me. However, I do wish to discuss a remarkable business deal with you, Miss you," he stated, capturing her interest instantly. "Oh." Her curiosity piqued. Yueling Yuan led him into the villa. Disregarding the late hour, the trio gathered around a fruit platter and wine, indulging once more. "Miss you." "Stop. Lu Hanfeng, please refrain from calling me Miss you continuously. We are friends now. You may call me Ling Yuan or Xiao Yuan. I shall call you by your name, Hanfeng." "Very well, Sister Ling Yuan. Your auction house must be in need of some rare items, correct? As I understand it, the reputation of an auction house is directly linked to the value of its items. For instance, Christie's and Sotheby's have extensive networks abroad, allowing them to source top-tier treasures globally, thus enhancing their reputations. Indeed, what you say holds true. However, my Yueli auction house is also reputable, supported by many dignitaries from Singapore, South Africa, Australia, India, and Saudi Arabia. Surely no auction house would reject an abundance of items. What I propose to you is to establish a salvage team under your family's name, specifically to retrieve treasures from the ocean's depths. The salvage team would be entirely managed by your family, and the high-value treasures would be auctioned through your ULE auction house. I would take a 20% cut of the profits and have no involvement in your sales. What? You expect to take a 20% profit while I organize the salvage team and manage everything else? Hanfeng, are you certain you are seeking a partner in this venture? Or do you take me for a fool? Yueling Yuan was incensed. Had it not been for Lu Hanfeng's earlier assistance, she would have likely lost her temper and demanded he leave. Please, let me finish. Lu Hanfeng smiled, encouraging her to sit. I am primarily interested in your auction house and the legalities of Hong Kong. Establishing a salvage team domestically is impractical. You need not worry about the recovery process. I will pilot the Mech and search for wrecks beneath the waves. My Mech can access all the deepest oceanic regions globally. I have learned that there are over 300,000 sunken vessels worldwide, some of which hold value, while others do not. I possess a machine capable of detecting images within the wrecks to ascertain their worth. Furthermore, my underwater robots can be produced swiftly, allowing the entire salvage operation to be conducted by them. Your personnel would only need to manage the receiving end on the ship. Thus, you would only need to provide a minimal workforce to secure a 20% profit on all salvaged items, which would simultaneously enhance the reputation of your auction house. Miss Yueling, are you certain you do not wish to join this endeavor? After presenting his proposal, he gazed cheerfully at the alluring woman before him. Unexpectedly, Nangong Yueing interjected, eager to seize the opportunity. Hanfeng, while my little cousin may be hesitant, I am more than willing to participate. Why didn't you ask me first? My family possesses considerable influence across many nations. Whether it be salvage operations or subsequent sales, we can easily navigate through foreign channels. Xiaoyu, you little vixen. This is outright robbery. Hanfeng clearly asked me first, and you have no shame. Yueling Yuan exclaimed, playfully clawing at Nangong Yueing, who was equally unyielding, leading to a playful scuffle on the sofa. In the midst of their raucous play, their delicate dresses were inadvertently lifted, revealing more than intended, leaving Lu Hanfeng momentarily entranced. Stop it. We're exposed, my little cousin. Nangong Yueing blushed, casting a furtive glance at Lu Hanfeng, acutely aware that he had likely glimpsed more than he should have. Hanfeng, I completely agree. Let us proceed as you suggested. I will organize the salvage team and manage the subsequent arrangements for the treasures. You will handle the recovery, and I will commence preparations tomorrow. Agreed, a fruitful collaboration. Lu Hanfeng raised his glass to clink with Yueling Yuan, both wearing satisfied smiles, while Nangong Yueing sulked at the side, feeling that her acquaintance with Lu Hanfeng had been overshadowed by her cousin's triumph. Chapter 30. Treasures beneath the sea. Lu Hanfeng could hardly fathom that a serendipitous trip to Hong Kong would lead to such extraordinary adventures. Not only did he manage to dispose of the gold nugget in his possession, but he also inadvertently assembled a salvage team. Ever since he had acquired the gold nugget, he had contemplated the establishment of a deep-sea salvage team. However, such endeavors were utterly unfeasible domestically, where treasures would invariably be seized by experts who would claim them for themselves. In contrast, Hong Kong offered a legal framework for salvage operations, complemented by convenient auction houses to liquidate recovered treasures. Furthermore, with the influence of the Yu family, led by Yueling Yuan, the prospects seemed exceptionally promising. Overcome with excitement, Lu Hanfeng chose not to return home for rest. Instead, he plunged directly into the depths of the sea from Yueling Yuan's villa. His Mech's eyes illuminated like two colossal searchlights, casting clarity upon the surrounding waters for dozens of meters. Additionally, the Mech was equipped with a sonar detection device capable of transmitting images captured by sonar to its artificial intelligence, which would analyze the data and present the findings to him. Initially, the search yielded little. The nearby coastal waters had been thoroughly scavenged. However, upon entering international waters, the number of sunken ships gradually increased. Most of these vessels were mere wrecks devoid of value, but as he approached, the sonar would relay images to his auxiliary display, allowing him to ascertain the contents within. After nearly 2 hours of searching, Lu Hanfeng had encountered over 100 sunken ships before finally discovering one of considerable worth. The odds were indeed slim, yet the advanced technology of his Mech and sonar equipment had facilitated this fortunate find. In contrast, A typical salvage team might have to endure countless trials to stumble upon such a vessel, a significant factor contributing to the struggles of many salvage operations. Of course, some teams enjoyed fortuitous breaks, occasionally unearthing significant treasures that catapulted them into legendary status. As Lu Hanfeng entered the cabin of the sunken ship, he was astonished to find it was a wooden vessel, over 30 meters in length, an imposing ship by ancient standards. Upon entering the hold, his eyes glimmered with excitement. Sonar revealed the cabin was filled with cargo. Although most of the medicinal herbs, fine wines, and silks lay destroyed, the sight of numerous chests brimming with gold, silver, and porcelain nearly blinded him with delight. "I'm rich. I am truly rich. There's no time for sleep now." His face flushed with exhilaration. Lu Hanfeng swiftly noted the coordinates of the site and ascended to the surface, disregarding the hour, and promptly called Yu Lingyuan. The call rang for an eternity before connecting, only to be met with her furious outburst. "Lu Hanfeng, have you lost your mind? Is there nothing that can wait until tomorrow? You've interrupted my sleep. Sister Yu, I have astonishing news that will keep you awake all night." "What news? Hurry up and tell me." A second woman's voice chimed in, and an image formed in Lu Hanfeng's mind. Two stunning beauties sharing a bed. "I was piloting my mech out of boredom and decided to take a tour of the seabed. Guess what? In 2 hours, I encountered over 100 sunken ships, all of which were worthless wrecks. But then, I found a 30-meter-long wooden ship. Although its paintings, herbs, and silks were ruined, it contained over 20 chests filled with gold, silver, and porcelain. Notably, the porcelain has been shock-resistant and remains intact. I opened one of the chests. And do you want to believe what I found? A complete Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain piece. Though I can't ascertain its authenticity, I doubt there's a possibility of forgery for an artifact buried for centuries in the depths of 3,000 meters. What did you say?" The phone erupted with the shocked screams of both women, followed by a flurry of activity as they dressed. "Lu Hanfeng, send me the coordinates immediately. I'm bringing a salvage vessel right away. Those porcelain pieces are incredibly rare, having survived the immense pressure of the deep sea. Do not touch anything. Even a single piece damaged would break my heart." Surprised by their intense reaction, Lu Hanfeng retrieved his phone, but suddenly, a thought struck him. He flew to a location several nautical miles away before sending the coordinates. One must never harbor ill intentions, but it is prudent to remain cautious. It is always wise to keep a vigilant eye, a lesson Lu Hanfeng had learned through bitter experience. He recalled a prior encounter with an elderly man selling copper wire, during which he had generously offered a price that barely yielded profit. After the man left, Lu Hanfeng discovered several pounds of iron concealed among the copper. Many seemingly vulnerable individuals possess hearts far more treacherous than one might imagine. Calculating the distance, he noted that this location was situated in international waters beyond the Ryukyu Islands. Even if Yu Lingyuan managed to procure a ship, it would likely be around noon by the time they arrived. He wouldn't waste any time there. Thus, he piloted his mech upwards and disappeared into the sky. Upon returning to his residence in the bustling metropolis, he collapsed into bed, sleeping soundly until just past 8 in the morning when he finally rose to head to his company. The communications company had laid all the groundwork. They were merely awaiting the launch of the SIM cards to set sail. Meanwhile, the precision machinery factory on Red Island had begun producing lithography machines, specifically those capable of manufacturing chips at a 1-nanometer scale. If this news were to leak, it would undoubtedly set the world ablaze. Globally, there were claims of a 1-nanometer lithography machine being developed, yet the reality was that scientists had only conceptualized the idea. True mass production of such machines was still some time away. However, Lu Hanfeng's 1-nanometer lithography machines were indeed in mass production. And should other nations release their own versions, he could instantly upgrade to machines operating at the picometer scale, propelling him into a new era far beyond Blue Star. The precision machinery factory, equipped with 30 advanced precision lathes, worked tirelessly day and night, capable of producing a 1-nanometer lithography machine within 2 days, considering that each machine comprised over 20,000 components, each with exceedingly stringent requirements. Arriving at the Interstellar Communications Company, He found Zhang Ruizhi leading a group of new employees in a meeting primarily focused on promoting the advantages of interstellar communication online. To this end, she had prepared numerous animated promotional videos. As Lu Hanfeng entered the conference room, he caught sight of a projection showcasing a miner trapped after a collapse. Under normal circumstances, the depths of the mine would lack signal unless a network cable was run in. After the collapse, a group of miners gathered, awaiting rescue. At that moment, one individual produced a phone equipped with an interstellar communication SIM card, revealing full signal strength. He utilized the phone to communicate with rescuers, effectively guiding them to his location, resulting in a swift rescue. The closing tagline of the advertisement was particularly striking. With an interstellar communication SIM card, there is no place on Blue Star without signal. There were several such short films demonstrating the power of interstellar signal, and Zhang Ruizhi proposed launching them online and enlisting influential figures to promote and generate buzz. Lu Hanfeng had no objections to her plan. In this internet age, it was essential to create a preliminary buzz online. Following the meeting, Zhang Ruizhi led Lu Hanfeng to her office. "Mr. Lu, you should expedite the SIM card project. Also, I have acquired a server company to manage the forthcoming influx of information projects. Rest assured, I have confidence in your capabilities. Remember, your compensation is linked to the company's performance. If the company fails, you'll need to seek employment elsewhere. Conversely, the company's growth will directly enhance your remuneration." Lu Hanfeng adopted a hands-off approach with Zhang Ruizhi, preferring not to overly intervene in her decision-making. Chapter 31. A moment of distraction when sending coordinates. President Lu, I have finalized the selection for your secretary. However, since this is your personal secretary, it ultimately requires your approval. The candidate will arrive at the office shortly, and you may conduct an interview, Zhang Ruizhi informed him. My secretary? Lu Hanfeng suddenly recalled that Zhang Ruizhi had mentioned this matter previously, though he had paid little attention to it. In less than 5 minutes, a young woman knocked on the door and entered. The instant she stepped in, Lu Hanfeng's eyes reflected a glimmer of astonishment. The girl applying for the secretary position stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessing an alluring and statuesque figure. Her white-collar dress accentuated her unique beauty, and her tiny waist was particularly captivating. Most notably, her pure and fresh visage resembled that of a cartoon maiden emerging from a fairy tale. Xiaoyan Tong, this is your future employer, President Lu Hanfeng. Zhang Ruizhi pointed towards Lu Hanfeng on the sofa as she introduced them. The girl timidly stole a glance at the young and handsome Lu Hanfeng. Hello, President Lu. My name is Tong Xiaoyan. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed crimson, a clear indication that she had just graduated from school. Are you a recent graduate? Lu Hanfeng inquired in surprise. However, upon hearing his question, the girl assumed he disapproved of her lack of work experience, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. President Lu, I may just have graduated without work experience, but I come from a rural background and am very hardworking. I can handle any toil or dirty work, she stammered. Lu Hanfeng's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Zhang Ruizhi. The girl's statement only served to prove that she was not a qualified secretary. In a technology company like theirs, what they sought was intellect, not mere physical labor. Xiaoyan, please go to President Lu's office and tidy up a bit. You will work in front of his office from now on, and I will arrange for a desk to be moved over for you. All right. Thank you. Director Zhang, thank you, President Lu. Tong Xiaoyan excitedly turned to leave, and Lu Hanfeng looked at Zhang Ruizhi with confusion. President Lu, this girl merely lacks experience and training. Everyone starts somewhere. I believe she deserves a chance. Furthermore, her external attributes are exceptional. Having such a beautiful girl in front of your office will surely brighten your mood. Beauty is universally appreciated. If two candidates have identical qualifications, their outward appearance will undoubtedly become a critical deciding factor. This is an undeniable truth. Hiki. Very well. I shall follow your advice. Let Tong Xiaoyan stay. Lu Hanfeng wholeheartedly agreed with Zhang Ruizhi's remarks. The prospect of seeing such a lovely girl every day was undoubtedly a visual delight. After departing from the interstellar communications, Lu Hanfeng rushed to Su Province. Lin Mushin had called, stating that his presence was required to finalize the acquisition of the automobile company. Lu Hanfeng could hardly believe how effortlessly the acquisition of the car manufacturing company unfolded. In just a day, Lin Mushin had identified 3 potential targets for him to choose from. In Lin Mushin's office, Lu Hanfeng sat on the sofa, reviewing the comparative data of the 3 factories. Ultimately, he set his sights on a defunct new energy vehicle manufacturing plant. This factory had recently opened and boasted modern machinery. It was now available at a very low price, and he need not worry about laying off employees. Let's go with this one. Mushin, negotiate the price with them. This concerns our future child's milk powder fund. Make an effort to secure a lower price. Enough of your nonsense, Lu Hanfeng. Lin Mushin playfully smacked him, but Lu Hanfeng seized her small hand, pulling her into his embrace, rendering her unable to escape. Lu Hanfeng, you let me go? Lin Mushin's cheeks flushed red as she struggled, but her efforts were in vain. My dear Mushin, I also believe that breastfeeding is healthier for children, huh? Lu Hanfeng planted a kiss on her blushing cheek before standing up and releasing her. You bullied me again. I can only claim a slight advantage. What happened the night before was true bullying. Mushin, I must go earn our future child's milk powder money, he quipped, making his way toward the door. Get out of here. Lin Mushin, flustered, hurled a pen at him, but Lu Hanfeng effortlessly caught it and tossed it onto the desk. Upon arriving in the Pacific Ocean's international waters, Lu Hanfeng was taken aback. A massive cargo ship was actively working at the coordinates he had sent to Yuan. It appeared they were preparing for a salvage operation, yet Yuan had not contacted him. Lu Hanfeng's expression darkened as he took out his phone and called Yuan. Miss Yu, what is the meaning of this? What are you talking about? What happened? On the other end, Yuan's surprise indicated she sensed his rising anger. Where are you? A giant cargo ship is currently working at the coordinates I sent you. They are ready to commence their salvage operations. I require an explanation. What? Lu Hanfeng, I am still en route on the cargo ship. It will take me another 2 hours to reach the coordinates you mentioned. I understand now. It must be the Xie family. Those bastards. Come over here. I need to speak with you in person. After hanging up, Lu Hanfeng sighed in relief. As long as Yuan was not betraying him, everything could be discussed. As for the salvage ship, let them toil in vain. He was grateful for the precaution he took in sending Yuan a false coordinate. A few minutes later, Lu Hanfeng piloted his mech and landed stealthily on a large cargo ship without alerting anyone. Upon finding Yuan, he discovered her furiously shouting into a satellite phone. While Nangong Yueying looked equally furious. What's going on, Yueying? Hanfeng, you're here. You can probably guess what happened. My little cousin was deceived. When she contacted the cargo ship at night, it was through a connection with her relatively close cousin. But they flatly refused to go out to sea after learning the details. She never imagined they would take the coordinates and privately proceed with the salvage operation while they were already ahead of her. I see. Yuan, her eyes glistening with tears, continued to curse the other party, lamenting their blatant prioritization of profit over familial ties. Hanfeng, I apologize to you. I never expected my uncle's family to be like this. I trusted them completely, revealing everything without reservation, only to find that they turned around and stabbed me in the back. Yuan approached Lu Hanfeng, her face filled with remorse, and before she could finish, she broke down in tears. Nangong Yueying comforted her shoulder. Ing, I don't see this as entirely negative. You've gained clarity about their true nature. Such individuals have cut off their own path. Any losses they suffer will ultimately be their own doing. But the sunken ship. I became distracted when sending you the coordinates and inadvertently sent them to a location several nautical miles away. There is indeed a sunken ship there, but it is merely a collection of scrap metal and bones. What? Yuan and Nangong Yueying were momentarily speechless, and they exchanged glances with the smiling Lu Hanfeng, suddenly grasping the entire situation. Chapter 32. The sunken treasure. Over an hour later, the cargo ship belonging to Yuan finally arrived at the designated sea area, where the 3 stood on the deck, observing the distant salvage operation with cold smirks. As 2 cargo ships drew near, the deck of the opposing vessel was bustling with activity, and a cunning-looking middle-aged man joyfully waved at Yuan. My dear uncle, is this how you treat your own niece? Yuling Yuan's voice was laced with malice, her gaze so filled with hatred that it almost took on a tangible form. The middle-aged man, however, dismissed her ire with a hearty laugh. "Dear niece, I must thank you for your generous gift. We have already detected the sunken ship below. According to international maritime law, whatever is salvaged first belongs to the salvager. We have been recording the entire operation. Humph. I wish you the best in retrieving your astounding treasures." "Dear uncle," Yuling Yuan retorted coldly, commanding her ship to set sail. The middle-aged man looked on with satisfaction as her vessel departed. "I am eagerly anticipating their expressions when they struggle to retrieve a heap of rubbish," she chuckled darkly. "Just imagining it brings me immense satisfaction." Yuling Yuan's words were laced with a curse, yet Lu Hanfeng found her expletive oddly charming. As the cargo ship navigated to the precise coordinates, the crew began to bustle with activity. "Prepare nets and hooks. I will descend to load those boxes. This will make the salvage much more efficient," she instructed. "Hanfeng, be cautious. Retrieve the fragile porcelain first. I will have the sailors prepare small nets for each piece. Handle them with care. If even one valuable porcelain breaks, I will be devastated." "Understood," Lu Hanfeng replied, plunging into the sea. His entrance drew gasps from the sailors, though the two women remained unfazed. He dove deeper, reaching depths of over 100 meters without feeling any discomfort, a feat that would have incapacitated an ordinary person, who could only descend a mere few meters before succumbing to the pressure. Upon reaching a depth of over 200 meters, Lu Hanfeng donned his battle armor, not due to physical limitations, but because the murky depths rendered him disoriented. He struggled to discern even the most basic direction, a sensation that was quite unsettling. For those with claustrophobia, it could be utterly terrifying. Once inside the armor, his speed increased dramatically, and within moments he reached the wreck. Utilizing sonar imaging technology, he accurately located 6 crates of porcelain. Fearing the fragility of the porcelain, he carefully grasped 2 crates and began his ascent. Luckily, the wooden boxes were robust and well-constructed, impervious to the corrosive effects of seawater. As he surfaced, he spotted the nets lowered from the cargo ship. He placed the crates into the nets and tugged firmly, allowing them to ascend slowly. After several trips, he successfully retrieved all 4 remaining crates of porcelain. The remaining gold and silver artifacts were simpler to manage. He adeptly filled a large net with all the boxes in one go, utilizing the buoyancy of the seabed to effortlessly lift them to the surface. After an hour of labor, the crew and Yu family's personnel had brought 26 boxes onto the deck. As they beheld the rows of treasure, still coated in seabed sludge, excitement and exhilaration lit up their faces. While these treasures might not belong to them, the accomplishment of retrieving them from the ocean depths was immensely gratifying. Lu Hanfeng emerged onto the deck, his clothes soaked through. He stripped down to his shorts, revealing sculpted muscles that caught the eye of the younger South Palace Yueying, leaving her blushing, while the older Yuling Yuan openly admired his physique. "Lu Hanfeng, your physique and skin are the finest I have ever seen on a man. Your complexion incites envy in all women," she proclaimed. "Heh, I believe our focus should now shift to the treasures," Lu Hanfeng reminded them, redirecting their attention just as 2 experts began to cautiously pry open a porcelain crate. "My heavens, this is Schwanda blue and white porcelain? Young mistress, we have struck gold. If all these crates contain such treasures, their value will be extraordinary." Yuling Yuan's face lit up with excitement, instructing her bodyguards to tightly surround the boxes. Each sailor who ventured out to sea would receive a bounty of 50,000, while the captain would receive 80,000. All dispersed immediately by Secretary Wang upon disembarkation. They activated the recording equipment, ensuring that all treasures were documented at all times. "Yes, young mistress." As all 6 porcelain crates were opened, the porcelain within sent waves of astonishment through the crew. Yuling Yuan, unable to contain her excitement, leaped onto Lu Hanfeng, kissing him fiercely before realizing her indiscretion and blushing as she retreated to the side. Lu Hanfeng touched his face, recalling the unexpected advance. After another half hour, the remaining 20 boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry were revealed, including a box of jade, most of which consisted of white and green jade, intricately designed and immensely valuable. The other 19 boxes contain gold and silver ingots, their historical significance outweighing their purity. Young mistress, we have uncovered 32 pieces of porcelain, 3 of which are damaged. However, if we restore them, they will still be worth a fortune. Among the 29 pieces, there are 4 blue and white porcelain items, along with dotsai, wutsai, and white glazed porcelain, all of which are ancient and precious. We calculated that the total value of these porcelain items might exceed 1 billion. And based on the craftsmanship of the gold and silver, we suspect this sunken ship dates back to the Ming dynasty, likely belonging to a wealthy merchant or official who perished at sea. 1 billion. Lu Hanfeng exchanged glances with the 2 women. South Palace Yueying's eyes glimmered with jealousy, wishing to seize all the treasures for herself, lamenting that it was Lu Hanfeng whom she had met first. Yet all the benefits seemed to be going to her younger cousin. What about the gold and silver? Young mistress, the prices of gold and silver are relatively transparent, so we can only estimate. The porcelain is the most valuable, followed by the jade, and finally the gold and silver. The total estimated value of the 26 boxes will exceed 2 billion, a staggering fortune. 2 billion? If I get 20%, that amounts to 400 million. With this, I can elevate my family's auction house's reputation and attract clientele. Lu Hanfeng, how can I ever thank you? Yu Lingyuan gazed at Lu Hanfeng with an alluring look. He was undoubtedly a fortune bringer. They had only met yesterday, and now he had bestowed upon her 400 million in wealth. Haraha. All I require is for your family to swiftly liquidate these assets. I need the cash. Lu Hanfeng, if you need money, just ask. My Yu family possesses a vast cash flow. I can grant you 2 billion directly, but we cannot hastily offload these treasures. They must be properly auctioned to maximize their advertising value. Agreed. If I need money, I will come to you. How they would operate was a matter for the Yu family. Lu Hanfeng was indifferent, as long as he received his due. As the cargo ship began its return journey, passing by the salvage vessel still hard at work, it was evident that they would not be reaching the sunken ship today. Chapter 33. The super-quantum computer Lu Hanfeng and his companions stood on the deck, observing the bustling crowd aboard the cargo ship, their faces adorned with smiles. Especially that of Yu Lingyuan, who was particularly joyous. Cousin, I believe it would be wise for you to call your uncle tomorrow, especially when they return empty-handed. Perhaps you could subtly mention the minor incident of mistakenly sending the wrong coordinates. I am eagerly anticipating your uncle's reaction, she chuckled. Ha, you're incorrigible. But I like it. Let us do it, replied Xiaoyu, her laughter echoing. However, their merriment was short-lived as they noticed a naval vessel bullying a fishing boat in the distance. The glaring flag of our country made it abundantly clear whose ship it was. A fishing boat was cornered, and soldiers aboard the warship were laughing maniacally while spraying fishermen with high-pressure water hoses. It seemed they had spotted the cargo ship and decided to abandon the fishing boat in their pursuit. The warship, moving at an unmatched speed, soon faced the cargo vessel. What should we do? If these ruffians discover the treasures on the deck, they will undoubtedly seize them, Yu Lingyuan said, her expression darkening. Just then, a voice called out in poorly spoken long country dialect from across the water, announcing, "Attention aboard the cargo ship. You have trespassed into our territorial waters. According to the maritime laws of the Great Our Empire, we will conduct a search of your vessel. Any resistance will be met with armed measures. This is clearly international waters, and it's near our dragon country's precious island. These despicable our country scoundrels are truly provoking us." Yu Lingyuan cursed vehemently, while the crew members and staff from the Yu family seethed with anger. These our country bullies only dared to oppress fishermen and passing cargo ships. But when faced with a proper dragon country navy, they wilted like cowards. Don't be upset, Sister Lingyuan. Just let me handle this. You all can record the video and enjoy the show, Lu Hanfeng said, his eyes flashing with cold determination. The 2 women's eyes lit up. After all, Lu Hanfeng possessed a mech and had no reason to fear this warship. Silently, Lu Hanfeng retreated to a position unseen by the others and leaped into the sea. A minute later, he emerged, drenched and clad only in shorts, next to Yu Lingyuan and Nangang Yueying. Just as our soldiers were preparing to board the cargo ship, an alarming siren blared from the warship, sending the soldiers into a frenzy as they scrambled about, abandoning their attempt to board. "What have you done, Hanfeng?" the two women asked, their curiosity piqued as they gazed at his beaming face. "You mentioned that the warship was of poor quality, and it seems it has sunk on its own. That shouldn't concern us, right? Poor quality?" The two women exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them as they deduced that Lu Hanfeng had likely sabotaged the enemy vessel. "Ha ha ha. Hanfeng, I'm growing fonder of you by the day." Yuling Yuan giggled, playfully patting Lu Hanfeng on the shoulder, her cheeks flushed at the touch of his solid muscles. Meanwhile, Negong Weiying shot her a disapproving look. Positioning herself between them, the heir soldiers aboard were increasingly panicked, the blaring sirens persisting, while the crew and workers aboard the cargo ship wore bewildered expressions, utterly confused by the chaos unfolding before them. It wasn't until the warship began to tilt that the seasoned crew realized it was about to sink, prompting them to swiftly maneuver the cargo ship away. As the cargo ship sailed hundreds of meters away, soldiers from the heir country began deploying lifeboats, the situation on the warship having become irretrievable. Remaining aboard would mean being caught in the massive whirlpool created by its sinking. Excellent. What a delightful turn of events. The crew aboard the cargo ship erupted in cheers, many spraying beer in celebration. The sinking of an heir country warship brought them immense joy, underscoring their deep-seated animosity towards these bullies. With the situation now in hand, Lu Hanfeng had no further concerns. The Yu family would manage everything, and he merely awaited his payment. After bidding farewell to Yuling Yuan and Nangong Weiying, Lu Hanfeng's figure reappeared on a vast island in the Pacific Ocean, near the equator. The island beneath his feet spanned over 200 square kilometers, yet it remained desolate due to its remoteness, showing no signs of human habitation. "This shall be my sanctuary, regardless of which nation claims it. It shall henceforth bear the name Lu," Lu Hanfeng murmured to himself. The Mech soared above the island's forested center as a cannon emerged from its shoulder, energy gathering within. A brilliant beam shot forth, striking the forest. Boom! The earth erupted with a deafening roar. A visible wave of energy surged outward, transforming the previously uninhabitable wilderness into a vast, clear expanse. The Mech descended onto the newly formed ground, the cockpit opened, and Lu Hanfeng stepped out. From within the Mech, he retrieved a super quantum computer accompanied by 4 robotic guardians. After issuing his commands, he stepped back, and a radiant light flickered from the palm of the Mech, materializing a towering cylindrical structure composed of spiraling tubes, an embodiment of technological artistry. Surrounding the cylinder were 4 short-haired female figures, the guardians of the super quantum computer. At this point, the Mech's spatial device had been emptied, containing only his personal belongings, some provisions, and 4 American missiles. The technology brought by the pioneers could only elevate him to a level 1 civilization. To acquire the technology of a level 3 civilization, he must swiftly advance to level 1 and enter the universe. By repairing the severely damaged Tamar interstellar battleship, he would gain access to its vast technological arsenal. The super quantum computer would serve as the brain of all intelligent programs, and with it, Lu Hanfeng could dominate the entire Blue Star Internet, rendering any network barriers ineffective. Anything existing within the network would be within his perception. A flash of light appeared before Lu Hanfeng, revealing a radiant figure resembling a humanoid intelligence, akin to a fairy from a storybook, with oversized eyes that dominated her face, presenting an adorable visage. "Master, I am Kasha, the intelligent light brain of the super quantum computer, at your service. You have finally summoned me. I am the soul of the pioneers. Without me, your ascension to a level 1 civilization would be impossible. The timing was simply not right before, but now my potential is unleashed. I look forward to our collaboration." She chirped, her voice melodic. "What a beautiful planet this is, and most of its resources remain untapped. It seems Princess Nasha won't have to sleep for too long. I have faith in you, Master," she continued, her virtual form shimmering in 3-dimensional space. "Kasha, connect with the biological chip in my mind. From now on, I shall command all intelligent machinery under my dominion through you. At your command, my master, Kasha shall remain by your side for eternity." A voice resonated within Lu Hanfeng's mind, signaling Kasha's extraordinary capabilities, allowing her to traverse any electronic signal, including the biological chip implanted within him. Chapter 34. The lithography machine. Kasha, I will soon deploy 10 robots for you. You must organize them to develop this island. In the future, it shall serve as our clandestine military base. All military and technological products will be manufactured here. As you command, my master. This island could indeed be transformed into an aerial city. It appears their tasks are quite demanding, Kasha replied. Lu Hanfeng nodded. He recalled Kasha's concept of an aerial city, installing anti-gravity devices at the island's base to elevate it, thereby constructing residences and weapons, creating a vast floating metropolis. Let us proceed with development for now. The construction of an aerial city is still a distant ambition. My commercial empire has only just begun. As Lu Hanfeng prepared to board his mech and depart, an unusual noise emanated from the distant forest. A horde of dark figures swiftly emerged from the branches. Goodness! So many gorillas! Lu Hanfeng exclaimed, gazing at the throng of massive primates. Surely, there must be thousands of them. Master, should we eliminate them? These creatures may interfere with our super-quantum computer. No, leave them be for now. These gorillas are the true inhabitants of this land. We are merely intruders. Lu Hanfeng quickly halted Kasha's assault. Although the sheer number of gorillas appeared intimidating, the guardian robots could easily dispatch them. Master, you could train these gorillas to become loyal servants. My database contains evolutionary serums for carbon-based life forms that have yet to develop intelligence. Evolutionary serums for animals? Lu Hanfeng's eyes widened with delight. He had assumed that the knowledge within his mind encompassed all the technologies carried by the pioneers. To discover that this super-quantum computer also possessed such capabilities was a tremendous surprise. Drive these gorillas away. Once the island is developed, we shall breed them into servants. As you wish, my master. Lu Hanfeng entered the battle armor, which shot into the sky and vanished in an instant, startling the gorillas into a frantic retreat. Recently, a video had gone viral online. It depicted a sailor who, after encountering a maritime disaster, found himself stranded on a deserted island. Surprisingly, his phone maintained full signal strength, allowing him to call for national assistance, leading to his rescue. This seemingly simple animated video absurdly dominated the online trending charts, leaving many perplexed. The uproar stemmed from the sailor's phone signal. The comments section was rife with indignation directed at the Interstellar Communication Company, accusing them of lacking integrity by presenting such a childish, deceptive advertisement to the public. Curiously, the company refrained from addressing the backlash, merely posting a pre-sale announcement on their website, stating that Interstellar phone cards would commence online sales on May 18th, promising the lowest global rates and complete signal coverage across Blue Star. Zhang Ruizhi rented a warehouse in the outskirts of Magic City and, at Lu Hanfeng's suggestion, acquired another in Red Island City. These two warehouses would facilitate the distribution of interstellar communication cards. With everything in place, Lu Hanfeng arrived at the precision machinery factory in Red Island City, where the components for a nanolithography machine had been fully manufactured. Robots transported these parts to a newly rented warehouse next door, which housed a mountain of silicon and metallic compounds. Leading Du Yuangang into the warehouse, Lu Hanfeng observed the scattered components and materials, leaving Du Yuangang utterly bewildered. What on earth are you planning to create, fourth brother? You'll find out soon enough. Let us get to work. With a command from Lu Hanfeng, several robots began their tasks. As the pile of components diminished, a massive metal machine gradually emerged before them. The robots executed their duties with precision, resulting in virtually no errors in assembly. In less than half an hour, a machine the size of a minivan stood before them. Lu Hanfeng nodded in satisfaction, a hint of excitement on his face, while Du Yuangang looked increasingly confused. Brother Gang, let me enlighten you about this creation. I have established a telecommunications company in Magic City, the fourth largest after the three giants in communication. This device is a lithography machine, capable of producing 2 million communication chips daily, as well as nearly 20 other types of smart chips required by the market. This machine is the very soul of all intelligent machinery, including those robots. Whoa, Fourth brother, you can manufacture lithography machines now. Are you still that clueless kid who couldn't even flirt back in the dorm? Hee. Do you have any idea how much this machine is worth? Let me put it this way. If you were to list the data for this lithography machine online, there would be countless buyers lining up, ready to pay $1 billion. $1 billion? Du Yuengong's eyes widened in shock, utterly stunned by Lu Hanfeng's declaration. Ignoring his friend's astonishment, Lu Hanfeng directed the robots to commence operations. As the lithography machine whirred to life, beams of light flashed, and chips began to emerge from its output. Distinctly different from traditional SIM card chips. They were almost transparent, yet sized exactly like the current market's mobile cards. Lu Hanfeng casually picked up a chip and inserted it into his phone. Quite remarkable. Kasha, please transfer my data from the existing carrier to our interstellar communications company. Understood, master. The data transfer is complete. Your number remains unchanged, but you are now the first customer of the interstellar communications company. Haha. From now on, I shall never pay for calls again. Lu Hanfeng laughed heartily. The communications company was finally set to launch. And with the super quantum computer and the telecommunications venture on solid ground, he could expand into other industries with ease, as his path forward was one of intelligent innovation, with communication and quantum computing as its core. Brother gang, load enough goods for one truck and transport them to Magic City. I'll send you the contact number of the CEO of the Magic City Interstellar Communications Branch, and you will liaise with her from now on. Fourth brother, I am increasingly unable to comprehend you. How is it possible for a single person to undergo such a transformation? Du Yuengong's expression reflected a mix of admiration and incredulity. The former brother he knew had suddenly become so exceptional that it was hard to believe. It felt as though he had mastered everything overnight. At least our brotherhood remains unchanged, right? The moment I thought of a path to fortune, you were the first person I wanted to share it with. Haha, yes. Brotherly bonds are eternal. Shall we have a couple of drinks tonight? Not a chance. I have a dinner date with Ping Ping. This is my first date, and I've already reserved a restaurant. After work, I'll take the Benz and treat her to a lovely meal. Who would want to drink with you, you foot fetishist? Lu Hanfeng shot him a playful finger gesture and turned to leave the precision machinery factory, while Du Yuengong, having finally found his spring, would likely remain restless for quite some time. Chapter 35. Auction. The auction at the Moonli Auction House in Hong Kong officially commenced, and Lu Hanfeng arrived as expected. Nangong Yueying had already departed from Hong Kong, leaving Lu Hanfeng and Yu Lingyuan seated in an expansive, luxurious private box, awaiting the beginning of the auction. How's the preparation for the salvage vessel progressing, Sister Lingyuan? Lu Hanfeng inquired, reclining on the plush sofa while clinking glasses with Yu Lingyuan. The crimson wine swirled within the glass, and a subtle aroma of fine wine wafted through the air. It is currently undergoing extensive renovations. Following the previous salvage incident, my father has been very supportive of my endeavor to acquire a salvage vessel, and he specifically procured a large cargo ship for me. It is now being diligently modified at the dock, and we anticipate it will be ready to set sail within a week. Where do you think we should salvage next? Do share a hint. Yu Lingyuan leaned forward, her alluring form nearly brushing against Lu Hanfeng. He was captivated by the intoxicating scent of orchids that enveloped him, prompting him to inhale deeply. Sister Lingyuan, your question leaves me at a loss. The wrecks lie at the ocean's depths, and I can only rely on luck to discover our next salvage site. Lu Hanfeng responded, there are so many talented individuals in this world. Do you know why they do not engage in salvage operations? The challenges of deep-sea salvage are formidable, and it remains uncertain which sunken vessels hold any promise. They too can only gamble on fortune. In contrast, our situation is akin to picking up money. My mech serves as an extraordinary advantage. By the way, Sister Lingyuan, what fragrance are you wearing? It is simply delightful. Giggle if you find it pleasant, then take in the aroma. For you shall not have the chance to enjoy it tomorrow, Yu Lingyuan replied, unabashedly leaning closer. Will the items salvaged last time make an appearance in this auction? Only a small selection will be showcased to generate interest. With so many high-value treasures, hastily presenting them at auction will not yield favorable prices. Our auction house aims to maximize the benefits of all items sold. Fine treasures require a period of anticipation before the auction. However, Your gold nugget has caused quite a stir. Many wealthy patrons have expressed interest in it, so it is likely to fetch a handsome price tonight. As their conversation flowed, the door to the box was abruptly pushed open, and a flamboyant young man entered, his face lifted in arrogance. Yu Lingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Yu Heshuan, do you have any understanding of basic etiquette? Can you not see I am engaged in a conversation with a guest? Unfazed, the young man strode over and took a seat opposite them, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Hanfeng. A conversation? It appears to be more of a romantic rendezvous. Dear sister, but honestly, your taste is lacking. This country bumpkin is clearly from the mainland, and he looks rather impoverished. Lu Hanfeng felt speechless. He had said nothing, and yet found himself embroiled in conflict. This individual had evidently come to provoke. Yu Heshuan, you would do well to mind your words. Lu Hanfeng is currently the esteemed guest of the Yu family. If grandfather were to learn of your treatment towards a distinguished guest, what do you think would happen? Do not use grandfather to pressure me. He is old and muddled and would never regard this country bumpkin as a guest. I heard from my father that you have formed a salvage team and achieved considerable success. And you are partnering with an outsider for merely a 20% profit? Sister Lingyuan, you should dismiss him and collaborate with me instead. We could split the profits 50-50 on salvaged items. What do you say? Realization dawned on Yu Lingyuan about her brother's unexpected intrusion. It was all for personal gain. Yu Heshuan, have you been drowning your brain in alcohol? Why do you think you could profit from salvaging alongside me? It is not that I look down upon you, but someone like you, who merely indulges in vices, would squander any business opportunity. My partnership with others is based on mutual benefit. Do you truly believe one could salvage a ship single-handedly? Yu Lingyuan's unreserved insults rendered the young man visibly perturbed, yet he suppressed his fury, forcing a sinister smile. Sister Lingyuan, the club has several exhilarating boxing matches tonight. Would you care to join me for some excitement? We have Thai boxing champions flown in. You do enjoy such thrilling activities, don't you? Thai boxing champions? A flicker of interest crossed Yu Lingyuan's face. It begins at 11. Make sure to remember the time, the young man remarked before departing, casting a venomous glance at Lu Hanfeng as he exited. Do you also enjoy watching boxing matches? Lu Hanfeng queried, glancing at the alluring woman beside him. It is underground fighting, where every blow is brutal and life is at stake. Fatalities are commonplace in underground boxing, and many affluent celebrities attend. For those of us who have grown weary of conventional pleasures, such visceral excitement is far more enticing. Before Lu Hanfeng could respond, the auction began. And the first item up for bid was a stunning piece of Dotsai porcelain salvaged from the depths of the sea. Though this Ming Chenghua Dotsai vase may not rival the astronomical value of the Dotsai Jitsong cup, it is nonetheless a pinnacle of the Dotsai technique. According to our master's appraisal, it is valued at over 20 million. The starting bid for this exquisite vase was set at 20 million, and the final price would reflect the bidder's affections for it. This auction featured only this porcelain piece, serving as a prelude to the more valuable items to follow. Indeed, the auctioneer made a point to mention that this porcelain was a rare treasure salvaged by the Yu family from the deep sea, with many more exquisite items to grace future auctions. Thus, the fervent auction commenced. Lu Hanfeng could hardly fathom the enthusiasm of the wealthy, spending exorbitant sums on seemingly useless artifacts, fretting over their potential for damage or theft. After several minutes of heated bidding, the Ming Dotsai vase was sold for nearly 40 million to a wealthy patron. Lu Hanfeng cast a grateful glance at the buyer. This person was indeed his benefactor. Those gold and silver items did not hold auction value. I suggest we directly sell them to antique dealers. However, the jade pieces possess immense value, and we will periodically release batches at future auctions. I am not well versed in this. You all can manage it. I only care about the final profits. Hanfeng, I appreciate your straightforward nature. Please provide me with an account number, and our profits will be regularly transferred to your account. Lu Hanfeng nodded and handed over his Dragon Country Bank VIP account, which held over 900 million in cash. This auction exposed Lu Hanfeng to the opulence of high society. Items that appeared utterly useless frequently commanded prices in the millions. Given that it was a quarterly large-scale auction, items rarely fell below 1 million. The gold nugget, dubbed the countenance of prosperity, was saved as the final highlight of the evening. Upon its reveal, it ignited a frenzy among the attendees, who marveled at the enormous gold nugget with its naturally formed, indistinct human face, serving as the ultimate allure. The bidding commenced with fervor. The price rapidly surged to 200 million, continuing to climb as multiple wealthy bidders vied for it, demonstrating a determination to acquire it at any cost. After a tense 15 minutes of competition, the countenance of prosperity was ultimately sold for nearly 300 million, a figure that far exceeded Lu Hanfeng's expectations, filling him with uncontainable elation. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Casually collecting a few stones equated to the lifetime struggles of many. The auction lasted close to 2 hours. With the enchanting company of Yu Lingyuan, Lu Hanfeng found the time to be quite enjoyable, engaging in light-hearted banter as moments slipped away. Checking the time on her phone, Yu Lingyuan eagerly pulled Lu Hanfeng along to their next destination. The boxing match was on the verge of commencing, and in the biting cold, we hastened our steps. Soon, you will encounter many familiar faces from the screens. Do refrain from making a scene, for it could provoke displeasure among others, leading to considerable trouble. Driving a striking red Ferrari, Yu Lingyuan sped through the streets. And it was not until we arrived at an opulent underground boxing venue that I comprehended the meaning behind her earlier words. The spacious arena was filled with no less than 300 individuals, all impeccably dressed and exuding an air of sophistication. A mere glance revealed numerous top-tier celebrities from Long Nation, particularly the esteemed veterans from Xiangjiang, whose names are known throughout the mainland. Yu Lingyuan led me to a private booth, where a server promptly arrived with an array of snacks and beverages. Chapter 36. Underground boxing. Before the boxing match commenced, Yu Hixuan arrived with 2 young men of similar age, who appeared to be quite familiar with Yu Lingyuan. They greeted each other casually, prompting Lingyuan to squeeze closer to Lu Hanfeng, deliberately creating distance from the three. This subtle movement unexpectedly drew their attention to Lu Hanfeng, their scrutinizing gazes appraising him. Your friend seems rather unfamiliar, one remarked. He is my friend from the mainland, Lingyuan replied. Oh, a mainlander. I didn't expect you to fancy such a style. It's quite unrefined. Yang Guang, this is my friend. Kindly show some respect. If you find him displeasing, you may leave and spare us your sarcasm, Lingyuan retorted, her temper flaring as she pointed an accusatory finger at the speaker. The young man, however, remained unfazed, glaring at Lu Hanfeng with a menacing look. At that moment, the underground boxing match began. 2 burly men stepped onto the stage, one a black man and the other with Southeast Asian features, both displaying fierce expressions as they taunted each other. Hey Lingyuan, I heard you've been making quite a fortune lately. Why not indulge in a few bets? One of the young men suggested with a grin. Lingyuan, her face alight with excitement, hesitated briefly before engaging in a private wager with the three. The income from underground boxing primarily stems from betting, with wealthy patrons and celebrities wagering millions as a minimum. Anything less would be deemed embarrassing. In addition to official bets, private wagers like Lingyuan's are common, though they carry significant risks, as the official organizers do not guarantee payouts. Thus, such bets are usually made among acquaintances. With that pitiful appearance, I doubt you can even afford a stake. How about I lend you 10,000 as a wager? Yang Guang scoffed. You remain insufferably arrogant, don't you? The mainlander you deride possesses more cash than your father. My friend just secured nearly 400 million at the auction. Lingyuan's words transformed the expressions of the 3 young men, their faces paling as they realized they had underestimated Lu Hanfeng, who had ignored them throughout. Lu Hanfeng regarded their petty rivalry with disdain, choosing silence. After all, why engage with barking dogs? So, an invisible tycoon, are we? I wonder if you'd be interested in joining the fray? One of them taunted. Apologies, but I am not interested, Lu Hanfeng replied curtly, inciting their fury. Were it not for Lingyuan's presence, they might have confronted him aggressively. Lingyuan's luck was evidently poor, suffering a loss of 10 million in the first match, which brought delight to the 3 as they divided her wager. I'll bet 15 million on Songzhan winning, Lingyuan declared, having placed her wager on the victorious Thai boxer. The 3 exchanged glances, their faces betraying amusement as Lu Hanfeng observed closely, discerning the underlying patterns. It was evident that Ling Yuan was destined to lose again. As expected, the match commenced, and Songzhan was swiftly overwhelmed and knocked out within mere rounds. Ling Yuan, infuriated, hurled a fruit onto the ring in frustration. I refuse to be cursed by fate. Ling Yuan, clearly agitated, prepared to place another bet when Lu Hanfeng interjected, grasping her arm. "What's wrong, Hanfeng?" Ling Yuan inquired. Puzzled. "Trust me, bet on the black man to win," he advised. The expressions of the three young men shifted at his suggestion. Ling Yuan, realizing her earlier impulsiveness, recognized that the trio likely had insider knowledge and were attempting to ensnare her. Giggling, "I'll wager 20 million on the black man to win." Ling Yuan shot Lu Hanfeng a flirtatious glance, clinking her glass against his and reclining lazily on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at the three. The young men exchanged glances, their faces darkening as they shot daggers at Lu Hanfeng for his interference. "Ling Yuan, we shouldn't wager this round. That amount could jeopardize our relationship," one of them protested. "Humph, is it the wager that's large, or is there something you're hiding? It appears you've known the outcome all along and lured me into this trap. You rascals." Ling Yuan shot back, her voice laced with anger. The three merely chuckled at her accusations, their spirits unshaken as they had already profited considerably. As the thrilling match drew to a close, Ling Yuan refrained from placing any further bets, intensifying the animosity the three felt toward Lu Hanfeng. Their glares could have pierced him 100 times over. "Mainlander, it's now time to settle our grievances privately. Care to step into the ring and spar?" One of them proposed. Ling Yuan turned to Lu Hanfeng, her expression revealing her surprise as she explained, "In these affluent circles, rivalries often culminate in the ring, allowing disputes to be resolved either personally or by hiring fighters, adding entertainment to the venue. I believe you should step into the ring. If you unleash that fellow, you would undoubtedly dominate everyone." Ling Yuan hinted at a shared understanding between them, referring to the Mech, which would undoubtedly prevail. "Hanfeng, you can also wager on your victory while in the ring, but you can only bet on yourself, not your opponent." Her words piqued Lu Hanfeng's interest. Engaging in frivolous antics without any stakes held no allure for him, but wagering on his own victory was a different matter altogether. "Is there a limit to the betting?" he inquired. 200 million maximum. "Hanfeng, what are you planning?" "Haraha. Ling Yuan, sign me up. I'll bet on my own victory, 200 million. And you three, Huvi looked down upon me. Are you willing to wager? Are you serious?" The three young men's faces lit up with excitement. "Indeed. But I have one condition. Both parties must transfer their funds to the venue's official account beforehand. Only the victor can claim all the winnings. As I do not trust you." "Agreed. Let us contact Brother Ben," they exclaimed, their faces flushed with exhilaration as they departed. However, Ling Yuan regarded Lu Hanfeng with an odd expression. "Hanfeng, are you truly considering revealing the Mech?" "Trust me, Ling Yuan, just place your bets. Tonight, we shall reap a significant profit, though I am concerned whether we can withdraw our winnings. Is this venue reliable?" Giggling, "Hanfeng, you underestimate the power of this establishment. They are famed for running gambling ships and casinos, with numerous enterprises in Hong Kong and a 6-star hotel and casino in Las Vegas. A few billion is mere pocket change for Zhao Bin." Chapter 37. A relaxed victory soon. The stakes were established, and the three men pooled together 30 million. It was then that Lu Hanfeng realized they had found a fighter, an imposing American giant standing at 2 meters tall, capable of frightening the timid merely by his presence. "Go for it. Take that pale-skinned brute down." Before stepping onto the ring, Ling Yuan eagerly encouraged Lu Hanfeng, revealing a fervent passion for boxing that lay deep within her. "Heh, just wait for the money to roll in, Sister Ling Yuan." Lu Hanfeng smiled confidently, making his way to the ring amidst the sinister expressions of the three young men. Standing before the burly giant, Lu Hanfeng resembled a child who had yet to fully grow. The disparity in height was staggering, making it seem as though he could scarcely withstand a single blow from his opponent. The audience below erupted in frenzied bets, predominantly favoring the American behemoth. Feeling the adrenaline surge within him as he gazed at the roaring crowd, Lu Hanfeng's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. "Kid, I will tear you apart." The giant glared menacingly at Lu Hanfeng, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Lu Hanfeng understood the English taunt, but chose not to respond. Today was merely an unfortunate day for his opponent, who, without the allure of profit, would not have been worth his time. As the bell rang, the absence of a referee became apparent. In such underground fights, no oversight was necessary. Any method of combat was permitted, with the singular goal of knocking out the opponent. "Die, yellow-skinned pig!" The giant bellowed as he charged towards Lu Hanfeng with heavy steps. Lu Hanfeng frowned slightly, disappointment evident on his face. This brute was nowhere near the caliber of the fighters he had previously encountered. When the giant reached him, Lu Hanfeng swiftly unleashed a powerful kick to his chest. The giant's massive frame, weighing over 300 pounds, was sent flying as if made of paper, crashing violently against the iron cage. The crowd's cheers abruptly fell silent, disbelief washing over them as they witnessed the seemingly weaker fighter demonstrate such strength. While the anticipated victor lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated animal, this stark contrast was almost too much to bear. "Go, Hanfeng. I love you." Yuling Yuan, perched on her table, shouted excitedly, her beautiful face flushed with exhilaration, reminiscent of a teenage girl. "Ah!" the fallen giant roared, struggling to rise as he shook his dazed head and charged at Lu Hanfeng once more. Unfortunately, the gap in their abilities was insurmountable. His movements appeared sluggish to Lu Hanfeng, who awaited his approach before delivering another kick, even more powerful than the last. The giant was propelled backward once again, this time leaving a dent in the steel railing. Lying on the ground, the giant coughed up blood, his head lolling to the side as he fell silent. A hush fell over the arena, soon replaced by a cacophony of curses from those who had lost their bets. Frustration vented towards the inept giant who, despite his size, proved utterly useless. "Victory for Lu Hanfeng of the Dragon Kingdom," a voice announced as the cage slowly ascended. And Lu Hanfeng descended from the ring amidst the astonished and respectful gazes of the onlookers. Upon returning to Yuling Yuan's table, she leapt into his arms, exuberantly planting a kiss on his lips. The softness of her touch caught him off guard, igniting a spark of desire within him, and he eagerly reciprocated. After 2 minutes, they reluctantly separated, both a bit embarrassed. Yuling Yuan's face was beet red, realizing that her excitement had led to an uncharacteristic display of affection. Lu Hanfeng, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, showed no signs of regret. It became evident to Lu Hanfeng that her inherent violent tendencies were at play, fueling her wild enthusiasm for his victory. "Sister Lin Yuan, was that your first kiss?" he teased, wrapping an arm around her waist as they settled onto the sofa. "Please. My first kiss was long gone during my school days, back when I was naive and only shared a couple of hand-holding moments," she retorted playfully. "Hanfeng, you were incredibly impressive out there. I adore a man who is both cultured and capable, one who can fight and make money. You've helped me earn so much tonight. How should I express my gratitude?" With a sultry smile, she traced circles on his chest, igniting excitement within him. Could it be possible that this captivating woman would grant him more than just a kiss tonight? After settling their winnings, Yuling Yuan led him to the back of a club to collect their earnings. Their joint wager of 200 million yielded astonishing returns, and they managed to outsmart the 3 bothersome men for an additional 30 million, leaving a constant smile on Yuling Yuan's face. "Hanfeng, I've realized that life with you is nothing short of exhilarating. You never fail to surprise," she remarked, her alluring gaze directed at him as they sat in a luxurious Ferrari. "Ha ha ha. Sister Lin Yuan, you must be careful not to fall into this deep pit of excitement," Lu Hanfeng replied, feeling as though he were floating from the praise of such a beautiful and noble woman. "Perhaps I already have. I relish this thrilling lifestyle," she mused. Lu Hanfeng had anticipated that their evening would lead to something more, yet Yuling Yuan remained unprepared. They merely shared a kiss before parting ways. In his rental apartment in the Magic City, Lu Hanfeng was sound asleep when a strange phone call disturbed his slumber, the number displaying a location from Shandong Province. "Who is this?" Lu Hanfeng grumbled, having tossed and turned all night, and finally dozing off only to be woken early by the call. Um, hello. This is Yuchioyo. A timid voice on the other end belonged to a young girl. Chioyo? You must have dialed the wrong number. No, please don't hang up. I'm the girl who sat across from you on the train. You asked me to contact you, remember? At last, Lu Hanfeng recalled the encounter. He had left her a note out of concern when he saw her struggling with a phone call, worried she might be led astray. I remember now. You had some trouble during that call. What can I do for you? I need your help. I'm looking for a job. I'm quite capable and can do any work. All right, add me on WeChat with this number. I'll send you the address. Just report there. I work for a communications company with a monthly salary of 8,000 plus various benefits, and you can expect over 10,000 monthly, depending on your position and performance. Really? Is it that simple? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I truly appreciate it. Lu Hanfeng hung up the phone, and shortly after, his WeChat pinged with her friend request, which he accepted. He then sent her the address of the interstellar communications company along with Zhang Ruiji's contact number. In response, she sent back a shy and grateful emoji. Chapter 38. Another mission. Just as I was about to indulge in a brief nap, my phone rang again. Lu Hanfeng was on the verge of irritation, but upon seeing that it was Director Su calling, he instantly subdued his frustration. Director Su. Yes, Hanfeng, another mission has arisen. An important figure in our country is scheduled to visit Saudi Arabia for a 3-day goodwill visit. However, we have received intelligence suggesting that there may be terrorists intending to disrupt this visit and maliciously undermine the friendly relations between our two nations. Given the constraints of personnel and weaponry we can carry during international visits, the leadership has decided to entrust this mission to you. Director Su, I am always on standby. Good. Come to the headquarters in the capital. We need to depart soon. After hanging up the phone, Lu Hanfeng pondered for a moment. With a 3-day absence ahead, he needed to ensure that his business interests were properly managed, with all companies developing according to his directives. He promptly got ready and flew to Su province to find Lin Mushin. This woman was still peacefully asleep in her father's villa on the 3rd floor. Lu Hanfeng landed on the rooftop and knocked on her window. Who is it? Ah, Lin Mushin, clad in cartoon-themed pajamas, pulled back the curtain and was startled to see Lu Hanfeng outside, letting out a shriek. Let me in through the small door. I need to go out for a while, possibly 3 days, and I have some matters to discuss with you. Lin Mushin, still dazed, opened the balcony door, and Lu Hanfeng stepped in, enveloping her in an embrace as he sat down on the bed. Lu Hanfeng, what are you doing? Lin Mushin exclaimed, clutching her chest in terror. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously at him. I've transferred 200 million to your account. You are now fully responsible for the acquisition of the automobile manufacturing plant. I will be away for 3 days and 1 tea of time to oversee this. What? 200 million? Lin Mushin was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to resist as Lu Hanfeng buried his head in her fragrant neck. Inhaling the sweet scent of her hair, you negotiate the price yourself. Once you reach an agreement, proceed with the transaction. If you encounter any difficulties, contact me. I trust your capabilities. Are you insane? That's 200 million, not 20,000. You just transferred it to me like that? Lin Mushin was still grappling with the staggering figure, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. You are my woman. Don't mention 200 million. Even 2 billion or 200 billion will be yours in the future. I must take my leave now. An urgent mission requires me to go abroad for 3 days. Lu Hanfeng kissed Lin Mushin lightly on the forehead, stood up, and headed outside. Lin Mushin, blushing, got up and opened the door. But Lu Hanfeng had already vanished from sight. A few minutes later, Lu Hanfeng arrived at the headquarters of the Capital Security Bureau, where Director Su personally greeted him. Hanfeng, this mission is of utmost importance. Protecting a person and going into battle are 2 entirely different concepts. You must exercise caution and remain vigilant during the mission. Rest assured, Director Su, I will be stationed in the capital for the foreseeable future. You can reach me anytime you need assistance. As Director Su spoke, he led Lu Hanfeng to an office and handed him a stack of sealed documents. Upon opening them, Lu Hanfeng was momentarily stunned. His charge for this mission was none other than the 3rd leader of the Dragon Country. Moreover, this visit to Saudi Arabia was not merely a casual goodwill visit. There were undoubtedly deeper, undisclosed motives behind it. After all the necessary instructions were provided, Director Su summoned a soldier to escort Lu Hanfeng to a secret airport within the military district. The dedicated aircraft was already prepared and waiting. After confirming his identity, Lu Hanfeng was the first to board the plane, finally glimpsing the interior of the Boeing private jet. The aircraft was not as opulent as he had imagined, but it exuded a sense of comfort. It primarily featured conference room sofas and a gaming area for leisure. The sofas could be reclined into single beds, and with the curtains drawn, they formed private spaces. In this expansive private jet lounge, Lu Hanfeng found himself alone. "Mr. Lu, may I offer you something to drink?" A flight attendant approached him. She was tall and poised, exuding a military demeanor, unmistakably a selection from the armed forces. "You are the flight attendant on this plane?" Lu Hanfeng asked, surprised as he appraised the young woman. She appeared to be around his age, and with heels on, she likely stood at nearly 6 feet tall. Dressed in a dignified white gown, she lacked the gaudy embellishments typical of commercial airline attendants. "Yes, I have served on this aircraft for 2 years. Should you need anything, please feel free to press the call button located by your seat." Moments later, a commotion erupted on the plane, prompting Lu Hanfeng to spring up from the sofa. The third leader, accompanied by 2 individuals in their 30s, entered the private lounge. "Greetings, Leader 3. Lu Hanfeng saluted promptly. The third leader smiled and patted Lu Hanfeng on the shoulder. "Comrade Hanfeng, I appreciate your assistance on this mission. There's no need to be so formal. Please sit comfortably." The 2 aides accompanying the third leader scrutinized Lu Hanfeng with curiosity. They had recently been informed that the security personnel would differ significantly from previous arrangements, and they were surprised to see such a young individual. Furthermore, he lacked the demeanor of a conventional soldier, appearing rather casual even in his salute. Lu Hanfeng initially intended to sit further away from the third leader, sensing the weight of pressure beside him, but to his surprise, the third leader directly pulled him to sit next to him on the sofa. "Hanfeng, I see from your profile that you are currently managing your own company. What are your thoughts on the future of our country's commercial development?" The question left Lu Hanfeng momentarily dumbfounded. As someone just embarking on his entrepreneurial journey, he felt unqualified to discuss future developments. Yet, observing the third leader's keen interest, he took a moment to reflect before responding. The future of commerce will increasingly gravitate towards intelligent mechanization, resulting in a diminishing need for human labor. The high-tech industry is poised to be the trendsetter in the business world, and many entry-level jobs will be supplanted by technology. The lowest-tier workers, such as delivery personnel and those engaged in monotonous factory tasks, will likely be the next wave of unemployed individuals. Technological advancements will continue to reduce these roles. For instance, the currently trialing market initiative of driverless taxis exemplifies the shift toward automation. The arrival of the intelligent era is inevitable, and no one can impede its progress. In the future, machines will replace human labor, and humanity will be relegated to roles requiring subjective judgment, tasks that machines can never replicate. The advent of mobile phones rendered pagers obsolete. Similarly, smartphones have displaced tape recorders, VCD players, and even traditional televisions, which have now become mere decorations in many households. With fewer people actually watching TV, even cameras have been overshadowed by smartphones, which can only survive in a niche market. All these developments indicate the arrival of an era dominated by intelligent technology. Indeed, you make a compelling point. Hanfeng, what do you believe should be the next steps for our country's grassroots citizens? The third leader sipped from a cup of tea handed to him by the flight attendant. Gazing at Lu Hanfeng with a smile, Lu Hanfeng fell silent again, knowing that what he was about to articulate would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. "What is the matter? Is there something you're hesitant to share? This is merely a casual conversation, free from any political implications. You need not worry about saying something inappropriate. I genuinely enjoy hearing the perspectives of young people like yourselves. The generational gap in thinking is irreversible, and you consistently bring forth innovative ideas." Chapter 39. Resolving the rodents. After a prolonged contemplation, Lu Hanfeng spoke slowly, fully aware of the adage that calamity often springs from careless words. Thus, he pondered each phrase meticulously before articulating it. "Leader number 3, I have provided the nation with some advanced technological innovations. Should the country comprehend and harness these technologies, it could pave the way for the creation of interstellar spacecraft. The advent of such vessels would mark humanity's inaugural step into the cosmos, where boundless resources await exploration and development. Once we enter the age of interstellar travel, any challenges would be resolved in an instant. Leader number 3 furrowed his brow, his fingers instinctively tapping the table. Lu Hanfeng's words left his 2 assistant secretaries utterly astonished, had it not been for leader number 3's presence. They would have scoffed at his fanciful notions. With Earth's current technological prowess, the idea of interstellar travel seemed a distant dream, perhaps centuries away. While leader no. 3 pondered Lu Hanfeng's assertions, Lu, feeling somewhat disconnected from the conversation, reclined on the sofa and closed his eyes, feigning slumber. In truth, he was communicating with Kasha, who was able to relay information through the biological chip embedded in his mind. This was an opportune moment for him to ascertain the technological capabilities Kasha possessed. As the aircraft descended amidst a gentle tremor, Lu Hanfeng was roused by the flight attendant pouring tea. Upon awakening, he retrieved his phone to watch videos. Undeterred by the onboard Wi-Fi, which was further enhanced by his utilization of a 3-dimensional waveband signal, ensuring uninterrupted connectivity, the lengthy journey commenced, and leader number 3, unable to withstand the fatigue, retreated to his quarters for rest. At this juncture, his 2 secretaries seized the opportunity to engage Lu Hanfeng in conversation. Mr. Lu, the previous bodyguards of leader number 3 were elite soldiers, yet you seem quite different. Indeed, Lu Hanfeng replied with a chuckle. That is because I possess capabilities that surpass all others. Let us hope my skills remain unnecessary during this journey. The 2 secretaries exchanged skeptical glances, oblivious to the existence of the mecha, and found Lu Hanfeng's unassuming appearance deceptive. Shortly after his remark, an unforeseen incident occurred. The co-pilot burst into the cabin, his demeanor frantic. Leader number 3, we are in grave danger. There are 2 unmanned combat drones trailing us, equipped with small intelligent missiles. Should they launch an attack, we would stand no chance of defense. The countenance of leader number 3's assistant and secretary turned ashen upon hearing this alarming revelation. Lu Hanfeng, momentarily taken aback, rose and began to establish contact with Kasha to assess the situation via satellite. Master, there are indeed 2 drones following us, seeking an opportunity to strike. Without your intervention, this Boeing private jet would surely meet its demise. Leader number 3, his expression darkening, exited his room in disheveled attire and urgently instructed the captain to display the footage on the cabin screen. Instantly, the screen revealed the 2 drones, each laden with ominous missiles, a formidable threat. A somber atmosphere enveloped the cabin as despair etched itself on every face, save for Lu Hanfeng, who maintained an air of indifference. Rest assured, leader number 3, the leaders have entrusted me with managing such crises. This is but a trivial matter. I shall return shortly. Approaching the aircraft's door, Lu Hanfeng discovered it secured by a password and a specialized key. He glanced at the flight attendant, and leader number 3, with a grim countenance, commanded, "Act as Lu Hanfeng instructs." Only then did the flight attendant produce the key to unlock the door. Lu Hanfeng signaled for everyone to step back to avoid being swept away by the raging winds. The other 3 hastily secured their seatbelts as he pulled open the door, and a ferocious gust surged in, threatening to dislodge him if not for his firm grip. Lu Hanfeng had no intention of exiting. Such trivial matters could be handled by the mecha. With a swift motion, he pressed a button on his wrist, and in an instant, a colossal 6-meter-tall steel behemoth materialized in the sky, activating its cloaking mode. The tempestuous winds rendered the cabin's occupants unable to see the mecha's emergence. After closing the door, tranquility returned to the cabin, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the meaning behind Lu Hanfeng's actions. He merely smiled and pointed at the screen, where the 2 drones, inexplicably, erupted in explosive bursts, creating magnificent yet ominous fireworks in the sky. All threats have been neutralized. Lu Hanfeng acknowledged leader No. 3 with a nod, who exhaled in relief and clapped him on the shoulder, knowing that only he understood the significance of the mecha. The mecha remained cloaked, shadowing the private jet to avert further attacks. Below, The vast ocean stretched out as the aircraft traversed from India over the Arabian Sea towards Saudi Arabia. The journey continued, and leader number 3, fatigued from sleepless nights, retreated once more to rest. The remaining passengers regarded Lu Hanfeng with newfound respect, and after several hesitant exchanges, the flight attendant, while pouring tea, curiously inquired, "Mr. Lu, what transpired just now?" "That was a case of technological superiority. Should such an incident arise again, simply summon me. There's no need to trouble leader number 3. My mission is to ensure the safety of all aboard." With the Mech providing protection, the group arrived safely in Saudi Arabia. Just as dawn broke, a luxurious convoy awaited them at the airport. Leader number 3, invigorated, disembarked first, with Lu Hanfeng closely trailing behind to guard against potential threats. "Dearly, welcome to Saudi Arabia." A man clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with a striking beard approached leader number 3, embracing him warmly. His English was clear and comprehensible, eliminating the need for translation. "Mr. Hanfeng, greetings. It is a pleasure to see you again." After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the vehicle, with Lu Hanfeng sitting beside leader number 3, while the secretaries occupied a separate car. As they traversed the Saudi highways, Lu Hanfeng admired the foreign landscapes, while the Mech soared invisibly above, ever vigilant for their safety. "Master, ahead there are snipers. The Mech's thermal imaging has detected for concealed marksmen on the rooftops to either side." "Really?" Lu Hanfeng exclaimed, peering out the window in astonishment. "Eliminate the snipers. Leave no survivors." As he issued the command, the vehicle approached a roadside building where 4 snipers lay in wait, their rifles glinting ominously. Just as they prepared to take aim, brilliant beams of light shot from the sky, penetrating their heads with lethal precision before they could react. A slight smile graced Lu Hanfeng's lips, which did not go unnoticed by leader number 3. "What is it, Hanfeng?" "There were 4 rodents ahead, but I have resolved the issue. Who could possibly be scheming to sabotage your visit?" Chapter 40. The gratitude of Hanfeng number 3 fell silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh and revealing the truth. "You will eventually learn about this matter, so it is of little consequence to share it now. My visit to Saudi Arabia is primarily for business negotiations. The King of Saudi Arabia intends to procure military weapons from us on a long-term basis, from basic, standard firearms to advanced intercontinental missiles. From ground tanks to naval and aerial military craft, this presents an exceedingly significant opportunity for our dragon nation. Not only can we forge a lasting friendship with Saudi Arabia, but we can also gain access to their boundless resources. They possess many precious materials that our nation lacks, allowing us to break the embargo imposed by other countries through Saudi channels. Is that so? Have our actions encroached upon the interests of other nations?" Lu Hanfeng immediately grasped the underlying implications. Indeed, Saudi Arabia has been embroiled in a centuries-old feud with Iran, much like our own nation's rivalry with our country. It is highly likely that these terrorists are agents of Iran. Should we finalize our military cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia, Iran would inevitably find itself at a disadvantage and would strive to thwart our endeavors. The vehicle came to a halt before the opulent palace of the Saudi king, a structure imbued with foreign elegance. Lu Hanfeng, having researched the country's numerous taboos, was acutely aware that visitors from the Dragon Nation must exercise utmost caution. A misstep could lead to grave consequences. Firstly, alcohol is banned throughout the kingdom, and many from our nation have fallen afoul of this law. Should any alcoholic beverages be discovered in one's luggage upon landing, the Saudi police would swiftly detain the individual. The ensuing punishment is severe, a public flogging of 80 lashes, enough to claim half a life, and exorbitant fines, followed by imprisonment for 6 months to a year. In Saudi Arabia, consuming a sip of alcohol is far graver than drug use in our homeland. One could easily pay with their life. Furthermore, Saudi Arabia is a nation that strictly adheres to Islam. No other faith is tolerated. Those who promote or practice alternative religions face unimaginable penalties. Historically, religion has always been treated with utmost seriousness, and discovering heretics could lead to immediate execution, with no second chances. As the group entered the palace, they were greeted by men clad in flowing white robes, their heads adorned with white cloth caps and sporting thick beards. Lu Hanfeng observed these men with a bemused expression. Many bore striking similarities in appearance, compounded by their identical attire, making differentiation nearly impossible. After navigating through a series of elaborate protocols, Number 3 and his companions were ushered into a grand hall, resplendent with exotic decorations. Lu Hanfeng remained silently seated behind Number 3, completely uninterested in the pleasantries exchanged among the dignitaries. Following a tedious 2-hour meeting, Number 3 was finally escorted to a resting area. While Lu Hanfeng dozed on a sofa outside, the tedious meetings continued into the afternoon, lulling him into a deeper slumber until the evening's festivities, which were slightly more engaging. The King of Saudi Arabia hosted a lavish banquet, although only non-alcoholic beverages were served. A sudden commotion caught Lu Hanfeng's attention. Turning to investigate, he was taken aback to see a young man in a white robe casually leading a black leopard through the banquet hall, proudly showcasing the creature to acquaintances. Goodness, Saudis truly keep such animals, he mused, realizing that the videos he had seen were indeed authentic. Just then, a mischievous child threw a piece of fruit at the leopard, provoking it into a frenzy. With a ferocious roar, the leopard broke free from its leash and lunged toward the child, causing gasps to erupt throughout the hall. Reacting instinctively, Lu Hanfeng leaped forward, covering the distance of several meters in an instant. Just as the leopard escaping maw was mere inches from the child, Lu Hanfeng seized it by the neck, lifting it effortlessly. Despite the creature's thrashing and clawing, his grip remained unyielding, as firm as steel. Take care of your pet. Heir. Should I witness it in a frenzy again, I will have no choice but to put it down, he warned sternly. The king Hamilmon approached with a grim expression, scooping the child into his arms and directing a furious reprimand at the man holding the leopard. The man, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale and dared not respond. Once the leopard's aggression subsided, Lu Hanfeng gently set it down. The man hastily tightened the leash and slunk away. Sir, you have saved my child's life. Please tell me your name. You shall receive my deepest gratitude, King Hamilmon said, handing the child to a servant before stepping forward to express his appreciation. Your Majesty, it was merely my duty. I am Lu Hanfeng, Mr. Li's bodyguard. He replied with humility. Dear Lu, you are now a distinguished guest of Hamilmon. I greatly value the company of capable individuals. Whenever you visit Saudi Arabia, you shall be met with my warm hospitality, the king declared, accepting a card from a servant and presenting it to Lu Hanfeng. Dumbfounded, Lu Hanfeng took the card, which was made of pure gold and inscribed with the king's name and personal phone number. My sincerest thanks for this generous gift, Your Majesty, he stammered. Hamilmon nodded in acknowledgement before departing, leaving Number 3 to approach Lu Hanfeng with a grin. You truly are remarkable, Hanfeng. Gold shines wherever it is found. Keep that card safe. It is the king's private number. With it, you will receive VIP treatment on future visits to this country. The Saudis place great importance on their benefactors and often bestow extravagant gifts upon them. You may find yourself quite fortunate, Number 3 remarked. Lu Hanfeng nodded, indifferent to material gifts, valuing instead the friendship of Hamilmon, which may prove advantageous in the future. The following day, Hamilmon guided Number 3 on a tour of his military forces, showcasing Saudi Arabia's military might while discussing arms procurement. For 3 consecutive days, their itinerary remained monotonous and tiresome. Finally, after 3 days, the mission came to an end. As they prepared to depart, Hamilmon presented Lu Hanfeng with a heavy box, approximately 30 centimeters in size, but weighing nearly 100 pounds. Amidst the crowd, Lu Hanfeng hesitated to open the box until he was alone with Number 3 in the vehicle. As he lifted the lid, he was momentarily blinded by the gleam of gold within. Goodness, so much gold, he exclaimed, discovering an array of exquisite golden jewelry, necklaces, earrings, bracelets, rings, all adorned with a distinct exotic flair. Indeed, as I expected, Hanfeng, you have struck a small fortune, Number 3 chuckled. Is it permissible for me to accept these gifts, leader Number 3? Lu Hanfeng inquired with a sheepish expression. He had merely been a bystander and had inadvertently saved a child, yet the reward seemed disproportionate. However, he was on a mission, and accepting such wealth could lead to complications. This is a token of gratitude from Hammam. Accept it. In Saudi Arabia's monarchy, Hammam is the wealthiest individual, and these ornaments are trivial to him. However, they are rather conspicuous, so let us keep this between us and refrain from displaying them publicly. It could lead to undesirable attention. Number 3 advised. Thank you. Number 3. This. Lu Hanfeng's expression turned suddenly grave, his earlier smile vanishing as he uttered an expletive. Number 3, taken aback, seemed to realize something amiss. A resounding boom echoed in the distance as fireworks erupted in the sky, marking the launch of multiple rockets trailing fiery tails. Number 3, I must step outside. A large armed group is blocking our path, Lu Hanfeng declared. Lu Hanfeng discarded the box in his hands and hastily opened the car door, darting out. The convoy had come to a halt. These vehicles were fortified with bulletproof modifications, impervious to standard gunfire. However, they would still fall victim to rocket artillery and other high-caliber weaponry. Chapter 41. Bitten by a dog while turning mecha. Lu Hanfeng roared, and in the next moment, a 6-meter-tall steel behemoth suddenly appeared in the sky, crashing down before him and creating a deep pit in the ground. As the mecha landed, it swiftly seized Lu Hanfeng and thrust him into the cockpit. The mecha let out a thunderous roar, arching its body and soaring into the heavens. In the distance, several drones armed with missiles approached. A gun barrel extended from the mecha's shoulder, unleashing a barrage of concentrated beams of light toward the drones. The intensity of the beams enveloped the drone's entire operational range, leaving them no room to evade. Moreover, due to the speed of the lasers, the missiles suspended on the drones were detonated almost instantaneously. The sky erupted in dazzling sparks as the massive shockwave from the explosions caused many nearby buildings to collapse. Damn it! Lu Hanfeng cursed within the mecha, piloting it into the sky. He activated thermal imaging and sonar technology, instantly locking onto enemies armed with weapons hundreds of meters away. The laser beams shot forth mercilessly, and in the blink of an eye, swathes of enemies perished. The mecha emitted a deafening roar as it charged toward the direction of several incoming rockets. Armed militants were loading rockets, seemingly preparing for a second barrage. However, the infuriated Lu Hanfeng showed no mercy, unleashing a storm of laser fire that extinguished all their lives. In this area populated by civilians, Lu Hanfeng dared not employ energy cannons, as their immense power could easily cause collateral damage. He could not afford the trouble of harming innocents. The mecha stormed into the militants' hideout, ruthlessly eliminating all of them. After a brief sweep, Lu Hanfeng returned to the vehicle, having dispatched an estimated 30 to 40 enemies in less than 3 minutes. Additionally, he destroyed the enemy's missile launchers and command vehicles controlling the drones, crushing the terrorists within underfoot. With the assistance of a 3-dimensional satellite system, all enemies were rendered visible, and once he confirmed that none remained, the mecha descended before vehicle number 3. As Lu Hanfeng exited the mecha, he was met with countless stunned gazes, including those of Secretary and Assistant number 3, both of whom were left speechless by the sight of the man emerging from the steel monster. Number 3, let us go? The convoy continues, Lu Hanfeng shouted in English, prompting the convoy to set off toward the airport once more. Is this the overwhelming might of the ultimate individual weapon? Indeed, it is terrifyingly powerful. Hanfeng, you truly embody the nuclear capability of our dragon nation. Number 3 gazed at the young man before him with admiration, having witnessed the entire battle of the mecha. Although he was unaware of the enemy's numbers, he felt the intensity of the explosions. The enemy's formidable firepower had failed to inflict even a scratch on the mecha. Hammam knew that number 3 had encountered a terrorist attack and had specifically called to offer condolences. On the return journey, Hammam even dispatched armed helicopters for protection, ensuring everyone arrived safely at the airport. The return journey was uneventful, and the group arrived unscathed at the military airport in the capital of Dragon Nation. Number 3 firmly patted Lu Hanfeng on the shoulder before stepping into the welcoming vehicle, leaving only after the convoy had moved far away. He then boarded a soldier's vehicle to be escorted to the headquarters of the Security Bureau. At the headquarters, Director Bai and Director Su received him in the office. Ha ha. Hanfeng, your performance in this mission was commendable. Number 3 has praised you highly. Sending anyone else could have resulted in disaster for number 3. But you completed the mission safely and ensured everyone's security. Hanfeng, at next month's mid-year commendation ceremony, your rank is likely to soar several levels. Director Bai Zhongjiang beamed as he patted Lu Hanfeng's shoulder, while Director Su grinned widely beside him. Lu Hanfeng was someone he had brought into the Security Bureau, and his commendable performance naturally brought him pride. In high spirits, Lu Hanfeng exited Director Bai's office, only to be bitten by a dog upon turning a corner. And not just any dog, a vicious one. Stop. A cold voice halted the departing Lu Hanfeng. He turned to find Li Kuang, the person he had once saved. You are Hanfeng, right? Is there something you need? Lu Hanfeng had a rather poor impression of Li Kuang and spoke without courtesy. You're merely a lucky fellow who stumbled upon an alien mecha. Outside of it, you are nothing. Don't think that saving Xiaoyu allows you to approach her. Her status is beyond someone like you. Be wise and keep your distance from Xiaoyu in the future, otherwise you'll regret it. Did you hear me? Li Kuang boasted arrogantly, his disdainful gaze igniting Lu Hanfeng's temper. Since you know I am Hanfeng, how dare you speak to me like that? Have you forgotten how pathetic you were when kidnapped by pirates? Your wounds aren't even healed, and you've already forgotten the person who saved you. You may look decent, but you do nothing of worth. You've truly grasped the essence of ingratitude. Someone like you is merely fortunate to have been born into the right family. Outside of that relationship, you'd struggle to survive. Society will teach you how to be a person. Having said that, Lu Hanfeng turned and walked away, his previously good mood thoroughly ruined by this mad dog. Behind him, Li Kuang could not tolerate such humiliation and trembled with rage, shouting at Lu Hanfeng's retreating figure. You scavenger, just wait. That mecha belongs to the state and must be surrendered. Let us see how long you can gloat. Lu Hanfeng ignored him entirely and continued on his way, only to unexpectedly collide with a tall, short-haired woman. The woman paused, then smiled as she approached and patted his shoulder. Hanfeng, what's wrong? Why the long face? Who upset you? Yang, upon noticing Li Kuang in the distance, her smile vanished instantly. Grabbing Lu Hanfeng's arm, she pulled him into a nearby lounge. Hanfeng, how did you provoke this trash? Did this Li Kuang offend you too? Lu Hanfeng looked at her in surprise, and Yang's expression said it all. This scum has not only offended me, but has also angered everyone in the Security Bureau. This brat relies on his powerful family background. He spent time in the Security Bureau merely to gain merit for his future ascent. He's a leech, using us comrades to gild his reputation. During the last mission, he caused the loss of 2 brothers, elite soldiers painstakingly trained by the state, just because of his incompetence. Upon returning, he was merely dismissed and faced no substantial consequences. Since then, none of us have treated him kindly. Lu Hanfeng finally understood why Yang had displayed such a countenance earlier. It seemed this person was a rotten apple in the pot. What kind of background does he have? Yang, tell me, as I've now made an enemy of him, and he has fixated on my mecha. Who knows what ill intentions he harbors? Hanfeng, you must be cautious. Though this trash is worthless, he was born into a good family. His father is the second-in-command in the military, and our deputy director, Li Zhongping, is his uncle. Hiss. So impressive? Lu Hanfeng gasped, realizing why Li Kuang could move freely in the heavily guarded Security Bureau. I'll take my leave, Hanfeng. Be careful if you encounter this scum in the future. Yang patted his shoulder and exited the lounge. Chapter 42, A Rewarding Gift. Upon returning to the bustling metropolis, Lu Hanfeng headed straight to the office. The recent assignment had delayed him for 4 days. Although he maintained contact with Zhang Ruizhi, he couldn't shake the concern for his own company. As he stepped through the entrance, a newly decorated reception area greeted him, and he was momentarily taken aback by a young woman behind the front desk, who was equally astonished at his presence. Are you Yu? Yes, it's me. Hello, Mr. Lu. The young woman blushed and quickly rose to bow in greeting. Did President Zhang assign you to this position? Yes. President Zhang has asked me to temporarily cover for 2 days until a suitable candidate is found. She mentioned that you recommended me and that I would serve as her secretary. Being a secretary is advantageous. It will allow you to gain valuable experience working alongside President Zhang, opening up many opportunities for advancement in the future. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Once I receive my salary, I would love to treat you to a meal. Haha, that sounds great. Lu Hanfeng smiled at Yu Qiuyu, pleased by her initiative, and proceeded deeper into the company. Her willingness to offer a meal indicated a commendable emotional intelligence. Upon arriving at Zhang Ruizhi's office, Lu Hanfeng was taken aback to see a young girl, no older than her teenage years, diligently working on her homework at the desk, while Zhang Ruizhi was conspicuously absent. The girl looked up at him, her large, innocent eyes filled with curiosity, unperturbed by his presence. Are you looking for my mother? She is at a meeting and will return shortly. Are you Zhang Ruizhi's daughter? Yes, I'm on break and came here to do my homework. It's cooler here with the air conditioning, so I can study in peace. Lu Hanfeng approached to glance at her work and noted the difficulty level was that of a 9th grader, indicating she was preparing for the entrance examination. Little sister, you must be preparing for your exams soon? Don't you have air conditioning at home? Yes, the exams are approaching. I've been practicing constantly. We do have air conditioning at home, but we can't afford the electricity bill. It's too expensive. Her words left Lu Hanfeng momentarily speechless. It was shocking to realize that the CEO of his company couldn't afford basic comforts like air conditioning. He quickly pieced together the situation. Zhang Ruizhi's family must be in dire straits, which explained her prior internship at that agency. Despite the decent salary he offered her, it was not yet payday, and thus she had no access to those funds. This also reflected Zhang Ruizhi's integrity. She held the company's wealth in her hands, yet refrained from exploiting it for personal gain, remaining impoverished to the point of struggling to pay bills. A wave of guilt washed over him as he sat on the sofa, lost in thought. What is your name, little one? Zhang Lulu. You can call me Lulu. Big brother. The girl displayed an admirable poise that endeared her to Lu Hanfeng, and they engaged in casual conversation until Zhang Ruizhi entered, arms full of folders. Mr. Lu, you're back. Why didn't you tell me about your difficulties? Lu Hanfeng, mindful of the child's presence, refrained from expressing his frustration, though his demeanor was notably grim. It was my oversight. From now on, we will implement a policy allowing employees to request in advance on their salary, not exceeding 80% of their earnings. Your daughter's upcoming exams are crucial. She deserves a conducive study environment. Thank you, Mr. Lu. On behalf of all the employees, I express our gratitude. Zhang Ruizhi's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at Lu Hanfeng, overwhelmed with emotion. Where is your child's father? The moment the question escaped his lips, he regretted it. Zhang Ruizhi visibly flinched, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she quickly turned to grab a tissue, while the young girl lowered her head. Mr. Lu, I apologize for the emotional display. Lulu's father passed away in a car accident 2 years ago. The compensation was seized by my father-in-law, leaving us with nothing. We were even forced out by my in-laws and currently reside in a rented apartment. Our household registration was forcibly transferred, which is why Lulu carries my surname. Are you both still registered in the metropolis? Yes, we hold residence here. My parents are also from this city, though they have modest means and a son in university. Put in your best efforts. You will seize the opportunity to transform your life. Lu Hanfeng felt unqualified to comment on other circumstances. He had done his utmost for Zhang Ruizhi. As long as she dedicated herself to her work, he was confident she would alter her fate. Mr. Lu, at midnight tonight, we will launch the network for our interstellar communication service, and our store in the metropolis is fully prepared. Tomorrow will be pivotal for our company. I have a question regarding our pricing at 9 yuan per month. Is it not too low? Zhang Ruizhi pointed out that the 9 yuan included unlimited data and calls, with comprehensive signal coverage across the entire blue planet, making such a low price almost akin to giving it away. Moreover, their transmission speed surpassed that of all other national communication companies. A low price for communication is the prevailing market trend. Just follow my lead, and in due time, you will understand my strategy. Lu Hanfeng could not delve into further explanations. His ambitions soared beyond mere fiscal gains. Their perspectives were not aligned. Before departing, Lu Hanfeng withdrew an object from his pocket and placed it on the table, leaving behind a parting remark. Zhang Jie, Thank you for your hard work during this time. Here is a small gift to reward you. As Lu Hanfeng exited, Zhang Ruizhi and her daughter curiously gathered around the gift on the table, a solid gold bracelet, albeit with an unusual design reminiscent of foreign styles. Wow, a gold bracelet. Mom, try it on. The little girl, Lulu, hastily grabbed the bracelet and attempted to fit it onto her mother's wrist, only to find it surprisingly heavy. Goodness. This must weigh a couple of 100 grams. It's extraordinarily valuable. Zhang Ruizhi was no fool. Upon handling the bracelet, she instinctively gauged its worth, an extravagant gift valued at approximately 80 to 90,000, leaving her feeling undeserving. Mom, Brother Hanfeng gave this as a reward for your hard work in the company. You've been toiling late into the night, and your efforts have finally been recognized. Indeed, that's why I must work even harder. Zhang Ruizhi clutched the bracelet tightly. Although she had possessed gold jewelry in the past, the pressures of life had compelled her to sell them all to fund her daughter's education. After leaving the metropolis, Lu Hanfeng first visited the precision machinery factory in Hongdao City, which had commenced operations. Each component was being crafted by precision lathes, assembled by robotic arms into intelligent robots. These robots differed from those of lower-tier civilizations. They were powered by electricity and equipped with 6 long mechanical arms, resembling creatures from a science fiction film. These production robots were designed to undertake the tedious and repetitive tasks in automotive manufacturing. Chapter 43. A frustrating encounter. By the time Lu Hanfeng arrived in Su Province, it was already afternoon. He initially intended to head directly to the processing factory to find Lin Mushin, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Lin Mushin in a heated confrontation with a young man right outside the factory. Behind the young man stood 4 familiar bodyguards, and upon recognizing them, Lu Hanfeng immediately understood who this individual was. Mushin, Lu Hanfeng called out, prompting both Lin Mushin and the young man to turn their heads in unison. The bodyguards, sensing an air of tension, instinctively stiffened at the sight of him, their eyes reflecting a hint of fear. Hanfeng, you're back from your business trip, Lin Mushin exclaimed, visibly relieved to see him. Her expression conveyed a mixture of helplessness and grievance. In the midst of the stunned gazes surrounding them, Lu Hanfeng stepped forward and embraced the lovely figure, planting a kiss on her cherry-red lips. Let go of Mushin, you bastard. Are you for dead? Go and teach him a lesson. The young man, enraged at witnessing his goddess being kissed by another man, erupted like a lit powder keg, demanding his bodyguards to act. Unfortunately for him, the bodyguards exchanged nervous glances and, instead of advancing, took a step back. They were merely hired security, unwilling to risk their well-being for a confrontation that could lead to injury. Initially flustered, Lin Mushin attempted to resist, but moments later, she succumbed to Lu Hanfeng's passionate kiss. This sight nearly drove the young man opposite them to madness, and although he raged, he dared not approach, well aware of Lu Hanfeng's imposing stature. After nearly 2 minutes of fervent kissing, Lu Hanfeng finally released Lin Mushin, gazing tenderly into her sultry eyes. Mushin, I just returned today. Did you miss me? Lin Mushin, intending to retort playfully, caught sight of Li Hang's furious face and, with a mischievous glint, replied, Well, I think about you every day. Without you, I found it hard to eat or sleep. Watching the affectionate exchange, Li Hang's face twisted in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. Who the hell are you? You country bumpkin? Let go of Mushin. Ah, Mushin, darling. Who is this incessantly barking fool? Lu Hanfeng inquired dramatically, wrapping his arm around Lin Mushin's waist. Realizing his intent to provoke Li Hang, Lin Mushin laughed and played along. I'm not quite sure either. He just appeared out of nowhere and blocked the factory entrance. It's been quite bothersome. Their banter further ignited Li Hang's fury. Mushin, your factory will never receive orders from any car dealers. We, the car dealers of Su Province, have formed an alliance. With just a word from me, your factory will go bankrupt. Lu Hanfeng smirked. Oh, Mushin, wasn't this the same person who drugged you the night we met? What a benefactor. Without his interference, how could a humble collector like me ever aspire to be with a goddess like you? He then turned to Li Hang, extending his hand. Li Hang's discomfort was palpable as he grimaced, shaking Lu Hanfeng's hand with reluctance. Thanks to you for delivering such a beautiful goddess to my bed. When we marry, I'll be sure to send you an invitation. I'll send you an invitation to hell. Li Hang's eyes bulged with rage, and unable to contain himself, he swung his fist at Lu Hanfeng. However, the speed of his attack was laughable. Lu Hanfeng merely raised his arm to block the punch, causing Li Hang to let out a cry of pain, cradling his injured hand. Wait for me, you little brat. And you 4 useless guards. If you stand idly by while your boss is attacked, don't expect to earn a single penny. Li Hang spat before angrily berating the bodyguards and storming off to a nearby business vehicle, leaving the scene in a huff. Is that Li Hang? Lu Hanfeng inquired. Once the area fell silent. Yes, he has been relentless in his pursuit of me. You certainly dealt him a blow today. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, Lin Mushin replied, giggling. If he dares to show his face again, I'll make sure he's left bloodied for daring to bully my woman. Excuse me, who is your woman? Lin Mushin retorted playfully. Her cheeks flushed as she turned to enter the factory. Once inside the office, Lin Mushin's expression shifted to one of concern. Hanfeng, what Li Hang mentioned about the alliance is true. I've received news that several car companies in Su province have banded together to combat the increasingly dire situation. The 3 major car manufacturers are engaged in a price war, and the smaller companies are struggling to survive. If Li Hang plays dirty, we may indeed find ourselves without a single order. What do you think our factory should do? Mushin, you're overthinking it. Didn't I already acquire that car manufacturing plant? Yes, it cost 1.6 billion, and it took 3 days of negotiation with my father to secure it. The market price was over 200 million. Thank you for your efforts. I came specifically to express my gratitude. Now let us go check out that plant. They gathered some documents and departed, with Lin Mushin driving her Maserati for over 20 minutes until they arrived at the entrance of a large factory. Hanfeng. This car manufacturing plant was originally focused on producing new energy vehicles, but unfortunately, it went bankrupt due to inadequate technology and has been idle for over 2 months. There are only a few security personnel left on site. As they parked, a 30-something security guard approached and respectfully greeted Lin Mushin. Hello, General Manager Lin. Please open the gate. I'd like to show my boss around, Lin Mushin instructed. The security guard nodded, curiously eyeing Lu Hanfeng as he pressed the button to open the electric gate. These guards are still on our payroll, although the factory is closed. The equipment and tools inside hold considerable value. Lu Hanfeng nodded, surveying the expansive interior of the factory. The facility was vast, and it would take a significant amount of time to explore without a vehicle. The equipment appeared to be in good condition, and with some modifications, it could certainly be put to use. After spending so much to acquire this factory, are you genuinely considering entering the automotive industry? Why not? The automotive sector is fiercely competitive. For newcomers, it would almost be suicidal to enter. Are you mad, or did I mishear you? Mushin, believe me, once we launch our car, every automotive company worldwide will face bankruptcy. In the future, there will only be one car company on Blue Star, and that will be our interstellar automotive company. Please, anyone can talk big. Why not claim you'll dominate the universe? Lin Mushin scoffed, rolling her eyes as she parked in front of a factory building. After wandering around the factory for over half an hour, Lu Hanfeng felt satisfied with the premises. His thoughts raced as he envisioned the robots from Hongdao swiftly moving in to conduct major renovations. Soon, this place would transform into a production line for anti-gravity flying cars. Indeed, he intended to manufacture anti-gravity flying vehicles to revolutionize the existing transportation system on Blue Star. Chapter 44. Nearly caught on camera upon exiting the factory. The 2 individuals drove into the city, where Lu Hanfeng had reserved a table at an upscale Western restaurant. Since their acquaintance, he and Lin Mushin had not formally dated, and Lu Hanfeng intended to make amends. As he showered her with sweet nothings, Lin Mushin's cheeks flushed crimson, and the corners of her mouth turned upward, revealing her delight. Lu Hanfeng's tall, handsome, and enigmatic presence held a fatal allure for her, and coupled with their fateful night of passion during their first encounter, she had succumbed to him with merely a hint of his advances. Tonight at midnight, the interstellar communication phone cards will go on sale. You can place an order then to support your family's business. What? Interstellar communication is your enterprise? Lin Mushin gazed at Lu Hanfeng in astonishment. realizing that the much-discussed interstellar communication was indeed his venture, a revelation that felt surreal. Mastering communication is essential for the development of other industries, including the automotive manufacturing we are about to embark on, which relies heavily on communication. By the way, I'll transfer another 1 billion to you, Mushin. I have an additional task: acquire a battery factory nearby, preferably a large-scale one. If you can't find a suitable one, then just construct a sizable facility. Acquisition again. Do you not fear losing all this money? Lin Mushin was taken aback, her expression akin to that of a meme. Having just spent over 1 billion, he was already planning further ventures. Rest assured, our family has more than enough funds to spare. You and the children will never suffer. Come on. Do you think you can get one over on me with just 3 sentences? Lin Mushin shot him a playful glare, her sudden charm leaving Lu Hanfeng momentarily stunned. As he began to contemplate his next move for the evening, I also have some businesses in Hong Kong, where the real money flows rapidly. The profits from there will support our endeavors here, and once stability is achieved, it will become a money-making machine beyond compare. During their conversation, Lin Mushin's phone chimed. Upon checking, she was astonished to see that 1 billion had indeed been credited. She stared at Lu Hanfeng in disbelief, realizing that the person she had casually approached in desperation was, in fact, a man of immense power, capable of transferring such staggering sums. From now on, our focus will be on the automotive manufacturing plant, supplemented by the upcoming acquisition of the battery energy factory. This will serve as the cornerstone for a future automotive powerhouse. Mushin, you must strive. I have faith in you. After their meal, Lu Hanfeng took Lin Mushin's hand as they strolled down the bustling street. Passing a bubble tea shop, he stepped in to buy a cup. Lin Mushin initially intended to protest the sharing of a single cup, but Lu Hanfeng insisted she take a sip before bringing the cup to his lips. This is true romance between lovers. Why would we need 2 cups? One can be shared, and we can purchase another afterward. Disgusting, Lin Mushin exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she softly protested, refusing to open her mouth to take a sip from the drink he offered. Lu Hanfeng held her waist firmly, compelling her to take a couple of sips before relenting. Mushin, shall we visit the mall? Upon spotting a luxury brand shopping center, Lu Hanfeng felt a surge of excitement and pulled Lin Mushin inside. There is a saying, those who spend on you may not necessarily love you, but those who do not spend certainly do not love you. Lu Hanfeng was well versed in the dynamics of relationships, a lesson learned from his unending devotion to Gong Yuyan, who he believed would recognize his sacrifices, only to realize he had been nothing more than a jester. In response to Lin Mushin's eager gaze, Lu Hanfeng led her into a Chanel boutique. While Lin Mushin had no lack of money or desire for luxury items, receiving gifts from a man she admired evoked a different sentiment. Lu Hanfeng selected a handbag, 2 distinct styles of dresses, and a lady's watch worth over 100,000, a sum that was inconsequential to him at this point. However, seeing Lin Mushin's delight brought him immense satisfaction, her radiant smile never fading. Mushin, how about we catch a movie? Noticing it was already past 8 in the evening, Lu Hanfeng guided Lin Mushin into a cinema, purchasing tickets along with a plethora of snacks and bubble tea before they settled into a couple's box. The dimly lit environment caused Lin Mushin's cheeks to flush, her heart racing incessantly, as she sensed that something intimate might transpire between them that evening. For 2 hours, the film played, but Lu Hanfeng's focus remained solely on Lin Mushin, oblivious to the plot unfolding on the screen. In the obscurity, they engaged in many unspoken acts. With Lin Mushin lost in the warmth of Lu Hanfeng's gentle advances, her body nestled against his. Mushin, I booked a hotel room next door. Will you stay with me tonight? Lu Hanfeng whispered tenderly into her ear, his soft tone rendering her almost entranced. Lin Mushin instinctively nodded, igniting a spark of euphoric joy within Lu Hanfeng. 10 minutes later, they found themselves in a luxurious suite at a nearby 5-star hotel. Upon entering, Lu Hanfeng carelessly tossed the expensive gifts onto the carpet and embraced Lin Mushin, kissing her fervently. Master, I must remind you, there are hidden cameras in this room. I have detected signal transmission. A voice in his mind doused his fervor like cold water, extinguishing his desire and igniting a surge of unrestrained fury. What's wrong? Lin Mushin glanced at Lu Hanfeng in confusion, her sultry gaze exuding an enchanting allure. There are cameras in the room. Mushin, please sit down on the sofa. I will handle this. Lu Hanfeng's expression darkened ominously, his murderous intent palpable. After painstakingly winning over the goddess, just as he was about to seize the moment, this revelation threatened to ruin everything. He vowed to leave no stone unturned in exposing the hotel's transgressions. Lin Mushin's expression shifted, her hazy eyes sharpening with clarity as her face turned a deep shade of crimson. The thought of her and Lu Hanfeng's video being leaked online filled her with dread. With a frigid demeanor, she took a seat on the sofa while Lu Hanfeng pulled out his phone and dialed Director Su. He was determined to utilize his privileges. Since joining the Security Bureau, he had never resorted to leveraging his status, but today's incident had pushed him over the edge. Director Su, I discovered hidden cameras while staying at a hotel in Yinshur with my girlfriend. This has infuriated me. Since joining the Bureau, I have refrained from using my privileges, even against those who have wronged me. But I cannot tolerate this today. What should I do? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, during which Director Su discerned the suppressed rage in Lu Hanfeng's voice. Hanfeng, members of the Security Bureau have the authority to mobilize local military and police forces for assistance. I will give you a contact number, and you can reach out to him. Moreover, your status as a member of the National Security Bureau carries significant weight, and any such behavior from a hotel falls into the realm of state secrets. Once the military and police arrive, the course of action will be entirely at your discretion. I understand. Thank you, Director Su. Upon hanging up, Lu Hanfeng's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. Chapter 45. The interstellar card is selling like hotcakes in a hotel room in Yin City. A young man with a corpulent build and a lecherous expression was excitedly staring at a row of monitors before him. The screens displayed various room scenes, many of which depicted indecent acts. Oblivious to the gravity of his actions, he remained unaware that he had committed a transgression that would haunt him for the rest of his life. In the dead of night, Yin City erupted into chaos following a phone call. Police and military vehicles raced through the streets, while the instigator of this turmoil sat on the sofa, wearing a dark expression as he consoled his companion. Cold Wind, should I contact my father? He knows some people here. This matter can't be brushed aside. If it weren't for your early discovery, Lin Mushin's words trailed off as tears welled in her eyes, overwhelmed by the despicable situation that any girl would find difficult to accept. Darling, don't cry. Just sit here and watch the show. See how your man avenges you. Tonight, I intend to turn this city upside down. I don't care who the hotel owner is, if he manages to keep this establishment running for even a day. I'll write my name, Lu Hanfeng, backward. Lin Mushin nodded, but remained silent regarding Lu Hanfeng's words. As an outsider, even with great power, he could not extend his influence into another city. Longhua is a society built on personal connections. Every matter is intertwined with favors, and no significant business is without its complexities. It is also difficult for enterprises lacking strength and connections to thrive. Here they come. What do you mean? Lin Mushin looked at Lu Hanfeng in surprise as a cacophony of sirens approached, culminating in a halt at the hotel entrance. Lu Hanfeng took Lin Mushin to the balcony, and upon looking down, her expression morphed into one of shock. Below, an overwhelming number of police vehicles had amassed, and 4 military green trucks added to the bewilderment. Soldiers armed with weapons poured out of the vehicles, leading Lin Mushin to wonder if a military exercise was underway. The police and military swiftly surrounded the hotel, blocking all exits to ensure not a single soul could escape before storming inside. The hotel receptionist was left dumbfounded by the commotion as 2 police officers approached and restrained her before commencing a room-by-room search. All guests were ushered into the lobby, and fortunately, the spacious hotel could accommodate such a crowd. When the door was knocked upon, Lu Hanfeng embraced Lin Mushin and opened it. A group of armed soldiers stood before them, causing Lin Mushin to instinctively tense and lean closer to Lu Hanfeng. Are you Comrade Lu Hanfeng? Indeed, I am Lu Hanfeng. Here are my credentials. Lu Hanfeng produced a small red booklet and handed it over. The soldier received it respectfully, examined it closely, and returned it with deference. Hello, Commander Lu. I am Yin Fong, Captain of the Special Forces Brigade of the Yin City Military District. Please provide your orders. Please evacuate all guests from the hotel. Ensure they are comforted and conduct a thorough search of the premises. Use machinery to locate all hidden cameras. Identify the individuals who installed the cameras along with the hotel owner. They are suspected of stealing state secrets and must be arrested for military tribunal proceedings. Understood, Commander. 2 officers equipped with machinery entered the room and, in Lu Hanfeng's presence, discovered 4 hidden pinhole cameras. Only after the soldiers and police respectfully exited did Lin Mushin regain her composure. Lu Hanfeng, who exactly are you? Mushin, all you need to know is that I am your man. Everything else is unimportant. Lu Hanfeng interjected, covering Lin Mushin's mouth to prevent her from speaking further. Some matters are confidential, and I cannot explain. My recent business trip abroad was also a state secret, so please refrain from asking. I cannot disclose anything. Understood. Lin Mushin suppressed her curiosity as she watched Lu Hanfeng tuck the mysterious red booklet back into his pocket. After the incident, neither of them felt inclined to continue their previous activities. Lu Hanfeng held Lin Mushin close, and they fell asleep fully clothed on the bed. At 6 in the morning, they finally awoke and, carrying gifts bought the previous night, descended to the lobby where police had taken full control. A police officer quickly approached Lu Hanfeng upon seeing him. Report, Commander Lu. The hotel owner and the 2 individuals who installed the cameras have been apprehended. The perpetrators include the hotel owner's son, who has been involved in unscrupulous activities, uploading the footage to the internet for profit. The website has been shut down, and we have also arrested dozens of site maintenance personnel. Very well. The hotel owner and his son should face severe penalties, while the others will follow standard legal procedures. With that, Lu Hanfeng left, wrapping his arm around Lin Mushin, who gazed at him with admiration. He escorted her to the factory entrance, playfully nibbling at her neck before grinning at her exquisite face. Mushin, I must attend to company matters in the Magic City. Tonight, we shall continue what we left unfinished. Not happening. I have dinner plans with my parents at Grandpa's house tonight. Lin Mushin blushed and shot him a glare before rushing into her office. Watching her graceful figure disappear, Lu Hanfeng's face softened with warmth. Upon returning to the interstellar communications in the Magic City, Lu Hanfeng entered his office and was taken aback to find Zhang Ruizhi and Tong Xiaoyan napping on the sofa. His entrance had not disturbed their slumber. Could these 2 women have stayed at the company all night? The thought crossed his mind as he sat beside Tong Xiaoyan without waking her. He admired her pure and beautiful face, extending his hand to pinch her nose until her labored breathing roused her. Startled awake, Tong Xiaoyan blinked at the large face before her and let out a piercing scream. Zhang Ruizhi, on the other sofa, woke to the commotion, bewildered by the scene. Mr. Lu, what's going on? I was about to ask you the same thing. It's only 7 in the morning. You both didn't spend the night here, did you? Xiaoyan and I stayed until 3 o'clock, and it wasn't safe to go home, so we took a nap in your office. Your sofa is spacious enough for the 2 of us. Noticing the dark circles under their eyes, Lu Hanfeng felt a surge of gratitude for his dedicated employees, who had worked late into the night. You still have some time. Rest a bit longer. I'll order breakfast for you both so you can eat well before starting work. Unfortunately, Zhang Ruizhi's first action upon waking was to check the sales figures on the laptop on the coffee table, showing no signs of sleepiness. Mr. Lu, our interstellar cards are selling like hotcakes. Zhang Ruizhi exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she turned the laptop toward Lu Hanfeng. Leaning closer, he examined the sales data. Quite impressive. Our official sales have reached 120,000 cards, and the other shopping sites have sold over 300,000. Totaling more than 400,000 cards sold. As Lu Hanfeng analyzed the figures, Tong Xiaoyan leaned in closer, and a faint scent of milk wafted toward him, prompting him to inhale deeply. Realizing his reaction, Tong Xiaoyan's face turned crimson, while Zhang Ruizhi couldn't help but chuckle at their exchange. Chapter 46. Intelligent AI office software. Our mobile card advantages have left all customers who have tried them with no desire to switch. Once these individuals activate their cards, they will undoubtedly become our loyal clientele. However, I am concerned that our customer service and staff may be overwhelmed, which suggests we need to hire more personnel. While hiring is feasible, there is no necessity to recruit excessively. We are a high-tech company, and I plan to integrate an office AI software into the computers of every employee in our organization. This intelligent AI can replace the majority of manual positions and will not make mistakes, certainly not comparable to the rudimentary AI offered by those three major corporations. As Lu Hanfeng's thoughts stirred, the signal was received, and Kasha instantly manifested countless avatars, embedding herself within all the computers of the Interstellar Corporation. A vibrant cartoon image of a beautiful girl appeared on Lu Hanfeng's laptop screen, resembling Kasha. "Master, you finally remembered to utilize me. You have barely tapped into a fraction of my capabilities," she announced. "Kasha, from now on, you will be embedded in all computers under the Interstellar banner, and I entrust you with customer service duties. Your character should embody a gentle and feminine voice. Rest assured, Master, it will be a piece of cake." Zhang Ruizhi and Tong Xiaoyan gazed in astonishment at the intelligent AI engaging casually with Lu Hanfeng. It was astonishingly lifelike, evoking the sensation of conversing with a real person, complete with emotional nuances. In the future, each of you will have this intelligent AI on your computers. You will gradually appreciate its brilliance. Many tasks can be assigned to it, thus eliminating the need for excessive manual labor. Previously, organizing a promotional event or producing an animated short required a team of several, sometimes even dozens of people. However, the intelligent AI can accomplish in mere seconds what would take you days to complete. This is the marvel of technology. Kasha, create a video of a beautiful girl dancing energetically, modeling after the appearance of the young lady beside me, Lu Hanfeng instructed, uttering a remark that left Tong Xiaoyan blushing. Zhang Ruizhi, captivated by his words, hurriedly positioned herself closer to Lu Hanfeng. Before them, a video materialized on the computer screen, accompanied by pulsating music. A long leg slowly extended from the edge of the screen, followed by a seductive girl clad in a miniskirt bursting forth. Upon her appearance, the girl began to dance passionately to the rhythm, her movements exuding professionalism and allure. Tong Xiaoyan, utterly astonished, gazed at the screen. For the girl was a perfect replica of herself, her expressions and movements identical. Had Lu Hanfeng not created this video in front of them, Tong Xiaoyan might have doubted if the girl was her long-lost twin. As the video progressed, the dancer's movements became increasingly provocative, revealing more of her physique. And Lu Hanfeng's gaze began to stray. "Kasha, what on earth are you doing?" "It's a dance, master. Don't you adore watching it?" The girl in the video responded playfully, her voice strikingly similar to Tong Xiaoyan's, leaving her mortified as she buried her face in her hands, unable to look at the provocative display. Zhang Ruizhi observed Lu Hanfeng with a bemused expression. "Stop. Pause the playback. I asked for a dance video, not a striptease. The more she dances, the less she wears." Lu Hanfeng's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly halted Kasha's performance, seeking an excuse to slip out for breakfast, leaving the office in a sudden hush. Zhang Ruizhi regarded the bashful Tong Xiaoyan with a quizzical expression. "Xiaoyan, it seems that President Lu has taken quite a liking to you. You are young and beautiful. While he is youthful, handsome, and capable, I believe the two of you could develop something special. Men are often drawn to pure, beautiful girls like you. If you were to be with President Lu, I would have to address you as Madam in the future." "Oh, Zhang, how could you say something so embarrassing?" Tong Xiaoyan exclaimed. Her neck flushed with crimson as she shielded her face. Zhang Ruizhi, sensing the moment, refrained from pushing further. When she initially recruited a secretary for Lu Hanfeng, she had considered the male gaze, which is why she selected such a beautiful and innocent girl. This was a strategic choice to leave a favorable impression on him. Curiously observing the cartoon girl on the computer, Zhang Ruizhi inquired, "Is your name Kasha?" "Only my master may call me that. You may bestow upon me a unique name. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Lu," she decided, inspired by her daughter's nickname. "Intelligent AI Xiao Lu greets you. I shall become your companion in both work and life. I can control any network device beside you and assist you with any online tasks. Please compile the total number of phone cards sold by Interstellar from midnight until now, along with the total revenue, and present it in a table." "Certainly, master. The data has been prepared. Please review it." In less than 2 seconds, a window popped up on the laptop, displaying a table with the transaction numbers and amounts updated to the previous second. Impressive. With this intelligent AI, many employees may find themselves unemployed, Tong Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment, while Zhang Ruizhi wore a look of disbelief. If she had to handle this herself, it would take her over half an hour to compile such data, and even then, it wouldn't be as precise. Recalling the animated video that had taken a team of over 10 people 2 days to produce, she marveled at how the intelligent AI completed it in an instant, and with greater perfection and detail. The employees would surely feel embarrassed upon witnessing such efficiency. As the day began at Interstellar Communication, the employees swiftly entered a frenzy of productivity. The first day of sales was a resounding success, and Lu Hanfeng even visited the storefront, which was bustling with activity. After Kasha investigated the customer data, Lu Hanfeng discovered that the majority of customers purchasing the interstellar communication cards were individuals working in specialized environments, with sailors leading in orders, followed by those in unique occupations like miners or underground workers who often faced connectivity issues. Clearly, these individuals had encountered advertisements for interstellar communication online and approached with cautious optimism. The cost of trial was minimal. A mere $10 for a phone card delivered to their homes, with activation requiring only the same modest expenditure. Furthermore, the pricing structure lacked the convoluted packages offered by other communication companies, with a simple flat rate of 9 yuan for unlimited data and calls. The advertisements promised comprehensive signal coverage across the entire Blue Star, making the offer all the more enticing. When the first user activated their interstellar communication card and tested the speed and call quality, they awarded a perfect 5-star rating. Proclaiming that 5 stars were merely the platform's limit, they truly wished to give 100. This individual shared a snapshot of their work environment, a chaotic tunnel where connectivity was typically non-existent, leaving them unable to communicate with their company or family. However, with the interstellar communication card, they enjoyed full signal strength, and streaming videos during breaks was seamless, all at an affordable price. Once the initial praise began, it was unstoppable. The exorbitant packages and restrictions imposed by the 3 major communication companies paled in comparison to interstellar communications offerings. By that afternoon, interstellar communication was trending across the internet, dominating every hot search with unanimous positive reviews, even eliciting praise from the most fastidious keyboard warriors who could find no faults. What follows is a torrent of vitriol directed at the 3 telecommunications giants. How can one justify a monthly fee exceeding 100 yuan while simultaneously imposing restrictions on my data and call time? Furthermore, there exists a complete absence of signal in elevators, basements, remote mountainous regions, and even abroad. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm, prompting many disgruntled individuals to reach out to the 3 major carriers to transfer their numbers. Chapter 47. The First Civilization's Development as Interstellar Communication Surged in Popularity. Lu Hanfeng embarked alone in his Mech, soaring toward his uninhabited island territory. Unlike the desolate landscape he had previously encountered, this island now buzzed with activity. A cadre of robots industriously erected an industrial base. Standing on a flat expanse, Lu Hanfeng commanded his Mech to unveil a portal through which rows of robots emerged, dragging machinery and materials. Kasha, Lu Hanfeng called softly, and in an instant, a 3-dimensional hologram of a beautiful maiden materialized before him, Kasha in her original form. Master, I am here, she replied. I have brought the materials and machinery. How do you intend to develop our base? Master, the establishment of a first-level civilization follows a specific protocol. We merely need to adhere to the established procedures. First, we shall utilize precision CNC machines to manufacture various pioneering robots equipped with mining capabilities. The ocean's boundless resources will soon become our private wealth. The resources we gather will then be transformed into the intelligent machinery we require, allowing us to rapidly cultivate a comprehensive base through this snowballing method. For us, the infinite sea is an inexhaustible treasury. However, Master, we must expedite our energy development. Energy? Indeed, we must hasten our efforts. Lu Hanfeng nodded. recognizing that energy is the essence of all intelligent creations. Without it, even the most sophisticated machines are rendered futile. His mind brimmed with various energy technologies from the first civilization, carried by the pioneers to adapt to diverse survival environments. To secure more efficient cosmic energy, he would need to repair the battleship of Princess Nasha. After careful consideration, he resolved to employ hydrogen energy. The hydrogen technology carried by the pioneers differed from that of Blue Star. Whereas Blue Star's hydrogen energy primarily relied on hydrogen gas, a volatile and uncontrollable energy source prone to explosion in the presence of open flames, pioneers utilized a method that mixed hydrogen gas with a specific substance, mechanically compressing it into hydrogen blocks. These blocks were not only highly efficient and pollution-free, but also remarkably stable, impervious to explosions, even when subjected to fire or heavy impacts. The compressed hydrogen blocks could power vehicles almost indefinitely. A single block measuring mere centimeters could propel a small car for over 600,000 kilometers. What household vehicle could boast such endurance without succumbing to obsolescence? More efficient than hydrogen blocks was controllable nuclear fusion, capable of unleashing vast amounts of energy instantaneously, particularly suitable for large spacecraft. Lu Hanfeng's mind also entertained thoughts of other radiation and high-efficiency light energies, though hydrogen remained the most appropriate choice for now. The third-level civilizations harnessed cosmic energies, truly remarkable and extraordinary phenomena. Controllable nuclear fusion engines could no longer sustain the energy demands of colossal interstellar warships. Only the extraordinary cosmic energies, such as a black hole engine, could meet such immense consumption. In Su Province, the factories for processing and automobile manufacturing had commenced renovations, while the site for the energy plant was under Lin Mushin's careful planning. He anticipated swift results in the coming days, as the simultaneous advancement of these three facilities would align perfectly with his strategic vision. A phone call interrupted Lu Hanfeng's thoughts. He glanced at the screen to find the alluring figure of Yu Lingyuan from Hong Kong. An idea instantly struck him. "Sister Lingyuan, are you missing me?" he teased. Hee. "Brother Hanfeng, you've become quite the charmer. But indeed, I have been thinking of you. When will you come over? Is the salvage ship ready?" "Ah, I see. You're after money, not me," he replied, hanging up and setting his course for Hong Kong. The salvage ship promised to generate substantial wealth, crucial for the ascent of his commercial empire. Moreover, the underwater exploration robots manufactured by the Precision Machinery Factory were now complete. He merely needed to deploy them into the ocean, where they would conduct thorough searches for valuable sunken treasures, essentially granting him a fortune with minimal effort. Upon reaching the open sea off Hong Kong, a colossal mech hovered above the water's surface, its massive hand extended, forming a dark portal from which a flurry of metallic blocks emerged. These blocks twisted and morphed, swiftly transforming into fish-like shapes about half a meter long. The mechanical fish plunged into the sea, scattering in all directions until they vanished from sight. With the underwater explorers at his disposal, the salvage ship would remain perpetually busy, enabling him to harvest endless riches from the ocean depths. "Kasha, locate Yu Lingyuan's position," Lu Hanfeng commanded within the mech. The coordinates of the woman appeared in his augmented vision, and the next moment, the mech ascended skyward, racing toward Hong Kong. At a port in Hong Kong, a large cargo ship lay docked, equipped with numerous winches and cranes, alongside various unusual contraptions. At that moment, a mature and alluring woman clung to a middle-aged man's arm, playfully flirting, while workers completed final repairs nearby. "Sister Lingyuan." A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Her face brightened as she turned to see a tall, handsome young man standing before her, grinning. "Hanfeng, why do you always appear out of nowhere? Come, let me introduce you to my father, Yu Jiaqing. The salvage ship is ready, and my father is here to check on things because he worries about me." Yu Lingyuan led Lu Hanfeng to the middle-aged man. Upon closer inspection, Lu Hanfeng noted the striking resemblance between them, unmistakably a father-daughter duo. "Hello, uncle. I am Lu Hanfeng," he said, promptly extending his hand in greeting. Yu Jiaqing's discerning gaze swept over him, clearly assessing him as a potential son-in-law. "Ah, I have long heard Lingyuan speak highly of a talented young man from the mainland. Now that I see you, it is evident you possess great poise. My daughter is not getting any younger. It is time she settles down and focuses on serious matters. As her father, I will wholeheartedly support your collaboration. My family will not interfere. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. After imparting his words of encouragement, Yu Jiaqing departed. Once he was out of earshot, Yu Lingyuan excitedly looped her arm through Lu Hanfeng's, eliciting a smooth sensation that sent a thrill through him. Sister Lingyuan, did I just witness a father-in-law meeting his future son-in-law? He jested. He. Whatever you say is true. If you can impress me, then perhaps. But I am a staunch advocate of non-marriage. The concepts of marriage and children are far removed from my world. If you seek to propagate your lineage, do not count on me, Yu Lingyuan replied, leaving him momentarily speechless. He understood that wealthy heirs lived lives akin to princes and princesses, pursuing freedom and enjoyment, a lifestyle that often left many celebrities single well into old age. The affluent lived in a realm beyond imagination, relishing life without the complications of marriage. Chapter 48. The Maiden Voyage of the Salvage Vessel. Sister Lingyuan, is this salvage vessel your private property, or does it belong to your family? Lu Hanfeng inquired earnestly as he observed the colossal cargo ship beneath his feet, aware that the answer could significantly impact his future interests. Little Hanfeng, I understand your concerns. This ship is entirely my own investment, financed in full by me, with my father merely facilitating the connection for the cargo vessel. There is no familial involvement whatsoever. That is reassuring. I was apprehensive about the possibility of someone like Yu Heshuan causing trouble. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I have already anticipated such scenarios. My enterprise will not permit any family member's interference. By the way, that girl Xiaoyu has been upset with me lately. If you happen to see her, please help me smooth things over. Nangong Yueying? What happened? Did you two have a quarrel? Lu Hanfeng looked at the woman before him in surprise. Weren't they supposed to be particularly close? She was the one who introduced you to me, but I ended up reaping all the benefits. It's only natural for her to feel slighted. In the future, if we salvage treasures such as gold and jewels, I intend to send them to Xiaoyu for her to help sell. Otherwise, she'll continue to harbor resentment towards me. Is Nangong Yueying's family involved in the jewelry business? Lu Hanfeng asked, astonished. Jewelry is merely one facet of her family's enterprises. Xiaoyu's family owns over 100 chain jewelry stores, primarily engaged in luxury goods, real estate, and maritime transport. Over 100 jewelry stores? That's an astounding fortune. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu is even wealthier than I am, little Hanfeng. If you win her over, you will be able to stride confidently across the Dragon Kingdom. This girl not only possesses wealth, but also hails from a formidable family. You should know that her uncle is the second in command. Just imagine the strength of her maternal family's background. However, winning Xiaoyu over will not be an easy task. She belongs to the upper echelons of society in the Dragon Kingdom, and many men are vying for her attention, with numerous elite factions seeking to ally with the Nangong family. Lu Hanfeng felt a flutter of desire at her words, his mind conjuring the exquisite beauty of Nangong Yueying. Not only did she boast an extraordinary lineage, but she was also breathtakingly beautiful. To welcome her into his life would undoubtedly be a delight. Yet, he was also realistic, not deluding himself into thinking he could capture every beautiful woman. As preparations were made for the salvage vessel to set sail, Yu Lingyuan had arranged for over 20 individuals to accompany them, including a gem appraisal expert, 2 logistics personnel, the captain, and the first mate, alongside various other staff members. The cargo ship had been transformed to include numerous rooms, the most luxurious of which belonged to Yu Lingyuan. Lu Hanfeng shamelessly entered to take a look, astonished by how she had brought an array of personal items and appliances into her quarters. This room was approximately 40 square meters, complete with a sofa, refrigerator, air conditioning, and a lavish king-sized bed. Little Hanfeng, you must understand that our voyage could last an indeterminate number of days. It would be imprudent to neglect bringing these essentials along. By the way, do you have any particular targets for the salvage? Now that it's just the two of us, let's discuss it. Yu Lingyuan sat beside Lu Hanfeng, her enchanting gaze fixed intently on his handsome face, unaware of the allure she exuded in this moment. Lu Hanfeng struggled to suppress the impulse to lean in and kiss her, instead diverting his gaze elsewhere. We'll head out to the open sea first. I haven't yet determined our salvage targets. I promise to bring you good news by tomorrow morning. Ha ha ha. Then I shall patiently await, dear sister. Yu Lingyuan took out her phone and began playing a single-player game, and Lu Hanfeng turned to see her engrossed in a game of solitaire, indicative of her lack of internet connection. Sister Lingyuan, I suggest you transfer your mobile plan to my interstellar communications service. This way, you can remain connected while at sea. Our coverage is comprehensive and global. There and Opos, S-signal at sea. Little Hanfeng, you can and Opos, TB deceiving me. Without a word, Lu Hanfeng smiled and handed her his unlocked phone. Upon seeing the full signal bars, she was taken aback. In truth, all sailors faced the dilemma of signal loss on the open sea. With only satellite phones available for communication, which were reserved for emergencies due to their exorbitant costs. This was precisely why interstellar communications had so many maritime clients. Nearly 2 million registered sailors in our country, not to mention the countless unregistered coastal workers, would all become prime customers. Yu Lingyuan connected her phone to Lu Hanfeng's hotspot, happily streaming videos once she had access to the internet. This is truly convenient. I will prioritize obtaining your interstellar communications mobile plan as soon as I return. Lying on the bed while watching videos, her fair legs peeked out from beneath her skirt, and Lu Hanfeng quickly averted his gaze, feeling a rush of heat. Finally, as night fell, the salvage vessel ventured into the open sea. Lu Hanfeng found himself exasperated by the sluggish pace of the cargo ship. Having grown accustomed to the speed of mechas, it felt as slow as a snail. Damn it, once my automobile factory is up and running, I shall begin manufacturing anti-gravity spacecraft. Then these outdated cargo ships can go to hell. Logistics personnel wheeled in dinner, and the two enjoyed a sumptuous meal in the lavish lounge of the ship. Yu Lingyuan even brought out a bottle of red wine, and they shared a few glasses. As Lu Hanfeng gazed at the woman's slightly flushed face, a fiery sensation ignited within him. Yu Lingyuan felt somewhat uneasy under his intense stare, shyly pretending to sleep by the edge of the large bed. At that moment, Lu Hanfeng understood her cues all too well. He leaned in boldly, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Sister Lingyuan, little Hanfeng, please. I'm not quite prepared for this. Seeing the reluctance in her eyes, Lu Hanfeng embraced her gently, striving to calm his racing heart. The two fell asleep in each other's arms, only to be awakened in the early hours of the morning by the voice of Kasha echoing in Lu Hanfeng's mind. Master, the underwater exploration robot has discovered a valuable shipwreck. Startled awake, Lu Hanfeng roused Yu Lingyuan, who opened her eyes in confusion. What is it, Hanfeng? A significant discovery. You need to accompany me to the bridge to instruct the captain to alter our course. Yu Lingyuan's excitement surged at his words, and she quickly donned a jacket, pulling Lu Hanfeng along to the bridge. Though the sky had yet to brighten, neither of them could find the motivation to sleep. They stood on the deck, gazing out at the vast, dark sea, feeling the grandeur of the ocean. Moonlight danced across the water's surface, and flying fish leaped in front of the cargo ship, creating a breathtaking scene. Lu Hanfeng, with his arms around the beautiful woman, stood at the prow, the two of them reminiscent of the iconic couple from Titanic, savoring this fleeting moment of romance. Yu Lingyuan turned to him, her alluring eyes locking onto his handsome face. Hanfeng, kiss me. How could Lu Hanfeng refuse the request of such beauty? They embraced in a passionate kiss, the wind tousling Yu Lingyuan's hair as it swirled around them. From a distance, the captain, a man in his 40s, steered the ship while enviously observing the couple's passionate display. Ah, youth is truly a blessing. Chapter 49. The bountiful harvest of the salvage ship. It was not until noon the following day that the salvage vessel reached the site of the sunken ship. Along the way, 3 valuable shipwrecks were discovered, and Lu Hanfeng meticulously noted their coordinates, planning to explore each one in due time. The salvage ship anchored in the open seas near the Philippines, and amidst the excited gaze of Yu Lingyuan, Lu Hanfeng plunged into the depths of the ocean. The winch on the salvage ship swiftly commenced operations, sending net bags down to the deep sea. The salvage operation was remarkably straightforward and successful. Lu Hanfeng, piloting the Mech, stuffed box after box of gold into the net bags. This particular shipwreck appeared to be of modern origin, transporting several crates of gold bars, while other valuables had largely been damaged. "You're incredible, Hanfeng. There are a total of 7 boxes of gold bars here," Masterly remarked, noting they were products from the Republic of China era, likely weighing over 1,000 pounds. This single venture was worth billions, certainly more profitable than running a printing factory. In her excitement, Yu Lingyuan rushed to embrace Lu Hanfeng, planting a kiss on his lips, oblivious to the curious stares of the crew around them. "Hold on. Let's save this for our room later," Lu Hanfeng said, blushing as he gently pulled the beautiful woman away, moving to inspect their haul. The gold, impervious to damage, was forcibly extracted, and despite being dulled by the ocean and Appo's embrace, its golden exterior retained its immense value. These gold bars lack historical significance and wouldn't and Appo's be suitable for auction. I believe sending them to Xiaoyu would be a splendid choice. Yes, I'll contact Nangang Yueying shortly. Lu Hanfeng had no objections to Yu Lingyuan's suggestion. The two returned to the cabin, where Lu Hanfeng initiated a video call to Nangang Yueying. Upon receiving the call, Nangang Yueying was initially thrilled, but her joy quickly faded when she noticed the unfamiliar head beside Lu Hanfeng. "Are you two here to flaunt your affection in front of me? Hanfeng, we've known each other first, yet you think only of my cousin while completely forgetting your old friend." Giggling, "Xiaoyu, I officially announced that we're sleeping together," Yu Lingyuan declared, snuggling against Lu Hanfeng, leaving Nangang Yueying in shock. "Cousin Yu, you too." Nangang Yueying's words faltered as tears welled in her eyes, prompting Yu Lingyuan to quickly explain. "Silly girl, I was just teasing you. We're on the salvage ship, and we just recovered a ship full of gold, which made me think of you. You have a jewelry store, and we plan to leverage your connections to sell this gold." "Have you struck gold again?" Nangang Yueying exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Is the ocean your family's?" To have found another valuable shipwreck in just a few days is infuriating. "We didn't recover much, just over 1,000 pounds of gold, and they are gold bars from the Republic era. Xiaoyu, prepare to receive these gold bars. Are you trying to show off to me? Over 1,000 pounds is worth more than 300 million. How much more do you intend to salvage?" Nangang Yueying glared at the two on the screen, and after discussing some logistical matters, she hung up in a huff. Giggling, "Hanfeng, it seems that exceptional men attract exceptional women. Don't you notice how differently Xiaoyu treats you? If you pursued her, I believe you could win her heart. Sister Lingyuan, I haven't even won you over yet. So how could I possibly win over that little princess?" Lu Hanfeng chuckled, wrapping his arms around Yu Lingyuan's waist, savoring the fragrance of her hair as she giggled. "When you win over Xiaoyu, I shall be yours. Xiaoyu and I have played together since childhood, closer than sisters. We even vowed to never part and to always be together. Are you saying you two have?" Lu Hanfeng's eyes widened in shock as enticing images flashed through his mind, but Yu Lingyuan merely smiled coyly without elaborating. The salvage ship continued its journey, only arriving at the second shipwreck site late into the night. Most salvage vessels would have ceased operations by this hour. Yet the harsh environment posed no hindrance to Lu Hanfeng, although the contents of the wreck were entirely shattered, complicating the salvage process. It had no impact on Lu Hanfeng's mech. Soon, net bags were hoisted onto the deck, bringing with them a mixture of mud and porcelain shards, alongside well-preserved gold and silver jewelry, as well as jade artifacts. After more than an hour of bustling activity, the salvage crew began to tidy up the recovered items. "Hanfeng, this haul surpasses our last one. Although the gold and silver are lighter, we have more jewelry this time, and the quality of the jade artifacts is exceptionally high. These must be relics from a time of conflict, with many exquisite jade pieces holding astounding value." Dressed in shorts and with damp hair, Lu Hanfeng, undeterred by the cool night breeze, crouched excitedly on the deck, examining the precious jade artifacts. He intended to keep some exquisite pieces as gifts. After a week at sea, the salvage ship returned, with every crew member wearing expressions of unbridled joy. The magnitude of their haul was overwhelming, enough to make Lu Hanfeng wary of any potential mishaps along the way. In total, they salvaged 6 shipwrecks, with an initial estimated value exceeding 10 billion. With such a bountiful yield, Yuan generously distributed substantial bonuses to every crew member. She also contacted her father, asking him to prepare a large team at the port for their arrival. Yu Jiaqing initially thought his daughter was merely dabbling in trivial pursuits, believing that salvaging was a matter of luck and that substantial rewards were unlikely. However, upon hearing her report of treasures valued at over 10 billion, he was incredulous until the ship's crew confirmed the staggering truth. When the salvage ship docked at the port, security personnel and transport workers quickly surrounded it. Everyone disembarking had to undergo a thorough search, after which the treasures would be sealed and transported under surveillance. Only then did Lu Hanfeng breathe a sigh of relief. Wealth could incite greed, and with such riches, individuals would undoubtedly take risks. He observed the excitement radiating from Yuan and her father, realizing that their net gain exceeded 100 billion, with Yuan receiving a benefit of 2 to 3 billion. This news would undoubtedly astonish the entire Blue Star. Sister Yuan, this matter cannot remain concealed. If the media inquires, just say that the salvage ship was entirely funded by you. Do not disclose my involvement. All right, Hanfeng. How should I express my gratitude to you? Yuan asked, wrapping her arms around Lu Hanfeng's neck in front of her father, who turned his head away, ignoring the scene. Sister Yuan, after having watched you for so long without indulging, if you truly wish to thank me, contact me later tonight. Lu Hanfeng planted a kiss on her lips, bidding farewell to Yu Jiaqing before departing, leaving the rest to Yuan. Yuan, you must secure this man. You are well aware of our family's situation. The clan's vision is narrow, and our industries are diminishing. We must seek out a path for our future. And this young man is undoubtedly a treasure. Can you not see this, given the events that have transpired? Heed your father's words, and do not delay. Lu Hanfeng is your best match. Yu Jiaqing patted his daughter's shoulder. Yuan, no longer a child, understood her father's implications. Lu Hanfeng was simply too extraordinary. Should she let him slip away, it would be a regret she would carry for the rest of her life. Chapter 50. The splendor of interstellar communication. After a week without setting foot on land, Lu Hanfeng promptly arrived at the Interstellar Communication Company in Modu. The company had undergone a remarkable transformation, with dozens of employees now present, giving it the appearance of a large corporation. The reception area was attended by a new employee, a bespectacled young woman who exuded both beauty and elegance. Upon entering his office, Lu Hanfeng found his secretary, Tong Xiaoyan, seated at the desk outside. Engrossed in her computer screen, oblivious to his approach. Leaning in to see, he discovered she was perusing online comments about interstellar communication. Xiaoyan, Lu Hanfeng exclaimed, startling her as she turned to find him smiling behind her. Ah, President Lu, you're back from your business trip? You've grown even more beautiful in just a few days. No need to scrutinize those comments. Our AI will compile the feedback and provide you with a comprehensive overview. Just a glance will suffice. No need to sift through each comment. Understood, President Lu. Please take a seat. I'll pour you some tea. As Lu Hanfeng settled into his executive chair, he watched his charming secretary pour tea and water. Her fresh, innocent face blushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. President Lu, Zhang Zong has instructed me to inform you that she wishes to report on the work upon your return. Let her come, Lu Hanfeng replied with a nod, not overly concerned. Though he had not actively managed the company, Kasha was always vigilant in monitoring the internet. She had an almost divine presence in the online realm. Any developments within the company would be relayed to Lu Hanfeng in a timely manner, as Kasha maintained constant communication with him. Soon, a radiant Zhang Ruizhi entered, accompanied by a young and beautiful woman, Yu Qiuxiu, whom Lu Hanfeng had recommended for the company. President Lu, you have finally returned. The company has undergone tremendous changes recently. Allow me to update you on our progress. Please, take your time. There's no rush. Lu Hanfeng said as Zhang Ruizhi placed Yu Qiuxiu's laptop in front of him, preparing to elaborate. In the past few days, we have seen an overwhelming influx of new accounts, with the number of users switching networks surpassing 10 million. As of 9 a.m. this morning, the total user count for interstellar communication has reached 23 million. Furthermore, The total amount of monthly subscriptions and top-ups has soared to 320 million, while our monthly fee is only 9. Many users have opted for top-ups of 50 or even 100 yuan. Zhang Ruizhi carefully observed Lu Hanfeng's expression. But to her disappointment, he did not display the ecstatic reaction she anticipated. The two secretaries beside her looked on expectantly, hoping for at least a hint of acknowledgement for their hard work in achieving such impressive results. This is merely the beginning. In the coming years, whether in Longhua or across the entire Blue Star, I intend for interstellar communication to dominate the entire telecommunications market. Within 5 years, there will be no space left for any rival telecom company. Lu Hanfeng's commanding words left the three women entranced. Previously, Zhang Ruizhi would have dismissed such bold claims as mere fantasies, but now, with the evidence of their success, she found herself genuinely anticipating that day. The company's success is the result of our collective efforts. Starting tomorrow, all employees will receive a 10% salary increase. Kasha has devised a rational tiered salary system based on the compensation packages of major companies in Longhua. Thank you, President Lu. You're simply magnificent. Zhang Ruizhi beamed, her eyes narrowing with delight. She felt incredibly fortunate to have followed Lu Hanfeng. In such a short time, she had risen to become one of Modu's top executives, with countless companies seeking collaboration. The two secretaries also smiled, their brows arching in joy, for nothing was more gratifying than a salary increase. Lu Hanfeng examined the tiered salary system proposed by Kasha, which categorized salaries into 10 levels, starting from entry-level positions for newcomers. As employees accumulated tenure, their ratings would improve, leading to substantial salary increases. Numerous factors could contribute to this, including outstanding performance and significant contributions to the company. Promotions were the quickest way to elevate one's rating. For example, Yu Xiuxiu, a new employee, fell under the first tier, earning a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, supplemented by comprehensive company benefits, easily exceeding 10,000 each month. While this seemed substantial, in the expensive Modu, the company did not provide housing, offering only a modest monthly housing subsidy. With Lu Hanfeng's announcement of a 10% salary increase, this translated to an additional 800 yuan in base salary for each employee, a significant sum for them. Xiaoyan, Xiuxiu, you may step out for now. I need to discuss some matters with Zhang Zhou. Once the two secretaries left, Lu Hanfeng turned to the woman before him. Reflecting on how someone he had casually brought on board had now become a vital pillar of his team, managing every aspect of the company. Ms. Zhang Ruizhi, I have observed your hard work and dedication to the company. You have played an indispensable role in transforming what was once a fledgling enterprise into a corporation with monthly revenues exceeding 300 million. Today, I formally invite you to become the CEO of Interstellar Communication, with a complete overhaul of your compensation package. Your annual salary will be tentatively set at 1 million, alongside comprehensive 5-tier benefits, in addition to year-end bonuses and other incentives, ensuring your annual income exceeds 2 million. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Why, yes. I'm very satisfied. Thank you, President Lu. I will strive even harder. Tears of joy welled in Zhang Ruizhi's eyes as she fought to contain her emotions. In that moment, her fate had irrevocably changed, all thanks to the man before her. Please establish a long-term partnership with a suitable legal firm to handle any legal disputes or labor contracts in the future. As our company is just starting, we have much to refine. You must develop interstellar communication into a Fortune 500 company. We must possess what others have. Understood, President Lu. With a heart full of excitement, Zhang Ruizhi exited the office. Lu Hanfeng then left interstellar communication and headed directly to Su Province. The company was now on the right track, but the interstellar automobile manufacturing company was still in its nascent stage. After a week apart, Lu Hanfeng found himself missing the presence of Lin Mushin. He instructed Kasha to locate her, only to discover she was at the automobile factory, which was still under construction. It was unclear what she was doing there. Upon arriving at the factory premises, Lu Hanfeng summoned a Mech to retrieve a bag and then proceeded towards Lin Mushin's location. The factory renovations were well underway, with swarms of robots bustling about, having replaced the older machines with upgraded intelligent robotic arms. These would soon take over the tedious tasks previously assigned to employees. Lin Mushin, who had been observing the robots at work, turned in surprise, her face lighting up with delight before she forced herself to maintain a composed demeanor. Lu Hanfeng, you finally decided to return. You disappeared for an entire week, leaving me to deal with this mess. Before she could finish her complaint, Lu Hanfeng stepped forward and silenced her with a kiss. After a brief struggle, Lin Mushin surrendered, wrapping her arms around his neck and responding with warmth. After 5 minutes, Lu Hanfeng finally released the limp Lin Mushin, who now resembled a gentle and obedient kitten. Her exquisite face flushed a rosy hue, and her eyes shimmered with an alluring charm. "You scoundrel, returning only to bully me," she exclaimed. "Darling, I have been keeping a close watch on you. These robots have come to the factory under my directive. Tomorrow, you should apply to an interstellar automobile manufacturing company. We can commence production of our own vehicles immediately. Are you truly intent on building cars?" The current market. Chapter 51. Anti-gravity flying cars. Lin Mushin furrowed her brow, skeptical that Lu Hanfeng was unaware of the current market dynamics. Entering the automotive sector now would likely lead to a fate akin to that of the factory's original owner. "Mushin, do you know what kind of car we produce? Our car has no wheels, requires no fuel, and doesn't need charging." "Huh, what kind of car is that?" Lu Hanfeng smiled, guiding her to a nearby bench. With a gentle press on the wristwatch, a luminous projection materialized, revealing a three-dimensional image of an oddly shaped vehicle. The car, with its oval exterior, emanated a distinctly futuristic aura, lacking wheels and featuring only a flat chassis. As the view shifted to the interior, the space appeared remarkably expansive despite resembling an ordinary car's exterior, devoid of superfluous amenities such as a central console or cockpit, thereby allowing for additional seating. "What is this?" Lin Mushin gasped in astonishment, her expression adorably wide-eyed. "This is an autonomous flying car, equipped with anti-gravity technology for takeoff. It employs explosive propulsion and utilizes superhydrogen energy as its core, enabling it to achieve an extraordinary perpetual flight capability. With our advanced AI integrated, its intelligence will surpass your wildest imagination. Do we possess such technology? Remove the do we. I have already contributed this technology to the nation and have applied for permission to manufacture anti-gravity flying cars. Thus, we must launch our flying car before the state does." Lu Hanfeng embraced Lin Mushin's slender waist, elaborating on the advantages of the flying car, leaving her in a state of astonished wonder. While the state had also acquired anti-gravity technology, transforming it into reality required time, and they had only provided anti-gravity tech without the hydrogen energy expertise. The government could not feasibly install controllable nuclear fusion engines in civilian vehicles, rendering widespread promotion impossible. Lin Mushin gazed at the enigmatic man before her, who consistently brought her boundless astonishment and delight. "I neglected you during my 7-day trip. Here is a gift for you. Let me know if you like it." Lu Hanfeng handed her a plastic bag, an ordinary supermarket food bag, remarkably inexpensive, yet its contents were anything but. "Is this jade jewelry?" Lin Mushin inquired, opening the red box within the plastic bag, which he had purchased from a roadside vendor to accentuate the box's contents. It was said to contain a glass-grade imperial green pendant and a pair of jade bangles, exceedingly rare treasures. "Keep them for when we marry in the future." "What? Glass-grade imperial green? Are you serious?" Lin Mushin gasped, nearly dropping the exquisite jade bangles in her shock. "I salvaged them from a sunken ship, along with many other accessories. But none as valuable as these. I specifically chose them for you." "Thank you, Hanfeng." Lin Mushin carefully stowed the jade bangles and the Buddha pendant into her bag, clutching it to her chest. She understood the value of glass-grade imperial green jade. Her aunt possessed a similar piece, showcasing it during family gatherings. To acquire a pair of jade bangles and a pendant of such caliber was beyond her imagination. As she accepted the gift, her eyes sparkled with gratitude, almost shedding tears of joy, her gaze softening towards Lu Hanfeng. "Mushin, shall we not return home tonight?" Seizing the moment, Lu Hanfeng made another attempt at his ulterior motive. After a brief hesitation, Lin Mushin blushed and nodded. "Hanfeng, You must accompany me to a family dinner tonight. It's my grandfather's birthday, and many relatives will be present, about 20 or 30 people. They always pester me about marriage whenever I return. It's utterly tiresome. This time, you must help me silence them. All right, while we have time, let's take a stroll around the city first. Lin Mushin's invitation to the family dinner implied a public announcement of their relationship, and Lu Hanfeng, being experienced, understood her intention. They drove to a jewelry store in the city, where Lu Hanfeng purchased a white jade snuff bottle, costing over 50,000, as a birthday gift for the elderly gentleman. Just as Lu Hanfeng prepared to embrace his beloved and depart, he noticed Lin Mushin's gaze fixated on the jade jewelry displayed at the counter. What catches your eye, Mushin? I wish to ascertain the value of the imperial green jade here. It would be good to have a reference, though it seems they lack particularly vibrant pieces. Her words attracted the attention of a nearby saleswoman, who smiled and explained, Miss, you may not be aware of the jewelry market. Imperial green jade is exceedingly costly. Each ring can exceed $1 million. Most people cannot afford such luxuries. Our chain stores do have top-tier treasures, but they are reserved for flagship locations in major cities and are not displayed in branches. Oh, as Lin Mushin turned to leave, her thoughts lingered on the bangles and pendant in her bag. Lu Hanfeng, perceptive to her musings, inquired of the saleswoman, Do you offer appraisal services? Of course. All jewelry stores provide this service, but there is a substantial appraisal fee for items not purchased from our store. Lu Hanfeng took Lin Mushin's bag, retrieving the 3 boxes and placing them on the counter. Could you please have your appraiser evaluate these? I will cover any costs. The saleswoman, initially nonchalant, was astounded when she opened the boxes, a brilliant flash of green nearly blinding her. Heavens! Her expression changed dramatically, and her exclamation drew the attention of 2 other salespeople. One astute salesperson immediately began making a phone call. Is this glass-grade imperial green? And a pair of bangles, no less? Oh my goodness, and a jade Buddha measuring 5 centimeters wide. Those working in a jewelry store inherently understood the value of such items, and this knowledge rendered them speechless. The trio of boxes Lin Mushin presented was undoubtedly invaluable. However, as salespeople, they required the store's master appraiser for verification. Shortly, a middle-aged man rushed down from upstairs, almost tripping in his haste. He approached the salespeople with an anxious demeanor. Upon glancing at the counter, his eyes widened in disbelief. Glass-grade imperial green. This is authentic glass-grade imperial green jade bangles. And the Buddha? Trembling, he approached, attempting to touch the bangles, but awkwardly retracting his hand. May I ask, who owns these treasures? His gaze landed on Lu Hanfeng, who nodded in affirmation. These are mine. They were salvaged from a sunken ship, so there are no appraisal certificates or formalities. Master, could you provide an appraisal certificate? Just name your price. Salvaged from a sunken ship? No wonder they appear so lustrous. They are indeed marine treasures. Yet, the glass-grade imperial green must not have been directly exposed to seawater, otherwise, a few years of soaking would surely have ruined these priceless artifacts. Indeed, the craftsmanship is impeccable. These glass-grade imperial green jade pieces are sealed with multiple layers, and despite decades submerged, they remain untouched by water. The individual who originally preserved this jade bracelet was undoubtedly an expert. He understood the severe damage that seawater could inflict upon jade artifacts. Thus, he took the precaution of applying several layers of protection. If I were to transport jade on a vessel, I too would ensure the most meticulous protective measures. Chapter 52. Gold is valuable. Jade is priceless, master. Could you please appraise this bracelet and jade pendant? It's a gift for my girlfriend, and it would be helpful for her to have an idea of its worth. Lu Hanfeng said, pulling Lin Mushin's small hand as he smiled at the man across the counter. The man glanced at the stunningly beautiful Lin Mushin, a hint of envy flickering across his face. Beautiful lady, your boyfriend must be the most generous person in the world. I dare say, if he were to shout in our store while holding one of these items, neither the manager nor any of the salespeople would dare to refuse him. You've probably heard the term glass-type imperial green while scrolling through videos, and you know these items are incredibly valuable. But let me enlighten you on just how astonishing their worth can be. The term imperial refers to the extraordinary quality of the jade. It is the emperor of jade artifacts. As the saying goes, gold has a price, but jade is priceless. Take this glass-type imperial green jade bracelet, for instance. To be honest, sir, you flatter me. This piece is essentially a treasure beyond measure. Let me tell you a story. A certain queen in the entertainment industry once purchased a pair of flawless glass-type imperial green bracelets for a staggering $4.8 billion. You heard correctly, $4.8 billion. I won't name names, but you can look it up online. While your pair of bracelets may not possess the rumored level of translucence, they are nonetheless rare and exquisite. If marketed well and presented at an auction, I estimate they could fetch hundreds of millions. And if they catch the eye of a passionate collector, perhaps even billions. The value of these 3 boxes alone is likely to exceed $1 billion, especially since the finest pieces are currently held by a select group of wealthy individuals. Unless they face bankruptcy, these treasures are unlikely to enter the market, which has driven the prices of glass-type imperial green jade ornaments to astronomical heights. Lu Hanfeng was taken aback by the figures he heard. He had initially thought these items were worth merely tens of millions. The 7 or 8 salespeople in the store gathered around, while a few passers-by paused to watch and take pictures. These individuals were equally astonished by the master's words, with the nearby salespeople cautiously stepping back, fearful that a single touch might lead to disastrous consequences given the jade's immense value. The women present cast fervent glances at Lu Hanfeng. The master had not been mistaken. If he were to stand there with the bracelet, they would undoubtedly rush towards him in tears, even if they were married. Lin Mushin was equally stunned, staring at the 3 priceless treasures before her, unable to believe it was real. Master, could you please provide an appraisal and a certificate? That way, my girlfriend can have some assurance, right? The man paused for a moment before issuing an appraisal certificate with the store's seal. Sir, I truly cannot ascertain the exact value of these items. I can only estimate each at 200 million. If you find a lower price, feel free to return to our store. I will represent the owner and accept them at that price. As for the financial aspect, you needn't worry. We have over 100 branches nationwide, and our headquarters in the capital houses similar treasures as prized possessions. What did you say? Nangong Group? Lu Hanfeng exclaimed, his mind instantly conjuring a familiar figure. Is there a problem, sir? The Nangong Group is a Fortune 500 company, and it holds a prominent position in the rankings. The strength and credibility of our store are absolutely guaranteed. Do you know Nangong Yueying? Lu Hanfeng asked, his expression peculiar. She is the little princess of our group. Sir, do you know her? Not just acquainted. We share a particularly close relationship. I never imagined this store belonged to the Nangong family. Lu Hanfeng marveled at the smallness of the world, realizing the immense influence of the Nangong family. He had encountered one of their establishments even in this city of Su province. In the end, Lu Hanfeng spent only 1,000 yuan and left the jewelry store with 3 appraisal certificates. As they drove away, Lin Mushin felt as if she were floating, only regaining her senses when they reached the car. This gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. It's rather overwhelming, she said, reluctantly shoving the 3 boxes back into Lu Hanfeng's hands. Lu Hanfeng paused momentarily, then took her bag and placed the 3 boxes back inside. You are mine now, and my possessions are inherently yours. Do not fret over such trivial gifts. You shall receive even more in the future. You cannot continue to be so polite with me. Thank you, Hanfeng, Lin Mushin said, biting her lip in excitement as she leaned toward the passenger seat, her face flushed and irresistibly charming. Lu Hanfeng understood her intentions and, with a light chuckle, wrapped his arm around her neck and kissed her. 5 minutes later, Lin Mushin drove away, her cheeks still rosy. They bought some clothes, and Lu Hanfeng changed into his new attire to accompany her to the Lin family banquet. Lin Mushin hailed from Su province, where her grandfather had built a considerable fortune, paving the way for his children. Consequently, her relatives were financially well off, evident from the rows of luxury cars parked outside. The family estate was an old mansion on the outskirts of Yinqing, with a stunning array of luxury vehicles, each valued at over $1 million. Lin Mushin's Maserati was merely average among them. Blushing, Lin Mushin introduced Lu Hanfeng to her relatives as they entered the grand courtyard. Upon learning that he was Lin Mushin's boyfriend, her relatives surrounded him with curiosity. Hanfeng, this is my younger brother, Lin Mudong. Lin Mushin led a bespectacled young man to Lu Hanfeng. Upon hearing that this was her younger brother, Lu Hanfeng greeted him warmly with a handshake. Though the boy appeared somewhat shy and socially awkward, little Dong graduated from university this year but has no interest in pursuing further studies or finding a job. He prefers to stay at home playing video games. Hanfeng, could you help me guide him? Playing video games? That is actually quite commendable. You shouldn't merely push him towards the paths you envision. Excelling in gaming can also lead to a successful career. What games do you usually play, little Dong? Let us discuss. Lu Hanfeng's approval evidently pleased Lin Mudong, who became animated like a child. Brother-in-law, I can play any game. Since my freshman year, I've tried all the mainstream games on the market. I've reached the highest ranks in both LOL and Honor of Kings, and currently, I mainly play PUBG and some international online games. Little Dong, I'm planning to start a gaming company. Would you be interested in joining? Your task would be to play games and act as the company's promotional ambassador. You can achieve great things through gaming. Really? Brother-in-law, let us exchange contact information. And you can reach out to me later. I'm very interested in this. Lin Mudong eagerly swapped contact details with him, while Lin Mushin watched in disbelief. I asked you to encourage him to find a proper path, and here you are pulling him into gaming. Mushin, don't look at me like that. You know my capabilities. If I'm going to venture into online gaming, I'll ensure it becomes the world's leading gaming company. In the end, little Dong will be our game's promotional ambassador, and I will prove to you that gaming is as valid a pursuit as any. In truth, gaming was an essential avenue for Lu Hanfeng, as it was intrinsically linked to the future of Star Network. However, the games he envisioned differed significantly from those currently available on the market. Chapter 53. The Junk Collector. Under the guidance of Lin Mushin, Lu Hanfeng visited her grandparents, bringing along the carefully prepared gifts. It was also his first encounter with his enchanting mother-in-law, and he soon realized that Lin Mushin's exquisite beauty was indeed inherited from her stunning mother. Hello, Auntie. Meeting you has made me understand why Mushin is so beautiful. Indeed, stunning genes are passed down. You and Mushin could easily be mistaken for sisters while walking down the street, Lu Hanfeng remarked, fully aware of the significance of winning over his mother-in-law. His compliments made Xiaoya, Lin Mushin's mother, beam with delight. Ha ha ha, this young man surely knows how to charm. No wonder Mushin is utterly devoted to you. She laughed, to which Lin Mushin playfully protested. Mom, stop it. With a shy demeanor, she held her mother's hand, and Lu Hanfeng was captivated by this tender display of affection. Suddenly, a boastful voice interrupted. Oh dear. It seems everyone is here. My apologies for being late. I was at the Nongguang jewelry store buying a jade bracelet for over $1 million, which took quite some time. A middle-aged woman, whose appearance bore some resemblance to his father-in-law, entered with a man. That's my third aunt, Lin Mushin informed Lu Hanfeng. Her family is well off, so she loves to show off. Try not to engage her too much. Lu Hanfeng nodded nonchalantly. Ah, the third one has arrived. Take a seat quickly. The feast is about to commence, the elders stated calmly as the middle-aged couple settled into their seats. Du Hongmei, Lu Hanfeng's third aunt, studied him closely, her expression shifting from curiosity to realization as she saw him beside Lin Mushin. Mushin, is this the man you've chosen? She inquired. Yes, Auntie, this is Lu Hanfeng. Lin Mushin replied. Well, he does look quite presentable. May I ask where you work? Du Hongmei questioned, deliberately revealing her jade pendant and bangles to flaunt her wealth. Hello, Auntie. 2 months ago, I was a junk collector, and now I have no fixed job, just wandering about, Lu Hanfeng confessed, causing shockwaves among the elders present. Lin Mushin shot him a disapproving glance, yet a hint of amusement lingered in her eyes. Dear sister-in-law, I must say, this saying holds weight. A man fears choosing the wrong profession, and a woman fears marrying the wrong man. This age-old wisdom is not without reason. Shouldn't you vet potential suitors for your daughter? Our Lin family is a respected household. How can you allow her to date a junk collector? Du Hongmei's disdainful gaze fell on Lu Hanfeng as she deliberately moved her chair away. It's their own affair. If Mushin is happy, that suffices. We, the Dongyuan family, don't intervene in her choices, another elder chimed in. As parents, you should ensure some standards are met. Allowing a poor suitor into the family is a disgrace. My attire and jewelry are worth millions. How can I sit with a junk collector? Not to mention the risk of losing something valuable. Du Hongmei continued, her words dripping with contempt. Lu Hanfeng, bemused by the awkwardness radiating from Lin Mushin, was taken aback by the audacity of his relative. He decided to ignore her, while Lin Mushin helplessly shot him a look of resignation. Young man, I'm not disparaging you, but Mushin deserves someone with both looks and a respectable background. You, a junk collector, what can you offer her in terms of happiness? Rest assured, Auntie, I have some savings and can provide for her, Lu Hanfeng replied, a mischievous smile curling his lips. Some savings? Is it 30 or 50,000? That wouldn't even cover a meal for us. Living and thriving are two different matters. Do you see these bangles on my wrists? I bought them for 150,000 without a second thought. Can you afford such luxury for Mushin? Lu Hanfeng glanced at Lin Mushin, a playful smirk on his face. It seemed this woman would only learn her lesson after a thorough reprimand. And he knew this dinner would be far from pleasant otherwise. Auntie, I do have wealth. In fact, I brought a pair of jade bangles and a jade pendant for Mushin today. Oh, can this young man really afford jade? Du Hongmei's eyes darted toward Lin Mushin, who, realizing Lu Hanfeng's intentions, nodded with a resigned expression. She hadn't planned on showcasing these items, fearing they would attract unwanted attention. Ah, just in time. Auntie has some expertise in jade. Mushin, bring them out for me to appraise, Du Hongmei urged. Lin Mushin cast a sympathetic glance her way before carefully opening her bag to reveal 3 large red boxes placed on the table. Be careful, Auntie. These items are extremely valuable. A junk collector can give what this Du Hongmei's voice faltered as her eyes widened in shock at the sight of the jade Buddha inside one box. Its vibrant green hue dazzling under the light. Is that an imperial green Buddha? Mushin, you've been deceived. This must be glass. A genuine piece of imperial green of this size would cost millions. Du Hongmei exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. While she continued to babble, old Master Lin, observing the spectacle, turned the revolving table to unveil the other 2 boxes, revealing matching imperial green jade bangles. These are glass-type imperial green bangles, pure and flawless. Truly remarkable. Old Master Lin marveled, his astonishment evident. Father, could you be mistaken? Isn't this just glass? Stop looking down on others with such arrogance. Ignorance will only lead to embarrassment for yourself. I worked as a miner in a jade quarry for 2 years and can distinguish jade from glass. I'm not so old as to have lost my sight. Young man, where are the certificates for these items? Such rare treasures deserve to be showcased. Lu Hanfeng smiled at Lin Mushin, who shot him a reproachful look before reluctantly retrieving the certificates from her bag. Xiaoye, unable to contain her excitement, snatched the documents and opened them. Oh my heavens, a mere glance at the valuation sent her gasping, while Lin Dongyuan leaned in, utterly stunned by the revelation. What's the fuss about? The appraisal must be in the billions, right? Old Master Lin deduced, and Xiaoye nodded, cautiously placing the certificate in front of him. The appraisal certificate from Nangguang Jewelry Store was indeed credible, as the Nangguang Group is a top-tier conglomerate in the country. A valuation of 200 million seems rather conservative. Your appraiser must have a cautious disposition. If I'm not mistaken, you specifically sought out an appraisal for these 3 jade pieces, didn't you? Indeed, you are correct. Sir, Mushin just wanted some reassurance regarding these items, Lu Hanfeng confirmed. Are you implying these 3 pieces are worth 200 million? Am I going mad? Or did I mishear you? Du Hongmei's face turned ashen as she discreetly tugged at her sleeves to hide her own jade bangles and pendants. Who said 3 pieces are worth 200 million? It's 1 piece worth 200 million. 3 pieces are valued at 600 million. And that's still a conservative estimate. Mushin, you found yourself a fine man. Old Master Lin reluctantly placed the jade bracelet into the box and turned it towards Lin Mushin. My dear, take this home and secure it in a safe. It shall become your family's heirloom. Understood, Grandpa, Lin Mushin replied, her cheeks flushed as she carefully tucked away the 3 boxes. It was at that moment that her mother, Xiaoyu, realized why her daughter had been so protective of her bag. If she were cradling something worth 600 million, she would be even more cautious than her daughter. Chapter 54. Betrayal of kindness. Lin Dongsheng glared fiercely at his wife, the woman who often showcased her arrogance, only to embarrass herself this time against an unyielding opponent. Du Hongmei was acutely aware of her disgrace, keeping her head down in silence as she ate. The members of the Lin family soon recognized that Lu Hanfeng was merely modest, not truly impoverished. It was Du Hongmei who had foolishly provoked him. As the banquet commenced, Lu Hanfeng wasted no time, raising his glass to toast the elderly Lin patriarch. His exuberant demeanor instantly won the favor of everyone present. "Hanfeng, if you continue drinking like this, you'll be intoxicated in no time," admonished Mushan. "Rest assured, my dear, your man can handle 1,000 cups without faltering. This mere drink is nothing to me." Lu Hanfeng's bold declaration elicited a flustered reaction from the lovely lady, her cheeks flushing in front of so many family members. With the table occupied by elders, Lu Hanfeng soon refrained from toasting them and shifted his focus to the younger generation. He traversed the table, pouring drinks for the younger members until they were all incapacitated, while he himself remained unfazed, his robust constitution allowing him to metabolize alcohol more swiftly than it could affect him. It was an unprecedented spectacle in the Lin family, every male member utterly inebriated. Lin Mushan, irate, clutched Lu Hanfeng, twisting his arm in frustration, but to no avail. He was impervious to her attempts. Once everyone was settled, Lin Mushan drove Lu Hanfeng back to her home, her father having succumbed to drunkenness and taken refuge at the grandfather's residence, leaving their villa vacant. Upon returning to her room and securing her 3 jade boxes, Lin Mushan was suddenly swept into Lu Hanfeng's embrace, whisked away to her boudoir. She seemed to understand that there was no escape from the night's inevitable course, burying her head shyly in his chest, too bashful to utter a word. The night of passion enveloped them, and they awoke the following morning at 10. Lu Hanfeng, holding the enchanting lady, whispered sweet nothings, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips, while Lin Mushan's exquisite face remained flushed with warmth. "Hanfeng, do you truly believe we can manufacture that flying car you mentioned? And what of the autonomous driving technology? It feels almost fantastical," she pondered. "My dear Mushan, the integration of technology into our lives, replacing manual labor, is already a reality. Autonomous vehicles have entered the market. Does that not signify something? Our advancements surpass your imagination. The nation is already researching flying cars, though they lack comprehensive technology. It will take a year or two to realize, and such technology will initially be prioritized for military applications. We must seize this opportunity to produce flying cars ourselves." Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. Lu Hanfeng glanced at his device and noticed it was a secure number from the capital. After a brief pause, he answered, "Comrade Hanfeng." This is Hanfeng. May I inquire who is calling?" "I am Li Zhongping, the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. We require your cooperation regarding a matter at the Bureau. Please arrive at the headquarters within 10 minutes. I am aware you possess a Mech. Simply pilot it here." "Understood. I shall be there shortly." After hanging up, Lu Hanfeng furrowed his brow. This deputy director was unfamiliar to him, yet as a superior, it was prudent to heed the request. "Mushan, I need to step out for a while. Please rest. I plan to acquire a gaming company in Magic City shortly." "What? You truly intend to establish a gaming company? I must be concerned about my brother-in-law's affairs. Moreover, gaming was always part of my plan. Trust me, our gaming company will be no less successful than an automobile manufacturing plant." With a quick kiss on her lovely face, he donned his attire and hurriedly departed. Lin Mushan watched his retreating figure, a smile of contentment gracing her features. Lu Hanfeng piloted his Mech to the grounds of the Security Bureau headquarters in the capital, only to be immediately surrounded by a group of stern-faced soldiers. "Comrade Lu Hanfeng, you are suspected of leaking state secrets. We ask for your cooperation in this investigation." "I leaked state secrets? Which department are you from?" Lu Hanfeng's expression darkened as he began to reflect on his past encounters. "We are from the Tianjin division of the Security Bureau. For your safety, please assist us in our investigation to avoid any enforcement measures." Before he could protest, four individuals seized him and escorted him toward a building, confiscating his phone in the process. After a moment of hesitation, he refrained from resisting. allowing them to lead him into an interrogation room. Not long after, a young man accompanied by two middle-aged individuals approached the Mech. Humph. A country bumpkin who struck it rich, relying solely on luck to acquire a Mech, and yet so arrogant. In my presence, you're nothing. A mere word from me could condemn you to eternal damnation. The young man eagerly examined the Mech, captivated by its grandeur, already envisioning himself as a national hero. Figure out how I can obtain this beauty. It must have some form of identity recognition, he instructed the two older men. Yes, young master, they replied, rushing to inspect the Mech. Unfortunately, the Mech was impeccably sealed. They were as helpless as flies on a chicken egg, unable to glean any insight after several fruitless minutes. Young master, this Mech cannot be opened without the owner's command. We have reviewed its data. It is a product of extraterrestrial technology. Our capabilities are insufficient to breach it. If you wish to acquire it, you must gain the owner's consent. Humph, if it cannot be obtained privately, then let that boy hand it over willingly. I have countless methods to deal with a country bumpkin. Lu Hanfeng sat in the interrogation room, his heart heavy with disillusionment. Despite his significant contributions to the nation, he found himself imprisoned like a criminal, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Master, earlier, someone attempted to breach the Mech's exterior to seize it. I have obtained their information through the official databases. The individual is named Li Kuang. Li Kuang. That scoundrel. Lu Hanfeng's fury ignited within him, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He had once flown at full speed from the Dragon Kingdom to the Arabian Sea to rescue Li Kuang from pirates, who had been like a ragged dog in the hands of his captors. Instead of gratitude, Li Kuang had returned home seeking to create trouble for him repeatedly. Even a stray dog would wag its tail for a piece of meat. Yet Li Kuang epitomized treachery and ingratitude in the most vivid manner. Chapter 55. The false accusation. As Lu Hanfeng prepared to contact Director Bai and Director Su for assistance through the biological chip in his mind, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly thrust open. A bespectacled middle-aged man, accompanied by two armed soldiers, strode in. I am Li Zhongping, the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. Comrade Lu Hanfeng, you have leaked state secrets in private. Confess now, and you may receive leniency. Immediately surrender control of the Mecha. Director Li, I had thought that such a mysterious national department as the Security Bureau would be filled with valiant warriors dedicated to the country and its people. I never imagined that it could harbor garbage like you. Do you and your uncle Li Kuang truly believe you can wield absolute power in Longhua, distorting the truth and falsely accusing a soldier who has made tremendous contributions to the nation? How despicable. Lu Hanfeng spat a thick gob of phlegm at his feet, an act of humiliation that sent Li Zhongping into a rage. You bastard. Lu Hanfeng, you dare to spit at me? Restrain him. I will teach him a lesson. The two soldiers behind Li Zhongping raised their guns, ready to take action. A fierce glint filled Lu Hanfeng's eyes, the aura of murderous intent emanating from him almost palpable. Li Zhongping, you have forced my hand. If you dare to treat me this way, I will turn the Security Bureau upside down today. Mecha, Lu Hanfeng bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder, shattering the glass on the interrogation room door. Li Zhongping and his companions turned pale, instinctively covering their ears in terror. At that moment, the Mecha outside lit up, soaring into the air, its shoulder-mounted cannon extending outward as ripples of energy surged around it, gathering into a massive energy sphere. Boom! A 1-meter-wide energy projectile shot down, and upon contact with the ground, it felt as though a magnitude 12 earthquake had erupted, causing the entire military district housing the Security Bureau to tremble violently. The playground resembled a scene of a ferocious storm, with all surrounding structures swept away by the shockwave, turning the vast area into a patchwork of craters. The immense commotion triggered alarms throughout the Security Bureau as countless soldiers and bureau members rushed out of their rooms, bewildered by the sight of the colossal Mecha in the sky. Isn't that Hanfeng's Mecha? What on earth has happened? Nightingale and her colleagues, who had just returned from a mission, stared in astonishment at the Mecha hovering above the interrogation room, which then unleashed a powerful blast, demolishing the rooms outside. The Mecha landed amidst the wreckage, a massive sword appearing in its grasp. With a mere flick, It effortlessly sliced through the door and wall of the interrogation room, revealing the 4 individuals within. Li Zhongping and the 2 soldiers stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events as the surrounding soldiers and bureau members gathered, their expressions filled with disbelief as they beheld the shackled Lu Hanfeng. Li Zhongping, you have abused your power to conspire with your nephew Li Kuang to seize my mecha and falsely accuse me of leaking state secrets. I, Lu Hanfeng, will not tolerate this. Though Lu Hanfeng did not speak, the mecha's voice resonated with thunderous clarity, echoing for several kilometers, ensuring that the entire military district could hear. Li Zhongping's face turned ashen as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had never anticipated that Lu Hanfeng would be so audacious as to expose his nefarious schemes before everyone. The military district erupted in chaos, especially among the Security Bureau members, who quickly grasped the situation's origins, their faces reflecting shared outrage. I, Lu Hanfeng, have contributed alien technology to the nation for its scientific development and have served valiantly in the Security Bureau, successfully completing 2 S-level missions with distinction. Li Kuang is the very person I rescued from pirates during my long journey. This ingrate not only fails to express gratitude, but has conspired against me to seize my mecha. Today, I shall take this matter to the highest authorities and reveal the true nature of the Li family. The mecha's voice reverberated throughout the area, inciting fury in Li Zhongping, who felt as if he might choke on his own indignation. He had assumed that, with his and the Li family's power, forcing Lu Hanfeng to comply would be a simple task, but he never anticipated Lu Hanfeng's fierce defiance. The 20-odd members of the Security Bureau erupted in outrage, realizing that Lu Hanfeng's plight was their own. Director Li, we demand an explanation. Since Lu Hanfeng joined the Security Bureau, he has accomplished 2 monumental feats. How can you treat a hero in such a manner? We are all disheartened by this. If we do not receive a satisfactory response today, this matter will not end here. Nightingale stepped forward, her fiery gaze fixed on Li Zhongping. How dare you accuse me of treason? I have served the nation for 6 years, facing life-and-death situations countless times, bearing more gunshot wounds than you can imagine. Is our great Longwu your family's possession? I demand justice. If necessary, I will stand before the highest authorities to confront you. You and your family have been brazenly inserting your people into the Security Bureau. And if it weren't for Li Kuang's incompetent command, we wouldn't have lost 2 brothers. Li Kuang is nothing but a novice. What right does he have to step into the Security Bureau's headquarters? If you dare to harm Lu Hanfeng today, tomorrow you will indiscriminately slander us, the soldiers serving the nation. I refuse to accept this. I have had enough. We serve the country, not your family, roared the irate King Kong, stepping beside Nightingale, his fierce gaze directed at Li Zhongping. I, too, refuse to submit to you, without your family's influence. What qualification do you have to hold the position of Deputy Director of the Security Bureau? Another soldier from the Bureau joined in, igniting a chain reaction as more than 20 members rallied behind Nightingale, their voices raised in unison. You are rebelling. Li Zhongping stammered, his face as pale as a sheet, trembling as he pointed at the crowd. Whether we are rebelling is not for you to decide, Li Zhongping. I have already contacted number 2, and he is on his way here to handle this matter personally. Lu Hanfeng had previously used the biological chip to inform Kasha to reach out to number 2, who was now en route. He cast a grateful glance at his comrades, who, despite their brief acquaintance, had risked everything to stand by his side when trouble arose, a testament to the outrage Li Zhongping had incited. At a distance, Li Kuang glared menacingly at Lu Hanfeng, but he dared not approach, knowing that he had stirred up a tempest far beyond his control. Having underestimated the consequences of his actions as a privileged second-generation elite in the capital. Chapter 56. The Return of Technology. Li Zhongping, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, contemplated fleeing. However, before he could make his escape, the mech before him extended its sword, plunging it directly into the tile beneath his feet, rendering it as fragile as tofu. What do you mean, Lu Hanfeng? Nothing of consequence. Number 2 is on his way. You, the mastermind, must remain. I shall stand here and observe. If you manage to exit the Security Bureau unscathed, I shall concede your capabilities, Lu Hanfeng replied. Li Zhongping, feeling guilty, gazed up at the imposing Mech, a chill surging from the depths of his heart. Today, he feared that even the Li family would not be able to shield him from the repercussions. Hanfeng was resolute in preventing his departure. With Director Bai and Director Su absent on official business, this scoundrel dared to abuse his authority to undermine you. Had Director Bai been present, this petty individual would never have dared to be so brazen. Nightingale stepped forward, positioning herself before Lu Hanfeng. Li Zhongping's face shifted from pale to flushed, inwardly cursing his nephew, Li Kuang, for creating such turmoil. Couldn't you simply go charm a lady instead of causing all this trouble? How am I to resolve this mess now? The atmosphere grew stagnant. The soldiers who had gathered around rendered speechless. This was an internal matter of the Security Bureau, and any member of the Bureau held a rank superior to theirs. It was not long before number 2 arrived, his expression dark. Lu Hanfeng initially believed he was alone, but a glance revealed an elderly figure accompanying him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Heaven! Number 1 has arrived. While Lu Hanfeng and the surrounding soldiers were merely astonished, Li Zhongping trembled with fear, his aged face oscillating between shades of black and white. Number 1 surveyed the room before striding into a distant office, while Number 2 remained to manage the scene. As everyone returned to their posts, Number 2 commanded all soldiers and Security Bureau personnel to vacate the premises, plunging the scene into silence. Hanfeng, Nightingale, Li Zhongping, follow me, Number 2 instructed, entering the office. Lu Hanfeng and Nightingale exchanged a glance and followed suit, while Li Zhongping, begrudgingly signaling to his 2 subordinates, wore a mournful expression as he trailed behind. His subordinates promptly took out their phones to make calls. The atmosphere inside the office was heavy. Number 1 sat behind a desk, his visage stern, while Number 2 remained silent on the couch. The trio who entered stood frozen in trepidation, too afraid to breathe. The development of our dragon country to this day was not easy. It is the result of countless sacrifices made by our ancestors. We are burdened with numerous national affairs, and yet we must also contend with your troublesome matters. You have disappointed me greatly, Number 1 declared, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized the 3. Lu Hanfeng felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. The aura of authority emanating from Number 1 overwhelming to the point that even the arrogant Li Zhongping dared not utter a word. Just moments ago, the 3 of us were convening to discuss foreign restrictions on our chip technology. Our advancements have sparked alarm in Western nations, who are attempting to stifle our technological progress by curtailing chip exports. Number 2, Number 3, and I are struggling with this issue, yet here we are, dealing with your petty troubles. I am already aware of the circumstances surrounding your disputes. Li Zhongping, you are suspended for 1 month to reflect upon your actions. Lu Hanfeng, you are to forfeit 3 months' salary and must repair the damaged building. Nightingale, you receive a formal warning. Do any of you have objections? None. Since there are no objections, we shall disperse. Comrade Li Zhongping, the Security Bureau is the nation's secret weapon and a blade of the state. Henceforth, no individuals without credentials are permitted to enter. Yes, leader. Li Zhongping understood that Number 1 was referring to the matter concerning Li Kuang. Leader Number 1, I have something to say. Lu Hanfeng's words caused the air in the room to thicken. Number 2, misinterpreting his intent, displayed a flicker of anger. I just heard you mention the foreign blockade of chip technology and exports. I can resolve this issue. Number 2 sighed in relief, while Number 1's expression shifted to one of intrigue. However, Lu Hanfeng fell silent, casting a glance at Li Zhongping, signaling that his silence hinged on Li's departure. Faced with this, Li Zhongping scowled, scoffed, and turned to leave, while Nightingale nodded at Lu Hanfeng and followed suit. The room returned to silence, now occupied solely by Number 1, Number 2, and Lu Hanfeng. Comrade Lu Hanfeng, your contributions to the nation are evident to all. Indeed, you have been wrong today. I shall issue a warning to the Li family regarding this matter. As for the chip issue you mentioned, do you have a solution? Number 1's demeanor softened, starkly contrasting with his earlier coldness. Leaders, I possess the complete manufacturing technology for EUV 1-nanometer lithography machines. If the nation organizes a research team for lithography, we can produce EUV 1-nanometer lithography machines in the shortest time possible. Although the Netherlands claims to have developed 1 nanometer EUV lithography technology, it remains but a concept and cannot achieve mass production of 1 nanometer chips in the near term. My technology, however, is a comprehensive system, encompassing all manufacturing techniques and materials for lithography machines. What? Number 1 stood in astonishment, and number 2 mirrored his surprise, their eyes reflecting overwhelming excitement as they exchanged glances. Hanfeng, are you speaking the truth? Is this technology derived from the alien technology integrated within the Mech? Indeed. The Mech is equipped with super-intelligent AI that houses numerous extraterrestrial technologies, but it requires time for me to communicate and extract the information. I only gradually comprehended the lithography technology later on. I never anticipated that it could assist our nation in overcoming its challenges. Should you both express interest, I am prepared to offer this technology to the state at any time. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. Hanfeng, you are indeed a national asset. Number 1 exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth, unreserved in his praise. Lu Hanfeng connected to the Mech's AI, instructing it to transfer all lithography technology onto a USB drive, which he then carefully handed to number 1. The two leaders exchanged knowing glances, cautiously safeguarding the USB drive. Hanfeng, the nation will never forget the contributions of each individual. Your efforts are recognized by all of us. While our dragon country may still have imperfections, we are constantly striving for improvement. I hope you will not harbor biases against the Security Bureau due to the Li family and Oppo's actions. Rest assured, leader, I, Lu Hanfeng, have pursued education for several years and have gained a modicum of understanding. Number 2 nodded, patting Lu Hanfeng's shoulder before departing with number 1, eager to present the 1 nanometer lithography technology to the scientific community. Chapter 57. The Mira aircraft carrier as events drew to a close. Lu Hanfeng arrived at the Security Bureau's training hall to express his gratitude to his supportive comrades. After exchanging a few sparring moves with Jin Gang, he was about to depart when a call from Director Bai came through. Hanfeng, I am currently out with Lao Su handling some matters, which allowed that scoundrel Li Zhongping to take advantage. Do not be upset about this. In the future, should similar situations arise, just contact me directly. Understood, Director Bai. Good. If you have no pressing matters, come to my location. We may require your assistance. Sure, Director Bai. Please send me your location, and I will arrive in a few minutes. Upon ending the call, Lu Hanfeng discovered that Director Bai was at a naval base in Jixing. Without hesitation, he hopped into his mech and swiftly made his way there. Inside a conference room at the military base, Lu Hanfeng met with Bai Zongjiang and Director Su, both of whom greeted him with somber expressions. The room was filled with numerous high-ranking officials, each adorned with military insignia, the lowest being the rank of colonel. Hanfeng, take a seat. Lu Hanfeng settled beside Director Su as a general at the head of the table cast a glance at him and began to speak slowly. Our country has colluded with the United States to conduct joint military exercises. The new aircraft carrier, Mira, has intruded into our territorial waters, which is an affront to our dignity. I propose we give them a taste of our strength. If we back down this time, they will surely attempt it again in the future. I suggest we send one of our carriers to assert our presence. We can conduct military exercises in the East China Sea, and if there happens to be some artillery fire, we can claim it was an accident. Let us see if those foreign devils dare to act arrogantly in front of us. That is unwise. Number 1 has instructed us not to act impulsively. The Mira is operating in a sensitive area that complicates our response. Should we send our carrier, they may retreat, but it would then be international waters, and public opinion would still favor them. How infuriating. Can we really endure this humiliation while they run amok under our noses? Shouted a hot-tempered general, his voice echoing with frustration. The others shared his discontent, their faces reflecting their displeasure. At this point, Lu Hanfeng grasped the situation. Such provocations were not uncommon. Each time the U.S. unveiled a new aircraft carrier, it would sail into the waters of Longhua to demonstrate military might. The Mira was no exception. Equipped with numerous intercontinental missiles, testing our limits with deliberate provocation. It was a tactical game. If we did not confront them, they would continue to encroach. If we did respond, they would retreat, leveraging international media to pressure us. The officials in the conference room became increasingly agitated, unable to reach a consensus. While a few hot-headed leaders gasped in frustration, Director Su turned to Lu Hanfeng. Hanfeng, do you have any clever ideas? Director Su's inquiry drew the attention of all present, leaving Lu Hanfeng feeling the weight of their scrutiny. Actually, I do have a rather cunning plan, though I am uncertain if it will meet your approval. At a time like this, who cares about being cunning? If you can help us vent our frustrations, I will support you, a major general urged, glaring at Lu Hanfeng to continue. Well, what if the mirror were to encounter a mishap and sink? That should have nothing to do with us, right? Are you out of your mind? The chances of the mirror sinking are as slim as a comet colliding with Earth. Do you think the Americans would be as incompetent as the Indian carriers? My point is that I could create a minor malfunction. My mech has visual stealth radar capabilities, which would render it undetectable to the carrier's radar. I could discreetly create a significant breach beneath the surface, and you could watch the spectacle unfold via satellite. Good heavens, you are quite devious. Yet, somehow, it sounds incredibly satisfying. Do you have the confidence to pull this off? I am absolutely certain. Once my mech is cloaked, no nation's radar or satellite will be able to detect me. Equipped with a nanoalloy longsword, I merely need a swift motion, and you can observe the result from your satellites. Lu Hanfeng's proposal piqued the interest of the gathered dignitaries, who exchanged glances. Finally, Director Su spoke again. Hanfeng, you handle this matter yourself. We are not issuing you a formal mission. Understood. You can watch via satellite. I will take care of everything. With a nod of comprehension, Lu Hanfeng rose to leave, while the dignitaries focused intently on the screen on the wall. In the East China Sea, a massive aircraft carrier sailed across the tranquil waters, resembling a colossal fortress floating on the sea, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure. Fighter jets occasionally soared overhead, clearly intent on provocation, darting between the waters of our country and Longhua. In the distant waters of Longhua, several naval vessels halted to observe, while the Longhua Navy aboard the ships seethed with frustration at the passing jets, itching to fire back. In the command room of the Mira aircraft carrier, a group of American officers laughed boisterously at the video feed, reveling in the sight of the Longhua warriors' exasperated expressions, eliciting uproarious laughter from the room. The general seated at the head of the table wore a sinister grin as he uttered a statement that shocked everyone. Rome, relay my orders for the jets to advance another 10 kilometers. General William, moving forward would take us into Longwa's waters. Damn it, Rome. Can't you comprehend my orders? Yes, General William. As if those yellow-skinned pigs dare to confront our Mira carrier. I intend to intrude into their territorial waters. Take a tour and show those pigs the might of our American naval power. Just as laughter echoed through the command room, a soldier's report caused immediate chaos. SSS level alert. General William, a massive crack has appeared on the underside of the carrier, with seawater flooding the compartment at a rate of 3 tons per second. The Mira faces a risk of sinking, expected to be completely submerged within 6 minutes. What? Are you joking? You will face a military tribunal for this. The once jovial General Williams' face turned ashen as the command room erupted into turmoil, disbelief etched on every officer's face. All personnel rushed to the deck, where piercing alarms blared and soldiers scrambled in a frenzy. Is the safety crew on the Mira incompetent? The carrier tilted, forcing even the staunchest skeptics to confront reality. General Williams' expression twisted with rage as he envisioned the consequences awaiting him upon his return to the U.S. A stark transition from a revered general to a mere prisoner. The tilt of the carrier grew increasingly severe, and this was no longer the time to debate responsibility. General William, the carrier has 4 minutes until sinking. We must evacuate the troops immediately. Damn it! General William roared, his mind clouded with fury. In this moment of chaos, his aide, recognizing the urgency, issued a retreat order. Life rafts were immediately launched into the sea, while officers radioed the nearby Longhua Navy for assistance. However, upon receiving the command, the Longhua Navy vessels simply turned and fled, infuriating the Mira's communications officer, who erupted with a torrent of curses. The sinking of the colossal aircraft carrier would undoubtedly evoke a cataclysmic scene, where anything in proximity could be ensnared by the immense vortex. Consequently, the fleeing soldiers fervently paddled their lifeboats, finding greater safety the further they distanced themselves from the carrier. General William, who had been infuriated to the point of fainting, was carried away by several American soldiers, a stark contrast to his former arrogance and hubris, now reduced to a state of utter disarray and despair. Chapter 58. The sinking of the aircraft carrier. The Mira aircraft carrier had already tilted at a 45-degree angle at this moment. Even the mightiest forces could not halt its impending fate of sinking. A couple of 100 meters away, dozens of lifeboats floated upon the sea, filled with the despondent expressions of American soldiers. With their carrier lost, they would return home to face their nation's accountability, and the senior officers among them might even find themselves summoned to a military tribunal for judgment. "We are finished." General William sat despondently in a lifeboat, his gaze vacant as he watched the last tip of the carrier vanish beneath the waves, in stark contrast to the tragic scene of the American soldiers. The conference room of the Dragon Nation's military district was filled with laughter and jubilation, a group of high-ranking officials reveling like children in their excitement. It was not until Comrade Lu Hanfeng entered the room that all eyes turned towards him. "Comrade Lu Hanfeng, you are a hero of our Dragon Nation. For this alone, you deserve our utmost respect. If you wish to dedicate yourself to the military district in service of our motherland, feel free to contact me directly. With my guidance, I assure you, you will one day occupy my position. Comrade Lu Hanfeng, consider our Navy in G-Shur. I can offer you a special recruitment opportunity, ensuring a bright future ahead. Ahem. Do not go too far. Lu Hanfeng is from our security bureau, and I am still present here. Have some decorum." Bai Zhongjiang bellowed in anger, finally silencing the envious officials. Lu Hanfeng could only sit beside him, smiling apologetically without uttering a word. "Hanfeng, let us depart. Henceforth, avoid these shameless individuals as much as possible." Bai Zhongjiang grasped Lu Hanfeng and strode out, Director Su waving his hand to the officials with a smug expression as he followed. Once the three were in a military vehicle, Bai Zhongjiang finally broached the subject of the Security Bureau's recent events. "Hanfeng, I am already aware of today's occurrences, and I will demand an explanation from the Li family. While your methods may have been somewhat excessive, they were indeed effective, creating a significant stir that necessitated intervention from the higher-ups. You managed to garner substantial backing while avoiding any casualties, demonstrating your clarity of thought and decisiveness in handling the situation. As for any penalties regarding your salary, do not concern yourself. I will ensure the damaged materials are addressed upon my return. Your contributions to the nation and the security district have not gone unnoticed by any of us. Moving forward, focus on executing your duties well. Both Su and I, along with the higher-ups, will support you." "Thank you, Director Bai." Lu Hanfeng felt deeply touched, the grievances stirred by the Li family dissipating into thin air. After bidding farewell to Director Bai, he departed alone in his mech. He contacted Lin Mushin, asking her to visit the newly acquired battery factory, where they met. The renovation of the battery factory was nearing completion. Battery production was not as complicated as that of automobiles. The primary process for producing hydrogen blocks involved a vacuum compression furnace that combined hydrogen with two other substances into solid blocks. The furnace was already under construction and would be transported from Hongdao City upon completion, ready for installation. In the battery factory, I am utilizing a fully automated assembly line. Apart from a few clerical workers, the rest will be robots, Lu Hanfeng explained. You may consider recruiting office personnel in advance, but make it clear to them that they are not to interfere with the workshop operations. An automated assembly line? Is it feasible without manual intervention? What if an unexpected malfunction occurs? Lin Mushin expressed her concerns. Although such automated lines existed domestically, they had their drawbacks. A relative of hers had experienced a malfunction where a pump failed to shut off, resulting in water flooding the entire workshop and damaging materials worth hundreds of thousands. Not only do we have automated assembly machines, but there are also patrolling robots nearby, ensuring minimal chances of malfunction. These robots possess self-repair capabilities, allowing them to swiftly resolve any unexpected issues. Concerning materials procurement, the The components for hydrogen energy batteries are not overly complex, but palladium is a troublesome metal. Each hydrogen block contains a small amount of palladium, a precious metal comparable to gold and quite rare, so you will need to give this matter considerable attention. What? Comparable to gold? How are we supposed to profit? Lin Mushin exclaimed, her beautiful face reflecting her surprise as her starry eyes fixed on Lu Hanfeng. He playfully pinched her nose. Each hydrogen block battery contains only a trace of palladium, measured in grams, while the remainder consists primarily of inexpensive carbon and other materials. The total production cost of a hydrogen block battery for a family flying car is approximately 3,000 yuan, and this is still in the initial stages. Later, I will achieve self-sufficiency without needing to procure any materials. What Lu Hanfeng did not disclose was that the resource exploitation at his remote island base was entering a phase of abundance. With numerous mining robots inundating the sea and gathering resources, he would no longer lack for precious metals in the future. As they prepared to head towards the automobile factory, Lin Mushin's phone suddenly rang. What did you say? They want to seal our processing plant. Lin Mushin's expression darkened immediately, while Lu Hanfeng's eyes gleamed with determination. Hanfeng, we must hurry to the processing plant. A group of enforcement officers is causing trouble and wants to seal our factory. Do not worry, my dear. I have everything under control. Whatever measures they attempt to impose, I will ensure they are undone. It is not a significant issue. Lu Hanfeng's calm demeanor reassured Lin Mushin as they drove to the processing plant, which had just been sealed. A group of uniformed personnel was ushering the factory workers outside, and many entrances bore official seals. Lu Hanfeng halted Lin Mushin, who was eager to intervene. This situation is clearly targeted. You stay back and watch your man handle this with authority. With a cold smirk, Lu Hanfeng approached and ripped off the freshly affixed seal, causing the enforcement officers to turn pale at the sudden boldness. How dare you tear down a court seal? One officer exclaimed. I shall not only tear down the seal. If you dare to affix another, I will break your legs. Do you believe me? Lu Hanfeng retorted, knowing full well that the enforcement team comprised agents from 3 different departments. It was evident that someone was behind this, and he felt no need to be polite. Huh, you dare speak such words in front of the police? Let us see how you manage that, sneered a man in a court uniform as he prepared to place another seal. Without hesitation, Lu Hanfeng drew the sidearm he had prepared earlier and, without further ado, fired a shot at the man's leg. This was the first time he had utilized the weapon since its distribution. The deafening gunshot stunned the crowd, their eyes widening in shock at Lu Hanfeng and his firearm. This was the Dragon Nation, and firing a weapon here carried severe consequences. Ah, my leg. The man, struck, took a few moments to register the pain before collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony and howling in despair. Chapter 59. The efficacy of firearms. A single gunshot reverberated through the air, instilling an immediate sense of dread among the crowd. Several officers within the law enforcement team, their faces pale, hastily dialed for assistance. They were merely temporary personnel on duty and lacked the authorization to carry firearms. Faced with the armed Lu Hanfeng, they could only call for reinforcements. Ah, the potency of firearms. By the way, continue to post. I still have 8 rounds left in this gun. Feel free to test my resolve. Lu Hanfeng aimed his weapon at a group of men holding seals, causing their faces to blanch in terror as they discarded the seals and fled. Don't move. Anyone who dares to run will be shot. I have already called for the SWAT team. This matter will not end today. Bang. The gun fired again, but this time Lu Hanfeng shot into the air. The law enforcement officers, terrified, crouched down, trembling in fear. This man was indeed willing to fire. Hanfeng, how could you possess a gun? Lin Mushin, equally startled by the spectacle, approached Lu Hanfeng as all the officers around them cowered on the ground. Of course, it was issued by the state. I possess a legitimate firearm license. I usually avoid trouble, but today, I refuse to be bullied. I will escalate this matter, regardless of who is scheming behind the scenes. If I don't bring them to justice, I shall not be called Lu Hanfeng. The factory employees watched from a distance, too afraid to approach. Gunfire in Longwo was a significant event. Within 10 minutes, the streets echoed with the blaring of police sirens as several SWAT vehicles arrived. swiftly deploying a team of heavily armed officers. The crouching individuals believed help had arrived and stood up in excitement, only to be bypassed by the SWAT team leader, who walked straight to Lu Hanfeng and saluted him amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. SWAT team leader Wu Gang reporting for duty, please instruct Commander Lu. It was then that Lu Hanfeng holstered his weapon. He recognized Wu Gang from their previous encounter during the hotel surveillance incident. Hello, Captain Wu. My factory possesses official state-issued documents, yet these law enforcement officers indiscriminately seized it. I entrust this matter to you. Please investigate who is behind this, and I will handle the rest myself. Understood, Commander. Wu Gang responded, somewhat speechless. They were SWAT, not ordinary police, and handling such trivial matters seemed excessive. However, Lu Hanfeng's unique status compelled him to comply. With the command, nearly 20 law enforcement personnel were taken away, leaving the newly arrived officers bewildered by the scene. One officer, approaching Wu Gang as they prepared to leave, quietly inquired, revealing their familiarity. Comrade Wang Ji, I can only advise you that you have landed in deep trouble. That individual holds significant status. If your department continues to pursue this matter against his legitimate factory, many of your colleagues may find themselves in dire straits. As a friend, I suggest you steer clear. Whoever gets involved will face misfortune. With that, Wu Gang entered his vehicle and departed, leaving the area around the factory notably silent. Mushin instructed the workers to continue their tasks. She nodded, briefly informing the factory manager before leading Lu Hanfeng into her office. Do you have any suspects regarding the instigator behind this? The two settled on the sofa, comfortably conversing, unaffected by the earlier chaos. I suspect it is Li Hang. That scoundrel has suffered twice at your hands. Given his petty nature, he is certainly capable of orchestrating this. I initially dismissed him, but if he dares to provoke me, I will ensure he faces consequences. Are you aware of your prowess? Hanfeng, how did you acquire that firearm? This is Longhua, one of the most strictly regulated places in the world. Lin Mushin cast a playful glance at him, momentarily captivating Lu Hanfeng, who took a few seconds to respond. I am a member of a state secret department, and my possession of a firearm is entirely legal. Beyond that, I am unable to divulge further details. After a while of intimacy in the office, Lu Hanfeng's phone rang. Hello, Captain Wu. Yes? Understood. Proceed with the standard protocol. Upon hanging up, he noticed Lin Mushin's curious gaze upon him. Unable to resist, he gently kissed her cheek before explaining, it was Li Hang's doing. And what do you intend to do about it? Let it be. What else can be done? Mushin, do not concern yourself with this matter. I have my plans. Mushin nodded obediently, increasingly intrigued by Lu Hanfeng's enigmatic nature. Since he could handle it, she felt no need to worry. As the afternoon drew near to a close, Lu Hanfeng received a call from Du Yuangang. In the office, he found Du Yuangang with a dark expression. Old Four, I owe you an apology. A batch of defective materials was delivered, a childhood friend of mine, while procuring, substituted inferior goods for a kickback. The robot discarded the defective materials today, and only then did I become aware. Du Yuangang's head hung low in shame as he completed his explanation. Lu Hanfeng, unfazed, sat comfortably on the sofa, sipping tea offered by his secretary, Ping Ping. Brother Gang, I previously warned you about this. Relatives and friends are fine to hire, but you will find that the closer you are, the more difficult it becomes to manage them. Human nature is the most challenging aspect to control under sufficient incentive. Any bond of loyalty becomes meaningless. Though Lu Hanfeng was not physically present at the precision machinery factory, Kasha maintained vigilant oversight. He received immediate notifications regarding any significant issues arising within any of his companies. The incident of the procurement employee accepting bribes was flagged the moment the funds were transferred, with Kasha uncovering the details in an instant. The internet held no secrets before her, and she promptly relayed the information to Lu Hanfeng. However, since the employee had been hired by Du Yuangang, Lu Hanfeng chose not to disclose the information immediately, resulting in Du Yuangang discovering the issue 2 days later. Old Four, how do you propose to handle this? Thus far, only you, Ping Ping, and I are aware of the situation. Brother Gang, this is a necessary experience in life. You will encounter similar situations more frequently in the future. I will not intervene. The decision rests with you. As your brother, I will support you, no matter how you choose to proceed. Lu Hanfeng's words filled Du Yuan Gang with gratitude, intensifying his guilt. All right, brother Gang, I see this as a blessing in disguise. At least it hasn't led to any significant consequences. Handle it wisely, and remain vigilant in the future. By the way, I recently acquired some fine items from abroad. Tell me if you like them. Lu Hanfeng produced a chain and tossed it over. Du Yuan Gang caught it, feeling its weight, and upon glancing down, his eyes widened in disbelief. Is this gold? As he examined the thick, braided chain, he began calculating its worth. And here's another one for you. Lu Hanfeng handed over a gold bracelet, clearly designed for women. Old 4, I can understand the gold chain. But what is the meaning of this bracelet? Brother Gang, you simpleton. You should consider gifting it to someone. What woman would refuse such a present? I presume your little secretary has yet to be won over. Perhaps you could prepare a gift box to elevate your charm, and then arrange an outing this evening for some intimate interaction. Who knows, you might find yourself single no more by tonight. As always, you understand me well. Dear brother, my happiness relies on this bracelet. Du Yuan Gang displayed a lewd grin, unmistakably reflecting the inappropriate thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 60. Du Yuan Gang's outburst before the end of his shift. Lu Hanfeng departed from the precision machinery factory, having declared his disinterest in intervening in Du Yuan Gang's affairs. Upon arriving at his sister's school, he picked her up along with her friend, and they ventured to a nearby restaurant for a meal. At the end of the day, Du Yuan Gang summoned all 8 employees from the precision machinery factory, most of whom were his acquaintances. Initially, he had believed that such generous treatment warranted employing his own people first. Thus, he made a flurry of phone calls and brought in 5 individuals. However, as time passed, Du Yuan Gang began to regret his decision. Having never held a leadership position before, he was oblivious to the challenges it entailed. At first, these relatives worked diligently. But as time wore on, they began to exploit their connections, bullying and sidelining newer employees, completing their tasks with growing indifference. During procurement outings, he could not constantly supervise them. Tasks that once required 2 hours now stretched to an entire day, and everyone was well aware of where that time had disappeared. Furthermore, Du Yuan Gang found that his commands were increasingly disregarded. When he tasked a childhood friend with procuring an expensive silicone, the friend took it upon himself to purchase a cheaper brand, claiming it was to save costs, a rationale no one believed without suspicion. The resistance he faced at work grew. Just the other day, when a crucial material ran out, a relative took half an hour's work and delayed it until after hours, returning with a receipt from a spa casually tucked in his pocket. Each incident underscored the folly of his nepotism. He had scoffed at the wisdom of avoiding family and business dealings, yet now reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Why are we still holding a meeting when everyone is clocked out? If there's something to discuss, just mention it in the group chat. One relative protested. Indeed, I have a dinner date with my girlfriend tonight. If I'm late, she'll surely be upset, another chimed in. Let's wrap this up quickly. We all have things to tend to, urged a third. Watching his relatives and friends loitering nonchalantly, Du Yuan Gang felt a surge of frustration, his anger boiling over. In stark contrast, the 3 newly hired workers remained silent and obedient. Enough. Silence. This is a meeting. Du Yuan Gang's furious roar jolted the 5 from their complacency, making them aware of the tense atmosphere. His face was as dark as a stormy sky, while his secretary stood quietly with her head bowed. Why are you so angry? We're all relatives here. Can't we just talk things out? One of them suggested. Jing Duanxing, a childhood friend, interjected, shut your mouth. We've been close since elementary school, and I brought you in for this job. I've been sincere with you, only for you to set me up like this? The materials you procured 4 days ago are all unusable, worth 120,000. You pocketed a 30,000 kickback. Is this how you repay me? Du Yuan Gang's booming voice left the room in stunned silence. Why are you overreacting? It's just a small matter. You're the manager. After all, you're making big bucks. Isn't it fair that we earn a little too? 30,000 is hardly more than your monthly salary. Just turn a blind eye. It's not your money anyway. Jing Duanxing argued. Is that your idea of a reasonable argument? The big boss entrusted me with managing this enterprise because of our friendship. You think I can condone such disgraceful behavior? I, Du Yuan Gang, will not allow it. I give you 1 day to return the kickback and offset the company's losses. You won't need to come in tomorrow. The company will settle your wages. From now on, we part ways. I will not associate with someone like you. Please, don't do this. I'm about to get married. He pleaded. You harmed me first. Everyone listen up. The employees in this factory are like robots. Every action you take is under the watchful eye of the big boss. You think you can sneak around and take kickbacks without consequence? He's in the high-tech business. Everything you do is monitored. Just because he hasn't acted doesn't mean he's unaware. The boss was here earlier, and many of you saw him. You think your misdeeds go unnoticed? Jingduanqing, either return the 30,000 kickback, or you'll be explaining everything to the police tomorrow. Du Yuangang's ultimatum shocked everyone present. They hadn't expected him to take such a firm stand. And you all, if you can do your jobs, stay. If not, leave. The biggest regret of my life is hiring my relatives. You all know the truth about your actions, but out of respect, I've held my tongue. I thought I could help my relatives, but instead, I've brought in a bunch of lazy leeches who squander work hours on dates and spa visits, deliberately dragging out procurement. Do you think I'm oblivious to all this? I brought you in just to undermine me? Starting tomorrow, everything will adhere to company policy. I will install GPS in every vehicle. From now on, your movements will be monitored. As for kickbacks, forget it. The robots in the factory won't entertain your relationships. Any subpar materials will be discarded, and the responsible party will face the consequences. Brother, I realize my mistakes. Please give me another chance. Jingduanqing lamented, his face a mask of despair. Leave. I'm giving you a chance. Who's giving me one? I'm just a wage-earning employee. If you don't return the money to Secretary Xie by the end of tomorrow, I'll report you to the authorities. Meeting adjourned. With a final roar, Du Yuangang stormed out, and Xie Pingping hurriedly followed, slipping into the passenger seat of his car. As the sleek vehicle sped away, the remaining individuals exchanged glances, uncertain of their next steps. What a pathetic friend. Trying to ruin me over such trivial matters. Jingduanqing spat, his face contorted with indignation as he turned to ride off on his electric bike. The 3 newly hired employees departed as well, feeling no connection to the unfolding drama. They were merely workers, fully aware of their roles. What do we do now? The youngest of the remaining 4 asked, eyeing his relatives. What else can we do? Brother just said it. If you can work, stay. If not, resign. Those who remain must work diligently. If we continue this way, we'll be the next ones shown the door. Brother is right. He's just a worker like us. If we keep acting up, we'll find ourselves in the same predicament. Chapter 61. The Golden Mountain of the Island Yining. It's time for your internship, isn't it? Inside the restaurant, Lu Hanfeng gazed affectionately at his younger sister, Lu Hanyin, whose cheeks were stuffed with delectable food. She nodded eagerly, struggling to swallow the morsels. Yes, brother. I feel like I enrolled in a rather useless major. I am studying business administration. After 3 years of study, I have only 1 year left, which is designated for an internship, but which company would hire a fresh graduate like me to manage their business? Existence is reasonable. Yining, finish your remaining classes, and I will arrange an internship for you. Brother, where will you arrange it? Lu Hanyin inquired with curiosity, while her close friend Gong Lingling listened intently. Let us go to the magical city. Most of my company's operations are based there, and it is the most prestigious city in the Dragon Kingdom. The bustling atmosphere will help you integrate into society more swiftly. You can directly apply for an independent internship through the school. I will handle the rest. Brother, could you help arrange something for Lingling as well? I feel a bit apprehensive about going to such a vast city alone. Having Lingling with me would be comforting. Lu Hanyin looked at her brother with a timid expression, and Gong Lingling wore a pleading gaze. It's a trivial matter. You two can go together. Yay. Thank you, brother. Lu Hanyin and Gong Lingling exchanged excited high fives, clearly having conspired beforehand. Before your internship, we have something very important to take care of. Just wait for my call. I will surprise you. Lu Hanfeng did not divulge specifics in response to his sister's inquiry, as her leg had always been a source of deep pain for him, but that matter would soon be resolved. After dropping the two girls back at school, Lu Hanfeng summoned his mech and headed straight for the deserted island in the Pacific Ocean. The island was now transformed dramatically. It bore little resemblance to its former desolation. Rows of orderly factories had sprung up amidst the forest, and on the hillside stood a magnificent castle, albeit just the shell, as it required extensive procurement of materials before it could be inhabited. A peculiar array of steel machines was constructing a mountain road. Some machines sported large hoppers, while others had long mechanical arms from which lasers shot forth, instantaneously cutting stones into uniform blocks. These stones were being fashioned into steps. Lu Hanfeng piloted the mech overhead, surveying the castle before moving to the industrial zone, which was divided into sections filled with various mechanical equipment. In particular, the precision lathe area was bustling with activity as parts were being processed, subsequently assembled into new robotic arms or robots by adjacent intelligent arms. Occasionally, massive machines laden with long hoppers soared over the distant sea, depositing various metal materials gathered from the seabed into the material warehouse. Lu Hanfeng's attention was captured by a mountain of gold, and he curiously disembarked from the mech to investigate. Inside the towering warehouse, a dazzling mound of gleaming bricks had accumulated. "Kazuya, what is this?" "Master." A luminous figure materialized before him. "Master, these are the gold ingots collected from the seabed by the mining robots. We have no immediate use for them, so they have been piled here. Each area contains a substantial accumulation of various metals, some precious, others less so. For instance, you can sell gold and silver to procure scarce materials." "Goodness, is this really gold? How much is there?" Lu Hanfeng marveled, approaching the towering mound of gold and lifting a hefty ingot, discovering it weighed 25 kilograms. 50 pounds each. "There must be thousands of them. I've struck it rich. This is more profitable than running a company." He was so thrilled that he nearly rolled in the gold, while a nearby mountain of silver was equally impressive. "Master, there is a high-grade gold mine near our island, and this gold was collected from its seabed. Once the mine is exhausted, gold production will significantly decrease. Additionally, once you procure materials, we will utilize the gold for electronic components, which will require a substantial quantity." Upon reviewing the information, Lu Hanfeng realized that the majority of gold was indeed found beneath the sea, as the landmass of Blue Star was relatively small, with most veins hidden underwater. It was estimated that the seabed of Blue Star contained over 20 million tons of gold. What a staggering concept. Such a wealth of high-purity gold must be converted to cash. It seems I will need to consult with Nangong Yueying, as I haven't seen her in a while and am curious about her recent endeavors. Noticing the time was still early, Lu Hanfeng called Nangong Yueying, who was dining with friends, and invited him to join. Without hesitation, he accepted. "Kazuya, how is the construction of the genetic laboratory progressing?" "Master, the genetic laboratory has been completed, and the necessary machines have been manufactured. However, the island's resources are rather limited, and we need to procure additional supplies from outside, or else the laboratory cannot operate normally. I plan to construct a cargo ship and dispatch several robots disguised as humans to procure materials at a port in Australia. But I need your consent to transfer some funds to my account." Fine, just transfer whatever you need." Lu Hanfeng acquiesced, and 500 million in cash instantly vanished from his account. Watching the balance notification on his phone, he felt for the first time how fleeting money could be. "Damn, I need to sell this gold and silver quickly, or I'll soon find myself in dire straits. I wonder how the sales of the seabed treasures are faring for Moon Spirit." Lu Hanfeng summoned the mech to gather all the gold and silver into the spatial device, then piloted it directly to the capital. In the suburbs of the capital, at an opulently decorated clubhouse, Nangong Yueying was chatting and sipping tea with several young men and women adjacent to a vast bowling alley, its lanes pristine and bright. "Xiaoyu, you haven't started dating someone, have you?" one girl of similar age playfully asked, while the two young men perked up their ears to listen. "It's not a boyfriend. He's a good friend. You all stay put. I'll go greet him." "Not a boyfriend, huh? You just received a call. Doesn't he need time to arrive? Why are you rushing to the entrance?" "Haha, you wouldn't understand. He'll be here very quickly." Nangong Yueying smiled mysteriously as she headed towards the entrance. As she stood at the door, a figure descended from above and landed heavily before her, revealing a handsome face as he straightened up. "Hello, beautiful. Long time no see. Lu Hanfeng, you're not actually dating my little cousin, are you? You weren't this frivolous before. Has her madness infected you?" Nangong Yueying teased, grasping his hand and leading him inside the clubhouse, where Lu Hanfeng found her delicate hand incredibly pleasant to hold. As they traversed the lobby and entered a massive hall, Nangong Yueying initially intended to shake off Lu Hanfeng's hand, but he wore a mischievous smile and firmly held onto her small hand. The gaze of two men and two women in the hall turned sharply towards their clasped hands. "Hanfeng, you rascal, let go?" Nangong Yueying, blushing with embarrassment and anger, whispered fiercely. Lu Hanfeng cast a glance at the four young men seated at a distance before finally releasing his grip. Chapter 62. 100 tons of gold. Is that handsome guy really not your boyfriend? As Nangong Yueying settled into her seat, a girl beside her leaned in with curiosity. "I've told you, he is not. His name is Lu Hanfeng, a friend of mine. Hanfeng, this is Feng Qing, Li Jinjin, Ma Tao, and Mao Yi, my friends from the same neighborhood since childhood." Lu Hanfeng approached each of the four, shaking their hands. He could distinctly sense the hostility emanating from the two young men, and a thought crossed his mind. These two must be suitors of Nangong Yueying. One of them scrutinized him with a piercing gaze. "Brother, you seem unfamiliar. Where do you work?" "Ha. 2 months ago, I was running a recycling station. After it closed, I've just been wandering around." "What? A recycler?" The two boys and two girls gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Don't listen to him. Hanfeng is quite the capable individual. He may have managed a recycling station 2 months ago, but now his wealth has skyrocketed to over 100 billion, all achieved in just 2 months. The recently popular interstellar communication company is his brainchild. While we can't ascertain its profitability yet, the prospects for such a remarkable company are exceedingly bright." Nangong Yueying shot him a playful glare, her charm captivating enough to leave the three young men in awe. "Moreover, he is currently collaborating with my cousin Yueling on a salvage vessel. After 2 expeditions, they reaped substantial rewards. Hanfeng enjoys keeping a low profile." Her praise left the other 2 young men feeling incredibly embarrassed, as they realized their own lack of ambition compared to him. "Care for a game, brother?" Ma Tao picked up a bowling ball, bending with expert finesse to roll it down the lane, sending all the pins toppling. He tilted his head back, casting a challenging glance at Lu Hanfeng. But Lu Hanfeng smiled and politely declined, showing no interest in the game. "Brother, you haven't played before, have you? Given your previous occupation as a recycler, I can see why you'd be unfamiliar with such upscale entertainment." "Ma Tao, mind your words," Nangong Yueying admonished sharply. Ma Tao shrugged, pulling Mao Yi along to continue playing. "Hanfeng, don't take it to heart. Ma Tao wasn't he like this before. Miss Nangong, can't you see? Those gentlemen who appear so tame and courteous in your presence are merely putting on a facade." Nangong Yueying paused, nodding in reluctant understanding. She was no longer a naive girl and recognized the implication in Lu Hanfeng's words. "Hanfeng, you mentioned you needed to discuss something with me. What is it?" "Sister Lingyuan mentioned your family operates a jewelry store. I currently have a substantial quantity of gold. Are you interested?" "Gold?" Nangong Yueying's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and the 2 girls beside her perked up, listening intently. "Indeed, and it consists of highly pure gold bars. If you're interested, I can offer them at 10% below market price." "Really?" "Hanfeng, hold them for me. I'll take them. We have a significant consumption of high-purity gold in our store. By the way, how much do you have? I need to prepare the funds." "About 100 tons. If you can take all of it, I can deliver it directly to your door, supporting any inspection instruments you may require." "What? 100 tons?" Nangong Yueying gasped, her body jolting upright, her starry eyes wide with disbelief as the 2 girls beside her were equally stunned, covering their mouths in shock. "Hanfeng, have you been drinking? Have you calculated how much 100 tons of gold is worth? Today's market price for 49's gold is 553 yuan. 100 tons equals 200,000 kilograms, which amounts to over 500 billion. Where would we find over 500 billion in liquid funds? I hadn't really calculated that. Don't you have that much money?" Lu Hanfeng scratched his head awkwardly, having been startled by the figure himself. while Nangong Yueying shot him an exasperated glance. Hanfeng, are you trying to amuse me? The Nangong group indeed possesses such wealth, but our assets are vast. We must retain liquidity for unforeseen circumstances and cannot invest all our cash flow into gold. All right then, little you. Take as much as you can handle, and I'll find a way for the rest. Humph, since you came to me, I cannot let you down. Although my family cannot absorb that much, I have connections. Hanfeng, you must come home with me to meet my father. This matter requires his discussion. So soon to meet the parents? I'm not prepared for that. Lu Hanfeng fidgeted, glancing at Nangong Yueying. It took her a few moments to grasp his meaning, and she playfully pinched him, but alas. Lu Hanfeng's tough exterior felt no pain. As they playfully tussled, Ma Tao and Mao Yi watched, interpreting it as flirtation and returning to their seats in disgruntlement. Humph. A mere recycler daring to pursue little you is quite audacious. Ma Tao, have you forgotten what they were discussing? That recycler was talking about a 500 billion business deal, while you two can only beg your families for money or waste time outside. If I were little you, I wouldn't look at you two either. Do not blame her for being taken away. It's your own inadequacy. Fong Qing, are you taking sides? I'm not taking sides. I'm merely stating a fact. Not only I, but even Jinjin would share the same sentiment. Exceptional men and women attract admiration wherever they go. Instead of wasting time being jealous, consider how to improve yourselves. It's late. Let us disperse and regroup another time. Fong Qing took the arm of the girl beside her and turned to leave, leaving Ma Tao and the others seething with indignation. Nangong Yueying navigated the car through a winding path, guiding Lu Hanfeng into a courtyard. The courtyard's walls were designed with a rolling shutter door, allowing the vehicle to enter directly. Is this the fabled courtyard? As Lu Hanfeng stepped out, he surveyed his surroundings in astonishment. The house appeared to have been renovated. Otherwise, a structure passed down for centuries would be uninhabitable. This house might be in the capital, but it wouldn't be worth much in a third or fourth-tier city. By the way, Hanfeng, did you bring a sample of the gold? Lu Hanfeng gestured for her to stand aside, pressing a button on his wristband. Suddenly, a 6-meter-tall mechanical giant materialized in the vacant space before them, extending its colossal hand, cradling a massive gold bar. Nangong Yueying approached in awe, attempting to lift the bar, only to find it immovable. I'll handle this. It weighs 50 pounds. Lu Hanfeng effortlessly grasped the gold bar, lifting it with ease as if it were a mere piece of paper. Chapter 63. The pig digging up cabbages. Nangong Hongi initially intended to rest with his wife. But after receiving a phone call from his daughter, he donned his clothes and went to the living room to wait. The sound of a vehicle approached from the front yard, and within 2 minutes, Nangong Yuqing entered the living room with a young man, who was holding a massive gold ingot. Dad, this is my friend Lu Hanfeng. Hanfeng, this is my father, Nangong Hongi. Nangong Yuqing introduced them before sitting beside her father and linking her arm with his. Nangong Hongi's scrutinizing gaze lingered on Lu Hanfeng, his eyes reflecting the suspicion of a pig rummaging through his vegetable garden. Hello, uncle, I am Lu Hanfeng. The two shook hands, and Lu Hanfeng took a seat opposite him, casually placing the gold ingot on the floor, which produced a resounding clang. Is this the gold ingot you mentioned earlier, Xiaoyu? It's quite large and difficult to divide, Nangong Hongi remarked as he stepped forward to grasp the ingot, only to find it surprisingly heavy, 50 pounds. Though it appeared no larger than an ordinary brick. 50 pounds? Yes, uncle, I have over 4,000 of these. 100 tons. Nangong Hongi's face displayed astonishment. Even a man of his extensive experience was taken aback. I see the purity of this gold is impressive. Do you intend to sell it all? Yes, uncle. This gold has reached maximum purity, exceeding that of any jewelry store. I am willing to sell it to you at 90% of the market price. Our Nangong group can absorb half of it. Beyond that, our cash flow may encounter issues. However, since you are sincere and a friend of Xiaoyu, I can assist you with the remainder through proper channels. Is the origin of this gold legitimate? Uncle, to be frank, I retrieved this from the ocean and refined it myself. It is not from a sunken ship. If you can refine it yourself, it implies you have a steady supply, correct? Lu Hanfeng nodded, acknowledging the insight of this top-tier mogul. Here's the deal. You keep 50 tons for me, and send the rest to country Y. Country Y has the world's largest gold trading market. After you deliver the goods, take the route through our South African mines. Xiaoyu knows how to handle it. Furthermore, I will require 5 tons of goods from you each month, and you can coordinate with Xiaoyu. Understood. Thank you, uncle. Lu Hanfeng felt exceedingly satisfied with this meeting. Not only had he resolved his troublesome gold issue, but he had also secured a long-term arrangement, providing him with substantial monthly income. The extraction from the ocean required minimal costs, as the machine sorted and categorized various minerals effortlessly. 2 months prior, he had been haggling over a few cents for scrap cardboard, and now his wealth had soared exponentially, leaving him in disbelief. Hanfeng, I'm heading home. What about you? After leaving Nangong Hongyi's courtyard, Nangong Yuqing drove Lu Hanfeng away, and halfway through, she spoke up. Are we not going to find a place to offload the gold? Did you bring all that gold with you? Yes. The Mech has a spatial device capable of holding a considerable amount. Gold and silver are stored inside. You even have silver? Nangong Yuqing exclaimed, slamming on the brakes in shock, her incredulous gaze scanning Lu Hanfeng. There's less silver, only over 60 tons. Hanfeng, did you rob a bank vault or something? Robbery involves too much risk. I possess alien technology and have mastered underwater mining. The entire ocean is my backyard, with its resources readily accessible. This, truly, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Hanfeng, do you realize how much effort our Nangong group has invested to reach its current scale? What you've achieved in just a few months equates to the results of generations of our hard work. I feel an overwhelming urge to slap you. Nangong Yuqing glared at Lu Hanfeng in frustration, her irritation growing with each glance at his face. Let us go to my house. We'll stack all that gold in my storage. Tomorrow, I'll have people come to move it, and you should expedite your passport processing. With your identity from the Security Bureau, it can be arranged swiftly. I'll take you to Country Y. Upon arriving at Nangong Yuqing's villa, Lu Hanfeng summoned the Mech to retrieve the 50 tons of gold. Witnessing the Mech's extraordinary ability to transform material left Nangong Yuqing in awe, unable to comprehend the technological marvels of a civilization beyond her own. Hanfeng, possessing such a formidable Mech is astonishing. It's fortunate you Haven T strayed down a dark path. Otherwise, it would have been catastrophic for the entire Blue Star. I reviewed your records. You must have acquired the Mech around the time of your divorce. How did you manage to restrain yourself from harming that couple? In the living room, Nangong Yuqing handed him a drink from the fridge, her eyes filled with curiosity. Her words prompted Lu Hanfeng to recall the most humiliating moment of his life, a memory he could never forget as a passionate young man. I will confront that couple once more with a regal demeanor. I will seize everything from them, ensuring their families live in the lowest echelons of society for the rest of their lives. I want to kill them, but they will forever gaze up at me through the internet. His resolute words left Nangong Yuqing captivated, recognizing the ambition a man should possess, swift retribution for blood spilled. Make sure to invite me. I'm very eager to see the expressions on their faces. Nangong Yuqing retreated upstairs to rest, allowing Lu Hanfeng to find a room on the second floor to stay in. The following day, Lu Hanfeng utilized his connections with the Security Bureau to obtain his passport, and the two boarded a plane directly to Country Y, home to the world's largest gold trading market, where many gold-producing nations like South Africa, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt conducted their transactions. On the plane, they were seated in first class. With some time to spare, Lu Hanfeng began scrolling through his phone and was surprised to find an abundance of news regarding the sinking of the Mira aircraft carrier. This incident had transpired 2 days prior. Initially, the United States had attempted to conceal this scandal. However, the enormity of the event was undeniable, and those soldiers who had escaped the carrier were held accountable, while the leading general faced a military tribunal. Moreover, the satellite footage intentionally released by the Dragon Country caused the news to spread rapidly, leading countless Americans to protest against their government's inaction, questioning how they could produce such defective equipment after paying so many taxes. The technicians responsible for constructing the Mira were equally aggrieved. The carrier had passed numerous inspections and tests before being launched, leaving them perplexed as to how it could have sunk without cause. Numerous American naval vessels and salvage ships circled the area where the Mira sank, and underwater robots were sent to inspect the wreckage. After 2 days of exploration, the official conclusion from the United States stated that the Mira's hull had been pierced by a sharp object, suspected to be a grounding incident. Unfortunately, the American public was not convinced. Was the radar aboard the carrier utterly inept? Chapter 64. The Gold Exchange. Nangang Yueying, taking advantage of Lu Hanfeng's trending online presence, began browsing videos, and both of them found themselves engrossed in news about aircraft carriers. Do you think the Americans will salvage that aircraft carrier? After all, it just sank, and many of its weapons could be repurposed. Impossible, Lu Hanfeng replied. You underestimate the complexity of underwater salvage. Just consider the sheer size of an aircraft carrier. How many ships would it require to tow it away? I looked up the data, and it's at a depth of 4,000 meters. That depth means only a select few submarines or robots can reach it. Unless the U.S. brings all its aircraft carriers, it would be virtually impossible to recover the Mira. However, the strategic positioning of their other carriers forbids such an undertaking. Even if they managed to bring the Mira to the surface, how would they transport it back over 10,000 kilometers? The outcome is already set. They can only retrieve a few of the most valuable items from the carrier, while the rest will inevitably be discarded. Discarded? What a pity. At that moment, an idea struck Lu Hanfeng, and he contacted Kasha through the biological chip in his mind. Kasha, allocate some machines to create a colossal robot capable of towing the Mira from the seabed to our island, where we can dismantle it. It contains nearly 100,000 tons of steel and various military equipment. This is a tremendous fortune. Understood, Master. The deep-sea behemoth robot will commence production immediately, and it is expected to be ready for deployment in a week. Deep-sea behemoth? Send me the details. Lu Hanfeng murmured in astonishment as he opened the message on his phone, instantly taken aback by the data presented. The so-called deep-sea behemoth was a gigantic mechanical octopus, constructed from alloy, featuring a massive head and over 30 mechanical tentacles, each several hundred meters long. Once completed, the deep-sea behemoth would serve as a formidable underwater weapon. No creature would withstand its might, and it could easily drag an aircraft carrier to the ocean floor. Wow, that's impressive. Kasha, notify me once the deep-sea behemoth is ready. I want to witness this colossal creation take to the water. Kasha, what other technological weapons do you possess? Please send me a list. The phone chimed again, and Lu Hanfeng opened it to find himself utterly astonished. He had assumed that the Pioneer already carried most of the technology, but the real treasures were stored within the super-quantum computer's optical brain. Kasha's list was densely packed with over 1,000 peculiar technological items, spanning categories from genetics and nanotechnology to various obscure fields. Lu Hanfeng's gaze fell upon the miniature robotic army. These devices were extraordinarily powerful. The miniature robots could manifest in any form, but the most suitable appeared to be the aerial bees and the ground-dwelling ants. Particularly, the nano-sized mechanical bees, once in sufficient numbers, could cover an entire city, becoming Lu Hanfeng's watchful eyes. Anything occurring within the city would be under his surveillance. These miniature bees were equipped with a solar-powered system, allowing for perpetual operation, even in pitch-black darkness for over 4 hours. Each bee carried a high-definition camera and a miniature intelligent chip, all under Kasha's control, and possessed basic offensive capabilities. At speeds of up to 130 kilometers per hour, they could easily penetrate human bodies. Most significantly, the bees' mouthparts could deliver viruses, enabling discreet assassinations. Who would suspect the sting of a bee? Kasha, produce some mechanical bees, and once the gene laboratory is operational, prepare some genetic viruses for backup. Master, the nanomechanical bees will take a few days to manufacture, as all precision lathes are currently dedicated to the deep-sea behemoth. All right then, once the deep-sea behemoth is completed, produce 1,000 bees, and also create some miniature ants that can crawl on the ground. Understood, my master. Lu Hanfeng's mind began to scheme the devious potential of these miniature mechanical creations. In the future, anyone who dared to glare at him would find themselves at his mercy. He had already targeted a few individuals, including that treacherous couple, the Gong family, and Li Kuang, who had previously attempted to seize his mech. He planned for the bees to carry tormenting viruses to pay them a visit, while the mechanical ants would bite them mercilessly in their sleep, ensuring they would be trapped in a perpetual nightmare. Upon arriving in London, country, it was morning. A business vehicle whisked the two through the streets, allowing Lu Hanfeng to admire the scenery of this developed nation for the first time. The stark contrast between this city and the bustling metropolises of Long Country was palpable, with European-style architecture and church bell towers adorning the landscape. Hanfeng, let us first visit the Nangong Group's London branch. You can retrieve the gold and store it in the warehouse. My father has already briefed the local manager, and they will assist you with the operations. You simply need to provide a foreign exchange account to receive the funds. The rest will be taken care of. All right. Keep 10% as a commission during the transfer as my token of gratitude to your company. I will also reach out to you when I have more gold to store. Haha, thank you. Finally, you're thinking of me, Hanfeng. Otherwise, my cousin has been boasting about how she has made 30 billion from you. Lu Hanfeng's mind drifted to the enchanting figure of Yuling Yuan, who had been elusive lately. He was uncertain of her intentions. The previous salvage operation had been successfully handled, and now, all that remained was to wait for time to gradually sell off the goods. Their third salvage outing was approaching, and upon his return, he could prepare for the voyage with her. The two arrived at a warehouse on the outskirts of London, where Lu Hanfeng stacked the gold into a small mountain. An impressive sight, indeed. This represented over 50 tons of solid gold, and within 2 days, the staff at the Nangong Group branch would have it all processed. Don't we need to enter a trading exchange? Nowadays, all business is conducted online. Once agreements are reached online, only then do we proceed to the physical exchange. We need not worry about these matters. Nangong Yueying contacted the staff to arrange a HSBC account for Lu Hanfeng before they headed to their hotel to rest. She slept until the late afternoon to adjust to the time difference, and they enjoyed a romantic dinner in country together. Hanfeng, let me show you the night scenery of London. I only dare to go out with you. Otherwise, I would never venture out alone at night in a foreign country. Isn't country a developed nation? Is it really that dangerous at night? Aside from Long Country, other nations are quite similar. The chances of a girl being robbed at night are significantly high. Nangong Yueying drove the company car along the banks of the Thames, the city lights outside the window contrasting starkly with those back home. Chapter 65. Sudden incident. As the vehicle navigated a secluded street, an unexpected figure darted from an alleyway, colliding with the car's hood. Had it not been for Nangong Yueying's swift reflexes to slam the brakes, the individual would surely have been thrown aside by the impact. Cold wind, I've hit someone, Nangong Yueying exclaimed, her face as pale as a ghost, trembling slightly as she leaned against the steering wheel. It's all right, let me check, Lu Hanfeng said, furrowing his brows as he opened the car door. In front of them, a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl was hastily getting to her feet, her porcelain-like face filled with terror as she glanced back toward the alley. Following her gaze, Lu Hanfeng noticed a group of people rushing towards them from the alley's end. The girl's expression shifted dramatically. She limped past Lu Hanfeng and climbed into their vehicle. Hurry, drive. They have guns, and if they catch up, they will kill us all. Lu Hanfeng, momentarily bewildered by the girl's frantic demeanor, finally understood her urgency as he watched Nangong Yueying's shocked expression as she assessed the girl in the passenger seat. You are Cindy? You know me? The two women scrutinized each other in the dim light. It is truly you, Cindy. Greetings, I am Nangong Yueying from the Nangong Group of Long Country. We met at the exchange conference in Hong Kong last time. Oh my God, what a coincidence. Nangong, please hurry and drive away. If you allow those people to pursue us, they will not spare you. Listening to their fluent exchange in English, Lu Hanfeng confirmed their acquaintance and climbed into the back seat. Nangong Yueying pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. Not long after they sped away, a group of men clad in black emerged from behind, cursing as they watched the car vanish into the distance. Dear Nangong, please take me to the Manston Church in the western suburbs. My people are there to meet me. What just happened, Miss Cindy? Nangong Yueying inquired curiously while driving, while Lu Hanfeng covertly observed the golden-haired girl, who bore a striking resemblance to a princess from a western fairy tale. Her delicate doll-like face was hauntingly pale, radiating an angelic beauty. I believe you would prefer not to involve yourselves in my life. My father is the head of the largest Russian mafia. I have spent my entire life in such an environment, and I have faced countless life-and-death situations like today. Once we arrive at Manston Church, you must leave quickly. Thank you, Nangong, for saving my life tonight. If I survive this, I shall treat you to drinks in the future. Cindy's words left both Lu Hanfeng and Nangong Yueying astounded. Living in Long Country, they could hardly fathom how a young girl could face such peril with such nonchalance. Half an hour later, the car halted in front of a church in the western suburbs of London, a stark contrast to the vibrant neon city they had just left. The dim lighting cast a somewhat eerie aura over the ancient structure. Thank you both for saving my life. Farewell, dear Nangong, Cindy said, opening the car door with a smile as she expressed her gratitude. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Hanfeng before limping away, her skirt held up. Damn, Lu Hanfeng cursed, his expression shifting as he abruptly pushed open the door, pressing a button on the wristband. In the distance, a rocket propelled itself towards their vehicle, trailing a fiery tail. Both Cindy and Nangong Yueying caught sight of the incoming projectile, their faces paling instantly. It's over. Farewell, my beloved father. Cindy clasped her hands together, bidding a final farewell to her father far away, bracing herself for death. The next moment left her in shock. From the back seat, the Eastern man leaped from the car, and a colossal steel behemoth materialized before them. The mech landed, bending its knees before soaring towards the approaching rocket. Lu Hanfeng's figure emitted a loud crack as he dashed forward, appearing behind Cindy, clutching her, and vaulting to the other side of the vehicle. Boom! The rocket exploded less than 10 meters from the car. At that instant, Lu Hanfeng yanked open the driver's door, pulling the dazed Nangong Yueying from the vehicle and shielding both girls with his body. The immense shockwave shattered all the car's windows, sending shards of glass raining down upon Lu Hanfeng's back, who bore the brunt of the damage while the two girls remained relatively unharmed. This was largely due to the mech absorbing most of the blast. Otherwise, the car would have been sent flying. The mech retaliated against the source of the rocket. Lu Hanfeng, his expression cold, commanded the mech to execute a lethal strike. In the next moment, a cannon emerged from its shoulder, and blinding energy coalesced at its muzzle. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as an energy projectile soared towards a building 100 meters away, illuminating the surrounding sky as if it were daylight. The ensuing explosion obliterated the structure, creating a massive mushroom cloud that shone like a brilliant firework of death. Lu Hanfeng thought the ordeal had concluded, only to discover 4 more rockets hurtling towards them from 2 additional directions, targeting the area behind the car where the 3 were hiding. Mech! Lu Hanfeng's hair stood on end as he bellowed, and the mech materialized before him, swiftly enveloping him into the cockpit. In the next moment, the mech seized both astonished girls and ascended into the sky, soaring 100 meters above ground. Boom! The previous car was struck by the 4 rockets, the explosion generating a searing shockwave that reduced the vehicle to mere fragments. The 2 girls, held in the mech's grasp, felt a fierce wind whip through their hair. Damn it, seeking death. Lu Hanfeng was utterly incensed. The entire sequence of events had unfolded in less than a minute. Had he reacted even a moment slower, Nangong Yueying would undoubtedly have perished. Nangong Yueying had come to the Y country to assist him, and if anything happened to her, he would live in eternal guilt. A furious blaze ignited within his chest as Lu Hanfeng activated the mech's thermal imaging and sonar detection systems, revealing every detail within a several-kilometer radius in his augmented view. The distant figures lying in wait were locked onto his sights. 2 slender barrels extended from the mech's shoulder, and in the next instant, a barrage of concentrated beams erupted forth, creating a continuous line of light. Figures several hundred meters away were pierced through, some even sliced in half. The beams disregarded any cover, annihilating dozens of ambushers within seconds. Only when the augmented view displayed no living targets did Lu Hanfeng cease the onslaught of laser fire. The wailing of police sirens echoed in the distance, prompting Lu Hanfeng to change his expression, activating the mech's cloaking device as he seized the 2 girls and ascended into the night sky, disappearing from sight. Chapter 66. For the glory of the nation. A minute later, The mech descended before the hotel designated by Nangong Yueying, gently placing the two young women on the ground before Lu Hanfeng retracted the mech. "Let us head back to the hotel," he commanded softly, grasping the hands of the two girls as they made their way inside. While Nangong Yueying appeared relatively composed, Cindy seemed to falter, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was then that Lu Hanfeng noticed the swelling on her lower leg, likely injured from the previous car accident. Without hesitation, he bent down and lifted the young lady into his arms. Cindy, with her large, innocent eyes, gazed intently at Lu Hanfeng, her expression devoid of any embarrassment regarding his embrace. "Thank you, sir," she exclaimed. "Let us discuss this back at the hotel," Nangong Yueying urged as she hurried to catch up. Her complexion remained pale. The earlier events felt akin to a harrowing journey through hell, where any misstep could have proven fatal. Upon entering the hotel, the staff, witnessing the trio's disheveled state, assumed they had been victims of a robbery. Lu Hanfeng nonchalantly remarked that they had merely overindulged and were playing around, as he carried Cindy into the elevator. Once inside the luxurious suite, a sigh of relief escaped their lips. He placed the girl on the sofa, frowning at her swollen leg. "Lu Hanfeng, this is a 5-star hotel. There are doctors available. Should I call one for you?" Nangong Yueying suggested quietly, sensing his concern. "Yes, let us have a doctor take a look. It seems she twisted it during the accident. It shouldn't be too serious." Nangong Yueying stepped out to contact the staff, while Cindy remained unconcerned about her injury, her eyes fixed on Lu Hanfeng. "Sir, my name is Flick Cindy. You may call me Cindy." Lu Hanfeng, from the Dragon Nation, he responded, feeling little fondness for the girl. If not for her, he and Nangong Yueying would not have found themselves in such peril. Despite her beauty, she seemed to embody trouble. Associating with her could lead to unforeseen complications. "I sincerely apologize for the danger I brought upon you tonight. I understand it was all due to me. Once I return home, I will host a thank you banquet for you and Nangong. Anything you desire from Russia, wealth, beauty, luxury cars, private jets, or even yachts, will be at your disposal." "Oh, is your family influential in Russia, Cindy?" Lu Hanfeng inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Indeed, dear Lu, my father is the most powerful mafia don in Russia. There is nothing I cannot acquire. If it exists, I will seize it," she giggled. Intrigued, Lu Hanfeng contemplated a plan, his previous disdain for the beautiful girl fading. At that moment, Nangong Yueying entered with a doctor who examined Cindy's leg, prescribed some medication, and left her with ice packs. Thankfully, her injury was not severe. "Dear Lu, you truly are an extraordinary man. Was that massive machine a mech?" "Indeed it was. This is my secret, and I hope Miss Cindy can keep it. Of course, you are my savior, so you and Nangong shall be my closest friends. May I borrow your phone? I need to contact my father." Lu Hanfeng handed over his phone, only to be taken aback as Cindy slyly saved her number before calling her father. "Dear Lu, my father's people will come to pick me up tomorrow. I may need to trouble you tonight." Nangong Yueying had reserved a luxurious suite with 2 bedrooms and a living room, and now with an additional guest. Lu Hanfeng had to make do on the sofa for the night. Nangong Yueying, already struggling with jet lag, was further rattled by the evening's events. After a quick shower, she retreated to her room, leaving Cindy to her own devices. Given Cindy's status as a wealthy heiress, it was unlikely she would take the initiative to care for her. Merely attending to her leg was already beyond the call of duty. Now, the dilemma fell to Lu Hanfeng. Cindy, unable to move, gazed at him with pleading eyes. "Dear Lu, I'm covered in dust and need a shower. Would you assist me?" "A shower?" Lu Hanfeng was taken aback. "Why would you need me for that?" A disbelieving thought crossed his mind as he glanced at her swollen leg. "Cindy, you can't possibly expect me to assist you, can you?" "Why not? I'm not unattractive, am I?" Cindy teased, her fingers caressing her hair, adopting a beguiling demeanor. Lu Hanfeng sensed an undeniable allure emanating from her, recalling her cold indifference upon their first meeting. He now suspected she harbored ulterior motives regarding his mech. However, he too had his ambitions. Befriending someone of her stature could greatly benefit his endeavors. "Miss Cindy, may I inquire if you can procure rare elements such as chromium, zirconium, and cobalt? I am in need of a long-term supplier." Dear Lu, while I may not know what those items are, I assure you, anything that exists in this world can be obtained. Even nuclear weapons, though the price would be exorbitant. She replied confidently. Lu Hanfeng gasped at her audacity, which further attested to Cindy's capabilities. Well then, Miss Cindy, let us keep in touch. I may need your assistance in the future. Dear Lu, shouldn't we be discussing the matter of you helping me shower? As he gazed at the exquisitely beautiful Western girl before him, a fire ignited within Lu Hanfeng. He scooped Cindy into his arms and carried her to another room. Being adults, Cindy was surely aware of the implications of a man assisting her in the shower. Halfway through, Lu Hanfeng could no longer contain himself, and Cindy eagerly reciprocated, their encounter escalating from the bathroom to the bed. Meanwhile, Nangong Yueying, disturbed from her slumber by strange noises, was jolted awake by the sounds of a man's roars and a woman's shrieks. Agitated, she rubbed her temples and listened intently, realizing the sounds were becoming all too familiar. Could it be Lu Hanfeng and Cindy? The thought grew increasingly plausible, and with insomnia plaguing her, she donned her clothes and ventured into the living room, only to find Lu Hanfeng absent. That scoundrel Lu Hanfeng, she muttered bitterly, her expression darkening with a twinge of jealousy as she retreated to her room. Nangong Yueying tossed and turned throughout the night, cursing the pair for their indiscretions, wishing she could confront them if only her pride allowed it. Meanwhile, Lu Hanfeng reveled in the exotic experience, embracing the unconscious Cindy, her radiant beauty flushed under the dim lights, her fair skin appearing tantalizingly alluring. Does this count as bringing glory to my nation? Chapter 67. We shall meet again soon. The two of them slept soundly until late morning. Upon waking, Lu Hanfeng discovered that Nangong Yueying had vanished, leaving behind a note on the coffee table. Lu Hanfeng, you scoundrel. I've returned to my country. You can stay in my country with your dear Cindy. Could it be that she was feeling jealous? Did I possess such charm? As he read the note, Lu Hanfeng could almost sense the palpable bitterness of jealousy emanating from her words. Dear Lu, as a gentleman, shouldn't you come over and assist me? Cindy, draped in a scarf, appeared at the doorway. Although her injured leg had improved, walking remained a challenge, especially after being tossed around by Lu Hanfeng for over 2 hours the previous night, which had only exacerbated her condition. Lu Hanfeng smiled gently, approaching her and lifting her delicate form onto the sofa in the living room. Lu, my father's people will be here shortly to escort me. Remember, there's a girl in Russia who awaits you. In my homeland, there's a custom where a girl must present a white cloth symbolizing her purity to the man, and he is to cherish it. However, as I am currently incapacitated, I entrust this matter to you. When Cindy spoke these words, her expression bore no hint of shyness or embarrassment, a testament to the cultural differences between their countries. A girl from Dragon Country would never speak so openly. Cindy, if you find yourself in danger, contact me immediately. No matter where you are, I can reach you in the shortest time possible. Upon your return, I will send you a list of items I need you to procure. Rest assured, Lu, as long as it exists in Blue Star, I can obtain it. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. When Lu Hanfeng opened it, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A dozen burly men clad in black and sunglasses blocked the corridor, while a pair of identical twin white women stood at the entrance, gazing at him. We are looking for Princess Cindy. Please come in. Lu Hanfeng, momentarily stunned, stepped aside as the two tall women entered, immediately bowing before Cindy. Princess Cindy. Yes, my leg is a bit injured. Please help me to bid farewell to my man. Cindy's words caused the twins to flinch, exchanging astonished glances at the Dragon Country man beside her. They spoke in Russian, a language Lu Hanfeng could not comprehend, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Dear Lu, farewell. With the assistance of her twin companions, Cindy leaned in to kiss Lu Hanfeng softly before being lifted away from the room. Watching the group disappear into the elevator, Lu Hanfeng smiled faintly. Cindy, we shall meet again, and soon. The union of the two the previous night had been mutually desired. Lu Hanfeng could sense Cindy's interest in his formidable combat prowess, while he was intrigued by her connections, which could facilitate the procurement of many prohibited items from Dragon Country. Though their relationship was one of mutual benefit, Cindy was undeniably a breathtakingly beautiful Western woman, and Lu Hanfeng found himself genuinely fond of her. He attempted to call Nangong Yueying, but she rejected the call. Shaking his head, he resigned himself to apologizing to her upon his return. There was no reason for him to linger in Y country any longer. He gathered the bloodied sheets and promptly piloted his mech back to the Magic City. Due to the time difference, it was nighttime in the Magic City when Lu Hanfeng arrived. He leisurely made his way to the Interstellar Communication Company just as work hours commenced. Upon learning of his arrival, Zhang Ruizhi rushed to report on the progress. The company was now operating smoothly, and a growing number of customers were transferring their numbers to Interstellar due to its excellent reputation. The company's profits were soaring, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. However, the three major telecommunications giants were growing increasingly anxious, as Interstellar's momentum posed a severe threat to their performance. The market was limited, and Interstellar was essentially carving into their profits, much to their discontent. President Lu, the three major companies are actively working to control the number of transfers and the associated procedures. Previously, transferring numbers required only a simple application on the official website. But now they have established back-end requirements, mandating manual verification for security reasons. Yet, the manual process was fraught with obstacles, making it nearly impossible for customers wishing to transfer their numbers to reach anyone for assistance, drastically reducing the number of successful transfers. Have we contacted the three companies? Lu Hanfeng, seated in his office chair, furrowed his brow, his hands instinctively tapping the desk. We have. All three companies maintain the same stance. They are following standard procedures, and we have no right to interfere with their internal operations. So they've taken my benefits while attempting to shirk responsibility? Do they truly believe my resources are so easily acquired? A cold smile crept across Lu Hanfeng's face. He understood the tactics of the three giants well. While they could not close the transfer channels, they could complicate the procedures to discourage customers from following through. Only those adamant about transferring would persevere through the cumbersome process. Kasha blocked the transfer settings of the three telecommunications companies, allowing customers to freely switch to Interstellar. Should they alter their settings in the future, continue to block them. I am curious to see whether they can modify their processes faster than we can shield them. Kasha could execute this operation in a mere second, whereas the three companies would require extensive time to apply for, review, and test their changes. A stark contrast in efficiency. As Kasha swiftly blocked the opposing ports, the number of transfers to Interstellar surged abruptly, increasing at a remarkable rate. The official backend provided by Kasha clearly displayed the skyrocketing influx of new users. After reporting her work, Zhang Ruizhi was about to leave when Lu Hanfeng called her back. Please wait a moment. My girlfriend will be arriving shortly. You two should meet and get acquainted, as you will inevitably collaborate on work matters. President Lu, you have a girlfriend? Zhang Ruizhi looked at Lu Hanfeng in astonishment, prompting him to feel a vain throb on his forehead. Zhang, what do you mean by that? Am I so unattractive that no one would want to be with me? Is it so unusual for a young man like me to have a girlfriend? No. It's just that I've known you for quite some time and have never seen a woman by your side. I assumed you were still single. Zhang Ruizhi cast a guilty glance at the young woman standing outside, realizing she likely had no chance. In less than 3 minutes, a strikingly beautiful and alluring young woman entered the office. It was Lin Mushin, summoned by Lu Hanfeng's call. Chapter 68. The Anti-Gravity Device. As Lin Mushin entered the room, she cast a lingering glance at the innocent and charming Tong Xiaoyan, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable meaning. This is Zhang Ruizhi, the head of Interstellar Communications. Lin Mushin is my girlfriend. Lu Hanfeng introduced them, disregarding the subtle displeasure etched on her face. Zhang Ruizhi's expression brightened with admiration as she warmly shook hands with Lin Mushin. It was no wonder Lu had little interest in women. He had such a beautiful girlfriend hidden away. You should exchange contact information. There will be many work-related interactions between you two in the future. Once the interstellar vehicle hits the market, it will rely heavily on the big data provided by Interstellar Communications. Both are complementary to each other. Upon hearing Lu Hanfeng's words, Zhang Ruizhi gracefully took out her phone to exchange contact details with Lin Mushin, then tactfully turned to leave, closing the door behind her. Your company seems to be overly feminine, Lin Mushin remarked after surveying the office. She settled onto the sofa with a look of dissatisfaction. Mushin, are you lacking confidence in your charm? Lu Hanfeng asked, sitting beside her and wrapping an arm around her slender waist, reveling in the fragrance wafting from her hair. Humph. You men are all insatiably greedy, especially young men like you who are wealthy and somewhat handsome. I wouldn't believe you if you claimed you wouldn't stray. Then perhaps you should come and feed me every day. I assure you, I would never stray. I was just joking. Lin Mushin's face flushed with alarm. Startled by Lu Hanfeng's robust physique, she felt utterly helpless. If he truly expected her to come and feed him daily, she feared she might meet an untimely demise. Haraha. The sight of Lin Mushin's terrified expression made Lu Hanfeng burst into laughter. After indulging in their playful banter for a while, he took her on a tour of the company to help her familiarize herself. Before they headed to a nearby newly acquired firm. This was a game company that Lin Mushin had acquired after its closure. With no employees left, all the equipment was well preserved. Given the current economic climate, numerous companies had succumbed to failure. It seemed the public had suddenly awakened, losing interest in purchasing homes and high-end products. Instead, saving money to live off interest had become the most prudent lifestyle choice. The gaming industry had long lost its previous fervor, and the number of foolish spenders had dwindled, making competition increasingly fierce. After exploring the game company, they eventually settled in a long-abandoned office. Hanfeng, what were you thinking? The gaming industry is not as booming as it once was. Entering the market now is a rather foolish decision. You cannot recklessly dive into a new market just because you feel impulsive. What you told Xiaodong sounds like a joke to me. Though Lin Mushin had acquired the game company, she held a significant bias against the gaming industry, and Lu Hanfeng found it challenging to explain this to her. This was something she would have to understand over time. I will arrange for robots to come and renovate the company. You need not worry about that. The games we create will be unlike any currently on the market, and this is crucial to a significant plan I have for the future, one that you will understand in due time. The plan Lu Hanfeng spoke of involved the widespread application of thought-sensing technology, a necessary step for humanity's transition into the interstellar age. In the future, whether piloting mechs or warships, such technology would be indispensable. Gaming would serve as a foundation for the grand era of interstellar navigation. And the same applied to anti-gravity flying vehicles. After leaving the game company, the two drove directly to the car manufacturing plant. By the time they arrived in Yanshi, it was already afternoon. Following a meal, they proceeded to the automotive factory, where all preparations were complete and awaited only Lu Hanfeng's command to commence production. The factory utilized smart robotic arms and machines, devoid of any human workers. Even during production, only a minimal number of workers would be required for management roles. Lu Hanfeng led Lin Mushin into the production area, where an oval iron plate was undergoing its final assembly. The plate not only featured an array of peculiar machines, but also had rotating propulsion devices installed around it. Hanfeng, what is this? Lin Mushin gazed at the nearly completed metal plate, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she looked at Lu Hanfeng. This is the core of the anti-gravity flying car, the base of the anti-gravity device, equipped with 4 omnidirectional thrusters. With this, the car can soar into the sky. As the base was completed, Lu Hanfeng gently pulled Lin Mushin back. Kasha. The eyes of a robot lit up, and a 3-dimensional projection of a beautiful girl appeared before them, Kasha's prototype. Let's test the anti-gravity flying base for our esteemed boss. Certainly, Master, Kasha replied. As her words fell, the metal plate on the assembly platform began to levitate slowly, flying in circles around the factory, much to Lin Mushin's astonishment. Finally, the metal plate hovered half a meter above the ground in front of them. Lu Hanfeng smiled faintly as he took Lin Mushin's hand, stepping onto the metal plate. Lin Mushin let out a shriek, but contrary to her expectations, the plate did not plummet to the ground. Instead, it rose gently and began to glide like a flying skateboard. Lin Mushin clung tightly to Lu Hanfeng, fearing a disastrous fall, but after a while, she relaxed. The anti-gravity metal plate flew with remarkable stability, devoid of any vibrations, and produced no sound whatsoever. Mushin, rest assured. This metal plate can support 3 to 5 tons of weight. The anti-gravity device is not akin to conventional propellers, where size determines capability. Propellers have significant drawbacks and pose dangers. Our anti-gravity device is entirely safe. The two stood on the anti-gravity plate, savoring the exhilaration of low-altitude flight, before the metal plate gently descended back onto the assembly platform. How marvelous! Hanfeng, what is the principle behind the anti-gravity device? How can it lift such heavy objects? Lin Mushin inquired, her face radiating a thirst for knowledge. This pertains to highly advanced technologies such as gravitational wave technology, spatial compression technology, and dark matter principles. I believe it would be best if you did not delve into this matter. Mushin, what about flight regulations? Hanfeng, you must have considered this. Once we take to the skies, airspace control becomes a concern. You know how stringent our nation is regarding air sovereignty. I have naturally made arrangements and have already engaged with the authorities. When the time comes, the intelligent back end of the flying car will be fully accessible to the state, and the flight program will include numerous restricted zones. For instance, military, police, and government areas are strictly off-limits. Additionally, low-altitude private territories will be included. For example, flights can occur several hundred meters above your villa, but must not encroach upon your privacy. All these details will be outlined in the operating manual, and our artificial intelligence will enforce strict regulations to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Chapter 69. Hydrogen Crystalline Energy. The two departed from the automobile factory and headed directly to the battery plant, which had prominently displayed its name, Interstellar Hydrogen Energy Battery Factory Limited. The sign was undeniably captivating, immediately signaling its high-tech nature. The battery plant was ready, with 4 towering intelligent compression furnaces standing beside the warehouse, connected by conveyor belts. Today marked the official commencement of operations for the hydrogen block battery factory. These batteries were not only intended for anti-gravity flying vehicles, but also for various other applications. All robots and intelligent mechanical arms would eventually be powered by this efficient energy source, as electricity had proven to be costly and inefficient. With a commanding order from Lu Hanfeng, the hydrogen energy battery factory sprang to life. Materials within the warehouse were loaded by robots onto conveyor belts, destined for the compression furnaces. The output of the furnaces yielded dark blocks of material, crystalline formations resulting from the fusion of hydrogen extracted from the air and various metallic elements. These crystals contained immense compressed hydrogen, with just a single block measuring over 20 centimeters equating to the hydrogen content of dozens of cubic meters. Is this what you refer to as a hydrogen block? It hardly appears to be a source of energy, Lin Mushin remarked, bewildered, as she gazed at the crystalline structure in Lu Hanfeng's hand. She struggled to reconcile this object with the concept of high-end energy. This is merely the initial form of the hydrogen block core. The next step involves creating a carrier to process it into a hydrogen block battery suitable for anti-gravity flying vehicles. Come, let us proceed further, and you will understand. Lu Hanfeng replied, guiding her into the workshop. The hydrogen blocks were transported via conveyor belts into the assembly area, where intelligent assembly lines meticulously sealed them into boxes equipped with various conduits and pipelines. Hydrogen energy did not rely on electricity. It required only a few energy conduits for transmission, which would connect seamlessly to the anti-gravity devices for operation. A single hydrogen block of over 20 centimeters could power a small car for approximately 600,000 kilometers, essentially equating to a quasi-perpetual energy source. My goodness, if this enters the market, I can only imagine the number of companies that would collapse under its impact. I can almost envision the executives of automobile and battery manufacturers sobbing in despair, Lin Mushin exclaimed dramatically. As a businesswoman, she understood the monumental market disruption that the advent of such a groundbreaking technology could cause, akin to the sudden fall of the once ubiquitous pager. The advancement of the era and its development pose a ruthless survival challenge. Those who fail to keep pace with the times are inevitably cast aside. This is the harsh reality. As Lu Hanfeng observed the assembled hydrogen block batteries, a weight lifted from his heart. The first batch of hydrogen batteries would be dispatched to the island to serve as energy for the intelligent machinery, a task that Kasha had urged him about repeatedly. Plans with Cindy could also commence. He intended to have her procure substantial supplies for transport to the Russian port, from where Kasha would dispatch disguised robots to ferry them to the island. With a steady supply of materials, the island could gradually achieve self-sufficiency, including the production of hydrogen energy batteries. As darkness fell, Lu Hanfeng wrapped his arm around Lin Mushin's waist and led her to a restaurant. After a romantic dinner, Lin Mushin, avoiding his gaze, attempted to sneak away, but Lu Hanfeng firmly grasped her hand and pulled her into his embrace. "Ming, I plan to return to my mother's place tonight. You can go to a hotel," she said. "All right, if you're going back to your mother's. I'll just call my secretary to work overtime at the company. There's no one there now. What do you suggest we do? Just the two of us working late?" Lu Hanfeng smirked, his expression mischievous, knowing Lin Mushin would relent. "You cannot go to work. If worst comes to worst, I'll take you home," she offered. Lin Mushin drove Lu Hanfeng to Lin Dongyuan's villa, where they openly stayed together in front of the two elders. Lu Hanfeng outright refused to use the guest room Lin Mushin had prepared, boldly striding into her private quarters and collapsing onto her fragrant bed, refusing to rise. "Lu Hanfeng, you scoundrel! My parents are still in the living room. You may not care, but I do. How do you expect us to face them tomorrow?" she protested. "Uncle and auntie have been young once. Surely they understand us." "Look," they said nothing, indicating they are quite satisfied with me as a son-in-law, he countered. "Get up and take a shower. You smell terrible," Lin Mushin blushed, pushing Lu Hanfeng toward the bathroom. However, he mischievously grasped her hand and dragged her inside. No matter how hard she struggled, laughter echoed in the room, interspersed with Lin Mushin's irritated protests. Late at night, Lu Hanfeng extricated his arm from beneath Lin Mushin, dressed, and made his way to the balcony, summoning his mech to soar into the sky. He first arrived at the battery plant, loading all the assembled batteries into the mech's storage compartments before taking flight toward the island. On the island, construction was bustling, with a massive intelligent arm manufacturing base gradually taking shape. If not for the lack of essential materials, they could already be producing numerous advanced technological weapons. The mech landed before a warehouse, where all the hydrogen batteries were unloaded and stacked on the ground. Robots lined up to exchange their old energy sources for the new ones, followed by larger machines, which would undoubtedly exhibit enhanced capabilities with this efficient energy. Realizing the pressing need for more materials, Lu Hanfeng contemplated visiting Cindy. He dove into the mech and set off toward Russia. As the island was in dire need of rare materials, many of which were non-existent in the vicinity, he could only procure them through Cindy's channels. Having abandoned the idea of sourcing from Longwood due to the stringent laws that made many items illegal, large-scale procurement would undoubtedly draw attention, risking the exposure of the island. Lu Hanfeng had assumed Cindy would be in Moscow, a lavish city, but to his surprise, her location indicated she was in Yakutsk. At that moment, it was night in Russia, and a luxurious estate in the suburbs of Yakutsk was brightly lit. The estate featured an array of castles, gardens, and artificial hills, with 2 rows of opulent sports cars neatly arranged in the garage, each a man's dream. Several stern-looking men dressed in black stood guard at the entrance, holding AK-47s, making it clear that this was not a benign establishment. In the air, Lu Hanfeng viewed the scene below through the Mech's enhanced vision, confirming that Cindy was indeed there. He landed not far from the estate and called her, the line connecting almost immediately to her excited voice. "Darling Lu, did you miss me after just one day?" she teased. "Indeed, Cindy. Please send someone to meet me. I have matters to discuss." "I am at the entrance of your estate," he instructed. "What? Oh my God. Lu, please hold on. I'll have Lena come to fetch you," she replied. Chapter 70. Are you questioning me? After hanging up the phone, Lu Hanfeng spotted a tall blonde woman emerging from the castle within the distant estate. She was one of the twins under Cindy. This pair of sisters had inherited all the virtues of Russian beauty: fair skin, captivating features, long legs, golden hair, and striking blue eyes. Coupled with an air of icy composure, Lu Hanfeng couldn't help but marvel at their formidable allure. "Lu, Princess Cindy is waiting for you inside." Please forgive her for not being able to greet you personally due to her mobility issues, Lena remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the Oriental man before her. She found it difficult to fathom how such a commanding and domineering woman as Cindy could be interested in someone like him. However, out of respect for Cindy, she endeavored to treat Lu Hanfeng with courtesy. It's nothing. I arrived unexpectedly. When did you all get here? Lu Hanfeng inquired. We flew directly from Country Y to Yatsukuk and arrived here around noon, Lena replied, her English exceptionally polished, though Lu Hanfeng struggled to grasp it fully. His proficiency was limited to basic communication, and he resolved to improve his English upon returning, lest it hinder future conversations with Cindy. How splendid it would be to evolve to level 3, enabling him to directly transmit language to biological chips and utilize spatial devices without the need to extract items from mechas. With a mental sigh, Lu Hanfeng followed Lena into the estate. Upon entering the mansion, he was immediately struck by its opulent luxury. The castle was constructed from an unknown white stone, revealing its extravagant cost at first glance. Stepping through the grand entrance, he was enveloped by an atmosphere of decadence. The Western aristocratic decor exuded a sense of indulgence, with precious Persian carpets underfoot and a massive crystal chandelier overhead. Lu Hanfeng had no time to admire the surroundings and instead directed his attention to a couple seated on the sofa. His target, Cindy, was linked arm in arm with a burly middle-aged man whose fierce demeanor radiated authority, his scrutinizing gaze fixed intently on Lu Hanfeng. My dear Lu, how on earth did you find me? Many acquaintances are unaware of my residence, Cindy said, gesturing for him to take a seat, her curiosity evident. With your number, I could pinpoint your location, unless you chose to leave your phone behind. Might I inquire about your companion? Lu Hanfeng asked. Lu, this is my father, Holmes Felix. You may call him Felix, Cindy replied. Ah, Mr. Felix, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Hanfeng, hailing from the Dragon Nation. Lu Hanfeng introduced himself, shaking Felix's hand, though the elder's expression remained stern. Regardless of the country, fathers often held little fondness for those who pursued their daughters. Lu Hanfeng, I am curious how you managed to win Cindy over. Should I discover that she has suffered, you shall experience the methods of the Russian mafia firsthand, Felix warned, his tone grave. Ha ha ha. Father, do not frighten Lu. He is a remarkably powerful man, and your subordinates will not intimidate him, Cindy interjected playfully. Lu, my father and I are planning a retaliatory operation. I was nearly killed in Country Y due to a traitor who revealed my whereabouts, she continued, her eyes sparkling with determination. The assailant is my father's rival, who seeks to undermine him through my demise. Oh, are you planning to act tonight? Lu Hanfeng inquired. Indeed, my father and I have already contacted all our subordinates. We shall deliver a decisive blow to Charlie tonight, she declared, her eyes glinting with a chilling light, contrasting sharply with her playful demeanor, leaving Lu Hanfeng with an inexplicable feeling about the woman before him. Cindy, you appear to embody a queen of the underworld. It seems your father's influence in Russia is not absolute. Would you be interested in reigning as the queen of the Russian underworld? I could assist you, Lu Hanfeng proposed. My dear Lu, are you suggesting that you would use that impressive machine to eliminate all my adversaries? Cindy's eyes lit up at the prospect. Lu Hanfeng smiled and nodded, understanding that his visit was to seek Cindy's assistance. It was clear that her father was less than welcoming to him. Thus, demonstrating his power would facilitate their future interactions. Cindy, have someone drive me and point out the location of our targets. Tonight, I shall send all those who have harmed you straight to hell. I am truly looking forward to this. No, I must join you. Lena, prepare the vehicle. We are leaving now? Cindy exclaimed, her excitement flushing her cheeks. She summoned 2 subordinates and made to leave, despite her father's attempts to dissuade her. Father, simply await my good news at home. Lu is worth 1,000 armies, she reassured him. Lena drove an SUV, with Lu Hanfeng seated in the back, cradling the injured Cindy. Her innocent face glowed with excitement, her eyes occasionally flashing with a predatory glint. In contrast, the expressions of the sisters in the front seat darkened. Eventually, it was Lena who could no longer contain her concerns. Princess Cindy, there are only 4 of us, and given your injury, I do not believe this venture is any different from seeking death. Charlie's residence is likely guarded by hundreds of his men. Lena, are you questioning my decision? Cindy's expression darkened in an instant, prompting the driver to bow her head in apology. No, Princess Cindy, I merely worry for your safety. Please forgive my thoughtlessness. Lena, Tina, you will soon witness Lu's power. Do you think I would seek out a man without reason? His strength surpasses your imagination, Cindy declared. After over an hour of navigating through the city, they arrived at a similarly lavish European-style building in the suburbs, where heavily armed guards patrolled the perimeter. My dear Lu, the assassination in Country Y was orchestrated by Charlie. That wretched Charlie bribed one of my father's men, revealing my location. This is Charlie's stronghold, Cindy explained. Then, my princess, would you prefer I annihilate them all with heavy firepower at once, or shall I infiltrate and deal with them one by one? Lu Hanfeng inquired, his expression one of amusement as he gazed at the beautifully illuminated structure before them. If possible, I wish to personally kill Charlie. I want to repay him 1,000-fold for the suffering he has inflicted upon me, Cindy stated. Your wish is my command, my princess. You may relax and enjoy the show from the vehicle, Lu Hanfeng replied with a smile, opening the car door. The sisters, Lena and Tina, regarded Lu Hanfeng's retreating figure with incredulity. They were aware that he was approaching the lair of the Russian mafia, which could rival Felix himself. Charlie not only possessed an arsenal of advanced weaponry, but also commanded an army of over 100 men. The next moment, the sisters were taken aback as an enormous figure materialized before Lu Hanfeng, towering at 6 meters and exuding an overwhelming aura of power. As they craned their necks to see, they realized the figure was a colossal mech. Its chest compartment opened, and a massive hand reached out, seizing Lu Hanfeng and pulling him into the cockpit. The mech's eyes lit up, and it waved to Cindy inside the vehicle. In the next instant, it bent its body and soared into the air, landing in front of the building over 100 meters away. Chapter 71. The Walking Deity Boom. The mech landed with the force of a comet striking the earth, causing the ground within a radius of several hundred meters to tremble. Inside the vehicle, Cindy was so exhilarated that she let out a piercing shriek, her eyes ablaze as she gazed at the formidable mech in the distance. This is Lu. My man. The burly men in front of the building were startled, but they quickly reacted, raising their guns to fire at the mech. Unfortunately, their firepower was insufficient even to tickle it. Lu Hanfeng paid no heed to the hail of bullets, activating his thermal imaging and sonar detection, revealing all human figures in his auxiliary vision. From the shoulders of the mech extended 2 slender gun barrels, releasing a barrage of light that instantly pierced through the dozen or so men before him. A surge of armed individuals poured out from the building. However, as they emerged, they were met with laser fire, and dozens fell in an instant. A red light flared, and a rocket propelled towards the mech, trailing flames. Yet, Lu Hanfeng remained unfazed. He simply swatted it away like a fly as it approached. The rocket exploded mere meters from the mech, erupting into a vast display of fireworks in the night sky. The massive explosion inflicted no harm upon the mech, which then advanced towards the building, locking onto the armed humans within. Another concentrated barrage followed, with laser beams piercing through the walls, dispatching the occupants within. Particularly, the window from which the rocket was launched received special attention. Seeing that all armed enemies had been eliminated, the mech soared into the air, spotting a group of fleeing individuals behind the building. It is likely that Charlie is among them. Lu Hanfeng chuckled coldly within the mech, and with a mere thought, it flew overhead, descending upon the group. The towering mech landed before them, met with a hail of AK fire, which Lu Hanfeng disregarded as he focused on a terrified middle-aged man among the crowd. Are you Charlie? The mechanical voice startled Charlie, who instinctively nodded in fear. However, in the next moment, 2 gun barrels extended from the mech's shoulder, unleashing a torrent of laser fire that sent his subordinates collapsing into pools of blood. Believing he too had been shot, Charlie lost control, collapsing to the ground in terror. Lu Hanfeng, controlling the mech, reached out a massive hand, seizing Charlie and lifting him into the air before descending in front of Cindy's vehicle. At that moment, Cindy and her sister, Lena Tina, had already exited the car. Holding a handgun, Cindy stood supported by her sister, and upon seeing the mech land before her, clutching her familiar nemesis, she let out a shriek of excitement and hobbled towards Lu Hanfeng, who stepped out of the mech and embraced Cindy's delicate form. "My princess, this should be the Charlie you wanted, right? He attempted to flee, but I have brought him back. My dear Lu, you are indeed my most valiant knight. I am overwhelmed with joy." Cindy gazed adoringly at the powerful man before her, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her lips against his. Moments later, the sisters, still in shock, finally comprehended why Cindy was so infatuated with that man from the Dragon Kingdom. After a few minutes, they broke apart, and Lu Hanfeng carried Cindy's delicate form before the mech, turning his gaze towards the lifeless Charlie. "Esteemed Uncle Charlie, it is a pleasure to see you again." Cindy stood before the mech, her innocent face adorned with a devilish smile reminiscent of death. Charlie trembled at the sight. In that moment, he understood that his fate was sealed. "Little Cindy, what on earth is this behemoth? I had over 100 fully armed men, and yet we could not withstand even 3 minutes against it. Is this a demon risen from hell? This is my man's grand toy. Uncle Charlie, when you reach hell, please convey my regards to my mother. And no, Cindy, I am your uncle. You cannot." Bang! Without hesitation, Cindy pulled the trigger, silencing Charlie mid-sentence. A gaping wound erupted on his plump face, blood and matter spilling forth. As Lu Hanfeng's massive hand slackened, Charlie's body crumpled to the ground. "My beloved mother, Cindy has finally avenged you," Cindy murmured before Charlie's corpse, her eyes unblinking as she executed the act of murder. On the return journey, Cindy nestled in Lu Hanfeng's embrace, while the twin sisters in the front seat occasionally stole glances at him through the rearview mirror, their expressions filled with reverence as if beholding a walking deity. The vehicle halted at the castle's grand entrance, and Cindy gazed at Lu Hanfeng with a playful smile. "My dear Lu, my room is at the very top of the castle. Please carry me there. I wish to reward my brave and powerful knight." "Haraha. Cindy, have you forgotten the lessons from the day before?" Lu Hanfeng teased, lifting Cindy and leaping onto a roof over 4 meters high, then vaulting to another protrusion, finally landing on the highest terrace of the castle. "Oh my heavens!" The sisters below gasped in astonishment, as did the surrounding guards. A leap of over 4 meters while carrying someone. Was this still human? "Lena, how did you two return by yourselves? Where is Cindy?" A middle-aged man emerged from the castle. It was Felix, who had been anxiously waiting. Seeing the two of them, his face twisted in anger, assuming they had abandoned his daughter. "Respected Mr. Felix, just now, Lu leaped from here to the rooftop with Cindy. They are likely already, taking off their clothes." The sisters recounted the events of Charlie's demise with vivid detail, leaving Felix aghast and incredulous. "Lauren, take a group of men to investigate the situation at Charlie's place." Several burly men departed in a vehicle, while Felix raised his gaze toward his daughter's room, his expression a mixture of complexity. In the morning, Lu Hanfeng awoke with a contented smile, finding himself before a stunningly beautiful foreign girl in slumber, her lips curving upwards as if dreaming sweetly. His movements stirred her awake. Cindy lazily sat up, her big eyes fixed on the man from the Dragon Kingdom. "My dear Lu, are all Dragon Kingdom men as formidable as you?" "Of course, Cindy. I must take my leave now. I have sent the supplies needed to your phone, and I hope you can procure them swiftly and deliver them to the port of Youth City." "My dear Lu, procuring supplies is quite simple. However, there is a complication at the Youth City port due to a mafia organization that rivals my father's power. If you could assist me once more in eliminating that mafia, the entire underground world of Russia will fall under my father's control, and I can ensure that anything you desire will be delivered at the quickest speed." After a brief contemplation, Lu Hanfeng agreed. While he had been cautious domestically, he could unleash his darker side against foreign mafia forces. "Have your father scout their positions and contact me. Any future adversaries you encounter will be my responsibility, but you must fulfill my requests promptly." "Yes, my warrior." Cindy beamed at Lu Hanfeng, her blanket slipping to reveal a delightful sight. Lu Hanfeng's gaze lingered for a moment before he turned and leaped out of the window. Chapter 72. Betrayal. Cindy took out her phone and made a call. Within a minute, The sisters Lena and Tina appeared in her room. Princess Cindy. Yes. Let my father investigate the whereabouts of the Youth League stronghold. Meanwhile, let Lu Iju eliminate all underground forces in Russia. Understood, Princess Cindy. Also Lena and Tina. My body is struggling to keep up with Lu. Next time, you two take over. Huh. Princess Cindy Lena exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she glanced at her sister Tina, who surprisingly showed little resistance. With such a powerful man, I can't think of any reason to refuse. Princess Cindy's judgment is undoubtedly superior to ours. Well, Lena pondered. Cindy smiled and motioned for Tina to help her dress. Lu Hanfeng returned to Magic City just in time for lunch. He picked up Lin Mushin and they reserved a table at a restaurant, savoring a romantic meal together. The promotional materials for the anti-gravity flying car can commence. I will send all the information to your email. Additionally, we need to start recruiting various management positions. You must personally interview these candidates. Capability is secondary to character, as one decision could impact the company's future. Hanfeng, do we have enough money for such an expansive venture? Just the initial procurement alone is astronomical, all in billions. The initial capital for automobile manufacturing is predominantly monetary. Both inventory and material procurement entail significant expenditures. I roughly estimated that we need to invest over $1 billion to barely manage the initial phase. Lin Mushin wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth, her face reflecting concern. Haha, Mushin, you still underestimate your man. It's just a little over $1 billion. I can transfer you $20 billion. Spend it as you please. Lu Hanfeng held over $200 billion from the Nangong Group, and the funds for 50 tons of gold had already been transferred to him the previous day. With a thought, Kasha directly operated his account to transfer $20 billion to Lin Mushin, who stared at her phone in shock at the lengthy string of numbers, her delicate face turning into an expression of disbelief. At that moment, Lu Hanfeng's phone rang, displaying a number beginning with 0044. After a brief pause, he answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Hanfeng? A fluent London accent echoed from the phone. Lu Hanfeng responded with a bewildered yes, while Lin Mushin listened intently. Mr. Lu Hanfeng, I am Diana, your dedicated customer service representative at HSBC. Your account received a transfer of £32,500,000 10 minutes ago, automatically upgrading you to our esteemed VIP client. You will now have automatic access to high-value transfer privileges. If you have any questions, feel free to call this number. Diana is available 24 hours a day to assist you. All right. I will contact you if needed. Lu Hanfeng hung up in confusion, realizing that the funds were likely from the sale of gold in country Y. What have you done? How could so much money arrive? Lin Mushin had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation, fully aware of Diana's words. I sold over 100 tons of gold, processed 50 tons domestically and over 60 tons abroad. During this time, I expect around 10 billion to come in from Hong Kong, so you can proceed with confidence. Follow my plan for the company, and you won't go wrong. My goodness, how will you spend such an amount? Haha. While it seems like a lot, it won't last long. I plan to transfer all the pounds to a friend in Russia to help procure some goods, leaving the remaining funds for future significant needs. The significant needs Lu Hanfeng referred to were future endeavors in constructing spaceships and warships, true financial black holes. This was also the reason behind Lu Hanfeng's relentless efforts to develop the company. Without sufficient funds, it would be impossible to manufacture even basic anti-gravity cargo ships. Having settled everything in Magic City, Lu Hanfeng flew to Hong Kong, where Yu Lingyuan had already urged him twice, eager to set sail for another salvage operation. Salvaging was merely a means of collecting money, and Lu Hanfeng was more than willing to go. He arranged a time to meet with Yu Lingyuan at the dock. Expecting a simple outing, Lu Hanfeng was caught off guard by the scene that unfolded before him upon arriving at the designated dock. His salvage ship was surrounded by various vessels, some strikingly similar to his own. Lu Hanfeng appeared before Yu Lingyuan, both wearing equally bewildered expressions, unable to comprehend the situation. Sister Lingyuan, did you notify these people? Hanfeng, what nonsense are you talking? We are going out to salvage. I did not inform anyone. Wait a moment. My father is coming over. He'll clarify everything. I only mentioned it to him. Yu Jiaqing approached, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, clearly astonished by the sight before him. However, having witnessed countless grand scenes, he merely glanced and then smiled at Lu Hanfeng, acknowledging him as their benefactor. Lu Hanfeng had already been designated as the Moon family's most esteemed guest. "Father, what is going on?" "I am not sure, but I have a suspicion. These people are clearly here to block your salvage ship. Their intentions are quite evident. In the vast ocean, everything is considered unowned. Once you locate a target, they can also attempt to salvage it. Whoever retrieves it first claims ownership." "Ling Yuan, tell me, who else did you inform about this outing?" "Father, how could I tell anyone else? I only told you and informed the employees and those sailors." Ling Yuan halted mid-sentence, realizing that the next words were unnecessary as the 3 understood the implication. It was likely that the information had leaked from either the employees or the sailors. "Damn it. Every time we go out, I offer them substantial bonuses, and these scoundrels betray me." Ling Yuan's face flushed with anger, her body trembling as if on the verge of erupting like a volcano. "Sister Ling Yuan, let it go. Since we cannot prevent this, we shall proceed openly on our next expedition and even publicize it widely. Whoever wishes to join may do so. Do you think they have the advantage in salvaging? By the time they finish, we will have likely completed everything, and they probably won't even have set up basic reconnaissance. Let them tag along. It will cost them money, and after a couple of trips, they'll lose interest." Lu Hanfeng stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Ling Yuan's waist, while Yu Jiaqing chose to ignore their intimate gesture. "Yes, Hanfeng, you have a clever idea. Indeed, we shall allow them to follow us. They will waste their resources and ultimately suffer losses." With this, Ling Yuan reluctantly followed Lu Hanfeng onto the ship, and Yu Jiaqing exchanged a knowing glance with her, causing her cheeks to flush as she nodded. Chapter 73. Following with a bowl of soup, the salvage ship set sail once more, this time accompanied by a grand procession of over a dozen vessels, resembling a swarm of stubborn leeches trailing closely behind. Since boarding, Ling Yuan had worn a sullen expression, unleashing her ire upon any crew member who dared to inquire about her mood, leaving them silent and diligently laboring, perhaps out of guilt. "Scoundrels! A bunch of rascals!" she fumed, convinced that these individuals had been tipped off by the crew. Upon returning to her quarters, she vented her frustration, while Lu Hanfeng, with a playful smile, wrapped his arms around her petite waist and sank into the sofa. "It's unwise to let anger consume you, Ling Yuan. Remember, we are here to unearth treasures, and those others are merely burning fuel and money. Their expedition must cost them hundreds of thousands. The size of their ships and the number of workers and equipment are all expenses. If you despise them, flaunt our treasures before them once we succeed. Their expressions will surely be delightful to behold. Yes, let us infuriate them with our bounty." Ling Yuan clenched her fists, invigorating herself. Her enchanting beauty combined with her adorably naive gestures captivated Lu Hanfeng, prompting him to draw her closer and steal a kiss. To his surprise, she responded with equal fervor, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck. The room's atmosphere thickened with palpable tension as their garments gradually diminished. Lu Hanfeng could hardly believe that they found themselves entwined so soon after embarking on their voyage, with Ling Yuan displaying no resistance whatsoever. At one point, a staff member from the Yu family knocked to inquire about their location, and Lu Hanfeng simply sent them a coordinate using Ling Yuan's phone. The air in the room was saturated with an intoxicating blend of hormones, as Ling Yuan's alluring visage was painted with a rosy hue, her eyes shut in a deep slumber. Glancing at his phone, Lu Hanfeng noted that 2 hours had elapsed, his mind filled with a sense of helplessness. The enhancements from the genetic modifications had endowed him with an extraordinary physique, which, while advantageous, proved to be a double-edged sword, overwhelming Ling Yuan's delicate constitution. Could it be that this pioneer exosuit comes with a touch of fortune and romance? "I seem to be experiencing an unprecedented surge in allure lately," he mused, propping his chin up with his right arm while sitting at the bed's edge. "Kasha," he called out, prompting his wristwatch to illuminate and project a three-dimensional holographic beauty. "Is there something you require, my master? Do these pioneers harbor some unknown, mysterious energy? For instance, a stroke of romantic fortune? My appeal seems to have skyrocketed recently." Giggling, Master, you are overthinking it. We exist in a technological realm, not one of cultivation. There is nothing beyond the scope of science. Your newfound charisma is directly correlated to your growing strength. In the cosmos, whether carbon-based or the mightiest silicon-based life forms, the natural order dictates that strength commands respect. As you become more formidable, you naturally draw the attention of the opposite sex. Even on my home planet, the Tamar civilization, the powerful possess the privilege to select their mates first. This is the essence of the universe. Could you share insights about the Tamar civilization? Apologies, Master. You are only privy to the name of the Tamar civilization. All other information is locked. To learn more, you must advance your civilization swiftly, repair the damaged starship, and rescue Princess Nasha aboard. Lu Hanfeng scratched his head in resignation, abandoning his quest for knowledge about the Tamar civilization. The salvage ship sailed for a day and a half before reaching its first recovery point. Lu Hanfeng intentionally reported a false location to the captain, resulting in a chaotic scene as the trailing cargo ships swarmed the moment the salvage vessel halted, eagerly commencing their work, transforming the tranquil sea into a hubbub. The raucous noise roused the slumbering Ling Yuan, her face still flushed as she lazily made her way to the deck to witness the commotion on the water. Why not rest a bit longer, Ling Yuan? Lu Hanfeng approached her with a grin, wrapping his arm around her waist, but she shot him a glare filled with disdain. Tonight, you shall sleep in the crew quarters. Do not disturb me. Come now, Ling Yuan. I promise to behave and not kick the blankets tonight. Enough of your nonsense. What is happening out here? I accidentally sent the wrong coordinates to the captain, resulting in this situation. Giggling. Hanfeng, you are incorrigible, yet I find it amusing. Bring me a chair. I wish to enjoy this spectacle. Lu Hanfeng hastily retrieved a chair, and Ling Yuan settled herself on the deck, reveling in the scene of salvage operations not far away. A familiar figure appeared on a neighboring vessel, and upon seeing him, Ling Yuan's teeth clenched in irritation. My dear uncle, who would have thought you were the most eager of my relatives? My heart swells with gratitude. The middle-aged man on the opposite ship wore a smirk that was both mocking and insufferable. Dear niece, all treasures of the sea are unclaimed. Whoever retrieves them shall lay claim. Are we not allowed to share in the spoils? Humph, you must first recover something of value, lest you repeat your previous folly of retrieving a corpse. Rest assured, dear niece, I shall follow your ship henceforth. Wherever you stop, I shall endeavor to salvage as well. As the middle-aged man continued to banter with Ling Yuan, his crew suddenly shouted, We've detected a sunken ship below. Quickly, deploy the underwater robots and sensors. Elated, the man hastily joined the bustling crowd. Ling Yuan shot a puzzled glance at Lu Hanfeng, who merely shrugged in response. If I don't provide them with a sunken ship's location, how could they possibly contribute? The true treasure lies well beyond the 10 seas. This sunken vessel, though of some worth, may yield only a modest sum upon recovery. Let them take their chances. 10,000 or 80,000. Giggling. That may barely cover their fuel costs for the return trip. Any mishap could lead to significant losses, especially with so many vessels competing here. Ling Yuan chuckled, but the movement seemed to agitate her injury, prompting her to grimace and clutch her abdomen, casting a fierce glare at Lu Hanfeng. Should we head back to the cabin for a rest? No. I wish to remain here and enjoy the view. The two lingered on the deck for half an hour, as sporadic shouts of joy erupted from the cargo vessels, likely due to the discovery of valuable items within the sunken ship. However, the deep-sea location made it difficult to retrieve anything promptly. Ling Yuan, let us depart. They are engrossed in their excitement and will not part with the sunken ship easily. This is the perfect opportunity for us to seize our target. This salvage differs from the past. It is a foreign sunken vessel filled with treasures from abroad. The mention of treasures ignited a spark in Ling Yuan's eyes. Since I am swift in recovery, I can return to relish the sight of their chaotic struggle afterward. What a delightful double pleasure. Then let us be off. With Ling Yuan's command, the salvage ship set sail once more. The cargo vessels, having just detected the sunken ship, could hardly abandon their quest. Minutes later, the salvage ship arrived at the designated location, and the crew skillfully deployed the net. Lu Hanfeng blew a kiss to Ling Yuan. then tilted his body and plunged into the depths of the sea. Chapter 74. The discovery of treasures. The underwater exploration robot had already pinpointed the target location, and Lu Hanfeng merely needed to pilot the mech to retrieve the treasures from the depths of the ocean and place them into the net above. The entire process was executed with remarkable skill and simplicity. Within less than an hour, the salvage was completed. As one net after another emerged from the water, boxes and scattered gold coins filled the deck to the brim. Surprisingly, they were Canadian maple leaf coins, indicating that the ship's owner was likely of Australian nationality. The appraiser from the Yu family, astonished, picked up a coin and murmured to himself, his extensive knowledge allowing him to instantly recognize the origin of this treasure trove. How did we manage to salvage only gold? Yu Lingyuan circled the deck, her expression somewhat dissatisfied. If those pesky followers caught sight of this, they would undoubtedly be disheartened. Such a vast fortune of gold and coins was hardly worthy of her attention. Actually, there are other treasures aboard the ship, but they have been mostly destroyed by prolonged corrosion from seawater. Only these gold pieces have managed to remain intact. The ship's iron plates have corroded to dust. It is already a remarkable feat to have recovered so much gold, reassured a crew member. Indeed, young miss, our haul is already enough to incite envy, another added. After we circle back, those salvaged ships will surely be green with envy. The appraiser's words brought a smile to Yu Lingyuan's face, prompting her to command the crew to clear all the gold and pile it on the deck, ensuring that the salvaged ships would have to circle around them. As expected, upon witnessing the deck laden with gold, the eyes of those on the other ships turned green with jealousy. Yu Lingyuan, however, deliberately steered her vessel in circles, inviting her cousin aboard for tea, which only served to further infuriate him. He was so aggravated that he nearly toppled overboard had it not been for someone steadying him. Giggling, "Cousin, have you played with too many women and become weak? You ought to take better care of yourself, or I fear you won't survive till next year." Yu Lingyuan laughed heartily, leaving the crew members of the surrounding salvaged ships gritting their teeth in frustration. "Let us set off. I wonder if they will follow or continue salvaging." The Yu family salvaged ship sped towards the next coordinate, leaving those pesky followers dumbfounded. Faced with the choice of either abandoning the recently discovered wreck or losing sight of the Yu ship, they decided to follow. With one ship remaining behind to gamble that treasures lay within the sunken vessel. "Yu Lingyuan, let us rest in the cabin. We won't reach the next coordinate until nightfall," Lu Hanfeng suggested as he provided the captain with a false coordinate, allowing him to embrace Yu Lingyuan as they entered the cabin. "Brother Hanfeng, I've realized that the captain and crew have been bribed. There is certainly a connection among them. Moreover, we are currently utilizing your interstellar communication card, and the signal is strong. Let them follow. If they manage to salvage something valuable, they will consider themselves fortunate." Yu Lingyuan, feeling unwell, raised a white flag, prompting Lu Hanfeng to obediently hold her as they fell asleep. However, he was awakened in the middle of the night by a call from Cindy. It turned out Cindy's father had pinpointed the location of the communist gang's stronghold. Lu Hanfeng immediately instructed Cindy to send him the coordinates, preparing to execute a bloody assault on the gang's lair. In this battle, all members of the communist gang were exterminated, solidifying the Russian mafia's dominance. Lu Hanfeng sent the footage of the massacre to Cindy and urged her to procure the necessary supplies promptly. Cindy, elated, invited Lu Hanfeng over, claiming she had a surprise for him. Unfortunately, Lu Hanfeng, pressed by Yu Lingyuan, had no time to travel to Russia. They soon arrived at the second salvage point, and Lu Hanfeng timed their return perfectly. This time, he instructed the salvage ship to anchor a mile away from the target before diving down to carefully transport the items from the wreck to the nets. The need for caution arose from the fact that this treasure trove contained a significant quantity of porcelain artifacts. The accompanying salvage ships hastily deployed their machinery. But by the time they set up, Lu Hanfeng had already completed the entire salvage operation. The wreck had been entirely cleared, while they remained oblivious to the treasure just a mile away. "Hanfeng, this is another bountiful harvest. Among the porcelain, there are many exquisite pieces, and a box of meticulously sealed paintings remains completely undamaged. It's just a pity about the jade and gemstones. which have all been rendered worthless by seawater corrosion. As Lu Hanfeng stepped onto the deck, Yuling Yuan rushed over, brimming with excitement, and they both gazed at the pristine pile of porcelain on the deck, their faces alight with joy. The crew members carefully wrapped the porcelain in sponges to seal them, a scene clearly visible through the telescopes of the distant salvage crews, where Lu Hanfeng could even hear their exclamations of frustration. Once again, the salvage ship set sail, leaving the remaining vessels in despair. They had only just deployed their machinery into the sea when the U-ship continued on, leaving them no opportunity whatsoever. The beleaguered salvage team left one ship behind to continue its efforts while the rest followed the U family's ship. The third salvage operation unfolded similarly, with Lu Hanfeng utilizing his swift and decisive methods to claim all treasures from the sunken ship before the other salvage vessels could even ascertain its location. After 3 such operations, it became clear to the others that pursuing further was futile. They would only return empty-handed, all while witnessing Yuling Yuan's ostentatious displays of triumph. By the 4th target point, no other salvage ships remained in pursuit, and Yuling Yuan's triumphant laughter echoed incessantly. Lu Hanfeng began guiding the salvage ship towards the most precious target location. The underwater exploration robot tirelessly scoured the depths, uncovering countless valuable wrecks. However, due to the speed of the vessels, they could only salvage near the Pacific waters close to Long Country, with farther locations remaining inaccessible. Dear Ling Yuan, once we complete this salvage, we should return and notify your father to prepare for our arrival, Lu Hanfeng whispered as he held the languid Yuling Yuan in the cabin. Brother Hanfeng, we have only salvaged a fraction of what is possible. Why not continue for a few more days? Because this last wreck contains invaluable treasures. It is a sunken merchant ship from the Silk Road, holding immeasurable worth. What? Yuling Yuan suddenly perked up, her weary form momentarily revitalized by Lu Hanfeng's words. You heard correctly, Sister Ling Yuan. This shipwreck lies in a particularly clever location, trapped within the crevice of an underwater canyon. Although it is not far from Long Country, its unique geographical position has kept it hidden from discovery until now. The cargo aboard is so abundant it is beyond counting. The ship is filled with precious gold and silver ornaments, tea, paintings, porcelain, silk, coins, gemstones, and more. Most importantly, its waterproofing is exceptional. The paintings and tea have remained unharmed on the ocean floor, which is truly remarkable. Brother Hanfeng, you are simply amazing. I adore you, Yuling Yuan exclaimed, excitedly embracing Lu Hanfeng and kissing him. Had they not been on the verge of reaching their salvage point, Lu Hanfeng might have given this woman yet another thorough lesson. Chapter 75. Treasures of the Deep Sea. Lu Hanfeng, piloting a Mech, found himself submerged in the depths of the ocean, where a dark abyssal canyon sprawled beneath him. Such geological formations were plentiful in the deep sea, some of which remained unexplored to this day. Coincidentally, a merchant vessel from the Silk Road had sunk within this very canyon, remarkably well preserved. It was unclear what type of wood had been used to construct the ship, as some of the compartments remained entirely dry. This time, Lu Hanfeng intended to drag the entire vessel away for gradual excavation. As he approached the sunken ship, a colossal shadow slithered toward him, startling Lu Hanfeng within his Mech. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an enormous deep-sea octopus, its tentacles stretching over 10 meters long. The gigantic limbs reached out to ensnare the Mech, prompting Lu Hanfeng to draw his alloy sword and sever 2 of its tentacles, causing the octopus to release a cloud of ink and flee. Beneath the ocean's surface, the Mech gradually towed the sunken ship, securely fastening the 30-meter-long vessel with iron chains. For the first time, the massive gantry crane aboard the salvaged ship roared to life. The crew was astounded by the sight of such a behemoth being salvaged. The ship was gently hoisted into the cargo hold, with the process executed with utmost caution. Once the vessel was secured, the staff from the Yu family eagerly approached to inspect it. Regrettably, the accumulation of sediment hindered the excavation, and the process could not employ brute force, resulting in a painstakingly slow advance. After considerable effort, a small breach was cleared, with the mud gradually washed away by water jets to reveal the ship's interior. Do not rush. We must meticulously clear it without damaging a single treasure, and the skeletal remains within the compartments must be left untouched for specialists to handle on shore. The appraisal expert exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement, his aged face flushed. Lu Hanfeng couldn't help but wonder if this old fellow might faint from the thrill. At that moment, Yuling Yuan comprehended why Lu Hanfeng had insisted on returning. This colossal entity occupied the entire cargo hold, and the muck extracted from it had rendered the space filthy. She pondered how long this excavation would take, ultimately concluding that the best course of action would be to tow it home and arrange for a substantial team of professionals to handle it. Without delay, Yuling Yuan retrieved her phone to video call her father. Upon seeing the massive Silk Road merchant vessel, Yu Jiaqing's face flushed with excitement, and he immediately sprang into action to prepare for the salvage ship's return. The salvage ship made its joyful way back, but this elation was soon shattered as they neared the waters of Longhua. Two our country warships appeared to have been lying in wait, blocking the salvage ship's path. In the distance, several dark shapes loomed. Yuling Yuan, mounting the deck, pulled out her binoculars for a closer look, her expression darkening as she cursed under her breath. It's my uncle's ship. This is the only route back to Xiangjiang, and those two our country warships must have been summoned by them. Those scoundrels. Don't worry, Ling Yuan. I'm here. Those two warships are merely here to provide a diving spectacle for us, Lu Hanfeng reassured her. With a knowing glance exchanged between them, Lu Hanfeng felt no trepidation at the prospect of sinking our country's warships. He had done so before without a hint of guilt. Dipping beneath the surface where the warships could not see, he plunged into the water. The two approaching warships were swarming with our country soldiers, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they focused on the salvage ship, which not only carried untold treasures, but also boasted the enchanting Yuling Yuan on its deck. Contrary to their expectations, Yuling Yuan remained unfazed, casually observing the approaching vessels with a cold smile. Before the warships could draw near, piercing alarms blared, freezing the soldiers' ecstatic expressions in place. The salvage ship continued its course, and after sailing several hundred meters, the bow of the two warships began to tilt ominously. Their sinking merely a matter of time. The soldiers had the option to abandon ship and preserve their lives, or to heroically face their fate alongside the vessels, which would only lead to their demise beneath the waves. As a series of strange, sinking incidents unfolded before them, the crew and sailors could hardly fail to connect the dots. These uncanny salvage operations were all tied to Lu Hanfeng, who had repeatedly plunged into the ocean, retrieving treasures in his nets. Upon the salvage ship's arrival at the port, Yu Jiaqing led a throng of over 100 people to welcome them, with dozens of security personnel on hand. "Father," Yuling Yuan exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. Yu Jiaqing's smile was unwavering, despite the family's dwindling profits. His daughter's unexpected success brought him boundless joy, as her earnings far surpassed those of the entire family combined. "Did you succeed, Ling Yuan?" Yu Jiaqing whispered to his daughter, casting a glance at Lu Hanfeng. Yuling Yuan blushed and nodded, eliciting a burst of joy from her father. "Excellent. Your repeated salvage operations have drawn too much attention. After this, you must take a break. Not only are outside forces envious, but there are also voices within the family eager to stake their claim on the considerable profits." "Humph. Those fools probably remain oblivious to the fact that the core of it all lies with Lu Hanfeng. Father, in a few days, I plan to vacation in Jingcheng. Handle these goods well and transfer the profits to Lu Hanfeng's account. We'll refrain from going out to sea for a while." A crowd gathered around the port, with numerous journalists brandishing cameras, but they were kept at bay by security personnel, reluctant to appear in the media spotlight. Lu Hanfeng bid farewell to Yuling Yuan and discreetly departed. This venture had consumed 8 days, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of his sister's academic term. Lu Hanfeng had booked tickets for his sister, Lu Hanyin, and her classmate, Gong Lingling, arriving in a brand new Maybach he had never driven before. The sight of the handsome young man behind the wheel of a luxury car naturally attracted the attention of several young women, but Lu Hanfeng politely declined their advances. Spotting his sister limping along with her suitcase, Lu Hanfeng dashed past the barrier to catch her, and Lu Hanyin excitedly linked her arm with his. "Inin, I'll take you to my place first," and we'll have dinner together tonight. I've invited your sister-in-law. Brother, you have a girlfriend now? I'm still single. And it's quite normal for a young man to seek a partner, Lu Hanfeng replied, affectionately wrapping his arm around his sister's waist. Their closeness elicited envy from Gong Lingling, who watched with wide eyes. As they made their way to the parking lot, Lu Hanfeng pressed the button to unlock the sleek new Maybach, leaving Lu Hanyin awestruck. Brother, how can you afford such a nice car? It must be worth over 3 million. Hee, this car will be yours from now on. All the paperwork is in the glove compartment. You can drive it to and from work in the future, he said, loading their suitcases into the trunk before ushering the astonished girls inside. Both girls came from ordinary backgrounds and had never experienced such luxury. Once inside, they examined every feature with eager curiosity. Lu Hanfeng settled them into his rented apartment, which had 2 bedrooms and a living room, perfectly suited for 2 young women. Brother, where will you sleep? Should we share a room, and you take the other? Lu Hanyin inquired. Rest assured, Inin, your brother will squeeze in with your sister-in-law. She owns property in Modu, making her a bit of a wealthy lady. I also plan to purchase a villa in Modu for our future home, and you'll need to transfer your household registration here soon. Each girl had her own room to unpack, while Lu Hanfeng waited patiently on the sofa, respecting their privacy. Chapter 76. Life above all. The Maybach came to a halt in front of a seafood barbecue restaurant, where Lu Hanfeng led 2 young ladies inside. Lin Mushin had already reserved a private room and had been waiting for some time. Knowing that Lu Hanfeng's sister was coming today, she, as the sister-in-law, naturally aimed to make a good impression. Not only had she dressed exquisitely, but she had also arrived early to order a sumptuous feast. Upon first encountering Lin Mushin, Lu Hanyin was taken aback by her alluring beauty and noble demeanor, secretly comparing her to Gong Yuyin and concluding that Lin Mushin was in a league of her own, far surpassing Gong Yuyin. You must be Yin, right? I'm Lin Mushin, Lu Hanfeng's girlfriend. Lin Mushin warmly took Lu Hanyin's hand and guided her to sit down. With her experience in handling large gatherings, Lin Mushin effortlessly connected with the fresh graduate. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Hanyin found it somewhat challenging to adapt to her sister-in-law's enthusiasm. Feeling the pressure from Lin Mushin's lofty aura. Relax, everyone. We are family now. Lu Hanfeng's voice eased the atmosphere as Lin Mushin signaled the waiter to bring out the dishes, filling the table with a plethora of grilled seafood. The 2 young ladies had never experienced such an extravagant meal and were unsure where to begin. Lin Mushin patiently demonstrated how to crack open lobster shells to extract the succulent meat. As the meal progressed, coupled with Lin Mushin's deliberate efforts to bond, the 3 quickly became acquainted, exchanging contact information. Brother, what kind of job do you have arranged for us? We still need to report the company details to our advisor. Lu Hanyin inquired after satisfying her hunger. I had your sister-in-law just acquire a gaming company. You will be the big boss, with Lingling as your assistant. What? Brother, she's just a fresh graduate. Are you serious? I could manage a minor clerical position, but to run a company? I'd probably be overwhelmed within days. Don't worry. If you have questions, just ask your sister-in-law. Tomorrow, she will take you to meet Zhang Ruiji from Interstellar Communications. They will be your mentors. Ask them anything. Furthermore, the companies I run are high-tech. It's not as easy to fail as you think. You will mainly focus on making significant decisions, while routine tasks will be handled by AI. But, no buts. Just trust yourself and go for it. Your sister-in-law will make all the arrangements for you tomorrow. Lu Hanfeng decisively interrupted his sister, dismissing her concerns as unnecessary. With himself and Kasha around, it would be nearly impossible for the gaming company to suffer losses soon. Everyone would be clamoring to invest in it. Rest assured, Inin, I will be here for you. If you don't understand something, just ask me. Lin Mushin's comforting words put Lu Hanyin at ease. After dinner, Lu Hanfeng handed his car keys to his sister and shamelessly settled into the passenger seat beside Lin Mushin. As Lu Hanyin drove the Maybach carefully back to their residence, she watched her brother and sister-in-law steal moments together. In the dead of night, as Lu Hanfeng lay beside the sleeping Lin Mushin, the ringing of his phone jolted him awake. Kasha managed his phone, filtering out any telemarketing calls. Thus, those who called at this hour were typically in urgent need. Indeed, upon answering, he found it was Director Su calling. Hanfeng, We have an urgent mission that only you can undertake. A team of archaeological researchers from our country has gone missing while exploring a treasure in Egypt. It has been a day since they lost contact, and the Egyptian government has dispatched troops to secure the area, but even the soldiers who entered have vanished. This archaeological endeavor is a close collaboration between two nations, and this incident could jeopardize diplomatic relations. Your task is to reach there swiftly, ascertain the situation, and rescue the researchers. There may be supernatural phenomena involved, making it too dangerous for ordinary soldiers. Therefore, we must rely on you. I will send the coordinates to your phone, and upon your arrival, you can identify yourself as a member of the Security Bureau. Support personnel from our country will be there to assist you. Rest assured, Director Su. As long as those individuals are alive, I will bring them back. Lu Hanfeng scoffed at the mention of supernatural phenomena, believing that such occurrences were merely principles that current technology could not explain, like the spatial equipment carried by Mechs, which would likely be classified as supernatural if discovered. Without delay, he dressed and planted a kiss on Lin Mushin's lips before leaping out the window. The Mech soared through the sky, arriving above Egypt within minutes, where night had just begun to fall, with the local time several hours behind that of their homeland. Identifying the coordinates, Lu Hanfeng descended into a desert area, revealing a brightly lit military exclusion zone. The colossal Mech landed squarely in the center, startling Egyptian soldiers who quickly aimed their weapons at the uninvited guest. Who is in charge from the Dragon Kingdom? Lu Hanfeng announced. I am Hanfeng from the Security Bureau, here on a mission to assist you. A man in his 30s from the Dragon Kingdom stepped forward, visibly excited. Hello, comrade. I am Zhang Li, the deputy leader of this archaeological team. Zhang Li gazed in astonishment at the towering Mech, questioning whether such technology had truly transitioned from the realm of science fiction to reality. As the Mech's cockpit opened, a tall and handsome young man emerged. Brother Zhang, I am Hanfeng. Please brief me on the situation here. Ah, Hanfeng, greetings. The Egyptian government discovered an ancient pyramid buried beneath the sands of the desert, one that has never been documented in history. Their archaeological technology is limited, so they reached out to us for assistance, prompting the Dragon Kingdom to send a team. However, once they entered, they lost contact, along with a dozen soldiers. Currently, we know nothing about what lies inside, and we dare not enter recklessly. Therefore, we must rely on you. Take me to the entrance, Lu Hanfeng responded seriously, following Zhang Li as the Mech ascended once more into the sky, while the bewildered Egyptian soldiers watched in disbelief as it vanished from sight. Before long, a pyramid, submerged in the desert, appeared before Lu Hanfeng, its entrance marked by a massive, pitch-black portal, surrounded by soldiers who prohibited any outsiders from approaching. A cavernous darkness loomed before him, and Lu Hanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. The space was adequate for the Mech to enter. Had it been too small, he would have faced significant trouble. The unknown dangers within could have led him to share the fate of the missing individuals. Professor Zhang, do the leaders have any directives? For instance, is it more crucial to rescue lives or to retrieve artifacts? Lu Hanfeng inquired. My stance is clear. Human life takes precedence, while artifacts hold importance. The preservation of life is paramount, Zhang Li replied. Lu Hanfeng shot a surprised glance at Zhang Li, appreciating the sentiment expressed. Chapter 77. The Golden Treasure of the Mech. With a thunderous growl, Lu Hanfeng summoned the Mech, which promptly descended from the heavens and enveloped him into its cockpit. Professor Zhang, await my good news. The Mech emitted a deep rumble as it stepped into the inky blackness of the cave, activating its dual headlights, thermal imaging, and sonar detection devices. Lu Hanfeng ensured a comprehensive view, revealing every hidden secret along the journey. A colossal staircase slanted downwards, confirming that this was a man-made construction. The Mech hovered several centimeters above the ground, avoiding contact with anything along its path. At the staircase's end loomed a 2-meter-high portal. Lu Hanfeng furrowed his brow as the auxiliary vision indicated that the portal was likely activated by a mechanism. Flanking the entrance were 2 dog-headed statues. Manipulating them could open the portal, but the Mech's size rendered it unable to pass through. Humph, if you obstruct my way, then I shall obliterate you. A 5 to 6 meter long sword manifested in the Mech's grasp. Taking a step forward, the sword effortlessly sliced through the portal, the stone structure crumbling like tofu, unveiling an abyss of darkness behind. Lowering the mech, Lu Hanfeng illuminated the area beyond the portal and was utterly astonished. What lay before him was an immense expanse. Adjacent to the portal was a plaza, leading to an endless chasm, surrounded by winding paths and man-made edifices. Having grasped the situation, Lu Hanfeng extended a cannon from the mech's shoulder, energy coalescing within. A thunderous blast shattered the narrow portal, transforming it into a gaping entrance through which the mech boldly stepped into the plaza. This place resembled a vast hollow cavern, its center dominated by an unending abyss. With numerous structures dotting the periphery, the powerful searchlights swept across the surroundings, revealing mysterious totems and runes intricately carved into the walls. Master, the nitrous oxide levels in the air are elevated. This chemical gas can induce uncontrollable hallucinations, leading humans to act erratically without their knowledge. Lu Hanfeng paused, recalling Kasha's warning as he gazed into the infinite chasm, a chilling thought creeping into his mind. The mech gracefully descended into the abyss, plummeting hundreds of meters until light broke through below. Here lay a vast underground canyon, filled with dilapidated houses. A group of individuals sat in a circle around a fire, now extinguished, leaving only faint embers glowing. As Lu Hanfeng piloted the mech closer, he discerned the peculiar behavior of these individuals. They appeared mentally unstable, lost in stupor or laughter. In the distance, a few soldiers were seen flailing their fists at the air, seemingly engaged in a phantom battle. Many bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood pooling beneath them, suggesting they had long since perished. The scene was eerily surreal. A timid soul might easily attribute it to malevolent forces at play. Kasha, is the nitrous oxide level indeed elevated here? Yes, Master. The individuals before you have succumbed to the gas's effects, which, while not lethal, can incite hallucinations, leading to dangerous behaviors. It was evident that the nitrous oxide emanated from the vines that clung to the walls, plants unknown to the records of Blue Star. Scanning the surroundings, Lu Hanfeng observed the walls entwined with these vines, appearing lifeless, devoid of leaves. How do we awaken them? Tear their clothing, dampen it, and cover their mouths and noses for half an hour to restore their consciousness. Just as Lu Hanfeng prepared to act on Kasha's advice, the mech's auxiliary vision detected an anomaly. A distinct portal was visible in the wall ahead. Approaching it, he unsheathed the long sword and cleaved the portal open, revealing a sight that made even the seasoned Lu Hanfeng exclaim in astonishment. Holy cow! So much gold! Before him lay a treasure trove, filled entirely with gleaming golden artifacts. Standing guard by the portal were two colossal dog-headed statues made of pure gold, towering at least a meter high, while the ground was littered with various golden vessels and ornaments. Lu Hanfeng's gaze fixed upon a magnificent throne at the back, crafted entirely of gold and adorned with a ring of gemstones, particularly a sapphire the size of an egg, shimmering enticingly in the mech's spotlight. Casting a glance at the entranced individuals behind him, a thought surged within Lu Hanfeng. In an instant, the mech breached the portal and entered the treasure chamber, seizing the two towering dog-headed statues and stowing them away in the spatial device. He then approached the grand throne, claiming it as well, before scouring the ground for any appealing golden artifacts to add to his collection. Just as he was about to depart the vault, Lu Hanfeng noticed a concealed compartment beneath the throne. Pry it open with his sword revealed a pure gold scepter encrusted with rubies, alongside a matching crown, also adorned with a large ruby. Without hesitation, he collected both items. He then rummaged through the heap of gold, retrieving a reasonably intact golden crown. These treasures undoubtedly belong to Egypt. It would be foolish not to take them, especially since no one will know. Lu Hanfeng reassured himself before embarking on the task of rescuing the bewildered individuals. Half an hour later, with Lu Hanfeng's assistance, the group began to regain consciousness, 4 from the Dragon Kingdom and 7 or 8 from Egypt. Among the Dragon Kingdom members were 3 men and 1 woman, an elderly gentleman, 2 30-something youths, and a woman in her 20s. What has transpired? What is this place? The group gazed in terror at the imposing mech. a colossal presence in the dimly lit space, evoking fear in anyone who beheld it. Professor Li, I am an operative from the Special Department of the Dragon Kingdom. You have been missing for a day, and higher authorities dispatched me to rescue you. Lu Hanfeng's gaze fell upon the elderly figure, the leader of this expedition, Professor Li, a distinguished figure in the field of archaeology. A day has passed. What has happened to us? As Professor Li reached to remove the damp cloth covering his mouth, Lu Hanfeng quickly intervened. Professor Li, please refrain. The air contains nitrous oxide. You have inadvertently inhaled a significant amount, causing hallucinations. Indeed, nitrous oxide. No wonder. Professor Li nodded in realization, explaining the situation to the Egyptian soldiers and experts, who hastily secured the damp cloths over their mouths and noses. Upon raising his head, Professor Li caught sight of the portal that had been opened and rushed towards it in shock. As he entered the treasure chamber, his excitement erupted into exuberant shouts, and the Egyptian experts followed suit, drawn to the magnificent hoard. The exuberance was palpable, yet Lu Hanfeng could not comprehend a single word amidst their jubilant cries. Chapter 78. The Nouveau Riche. Lu Hanfeng leapt from the mech onto the ground, the minuscule amount of nitrous oxide having no effect on his genetically enhanced physique. Thus, he had no fear of losing his sanity. Initially, Lu Hanfeng believed he had saved the lives of those around him, expecting gratitude in return, but to his surprise, as soon as they regained their footing, Professor Li stormed toward him, rage evident on his face. Young man, did you not break open that portal? Yes. I was concerned about potential dangers within, so I decided to investigate. Before Lu Hanfeng could fully comprehend the situation, Professor Li unleashed a torrent of saliva-laden words upon him. You imbecile. Do you realize that was an exceedingly precious ancient Egyptian artifact? This could very well be a civilization not recorded in any history books. Your reckless destruction of this site is a desecration of cultural heritage. Lu Hanfeng was momentarily stunned by the elder's tirade, while the three students nearby hesitated to intervene. Professor Li, have you lost your mind? I just saved all your lives, and this is how you choose to speak to me? Furthermore, this civilization belongs to Egypt, not to our dragon country. Have you forgotten your own lineage? You, scoundrel. Which department are you from? I shall file a complaint against you. Security Bureau, Hanfeng. If you do not file a complaint, you must not have been raised properly. Bah, I can clearly see what you experts are like. No wonder the term expert has become a pejorative. It's your antiquated ilk that has brought this upon us. A group of self-righteous fools, utterly devoid of intellect. Your visage disgusts me. I refuse to entertain you any longer. Do as you please. The mech behind Lu Hanfeng took a step forward, causing Professor Li and his students to recoil in fright, nearly tumbling to the ground. In the next moment, the mech extended a massive hand, seizing Lu Hanfeng and swiftly placing him inside the cockpit. The mech bent its form and shot upwards into the sky, vanishing from the chasm's edge, leaving Professor Li and his group in stunned silence. You scoundrel! I will certainly file a complaint upon my return. Professor Li shouted angrily at the sky, only to be met with a deafening crash as countless rocks cascaded down from above, tumbling into the abyss below. A man standing behind Professor Li suddenly changed expression, grabbing the professor and retreating to the treasure chamber, with the others following suit, shielding their heads as they fled inside. What the hell is going on? Lu Hanfeng was seething with rage, wildly swinging his sword and demolishing the surrounding walls, sending debris flying as he crashed through the doorway. Upon exiting the pyramid, he initially intended to leave immediately, but upon seeing Zhang Li's anxious approach, he halted. Professor Li and the others are unharmed. You may enter as well. There is a peculiar plant inside that emits a hallucinogenic gas, so cover your mouth and nose with a damp cloth. With that, Lu Hanfeng soared into the sky, leaving Zhang Li bewildered and uncertain about the events that had transpired. Lu Hanfeng dialed Director Su to explain the situation, even detailing his own frustration. After a moment's silence, Director Su sighed resignedly. Hanfeng, your task is complete. You have saved Professor Li and the others, but if they do not exit, it is no longer your concern. As for Professor Li's complaint, consider it a joke. Those experts cannot reach us at the Security Bureau. The following morning, Lin Mushin had risen early, preparing herself while extricating herself from Lu Hanfeng's embrace. She needed to familiarize Lu Hani with the company's operations and introduce her to Zhang Ruizhi. A daunting list of tasks ahead. Lu Hanfeng, hands behind his head, whistled at Lin Mushin as she tried on dresses, earning her an eye roll. My dear, I intend to acquire a property in the Magic City. While you accompany Ini today, keep an eye out for an exceptionally luxurious mansion. Buying a house. Hanfeng, you can't possibly mean a villa? Indeed, a villa. The location is less important, but it must exude opulence, complete with a swimming pool, garden, pond, and rockery. Well then, you have come to the right person. I have a close friend in real estate, specializing in luxury second-hand properties. Let me inquire at once. Satisfied with her choice of a white, ethereal dress that complemented her stunning beauty, Lin Mushin stepped out, a vision to behold. Lin Mushin dialed a number, and a disgruntled voice answered. Mushin, do you know how unethical it is to disturb someone's sweet dreams? My apologies, Yuding. I had a wealthy client interested in a villa and didn't mean to disrupt your slumber. Wait. Mushin, I was wrong. If you close the villa deal, I will treat you to a meal. That's more like it. This wealthy individual desires an extraordinarily luxurious mansion. Do you have any listings? Really? This isn't a dream, is it? Mushin, what's their budget? Unlimited. They seek the most extravagant mansion available, complete with mountains, water, a swimming pool, garden, rockery, and fish pond. Well, I actually have one that fits your criteria, but the price. I've told you. Yuding, there is no budget. This person is a nouveau riche, with more money than they could spend in several lifetimes. Ah, Mushin, I adore you. Please pass this nouveau riche client to me. I will undoubtedly sell that mansion. Excitement echoed from the phone, and Lu Hanfeng shot Lin Mushin a sidelong glance, acknowledging her self-description as quite apartment currently. I am the spokesperson for this nouveau riche individual. Once I find something satisfactory, payment can be made immediately. Mushin, you aren't just stringing me along for a meal, are you? Doubt me all you like. I wouldn't care for a mere meal from you. Fine, my dear aunt. I am available all day, and by the way, that mansion has been on my list for 2 years. The maintenance costs alone have exceeded several $100,000. If it doesn't sell soon, the owner will surely weep. Consider it done. Lin Mushin hung up, triumph gleaming in her eyes as she turned to Lu Hanfeng. Mushin, if you find something you like, purchase it outright. Simply transfer the ownership to your name. Yes, thank you, Master Lu. In her flowing white dress, Lin Mushin executed a graceful curtsy, her exquisite form igniting desire within Lu Hanfeng. Just as he was about to rise and embrace her, Lin Mushin seemed to anticipate his actions, playfully dashing out of the room. After departing from Lin Mushin's residence, Lu Hanfeng made his way directly to the island base. The gene laboratory at the island base had been completed. Although some materials were still lacking, basic potion production was now feasible. The trajectory of technology in this world undoubtedly leaned toward genetic and nanotechnology. For carbon-based life forms to evolve, mastery of genetic science was imperative. Breakthroughs in genetics were the gateway to dismantling the barriers of carbon-based life. As a first-level genetic warrior, Lu Hanfeng had already achieved a level of strength beyond human comprehension. One could only imagine the sheer power of 7th, 8th, or even 9th-level genetic warriors. To ordinary people, powerful genetic warriors were akin to living deities. Kasha, has the gene repair potion been prepared? Stepping into the sci-fi-like gene laboratory, Lu Hanfeng inquired immediately, and a flash of light heralded Kasha's appearance before him. Master, it has been formulated, and the animal gene-enhancement potion is also ready. Recently, those gorillas have been quite unruly. If you hadn't insisted on keeping them, I would have dispatched robots to eliminate them. A short-haired female robot presented a milky white potion to Lu Hanfeng, who received it with palpable excitement, knowing it held the key to his sister's full recovery. Gene repair agents are the pioneering products of gene therapy, designed to mend and heal the ailments afflicting the human body, particularly those related to vascular and neurological disorders, which can generally be cured. For Lu Hanfeng, her leg represents an insurmountable obstacle. A girl as delicate and beautiful as a flower limping as she walks evokes profound empathy for the emotional toll it must take on her. Although Lu Hanfeng never outwardly displays her struggles, anyone capable of empathy can sense the deep pain residing within her heart. Chapter 79. Enhancing gorilla genes with the gene repair agent securely stored. Lu Hanfeng finally felt at ease to observe the genetic experiments. Before him lay a laboratory that exuded a futuristic, sci-fi ambience, where numerous robots diligently attended to their tasks. Some were cultivating genetic cells, while others were concocting genetic viruses. The operation table displayed the cultivation calculations in a captivating three-dimensional format. "Are all the animal gene enhancement agents prepared?" he inquired. "Yes, Master," the robotic voice responded. "Everything is ready, awaiting your command to alter the fates of those gorillas. Recently, due to our facility's expansion, the gorillas have been causing disturbances. If you had not intervened to spare them, I would have annihilated them all. Then let us commence." With Lu Hanfeng's command, a nearby cabinet opened, unleashing a swarm of over 1,000 dragonflies that soared into the night sky. As the dragonflies, lined up in formation, flew towards the exit, Lu Hanfeng extended his finger, and one of the dragonflies alighted upon it. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a dragonfly. It was a micro-robot equipped with a syringe. Its abdomen housed an injection vial filled with a white substance, and its elongated proboscis served as a metallic needle. Controlled by an intelligent chip, thus forming a smart injection micro-robot under Kasha's command. Meanwhile, in a forest on the island, towering trees were teeming with over 1,000 adult gorillas. The arrival of the mechanical dragonflies went unnoticed by the gorillas, whose primitive intellect rendered them incapable of comprehending the connection between these insects and advanced technology. Within 2 seconds, the robotic dragonflies had successfully administered injections to their targets. The agonizing pain provoked a cacophony of roars from the gorillas, their hands pounding their chests as they bellowed at the departing dragonflies. Kasha projected these scenes before Lu Hanfeng, allowing him to witness the entire process of the gorillas' injections. "Master, the evolution of the gorillas will take 3 days. I propose we broadcast educational videos in the forest throughout the day, enabling the gorillas to gain insight into human civilization. They will also have the opportunity to learn languages autonomously, as the enhanced gorillas will develop linguistic faculties." "Very well, arrange that. Once these gorillas have been educated and subdued, summon me. They will become the most loyal servants of my island base." With that, Lu Hanfeng turned to leave, intending to fly to Hongdao City for a visit. However, midway through his journey, he received another call from Director Su. Could it be another mission? Lu Hanfeng wondered as he answered the call. "Hanfeng, you should be in the Magic City now, correct?" Su's voice inquired. More or less. What do you need, Director Su?" "There is a shortage of personnel in the Security Bureau, so recruiting some outstanding members from the military and police departments is our best avenue for talent acquisition. We have identified a captain from the Magic City Criminal Police as a candidate for our bureau. Her political review has passed, and she requires one final assessment to become a temporary member of the Security Bureau. If she performs excellently within 3 months, she will be granted permanent status. We need you to conduct this assessment, and if she qualifies, simply send me a report. If not, she will have to wait for another opportunity." Director Su, I've never done this before. What constitutes qualified, and what aspects should I assess? I am unfamiliar with these criteria. Her political review has been approved, indicating no issues with her background. Now we focus on her personal capabilities. You will evaluate her specialties, whether it be exceptional marksmanship, formidable combat skills, or achievements in her field that reach world-class standards. All right, I understand. Please send me her information. I have time to conduct the assessment now. After hanging up, Lu Hanfeng dismissed the matter, and a few minutes later, he landed atop a skyscraper in the Magic City, retrieving his phone to review Director Su's message. To his astonishment, the information revealed that the criminal police captain, named Xia Yuyu, was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her profile picture alone depicted a stunning beauty. He mused, could there truly be a perfect woman in this world? She is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also serves as a captain in the criminal police, selected as a candidate by the Security Bureau. With that thought, Lu Hanfeng piloted his mech towards the criminal police station. Standing at the entrance, he promptly dialed her number. "Who is this?" A cold and sharp female voice answered. immediately conveying her no-nonsense demeanor. Is this Comrade Xia Yuyu? I am Hanfeng, a member of the Security Bureau. Do you have time today for the assessment? I am available at any time. Where shall I meet you? I am currently at the entrance of your police station. Please come to meet me. I assume you have a training facility where we can practice? Within a minute after hanging up, a stunningly attractive policewoman emerged from the station, catching Lu Hanfeng's attention. Her features surpassed even her photographs, and her figure was impeccable, accentuated by her police uniform, a true embodiment of beauty that even eclipsed his girlfriend Lin Mushin. Are you Hanfeng? Officer Xia Yuyu inquired, her curious gaze assessing the young man before her. Lu Hanfeng appeared as a well-proportioned young man, lacking the hardened demeanor typical of soldiers, which prompted a hint of skepticism from her. Indeed, I am the Hanfeng you just spoke to. Please lead me to a training facility, preferably one that is unoccupied. Understood. Hanfeng, follow me. Xia Yuyu turned and guided Lu Hanfeng around the police station to a nearby building, which served as the training area for the officers. Along the way, her colleagues greeted her warmly, indicating her excellent rapport with her peers. Entering an empty hall filled with training equipment, they stood in the center of the open space. Comrade Xia Yuyu, your political review has been approved. Now, we will assess your specialty. By the way, what is your area of expertise? An awkward silence enveloped them as Lu Hanfeng broke it first. My marksmanship is quite good, and I have practiced standing techniques with my grandfather since childhood. My leg work is proficient, and I have trained in hand-to-hand combat techniques from special forces, allowing me to fend off 5 or 6 men without difficulty. Chapter 80. The luxurious manner. Lu Hanfeng nodded slightly. Since this policewoman claimed to be competent, why not put her skills to the test? All right, unleash your full strength and attack me. I wish to gauge your capabilities. Be careful, Senior Hanfeng. My kick can be lethal, she warned. Lu Hanfeng's demeanor appeared deceptively casual. From the outset, Xia Yuyu had not taken him too seriously. However, with a sudden low shout, she spun gracefully, her right leg slicing through the air with a resounding crack, resembling the crack of a whip. Impressive kick, Lu Hanfeng exclaimed, but soon realized that such praise might lead to misunderstandings. As Xia Yuyu's leg approached him, he extended his right hand, gently patting it. In response to his dismissive gesture, Xia Yuyu felt a surge of indignation, amplifying the force behind her leg. With a sharp sound, her right leg collided with Lu Hanfeng's palm, producing a crisp echo. Xia Yuyu's expression shifted, revealing a trace of pain. It felt as if her leg had struck a wall, leaving it numb. Not bad, but surely that isn't your full strength? Try again. Lu Hanfeng clapped his hands, his relaxed demeanor prompting Xia Yuyu to set aside her earlier contempt. Indeed, none from the Safety Bureau were to be underestimated. After a minute's pause, she took a deep breath and charged at Lu Hanfeng once more. Midway, she executed a nimble spin, her right leg arcing toward him anew. This time, before her leg even made contact, a fierce gust of wind had already lifted Lu Hanfeng's hair, the force of her strike far surpassing the previous attempt. With a thunderous boom, the air erupted, accompanied by Xia Yuyu's cry of pain. Lu Hanfeng felt a tingle in his palm, secretly impressed by the formidable strength of her leg. Having expended all her energy in that strike, Xia Yuyu felt her leg grow numb and her body lean dangerously to the side. With swift reflexes, Lu Hanfeng caught her slender waist, preventing her from tumbling to the ground. Wow, you're truly something, he thought, appreciating the moment of contact. Xia Yuyu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, attempted to regain her footing, but pain shot through her right leg, causing her to lean again. Lu Hanfeng tightened his grip around her waist. Your leg must be numb from the impact. Take a minute to recover, he advised. Xia Yuyu complied, though the intimacy of their position was undeniably awkward, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Senior Hanfeng, what level would you say your skills are at the Safety Bureau? Xia Yuyu inquired, her gaze lowered, avoiding his eyes as she sought to mask her embarrassment. Level? To be honest, I don't know many people at the Safety Bureau. I've sparred with a few at headquarters, but I've yet to encounter a worthy opponent. My situation is somewhat unique. I typically operate solo on missions, so my interactions with colleagues are limited. Never met a worthy opponent? Wow, Xia Yu gasped, looking up at Lu Hanfeng. The proximity revealed the flawless beauty of his face, devoid of any blemish. How could someone be so perfect? Feeling the intensity of his gaze, she shyly pushed away, standing up. Hee. Comrade Xia Yu, your review has been approved. Congratulations, you are now a temporary member of the Safety Bureau. I'll report your status to Director Su shortly. As long as you avoid any major blunders in the next 3 months, you will definitely be my teammate. Thank you. Senior Hanfeng, are you from Magic City? Xia Yu's excitement was palpable, her curiosity evident as she looked at him. My company is based in Magic City, so I spend most of my time here. Can members of the Safety Bureau run their own businesses? I thought that was prohibited. Xia Yu stared at him in disbelief, suspecting he was joking. I'm an exception. You'll understand in due time. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Xia Yu. Senior, if I encounter any trouble in the future, can I call on you for assistance? Xia Yu's voice called out from behind. Lu Hanfeng turned to glance at her, nodding affirmatively. From now on, we're colleagues. Feel free to reach out anytime you need help. By noon, Lu Hanfeng had departed from the criminal police team. Lunch had been arranged by Lin Mushin at a hotel, where she invited not only Zhang Ruizhi, Lu Hanyin, and Gong Lingling, but also her friend Yuding, who sold houses. She had even sent Lu Hanfeng a message, asking him to join them for a meal before they went to view a villa in the afternoon. Upon his arrival, he found 5 women already seated in the private room. Among them was a bespectacled beauty in her 20s, undoubtedly the real estate agent, Yuding. Is this the tycoon you mentioned? Yuding asked, astonished as she scrutinized Lu Hanfeng. He bore no resemblance to a nouveau riche. However, her skepticism was swiftly countered when Zhang Ruizhi respectfully stood and addressed him as President Lu. Are you not the ones who portrayed me as a nouveau riche? Lu Hanfeng chuckled as he sat beside Lin Mushin, wrapping an arm around her waist to assert his claim. Mushin you all. Yuding's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuding, allow me to introduce my partner, Lu Hanfeng. He is the one interested in purchasing property, and the sister you just met is his employee. The entire Starlink Communications belongs to him. Well, Mushin, so you all conspired to deceive me, treating me like a fool. Didn't I invite you for a meal? Later, we'll visit the villa. If it meets your approval, we can finalize the deal today. But you must give us the most honest price. The lunch lasted over an hour. After the meal, Zhang Ruizhi returned to work, while the remaining 5 women piled into a car and headed to the western outskirts of Magic City, where a range of low-lying hills awaited. Nestled among these hills was a luxurious manor, concealed within dense foliage, obscuring its true form. This is clearly a manor. A manor in the outskirts of Magic City. How much could it possibly cost? Lin Mushin gasped, her astonishment evident. Aside from the real estate agent, Yuding, she likely understood the property's value best. The wealthy don't lack for funds. Isn't that right, President Lu? Indeed. The location is not overly remote, serene yet opulent. Let's take a look inside. If it suits us, we'll make an immediate purchase, Lu Hanfeng replied, causing Yuding's eyes to light up as she smiled broadly. She retrieved a key from her bag, unlocking the villa's entrance. Originally designed for smart facial recognition, she could only use the key since she wasn't the owner. Oh my goodness, this house is enormous and lavish. Lin Hanyin and Gong Lingling had never seen such a grand residence, their eyes unable to discern the yard's end upon entry. Isn't it true that President Lu prefers larger spaces? This was originally an illegal structure due to its excessive land use. However, the builder wielded considerable influence, securing all necessary approvals for its construction. The manor spanned over 6,000 square meters, featuring 2 swimming pools, rockeries, ornamental ponds, fountains, gardens, and a parking lot. Notably, the rear yard culminated in a hill rising 100 meters high, which had initially been part of the property but was excluded due to non-compliance with regulations. The backyard opened onto the hill, complete with climbing steps. Next came a grand introduction to the manor's main building, which exceeded 1,600 square meters. In truth, it was more akin to a castle, arguably the most opulent in Magic City. To describe this castle succinctly, it contained everything one could possibly imagine. Chapter 81, Great Tycoon. Do you still lack a concubine? Half an hour later, under the guidance of Jiang Yuding, Lu Hanfeng and his companions had thoroughly explored the magnificent estate. The astonishment on their faces was palpable. The opulence of the manor was beyond imagination. Merely the staff wages and maintenance costs would amount to several $100,000 each month. How do you find the estate? Jiang Yuding gazed at Lu Hanfeng with anticipation, but his next words sent her into a state of ecstatic joy. Can it be transferred? Of course it can be transferred, but do you not wish to inquire about the price? Please, just give me a straightforward figure, and I shall not haggle. The owner has set the price at 27 billion. If you can make a lump sum payment, there might be some room for negotiation. The owner prefers not to deal with the complications of bank loans due to the substantial amount. If you can pay in full, I can persuade the owner to consider a price of 20 billion. Haha, then it's settled at 20 billion, full payment. Miss Jiang, if you manage to negotiate it down to 20 billion, I shall gift you a red envelope of 1 million. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Jiang Yuding trembled with excitement, her delicate face glowing with delight. This deal was undoubtedly more rewarding than a decade of hard work. Jiang Yuding stepped aside to make a call, providing the three girls the opportunity to interject, still stunned by the staggering price. Brother, do you really have that much money? It feels like a dream. 20 billion. Remove the really. Ineen, just wait to move into this mansion. It's so spacious that accommodating dozens of people is effortless. Moments later, a flushed Jiang Yuding returned, her expression clearly indicating success. Lu the Great Tycoon, congratulations on becoming the owner of the most prestigious mansion in Modu. Ah, Miss Jiang, you are mistaken. It is Mu Shan who will be the owner. The transfer will be made in her name. What? Jiang Yuding gasped, her eyes wide as she turned to look at the smiling Lin Mushin in astonishment. Lu the Great Tycoon, do you still need a concubine? I can be that for you. Jiang Yuding puffed out her chest, showcasing her alluring figure. Unfortunately, Lu Hanfeng merely cast a casual glance. Having already witnessed the perfection of Xia Yuyu's form, which seemed unmatched. Jiang Yuding, you flirt. He is my man. Lin Mushin playfully quipped, leading to a light-hearted scuffle between the two girls. Meanwhile, Gong Lingling had also contemplated making a similar remark. Lu Hanfeng, however, took his sister aside, solemnly producing a vial of gene-repairing serum. Ineen, your leg has always been a wound in my heart. This serum can restore it to normal. Once your leg is healed, I will take you to seek justice for our mother. Is it Gong Yuding? Lu Chan questioned softly, already suspecting the truth. Her brother's words only confirmed her long-held suspicions. Without hesitation, she rolled up her sleeve, allowing him to administer the serum. Watching the milky liquid disappear into her arm, Lu Hanfeng felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. In half an hour, your body will begin to warm up, and this sensation will last for a day. After that, you shall return to normal, and even better than before. After providing his sister with instructions, Lu Hanfeng departed, knowing he need not be present for the property transfer. In Hongdao City, the precision machinery was operating smoothly, with several large factories running at full capacity to produce robots and intelligent mechanical arms. The addition of hydrogen fuel cells greatly accelerated the development of Lu Hanfeng's mechanical empire. Du Yuangang, having matured significantly following the recent events involving friends and family, treated everyone who came to work equally, showing no leniency for mistakes, which transformed the atmosphere of the factory. Standing at an assembly station, Lu Hanfeng and Du Yuangang watched as a multitude of parts gradually formed into a humanoid robot, reminiscent of the legendary Nuwa creating humanity. Old 4, do you not feel this robot is different from the previous ones? Du Yuangang remarked, tapping on the completed robot, which had a feminine appearance but seemed to possess more components than before. This is my production of an intelligent life assistant robot. It is capable of fulfilling roles such as secretary, driver, bodyguard, cleaner, chef, and servant. I have acquired a spacious property in Modu, where these robots will serve as domestic helpers. As soon as Lu Hanfeng finished speaking, one of the robots entered carrying a box, retrieving silicone skin from within and seamlessly applying it to the newly created robot. Within a minute, a stunning short-haired robot maid stood before them. Wow, this is like a living transformation. Old 4, can I have one of these too? Du Yuangang grinned. leaning in closer as if to intimidate Lu Hanfeng into acquiescence. Fine, I will have another one made for you to take home later. By the way, brother gang, have you won over Ping? Hee hee, the League of Legends has already captured the high ground, leaving only the fountain to conquer. Victory is within reach. Dude, you are impressive. Have you forgotten who I am? In those days. Stop right there. Back then, you were single throughout college, while I at least had one relationship. Do you not understand the principle of not exposing each other's shortcomings while chatting? By the way, old four, I saw your ex-girlfriend's message in the group recently. She even inquired about you. It seems she still has lingering feelings. Since you are still single, why not reach out to her? The esteemed Yu de Xiaohua is returning to the country soon after 3 years of study abroad and is now a highly accomplished master's graduate. Yu Chuyan. Du Yuengong's words thrust Lu Hanfeng into a whirlpool of memories, conjuring the image of a breathtaking beauty. His relationship with Yu Chuyan had been serendipitous. Though Lu Hanfeng was somewhat attractive, he was not particularly outstanding in university, especially given his humble background, which lacked any qualities to draw admiration. Their romance blossomed through a classic tale of heroism, when the beautiful and innocent Yu Chuyan found herself cornered by thugs at the school gate. Lu Hanfeng, returning from a part-time job, recognized her and impulsively rushed to her aid. The outcome was that he was severely beaten, yet he managed to hold off the 4 thugs long enough for Yu Chuyan to escape. She returned to the school and summoned dozens of boys. But by the time they arrived, the thugs had fled, leaving Lu Hanfeng unconscious in a pool of blood. For his bravery, Lu Hanfeng was honored as an outstanding youth by the school, and he captured the interest of Yu Chuyan, who would visit him daily in the hospital with lovingly prepared meals. Their bond flourished during this time. Regrettably, sweet first loves rarely culminate in perfect endings. Yu Chuyan hailed from an illustrious family, far beyond Lu Hanfeng's humble upbringing. Upon discovering their relationship, her parents intervened and arranged for her to study abroad. Thus, their romance came to an end, limited to innocent hand-holding and kisses, never progressing to a more intimate level. Chapter 82. The Theft of Treasures. As the esteemed Y University beauty prepares to return to the country, our class committee has been quite active in the group chat, likely still reminiscing about your former girlfriend. They propose organizing a welcome gathering for the charming Y, inviting all classmates to participate in a reunion in the enchanting city of magic. The class committee even mentioned that they would cover all expenses, including transportation costs. Demonstrating their commitment, LHNF Ing initially believed he had misheard, gazing in astonishment at the loquacious Du Ing. What's the matter, old four? Do you not know that magic is my stronghold? I just mentioned that I have acquired property there. How fortuitous. Both the class committee and Y are from magic, presenting an opportunity for you. Our motto is to outshine the committee and win over Y. Let it go. Times have changed, and so have people. I now have a girlfriend, and I've left the class group. Some things are better left in the past. LHNF Ing chuckled as he turned to depart. Behind him, Du Ing wore a peculiar smile, pulling out his phone to send a message, noting Y's name in his contacts. LHNF Ing was fiercely determined to advance technology, fearing that if others were to gain the upper hand, all his efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, XND was successfully gathering supplies, and once the first batch arrived at the island, his base would enter a period of rapid development. Hovering above the island base, LHNF Ing's attention was drawn to an unusual sight in the forest below. A colossal group of gorillas stood in silent formation, engrossed in a projection of an educational program from the Dragon Kingdom, which showcased its economic development and cultural geography. These gorillas, with their fearsome visages and imposing stature, some towering over 3 meters, resembled prehistoric behemoths. Occasionally, one could be heard uttering a syllable, and LHNF Ing distinctly caught a gorilla calling out for its mother in the dragon language. What a remarkable assembly of sentient beings. If word of this were to leak, it would surely astonish the entire world. Experiments with gorillas were being conducted globally. Their inability to speak stemmed from a lack of neural pathways for language. However, the genetically evolved gorillas had rectified this deficiency, enabling them to articulate words. Presently, their intelligence matched that of a young human, and their ability to communicate was nearly on par with that of ordinary humans, lacking only the infusion of civilization. KSH's method of teaching through television proved to be the most effective and simplistic educational approach. Once these guerrillas stabilized, a little guidance from her would transform them into the most loyal subordinates of the island base. Departing the guerrilla colony, Lu arrived at the mechanical construction factory, where a magnificent mechanical octopus was nearing completion. Before him lay an enormous octopus, its head the size of a truck, with tentacles of varying lengths adorned with the sheen of nanoalloy. Master, the deep-sea behemoth is complete. Shall we proceed with the first mission? KSH's voice resonated, and Lu nodded eagerly, his gaze fixed on the colossal creation. In the next moment, the octopus's tentacles moved, rising to its full height, dwarfing Lu, who stood at 1.8 meters, rendering him as insignificant as an ant. With a few strides, the mechanical marvel traversed several kilometers, vanishing beneath the waves. Under the sea, the octopus swiftly navigated the ocean floor, its head leading the way, followed by a procession of tentacles that propelled it forward like a rocket. After more than 2 hours, it emerged in the international waters outside the Dragon Kingdom, precisely where the Mira aircraft carrier had sunk. After weeks of settling, the incident surrounding the Mira had lost its fervor, a result of deliberate suppression by the United States. The aftermath of the Mira incident held no relevance for Lu. However, it was destined to re-emerge in a new form. Now lying on the ocean floor, the once magnificent Mira, valued at a staggering $70 billion, resembled a sunken treasure. A gargantuan shadow approached, revealing itself to be the immense octopus. Its hundreds of meters long tentacles coiling around the Mira, slowly maneuvering it through the depths. Initially, its movement was sluggish, but it soon accelerated, stirring the Pacific seabed into a frenzy, causing waves to rise and prompting even the mightiest blue whales to flee in terror. Upon learning that the deep-sea beast was heading towards the island with the Mira in tow, Lu ceased to concern himself with the matter, confident that when he next beheld the Mira, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire Blue Star. However, just as everything seemed to be progressing according to Lu's plans, a disheartening piece of news shattered his mood. The treasures he had salvaged alongside Yulnjuin had been stolen, and not a single piece remained. It was a staggering loss, amounting to no less than 100 billion in potential profit. Lu's expression darkened as he faced the anxious Yulnjuin, forcing himself to temper his anger and offer her reassurance. Do not worry, Lingyuan. Let us discuss this further when I arrive. As he hurried towards Xinjiang, Lu speculated on the cause of the theft. The trio of successful salvages had surely drawn the envy of many, especially after the last incident involving numerous salvage vessels. Upon his arrival at the Yu family's auction house warehouse, where valuable auction items were typically stored under stringent security, he was appalled to discover that their entire cash had been stolen, along with numerous other auction items. If not handled properly, this incident could lead to the entire Yu family facing bankruptcy. Yulnjuin, upon seeing Lu, could not contain her tears, which fell like rain. Contrary to her expectations of a tempestuous reaction, Lu merely wiped her tears away gently, offering soft words of comfort. I am sorry, Hnfing. The treasures from the previous 2 auctions, along with everything salvaged this time, are all gone. At least 200 billion worth of treasures, she sobbed. Lingyuan, do not cry. We can retrieve them. It is not insurmountable. I have my methods. Do you truly believe we can recover them? Yulnjuin looked up in surprise at the man before her. Absolutely. Rest assured, Lingyuan. Lu relaxed demeanor instilled great confidence in her. Just as Ing approached with a group of people. Ing, this time it is my family's fault. I have contacted the police in Xinjiang, and they are vigorously searching the entire area, leaving no stone unturned to recover the stolen treasures. Do not worry. Uncle Yu, I believe that these items will return to me in no time. After Ing introduced the group, Lu learned that they were all members of the Yu family, particularly the elder at the forefront, who was Yulnjuin's grandfather, and the true authority of the Yu clan. Young man, you possess remarkable composure. Anyone else would be in disarray after losing such treasures. Rest assured, since the items were lost within my family's premises, we shall bear all responsibility. If they are recovered, splendid. If not, my family will compensate you at full value, even if it means sacrificing our entire fortune. The elder's words moved Lu Hanfeng deeply. After all, the amount was over 200 billion. The Yu family might indeed have to liquidate assets to amass such cash flow. Your words are overly kind, elder. I trust that the police in Xiangji will surely recover my lost items. Chapter 83. The intruder within Lu Hanfeng naturally would not place all his hopes on the police of Xiangjiang. Such a premeditated large-scale theft must have been meticulously planned by the perpetrators. He had examined the crime scene, which was indeed impeccable, leaving no opportunity for an attempt. The security here was not only extensive but also equipped with various high-tech security devices. Yet, amidst such stringent protection, those treasures had vanished without a trace. During the theft, all surveillance cameras were sabotaged and security personnel were incapacitated by tranquilizer darts. Furthermore, the infrared security system was disabled, failing to trigger any alarms. To be frank, I was quite perplexed. Even if I attempted the theft myself, it would be impossible to execute it so flawlessly. Sister Lingyuan, are you suggesting? I suspect those security personnel were bribed and colluded with outsiders to carry out the theft. Or perhaps this was an internal affair orchestrated by members of the Yu family. Do you have any suspects, Sister Lingyuan? Lu Hanfeng asked, his expression grave as he glanced at the busy members of the Yu family in the distance. Pulling Yu Lingyuan to a secluded spot. There are a few suspicious candidates. My second uncle Yu Jiatong, my cousin Yu Heshuan, and my maternal uncle Li Dong, along with the Shangshan auction house. They are all key suspects. Lu Hanfeng nodded. Having identified potential targets made the situation considerably more manageable. His thoughts raced, and he instructed Kasha to monitor all members of the Yu family alongside the security personnel. Kasha, an advanced AI developed by a level 3 civilization, wielded unparalleled prowess over the networks of this world, akin to a technological dimension reduction. In an instant, all pertinent information regarding these individuals, including bank details and communication records, was retrieved. The sheer volume of data would take an individual months to sift through, yet Kasha required only a second to extract valuable insights. After repeated calculations and filtering, Kasha reached a conclusion in less than 3 seconds. Master, I have infiltrated Xiangjiang's traffic system and retrieved information on suspicious vehicles. By correlating the communication records of Yu Jiatong, Yu Heshuan, and Li Dong, I have pinpointed the masterminds behind this theft, as Miss Yu Lingyuan suggested. These three have no ties to the Shangshan auction house. Furthermore, all security personnel were coerced into compliance. If they refused, they would be ostracized. The security staff merely needed to feign a charade of suffering to receive substantial compensation. Although the 3 cargo trucks were not captured by the warehouse's surveillance, nearby road cameras provided critical information. After calculating their routes, I determined that the trucks, after executing the theft, were parked and unloaded at Yu Jiatong's villa. The disguised license plates have yet to reappear in the surveillance system, likely having been driven into the sea. Lu Hanfeng had always known of Kasha and Appo's formidable capabilities, but he was astounded by her ability to unearth every trace existing on the internet. This was undoubtedly a meticulously planned heist. Yet it had been laid bare within mere seconds by Kasha's probing. He regarded the seemingly indifferent Yu Jiatong and his son in the distance with a bemused expression. It was a pity they were not performing on stage. What's wrong, Hanfeng? Yu Lingyuan inquired, noticing his peculiar demeanor. As the saying goes, no matter how many defenses are in place, the most challenging to guard against are the intruders within. Your family is facing a thief from within. How could a vault possibly withstand such treachery? Do you have evidence? Indeed, the stolen goods are currently within your second uncle's villa. The police, no matter how capable, cannot search your uncle's residence, so it is unlikely these treasures will ever be found. Regrettably, your uncle and his son have underestimated me. Scoundrel! Upon hearing Lu Hanfeng's account, Yu Lingyuan erupted in fury, dragging him before her grandfather. Grandfather, there is no need to trouble the police any further. I have located the stolen items. They are at my second uncle's villa. This entire affair was orchestrated by my second uncle and his son in collusion with my uncle Li Dong. Yu Lingyuan's declaration detonated like a bomb, leaving the members of the Yu family, especially her uncle Yu Jiatong and cousin Yu Heshuan, aghast. In the next moment, Yu Jiatong leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Lingyuan, exclaiming, "You insane girl, what nonsense are you spouting? I am your uncle, a direct descendant of the Yu family. How dare you utter such words? If you dare to act, why should I not dare to speak?" Yu Heshuan had approached me multiple times, seeking partnership in salvage operations. Do you truly believe anyone can operate a salvage vessel? It was only due to Lu Hanfeng's goodwill that I received a mere 20% profit. The salvage work was solely conducted by Lu Hanfeng. I only provided manpower to facilitate the sale of those treasures. When you realized there was no profit to be made, you colluded with Li Dong to forcibly bribe all the security personnel at the warehouse, then transported all the treasures to your villa. The vehicles used for transportation were driven into the sea for disposal. You thought your scheme was foolproof, yet in Lu Hanfeng's eyes, it is nothing short of a farce. He uncovered all the evidence within mere seconds. Yu Jiatong trembled in fear, stepping back, while Yu Heshuan was visibly shaken, as if struck by an electric shock. The elder Yu and other family members wore expressions as grim as a pot's bottom. As seasoned businessmen, they could hardly be oblivious to the implications. Everyone rushed to the second uncle's villa. The elder Yu uttered a single sentence before being assisted into a vehicle by two young men. Yu Jiatong shouted in protest from behind, but no one heeded his cries. Yu Jiaqing nodded at Lu Hanfeng before climbing into a car and departing. "Hanfeng, we should also go," Yu Lingyuan urged, as she pulled Lu Hanfeng into her Ferrari, trailing the convoy ahead, leaving behind the defeated Yu Jiatong and his son. Lu Hanfeng did not intend to meddle in this affair. After all, it was a family matter of the Yu clan. As long as his interests were not harmed, he would remain uninvolved. On the way, the elder Yu swiftly sealed the matter. Yu Lingyuan received a call instructing her not to disclose the incident. Lu Hanfeng, seated in the passenger seat, furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. "Sister Lingyuan, how do you think the elder will handle this situation?" "Given the character of scoundrels like my second uncle and Yu Heshuan, grandfather will undoubtedly confiscate all their shares in the company, sever ties, and cast them out of the family. These two rascals have infringed upon everyone's interests. They not only stole your possessions, but also plundered treasures belonging to other clients. If it were not for you, the Yu family would likely have suffered a significant collapse." Yu Lingyuan exclaimed indignantly, yet failed to notice Lu Hanfeng's contemplative expression. "Sister Lingyuan, perhaps events may not unfold as you envision. You have discerned the facts but overlooked human nature, which is the most difficult to fathom." The driver, Yu Lingyuan, momentarily paused, realizing her earlier anger had clouded her judgment. Given her grandfather's nature, it was indeed plausible he might spare those two. A large group made their way to Yu Jiatong's residence, only to find that the usual crowd had vanished, leaving only a few direct descendants of the Yu family present. Chapter 84. The artifact of deception. The Villa of the Moon family is not far from the sea, and beneath it lies a vast wine cellar. However, the cellar has been entirely emptied, transformed into treasures of immeasurable worth, including jewels, porcelain, and paintings. The situation has become clear, yet the outcome has taken everyone by surprise. The elder of the Moon family approached Lu Hanfeng to apologize, promising that he would not take a commission from this batch of treasures, only requesting secrecy regarding the matter. Lu Hanfeng, with a calm expression, nodded in agreement, having anticipated this outcome during his journey. Yu Lingyuan's father, Yu Jiaqing, also reluctantly agreed, while only Yu Lingyuan wore an expression of disbelief. She wished to confront her grandfather, yet her father forcibly brought her before Lu Hanfeng. "Hanfeng, I leave Lingyuan in your care. Uncle, rest assured, Sister Lingyuan will be safe. We shall return home now." Lu Hanfeng half embraced, half dragged Yu Lingyuan into the car. Why? Why did Grandpa do this? Those two scoundrels stole over 2 billion in valuables. Sister Lingyuan, one is his own son, the other his own grandson. This is not difficult to understand. It's akin to when you get into a fight at school. Regardless of right or wrong, your parents will unconsciously lean towards you. Yu Lingyuan returned home in a daze, realizing that this was a lesson she must comprehend on her own, and Lu Hanfeng refrained from further persuasion. The following day, Yu Jiaqing recounted the subsequent developments to Yu Lingyuan, and indeed, nothing surpassed Lu Hanfeng's expectations. The elder of the Moon family merely imposed restrictions on Yu Jiaqing and his son, forbidding them from meddling in any company affairs, a punishment that was more of a mere slap on the wrist. At noon, Lu Hanfeng took a downcast Yu Lingyuan for a stroll through the shopping streets of Xiangjiang, eventually dining at a century-old restaurant. To their astonishment, they encountered Yu Jiaqing, Yu Heshuan, and Li Dong, who had come to dine together. The serendipitous encounter prompted Lu Hanfeng to exclaim about the narrowness of fate. Yu Jiaqing felt awkward upon seeing his niece, yet Yu Heshuan and Li Dong shamelessly taunted Yu Lingyuan. "My dear sister, you were fortunate this time. Otherwise, you would have to sell yourself to compensate for all those lost items." Humph. Do you think that by associating with this mainlander, you can rise above the Moon family? Naive. You are ultimately a woman, destined to marry and be seen as a burden. Can't you see your grandfather's intentions? You have always been an outsider in the Moon family. Dear niece, next time you go to sea, don't forget to inform me. Ha ha ha. The two laughed heartily as they entered the restaurant, leaving Yu Lingyuan trembling with anger, unable to utter a word as she pointed at their retreating figures. She buried her face in Lu Hanfeng's shoulder and wept. "Sister Lingyuan, do not cry. Watch as I take my revenge." Lu Hanfeng suppressed his fury, his gaze icy as he watched the trio depart. He extended his finger, and a bee landed delicately on it, a miraculous sight that instantly captured Yu Lingyuan's attention. "Humph, dare to bully my woman. You are in for a misfortune, for my artifact of deception has just emerged." As Lu Hanfeng's words fell, the bee flew in a graceful arc towards the trio, stinging them on their necks. The three, stung by the bee, erupted in furious exclamations as they dashed into the restaurant. Observing the bee return to his hand, Yu Lingyuan stared in disbelief. "Hanfeng, what is this?" "A nanostructured high-tech robot. This bee carries a genetic virus. Those it stings will begin to itch from the bite, and the itch will progressively spread throughout their bodies. Modern medical practices can only alleviate the itch but cannot eradicate it. For the next 6 months, they will endure relentless torment, scratching their skin until it becomes raw and bleeds. This condition will persist until the virus naturally dissipates after several generations. For half a year, they will find no comfort in food or sleep, living in immense agony. While it won't claim their lives, it will surely take a toll on their vitality. In just 3 days, they will become unrecognizable." Yu Lingyuan was left speechless, her mouth agape in shock. "He, Sister Lingyuan, let us not leave just yet. Soon they will be unable to eat. The virus has already taken effect, and we shall stand at the entrance to vent your frustrations." "Hanfeng, are you serious? We shall soon find out." With a mysterious smile, Lu Hanfeng led Yu Lingyuan to a long bench at the entrance. After a tense wait of several minutes, the three finally burst out of the restaurant, frantically scratching their necks, which were visibly covered in red welts. "Heavens, it's true." Yu Lingyuan gazed in astonishment as they rushed to their respective vehicles, a look of schadenfreude spreading across her face. "Sister Lingyuan, do you feel vindicated?" He. "Indeed. It is quite satisfying." "Hanfeng, you truly are wicked, but I like it. The real satisfaction is yet to come. Sister Lingyuan, whenever you feel upset, just bring 2 pounds of fruit to visit them, and I guarantee your mood will improve instantly." Laughter erupted as Yu Lingyuan nestled in Lu Hanfeng's embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. Preparing to visit Beijing and spend time with Nangong Yueying, Yu Lingyuan packed her bags, knowing that both of them had no plans to venture out to sea again. Their previous excursions had yielded immense rewards, drawing envious gazes from many, making restraint all the more necessary. On the airplane, Lu Hanfeng sought to engage Yu Lingyuan in conversation to distract her from her familial troubles. In a family that favored sons over daughters, she likely felt that only her parents truly cared for her, while others viewed her merely as a bride-to-be. It was only now that she began to recognize this harsh reality. "Sister Lingyuan, Would you be interested in establishing your own business? As the plane took off, Lu Hanfeng glanced at the cargo ships on the sea below, a spark igniting a business idea within him. Given the current market environment, where old powers monopolize trade, every business seemed challenging to pursue. Yu Lingyuan displayed little interest in his proposal. My venture will undoubtedly be unique. With me backing you, what do you have to fear? I shall transform you into the queen of Xiangjiang's business world, making everyone look up to you in admiration. Oh, what kind of business are you referring to? Yu Lingyuan's eyes brightened with curiosity. The freight industry. The freight business is dominated by old families that have been in the game for decades. As a newcomer, I fear I would lose my investment within days. Sister Lingyuan, just hear me out. My company is producing flying cars. Once they hit the market, we will also launch flying freight vehicles, completely reshaping the freight industry. Imagine the same transportation, but with a speed hundreds or thousands of times faster and at a lower cost. Would merchants choose you or those old cargo ships? Flying freight vehicles? Hanfeng, are you spinning a science fiction tale? I can believe cars can fly, but freight trucks carry heavy loads. Given the current air freight costs, it's nearly impossible to succeed. Do not be hasty. You will see soon enough. The flying car will be launched in the coming days, and shortly thereafter, news of the flying freight vehicle will emerge. It may be premature to discuss this now, but once flying cars are embraced by the public, the freight vehicles will naturally follow suit. Chapter 85. The lithography machine exhibition at the airport. Nangong Yueying warmly welcomed Yu Lingyuan, and the two embraced excitedly, jumping with joy. However, Nangong Yueying's demeanor towards Lu Hanfeng was far less amiable, her eyes narrowing into a fierce glare whenever she caught sight of him. Brother Hanfeng, what did you do to upset little Yu? You haven't forced her into a corner, have you? Yu Lingyuan's words rendered the two of them utterly awkward. Lu Hanfeng blanched, nearly sputtering out the drink in his mouth, while Nangong Yueying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully pinched Yu Lingyuan's arm. Little aunt, why do you say everything? This scoundrel Lu Hanfeng is beyond redemption. I shall ignore him from now on. What on earth happened? Please, do share, Yu Lingyuan pressed, her curiosity piqued. The two women engaged in playful banter for a while, whispering to each other, with Yu Lingyuan occasionally glancing back at Lu Hanfeng, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Brother Hanfeng, you sly one. Who would have thought you'd encounter a romantic interest while abroad? So, how does it feel to be with such a stunning beauty? I am nowhere near your level, Sister Lingyuan. You remain the epitome of allure and grace, Lu Hanfeng responded, feeling somewhat guilty, trying to flatter her. However, Nangong Yueying's eyes widened in shock, darting between Yu Lingyuan in the passenger seat and Lu Hanfeng in the back. Little aunt, you two are together? Little Yu is 30 this year. Is it so unusual for her to seek companionship? Brother Hanfeng is handsome and capable. It's only natural for sparks of romance to fly between us. Little aunt, why are you saying this? Nangong Yueying's eyes brimmed with tears, and she pulled the car over, looking sadly at Yu Lingyuan. Why the long face, little Yu? Shouldn't you be happy for me? Am I stealing your man? Yu Lingyuan remarked playfully, her gaze teasing. Little aunt, you are being ridiculous. It's just, I simply can't accept it right now. Little Yu, you know I am a staunch advocate for remaining unmarried. Playing together is fine, but asking me to live a life of domesticity like those women is akin to a death sentence. If you truly like Lu Hanfeng, go ahead and pursue it without hesitation. I wouldn't mind. If you two end up together, we would truly be one big family. Little aunt, you are going too far. I am ignoring you now. Nangong Yueying, blushing fiercely, pressed the accelerator, speeding back onto the road, while Lu Hanfeng sat in the back, his thoughts drifting to delightful fantasies. The two women could talk endlessly, leaving Lu Hanfeng unable to interject, prompting him to slip away under the pretense of needing an excuse. Recently, a news conference from the Dragon Country had sent shockwaves across the globe, revealing unprecedented advancements in lithography machines, which had long been restricted by Western nations. At the conference, the Dragon Country officials presented a video showcasing the finished product of their EUV 1nm lithography machine, announcing that they could now produce 1nm chips independently. with nationwide mass production expected within a year. The news reverberated globally, provoking skepticism from many, particularly from the Netherlands and the United States, who possessed high-end lithography technology. They vehemently accused the Dragon country of fabricating lies, claiming that their technological capabilities could not possibly yield a 1-nanometer lithography machine. In response, the Dragon country officials withheld comment, which only intensified the Western nations' criticisms, leading to widespread disbelief. However, as the situation escalated, the Dragon country officials dropped another bombshell. In light of the skepticism surrounding our 1-nanometer lithography machine, we invite representatives from various countries, along with elite business figures, to attend our EUV 1-nanometer lithography machine exhibition. At the event, our machine will produce 1-nanometer chips on site, which will be given as souvenirs to all guests. This announcement sent shockwaves through the world, silencing doubts and criticisms as anticipation mounted for the event. Even Lu Hanfeng received an invitation, initially reluctant to attend such gatherings filled with intrigue and competition. He changed his mind upon receiving a call from Lin Mushin, a notion of seizing an opportunity blossoming within him. 3 days later, representatives from nations across the globe converged in the capital city, with Lu Hanfeng and Lin Mushin making their way there. Throughout the journey, Lin Mushin radiated excitement and enthusiasm. Her gaze towards Lu Hanfeng filled with admiration and infatuation, reminiscent of a young girl in love. The lithography machine exhibition was held at the Science Museum in the capital, which was bustling with crowds, a significant portion of which were foreigners. Besides the international guests, the remaining attendees comprised elite figures from the Dragon country's business sector, any one of whom could be deemed a prominent figure in the domestic arena. As Lu Hanfeng guided Lin Mushin through the throngs of people, the exhibition area for the lithography machine was still under wraps, shrouded in secrecy. Not far from the lithography machine, a separate booth had been set up, equally concealed, adding an air of mystery. Hanfeng, we are in the presence of representatives from nations worldwide and top-tier business leaders. I can't help but feel uneasy, Lin Mushin admitted, her heart racing as she gazed at the esteemed figures she had only seen on screens, uncertain about Lu Hanfeng's plans for the day. Don't underestimate yourself, Mushin. The way you see them now is with admiration. After today, their gaze will be transformed. You will emerge as the queen of business at the pinnacle of the Dragon country, and all the big shots will have to heed your influence, Lu Hanfeng reassured her. At 10 in the morning, the exhibition commenced. Accompanied by stirring music, the curtain concealing the lithography machine was drawn back, revealing a sci-fi marvel the size of a van to the audience's astonishment. The venue erupted with excitement as everyone craned their necks to take in the intricate machine, a testament to the highest technological achievements of the Blue Planet. A spokesperson approached the podium in front of the lithography machine, beaming with confidence, ready to address the gathered journalists. I am Bai Kanan, the spokesperson for this lithography machine exhibition. First, I would like to thank everyone for attending our Dragon Country EUV 1-nanometer lithography machine exhibition. The magnificent machine behind me is the product of our nation's collective efforts in research and development. In response to the skepticism surrounding our capabilities, we, the Dragon Country, are here to demonstrate that we too can produce cutting-edge lithography machines. It has been decided by our nation's leaders that 1-nanometer lithography machines will be made widely available across all high-end electronic chip industries within the next year. Now, we open the floor for questions. Feel free to ask, Bai Kanan concluded. As soon as he finished, chaos erupted as journalists clamored to pose their inquiries, the atmosphere turning chaotic. Everyone, let me select the questioners. Otherwise, we will waste everyone's time, Bai Kanan remarked, frowning as he gestured to a foreign journalist in the front row. Chapter 86. Chang'e ascends to the moon. Greetings, Mr. Bai. A moment ago, news emerged from the Netherlands regarding the theft of their latest scientific achievement, a 1-nanometer lithography machine. Might I inquire if the machine before us is indeed the one that was stolen? The question posed by the journalist cast an immediate hush over the entire venue, as foreign reporters hastily raised their cameras and microphones. Well, our lithography machine is the result of relentless efforts by the scientific team of the Dragon Nation. Its design diverges significantly from any lithography machine currently available on the market. Should any nation have objections regarding our lithography machine, let them confront us before the entire global audience. They may present the design blueprints of the missing machine, and we shall open our machine's casing for comparison. If the structures are identical, we shall destroy our lithography machine on the spot. If they differ, that nation must bear the consequences of its claims. Do you truly believe we have only this one lithography machine? Within a month, our Dragon Nation will manufacture 30 identical machines. Which country has lost 30 lithography machines? Mr. Buchanan's words resonated powerfully, imbued with confidence and dignity. Though his voice was not loud, the authority in his speech was more impactful than any boisterous outburst, rendering the Dutch journalist speechless. Mr. Bai, may I ask if you have illicitly acquired and modified the blueprints of the Dutch lithography machine? If so, the AS company in the Netherlands would be unable to confront you, even if they possessed the original blueprints, wouldn't they? Humph. Who decreed that only your nation could develop such cutting-edge technology? Science is the collective wisdom of humanity. After all our years of hard work, do we not deserve a return? I believe that every nation has the right to advance technological progress. Our Dragon Nation has not only developed this epoch-making 1-nanometer lithography machine, but we also have even more advanced technologies to showcase shortly. We do not engage in exaggeration. We shall let our achievements speak for themselves, demonstrating that our technology is on par with any other nation. As soon as Buchanan finished speaking, another journalist stood up to ask, Mr. Bai, what specifically do you mean by even more advanced technology? I can only reveal a hint. The technological product to be unveiled shortly is the result of research by a private enterprise in our Dragon Nation. The rest will be disclosed in due time. For now, we are at the exhibition of our lithography machine. Mr. Bai, will your lithography machines be exported to all nations on Blue Star? That is a good question. Having just introduced our 1-nanometer lithography machine, we will naturally prioritize meeting the needs of our own country before considering exports to others. But Mr. Bai, did you not say that technology is the collective achievement of all humanity? Are you not contradicting yourself? My friend, when you utter such words, perhaps you should first persuade the United States and the Netherlands to share their lithography technology with all of humanity. Our Dragon Nation has been restricted in chip technology for many years, and now that we have finally achieved success, it is only natural that we prioritize the development of our own nation. Science knows no borders, but technological achievements do have their limits. Good. Just as the foreign reporters prepared to speak again, the attendees from the Dragon Nation, invigorated by Buchanan's words, could not contain their enthusiasm and began to cheer and applaud. All right, my dear journalist friend, please take your seat. Next, Buchanan was evidently a spokesperson specially designated by the state for such occasions. How could he be flustered by simple questions? He adeptly navigated the sharp inquiries from foreign journalists with calm composure. At the back of the crowd, Lu Hanfeng noted that the time was ripe and exchanged a glance with Lin Mushin, who nodded and vanished into the throng. The lithography machine on stage began to hum to life, and as staff members introduced various materials, a cascade of violet light emanated from the machine. Transparent crystalline blocks, distinct from current market chips, began to emerge. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1-nanometer chip produced by our Dragon Nation's EUV lithography machine. This particular chip serves as the SIM card for interstellar communication. Simply insert it into your mobile device, and you will obtain a phone card that has reception anywhere in the world. This phone card is our gift to you, a token of appreciation. Each of you may collect one from the staff. In the distance, Lu Hanfeng wore a faint smile, having specifically requested this generous gesture. The lithography machine on stage was also his creation, designed to secure this opportunity for visibility. Otherwise, with the nation's scientific capabilities, converting those materials into tangible products would take an indeterminate amount of time. Curious about the other technological achievement? Please direct your attention to the exhibition stand across the room. With that, Buchanan turned and departed, while the gaze of 1,000 attendees immediately fixed upon a stunning woman standing elegantly in front of a covered object at the display. Once the crowd gathered, Lin Mushin took up the microphone and began to address the audience. Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Lu Hanfeng, the president of Interstellar Automotive Company. You may not be familiar with our company, so to save time, I will briefly introduce it. Interstellar Company specializes in high-tech innovations, including precision machinery, automotive technology, hydrogen energy batteries, and the well-known Interstellar Communications Company. Today, we will unveil the first technological achievement of Interstellar Automotive. Chang'e ascends to the moon. Please take a look. As Lu Hanfeng concluded her introduction, a tall woman with short hair stepped forward, unveiling a peculiar vehicle that emerged before everyone. It was a car of a surreal, sci-fi design, shaped like an elongated egg without wheels, resting on a flat base, its streamlined body exuding an aura of futuristic elegance. What is this contraption? Good heavens! Are you jesting? Where are the wheels? Is it supposed to be a flying car? Yet there are no propellers. The audience erupted with numerous skeptical remarks, many casting amused glances at Lu Hanfeng on stage. Taking a deep breath, Lu Hanfeng faced the crowd once more with a radiant smile. Products from Interstellar are undeniably top tier. Each technological achievement from our company is designed to revolutionize a particular industry. You may be wondering why this Chang'e ascends to the moon lacks wheels. The answer is that it is a high-tech anti-gravity flying car, also referred to as an aerial vehicle. Boom. The venue erupted into a frenzy, as countless journalists raised their cameras to capture videos. The official technology exhibition of the Dragon Nation now featured a revolutionary anti-gravity flying car. What could this possibly mean? I understand that many of you have numerous questions, but please allow me to present our Chang'e ascends to the moon before we open the floor for inquiries. Lu Hanfeng extended her hand toward the vehicle, and suddenly, the car's lights illuminated brilliantly. A metallic sculpture of Chang'e emerged from the front of the vehicle, its eyes scanning Lu Hanfeng with a radiant beam of light. Esteemed Ms. Lu Hanfeng, the Chang'e ascends to the Moon 001 anti-gravity flying car has recognized its owner. Chang'e, start the vehicle. At Lu Hanfeng's command, the car slowly levitated before the astonished eyes of the over 1,000 attendees, hovering approximately 30 centimeters above the ground, utterly silent. Open the doors. The vehicle's scissor doors gracefully ascended, revealing a future-forward, sci-fi interior that captivated the audience as it rotated, allowing every angle to appreciate its internal structure. Chapter 87. The precursor to the interstellar era. How could this be possible? It soared without propellers, without engines, and without a whisper of sound. My goodness. And inside, there was no control panel. How could the space within be so remarkably spacious? This diminutive vehicle had 6 seats. The venue erupted with astonished murmurs, and Lu Hanfeng looked on with satisfaction at the effect she had created, her gaze locking with that of a man in the distance, confidence radiating from her visage. Everyone witnessed the Chang'e moon-chasing flying car take off powered by an anti-gravity device, featuring an autonomous driving system with artificial intelligence and equipped with our latest semi-permanent hydrogen crystal energy technology, allowing for indefinite operation without the need for fuel or electricity. It could transport you to the heavens to gaze at stars and moons, traverse towering skyscrapers, ascend formidable mountains, explore the vastness of the ocean, and admire secluded forests. With this innovation, your life would be nothing short of perfection. Such possibilities once resided solely in the realm of fantasy, but now, we, the Interstellar Company, have brought them into reality. As Lu Hanfeng concluded her speech, the flying car levitated once more, soaring several meters above the crowd, a sight that left onlookers utterly speechless. The car would then circle the venue, allowing everyone to admire it up close. It was now time for questions, and Lu Hanfeng gestured towards a TV news reporter in the audience, who stood up with palpable excitement. Ms. Lin, what is the purpose of this exhibition? Naturally, the goal is to sell cars, as we are an automotive company. So this flying car can be mass-produced? The reporter's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, in 3 days, our official website will open for pre-orders, allowing everyone to customize their preferred model of the flying car. Customers who place pre-orders will receive their vehicles within a week to a month at the latest. Ms. Lin, what are the performance capabilities of the interstellar flying car? Excellent question. Allow me to elaborate on the performance of the Chang'e moon chasing. Its maximum speed can reach subsonic levels, approaching 1 Mach. It can transport you anywhere at remarkable speed, effortlessly navigating any terrain, be it mountains, lakes, or wilderness. Our calculations show that the journey from Hong Kong to the northernmost point of our nation, over 3,000 kilometers, can be accomplished in just 3 hours. Wow, that is truly magnificent. With the launch of this flying car, who would still choose to fly commercially? Lin Mushin raised her hand, signaling for quiet, before calling on another reporter. Miss Lin, is this flying car prohibitively expensive, intended only for the wealthy elite? Haha. I can assure everyone that our clientele encompasses all ordinary individuals. The Chang'e moon chasing is available in 4 price tiers. The base model starts at over 200,000 Dragon Country coins, the mid-range model at over 500,000. The luxury model exceeds 1 million, and the top-tier custom model is priced at over 3 million Dragon Country coins. Everyone can choose according to their financial capacity. Does purchasing this flying car mean we can fly freely? Will this not lead to issues regarding restricted airspace and aviation regulations? Certainly, one cannot fly indiscriminately. The reason our flying car is equipped solely with autonomous driving is that it follows specific flight paths. In general, urban areas and private properties are subject to stringent regulations. Particularly, many military and governmental airspaces are absolute no-fly zones. We respect the privacy of all individuals and will not permit any breaches of privacy or interests. Furthermore, our interstellar automotive company differs from other manufacturers. We do not have traditional dealerships. After placing an order, an AI-operated vehicle will be delivered directly to the customer for signing. Should any issues arise, customers can request official assistance, and repair robots will provide on-site service. Additionally, currently, interstellar flying cars are sold exclusively within the Dragon Country due to aviation regulatory considerations. Until we secure aviation permissions in other nations, these vehicles cannot operate abroad. Ms. Lin, the public is undoubtedly concerned about safety. A flying car falling from the sky would be catastrophic, and hydrogen energy poses significant safety risks. How does your company ensure passenger safety? First and foremost, we guarantee the safety of the anti-gravity device, which eliminates any possibility of falling. Regarding the hydrogen energy issue, the hydrogen we produce is not conventional hydrogen gas. Rather, it is a composite of hydrogen mixed with certain conductive metals, forming a highly efficient super-energy block. This solid-state energy source is stable, safe, and environmentally friendly, impervious to flames or heavy impacts. Lu Hanfeng observed Lin Mushin on stage, who initially displayed slight nervousness but grew increasingly confident as time passed, fully immersing herself in the moment. She deftly navigated challenging questions from reporters, skillfully sidestepping particularly troublesome inquiries. After more than half an hour of QA, the flying car rested on stage, and Lin Mushin invited audience members to experience it firsthand. The comfort of the flight garnered unanimous acclaim. There was no noise, and the ride was remarkably smooth. Without observing the surroundings, one would scarcely feel it moving. A multitude of individuals rushed forward to test drive, and every single person who experienced it echoed positive sentiments. The anti-gravity flying car became an overwhelming sensation, eclipsing even the recent introduction of a nanolithography machine in the Dragon Country. The discussions surrounding flying cars dominated trending topics online. The advent of flying cars signifies humanity's ascent from the ground to the skies, heralding the dawn of the interstellar era and laying a robust foundation for the forthcoming age of interstellar navigation. Moreover, the emergence of flying cars will instigate catastrophic upheaval across numerous industries, starting with commercial aviation, followed by the hydrogen energy sector, which will face devastating repercussions. While the transition to accepting this new phenomenon may take time, it will not be long before society adapts. As the technology exhibition concluded, the storm it incited was only just beginning. The website of Interstellar Automotive Company was overwhelmed with visitors, had it not been for Kasha's presence. The site might have succumbed to the sheer volume of traffic. Chapter 88. The streamer Chu Mingming 3 days later, at midnight. The interstellar flying cars were officially launched for sale. Lin Mushin and Lu Hanfeng were intently observing the data on their laptops within the villa. In stark contrast to Lin Mushin's anxious demeanor, Lu Hanfeng lounged on the sofa, exuding a nonchalant air. The advent of flying cars heralded a significant future. Regardless of whether sales surged or plummeted tonight, the future undeniably belonged to flying automobiles. Mushin, you need not overly concern yourself with the fleeting gains or losses. This is the culmination of countless efforts. How can I not care? I am counting on these interstellar vehicles to surpass the car manufacturers that previously suppressed me. Oh, the time has come, and the data is rolling in. They both straightened up, their eyes fixated on the official website's backend, where the order count surged past 2,000 in an instant, then skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. Within mere minutes, the orders soared to over 30,000, encompassing all four models, including a substantial number of the top-tier luxury vehicles priced over $3 million. Customers could personalize their vehicles with choices in accessory colors and interior designs. With models ranging from 2 to 6 seats, fewer seats meant an abundance of luxurious features. As the count approached 40,000, the numbers began to stabilize, prompting both of them to gasp in astonishment at the sight of over $16 billion in cash suddenly appearing in the company's account. These funds were advance payments. Customers could opt to return the cars for a full refund before delivery. Lu Hanfeng could not help but marvel at the wealth of the affluent in Dragon Country. Although the majority of the population was modest, the small fraction of the wealthy truly exemplified opulence, with over 100 units of cars selling out almost instantly. Hanfeng, notify the robots to expedite production. Rest assured, our production speed surpasses all expectations. We will effortlessly fulfill all orders within a month. Lu Hanfeng would demonstrate to Lin Mushin the astonishing efficiency of their intelligent assembly line. As long as material supply was steady, production efficiency would be astonishingly rapid. The following morning, the two of them hurried to the automobile manufacturing plant, where dozens of completed vehicles awaited in the warehouse, a testament to the speed of their advanced machinery. Gazing at the luxurious and futuristic flying cars, Lin Mushin felt as though she were in a dream. It had not been long since they had transformed a dilapidated factory into a hub for cutting-edge flying technology. Several management personnel she had hired were equally astonished by the influx of flying cars. All these vehicles are luxurious custom editions. You may select one as your personal ride. The others will be given away as gifts. By the way, would you like to personally deliver our first flying car to the customer? Hanfeng, are you suggesting? Indeed, it is you, the CEO, who will personally deliver the first vehicle to the customer. Lin Mushin nodded with a smile. Lu Hanfeng extended his hand, and suddenly, a striking red vehicle in the warehouse illuminated, ascending gracefully before Lin Mushin amidst the astonished gazes of those present. Lu Hanfeng made an inviting gesture as the car's scissor doors opened automatically, revealing its opulent interior. They entered the vehicle, the doors closing behind them as it glided towards the exit of the warehouse. A few employees curiously followed, only to witness the flying car ascend into the sky, becoming a distant dot against the clouds. As the red vehicle took flight, a pink car swiftly followed suit. Inside the flying car, Lin Mushin erupted in excitement. Having previously experienced flying cars only at modest heights, now, she soared hundreds of meters above the ground. Lu Hanfeng, ever mindful of her comfort, kept the vehicle at a lower altitude, gliding at several dozen meters over uninhabited areas. With no road restrictions, they could navigate freely as long as they avoided prohibited zones. Passing by picturesque landscapes, Lu Hanfeng let the car hover for a moment, particularly above a serene lake nestled in the mountains, where mist danced upon the water's surface. The car floated 2 meters above the lake, creating an ethereal ambience. I now believe in what you said before. Once one experiences a flying car, they will lose all interest in ground vehicles. The sheer joy of admiring beautiful scenery is utterly captivating. I truly believe that your prediction of anti-gravity flying cars dominating the globe will soon come to fruition. Such a time is not far off. Lin Mushin nestled against Lu Hanfeng, intoxicated by the breathtaking view before them. Women are inherently sentimental, and such lavish romance is effortlessly moving. They lingered in this embrace for over half an hour before taking off again. Now accustomed to the height, Lin Mushin was ready as Lu Hanfeng commanded the flying car to ascend into the clouds, heading towards Yang City. Indeed, the very first customer was from Yang City, and it was a luxurious, custom-made flying car. Chu Mingming was a popular online streamer, renowned for her stunning looks and a substantial fan base. Her live broadcasts typically showcased her singing and dancing talents, drawing numerous fans with her breathtaking beauty and professional dance skills. Over the past few days, she had become infatuated with the Interstellar Automobile Company's flying cars, investing her entire savings accumulated from years of streaming to purchase the highest-tier custom flying car. She envisioned utilizing this floating vehicle to create a unique streaming experience. Imagine broadcasting live from the summit of Mount Tai or above the ocean's surface, surely attracting more attention. Thus, the moment the Interstellar Automobile Company opened online sales, she immediately placed her order, securing the first position. Just half an hour prior, she had been asleep when she received a call from the Interstellar Automobile Company, informing her to prepare for the delivery of her flying car. Eagerly, Chu Mingming dressed up and rushed to the square in front of her community to commence her live stream, announcing the live delivery of the first flying car. Unsurprisingly, this topic instantly drew an influx of viewers, with tens of thousands tuning in early in the morning. As she awaited the arrival of her car alongside her audience, a small dot appeared in the sky, growing larger until it revealed itself as a flying automobile. The striking red, futuristic vehicle exuded a dreamlike quality, closely followed by a pink one, its adorable exterior unmistakably belonging to a youthful owner. The car gradually descended before Chu Mingming, who stood there, wide-eyed and unsure of how to react. As a young couple stepped out from the red vehicle, "Is Miss Chu Mingming here?" "Ah, that's me." Chu Mingming hurriedly approached Lu Hanfeng, her live streaming equipment in hand, her expression a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Hello, Miss Chu Mingming. This is Lin Mushin, the president of our Interstellar Automobile Company. As our inaugural customer, Ms. Lin has personally delivered your beloved vehicle. Please have your identification ready for the handover." As Lu Hanfeng spoke, he discreetly assessed the enchanting young woman before him. Her charming appearance perfectly matched her name, embodying the essence of a stunning, youthful beauty. And it seemed she was indeed a popular online streamer. Chapter 89. The first flying car. Chu Mingming gazed in awe at the fantastical sci-fi vehicle before her, rendered speechless by her excitement. Trembling, she held out her identification card, but Lu Hanfeng did not accept it. "Miss Chu, please approach your beloved car and complete the acceptance process as required," he instructed. "Oh," she replied, moving towards the pink flying car. At the front of the vehicle, a three-dimensional emblem of the moon goddess Chang'e extended forth, her eyes emitting a light wave that scanned Chu Mingming from head to toe. "Miss Chu, please raise your identification card without obstruction." "Yes, just like that," a mechanical female voice prompted. Chu Mingming complied, and within moments, the scanning was complete. "Esteemed Miss Chu Mingming, congratulations on becoming the first owner of an interstellar flying car. I have scanned your identification, facial features, and irises. Please extend your hands to complete the fingerprint verification." Lu Hanfeng kindly took the live streaming device from her, turning to see that the live stream had amassed over 1 million viewers. Chu Mingming raised her hands, and the light wave swept over her once more. The mechanical voice announced, "Honorable Owner Chu Mingming, the acceptance is complete. This vehicle is now your exclusive right. Without your explicit permission, anyone who touches the car will be warned. As for the remaining insurance matters, you may handle them on the Interstellar official website or visit the insurance company directly." "Ah, is that all? It's that simple?" Chu Mingming looked at Lu Hanfeng with a dazed expression. He couldn't help but inhale sharply. She was simply too adorable, and he could only imagine how much those eccentric uncles would adore her. "Our Interstellar company aims for simplicity. We compared your details with the national database to finalize the signing. Of course, should you decide to part with this car at any time, the process will also be exceedingly straightforward. Princess, please step inside." Lu Hanfeng opened the car door, revealing an interior adorned with pink decor that radiated youthful charm, perfectly tailored to Chu Mingming's tastes. She stomped her little feet on the ground before carefully climbing into the vehicle, while Lu Hanfeng did not forget to hand her the live streaming device. This was a prime promotional opportunity for the Interstellar brand. Countless viewers were likely recording. Wow, this is incredibly sci-fi, Chu Mingming exclaimed, squealing as she began filming inside the car. She had customized a luxurious four-seater, complete with genuine leather seats, and the interior was designed for utmost indulgence. A cartoonish, beautiful girl appeared on the car's glass, instantly captivating the attention of both Chu Mingming and the live stream audience. Hello, dear owner. I am your in-car spirit. I will accompany you on all your journeys. Please feel free to ask me for anything. Wow, that is amazing. Can I rename you? Of course, dear owner. Here, you are the most esteemed presence. As the animated girl spun and dashed to another pane of glass, her playful demeanor was utterly endearing. From now on, you shall be called Ming Ming, sharing a name with me. Very well, dear owner. Your in-car spirit Ming Ming is at your service. While Chu Mingming engaged with the in-car spirit during the live stream, Lu Hanfeng patiently waited beside Lin Mushin. This girl is quite impressive. Have you considered bringing her under your wing as a promotional ambassador for interstellar cars? She is already in the live streaming industry. With a little guidance and training, she would make an excellent employee. I see you have ulterior motives since she is attractive. And your little assistant is just as lovely. Surrounding yourself with so many beautiful women is clearly suspicious. Lin Mushin shot him a glare, though she was somewhat swayed by his words. Having such a charming and naive ambassador would undoubtedly bolster the positive publicity for interstellar cars online. Mushin, that is a baseless accusation. To prove my innocence, I shall reside at your home for a week to pay my dues. Surely, you can't claim I have ulterior motives, Lu Hanfeng replied with a feigned expression of grievance. However, Lin Mushin turned pale at his words. Please, Hanfeng, do as you wish. It's just a matter of hiring a pretty girl. If it doesn't work out, I can always recruit more. Just don't come to my place these days. Seeing Lin Mushin's frightened expression, Lu Hanfeng smiled triumphantly, convinced that he could easily manage her. After all, he was a formidable genetic warrior, far beyond her capacity to resist. Ah, a mouse! Chu Mingming shrieked, bolting out of the car. Lu Hanfeng's expression shifted, and he quickly caught her, glancing inside the vehicle. This was a live broadcast with millions watching. If a mouse were indeed present, it would tarnish the reputation of Interstellar. However, upon seeing the object inside, he couldn't help but laugh, staring incredulously at the adorable girl. Miss Chu, please point the live streaming camera at that thing on the floor so everyone can see what it is. Chu Mingming focused the camera and realized it was a small black robotic dog, about 20 centimeters long, with a large belly that seemed to contain something. Miss Chu, you must have seen the specifications. The top-tier flying car includes a cleaning robot, and this mechanical dog serves as the vehicle's janitor, also referred to as a cleaning robot. It will emerge at regular intervals to clean every nook and cranny of the car, whether it's dust left on the floor, dirt on the windows, or any litter. In other words, the premium flying car would never require a wash. It would remain perpetually spotless. You must have left some debris on your feet, which is why the cleaning robot has appeared, Lu Hanfeng explained, leaving the onlookers in awe. Could technology truly reach such heights? Just think of the savings on car washes. A simple wash typically costs $20 to $30, and a thorough cleaning could amount to $200 to $300. It's a cleaning robot. This feature is absolutely fantastic, Chu Mingming exclaimed, pointing her streaming device at the robotic dog. Indeed, there were some crumbs and dust on the floor, and the little dog scurried over, sucking it all up with its flat mouth, leaving the ground spotless in an instant. The viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment, but soon someone raised a question. Chu Mingming glanced at the screen and asked Lu Hanfeng, what happens if it rains and mud gets inside the car? Haha, are you worried that the robotic dog can't hold all the debris? In fact, there is a waste compartment inside, located right beneath here. All the collected trash will be transferred there, and it also rests there when not in use. Lu Hanfeng bent down and pressed a button on the car's base, revealing a drawer capable of holding a considerable amount of waste. Miss Chu, when the trash is full, the in-car spirit will remind you to empty it. Typically, you won't need to concern yourself with it. The robotic dog can clean up any stains or mud and deposit them into the trash bin. It even has a built-in drying and crushing function, so when its belly is full, it will automatically empty into the trash bin. Absolutely marvelous. Both Chu Mingming and the live stream audience expressed their amazement. Chapter 90. The popularity of flying cars. The extraordinary technology of flying cars truly justifies their price. And there are numerous features that await your personal experience. Additionally, flying cars currently possess temporary licenses, necessitating you to register them at the Vehicle Management Office within a fortnight. Thank you so much. Chu Mingming beamed at him with a sweet smile, leaving Lu Hanfeng momentarily mesmerized by her cute and charming appearance. Miss Chu Mingming, I would like to extend an invitation to you on behalf of Interstellar Motors. Would you be interested in serving as our promotional ambassador? He continued. This role involves promoting our subsidiaries, and the company will provide you with a salary, bonuses, and support for gifts during live streams. You need not make an immediate decision. Feel free to contemplate for a few days. If you are inclined, please reach out to Mr. Lin. With a warm smile, Lu Hanfeng handed her a business card before following Lin Muxian into the sleek red flying car, leaving behind an excited Chu Mingming who clutched the card with a gleeful expression. As a live streamer, she had encountered countless individuals, and despite her youth, her experiences were hardly lacking. The streaming industry had become increasingly challenging, with audiences appearing to awaken suddenly, leading to a decline in gift-giving and, consequently, her income. This was precisely why she had exhausted her savings to purchase a flying car, hoping to transform her streaming style. Once inside her beloved vehicle, she began to explore the onboard AI, gradually familiarizing herself with the myriad functionalities. The most convenient aspect was that operating the flying car only required verbal commands. Soon, traditional driving licenses might become obsolete. Mingming, let us take off. But please, fly slowly and low, as it's my first time soaring in a car, she instructed. Understood, master. Please secure your seatbelt. As the door closed, the car ascended gently into the sky without a hint of turbulence, much to Chu Mingming's astonishment. As they soared to several dozen meters above ground, she excitedly raised her streaming equipment, capturing the breathtaking views for her audience to relish from a first-person perspective. Mingming, let us fly towards the ocean. The viewers wish to see the sea. Acknowledged, master. The vehicle accelerated, gradually reaching subsonic speeds, slicing through the clouds like a sharpened blade. Chu Mingming squealed with delight, for the exhilaration of such rapid motion was indescribable without first-hand experience. Oh my heavens! Look at the speed display. Am I seeing correctly? 20 kilometers per hour. The viewers in the live chat exploded with astonished reactions. Dear friends, I am not feeling a single jolt. It feels as if the vehicle is stationary. Closing my eyes feels like lounging on my own sofa. This purchase was worth every penny. It surpasses helicopters by leaps and bounds. Mingming, you're already advertising for Interstellar Motors before even starting your role. Hee, this is no mere advertisement. I am simply speaking the truth. I believe that after today, the reviews on the Interstellar website will multiply, and such a flawless flying car will hardly attract any negative critiques. While engaging with her audience, the initial buzz began to wane. Yet she still maintained hundreds of thousands of viewers online. She recognized that this attention was primarily a result of Interstellar's influence, and soon she would return to the reality of her life. Gazing at the business card in her hand, she resolved to make a significant decision. Meanwhile, Lu Hanfeng and Lin Muxian returned to the Interstellar Motors factory, where Lin Muxian had numerous matters to attend to. Muxian, after we return, please liaise with the Longhua Bank to establish a loan policy, ensuring the interest rates are kept low. Additionally, announce on the official website that the loan application window will open in 7 days. This initiative is essential to prevent a surge of second-hand car dealers. Understood. Lin Muxian nodded as the car came to a halt in the factory's warehouse. The scene before her left even this seasoned executive in awe. Flying cars surged from the assembly line and took to the skies, an image that felt as though it had leaped straight from a science fiction film. Outside, reporters and live streamers crowded to witness this miraculous spectacle. After Lin Muxian departed, Lu Hanfeng piloted a new car towards the bustling metropolis. Meanwhile, across various video platforms in Longhua, the headlines were dominated by news of the interstellar flying cars. In cities nationwide, one could frequently spot flying cars gliding through the sky, delivering to the earliest customers. It was at this moment that the public began to realize the dawn of the flying era. Lu Hanfeng's presence graced the Interstellar Gaming Company, which was on the brink of launching. His sister, Lu Hanyin, was leading a team of employees as they reviewed the game materials he had provided. This game, titled Virtual Reality, utilized three-dimensional signal wave technology coupled with the computational prowess of the light brain Kasha, alongside the forthcoming mind sensor technology helmets, promising to unveil a revolutionary technological marvel. This game essentially transposed reality into a virtual realm, with its map mirroring Blue Star on a 1-to-1 scale. Players could immerse themselves in the game through thought, experiencing tangible sensations within this digital universe. For instance, if one touched a flower in the game, the mind sensor helmet would relay the tactile experience directly to the player's consciousness, creating an authentic sensation of touch. Bringing the flower to one's nose would trigger the release of its fragrance within the olfactory nerves, enabling the player to genuinely perceive the flower's liveliness, an astounding feat of mind sensor technology. Moreover, mind sensor technology was merely foundational. As technology progressed, even more extraordinary innovations awaited. Virtual reality was the precursor to StarNet, which, once Blue Star evolved into a Type 1 civilization and embarked on the era of interstellar navigation, would connect all planets within a vast network, allowing humanity to transcend planetary boundaries and potentially interface with other interstellar civilizations. Observing his sister radiating vitality at her opulent desk, Lu Hanfeng smiled. The once timid child had blossomed into a poised and dynamic young woman. "Brother, you're here," Lu Hanyin exclaimed, rushing to embrace him and unreservedly linking her arm with his. "Hanyin, how's your leg?" "Oh, it's completely healed. I feel healthier than ever. As if I have boundless energy." Lu Hanyin poured a glass of water and set it before her brother as they settled on the sofa. "That car you had delivered to Sister Zhang. Please have her sell it for a reasonable price. Just get it sold quickly, regardless of the amount. Now, let us head to the garage to officially receive your new vehicle." "What? Is it? A flying car?" Lu Hanyin's face flushed with excitement as she looked up at her brother with wide eyes. Hee. Lu Hanfeng nodded, taking her hand and leading her towards the garage, where they encountered Gong Lingling, who dropped her files in astonishment upon hearing about the flying car and eagerly joined them. In the underground garage, Lu Hanfeng guided his sister through the vehicle handover process. Lu Hanyin was so thrilled she skipped school to hop into the car with Gong Lingling for a test drive. Lu Hanfeng then made his way to Interstellar Communications, presenting Zhang Ruiji with a flying car before piloting a sleek black vehicle towards Hongdao City. At that moment, Du Yuangang, who was overseeing workers unloading goods, was overwhelmed with joy upon seeing the flying car that Lu Hanfeng had delivered. He rushed forward, intending to embrace Lu Hanfeng, but was met with a look of disdain as Lu Hanfeng gently pushed him away. "Brother, have you not brushed your teeth in days?" After signing for the vehicle, Du Yuangang excitedly snapped a few selfies in front of the flying car to share on his social media, then whisked his secretary, Xie Pingping, into the car, declaring they would head out to meet clients. Where they went remained a mystery known only to the two of them. Lu Hanfeng watched the vehicle vanish into the horizon, a smile gracing his lips as he proceeded towards his next destination. Chapter 91. Alternative Uses of Flying Cars in the Capital City. Negong Weiying and Yu Lingwan were indulging in a full-body spa at a ladies' club. The two languidly reclined on massage tables, engaging in casual banter while two massage therapists gently applied oil to their backs. "Xiaoyu, it seems that interstellar cars are poised to sweep through the global automotive industry. Just take a look at your phone. All the news is about flying cars. Cousin, I fear it is not merely the automotive sector that will be affected. Many industries are likely to face a significant upheaval. That rascal has certainly offended too many people this time. I suspect the capitalists will come after him." Both women were business elites, and their perspectives on matters were naturally distinct. Due to their differing positions, they were both direct in their assessments. "Xiaoyu, do you not regret not securing him sooner? The rascal you speak of is likely to ascend to the status of the world's richest man at breakneck speed." "Humph, it is not that simple. Those foreign investors will not allow him to develop freely, Just wait and see. His troubles have only just begun. Xiaoyu, have you forgotten his strength? Those who dare to trouble Hanfeng will find themselves facing a fierce retaliation. He is no pushover. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone ringing. Yu Lingyuan took the phone handed to her by the therapist, and upon seeing the name, a smile graced her lips. Hee. That rascal is calling. Yu Lingyuan angled the phone screen towards Nangong Yueying, then answered and put it on speaker. Hanfeng, little brother. Have you missed your sister in these past few days? Indeed, I have. Let us meet tonight after you finish with Xiaoyu. Shall I book a room in the capital? Little brother Hanfeng, I'm on speaker now, and Xiaoyu's expression is rather unpleasant at the moment. Yu Lingyuan cast a playful glance at the sullen Nangong Yueying, who was muttering curses under her breath. Lingyuan, are you teasing me? I was thinking of sending each of you a car, and now she'll surely ignore me again. A car? Is it a flying car? Hanfeng, where are you now? Yu Lingyuan sat up abruptly, signaling the therapist to help her get dressed, while Nangong Yueying also sat up, equally eager to listen. Indeed. 2 top-of-the-line flying cars, one in red and one in sapphire blue. You two can choose your colors. If you dislike it, you can always change it later. By the way, I'm waiting at the entrance of your club. It's not convenient for me to enter. Hanfeng, wait for us. We're coming out now. The 2 women excitedly donned their clothes and rushed outside, where they indeed found 2 flying cars surrounded by a crowd. The absence of wheels made the vehicles appear remarkably unique, immediately identifiable as the recently popular interstellar flying cars. Lu Hanfeng gazed at the 2 disheveled yet alluring women, his eyes igniting with desire. They had just finished their spa treatment, exuding a lazy and enticing aura, their flushed faces captivatingly enchanting, and their stunning beauty was undeniably intoxicating. Sister Lingyuan, Xiaoyu, these cars were crafted through the night, specifically reserved for you two. Please choose your colors. If you're not satisfied, you can easily have them changed. Little brother Hanfeng, I adore you. Yu Lingyuan rushed forward and embraced Lu Hanfeng, kissing him passionately. Nangong Yueying shot them an awkward glare. But her presence was utterly ignored. The 2 women signed for the flying cars. Yu Lingyuan chose the bright red one, while Nangong Yueying opted for the sapphire blue. You 2 lovebirds are not planning to enjoy your romantic getaway without me, are you? I shall graciously step aside. With that, Nangong Yueying tossed a parting remark, climbed into her flying car, and departed, soaring into the sky amidst a chorus of envious gazes. Xiaoyu is feeling jealous. Let us give her some time to cool off, and later we can have dinner together and pour her some drinks. When she is a bit tipsy, you can take full advantage of the situation and give her a good lesson. Lingyuan, I still have plenty of living to do. Lu Hanfeng's expression darkened, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. This woman truly dared to think of anything. If he were to act on such thoughts, he would surely find himself besieged later that night. With lustful intentions, but no courage, do you not believe that Xiaoyu secretly yearns for you to take charge? Beneath her noble status and cool exterior lies a desire to be conquered by a man as formidable as you. Yu Lingyuan shot him a disapproving glance before entering her new car and engaging with the onboard AI. Lu Hanfeng let out a dry chuckle and followed her inside. In the next moment, the vehicle ascended, soaring into the clouds. In the capital, there were numerous flying restrictions. It could be said that much of the area was off limits. The vehicle could only leave from high altitudes or fly at lower altitudes. For those with a fear of heights, the flying car could glide close to the ground, operating much like a traditional gasoline vehicle, only suspended a few dozen centimeters in the air. Lu Hanfeng discovered yet another innovative use for flying cars. Young couples could drive them to secluded mountainous areas, recline the seats, transforming the vehicle into a floating private suite, where they could engage in intimate activities, savoring the thrill of outdoor escapades. As evening approached, the flying cars finally departed the remote mountains after being parked for over 2 hours. Yu Lingyuan lay languidly in her seat, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at the man beside her. Lu Hanfeng was on the phone with Nangong Yueying, attempting to arrange dinner. After several invitations and apologies, she begrudgingly agreed. The trio settled on a renowned hot pot restaurant in the capital, where the spicy, bubbling broth paired delightfully with chilled beer creating an utterly satisfying dining experience. Upon exiting the restaurant, it was already past 9 in the evening. After their meal, Nangong Yueying's complexion had softened significantly. There was no animosity between her and Lu Hanfeng. Her earlier frustration stemmed merely from his reckless behavior in Y country. The three decided to visit a bar, but at the entrance, they encountered someone Lu Hanfeng detested most. Xiaoyu, you're here to have fun too? Join us, we're all familiar faces. Li Kuang exclaimed in delight upon spotting Nangong Yueying stepping out of the flying car. However, his expression soured instantly upon noticing Lu Hanfeng behind her. Nangong Yueying, aware of the tension between Li Kuang and Lu Hanfeng, politely declined his invitation. I'm just here to keep Xiaoyu company before heading out. You all enjoy yourselves. Nangong Yueying linked her arm with Yu Lingyuan and entered the bar, while Li Kuang's gaze turned venomous as he fixated on Lu Hanfeng, his malice unmasked. Why are you glaring at me? Lu Hanfeng was provoked by Li Kuang's hostile stare. Suddenly, a bee flew out of his pocket, and upon hearing Li Kuang's startled exclamation from behind, a smirk of satisfaction crept across Lu Hanfeng's face. He had been too lazy to confront this fool, but since he had willingly walked into the line of fire, he could hardly be blamed. Chapter 92. The Trap for Lu Hanfeng. The three sat in a booth at the bar, enjoying some beer and snacks while appreciating the performance of the resident singer on stage. In a private room on the second floor, Li Kuang scratched his neck. His eyes filled with malice as he stared at the trio drinking below. Behind him, a young delinquent with bleached hair looked at him in surprise. Brotherly, is that kid down there your enemy? Should I find an actor to annoy him? What do you mean? Li Kuang turned, intrigued by the young man's suggestion. Brotherly, you know I have many performers under my name. We could find an ugly one to do it. Li Kuang's eyes sparkled with interest, and he instinctively nodded. The young man smirked cunningly and pulled out his phone to make a call. Damn it, I just got stung by a bee at the entrance. I think I'm having an allergic reaction. Li Kuang's neck was itching fiercely, and he rushed to the entrance to turn on the lights. The young people in the room were immediately startled as they saw that Li Kuang's neck was scratched and bleeding, a ghastly sight. Moreover, the redness was gradually spreading to his face, making his once handsome features appear quite terrifying. Brotherly, I think you should go see a doctor. One young man frowned, observing Li Kuang's impending frenzy. Others chimed in with similar suggestions. Yes, little Kuang, your allergy seems severe. It's spreading to your face. You don't want to ruin your looks. Irritated, Li Kuang checked his phone, and indeed, his chin was swollen and red, rapidly creeping up to his face. His expression changed, and he hurriedly bid farewell to the others before hastily exiting. I'll go to the hospital. Huang Mao, send me that video of Lu Hanfeng getting humiliated later. I want to see him lose face. Yu Lingyuan pulled Nangong Yueying towards the restroom, just in time to encounter the frantic Li Kuang. The two women were taken aback by the sight of Li Kuang's red bumps from neck to face. Li Kuang, what happened to you? And nothing, little you. I just got stung by a bee at the bar entrance, probably an allergy. Fearing that Nangong Yueying would see his embarrassing state, Li Kuang frantically covered his neck with his clothing and fled. Yu Lingyuan, however, wore an odd expression, as if contemplating something. Upon returning to the booth after their restroom visit, the two women were astonished by the scene before them. A heavily made-up woman in her 30s was clinging to Lu Hanfeng, weeping uncontrollably. Her exaggerated figure, adorned with garish red lipstick, made her resemble a ghastly apparition. Lu Hanfeng, his face darkened, tried to fend off the woman's grasp. What she uttered nearly caused Nangong Yueying and Yu Lingyuan to spit out their drinks. Lu Hanfeng, you heartless wretch. You got me pregnant and abandoned me. How can you leave me like this? All those sweet promises we made were nothing but lies. Lady, are you mistaking me for someone else? I don't even know you. Lu Hanfeng nearly choked on his own fury, glaring at the woman before him. Even in his loneliness, he would never resort to indiscriminate encounters. I'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes. 3 months ago, right here in this bar, you said you fell for me, and we ended up at a hotel. I found out I was pregnant afterward, and you're the father. If you don't believe me, let's get a DNA test. I thought you were somewhat decent and treated me kindly, but you're just a scoundrel who won't take responsibility. The bar's music abruptly halted, and a crowd gathered. Drawn by the spectacle, Lu Hanfeng's face darkened further, rage boiling within him. Do you realize that defamation is a crime? Your actions could land you in prison for at least 3 years. Before he could finish, the woman collapsed on the floor, clinging to his leg in a fit of distress. This is outrageous. Everyone, tell me, what should I do? This scoundrel won't take responsibility for the child in my womb. Let go of me. Lu Hanfeng bellowed in fury, finally realizing that this woman was likely a pawn set against him. Recalling Li Kuang's earlier appearance, a suspicion arose in his mind. Nangong Yueying and Yuling Yuan stood at a distance, disgusted and unwilling to approach. The former directed a look of revulsion at Lu Hanfeng, feeling nauseated by the unfolding drama. Yuling Yuan, however, appeared curious, amused by the absurdity of the scene. Let's go, little ant. I won't associate with this scoundrel again. Who knew he could be such a heartless beast? Ha ha ha. Little you need to eat more walnuts to sharpen your mind. Can't you see this simple trap? Lu Hanfeng is being set up. That woman is a hired actress. What? Little ant, how do you know? Nangong Yueying stared at Yuling Yuan in shock, who smiled mysteriously and approached Lu Hanfeng. Little you, watch me step in to help him. It's just acting. I graduated from a film major. Yuling Yuan reached Lu Hanfeng, pushing the woman aside with indignation and linking her arm with his. Who are you? Why are you holding on to my husband? Huh? Why your husband? The woman looked at the alluring Yuling Yuan in shock, feeling a pang of inferiority. However, upon recalling the rich benefactor behind her, she dismissed her insecurities. Perfect timing. Your husband is out fooling around despite being married, and now I'm left pregnant. This matter is far from over. Are you sure you have the right person? Yuling Yuan's face displayed a peculiar expression as she confronted the overweight woman. My husband was injured in a fight and lost his manhood. How could you possibly be carrying his child? The woman, stunned, fell silent, and the onlookers were equally dumbfounded, sympathy flooding their gazes toward Lu Hanfeng. Lu Hanfeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could disappear. Since you're claiming to be pregnant with his child, it just so happens that my family is in need of an heir. Come with me for a checkup. If it turns out to be my husband's child, I'll ensure you want for nothing. But if you are slandering my husband, I will use my family's influence to make sure you spend the rest of your life in misery. That might be a mistake on my part. The lighting in this bar is too dim. It must be the lighting's fault. I won't trouble you any further. With a scowl, the woman hastily scrambled to her feet and fled, leaving the crowd astonished by how quickly her bulky figure disappeared into the throng. Chapter 93. Virtual reality with a dark expression. Lu Hanfeng exited the bar alongside Yuling Yuan and Nangong Yueying. The two women exchanged glances and could not contain their giggles, tears streaming down their faces from laughter. Come on, Master Lu. Hurry and escort us back to the palace. Ling Yuan teased. What a ridiculous idea you concocted. It's utterly embarrassing. With a resigned sigh, Lu Hanfeng summoned a flying car, slipping inside to take a seat at the rear. The two women, still chuckling, climbed in, and the vehicle shot into the sky, vanishing into the night. In the late hours, a multinational video conference convened, gathering the leaders of automotive giants from around the globe. Each face on the screen belonged to a wealthy magnate. The first to speak was a bearded foreigner. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all felt the impact of the Dragon Kingdom's interstellar automotive on our market. Our vehicle sales have plummeted to an unprecedented low these past few days. If this trend continues, our years of hard work could be rendered futile. He continued, Interstellar Automotive offers a comprehensive range of flying vehicles, leaving us with no competitive edge. If we do not intervene, we risk being ousted from the automotive market entirely, a prospect none of us wish to see. As his words settled in, everyone's brows furrowed, acutely aware that this was the very reason for their gathering. We did not assemble to hear your lamentations, Oak. What is urgent now is to devise a strategy, one of the leaders interjected. Strategy? Interstellar Automotive has left us with no escape. I propose we hire an assassin organization to eliminate the president and the shadowy figures behind Interstellar Automotive. That would solve everything, another suggested. Norman, you're a fool. Killing Interstellar Automotive will only give rise to another flying vehicle company. Can you eliminate them all? This is a path we cannot tread unless absolutely necessary. Then what do you propose? I am willing to contribute both funds and efforts if your plan gains consensus. I suggest we prepare 3 strategies. First, let us send someone to make contact with Interstellar and coerce them into handing over all technical documentation for their anti-gravity flying devices. Second, we should purchase some flying vehicles to deconstruct and study. If we can decipher their technology, we can produce our own flying vehicles and level the playing field. Lastly, if Interstellar remains unyielding, we will send them to oblivion. Support. Support. The leaders nodded in agreement. Since everyone is on board, let us discuss the operational details. Meanwhile, in the realm of tenderness, Lu Hanfeng was blissfully unaware of the monumental conspiracy brewing against him. As he embraced the slumbering Yuling Yuan, lost in a peaceful sleep. The following day, both Interstellar Communications and the official website of Interstellar Automotive unveiled a shocking global announcement: the upcoming public beta test of their independently developed virtual reality game. The promotional video featured an explanation of the game, leaving viewers astounded and exclaiming in disbelief. This game, unlike any other on the market, required not a phone or computer, but a game helmet, a revolutionary piece of technology that allowed a direct connection between the human mind and the internet, termed the Thought Sensory Helmet. This helmet enabled users to surf the web through thought alone, providing a more visceral experience of online gaming. In this virtual realm, actions such as flying, fighting, and even kissing would transmit corresponding sensations to the brain, allowing players to experience reality within the digital world. Additionally, the virtual reality game launched 2 subsidiary experiences, one designed for the Dragon Kingdom, focusing on the pursuit of immortality, and another for the entire Blue Planet. Titled the Blue Planet Defense War, the former allowed players to experience the thrill of soaring through the skies on a sword, while the latter offered an adrenaline-fueled battle against colossal beasts in a future world where civilization faces annihilation. The visuals were striking, showcasing fierce and brutal creatures that struck a chord with the audience. Connecting to the game via the Thought Sensory Helmet was undoubtedly an exhilarating and anticipated moment for gaming enthusiasts. The combination of this extraordinary technology and the robust traffic generated by Interstellar Automotive and Communications had already made the game a sensation even before its official release. However, many voiced concerns regarding the high price of the Thought Sensory Helmet, fearing it would be unaffordable for the average citizen. Yet, swift responses emerged from netizens who discovered a purchasing link on the Interstellar official site, revealing that the helmet would be priced at merely 99 Dragon Kingdom coins. Although the link was currently inactive and would become available in 3 days. This announcement sent shockwaves through the community. Interstellar remained committed to its populist approach. Such an advanced piece of technology, priced below 100 coins, was accessible even to affluent elementary school students. Upon returning to the Salt City office of Lin Mushin, Lu Hanfeng opened the door to find a strikingly adorable figure, popular streamer Chu Mingming. Recognizing this, Lu Hanfeng knew he would soon add another stunning beauty to his team. Indeed, Chu Mingming had already negotiated her salary with Lin Mushin, her face flushed with excitement. Mingming, allow me to formally introduce you to Mr. Lu Hanfeng, the mastermind behind Interstellar. I am merely one of his employees, and your recruitment was at his behest. As a fellow woman, let me give you a word of advice. Our boss is quite the flirt. He was drawn to you solely by your beauty, so it would be wise to keep your distance. Chu Mingming stepped back in alarm, crossing her arms defensively while eyeing Lu Hanfeng suspiciously. A black line appeared on Lu Hanfeng's forehead as he moved next to Lin Mushin, lifting her into his lap. Mingming, do not heed her fanciful tales. Mushin is my girlfriend. She merely fears you might pose a threat to her. Mushin, darling, are you feeling a bit mischievous? Do you wish to test how painful my discipline can be? Wait for me after work. I cannot tonight. My parents have asked me to return home to dine with my grandfather. Lin Mushin exclaimed, startled. Lu Hanfeng's intentions were clear, and she had nowhere to hide. Her parents had long since accepted him, convinced that such an exceptional young man was a treasure to their family. Chapter 94. The Consequences of Speaking Incorrectly. Mr. Lu, you wouldn't employ any underhanded tactics against me, would you? Chu Mingming's hesitant question nearly caused Lu Hanfeng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Miss Chu, I have already stated that those were merely words of jealousy from President Lin, who sought to tarnish my reputation due to your beauty. I am a magnate worth billions. And I have such a stunning and alluring girlfriend like Lin Mushin. Do you truly believe you have the advantage? Chu Mingming glanced at Lin Mushin nestled in his embrace, and then at herself. In truth, she wanted to argue that both women have their own merits. However, observing the dark expression on her boss's face, she wisely chose to remain silent and exited the room. At the moment the door closed, Chu Mingming heard Lin Mushin's pained cry from the office, unmistakably a sign of having been struck. Being a president is no easy task. One must endure the consequences of miscommunication. The shrill ringing of a telephone jolted the couple from their passionate kiss. Lin Mushin, her cheeks flushed, rose to adjust her attire and shot an irritated glare at Lu Hanfeng, who was answering the call. Please refrain from any rash actions. I can reach you in 1 minute. Lu Hanfeng's expression darkened instantly, prompting Lin Mushin to inquire. Hanfeng, what has happened? Nothing, Mushin. This matter pertains to state secrets. Do not ask further. I shall handle it. Lin Mushin knew of Lu Hanfeng's enigmatic connections, aware that he belonged to a highly privileged covert department. Lu Hanfeng hastened to Lin Mushin's office, slipping into an unoccupied corner, bending his legs to leap over 3 meters high to the courtyard wall. He then propelled himself onto the rooftop of the 3-story office building, activating his mech and engaging stealth mode, swiftly heading towards the outskirts of Modu. The previous call was from the police officer Xia Yuyu, who had reached out during a fierce confrontation while apprehending several drug traffickers. The ruthless criminals were armed, and during an interception, they had executed a traffic cop. Consequently, the entire narcotics special police force was deployed to capture 4 drug dealers. However, the traffickers had rendezvoused with their accomplices at the port, who possessed formidable firepower, including rocket launchers and light machine guns. The Modu police suffered substantial casualties, and Xia Yuyu, alongside her colleagues, struggled to breach the compound, ultimately seeking Lu Hanfeng and Appos as assistance. Without hesitation, Lu Hanfeng ordered Kasha to locate Xia Yuyu and Appos' position. In less than a minute, the mech arrived at the airspace above the port in Modu's outskirts. Within the concealed mech, Lu Hanfeng frowned at the tumultuous battle below. The criminals were holed up in an isolated warehouse, devoid of any cover, and armed to the teeth, making it difficult for the police to penetrate their defenses. Suspended several meters above the ground, Lu Hanfeng opened the hatch and leapt down. Xia Yuyu, anxiously checking her phone, suddenly noticed a shadow darkening the sky. A figure descended before her, crashing into the solid concrete and creating a shallow crater, startling the police officer. Upon recognizing the visitor, she sighed in relief. Director Lu, you've arrived. Yes, what is the situation? The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We have sustained significant injuries. Our leaders are currently mobilizing military forces with heavy weaponry. How many are inside? Are there hostages? There are about a dozen individuals, all desperate fugitives from the Golden Triangle, and there are no hostages. Hearing there were no hostages allowed him to breathe easier. Engaging a dozen individuals was as effortless as eating and drinking for him. Xia Yuyu's furrowed brow caught his attention, and he looked down to find a trickle of blood seeping from her waist. Lu Hanfeng, his expression stern, reached out to lift her police uniform at the waist. Xia Yuyu blushed and attempted to protest, but relaxed when she realized he was merely assessing her injury. A bullet fragment was lodged in her fair skin, blood oozing down the wound, a sight that was quite distressing. Director Lu, it was from the rocket attack during the charge. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Unfortunately, one narcotics officer was killed, and several colleagues were injured and taken away. A look of sorrow and anger crossed Xia Yuyu's face, igniting a surge of fury in Lu Hanfeng. Just wait, I shall avenge you. Lu Hanfeng cast a glance at the distant warehouse and strode forth. Xia Yuyu's expression shifted, and she hurriedly called out, Director Lu, don't go, they have. In the next moment, Xia Yuyu witnessed an unforgettable scene. A massive shadow descended from the sky, landing before Lu Hanfeng. It was an imposing figure, towering 6 meters high, forged from steel, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The mech landed, grasped Lu Hanfeng, and ushered him into the open cockpit, then advanced toward the warehouse, each step shaking the ground with a daunting presence. The police officers concealed nearby were left dumbfounded. Witnessing the mech for the first time, an experience that left them utterly astonished. Captain Xia, is that a mech? I am uncertain. Is this truly Director Lu's trump card? Xia Yuyu gazed in awe at the mech's silhouette, murmuring to herself. Whoosh! As the mech approached, a rocket soared through the air, trailing a long plume of smoke, causing the nearby police to hold their breath in trepidation. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, the mech reached out and grabbed the rocket midair. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the mech's hand, yet the rocket inflicted no harm upon it, failing even to impede its advance. Goodness, that is astonishing. One of the criminal police officers gasped, completely awestruck. The mech advanced to within 30 meters of the warehouse, where another rocket was fired, accompanied by machine gun fire. Lu Hanfeng took a decisive step toward the warehouse, swatting the rocket aside with his hand, unperturbed by the barrage of bullets, and kicked open the iron door. Inside the mech, Lu Hanfeng surveyed the area with enhanced vision, instantly identifying a dozen figures hiding behind cover. Resisting the urge to unleash his wrath, he extended his hand, summoning a 5 to 6 meter long alloy sword. With a swift motion, he swept the sword toward the nearest criminal, sending the stone barrier flying, revealing a terrified figure who was clearly not from Longwa and was grasping a smoking rocket launcher. With a mere flick of the sword, the criminal was propelled backward with a scream, blood spewing from his mouth, and he lay motionless upon impact. Damn! They are so fragile. I need to hold back a little. I don't want to kill them all. Lu Hanfeng muttered to himself as he charged toward the next target, ignoring the bullets fired at him and even deflecting a grenade tossed from the shadows. With each swing of the sword, another criminal was incapacitated. Neither their firearms nor grenades could halt his relentless advance. Against the backdrop of a third-tier civilization's mech, battling these armed thugs was akin to slicing through vegetables. In less than 2 minutes, the warehouse fell silent. All criminals rendered helpless and gathered in the clearing, their weapons cast aside. Chapter 95. The exposure of the island base the mech had already been retracted by Lu Hanfeng, and Xia Yu, who had been summoned in, stood in shock as she observed the scene before her. A man was positioned among a dozen battered bandits, surrounded by a cache of firearms, including several rockets and grenades. The criminals have all been subdued. The rest is up to you now. Thank you. Thank you, Commander Lu. Xia Yuyu expressed her admiration with a respectful salute, while the other arriving officers gazed at him with excitement and reverence. You're injured, Xia. You should return to treat it. In the future, should there be any missions of this nature, feel free to call me. I shall take my leave now. Lu Hanfeng cast a concerned glance at the policewoman before stepping out of the warehouse and summoning the mech to soar into the sky. Captain Xia, which department is this man from? An astonished special police officer inquired. The National Confidential Department. Unless you wish to be invited for tea, refrain from prying. You all handle the transport of these criminals and report to me later, Xia Yuyu instructed before clutching her abdomen and heading towards the approaching ambulance. Upon returning to his villa in Modu, Lu Hanfeng found that it had already been settled, and he had arranged for several robotic servants to assist him, thus alleviating the hassle of hiring staff. The robotic attendants had meticulously tidied the villa, and the intelligent robots controlled by Kasha could perform tasks ranging from laundry and cooking to cleaning the estate, serving as bodyguards, drivers, and secretarial assistants, thus providing comprehensive care. Some uniquely structured robots could even serve as companions, possessing not only enchanting appearances, but also unwavering obedience and never a hint of temper. Lu Hanfeng contemplated establishing a factory for companion robots, certain it would be immensely profitable. Nowadays, society placed less emphasis on marriage. Many young individuals opted out of marriage, childbirth, and romance, a sentiment even echoed by their parents. A popular saying circulated online stated that as long as the youth steered clear of the 3 burdens of car loans, mortgages, and lineage continuation, they could lead a carefree and unencumbered life. After surveying his luxurious estate, Lu Hanfeng was thoroughly pleased with his residence. It offered tranquility and beauty, with an astonishingly spacious interior capable of comfortably accommodating dozens, complemented by numerous entertainment options that promised ultimate enjoyment. Alert! The island base has been discovered. Please proceed immediately to address the situation. Kasha's serious voice echoed in his mind. Lu Hanfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned the mech and flew towards the island. Kasha, didn't we activate satellite shielding? How could it be discovered? Coincidentally, a U.S. nuclear submarine was patrolling the depths when it passed directly over the island, inadvertently exposing it to the submarine's gaze. Damn it, what is the current situation? The submarine has surfaced and is approaching us. Their intent seems to be landing on the island for reconnaissance. Furrowing his brow, Lu Hanfeng pondered a strategy. The island he had chosen, situated near the equator and distanced from any continental landmass, had nonetheless been discovered, a stroke of bad luck for him. Kasha, deploy the deep-sea leviathans to drive away the submarine and commence the construction of the celestial defense system. This celestial defense system was resource-intensive and time-consuming. He had initially intended to delay its construction until further development. However, this unforeseen circumstance necessitated an accelerated timeline. The celestial defense system involved erecting a technological canopy over the island, a synthesis of genetic engineering, biological engineering, and nanotechnology. Although it appeared as a tree, it was, in fact, a remarkable intelligent organism capable of visually cloaking the island and serving numerous other functions. On the periphery of the island base, a nuclear submarine surfaced, confronting the pirate stronghold. The U.S. officers aboard the submarine were astounded, pondering how such a remote island could evolve into a mechanical kingdom of this magnitude. Just as the submarine's officers prepared to disembark for reconnaissance, a colossal tentacle, hundreds of meters long, surged from the depths, striking the submarine with such force that it was thrown into disarray. Its occupants left bewildered. Shit, what just happened? The submarine's commanding officer, Marshall, screamed in terror, only to be met with an even more violent jolt. His head collided with the submarine's alloy wall, leaving him bloodied and disheveled. Sir, we are under attack by an unknown organism. Preliminary suspicions point to a deep-sea leviathan previously unseen on Blue Star. What about the radar? Is our underwater detection system non-functional? This is a 40,000-ton pinnacle of Blue Star technology. Are you jesting about being attacked by a sea creature? Marshall roared in fury. The radar has detected no sign of life. I suspect this entity possesses radar jamming capabilities. Marshall was about to unleash another tirade when another impact rendered him speechless. The entire submarine was dragged away by the deep-sea leviathan, unable to break free despite the submarine's engines roaring to life. The specter of death loomed over all aboard the submarine as it was towed to a distance of over 10 nautical miles before finally halting. Staggering to his feet, Marshall checked the submarine's underwater detection systems only to find no trace of any creatures. The radar screen displayed a void. Oh God, have we encountered a ghost? The shadow of death deterred Marshall from approaching the island base, prompting him to issue an urgent command to flee the area. Seeing the submarine retreat, Lu Hanfeng chose not to pursue. The submarine housed hundreds of soldiers. Sinking it could incite a third world war, a scenario he wished to avoid. For him, the priority was to focus on the stable development of technology. Lu Hanfeng's figure appeared on the island, where the base had undergone significant transformation. The materials procured by Cindy had arrived, and the island's development exhibited explosive growth. For massive artillery emplacements surrounded the island, capable of annihilating any approaching enemy with ease. In front of the military factory stood the colossal aircraft carrier, the Mira, which had been towed from the depths. However, the Mira now bore little resemblance to its former self. Even its original commander would struggle to recognize it. Kasha, what is the progress on the Mira's modifications? Lu Hanfeng gazed with satisfaction at the imposing vessel. The Mira had now transformed into his most formidable military asset. Once completed, no nation on Blue Star would pose a threat to him, as it would be the first starry aircraft carrier equipped with anti-gravity flight technology and an array of cutting-edge weaponry, destined to become the ultimate weapon of dominance. Master. The current modification progress stands at 42%, with an expected completion in 9 days. The construction of the celestial defense system has commenced, requiring a substantial amount of rare materials. Please prepare accordingly. Understood, I will inform Cindy. As Lu Hanfeng's phone chimed, he opened Kasha's materials cost list, only to be left astounded by the extensive array of rare elements, which resembled the periodic table. The quantities and prices listed were enough to make him wince. Kasha, these materials amount to 12 billion pounds? Indeed, Master. Rare elements command exorbitant prices, and this is with our collection robots having gathered a substantial amount from the seabed. Otherwise, the cost would be several times higher. Damn it, I thought I was wealthy, but it seems I am still impoverished. Once I construct a spacecraft and embark on the grand era of interstellar navigation, I shall gather resources from extraterrestrial realms. Chapter 96. The Talking Chimpanzee with a Pained Heart. Lu Hanfeng sent the procurement list to Cindy. The expenses from the last 2 purchases had consumed most of his foreign exchange from the previous sale of gold. Arriving at the warehouse area in a rather gloomy mood, he gazed at the towering piles of gold and silver, which slightly lifted his spirits. This precious metal had been collected by underwater mining robots, capable of categorizing various materials from the ore veins. The valuable gold and silver were stacked here for him to sell in exchange for money, while the useful materials were directly processed in military factories. Upon inspecting the quantity of gold, he found over 1,000 pieces. At 50 pounds each, it would yield an astonishing income. However, with the island base now operational, a significant amount of gold and silver would be required for the electronic components, representing a colossal expense. Selling just half would still be quite lucrative, albeit he would have to trouble the Nangang group once more. As Lu Hanfeng stored the gold in his spatial device and prepared to inspect his castle, he noticed a commotion in the distant forest. A troop of enormous chimpanzees swiftly descended from the treetops, landing deftly before him. The sight of over a dozen towering super chimpanzees, each standing more than 3 meters tall and with muscles rippling like mountain ranges, was enough to intimidate anyone. Lu Hanfeng, the leader of the group, a massive gorilla, spoke with a deep, rumbling voice. Any top zoologist from Blue Star would undoubtedly be astounded to witness a talking gorilla, as it shattered human understanding. You know me? Lu Hanfeng stared in disbelief at the colossal creature before him, reminiscent of a character from a certain film. Giggling, Master, I have been conveying information about you to the gorilla tribe. You are the true master of this island. Their evolution to this state is entirely dependent on your will. The voice continued. This is the king of the mountain gorilla tribe. He has named himself Caesar. Wow, that name is indeed fitting. Lu Hanfeng exclaimed upon hearing the name, as he had just thought of Caesar, the intelligent ape from the film Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. Caesar, along with the entire gorilla tribe, bowed before their master. His imposing face contorted in a mix of pride and reluctance before he finally knelt before Lu Hanfeng, followed by the other gorillas, who exhaled in anger but also knelt down. These gorillas had attained intelligence and were learning human knowledge, so they required respect. Though they resented being ruled by a seemingly weak human, they understood that their very existence depended on him. With a mere word, he could annihilate their entire tribe. Observing the defiance in Caesar and the other gorilla's eyes, Lu Hanfeng devised a strategy. He stepped forward and, with a smile, looked at the formidable beast before him, whose kneeling height exceeded his own. Caesar, do you refuse to submit? Caesar lowered his head, bloodthirsty eyes glinting with ferocity, though he forcefully suppressed it. He could crush this frail human with a single swipe, but this was no ordinary human. He possessed formidable, otherworldly technological power. The fate of his tribe was to live forever under this human's dominion, a reality that could not be altered. Caesar, I offer you a chance for freedom. You shall represent your tribe in a duel against me. Should you triumph, I will grant your entire tribe the freedom to leave, to go wherever you wish. However, if you lose, you and your tribe must forever pledge allegiance to me. Caesar, kneeling on the ground, raised his head in shock, his fierce face revealing a glimmer of disbelief mixed with excitement. You want to use weapons? Indeed, we shall fight barehanded. Caesar roared in agreement, standing tall and letting out an ecstatic bellow that shook the branches around him. The other gorillas followed suit, thumping their chests in unison, creating a thunderous cacophony. From the distant forest, a multitude of gorillas emerged, forming a formidable battalion behind Caesar, as if they were seasoned warriors. Faced with this sea of gigantic beasts, Lu Hanfeng felt as though he were standing before an army. Without technological weaponry, humans would likely be unable to withstand a single swipe from these powerful gorillas, whose muscles were as dense as mountains. I, Caesar, shall battle Lu Hanfeng. If I lose, my entire tribe will serve him. If I win, we all gain our freedom. Caesar's voice rang out, his bold declaration inciting a chorus of roars from the other gorillas. Fight! 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 Impressive spirit. Lu Hanfeng chuckled softly, striding toward a nearby square, while all the gorillas respectfully parted to clear a path for him, as though he were a triumphant king surveying his army. The intelligent gorillas understood that their current existence was granted by this human, and thus, respect was essential. Caesar, embodying the hopes of his tribe, stood before Lu Hanfeng, unaware that he faced not merely a feeble human but a super predator cloaked in human form. Come forth, Caesar. Since my gene enhancement, no one has compelled me to exert my full force. I hope you can withstand my strength. Lu Hanfeng beckoned with a finger. Caesar let out a furious roar, pounding his chest before lunging at Lu Hanfeng. He leapt, covering nearly 10 meters in a single bound, and aimed a colossal hand at Lu Hanfeng's head. Lu Hanfeng raised his gaze, his handsome face alight with excitement, letting out a low growl as his feet exploded into action, instantly appearing before Caesar. Their bodies collided midair. Bang! The sound of their collision echoed, leaving all the gorillas wide-eyed in disbelief as they watched their leader being sent flying. This was a raw display of brute strength, devoid of any embellishment. Ha ha ha! Bring it on! Lu Hanfeng laughed heartily, vanishing from sight only to reappear before the dazed Caesar. He thrust his right shoulder into Caesar's chest, a technique learned from the Safety Bureau's training, though he had yet to master the essence of it. The combination of his immense power and the technique formed a devastating weapon. Ow! Caesar let out a pained roar, feeling as if he had been struck by a freight truck, blood spewing as he was sent hurtling away. Even before he hit the ground, Lu Hanfeng seized one of Caesar's massive feet and hurled him down like a dough ball. Boom! The entire square trembled under the force of the impact. Caesar was utterly stunned. How could a single human possess such overwhelming power? He found himself incapable of even a semblance of resistance against Lu Hanfeng. Chapter 97. Encountering resistance, Lu Hanfeng did not relent. This time, he unleashed all his strength. After much effort, he had finally found a worthy adversary. And if he did not vent his pent-up frustration, he would be utterly miserable. Caesar's body was once again hurled to the ground, lying there like a lifeless dog, only able to spit blood as he passively endured Lu Hanfeng's brutal assault. The surrounding gorillas were taken aback. The scene before them was vastly different from their expectations, and for a moment, they found it hard to accept. Boom! Caesar's body crashed down once more, having completely lost consciousness, his body convulsing involuntarily, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were free. Lu Hanfeng's bloodthirsty gaze fell upon the robust gorillas, feeling an unbearable urge to unleash the primal force within him. All of you come at me. Amid the astonished expressions of the gorillas, Lu Hanfeng charged at the nearest one, deliberately slowing his pace to give the opponent a chance. Roar! The gorilla let out a furious roar, swinging its fist towards Lu Hanfeng, the air crackling with the force of its blow, showcasing its immense power. Lu Hanfeng, invigorated, let out a wild cry and raised his asymmetrical fist in response. Smack! The collision of the two fists resulted in an astonishing disparity. The gorilla yelped as its wrist snapped with a sharp crack, clearly broken. Lu Hanfeng offered no opportunity for retaliation, swiftly sidestepping and executing another forceful strike, causing the gorilla to emit a pitiful scream as it was sent flying into another stunned gorilla, both tumbling helplessly on the ground, writhing in pain. Come again. Lu Hanfeng's eyes burned with intensity as he charged at the next gorilla. The creature trembled in fear, barely managing to assume a defensive stance before being sent hurtling away. Lu Hanfeng unleashed his full might, resembling a tiger among sheep, effortlessly incapacitating one gorilla after another. The vast square quickly filled with the agonized cries of the defeated gorillas. Aware of the remarkable recovery abilities of these genetically enhanced gorillas, Lu Hanfeng refrained from delivering fatal blows. As long as he didn't kill them, they would eventually heal from their multiple injuries. He fully embraced the ferocity within him, continuing until the square was strewn with incapacitated figures. Panting heavily as he finally ceased his onslaught. Surveying the scene, Lu Hanfeng let out a triumphant laugh. The remaining few hundred unscathed gorillas huddled together, gazing at his maniacal laughter with terror in their eyes. His rampage had effectively subdued the entire gorilla clan, with all the able-bodied males injured and lying on the ground, leaving only the weak and elderly behind. Approaching the now conscious Caesar, who trembled in fear and crawled to kneel before him, he lowered his head in submission. "Master, from now on, you are the master of Caesar and my entire clan. Caesar, you are to lead the gorilla clan in learning human knowledge and technology. If your clan wishes to live a better life, you must acquire knowledge. It is the sole pathway to altering your fate." "Yes, master." At that moment, Caesar was exceedingly obedient, having been thoroughly intimidated by Lu Hanfeng's godlike demeanor. A phone call from Lin Mushin summoned Lu Hanfeng back to Yin City, where representatives from a dozen automotive giants, both domestic and international, had gathered for negotiations concerning interstellar vehicles. Though they spoke of cooperation, their aggressive demeanor resembled coercion, pressuring Lin Mushin to relinquish all technology related to flying cars. Unable to handle the situation, she had no choice but to call Lu Hanfeng back. On his journey back, piloting the Mech, Lu Hanfeng deciphered the situation through data provided by Kasha. The meteoric rise of his interstellar flying cars had a profound impact on the survival of all car manufacturers. It was no wonder they felt urgency, leading to their united front. Upon arriving at the Interstellar Automotive Conference Room, Lin Mushin faced a crowd of intimidating gazes. Her face darkened with suppressed fury. When she saw Lu Hanfeng's arrival, she exhaled in relief. Lu Hanfeng cast her a reassuring glance, his icy gaze sweeping over the assembly. Among them were individuals from the Dragon Kingdom and faces from Europe and America, notably spotting Li Hang, whose expression was filled with venomous malice. "So, you are the mastermind behind interstellar automobiles, Lu Hanfeng?" A middle-aged man from the Dragon Kingdom scrutinized Lu Hanfeng, but he paid him no heed, pulling up a chair to sit beside Lin Mushin. "What is the situation, Mushin?" "Humph. These scoundrels claim our interstellar vehicles severely threaten their existence and demand we share our flying car technology." "Miss Lin, that statement is inaccurate. We are not asking for your technology for free." The middle-aged man did not react with anger to Lu Hanfeng's rudeness, instead grinning as he seized the conversation. "You possess such advanced technology, yet are merely a fledgling company, incapable of rapidly promoting flying cars globally. We, on the other hand, have capital forces spanning the globe. If you share your technology with us, we can expedite the global proliferation of flying cars. Moreover, we will offer your company a 10% profit share. That would be an immense benefit for you, a golden opportunity you would not want to miss." 10% profit? Huh. Lu Hanfeng scoffed, a mocking smirk gracing his face. "If you desire the technology for flying cars, listen to my terms." His proposition elicited gleeful expressions from the surrounding representatives, whose mission was to acquire the flying car technology. Once they had that, they could easily manipulate this nascent automotive company. "We will provide you with a complete set of intelligent production lines, including hydrogen energy batteries and all other cutting-edge manufacturing processes for your vehicles. You will give me half of the pure profits from the cars produced. Naturally, you will need to purchase these intelligent production lines." "Just the production lines? What about the technology? Isn't having the production lines sufficient to manufacture flying cars? What more do you want?" Lu Hanfeng retorted. "Do you think you can turn the tables on me? By that logic, wouldn't we be working for you for free? Huh? Is it not you who sought to exploit my technology?" Lu Hanfeng countered. "Your underhanded tactics would fool only a child." The representatives exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Since negotiation had failed, they would resort to their second plan. Mr. Lu, are you aware that the representatives before you are backed by the titans of all automotive companies on Blue Star? Have you considered the consequences of offending us? What? Are you attempting to threaten me because you cannot secure the technology? Lu Hanfeng sneered. If you do not share your technology with us, starting today, your interstellar company will face a full-scale boycott. We will unite all material suppliers and refuse to provide you with any resources. Of course, no one desires to escalate to that point, but if Interstellar continues to be obstinate, we have no choice. At last, the true nature of your petty schemes is revealed. I am eager to see how you persuade those suppliers to cut off materials from me. Get out of here. You are not as important as you think. Blue Star does not revolve around you. Lu Hanfeng, you will come to regret this. With negotiations completely collapsed, the middle-aged leader stood, his expression grim as he departed. As Li Hang approached Lu Hanfeng, his expression twisted with venomous hatred. He spat. Lu Hanfeng, maintain your stubbornness. Do you truly believe that possessing a modicum of advanced technology allows you to act with impunity? You might not even know how to meet your end. Lu Hanfeng, however, did not respond to his words. Instead, he gazed at the fellow before him with an amused smile. Having almost forgotten about this individual, he was unexpectedly entertained by his initiative to approach once more. Let us indulge in the feast I have prepared for you, Lu Hanfeng thought to himself. At that moment, a bee emerged from his sleeve and, unnoticed by Li Hang, flew directly to his neck, delivering a sharp sting. What has bitten me? Li Hang exclaimed in terror, instinctively covering the affected area with his hand. He scanned his surroundings in search of the culprit, but alas, the bee, having accomplished its task, had already darted beneath the table. Frustrated, he could only scratch his neck as he departed, casting a lascivious glance at Lin Mushin as he left. Chapter 98. The flying cargo ship. The expansive office fell into an instant silence as Lin Mushin looked at Lu Hanfeng with a worried expression. Hanfeng, what shall we do? Your boldness earlier was indeed impressive, but have you considered the consequences? The combined power of those individuals is utterly terrifying. While we can procure ordinary steel, some materials might truly be beyond our grasp. The starship has already taken flight. No force can impede our progress. Rest assured, I have a plan. All material suppliers have signed contracts, and should they default, we will proceed through legal channels. Please provide me with a list of the materials we are unable to procure, and I will source them through alternative avenues. But Lin Mushin attempted to continue, but Lu Hanfeng interrupted, taking her hand and leading her out of the conference room. Since the Starship cars surged in popularity, sales of all other vehicles have come to a standstill, particularly within the Dragon Kingdom, as the Starship cars are only available there. The overwhelming demand led Lin Mushin to acquire 2 nearby vacant factories for the production of Starship flying cars. One enormous coastal factory, however, was repurposed by Lu Hanfeng into a workshop for flying cargo vehicles. As they descended from the flying car, Lin Mushin entered the factory for the second time. Although she had acquired the facility, the subsequent renovations had all been managed by robots, leaving even her, the president, unaware of what had been constructed. Lu Hanfeng guided her into the workshop, where a colossal cargo ship left her utterly astonished. What is this? With the existence of flying cars, naturally, there must also be flying cargo vehicles. The advent of flying cars has transformed the world's transportation, and flying cargo vehicles will similarly revolutionize logistics. Transporting goods from this port to the United States, which once required about a month, subject to the whims of the weather, will now take merely 10 to 12 hours with the advent of flying cargo vehicles. Mushin, do you grasp the significance of this? Lu Hanfeng observed her in delight as Lin Mushin, momentarily stunned by his words, began to comprehend the dire implications. As a young woman from a business family, her commercial instincts were keenly attuned to the potential repercussions. Once the flying cargo vehicle is launched, the global freight landscape will be reshaped, with her Starship Automotive Company at its helm. Moreover, she recalled Lu Hanfeng's earlier remark about sourcing materials through other channels. A sudden thought sparked within her. Hanfeng, when you mentioned procuring materials from other channels, you don't mean using this flying cargo vehicle to bypass the constraints imposed by local car manufacturers, do you? Exactly. As expected of the business goddess, Miss Lin Mushin. I have connections in Russia, and the flying cargo vehicle can make a round trip in mere hours, with materials there being considerably cheaper. As for the domestic monopolization of materials, I regard it as a mere joke. My dear, the first flying cargo vehicle is ready. Let me show you around. Lu Hanfeng, still holding the astonished Lin Mushin's hand, led her towards the massive flying cargo ship that was gently hovering above the ground. Though termed a cargo vehicle, it bore little resemblance to conventional trucks, appearing more akin to an elongated ship. The immense doors of the ship opened automatically, illuminating the darkened hold. Inside lay a vast expanse, 3 to 4 meters high and 2 to 300 square meters in area, sufficient to accommodate most freight needs. What is that? Lin Mushin exclaimed, pointing at two metallic shapes in the corner. A smile crept onto Lu Hanfeng's face as the two shapes transformed into towering robotic beasts, each over 3 meters tall, equipped with 8 robust mechanical arms exuding strength. These are transport robots, designed to handle the loading and unloading of cargo. This flying cargo ship features 2 levels, each housing 2 of these machines. With them, there is no need for human labor in transporting goods, and their efficiency is unparalleled. Lin Mushin's mouth fell agape, struggling to comprehend the extent of Lu Hanfeng's technological advancements, which far surpassed her understanding. This cargo ship could carry over 10,000 tons of goods, although not fully loaded. We can produce several of these flying cargo ships daily. Currently, they will exclusively serve our Starship company, with plans to enter the market once the time is right. As they exited the cargo ship, it ascended gracefully, casting an imposing shadow that rendered humanity minuscule in its presence. The ship's surface shimmered and transformed into a silvery hue before it vanished into thin air. This is the visual cloaking feature, exclusive to our cargo ships. Visual cloaking is not an advanced technology. It merely reflects the use of special materials. Coupled with radar invisibility, it minimizes unnecessary complications. Lu Hanfeng withheld certain details. These cargo ships would fly to island bases for transportation duties. In the future, materials procured in Cindy would simply need to be stored in a warehouse, and the cargo ships would automatically retrieve them. He had no qualms about the threats posed by local car manufacturers, yet he did not anticipate that subsequent developments would far exceed his expectations. In the afternoon, Lu Hanfeng intended to take Lin Mushin to their newly acquired estate in the magical city for an intimate getaway. However, he received a call from Du Yuangang, who had come to the magical city seeking him for a drink. Seizing the opportunity to escape, Lin Mushin discreetly slipped away. Upon arriving in the magical city, Lu Hanfeng made his way to the hotel where he had arranged to meet Du Yuangang. As he opened the door to the private room, he was taken aback. The large room was filled with 20 to 30 young men and women, most of whom he recognized. He spotted Du Yuangang among the crowd, his expression one of confusion. Yuangang, what on earth is going on here? Ah, the fourth is here. Everyone is present. We were merely waiting for you. Why are you just standing there? Come sit. Du Yuangang exclaimed with a mischievous grin, pulling Lu Hanfeng down beside him. Lu Hanfeng's gaze fixated on a pure and beautiful woman seated across the table, who, coincidentally, was also staring intently at him. In that moment, a flood of memories surged within him. Yu Qiuyan, Lu Hanfeng murmured, lost in thought, while the woman opposite him felt a wave of emotion, quickly lowering her head to mask her embarrassment. This scene, however, provoked the ire of a dapper young man nearby, who rose in anger to confront Lu Hanfeng. Lu Hanfeng, you arrived the latest and failed to greet your classmates? Isn't that rather rude? Lu Hanfeng's clarity returned as he turned to face the speaker, past grievances from their school days resurfacing within him. Yet, given his current status, dwelling on such trivial campus squabbles seemed rather petty. Chapter 99, A Reunion with First Love. It turns out to be my fellow classmates. I apologize for my tardiness due to unforeseen circumstances. Lu Hanfeng smiled faintly, rising to survey the room. His gaze fell upon 2 individuals beside Du Yuangang who were stifling laughter, and he was momentarily taken aback, a wave of brotherly affection flooding his heart. According to the customs of our circle, one must accept punishment for arriving late. I, Lu Hanfeng, cannot forsake this tradition. Thus, I shall down this drink, and we shall consider the matter of my lateness settled. Grasping a bottle of liquor from the table, he twisted the cap with force, removing it entirely, and proceeded to pour the contents directly into his mouth. This spectacle left everyone astounded, with some female classmates gasping in shock, covering their mouths in disbelief. Within mere seconds, an entire gene of liquor had disappeared down his throat. Wiping his lips, Lu Hanfeng turned the bottle upside down, allowing the last drop to fall after a prolonged pause. "Goodness, old four, have you been possessed by the spirit of Bacchus?" exclaimed Li Yuxuan, standing beside Du Yuangang, eyes wide with astonishment. Having spent 4 years together in school, they thought they knew Lu Hanfeng well, yet his ability to down a bottle in one go startled them. Lu Hanfeng, have you never tasted mitai before? Did you come to mooch off my liquor? This bottle cost me 3,000. You've just guzzled away my $3,000. How many scraps must you collect to earn back that amount?" The acerbic voice of Mao Weiqi pierced through the air, drawing frowns from several classmates. Yet Lu Hanfeng merely smiled, unfazed by the remark. "Mao, our class monitor, speaks truthfully. I have indeed had little opportunity to savor such fine spirits. Let bygones be bygones regarding the trivial skirmishes of our school days. To express my apologies, I shall treat everyone to this meal. Please enjoy yourselves." Lu Hanfeng, this is a 5-star hotel in Magic City. I dare say this is your first visit. Do you have any inkling of the cost of this feast? I booked the deluxe 6,800 premium package, and after a few more bottles of fine wine, the total will surely start at 100,000. Do you truly believe you can afford this on a scavenger's earnings? The irritating voice rang out yet again, this time provoking the ire of Yu Qiuyan, seated across the table. "Thank you, class monitor Mao, for your hospitality. Allow me to cover the cost of this meal. I am sincerely grateful for the arrangements you've made for this reunion, enabling me to reconnect with old classmates right after disembarking from my flight. After years abroad, I've come to understand how pure and precious the bonds of friendship are. Dear classmates, let us all relish this evening. I shall take care of all expenses." "Don't, Qiuyan. I was merely being cheeky. I can certainly afford this meal, including the round-trip expenses for everyone. Our gathering tonight is for enjoyment. And look, the dishes are ready. Let us dig in." Mao Weiqi, his face plastered with a false humility, attempted to backtrack. Yu Qiuyan cast a glance at Lu Hanfeng before returning to her seat, though tricked into attending the reunion by Du Yuangang. Lu Hanfeng felt a surge of exhilaration and joy. Not only had he encountered his long-lost friends Li Yuxuan and Zhu Ping, but he had also reunited with his first love, Yu Qiuyan, who appeared to be thriving. "Brother gang, tonight, nothing less than 3 drinks will suffice to resolve this matter." Lu Hanfeng raised his glass, feigning annoyance as he filled it, and offered it to Du Yuangang. Du Yuangang chuckled heartily, accepting the glass and downing it in one go. "Second brother, third brother, it has been far too long." Lu Hanfeng extended his hand across Du Yuangang to grasp the hands of Li Yuxuan and Zhu Ping, their faces illuminated with excitement. Despite 2 years of separation, their bond remained unaltered, and perhaps even deepened by the passage of time. "Old four, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Du Yuangang enveloped the 3 in a bear hug, and the joy of their reunion was beyond words. Classmates exchanged toasts and engaged in conversation, though many conversations were tinged with a hint of ulterior motives, particularly from Mao Weiqi, whose family owned a company in Magic City, making him a target of admiration for classmates seeking to ingratiate themselves with him. Such reunions inevitably change as classmates enter the workforce. The harsh realities of life refine individuals, making them increasingly opportunistic. Lu Hanfeng also stood to toast each individual, for they had shared 4 years of camaraderie, despite many of them looking down upon him. And even some of Mao Weiqi's sycophants having had their quarrels with him, he had long since let go of those trivial grievances. In response to his toasts, whether they drank or not, Lu Hanfeng maintained his smile, even offering a toast to the women, regardless of whether they merely sipped juice. When it came time to toast the evening's guest of honor, Yu Qiuyan, Lu Hanfeng struggled to maintain his composure, though a glimmer of excitement could not be concealed from his eyes. "Welcome back, Yu Qiuyan." At that moment, the room fell silent. Everyone was aware of the history between Lu Hanfeng and Yu Qiuyan, the school's most celebrated beauty having once been swept off her feet by an ordinary boy from humble beginnings. A fact that had etched Lu Hanfeng's name into the memories of all. Under the collective gaze of the attendees, Yu Qiuyan rose, her face flushed, trembling as she held her glass, her head bowed as she covertly regarded Lu Hanfeng. Hanfeng, it has been so long. As their glasses clinked, a close female friend of Yu Qiuyan's playfully nudged her, causing Yu Qiuyan to stumble, tipping both her and her drink toward Lu Hanfeng. Naturally, he could not allow her to fall, and he instinctively reached out to embrace her delicate form. "Ah," shouted I, "are you trying to kill yourself?" Yu Qiuyan exclaimed, hastily regaining her footing, her cheeks aflame as she shot an irritated glare at her friend, her exquisite features painted with a vivid blush. This scene incensed Mao Weiqi, who had invested considerable effort into winning over his former goddess, Yu Qiuyan. Witnessing the rekindling of their old flame ignited a fire of fury within him, his eyes veiling a layer of crimson. In that fleeting moment of contact, Lu Hanfeng nearly succumbed to the impulse of embracing her fully, as memories of their past intimacy flooded his mind. After all, she was the one who had given him his first kiss and his first love, a memory that would forever linger in his heart. Yu Qiuyan was no less affected. Although she had seated herself, her face radiated with an alarming redness, her eyes involuntarily darting toward Lu Hanfeng. "Class Monitor Mao, I appreciate your hospitality. Regardless of any past misunderstandings between us, I hope that this drink will dissolve all grievances. I shall drink to that, and you may do as you wish." Lu Hanfeng's expression remained calm as he regarded the boy who seemed intent on opposing him at every turn. To him, these minor grievances felt utterly trivial. For his aspirations reached for the stars and the ocean. He could not afford to be mired in such juvenile matters. With a full glass of liquor, he downed it in one gulp. Just as he prepared to approach another classmate, Mao Weiqi seized his arm, having left Lu Hanfeng's earlier toast untouched on the table. "Lu Hanfeng, I hear you've tied the knot. Why did you not bring your wife today? It would be enlightening for us all to see what kind of wife a scavenger like you could attract." As he spoke, Mao Weiqi deliberately cast a glance at Yu Qiuyan, whose expression darkened as she lowered her head. "Huh, Class Monitor Mao. How considerate of you to inquire about my personal affairs. First and foremost, I am a collector, not a scavenger. There is a subtle distinction. Secondly, I am divorced. If you wish to see my ex-wife, you shall have to wait until I remarry." Lu Hanfeng remained unfazed by his jibes, casting a glance to deter Du Yuangang from intervening. At this moment, he possessed a commercial empire capable of impacting the world, the strength to confront formidable forces, and wealth and power beyond the imagination of most. Engaging with someone who relied solely on parental connections to navigate life would only diminish his own worth. Chapter 100. First love. As Yu Qiuyan observed Lu Hanfeng completely ignoring her advances, Mao Weiqi could only sit down in frustration. He had intentionally revealed Lu Hanfeng's marital status, clearly achieving his aim. Noticing Yu Qiuyan's visibly displeased expression, he recognized it as his moment to shine. Mao Weiqi raised his glass, deliberately pushing aside a girl seated next to Yu Qiuyan to position himself before her, eager to impress. Unfortunately, the situation did not unfold as he had envisioned. Yu Qiuyan responded with disinterest, her demeanor suggesting her mind was elsewhere. The gathering continued with food and drink until past 10 o'clock, at which point Mao Weiqi stood up once more, eager to boast. "Fellow classmates, since we've all enjoyed our meal, let's move on to the next venue. I have booked the largest DS bar in the city, complete with an extraordinarily luxurious private room, ensuring everyone will have a delightful time." Laughter erupted as a classmate remarked, "Thank you, Mao class representative. Truly, you are the epitome of a wealthy heir. The money you spent could sustain us for 2 years. Another chimed in, "Indeed. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry someone like Mao." Mao Weiqi basked in the flattery, his face beaming with pride. Initially, Lu Hanfeng had no intention of attending the second event, finding no appeal in it. Nonetheless, Du Yuangang insisted he join, claiming it would be a shame to miss out on such a lavish outing, especially since it was Mao's treat. Li Yuzuan and Zhu Ping, with their mischievous expressions, also insisted on attending. Reluctantly, Lu Hanfeng followed along. Upon arriving at the hotel, the scene grew intriguing. Among the many classmates, only 2 vehicles awaited them, both flying cars. However, Du Yuangang's was a luxurious custom model, while Mao Weiqi's was merely a mid-range version. This immediately shifted the spotlight onto Du Yuangang, and Yu Qiuyin was whisked away by her friend, Xiao Dai, into Du Yuangang's car. This spectacle nearly sent Mao Weiqi into a fit of rage. "Oh, I actually ordered 2 flying cars. The other one is also a luxurious custom model, but it is still in production," Du Yuangang remarked casually. "By the way, Mao class representative, your flying car was gifted by the owner of the Interstellar Automobile Company. I am currently employed there." He cast a sly glance at Lu Hanfeng, who, if he revealed his true identity, would undoubtedly astonish their classmates. "Are you an employee of the Interstellar Automobile Company? With the boss gifting you a vehicle, you must hold a managerial position at the very least," a male classmate exclaimed, enviously eyeing Du Yuangang's flying car. Owning such a vehicle was a powerful asset in attracting romantic interests, as evidenced by Yu Qiuyin's eagerness to climb aboard. With a smirk, Du Yuangang responded, "I'm just a minor manager, fortunate enough to have caught the boss's attention. However, I oversee precision machinery and do not partake in manufacturing. Otherwise, I could have secured a flying car for everyone." He climbed into his vehicle, which comfortably accommodated 6 passengers without feeling cramped. Lu Hanfeng found himself pushed into the car by Li Yuzuan, fortuitously seated next to Yu Qiuyin. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward, as familiar scents wafted from her presence. Yu Qiuyin remained silent, her head bowed, while Du Yuangang, noticing the tension, attempted to break the ice. "Old 4. Haven't you been boasting about your new property in the city? Since we're all here, we plan not to stay at a hotel tonight. We'll just crash at your place, if that's all right." "Yes, Old 4, if you dare decline. I'll remind everyone of your past heartbreak when you wept for a month, losing weight in the process." Li Yuzuan and Zhu Ping exchanged mischievous glances at Lu Hanfeng, who felt embarrassed and cast a furtive glance at Yu Qiuyin, while Xiao Dai stifled giggles beside them. "My room is only about 10 square meters. If you all come over, we'll have to stack ourselves to sleep. If you don't mind the cramped space, feel free." Du Yuangang continued to tease, and Xiao Dai added, "It should be fine for us 2 girls, right? Staying in a hotel is both expensive and inconvenient. Lu Hanfeng, you wouldn't turn us away, would you?" Lu Hanfeng found himself at a loss for words. He could understand 3 boys crashing at his place, but 2 girls? Yu Qiuyin merely appeared taken aback, not outright rejecting the suggestion, indicating she had not anticipated Xiao Dai's proposal. The situation certainly piqued his interest. "The room is indeed quite small. If you choose to stay, we'll have to make do." He sighed, his expression betraying his reluctance. He couldn't very well refuse their request, especially considering the 2 girls were already residing in rented accommodation, while his own property in the city was a lavish villa. As one of the most prestigious residences, it was undoubtedly impressive, but it felt ostentatious in front of his classmates and his first love. Only Du Yuangang wore a cunning grin, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. "You, a billionaire, I refuse to believe you only own a modest apartment." The vehicle came to a halt before an extraordinarily opulent bar, with several flying cars parked outside. As a symbol of luxury, interstellar flying cars had become the new standard of extravagance. Driving one allowed not only the thrill of flight but also attracted envious gazes from onlookers. In contrast, the once coveted luxury sports cars had fallen out of favor. No matter how flashy or powerful, they could not compete with the allure and speed of flying vehicles. The presence of both flying cars and sports cars on the street made it clear that the former commanded the attention and admiration of the crowd, especially among the image-conscious wealthy heirs who would never want to be overshadowed by an automobile hovering above them. Chapter 101. Bar Conflict. Lu Hanfeng followed several individuals into the bar, where the attendant escorted them to an opulent private room spanning over 100 square meters. In a city as extravagant as Magic City, the cost of such luxurious accommodations was undoubtedly exorbitant. Before long, Mao Weiqi entered with a scowl, shamelessly seating himself next to Yu Qiuyin. Regrettably, the goddess merely treated him with courtesy, offering no further gestures of affection. The remaining classmates also entered the room. And as someone seized the microphone, the atmosphere within the private room became lively. At the KTV bar, the group naturally divided into smaller clusters, with Lu Hanfeng pulling together Du Yuangang, Li Yuxuan, and Zhu Ping. Old 4, you must have consumed 2 gene of baijiu tonight. Can you still hold your liquor? Oh, Old 2 and Old 3, you have no idea. This rascal might be possessed by the god of wine. A couple of months ago, when we met, he managed to make me drink so much that I could barely rise the next day. Since then, I vowed never to challenge him in drinking again. Let us just enjoy ourselves with a casual drink. Of course, if you two wish to compete, feel free, but don't drag me into it. Brother gang, do we look like fools? You, with the best alcohol tolerance, wouldn't dare issue a challenge. What are we, seeking our own demise? Li Yuxuan and Zhu Ping recognized the change in Lu Hanfeng and engaged him in light conversation, refraining from any serious drinking contests. By the way, brother gang, what is the situation between you and Old 4 now? Li Yuxuan inquired, his curiosity piqued, while Zhu Ping leaned in to listen attentively. Haha, we're all brothers here, nothing to conceal. However, this matter is rather elaborate, and if I disclose it now, you might lose your appetite for drinking. Let us save this secret for later, when we visit Old 4's home. The more Du Yuangang spoke, the more intrigued Li Yuxuan and Zhu Ping became, with Zhu Ping practically scratching his head in impatience, eager to whisk the 3 away. How are you two doing now? Lu Hanfeng, feeling a tug at his heart, asked, knowing they were all dormitory brothers, and he could lend a hand if they faced difficulties. Me? My family has contracted several hundred acres of land. So now I am a bona fide farmer, earning several 100,000 each year, which is quite decent. But of course, harvests depend on the whims of nature. If we encounter severe weather, we might end up losing money. Li Yuxuan's words evoked a sense of nostalgia among the 3 brothers, recalling when he had once aspired to conquer the world, now tempered by the harsh realities of life. They turned to Zhu Ping, who ruffled his short hair and smiled. I inherited my family's restaurant and now work as a chef. Life is tolerable. Back in school, I dreamed of venturing out to make a name for myself. But society quickly educated me in humility. Indeed, one must remain grounded and recognize their position. My restaurant has been a time-honored establishment for over 20 years, on good months. We earn a modest income of 20 to 30,000. It's a decent way to get by. Lu Hanfeng nodded, contemplating how, had he not encountered that fortuitous opportunity, his circumstances would likely mirror those of his friends. Moreover, he would have suffered even more due to that malicious woman. With thoughts of his sister's recovery, it was time to return and settle old scores. Lu Hanfeng, come quickly. Qiu Yan is in trouble. While the 4 brothers were engrossed in conversation, Xiao Dai rushed in, her face pale with panic. Lu Hanfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he stood and followed Xiao Dai outside, plunging the room into silence as classmates hurriedly trailed behind. Upon exiting the private room, Lu Hanfeng was instantly engulfed by a surge of fury, a palpable aura of murderous intent causing the temperature around him to plummet. In a flash, he closed the distance, unleashing a powerful kick at the young man clutching Yu Chuyan. With a resounding thud, the young man was sent flying, his figure barely visible before he landed several meters away, leaving a trail of blood across the floor, his head slumping into silence. This shocking spectacle left the classmates who had rushed out momentarily dazed. What on earth? Old 4, are you possessed by a war god, or have you awakened divine powers? Du Yuangang's eyes widened in disbelief, marveling at the sheer force of Lu Hanfeng's kick. Qiuyan, are you all right? Lu Hanfeng gently grasped Yu Qiuyan's delicate hand, his keen gaze fixated on the bruise on her wrist, his eyes reddening with rage. A visceral urge to kill surged within him as he glared at the young man he had just dispatched. Yet, unexpectedly, Yu Qiuyan reached out, her starry eyes locking onto his. This scene resonated with deep familiarity. Years ago, she had been beset by 4 thugs, and it was this very man who had bravely intervened to rescue her. Even as she endured injuries, he had held on to her and urged her to flee. Hanfeng, don't go. That person is not ordinary. We need to leave quickly. Her first love's hand remained as soft as ever, and gradually, Lu Hanfeng's murderous intent dissipated. Just then, A group of young men and women burst from a neighboring room, rushing to the side of the young man Lu Hanfeng had knocked out. "Young master, are you all right?" The young man on the ground stirred, the earlier scene flooding back to him, his malevolent gaze sweeping across to fixate on Lu Hanfeng and Yu Qiuyan. "Seize that couple. It was that man who attacked me. If I don't disable his limbs today, I shall not be called Yu Feihong." A throng of individuals surged forward, encircling Lu Hanfeng and Yu Qiuyan. Mao Weiqi, who had initially approached to ingratiate himself, recoiled in fear upon hearing the young man's words. "Yu Feihong, the underground prince of Magic City? We're in deep trouble." Mao Weiqi's face turned ashen, retreating cautiously. Lu Hanfeng's narrowed eyes inferred the young man's formidable identity, for otherwise, the self-important Mao would not be so visibly shaken. "Kid, you're finished. Daring to strike our young master Yu. No one can save you now, not even the heavens." The group of young men surrounded Lu Hanfeng and Yu Qiuyan, who instinctively pushed her behind him, shielding her. Du Yuangang and the others stepped forward, indicating their solidarity. The classmates, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale and hesitated to approach, sensing they had provoked someone beyond their reach, as evidenced by Mao's stunned silence. At the end of the corridor, a gang of delinquents armed with clubs charged in, intensifying the fear among the classmates, some of whom were already discreetly attempting to slip away down the opposite corridor. Chapter 102. The demon emerges from hell. The young man, injured by Lu Hanfeng, staggered toward him, supported by two companions, his malicious gaze fixated on Lu Hanfeng's broad face. "This was the first time in my life that I, Yu Feihong, had been so brutally beaten. This kid has guts. I hope he can maintain his composure when the time comes. I'll leave him alive, but break all his limbs. I intend to toy with his woman right in front of him. You shall take it easy." With a volatile expression, Mao Weiqi approached Yu Feihong, who paused momentarily, seemingly recognizing him. "Yu Shao, I am Mao Weiqi, the son of Mao Jinxiang. We met at the Spring Magic City Chamber of Commerce banquet. I remember you, so? You are the son of Boss Mao. What brings you here?" Yu Feihong, still writhing in agony, spoke with little regard for his tone. Yet Mao Weiqi dared not show anger and could only flatter him. "Yu Shao, these two are my classmates. For the sake of my junior, how about letting them apologize and setting a table to smooth things over?" To his shock, Yu Feihong spat a thick loogie onto Mao Weiqi's face and began to curse loudly. "Am I giving you face? Do you think you have any standing here? Have you not seen the state I'm in? If you keep blabbering, I will take you down with me." Never before had Mao Weiqi endured such humiliation. His face flushed crimson with rage, but he dared not retaliate. At that moment, a group of uniformed bar security personnel rushed in, clearly alerted to the commotion. "What is happening here? How did a fun night out escalate into such chaos?" A portly man, grinning broadly, approached Yu Feihong, who then tempered his arrogant demeanor. "Oh, Manager Wang, I was assaulted in your establishment. Even if your boss were present, I would demand restitution. It was you who forcibly pulled Qiu Yan into the room." "You are the villain here," retorted Xiao Dai, emboldened by the arrival of security, glaring at Yu Feihong from beside Yu Qiuyan. "Humph, being noticed by me, Yu Feihong, is her fortune. I merely offered her a drink, and then I was attacked. What about my dignity? Manager Wang, don't say I don't give your boss face. Let this woman join me for a few drinks in the VIP room, and let this man kneel and apologize before leaving. Then we can consider the matter settled." Yu Feihong's lecherous gaze fixated on Yu Qiuyan. The pretense of drinking was evident. If she entered that room, there would be no leaving unscathed. Manager Wang pondered for a moment before astonishing everyone with his words. "Sir, Yu Shao has already shown considerable leniency. I suggest you both endure a little and agree to his terms. I would rather die than enter that room." Despite her pale face, Yu Qiuyan clung tightly to Lu Hanfeng's arm, resolutely refusing. Manager Wang's expression darkened immediately. "Do you understand who Yu Shao is? For ordinary people like you, this is the best outcome. Do not provoke him further. Indeed, Qiuyan, Yu Shao is the prince of the underworld in Magic City. There is nothing he cannot achieve here. Perhaps you should just endure this and let it pass." Mao Weiqi's words left those classmates who had not yet departed in shock. How could he be so shameless? Just moments ago, he had been pursuing her, and now he was urging her to submit to a rogue. They instinctively recoiled from him. Finally, the protagonist, Lu Hanfeng, spoke. Manager Wang, is this how you handle matters in your establishment? Today has been quite an eye-opener for me. Arrogant rascals, biased managers, and shameless classmates, truly a gathering of the despicable. His words condemned 3 individuals at once, the atmosphere thick with tension as the timid began to retreat. Manager Wang, his face darkened, turned to leave, indicating he would not intervene further. Haha, you still cannot see reality? I am unsure whether to call you foolish or imbecilic. Break his limbs, then drag him and that woman into my VIP room. With that, Yu Feihong attempted to enter the VIP room. But Lu Hanfeng's cold smile belied the fury brewing within him. He looked gently at the steadfastly clinging Yu Qiuyan and said firmly, Qiuyan, tonight, no one shall lay a finger on you. I, Lu Hanfeng, guarantee it. He then pushed Yu Qiuyan back, and in the next moment, he erupted with a roar. Like a beast awakened, charging at the approaching thugs. Die! The pent-up fury exploded at that moment. Facing the oncoming baseball bats, he did not even think to evade. With all his strength, he delivered a punch to the foremost thug. Crack! The chilling sound made everyone's expression change, and the sight before them terrified those with weak constitutions. That thug's shoulder twisted into a grotesque form under Lu Hanfeng's blow, white bone fragments protruding from the mangled flesh, half of his right arm obliterated. This was only due to Lu Hanfeng not targeting his head. Otherwise, brain matter would have spewed forth. Ah, my God! The thug stood frozen for 2 seconds before emitting a scream of pure terror, then collapsed sideways. Lu Hanfeng did not grant the others a chance to react. Plunging into the crowd, incapacitating one thug after another. In that narrow corridor, no one could breach his defense to harm Yu Qiuyan behind him. With a casual punch, he rendered another thug useless, either their arms or legs shattered, the air filled with the sickening sound of breaking bones. The retreating manager Wang and Yu Feihong were both astonished by the scene. Was this man truly a demon risen from hell? In mere seconds, no one stood before Lu Hanfeng. The security personnel dropped their batons and fled, wishing they had been born with 2 fewer legs. Lu Hanfeng strode past Yu Feihong to confront manager Wang, his bloodthirsty gaze locked onto him, causing a foul odor to emanate from the man's legs. Soaking the ground beneath him, manager Wang trembled, eyes wide with terror, facing the man before him, feeling as if he were confronting a demon from the depths of hell. Sir, this bar belongs to Wang Xuebing. You, get lost, Lu Hanfeng growled, his hand striking manager Wang's face with such force that the 200-pound man flew several meters, crashing into the wall before collapsing to the ground. Manager Wang convulsed a few times, blood oozing from his mouth, mingled with white teeth, before his head drooped, lifeless. Blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, as if it were free-flowing. Lu Hanfeng then turned his gaze toward Yu Feihong, who stood at the VIP room door, paralyzed with fear. Upon meeting Lu Hanfeng's eyes, Yu Feihong screamed in panic and dashed into the room, locking the door behind him. Consumed by rage, Lu Hanfeng would not let him escape so easily. He stepped forward, sizing up the door, then took a step back before unleashing a powerful kick. Boom! The resounding crash echoed as the door, made of an unknown material, shattered into splinters under his kick. The 2 men behind the door were sent flying 7 to 8 meters against the wall, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Chapter 103. Yu Haven and Apos. T been possessed? Stay away from me. My father is. Yu Feihong looked at the approaching Lu Hanfeng, terrified to the point of losing control, screaming his father's name. Yet, Lu Hanfeng, consumed by fury, did not hear a word. Even if the King of Heaven appeared, nothing could deter him now. I will pay you. I have plenty of money, His cries turned into agonized screams as Lu Hanfeng seized one of his arms and crushed it mercilessly. If this fool wished to break his limbs, let him experience the agony of having them shattered firsthand. At that moment, Lu Hanfeng resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, utterly transformed by the torment his first love had endured. Yu Feihong's arms lay broken, writhing in pain on the ground, howling in despair. Lu Hanfeng raised his foot and brought it down heavily upon Yu Feihong's legs. Boom! The entire private room trembled thrice. And Yu Feihong shot upright as if electrified, his eyes wide with terror, mouth opening in a silent scream, only to collapse back down, motionless. After 3 seconds of unconsciousness, searing pain jolted him awake, and he began to roll on the floor in excruciating agony. As Lu Hanfeng's foot moved away, the others in the room were horrified to discover that Yu Feihong's legs had been flattened, bone shards protruding from his skin, the overwhelming stench of blood making them gag. Lu Hanfeng exhaled sharply, finally releasing the pent-up rage within him. His gaze turned toward the few men and women standing in the room, who, terrified, screamed and knelt, begging for mercy. "Brother, we were only called here by Yu Feihong for drinks. We don't know him well." "Humph," Lu Hanfeng scoffed, turning to exit the private room, met with a chorus of shocked and disbelieving eyes. Outside, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air. Given the magnitude of the incident, patrons in the neighboring rooms had undoubtedly alerted law enforcement. Yu Qiuyan's expression shifted as she rushed toward Lu Hanfeng, pushing him to leave. "Hanfeng, you've injured so many people. If you get caught, you'll definitely go to prison." Her concern warmed Lu Hanfeng's heart. It was worth his rage to protect her. He lowered his voice, attempting to sound gentle. "Qiuyan, I can handle this. Trust me." Yu Qiuyan paused, her expression caught off guard by Lu Hanfeng's confidence, and she inexplicably nodded. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Hanfeng took out his phone and dialed the number of Officer Xia Yu. After a prolonged wait, the call connected, with the background noise indicating she was in a crowded place. "Officer Lu, what's the matter? I'm responding to a call." If you're busy, never mind. I'll find someone else." Just as he was about to hang up, Lu Hanfeng noticed flashing police lights through the corridor's glass. "Wait, Yu, are you at the entrance of the DS bar?" How did you know?" "Someone reported a highly dangerous terrorist at the bar, injuring dozens. So our criminal investigation team was dispatched." An odd expression crossed Lu Hanfeng's face. The coincidence was uncanny. "Get inside quickly. If all goes well, the terrorist you mentioned is likely me." Officer Lu, this." Lu Hanfeng hung up abruptly. Within a minute, a squad of heavily armed police officers burst in, led by a striking female officer. Manager Wang, writhing in pain on the floor, thought he had found salvation and attempted to plead with the police. Yet, the lead female officer ignored him entirely, striding directly to Lu Hanfeng. In a moment that left everyone astounded, the female officer saluted Lu Hanfeng respectfully. "Good day, Officer Lu." The officers behind her, having witnessed Lu Hanfeng's previous exploits against drug traffickers, gazed at him in admiration, collectively shouting their salute. "First, take these individuals to the hospital. They are suspected of stealing state secrets. Treat them first, then detain them for investigation. Particularly that Yu Feihong. Investigate his background thoroughly. In this day and age, claiming to be the underground prince of the Magic City is certainly no good news. Also, look into his father. If there are any difficulties, direct them to me. I will ensure it is dealt with." "Yes, Officer Lu." The group of investigators began hauling the injured away, leaving onlookers dumbfounded as those who had been severely beaten were taken away, while the striking young man who had delivered the blows strolled away with a beautiful woman, seemingly unscathed. Yu Qiuyan, held by Lu Hanfeng, gazed dreamily at him. After all these years, that familiar figure still shielded her from harm. As they reached the parking lot outside the bar, Du Yuangang and the others caught up, their eyes regarding Lu Hanfeng as if he were a mythical being. Xiao Dai, in particular, clasped her hands over her chest, gazing at him with adoration. "Lu Hanfeng, I've just realized how handsome you are. How about you take a look at me? I don't mind that you've been divorced." "Xiao Dai." Yu Qiuyan clutched Lu Hanfeng's arm, shooting a glare at her. Du Yuangang and the others approached, astonished, with Du Yuangang even playfully pinching Lu Hanfeng's cheek. "Old Four, what has gotten into you? You must be possessed by a war god." "Old Four, are you sure you haven't been taken over?" "Shut up." "Old Four, you were infatuated with Zhou Xia back in school. Seeing her married today must be quite sour for you." "Old Four, you haven't been possessed?" Du Yuangang finally believed that Lu Hanfeng was fine. This secret was known only to the four of them in their dormitory. But now he had his own ambitions and pursuits. "Everyone didn't have enough fun earlier, right? Let's south head to my place. I've made arrangements. Lu Hanfeng deliberately changed the subject, pulling Yu Qiuyin into the car and getting into Du Yuangang's flying vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Hanfeng's ability to open the car door freely was peculiar. Typically, a command from Du Yuangang would allow the door to open only with the owner's authorization. Old Four, where do you live? Why does it feel like we're heading further off course? You're not planning to take our school beauty you somewhere shady, are you? Lu Hanfeng shot Du Yuangang a glare. Ignoring him, he still held Yu Qiyin's hand, and she showed no signs of resistance. As the car drove to the outskirts of the Magic City, it stopped in front of a brightly lit luxurious estate, with rolling hills in the background. Though they were not particularly high, the estate's gates opened automatically, and the flying vehicle glided into the garage. The group stepped out, awestruck by the illuminated grandeur before them, their mouths agape in disbelief. Old Four, we didn't take a wrong turn, did we? Du Yuangang muttered in disbelief. His eyes fixated on the fountain that dwarfed even his own home, its vibrant lights illuminating the water in a mesmerizing display. 6 young women clad in maid uniforms approached them, bowing respectfully. Welcome home, master. Greetings to our esteemed guests. The maids' figures were flawless, captivating everyone's attention, while Li Yuzuan and Zhu Ping stared in astonishment. Only Du Yuangang recognized their faces, having witnessed their creation, but dressed as maids, their aura transformed dramatically. It was evident that even female robots benefited from the right attire. Chapter 104. The unsettled feelings within Yu Qiuyin's expression froze momentarily, her hand, held by Lu Hanfeng, subtly retracting, yet unable to fully escape his grasp. Lu Hanfeng could easily discern her misunderstanding. These 6 are robotic maids produced by my company, primarily tasked with managing all household chores, as well as handling procurement and guest transportation. Robots? Goodness, are they truly that lifelike? Li Yuzuan queried, extending his hand towards the robot closest to him, only to withdraw awkwardly, feeling the action was overly intrusive. Is this truly your property? Yu Qiuyin's expression softened slightly, yet her mind remained clouded with disbelief at the sight of such an opulent residence. Indeed, I purchased it not long ago. Let us step inside. The robotic maids have prepared a midnight snack. Lu Hanfeng guided her towards the entrance, with the astonished group hastily following suit. Upon entering the villa, the guests were once again taken aback by the lavish decor. They tread cautiously upon the expensive Persian carpets. I had only heard that you purchased property in the Magic City, yet I never anticipated it to be such a grand estate. How vast must it be? All 10 eyes turned towards Lu Hanfeng, who seated Yu Qiuyin on the sofa. Immediately, a robotic maid presented an array of sliced fruits and snacks. Lu Hanfeng picked up a toothpick, skewered a piece of watermelon, and fed it to Yu Qiuyin, smiling as he spoke. The estate spans over 6,000 square meters, with a small door in the backyard leading directly to the mountains, which are not included in that measurement. The main villa itself covers over 1,000 square meters, equipped with virtually every form of entertainment. I know your next question pertains to the cost, but let us refrain from discussing that, as it could be perceived as ostentatious. Yet you brought us here, which is undeniably flaunting wealth. To mention it, and then leave it half said is rather irksome, don't you think? That was your insistence to come, wasn't it? I attempted to dissuade you multiple times. Lu Hanfeng feigned innocence, while the 2 girls nearby erupted in giggles. Lu Hanfeng led the group on a tour of the expansive villa, taking nearly half an hour to explore its vastness. Had I known such a splendid place existed, we could have left right after dinner instead of heading to a bar. This is far more entertaining. Du Yuangang, standing by the pool, boisterously proclaimed, while the others nodded in agreement. The indoor pool, spanning over 200 square meters, could certainly entertain them for an entire evening. Li Yuzuan exchanged mischievous glances with Zhu Ping, suddenly snatching Du Yuangang's phone and kicking him into the pool before he could react. Enraged, Du Yuangang pointed an accusatory finger at the 2, who placed his phone on a nearby chair and dove into the water, joining the fray. Lu Hanfeng settled Yu Qiuyin on a lounge chair, where a robotic maid promptly delivered refreshing beverages. Xiao Dai, there are brand new swimsuits in the changing room. You should pick one to join in on the fun. Eager to participate, Xiao Dai joyfully dashed into the women's changing room, leaving Lu Hanfeng and Yu Chuyin alone. An awkward silence enveloped them until Lu Hanfeng broke the ice. Chuyin, how have you been these past years? Well, I have dedicated myself to my studies abroad, channeling all my energy into academics. It is the only way I can alleviate the longing and sorrow within my heart. Lu Hanfeng's heart trembled, his face betraying a complex array of emotions. Between them lay a bond marked by destiny, yet thwarted by circumstance. The obstacles faced by their disparate worlds were insurmountable. Had it not been for that cliché heroic rescue, their paths would have never intertwined. Hanfeng, what has transpired in your life? You feel like a stranger to me now, as if you are an entirely different person. Yu Chuyin bit her lip, gazing at the man she had etched into her very being. She had envisioned their reunion countless times, never anticipating the profound changes that had unfolded in his life over the years. 2 years ago, I married into a family per my father's wishes, only to find that they had plotted against my family over a piece of land valued at 4 million. That marriage was a farce from the beginning. In 2 years, I barely touched her hand. 2 months ago, I divorced that woman, severing ties with her family. It was during that tumultuous time that I stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. Everything I possess now stems from that moment. Hanfeng, is there still a chance for us? Yu Chuyin's words sent a shock through Lu Hanfeng's body, and as he turned, he was met with her exquisitely familiar face, untouched by the passage of time. She remained as enchanting as she had been during their school days. First love, a lingering sentiment of unresolved emotions for anyone, resonated deeply with Lu Hanfeng as well. Even after marrying Gong Yuyan, he occasionally found himself reminiscing about that captivating figure from his past. Chuyin, why don't you two simply share a bed tonight? Is it appropriate to flaunt your affection before so many old classmates? A voice interrupted Lu Hanfeng, revealing Xiao Dai, who had just emerged in her swimsuit. Xiao Dai's conservative swimwear still highlighted her alluring figure, drawing the attention of the 3 men splashing about in the pool, their eyes fixated upon her. Xiao Dai, what nonsense are you spouting? Yu Chuyin exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Chuyin, go change into a swimsuit and join me in the water. If you don't, those 3 wolves will surely devour you. Look at their eyes, as if they haven't seen a woman in centuries. Xiao Dai pointed at the 3 in the pool, and Yu Chuyin, noticing the truth in her words, smiled and made her way to the changing room. Lu Hanfeng shed his shirt, revealing a perfectly toned physique, donned swim trunks, and leaped into the water, causing a splash. The 4 friends, cherishing this rare opportunity to reunite, frolicked in the water for a while before vacating the pool for the 2 girls and heading to the dining area to enjoy drinks. The robotic maids had prepared an extravagant feast, and the wine cabinet overflowed with an array of beverages. Lu Hanfeng lost track of how much he drank. The floor was littered with empty bottles. Eventually, the 2 girls joined in, and a tipsy Yu Chuyin babbled incoherently, alternating between laughter and tears as she clung to Lu Hanfeng. A drunken Xiao Dai inadvertently revealed the scheme between her and Du Yuangang, confessing that their meeting was orchestrated by the 2 of them, including the push that had sent Yu Chuyin stumbling during the toast. Everything had been premeditated. The subsequent visit to Lu Hanfeng's home was also part of their clandestine planning, leaving Lu Hanfeng at a loss for words upon realizing the truth. Chapter 105. The Charitable Foundation Plan. Boss Lu, I have put a great deal of effort into your affairs. Now that I am unemployed at home, my parents incessantly urge me to marry, which is utterly vexing. You, as a prominent figure, must arrange a satisfactory job for me, otherwise. The tipsy Xiao Dai's words trailed off as she nearly toppled over. Lu Hanfeng quickly reached out to steady her, summoning a robotic maid to escort her and the inebriated Yu Chuyin into a room to rest. The next day, they did not rise until 10 in the morning. One of them, rubbing a heavy head, made his way to the living room. Brothers, let us have some porridge to warm our stomachs. We drank too much last night. Lu Hanfeng called them to gather around the dining table, exchanging a glance with Yu Chuyin, whose cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, clearly recalling the events of the previous night. Boss Lu, given the wonderful opportunity last night, I expected you two to rekindle your romance and spend the night together. You were rather disappointing. If you had been a bit more assertive, and Chuyin had hesitated just a little, wouldn't that have worked out? Xiao Dai's teasing provoked a deep blush on Yu Qiuyan's face, leading her to lightly smack Xiao Dai in protest. Let things develop naturally between me and Qiuyan. We have changed a lot over the years. Time is the true witness to everything. Whether we can be together depends on our fate, Lu Hanfeng said, casting a glance at the lovely lady, who, blushing, stole a secretive look at him. Xiao Dai, you mentioned being unemployed at home. What kind of job are you seeking? Lu Hanfeng, eager to shift the conversation from his romantic entanglements, posed the question, causing everyone's eyes to brighten at the mention of potential opportunities. As the saying goes, when one ascends, those around them also benefit. Lu Hanfeng was clearly an immense tycoon now. Even a hint of his fortune could provide an abundance for those nearby. Boss Lu, I didn't expect you to still remember my worth. It has not been in vain that I have been concerned about your affairs all along. My parents are both university professors and wish for me to enter the educational field, but I have little interest in raising children. My dream is to navigate the business world and become a powerful woman managing billions in wealth. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish. You have helped me greatly in the past, and now it is my turn to repay you. The interstellar flying car business is my venture, and my next plan is to produce flying cargo vehicles. At that time, what? You are the mysterious big boss behind the interstellar industry? Xiao Dai exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Yu Qiuyan, Li Yuzuan, and Zhu Ping were similarly stunned by the revelation. In this era, interstellar flying cars were undoubtedly the most sought-after commodity, and Lu Hanfeng stood before them as a living legend. Didn't I mention it last night? Old four, you've kept this from us for so long. You are now an extraordinary tycoon, and our dreams of becoming CEOs, winning the hearts of wealthy beauties, and reaching the pinnacle of life all hinge upon you. Li Yuzuan and Zhu Ping collapsed at Lu Hanfeng's feet, clinging to his legs in delight, which drew giggles from Yu Qiuyan and Xiao Dai. Please, you two, step aside. I must first arrange matters for Xiao Dai before attending to you. Xiao Dai, start by getting accustomed to the Interstellar Gaming Company. Once the flying cargo ships are launched, they will undoubtedly transform the logistics industry. With a reshuffling of the cargo sector, it will become a business worth trillions. ISN and Opos. That what you desire, to manage vast wealth? Lu Hanfeng, please accept my humble submission. Henceforth, I am yours to command. Xiao Dai exclaimed, her excitement coloring her cheeks as she squealed and attempted to kneel before Lu Hanfeng. He quickly helped her back up before turning his attention to Li Yuzuan and Zhu Ping. Since we are all brothers, I shall dispense with formalities. Second brother, third brother. Upon your return, handle your current affairs and await my instructions. When the flying cargo ships launch, I will arrange for each of you to receive several vessels. You will transport goods with my flying ships, ensuring you both earn substantial profits. How far you go will depend on your own abilities. Old four. I like this plan. But what will you price the flying cargo ships at? I'm not sure we can afford such an investment. Li Yuzuan and Zhu Ping exchanged looks, their expressions a mix of excitement and concern. Fear not. I shall provide the flying cargo ships to you for free. You can pay me after you start earning. You two can negotiate amongst yourselves. The scale of your operation will depend on your ambition. Once the flying cargo ships enter the market, traditional trucks will fade into obscurity, much like pagers. Your task is to seize the opportunity and establish yourselves as logistics giants. With me supporting you, your potential is only limited by your aspirations. Thank you, Old Four. They recognized this as a pivotal opportunity to alter their destinies, one they could not afford to let slip away. Hanfeng, what about me? Yu Qiuyan inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Hanfeng. Qiuyan, isn't your family in a stable financial position? I do not wish to rely on my family. After studying abroad for so many years, I want to establish my career through my own abilities. Lu Hanfeng pondered, aware of Yu Qiuyan's family situation, which made him hesitant to arrange anything for her. However, since she had expressed her desire, he felt compelled to respond. Qiuyan, what is your dream? A dream? If I tell you, please do not mock me. My dream is to engage in philanthropy. I wish to do something meaningful for the lonely elderly, left behind children, and those in remote areas unable to afford education. I want to use my abilities to make a difference for those in need. Lu Hanfeng and the others were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the mindset of the wealthy diverged significantly from that of the impoverished. They were merely struggling for survival in a society where lofty ideals seemed unattainable. Qiuyan, your words have awakened me. I lack for nothing financially. I can indeed utilize my resources and influence to do good for the people. Here's what I propose. Qiuyan, you shall establish an interstellar charitable foundation. In the future, major companies in the interstellar realm will contribute billions annually to support charitable causes. What? Hanfeng, are you establishing a charitable foundation specifically for me? Yu Qiuyan gazed at Lu Hanfeng with gratitude, her star-like eyes reflecting a hint of affection. The charitable foundation was something I intended to establish sooner or later. Your words merely prompted me to expedite the process. Henceforth, you will be the head of the Interstellar Charitable Foundation. With arrangements made, Li Yuxuan and Zhu Ping prepared to take their leave, but Lu Hanfeng led them into a secretive room in the basement, unlocking a reinforced door to reveal a mysterious chamber. What is this place old for? A treasure trove, filled with numerous valuable items. You've traveled so far. I could not let your visit be in vain. Lu Hanfeng smiled as he illuminated the room, blinding them with the gleam of treasures within. Wow, so much gold! Du Yuangang exclaimed, racing past Lu Hanfeng towards a golden throne adorned with jewels, which sparkled magnificently under the lights. Chapter 106. Why not find someone smaller? Is this throne made of real gold? Du Yuangang exerted all his strength, but could not move the golden throne even a fraction. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Hanfeng. I acquired this from a treasure vault in Egypt. It is likely a throne once occupied by a pharaoh. Although the purity of the gold is not exceptional, it is unquestionably crafted from pure gold without any adulteration. Brother Gang, there's no need to exert yourself. This thing weighs over 8 tons. It's a wonder if you can even budge it. Goodness, how much is over 8 tons worth? The price of gold is over 550 per gram, and a ton equals 2,000 pounds. Du Yuangang, Li Yuxuan, and Zhu Ping gathered around the golden throne, idly calculating its worth. Meanwhile, Lu Hanfeng retrieved a golden bracelet from a nearby box, another treasure from the vault, an intricately hollowed bracelet weighing over half a pound. Undoubtedly a precious item. Xiao Dai, you looked out for me back then and helped me with Qiuyan. This bracelet is a gift for you. Huh. For me? Thank you. Xiao Dai excitedly accepted the bracelet, which felt heavy in her hands. She slipped it onto her wrist, admiring the beautiful hollow gold patterns. Though it was rather conspicuous, Yu Qiuyan looked at Lu Hanfeng with an expectant expression, silent. With Xiao Dai receiving a gift, her relationship with Lu Hanfeng was evident. Lu Hanfeng took her small hand and led her to a shelf where several boxes were displayed, all containing exquisite jade artifacts he had left behind. He pulled out 2 boxes and placed them in Yu Qiuyan's hands, gazing at her with deep affection. Qiuyan, back then I was just a poor boy unable to present you with a decent gift. The only bracelet I gave you was a cheap trinket from the street. This pair of jade bracelets is meant to make up for my previous regret. Do you like them? Yu Qiuyan excitedly opened the boxes, while Xiao Dai curiously leaned in to peer inside. Within the boxes lay a pair of vibrant green bracelets, their brilliance casting a green hue upon the faces of the 3. This is glass-type imperial green? My heavens, such quality is truly priceless. While Xiao Dai remained bewildered, Yu Qiuyan instantly recognized the material and value of the bracelets, a testament to her privileged upbringing. Hanfeng, these are worth over 100 million. They are far too precious for me to accept. Reluctantly, Yu Qiuyan returned the boxes, though her expression clearly conveyed her deep affection for them. No matter how valuable, you are worth more, Qiuyan. Will you truly refuse my gift? Lu Hanfeng's candid words made Yu Qiuyan's cheeks flush, her heart swelling with sweetness as she bashfully embraced the boxes. Du Yuangang and the others each chose a large gold chain, as they considered themselves simple men, content with the most ordinary of gold adornments. After the 3 brothers departed, Lu Hanfeng initially intended to accompany Yu Qiuyan to register the Interstellar Charity Foundation, but a call from Lin Mushin summoned him to the Interstellar Automotive Company. Upon entering Lin Mushin's office, he observed her sullen expression and instinctively grasped the situation. Hanfeng, this morning all our suppliers ceased their deliveries. They are willing to compensate according to the contract, but wish to terminate all material supplies. I reached out to several other suppliers, but they too have refused to collaborate with us. Lu Hanfeng smiled as he sat beside her, leisurely pouring himself a cup of water before speaking. Isn't this what we anticipated? Remember those who obstruct us. Henceforth, they shall be blacklisted from our interstellar dealings, never to collaborate with us again. I have already made arrangements with contacts in Russia. I will head over shortly to clarify matters. From now on, we will import our materials from there. With the flying cargo ships, distance will pose no limitation for us. Yes, but our materials can only last a day. The order volume is substantial. We must avoid any shortages. Rest assured, the flying cargo ship will soon return with the materials. Their childish tactics cannot affect us. One more thing, Mushin, prepare for a transition. You will be leaving the Interstellar Automotive Company. Huh? What do you mean, Hanfeng? Lin Mushin's expression shifted, her face paling. She had worked hard to establish the Interstellar Automotive Company, and at such a critical juncture, how could she be dismissed? Mushin, where are your thoughts wandering? As our company expands, we are venturing into various industries. It is time to establish a group company. You will set up an interstellar group in Modu, managing all future enterprises under the Group S umbrella. You need only oversee the headquarters and manage the overall operations while leaving the hands-on tasks to your subordinates. A smile finally graced Lin Mushin's face. She had feared Lu Hanfeng intended to dismiss her. Hanfeng, you tease. Speaking partially leads to misunderstandings. Sister, is it a lack of trust on your part? Are you placing the blame on me? Let us have a proper conversation tonight. Huh, I'm not available tonight. Stop. Mushin, don't always make excuses. You are my woman. If you cannot even satisfy my basic physical needs, are you not afraid I might seek companionship elsewhere? Understand that my position is such that, with a mere beckon, countless stunning beauties would flock to me. Lu Hanfeng shot her a discontented glare, prompting Lin Mushin to nod reluctantly, her expression one of despair. Faced with Lu Hanfeng, she often felt powerless. He was like a machine, perpetually tireless, leaving her to wonder how such an extraordinary being was molded. Well, Hanfeng, why not? Find someone smaller. What did you say? Lu Hanfeng, taken aback, stared at Lin Mushin in disbelief. Hanfeng, I know my physique is weak, and I cannot keep up with you. An occasional indulgence is acceptable, but if it goes on for several days, I fear for my life. Perhaps, you should find someone else. I wouldn't mind. Lin Mushin's cheeks flushed crimson. It took tremendous courage to utter those words, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet his eyes. This decision had been pondered for quite some time, a reluctant conclusion born out of necessity. After all, which woman would willingly suggest her partner seek other companionship unless she felt utterly helpless? She couldn't bear to see Lu Hanfeng, a young and vigorous man, living in loneliness. Thus, taking the initiative placed the power in her hands, and having him find someone familiar was preferable to letting him wander aimlessly. Are you serious? I am your man. Hanfeng, I find that little secretary quite appealing. I've interacted with her a few times. She is not only pure and beautiful, but also gentle and considerate. Our rapport is quite good. If you like her, you may take her in, and we can assist you in managing the company together. Lu Hanfeng reached out to touch her forehead, confirming she was not speaking nonsense. A wave of delight swelling within him. He had been troubled about how to navigate the matters concerning Yu Lingyuan and Yu Qiuyan, and now it seemed a solution had presented itself. Chapter 107. Theft of Trade Secrets. Let us set this matter aside for the time being. Mushan. Acquire all the idle factories in the vicinity as we prepare to construct our own materials processing workshop. From now on, all materials for the production of our flying cars and cargo ships will be processed by us. Those automotive companies can try to obstruct the sales channels of raw materials if they possess the capability. Rest assured, I will handle this matter efficiently. But as our operations expand, we will require a substantial recruitment of talent. Indeed, I entrust you with the recruitment process. You shall personally oversee all candidates. Once you have vetted their credentials, coordinate with Interstellar Communications for further arrangements, which may yield unexpected results. What Lu Hanfeng referred to was the vast data backend of Interstellar Communications. In contemporary society, Every individual exists under the scrutiny of big data, where even the simplest act of watching a video is curated based on one's preferences. Every trace left online is meticulously recorded and analyzed by big data. Kasha's extraordinary abilities magnified this data exponentially, allowing for the comprehensive analysis of an individual's information. Master, the automotive manufacturing assembly line has been tampered with. While lounging on the sofa, engrossed in conversation with Lin Mushan, Lu Hanfeng was abruptly alerted by Kasha's notification, causing his previously jovial demeanor to freeze. "What's wrong, Hanfeng?" Lin Mushan inquired, observing the sudden shift in his expression. "There's been an incident. Come with me to the workshop." Lu Hanfeng grasped her hand and led her away. The pair swiftly entered the flying car, ascending directly towards the interstellar automotive manufacturing workshop. Upon arrival, they witnessed a young man in his 20s being firmly restrained by a robot, despite his futile struggles and shouts. President Lin, you've arrived just in time. This robot has gone berserk, and let me go." The young man, feigning calmness, called out in panic upon seeing Lin Mushan approach. She, however, chose to disregard him, her attention directed towards Lu Hanfeng. With a stern expression, Lu Hanfeng confronted the young man, his piercing gaze instilling fear and preventing any semblance of defiance. "Ningmu Gang, you are suspected of stealing trade secrets and accepting substantial bribes. I have already notified the authorities. Soon, you will explain yourself to the police." "What? You're slandering me." "President Lin, don't listen to his lies. I haven't done anything. Whether Ningmu Gang is innocent or not, you will clarify that to the police. The moment your account received a payment of 200,000, it triggered a big data alert. Today, you have been incessantly infiltrating the assembly line, attempting to steal secrets related to anti-gravity technology, and you have been caught red-handed by the robot. You may not be aware that anti-gravity technology is a state secret, and your actions could obliterate all prospects for your future." Lu Hanfeng's words drained the color from Ning Mu Gang's face, leaving him as pale as a ghost. Though he wished to argue, Lu Hanfeng offered him no opportunity. Instead, he pulled Lin Mushan away. Mushan convened all employees for a meeting, showcasing Ning Mu Gang's fate, while also promoting the incident widely. He became the proverbial chicken that disrespected the monkey. Lin Mushan understood the underlying message in Lu Hanfeng's words and promptly began contacting all personnel for the meeting. Currently, Interstellar Automotive employed hundreds, many of whom had transitioned from her father's processing factory. As hundreds of employees stood before Ning Mu Gang, witnessing his arrest by the police, Lin Mushan revealed the impending prison sentence he faced, causing many to lower their heads in unease, secretly relieved that it was not themselves being taken away. In reality, many had been approached by those automotive companies, yet they hesitated, contemplating their options, while Ning Mu Gang had acted impulsively, accepting money to attempt the theft of technological documents. By the time Ning Mu Gang's situation was resolved, it was midday. Lin Mushan was preparing to dine with Lu Hanfeng when a call from her family requested his return to her grandfather's house for a meal. Lu Hanfeng, unabashed, accompanied her, as the Lin family was already familiar with him. However, upon seeing the full table of Lin family members, Lu Hanfeng sensed something amiss. This family banquet was likely not merely a casual gathering. Indeed, halfway through the meal, with a considerable amount of alcohol consumed, the Lin family finally revealed their true intentions. It turned out that this dinner was organized by Lin Mushan's uncle, aiming to secure a favorable opportunity for his son. Lin Mushan's leadership of the wildly successful interstellar flying car company had left her relatives feeling disadvantaged, with none of the benefits trickling down to them. Her uncle's son had just graduated and, while he was involved in the construction business, he had no desire to pursue that path, instead aspiring to join Interstellar Automotive. "Mushan, your younger brother Mu Dong has found a position at Interstellar Games under your guidance, which is also a promising high-tech company. You cannot neglect your cousin Mu Cheng. You know that your uncle deals with rough individuals, unsuitable for someone fresh out of university. Mu Cheng is a graduate of a business school and should not be barred from joining your interstellar company." Mushan did not respond immediately but discreetly glanced at Lu Hanfeng, who offered her a nonchalant look. She then turned to a young man wearing glasses beside her. Mu Chung, what are your thoughts on salary expectations for a position? Before Mu Chung could speak, his mother interjected, Mu Shan, your brother Mu Chung is a high-achieving student. Surely, he deserves a leadership position within your company. With a company as large as Interstellar Automotive, he should be offered a managerial role with a starting salary of at least 200,000 to match his years of education. Her aunt's words amused Lin Mushan, and noticing Lu Hanfeng remained silent, she finally replied, Aunt, you may have a misconception about high-achieving students. Firstly, Mu Chung's business school is not among the prestigious institutions like the 985 or 211 universities. Recent graduates like him can be found anywhere. Take our recruitment standards at Interstellar as an example. A graduate like him would struggle to pass even the initial screening. If you were to observe our recruitment scene, you would understand that what we lack is not individuals with high academic credentials, but rather those with strong practical skills. If you wish for me to make an exception and arrange for him to join Interstellar, that is feasible, but it must adhere to the established protocols. I can offer him a comfortable position, and with my influence, as long as he demonstrates even a modicum of capability, the opportunities for advancement will be boundless. As for salary, it will be determined by company regulations. The compensation is standardized and cannot be arbitrarily assigned. Not even Hanfeng, as the owner, can intervene in this matter, lest the company descend into chaos. The procurement department offers a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, and the work is relatively light. Should he advance in the future, his salary will naturally increase. What? Only a little over 10,000 a month? That is barely enough for a single meal. Mu Chung is worth more than that. Mu Shan, how can you be so stingy? You are not so frugal with Mu Dong. Aunt, Mu Dong's salary is also in accordance with company standards. He currently earns a similar amount. If you find it inadequate, you could invest in a company for him, allowing him to become a big boss. What nonsense are you uttering? I absolutely refuse to engage in menial labor that is exhausting and offers little reward. If my cousin does not grant me the managerial position, I will not step foot in the Interstellar company. Lin Muqing's words left Lu Hanfeng and Lin Mushin utterly stunned. Could this truly be the utterance of a well-educated university graduate? This is nothing short of a quintessentially spoiled mama's boy, unable to perceive the harsh realities of society even after graduating. If such an individual were to enter the workforce, I fear they would struggle with even the most fundamental interpersonal relationships. Chapter 108. The launch of the thought sensor helmet. The meal concluded on an unsatisfactory note, with Lu Hanfeng remaining largely silent throughout, while Lin Mushin single-handedly faced the challenges posed by her uncle's family. Lin Mushin's grandfather also said little, only sharing a couple of drinks with Lu Hanfeng and discussing the company's development. As they exited the ancestral home, Lin Mushin wore a face of indignation, burdened by her sharp-tongued aunt, her scheming uncle, and her still dependent cousin, leaving her, a president, quite distressed. Hanfeng, do you think my actions were appropriate? Mushin, let me be frank. You should refrain from engaging with your uncle's family moving forward. They will undoubtedly seek you out again. What do you mean by that, Hanfeng? Lin Mushin was not naive. She could discern the implications in Lu Hanfeng's words. Those automotive companies have been in contact with your uncle. What? Are you suggesting that today's meal was a conspiracy? Thankfully, I did not allow Lin Muching to enter the interstellar realm. Had he done so, he would surely have exploited my connections to create chaos. Even if he became a manager, it would be futile. The technology you, as president, are unaware of, he would never be able to grasp. Now do you understand why I utilize intelligent mechanical arms and robots? Including those flying cars, I have set contingencies. Anyone attempting to acquire anti-gravity technology is merely deluding themselves. Lu Hanfeng's words brought comfort to Lin Mushin. In Magic City, within a research institute, a flying car was being dismantled. Despite the incessant warnings from the onboard AI, the dismantling team paid no heed, their actions unwavering. Surrounding the partially disassembled flying car were numerous experts and foreign representatives. Had Lu Hanfeng been present, he would have recognized them as representatives from various automotive companies. Since they refuse to relinquish the technology, we shall decipher it ourselves. We possess the most advanced machinery and the most extensive talent pool. Can we not decode a single technology? The leading middle-aged man had barely finished speaking when reality delivered a harsh blow. The flying car erupted in a cloud of smoke, followed by a flash of flames, incinerating its core area in an instant. The onlookers scrambled to escape, and it was only a technician who managed to extinguish the fire that had left the flying car unrecognizable. What is happening? How could it spontaneously combust? The hydrogen energy block is supposed to be non-flammable. The middle-aged man exclaimed in exasperation. A senior professor, his face grim, stepped forward. The hydrogen block does not burn, but the flying car is equipped with an intelligent self-protection program. Its intelligence is formidable. The moment we touched the core component, it triggered its self-destruct sequence. Self-destruct sequence? The middle-aged man glanced at the grim faces of the automotive representatives around him. This avenue was clearly blocked once again. Humph! Since this plan is unfeasible, let us not be blamed. In the afternoon, Lu Hanfeng piloted a mech to Russia, eager to reunite with Cindy, the charming foreign girl he had missed. Cindy's father had unified all the mafia organizations in Russia, creating a singular voice in the underground world. Their words could influence the entire country's direction. Upon Lu Hanfeng's arrival, Cindy joyfully rushed to him, wrapping herself around him. Feeling her soft embrace ignited a fire within him. Dear Lu, my knight, today I have a gift for you, one I assure you will adore. Cindy, you are my greatest gift. Lu Hanfeng paid little heed to her mention of a gift, for he lacked for nothing. However, he was taken aback when Cindy revealed that her gift comprised two women, her most capable subordinates, the Russian sisters, Lenati and Tina. The spacious and luxurious room was filled with an intoxicating atmosphere, and as Lu Hanfeng embraced Lenati and Tina, disbelief washed over his face. Dear Lu, do you like this gift? I know of your formidable physique, but I can always find assistance. Cindy's pure and innocent visage flushed with excitement as she gazed at Lu Hanfeng with seduction. Lenati and Tina, are you willing? Lu Hanfeng inquired, looking down at their bashful faces. Lu, we admire powerful men, and you are the strongest we have ever encountered. Though Lenati was shy, Tina gazed up at Lu Hanfeng with evident admiration, clearly captivated by his previous displays of prowess. Since you have chosen to join me, I will treat you sincerely. Shortly, 3 flying cars will arrive. Please acknowledge them as your own. I have customized these vehicles for you, equipped with high-tech armaments and formidable defenses, impervious to conventional rocket fire or heavy machine guns. As Lu Hanfeng contemplated, Kasha promptly arranged for the production of 3 exclusive vehicles for the trio, which would automatically fly to the island base for the installation of armaments. Unlike the women from Long Nation, it was uncertain what dangers these 3 might encounter. Should he be unable to reach them in time, the cars would ensure their safety. Lu, are flying cars part of your enterprise? When do you plan to introduce them to our country? Cindy leaned closer, as Lenati graciously vacated her spot. The matter of airspace sovereignty must be resolved. Until then, flying cars can only operate on the ground. I intend to wait until the flying car market in Long Nation reaches saturation before considering expansion to other countries. Cindy, I will send you a list. Please have your contacts procure these materials and store them in a large warehouse. My cargo ship will come to retrieve them. Of course, these are trivial matters. I can handle it with a mere word. My father's influence has reached its zenith. Everyone now treats him with utmost respect. Even the government must heed his commands. Lu Hanfeng transferred all the pounds from his card to Cindy, indulging in their intimacy for a while before taking his leave. Flying to Y Country's gold trading market to deposit the gold from his spatial device into the Nangong Group's warehouse. The following morning, the Interstellar Gaming Company officially launched the game helmet, available solely through online orders, priced at a mere 99 yuan per unit. The Thought Sensor game helmet attracted a flood of eager buyers. This was not a price on par with the extravagant flying cars, for under 100 yuan. Anyone could afford it. Almost instantly upon opening sales, hundreds of thousands of orders poured in, leaving Lu Hanyin and Gong Lingling overjoyed. However, the newly joined Xiao Dai expressed discontent, primarily regarding the pricing. Glancing at Lu Hanfeng lounging on the sofa, she voiced her concerns. Mr. Lu, I cannot fathom why you price such a high-end, sophisticated item so low. I believe you could have set the price in the thousands. After all, such advanced technology surely entails substantial development costs. The 99 yuan price tag does not reflect the product's true value. Chapter 109. The world of virtual reality. Lu Hanfeng cast a glance at his sister and Lingling before smiling and beginning to explain. Xiaodai, what you see are merely the immediate benefits. This unique entity can indeed be priced arbitrarily. I could set a price of several tens of thousands if I wished. However, have you considered the reality behind this? A higher price means fewer buyers. Do you understand why both my interstellar communication and this gaming company have set prices that are astonishingly low? This is the underlying principle. Xiaodai looked puzzled, while Lu Hanfeng and Lingling perked up their ears to listen to his explanation. Both interstellar communication and interstellar gaming are merely foundations for a future project. My current objective is to employ decisive measures to attract as many users as possible. You must understand that the essence of business is people. Without talent, there can be no commerce. A game helmet priced at 99 yuan can draw countless users, whether they are domestic or international. Once someone purchases and uses our game helmet, they will surely not discard it. I firmly believe that no one can resist the allure of virtual reality. As positive word of mouth spreads, our user base will experience exponential growth, leading to endless business opportunities. Let me put it this way. When the number of virtual reality users reaches 100 million, how much can we earn from a single advertisement? All we need to do is nod in agreement, and we will receive countless substantial advertising fees. Any advertisement in the realm of virtual reality must go through the interstellar gaming company. At that point, you will realize how effortlessly one can make money. Furthermore, the game instances within virtual reality will also generate significant revenue. Setting a high price for the game helmets would be akin to obstructing our own path. The three sisters nodded in realization, glancing back at the sales data in their notebooks. Within a short span of time, sales had already exceeded 100,000, with numerous orders coming in from other countries. The interstellar gaming network is entirely reliant on interstellar communication, with Blue Star's comprehensive network coverage allowing the game helmets to be used anywhere, as they are embedded with interstellar communication chips. Sales have surpassed 2 million. Hooray! Lu Hanfeng and Gong Lingling cheered excitedly, while Lu Hanfeng merely smiled faintly, unfazed. The Star Network is an unstoppable trend, an integral part of Lu Hanfeng's plan. He chuckled. Would you like to join me in exploring the world of virtual reality? Huh, brother, isn't virtual reality still closed off? Closed off for others, perhaps, but as the owner, I naturally have my privileges. Gong Lingling hurried to the storage area and retrieved 4 thought-sensing helmets. These helmets were not the bulky, closed types one might envision. Instead, they resembled a headset frame, with a probe on the back connecting to the user's thought processes. Each thought-sensing helmet was equipped with an intelligent protection device, which would automatically destroy itself if tampered with, and featured a hydrogen solid-state battery for perpetual endurance. Brother, how do we use this? The three sisters donned the helmets. Staring blankly at Lu Hanfeng on the sofa, Lingling went to lock the door. In a moment, our thoughts will be drawn into the world of virtual reality, and our perception of reality will become quite feeble. You need not worry. I am here, just follow my lead. Lu Hanfeng gestured for the three sisters to sit beside him and taught them how to activate their helmets. Lu Hanfeng, the most trusting among them, was the first to press her activation button. In an instant, her eyes glazed over, and she leaned slightly against him, closing her eyes. Inin has already entered the virtual reality world. If you two don't activate your helmets soon, I won't be responsible for you. Lingling and Xiaodai cautiously pressed their switches, leaning back on the sofa and closing their eyes. Seeing this, Lu Hanfeng smiled slightly and then closed his own eyes, entering the virtual reality game world. Indeed, he did not require a helmet, as he had a biological chip implanted in his mind, allowing him to connect to the virtual reality game through the interstellar communication network at any time and place. The 4 figures appeared in a vast square surrounded by towering skyscrapers, yet the scene was eerily devoid of life. The 3 sisters stared blankly at the unfolding spectacle, unsure of how to proceed. We are currently in a square in Magic City. Each of you will have your identity locked upon entering the game, and you will receive a beginner's gift package. As soon as Lu Hanfeng finished speaking, a beam of light appeared before each of the three sisters, revealing three-winged fairy maidens hovering above their heads. Greetings, esteemed master. I am your fairy assistant, and I shall accompany you in the world of virtual reality. Wow, so adorable. The appearance of the fairy maidens instantly enchanted the three sisters, eliciting squeals of delight. Lu Hanfeng reached out to touch one of them, only to be astonished to find that she was indeed a tangible entity. Brother, is she alive? Ha ha, silly girl. Have you forgotten that this is a virtual reality world? Here, everything is virtual, yet it holds a slight connection to reality. What you touch is merely program code, but the powerful game system transmits the sensations you experience through the thought-sensing helmet to your mind, making you perceive it as a real living being. Lu Hanfeng mischievously tickled Xiao Dai and Lingling at their waists, causing both to gasp in surprise, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. How does it feel? Do you feel a tickling sensation at your waist? And look at you too, blushing. This is a virtual world. Lu Hanfeng's words left the three sisters momentarily taken aback. They then recalled the peculiar difference. It turned out that Lu Hanfeng's playful gesture was not merely teasing, but that the emotion of shyness could indeed make one blush in this virtual realm. How astonishing. There's even more magic to come. Let me show you around. In this virtual world, you must remember one thing. Everything is fake. Lu Hanfeng extended his hand, and a white cloud of mist formed, resembling a giant cotton candy. The cloud settled beneath their feet, and Lu Hanfeng stepped onto it first. To their amazement, the cloud began to gently float half a meter above the ground. Come and experience my cloud of somersaults. This cloud is no less impressive than that of Sun Wukong. How marvelous, brother. I want to try? Lu Hanfeng eagerly jumped onto the cloud, losing her balance and quickly grabbing onto her brother for support. The other two sisters also excitedly stepped onto the cloud. Hold on tight. Up we go. Lu Hanfeng dramatically pointed a finger, and the cloud swiftly ascended, soaring to several dozen meters in the air within seconds. Xiao Dai and Lingling screamed in fright, clutching Lu Hanfeng's arms. If you're scared, just sit down, Lu Hanfeng commanded. And the cloud expanded, becoming 2 to 3 square meters in size. The three sisters obediently sat down, stretching their necks to gaze at the world below, only to realize that they were looking at a replica of Magic City. The Pearl Tower stood out prominently, and it seemed they could even spot the building where they worked. Chapter 110. The Defense of Blue Star. The auspicious cloud soared over the bustling metropolis and into the expanse of the ocean. Lu Hanfeng cast a mischievous glance at the three girls beneath him, as the cloud unexpectedly dove headfirst into the sea. Ah! The trio screamed, only to discover moments later that not a drop of water touched them. It turned out they were enveloped in a protective bubble, preventing any seawater from intruding. Wow! How beautiful! Lu Hanfeng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the underwater world beyond the bubble, which appeared even clearer and more vibrant. Countless fish of various colors swam nearby, unperturbed by their presence, allowing the three girls to admire the underwater life in exquisite detail. Is this virtual reality? This is nothing short of miraculous. While Lu Hanfeng and Gong Lingling marveled at the beauty of the ocean depths, Xiao Dai's thoughts drifted further. She finally understood why Lu Hanfeng was so confident that virtual reality would be a sensation. Who could resist such a marvel? After half an hour of exploring the underwater realm, Lu Hanfeng piloted the cloud back to the surface. Where would you like to go next? Name a place, and I shall take you there. Brother, let's go to the capital. I have never been to the capital. Haraha. All right, off to the capital we go. With a flourish, Lu Hanfeng made a gesture and bellowed, transform. The surroundings shifted dramatically, and the four found themselves in a grand plaza. Ah! The three girls stared in astonishment at the magnificent square and the towering structures they had seen countless times in videos. They were utterly dumbfounded. Only moments ago, they had been on the ocean's surface, and now they stood in the capital. Our next destination is the Great Wall. Transform. Lu Hanfeng commanded again, and the scenery morphed once more, revealing an endless expanse of the Great Wall beneath them. The Great Wall. It's truly the Great Wall. Brother, you are amazing. How did you do that? Lu Hanfeng's face flushed with excitement as she clung to her brother's arm, her large eyes filled with curiosity, while the other two girls gazed at him in awe, struggling to comprehend such feats. Do you remember what I told you earlier? Everything here is an illusion, created by a program that transmits these visuals into your minds through thought-sensing technology. This includes the sensations of the ground beneath your feet, the cool breeze brushing against you, and the exhilaration stirred by these virtual images, all recorded and transmitted into your consciousness. In this virtual world, I am a deity, capable of the unbelievable. Lu Hanfeng snapped his fingers, and the scene transformed yet again, placing them above a towering iron structure. Is that the Eiffel Tower? My goodness! Xiao Dai's exclamation was cut short as Lu Hanfeng snapped his fingers once more, and they found themselves in a snowy realm, where a massive polar bear charged toward them. Ah, a bear! Run! Lu Hanfeng's face turned pale with fear, but Lu Hanfeng merely smiled and gently embraced her waist. In the blink of an eye, the towering polar bear, now resembling a docile kitten, lay submissively at Lu Hanfeng's feet, licking his shoes with its tongue. You've forgotten what I said? Here, I am omnipotent. Lu Hanfeng snapped his fingers again, and the polar bear transformed into a large brown bear. Is this Bearda? Lingling recognized the familiar visage, only to witness Bearda grinning ominously before breaking into an intricate ballet dance, much to the girl's amusement. As the dance concluded, Lu Hanfeng blew a breath toward the bear, causing it to gradually vanish from sight. My heavens, this virtual reality is undoubtedly the greatest miracle of the century. Lu Hanfeng, you are destined to become the foremost figure of Blue Star. It's truly astonishing. Xiao Dai envisioned the immense popularity and limitless possibilities of virtual reality. With such technology, who would still indulge in online games? She thought of long-distance couples who could meet in this virtual space, sharing moments together, as well as parents working away from home who could converse with their children and elders. The potential applications were endless, and the realization that such marvels originated from her own hands filled her with immense pride. Let me show you the game instance of the defense of Blue Star. With a casual wave of his hand, the scenery shifted once more, and they found themselves amidst an infinite starry expanse. Turning back, they could see their familiar Blue Star behind them. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal beast emerged from the depths of the cosmos, heading straight for Blue Star. Before it could approach, a gigantic warship soared from Blue Star, gathering energy and unleashing a barrage of cannon fire that obliterated the beast in an instant. The girls initially thought it was over, but when they looked up, they were stunned to see a multitude of similar beasts lurking in the dark recesses of the universe, each uniquely grotesque and numerous. Protect Blue Star and annihilate the insectoid horde. For our families, we shall fight these monsters. The air was filled with the cries of heroes. As towering mechs launched from the warship, a commanding voice resonating. Blue Star ahead. Insectoids retreat. Attack! Attack! The atmosphere buzzed with fervor as the mechs, glowing with energy, charged toward the endless insect army, unleashing chaos and destruction. The breathtaking spectacle sent shivers down the girls' spines, their faces flushed with excitement. This is the defense of Blue Star, where the citizens of Blue Star confront the colossal beasts in the cosmos, witnessing the rise of heroes and the fall of warriors, singing poignant and tragic battle songs. Lu Hanfeng waved his hand again, and the scene shifted to reveal a misty mountain range. Xianyan sect. Xiao Dai gazed in disbelief at the three large characters inscribed at the mountain gate. In the next moment, a stunning fairy clad in a colorful gown emerged, gracefully floating before them on a shimmering sword. Greetings, esteemed friends of the Xianyan sect. Have you come seeking celestial destiny? Lu Hanfeng and the other girls were momentarily speechless, still reeling from the spectacle of a fairy soaring on a sword before them. Would the fairy be so kind as to show us around the Xianyan sect? Lu Hanfeng smiled lightly, viewing the fairies and mountains merely as data. The fairy smiled gently, descending to them on her sword, which suddenly expanded to several meters in length. Please, esteemed friends, board the sword, and I shall guide you through the breathtaking scenery of our Xianyan sect. Lu Hanfeng led the astonished trio onto the sword, a protective barrier shielding their figures as they soared toward the clouds. Below them lay an endless expanse of celestial mountains, and with the fairy at their side, they felt as though they had ventured into a realm of mythical adventure. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist surged forth from the mountain range, revealing a fearsome, monstrous tiger before them. Humph! A mere untransformed tiger demon dares to wreak havoc before me, seeking death. Spirit sword technique, soul cleave. With a delicate yet commanding voice, the enchanting celestial maiden behind the four summoned forth a sword of divine essence from her lips. As she cast it into the wind, the sword swelled into a colossal blade, radiating ethereal light and exuding an aura of formidable power. She directed this magnificent sword towards the distant tiger demon, which could only emit a sorrowful cry before being utterly vanquished, its spirit obliterated by the celestial maiden's strike. The diminutive tiger demon could serve as a means for the outer disciples to enhance their existence. Extending her slender, jade-like hand towards the fallen creature, she summoned forth an awe-inspiring hand that materialized before her. This colossal hand grasped the lifeless form of the tiger demon and drew it closer. The three maidens, momentarily stunned by the earth-shattering display of power, only regained their senses as the lifeless body approached. Though the tiger demon bore no visible wounds, its eyes were void of life, clearly indicating the demise of its spirit. The celestial maiden then produced a bag from her waist, which, upon a swift shake in the breeze, expanded exponentially, effortlessly enveloping the tiger demon within. With the creature securely contained, she returned the bag to her waist, resuming her poised demeanor. Chapter 111. Accompanying my first love to a blind date. Time was fleeting. We should return, suggested Lu Hanfeng, jolting the three astonished girls from their reverie. Only then did they realize that the surrounding scenery had transformed, and the four found themselves once more in the bustling square of the magical metropolis. A miracle! Xiao Dai could only exclaim those three words to express her amazement at what she had just witnessed. She was certain that virtual reality would capture the hearts of people worldwide, rendering all other games obsolete, as none could rival its allure. Brother, I wish to join the Xianyan sect and become an immortal. When will virtual reality be launched? I can hardly wait. Let us set the launch for 3 days from now. We can release some initial footage and promotional clips to generate buzz, and I will also contact Chu Mingming, our promotional ambassador, to spread the word. Lu Hanfeng pondered, establishing the timeline. In 3 days, the purchasers would receive their gaming headsets. And once they immersed themselves in virtual reality, he would need to worry no more. The inherent charm of virtual reality would captivate anyone. Those who ventured into it would become its most fervent advocates. As noon approached, Lu Hanfeng reached out to Yu Qiuyan, inviting her to lunch at a couple-s restaurant. Upon receiving the invitation, Yu Qiuyan exhibited clear excitement, having already prepared herself with a lovely appearance. Lu Hanfeng's eyes brightened as he beheld Yu Qiuyan in a flowing white dress, reminiscent of the ethereal fairy he had just encountered, except she was a real-life enchantress. Qiuyan, you look truly beautiful today. Flattery, Yu Qiuyan replied, her sweet smile revealing her delight as she took her seat across from him, clearly pleased with the compliment. Hanfeng, I must confess something. My parents own property in the magical city, and tonight, I am to join them for dinner. They have arranged a blind date for me with a young heir from the business world, she admitted, discreetly gauging Lu Hanfeng's reaction. Upon seeing he was not upset, she exhaled in relief. Hee, I will accompany you. Really? Yu Qiuyan's face lit up with joy. She cherished this mutual trust in their exchanges. I have already registered the Interstellar Charity Foundation. Now, I am merely awaiting the final approval of the documents. I have conducted some research on your interstellar company. Lin Mushin is an exceptionally capable woman, she remarked, glancing at Lu Hanfeng, who continued to smile at her, leaving her somewhat puzzled about their relationship. As for the foundation, you should recruit compassionate employees. Since we are engaging in charity, let us do so directly, bypassing any government entities and delivering aid or resources straight to those in need. I plan to establish the Interstellar Group, with Lin Mushin as the CEO. The leadership and staff will be managed under the group's umbrella, including salaries, benefits, and such, which will all be processed through the Interstellar Group's accounts. I'll send you Mushin's contact information so you can communicate. I trust you two will get along splendidly. Lu Hanfeng refrained from elaborating too much. The nature of his connection with Lin Mushin was something Yu Chuyin would need to uncover on her own. After their meal, the two strolled along the vibrant streets instead of driving, and upon seeing a nearby shopping mall, Lu Hanfeng took her hand and led her inside. At the Chanel counter, Yu Chuyin twirled before the mirror in a striking red gown, and to Lu Hanfeng, she resembled a dancing flame, pure yet imbued with a hint of seduction. Hanfeng, what do you think of this dress? Absolutely stunning. Please, let us settle the bill, he called to the attendant. Do you recall the humble dress I purchased for you from the street vendor? That 200 yuan was earned from 3 days of part-time work, he reminisced. Yes, I've kept that dress, but it seems I've gained a bit of weight, and it no longer fits quite right. My dear, you are not overweight. You are merely more voluptuous, he teased. How rude. Yu Chuyin blushed and playfully hit him, but Lu Hanfeng seized her small hand, gazing intently at her lovely face. Taking advantage of the attendant's distraction, Lu Hanfeng embraced her waist and gently pecked her cheek. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she furtively glanced at the attendant nearby. Why be shy? It's not as though we haven't kissed before. I remember our first kiss in the little grove at school. Yes. You tricked me into that grove, you naughty boy. Boys always harbor ulterior motives, she retorted, her cheeks a delightful shade of rose. As the sweetness of their first love flooded her memories, leaving her yearning, Lu Hanfeng purchased her an outfit and a platinum necklace before they ventured into a cinema. When they emerged, Yu Chuyin's face was a deep shade of crimson, having been playfully teased by Lu Hanfeng in the dimly lit theater. She felt as though Lu Hanfeng had transformed significantly. He now exuded confidence and dominance, more masculine than during their school days. Hanfeng, my father called. They are already at the hotel. Indeed, it is getting late. Let us see how your man dazzles and astonishes everyone, he replied. You still remember how my father once looked down on you? Yu Chuyin's words transported Lu Hanfeng back to that moment, a sentiment familiar to any man in his position. He had met Yu Chuyin's father before, but the atmosphere had been far from cordial. The words spoken by her father had etched themselves into his soul, never to be forgotten. Lu Hanfeng, Chuyin is a lofty princess destined to be a lady of the elite. You are merely a lowly scavenger. What right do you have to bring her happiness? With that, Yu Mingji had left, arranging for Yu Qian's study abroad, while she was dragged away, crying and pleading as two imposing bodyguards escorted her into a vehicle. Lu Hanfeng had clenched his fists tightly, stifling his tears. Returning to the present, he stood before the entrance of a 5-star hotel, where Yu Qian's parents awaited. A confident smile graced his face as he wrapped his arm around Yu Qian's waist and entered the hotel, guided by a staff member. They arrived at the door of a private room. Yu Chuyin struggled a few times to free herself from his grasp, but ultimately surrendered. Blushing as she pushed open the door, the lavish room fell silent, sharp gazes piercing through the stillness. If looks could kill, Lu Hanfeng would have perished countless times. It's you. Young man, this is not a place for you. Have you forgotten what I told you before? A middle-aged man seated at the head of the table glared at Lu Hanfeng with fury. It was none other than Yu Chuin's father, Yu Mingji. Flanking him were a mature woman and a young man. The woman appeared well-preserved, her age indiscernible, while the young man glared at Lu Hanfeng with a menacing intensity. Presumably, he was Yu Chuin's blind date for the evening. Lu Hanfeng briefly surveyed the trio, his smile unwavering as he sat beside the woman, still holding Yu Chuyin's waist. Throughout the ordeal, Yu Chuyin kept her head down, her face flushed. Good evening, uncle and auntie. I am Lu Hanfeng, Chuyin's partner. Presumptuous. Young man, I warned you not to entangle with Chuyin again. I cannot believe that years have passed, and you remain unrelenting. You only wish to rely on Chuyin to alter your fate and transcend class barriers. As long as I am here, you may dream on. Yu Mingji slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet as he berated Lu Hanfeng. Lu Hanfeng, still smiling, nearly sent Yu Mingji into a fit of rage with his next words. Uncle, as you age, it would be wise to temper your temper, otherwise you risk developing wrinkles and aging prematurely. Let us sit down and discuss matters amicably. After all, You are a powerful mogul overseeing a billion-dollar corporation. You should exhibit some of that magnate-esque poise. Yu Mingji pointed at Lu Hanfeng, ready to erupt, but was restrained by the young woman beside him, urging him to take a seat. The young man was indeed correct. At his age, what could be resolved through anger? Chapter 112. The War of Two Men. Yu Mingji stared in silence for a long moment before speaking again. I remember your name is Lu Hanfeng. Am I right? Since you are aware that the Yu family controls a conglomerate worth billions, you should be prepared to be looked down upon. Your family merely scavenges for scraps. Yet you foolishly dream of altering your fate by deceiving women. What a delusion. Haha. There is a saying, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Are you taking advantage of my youth and poverty? Do you think I have no chance of rising again? Rise again? What a joke. Young man, you will never comprehend the chasm between capital and the underprivileged. In this grand era, for a poor individual to ascend the social ladder is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. You should stand up and leave. Sever all ties with Qiuyan, and I will pretend I never saw you. Allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter's fiancé, Ji Yuanqing, the first heir of the esteemed Qingyun Group, a Fortune 500 company. He and Qiuyan are indeed a match made in heaven. I intend to arrange their engagement banquet soon, and Lu Hanfeng, you have no opportunity here. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiuyan's expression changed, and she opened her mouth to speak, but Lu Hanfeng grasped her small hand from under the table, indicating that he would handle the matter. Ji Yuanqing had noticed Yu Qiuyan's beauty the moment she entered. He had encountered many attractive girls, yet one with such noble lineage and exceptional grace was exceedingly rare. Yu Qiuyan was indeed his ideal match. As for that impoverished boy, Ji Yuanqing had disregarded him the moment he learned of his background, for there was no basis for comparison. Let us all calm down. The waiter is bringing the dishes. Let us eat and converse, Gu Mingtong interjected, attempting to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Young man, Qiuyan has shared your story with me. While we parents are not entirely opposed to university romances, marriage demands a consideration of social standing. Your lineage is vastly different from ours. No matter how you look at it, you are not a suitable match for Qiuyan. Annie, what sort of man do you believe is worthy of Qiuyan? Lu Hanfeng asked, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at Yu Qiuyan's mother, preparing for his moment to shine. Though ensuring it appeared effortless was a skill in itself. Humph. Do you not feel ashamed sitting here because of a woman's connections? My Qingyun Group is a Fortune 500 enterprise, with assets exceeding $1 trillion. Do you see that top-tier flying car at the hotel entrance? I could easily acquire 2 of them, switching between colors at will. What do you possess? As he faced the arrogant Ji Yuanqing, Lu Hanfeng's expression shifted, revealing a hint of amusement. Then I must thank you for supporting my family's business. Your purchase of those 2 cars has certainly brought me profit. Huh? What do you mean? Ji Yuanqing stared at Lu Hanfeng, momentarily perplexed by his words. The interstellar cars are my enterprise. If you buy from my company, you are simply my customer. What? That's impossible. Yu Mingji exclaimed, while Ji Yuanqing scoffed derisively at Lu Hanfeng. You must be delusional. The president of Interstellar Cars is Lin Mushin. Who do you think you are? Haha. Open the Interstellar app on your phone and ask your vehicle's AI who I am. Ji Yuanqing instinctively pulled out his phone, opened the Interstellar app, and a beautiful AI sprite appeared on the screen. Every customer who purchased a flying car would download this feature, which allows for remote control of their vehicle. Kasha, please enlighten everyone about Lu Hanfeng. Lu Hanfeng leaned back in his chair, a smile on his face. The 3 at the table were still trying to grasp his words when the AI sprite on Ji Yuanqing's phone began to speak. Dear Master, you are the founder of Interstellar Cars, Interstellar Communications, Interstellar Precision Machinery, and Interstellar Games. I don't believe it. The president of Interstellar Cars is definitely a woman. You are lying. Lin Mushin is merely the executive president. I am the true mastermind behind Interstellar. If you are unaware of this, how can you claim to be a Fortune 500 heir? Your intellect appears to be lacking. Seeing Lu Hanfeng's confident demeanor, Yu Mingji and his wife exchanged shocked glances. Their daughter's words felt like a fairy tale, hard to believe. Indeed, there are legendary tales of rise against all odds. Mr. Ma is the most famous representative. Yet, such individuals are rare. And could Lu Hanfeng truly be even more formidable? Humph. Uncle and aunt, do not be deceived by him. Even if interstellar is his, it has only recently risen, and his ascent has offended many. Who knows when it might collapse? Our Qingyun group has been an established enterprise for decades, and no one can shake our position. Although the headquarters of Qingyun Group is in the capital, my uncle is a local of the Magic City, and his name is undoubtedly known among all. Oh, your uncle is so impressive. Is he the emperor of the Magic City? Lu Hanfeng scoffed. This is a society governed by law, not 30 years ago. Indeed, my uncle, known as the King of the Underground, has unparalleled influence in the Magic City. If you are unaware, you can only be deemed uninformed. Ji Yuanqing wore a proud expression, but Yu Mingji and Apos' countenance changed. He was well aware of the reputation of the King of the Underground and even had acquaintances in that realm. The title was merely a nickname, as he was the eldest in his family, with several younger siblings who all called him Big Brother, which only amplified the name's spread. The King of the Underground had earned his position through sheer determination, starting from engineering earthworks and monopolizing the entire Magic City's construction industry. He then ventured into numerous gray areas, with his influence extending into bathhouses, foot massage parlors, KTV, and underground casinos. He had effectively monopolized all gray entertainment venues in the Magic City. Chapter 113. A narrow path for rivals. Listening to the words of this fellow, Lu Hanfeng felt an unsettling familiarity, though he could not quite place it at that moment. However, Yu Chuyan beside him suddenly changed her expression and whispered in his ear. Hanfeng, do you remember the one you injured the other day? Suddenly, it dawned on Lu Hanfeng that he was referring to the unfortunate Yu Feihong. Could it be such a coincidence? He looked at Ji Yuqing with a peculiar expression and quietly asked that, do you have a cousin named Yu Feihong? Humph. Feihong is my cousin. In this city of magic, there is nothing he cannot accomplish. As for your interstellar company, with a mere word, I could have you expelled. How fortuitous. Just the other day, Autumn was harassed by someone named Yu Feihong at the KTV, and in a fit of rage, I ended up breaking all his limbs. What? You inflicted those injuries on my cousin Feihong? Ji Yuqing rose abruptly, disbelief etched on his face, his expression a portrait of shock. In this age of the internet, what sort of underground syndicate are you trying to invoke? How absurd. You scoundrel. You are finished. My uncle will surely avenge Feihong. Ji Yuqing dashed outside, pulling out his phone to make a call. The private room fell into an eerie silence, with Yu Mingji and his wife staring at Lu Hanfeng as though they had seen a ghost, while Yu Chuyan looked somewhat apprehensive. Hanfeng, perhaps we should leave. Ji Yuqing is definitely calling his uncle. You injured his son so severely, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. Autumn, did Lu Hanfeng really cripple the son of the old master Yu? Yu Mingji and his wife gazed at their daughter in astonishment. Upon her nod, they inhaled sharply. This was a matter of life and death. Lu Hanfeng, I advise you to leave. Old Master Yu is ruthless, wealthy, and powerful. He needn't even show up. A single word from him could ensure your demise. Thank you for your concern, uncle. Let us enjoy our meal first. Soon, you shall witness a splendid spectacle. Lu Hanfeng paid no heed to the so-called Old Master Yu. Whatever means he employed were inconsequential before his formidable strength. A mere thug from the underworld was of no concern. Unfortunately, the Yu family had lost their appetite, and Lu Hanfeng, with a hint of exasperation, took out his phone to make some arrangements. He grabbed a few bites and then pulled Yu Chuyan outside, with Yu Mingji following suit to settle the bill. As they approached the hotel entrance, a group of armed thugs surrounded them, brandishing weapons and charging forward without hesitation. In a society governed by law, how could such brazen individuals exist? Autumn, you should go to your father. Watch how your man displays his prowess. Lu Hanfeng shoved Yu Chuyan towards the hotel entrance, and with a cold smirk, he prepared to confront the advancing thugs. Autumn, come back. Yu Mingji and his wife, being respectable business people, had never encountered such a terrifying scene, their faces turning pale as they pulled their daughter into the hotel. In the next moment, Yu Mingji's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of horror, as one of the thugs, who had approached Lu Hanfeng, was sent flying. Lu Hanfeng moved like a tiger among sheep. None of the armed thugs could approach him. as they fell to the ground or were sent sprawling away. With a single kick, a thug wielding a machete soared through the air, landing lifelessly several meters away. What followed was a one-sided display, as nearly 30 thugs were incapacitated without even touching Lu Hanfeng's clothing. With his prowess as a first-tier genetic warrior, no number of thugs posed a threat to him. The disparity in speed and strength between him and ordinary people was insurmountable. In less than 3 minutes, the ground was littered with moaning thugs, and Lu Hanfeng clapped his hands, turning to the astonished Ji Yuqing with a smile as he approached. "Stay back, my uncle." "Huh, even now, you are still thinking of your uncle? Clearly, the people you summoned are of little merit. Perhaps you should call for stronger reinforcements? Of course, if he can come himself, that would be even better." With a mocking laugh, Lu Hanfeng sent a shiver through Ji Yuqing, who feared for his own safety. Only when he saw Lu Hanfeng's lack of aggression did he cautiously retrieve his phone. The hotel entrance was now teeming with onlookers, and police lights flickered in the distance. Such a blatant melee in the bustling city would inevitably attract attention. Several police vehicles arrived at the hotel entrance, and Officer Xia Yu stepped out, momentarily stunned by the scene before her. The sight of 30 young thugs, all armed and severely beaten, left her questioning whether this level of strength was even humanly possible. "Commander Lu." Xia Yu approached Lu Hanfeng with admiration, saluting him. "Have your men take all these armed brawlers away. Also, what is the situation regarding Old Master Yu?" Xia Yu's expression turned awkward as she pulled Lu Hanfeng aside to share the truth quietly. "Commander Lu, we have many criminal cases linked to Old Master Yu, but we lack the evidence to arrest him. Moreover, he has formidable connections, which create significant obstacles during our investigations." "Formidable connections? I refuse to believe he is connected to the underworld. Since conventional means have failed, we have our own methods." A cold smile spread across Lu Hanfeng's face. Eliminating a foe was now a trivial task. If this bully was untouchable by the law, he would employ his own means to send him to hell. As Officer Xia and her colleagues escorted the battered thugs away, Lu Hanfeng turned towards the hotel. The receptionist at the entrance greeted him with utmost respect. Having witnessed his display of power, such a figure, akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens, captivated their attention, their cheeks flushing as they stole glances. Lu Hanfeng approached the astonished Yu Mingji and his wife, taking Yu Qiuyan's hand in front of them. "Uncle, Auntie, Autumn will be staying with me tonight. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. I am quite fond of reasoned discourse." With an awkward chuckle, Yu Mingji nodded, still shaken by Lu Hanfeng's prowess. Who could single-handedly take down 30 men? "By the way, why haven't the police arrested you, little Lu?" Lu Hanfeng turned to the speaker, Gu Mingtong, whose attitude towards him had shifted notably. "Auntie, I possess military credentials. The police and military are intertwined. Strictly speaking, they are my subordinates." After speaking, Lu Hanfeng led the blushing Yu Qiuyan away. Yu Mingji reached out to stop him, but was halted by Gu Mingtong. "Old Yu, are you foolish? With such an outstanding son-in-law, what more could you want? It is evident that Qiuyan's judgment far surpasses yours as a father." Chapter 114. The Interstellar Charity Foundation. Lu Hanfeng returned to his estate with Yu Qiuyan, intending to fulfill the regrets of their first love. However, he unexpectedly encountered a red light, leaving him in a state of frustration. Observing the man's embarrassment, Yu Qiuyan couldn't help but giggle. "Oh, you dare to laugh at me? Although I can't drive through a red light, I have other ways to play." Lu Hanfeng's mischievous grin caused Yu Qiuyan's cheeks to flush and her legs to weaken. No longer a naive girl, she understood his implication and, recalling some indecent scenarios she had heard about online, let out a soft gasp and attempted to escape. Yet, Lu Hanfeng had anticipated her move, stepping forward to lift her delicate form and carry her upstairs, despite her struggles to break free. In the late hours of the night, Lu Hanfeng gazed tenderly at the sleeping beauty in his arms. After several years, they were finally reunited. A faint blush lingered on Yu Qiuyan's face as she slept soundly, utterly exhausted from their earlier antics. As he recalled the underground emperor, Yu Laoda, a cold smirk crept across Lu Hanfeng's face. Rising, he ventured to the villa's backyard, summoned his mech, and soared into the night sky, vanishing from sight. On the rooftop of a towering building in Magic City, a vast aerial courtyard had been constructed. In one of the rooms, a corpulent middle-aged man lay asleep, embracing a charming woman. Suddenly, a bee emerged from a ventilation duct and stung him sharply on the neck, stirring him awake. Irritated, he turned on the lights but found nothing amiss, only the sensation of a bite. "What's wrong, Yugo?" The alluring woman cooed like a frightened kitten. Yu Laoda scanned the room, confirming everything seemed normal, and settled back down with her. However, moments later, he was jolted awake by a searing pain in his chest. Struggling to sit up, he inadvertently alarmed the woman, who was about to inquire when she saw him clutching his chest, his face contorted in agony. "Yugo, what's the matter?" "It hurts. My heart. Call an ambulance." He strained to utter, the words barely escaping his lips. The woman's expression shifted as she grabbed her phone from the nightstand and dialed for help. Yu Laoda's complexion grew increasingly pale, indicative of his heart failing to supply blood. Within 3 minutes, he suddenly convulsed, collapsing onto the bed, lifeless. "Yugo, what's wrong? Don't scare me." The woman reached out to check his breath, only to discover he had already passed. Her face paled in terror, and she screamed, causing the door to burst open as several grim-looking men dressed in black entered. They too were taken aback by the sight of their leader's lifeless body. "It's over. The sky has fallen." In the air, Lu Hanfeng observed through his mech's thermal imaging that Yu Laoda's body temperature had vanished, confirming his demise, and he nodded with satisfaction before departing. The next morning, Lu Hanfeng, still enveloping the sleeping Yu Chuyen, was roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. To his surprise, it was the policewoman, Xia Yuyu. Without hesitation, he answered, "Commander Lu, Yu Laoda has died. He suffered a sudden heart attack last night, and the entire Magic City is in chaos due to his passing." Understood. One less villain in the world. Such a person deserved to meet his end long ago. With that, Lu Hanfeng hung up, glancing down at the curious expression on the face of the beauty in his arms. Did the underground emperor, Yu Feihong's father, really die? Indeed, this is what we call karma. Such a scoundrel deserved his fate. My dear, let's not dwell on him. It's early morning, and we should indulge in some romantic and exhilarating games. Ah, no. Please, my hands and mouth are still sore. Yu Chuyen's face went pale with fear, and she attempted to flee, only to be gently pulled back by Lu Hanfeng, who deftly laid her back onto the bed. Simultaneously, the official websites of Interstellar Auto, Interstellar Communications, and Interstellar Games released an announcement regarding the establishment of the Interstellar Group, aimed at consolidating several companies for efficient management. From now on, employees under the Interstellar umbrella would enjoy a unified benefits system, with salaries distributed by the group itself. This announcement garnered little attention, but another one captured widespread interest. The Interstellar Group announced the founding of the Interstellar Charity Foundation, pledging an annual contribution of $1 billion for charitable endeavors. The foundation's primary objective was simple: to give back to society from their profits. The foundation would primarily support underprivileged groups such as impoverished children in mountainous regions, disabled families, impoverished university students, elderly individuals, and orphans. What set the Interstellar Charity Foundation apart was its innovative approach, utilizing big data. They would actively identify those in genuine need of assistance. Employees would personally deliver aid and funds without intermediaries, ensuring that resources reached the intended recipients directly. Furthermore, the Interstellar Charity Foundation would not solicit donations from the public. All charitable expenses would be borne by the companies under the Interstellar Group. This operational model sparked intense debate online, with two main factions emerging: those from traditional charities condemning the Interstellar Group for bypassing established protocols, and ordinary netizens who expressed overwhelming support for the foundation. Recently, many online users had awakened to the realization that numerous charities exploited their good intentions for profit, leading to a decline in donations. The Interstellar Charity Foundation's unique approach resonated with the public, emphasizing direct engagement with those in need without third-party involvement, ensuring that no one profited from their altruism. Equipped with big data, employees of the Interstellar Charity Foundation would travel in specially designed vehicles directly to assist those requiring aid. For the elderly, they would provide essential living supplies. For impoverished students, educational subsidies, and for left-behind children, both necessities and school supplies, targeted assistance devoid of superficial gestures. Chapter 115. The comet strikes the Earth. The establishment of the charitable foundation ignited fervent discussions, yet Lin Mushin, the president of the Interstellar Group, learned of this news later than the online community, which naturally stirred her dissatisfaction. Consequently, a call was placed to Lu Hanfeng. In the warmth of his embrace, Lu Hanfeng was still nestled with the stunning Yu Chuyin, lost in slumber when the shrill ring of the phone shattered their tranquility. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Lin Mushin calling. With a furtive glance at the drowsy beauty beside him, he reluctantly answered the call. "What on earth are you doing?" The president of the Interstellar Group is utterly oblivious to the establishment of the charitable foundation. "Can't you give me a heads up before causing such a stir? If it weren't for my colleagues informing me, I would still be in the dark about the foundation. This is quite a frustrating predicament for me as president." My apologies, Mushin. I got caught up and forgot. I don't want to hear your excuses. I reviewed the information on the Interstellar Charitable Foundation, and the spokesperson is a girl named Yu Chuyin, young and remarkably beautiful. Are you daring enough to claim there is no other relationship between you and Yu Chuyin? The room fell silent, and the voice on the other end could not escape Yu Chuyin's keen ears. She perked up, attentively listening to their conversation, her expression a mixture of complexity as she glared at the man before her. She was not foolish. She could sense the ambiguity between Lin Mushin and Lu Hanfeng. "How about this, Mushin? I'll bring Chuyin to your office, and we can discuss this face-to-face." Lu Hanfeng rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. The collision of fate was inevitable, but this was far too soon, leaving him utterly unprepared. "Is Lin Mushin your woman?" Yu Chuyin sat up, fatigue etched on her face, her delicate demeanor tugging at Lu Hanfeng's heartstrings. "Our story is rather intricate. My relationship with her began due to an unforeseen event during the void after my divorce." "What am I then?" Yu Chuyin's expression turned sorrowful as she gazed at him, tears welling in her eyes. "Chuyin, I won't abandon Lin Mushin, nor will I forsake you. You may call me a scoundrel for being fickle, but life is fleeting, and I do not wish to leave behind regrets. Trust me, I can bring you happiness. That failed marriage opened my eyes to many truths. A mere certificate cannot bind two hearts. Genuine feelings are what truly matter. Chuyin, what you see now is merely the surface. My strength surpasses your wildest imaginations. In time, I shall gradually reveal my secrets to you. Within 3 years, I aim to usher the blue planet into the grand era of interstellar navigation, with all companies under the Interstellar Group striving toward this goal. While ordinary individuals may focus on earning a living, my aspirations reach for the stars. 3 years into the interstellar age? Have you lost your mind? Yu Chuyin's eyes widened in astonishment. Anti-gravity technology is the foundation of spacecraft, including subsequent advancements in gravity space. These are the precursors to the future interstellar battleships. My spacecraft can be constructed within a year, allowing me to seize resource-rich planets ahead of time. You and Mushin will be my strongest support on the blue planet. From now on, I will lead you to witness a world unlike any other, ensuring that your existence here is not in vain. The blue planet is merely our starting point." Yu Chuyin felt dazed by his words, sensing an air of mystery surrounding the man before her, a stark contrast to her memories of him as her first love. Once dressed, Lu Hanfeng took Yu Chuyin by the hand and hurried to Lin Mushin's office. Along the way, Yu Chuyin was fraught with anxiety. What kind of scene awaited them with 2 women and 1 man? Contrary to her expectations of an explosive confrontation, when Lu Hanfeng opened the door, the gazes of Lin Mushin and Yu Chuyin locked, both displaying a moment of astonishment. Their appearances were strikingly similar, both epitomes of beauty. Had it not been for Lu Hanfeng, their meeting would surely have led to either mutual admiration or fierce rivalry. "Hello, I am Lin Mushin. Yu Chuyin." The 2 women shook hands and took their seats on the sofa, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Lu Hanfeng could only force a smile as he sat opposite them, his heart pounding. "Ahem. Lu Hanfeng, you may leave now. I need to have a private conversation with my sister Chuyin." Lin Mushin ordered him with a frosty demeanor, prompting Lu Hanfeng to awkwardly rise. "We're all good sisters. Let's discuss this properly." I'll head back to interstellar communications for now. Unfortunately, neither woman spared him a glance. With a sheepish demeanor, Lu Hanfeng exited the office, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling more exhausted than after a battle with a horde of gorillas. Upon returning to interstellar communications, he noticed a remarkable transformation. In just 2 months, the company had evolved from obscurity to a world-renowned giant, a miraculous feat for any enterprise. Zhang Ruizhi had also transformed from a housewife into an urban professional, her mature and alluring presence radiating confidence. She appeared significantly rejuvenated. To Lu Hanfeng's surprise, Zhang Ruizhi's daughter, Zhang Lilu, was present in her office, diligently working on her homework. Upon seeing Lu Hanfeng, the young girl stood up, bowed, and greeted him. "Hello, President Lu." "Ah, Lulu, are you on summer vacation? Why aren't you at home?" "President Lu, I don't want to stay at home. There are too many troubles there. It's quiet here with my mother, which is perfect for studying. Plus, I can get a head start on adapting to the workplace atmosphere. I aspire to be a successful woman like my mother." Lu Hanfeng glanced at Zhang Ruizhi, who appeared flustered by her daughter's words. "President Lu, please disregard her nonsense. We've been having some family troubles lately, and Lulu is just trying to escape to the office." "Troubles? Do tell." Lu Hanfeng settled onto the sofa as Zhang Lulu obediently poured him a cup of tea. The young girl, though not very old, performed the task with an ease that belied her age. Zhang Ruizhi took a seat opposite him, hesitating for a moment before beginning her tale. The root of their troubles lay in her rise to prominence. Previously, as a single mother, Zhang Ruizhi had garnered little attention. Her in-laws had gone so far as to request her and her daughter be removed from the household registry to avoid them. Aside from her parents and younger brother, distant relatives largely ignored her. Though they had lived modestly, their tranquility was shattered by the meteoric rise of interstellar communications. The adage, "when poor, no one asks; when rich, distant relatives come knocking," perfectly encapsulated Zhang Ruizhi's experience. Upon learning that she was the president of Interstellar Communications, a flood of previously unacknowledged relatives approached her, and even her former in-laws sought to rekindle ties. Their motives were transparent: to extract benefits from her newfound status. Requests for job introductions and direct pleas for loans flooded in, many of whom she could not even name. This resulted in a constant stream of relatives visiting their modest rental home, leaving both mother and daughter exasperated. Chapter 116. Lin Muxian in trouble. Zhang Lulu, the young girl, was utterly unable to withstand the relentless onslaught from her relatives and had no choice but to accompany her mother to the office for refuge. The building housing the company was secured with guards and a reception desk, preventing those relatives from intruding. "Mr. Lu, I assure you that all my actions are in strict accordance with company regulations. I have not engaged in any favoritism," Zhang Ruizhi hastily explained, fearing a misunderstanding by Lu Hanfeng. "Zhang, while I do not oppose arranging for someone to work, it is imperative that you do not place relatives or friends beneath you. You may contact Muxian or Enin to arrange employment for them at their company. All individuals brought in must adhere to the established protocols. Those who possess the requisite abilities shall ascend, while those lacking such abilities will remain at the grassroots level. It is a mere fantasy to think one can prosper through connections. The company cannot accommodate such parasites." "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will handle it properly and ensure the company does not encounter any issues," she replied. Lulu was at a crucial stage in her studies, and constantly hiding in the office was not a viable solution. "Zhang, consider relocating to a different residence. Rent an apartment for the time being. The company plans to venture into real estate, and as a veteran, you will naturally be allocated housing in due course. Choose a strictly managed community, and those people will not be able to trouble you." "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will proceed as you suggest and contact a rental agency shortly. However, the real estate market is currently not thriving, and it may be challenging for us to compete with established firms. Allow me to hold back a bit of suspense. Zhang, I do not wish to boast, but wherever I enter an industry, I inevitably rise to the top, as my endeavors are destined to alter the existing norms." Lu Hanfeng's words piqued Zhang Ruizhi's interest. However, she dared not inquire further, as she was well aware of the larger picture. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office as Yu Xiuxiu, adorned in a flowing white professional gown, entered. Upon seeing Lu Hanfeng seated on the sofa, she immediately bowed in greeting, her face radiating genuine gratitude and admiration. Zhang Ruizhi followed Yu Qiuxiu out to attend to matters, leaving the office in silence. Young Lulu, sitting obediently across from Lu Hanfeng, initiated a conversation. Mr. Lu, you are truly remarkable. My mother says you are the most extraordinary person in the world, destined to become a legend in the business realm. There is no one in Blue Star who can rival your prowess. Does Sister Zhang often sing my praises at home? Lu Hanfeng inquired with a smile, resting his chin in his hand. The young girl, however, nodded seriously in affirmation. Moreover, Lulu, I am but a few years older than you. In the future, you may call me brother. You are not my employee, so there is no need for the formalities of Mr. Lu. One might think I am employing child labor otherwise. Understood, Brother Lu. The young girl's innocent address brought a smile to Lu Hanfeng's face, as he discerned a resemblance to his younger sister Yining. Brother Lu, I will strive to study diligently and hope to work at your company someday. What major should I pursue in university? You are a great boss and surely possess foresight. So I will heed your advice. Lu Hanfeng was momentarily taken aback by Lulu's words. He recognized her admiration for him, and any remark he made could significantly influence her future. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Lulu, the world of tomorrow will give rise to numerous new disciplines, and many existing fields will be rendered obsolete. The future environment will be dominated by technology. Thus, any profession related to high technology will be highly sought after. If you wish to choose a major, I personally recommend fields such as genetic biology, biochemistry, artificial intelligence, green energy, or computer science. These areas will undoubtedly flourish in the future. Lulu nodded earnestly, committing Lu Hanfeng's words to memory. Little did Lu Hanfeng realize that a single phrase had the power to alter the course of a young girl's life forever. Upon returning to his estate in Modu, Lu Hanfeng found the vast mansion eerily empty, devoid of any company. He longed for a conversation, uncertain about how Muxian and Qiuyin were faring. Both were highly educated individuals and would likely not clash. Reclining on the sofa, he idly accepted fruit offerings from the robotic maid, while scrolling through videos on his phone. To his surprise, he stumbled upon Chu Mingming's live stream. Chu Mingming appeared to be broadcasting from the rooftop of a high-rise building, illuminated by the lights of flying cars beside her, creating a strikingly clear visual. Clad in a lovely, youthful dress, she exuded an adorable charm that contrasted sharply with the elegance of Lin Muxian and Yu Qiuyin. Especially captivating was her professional dance, which showcased her evident dedication and fluidity of movement. Feeling a surge of generosity, Lu Hanfeng decided to deposit a substantial sum into his Douyin account, sending out 10 festive gifts in a single sweep. The celebratory effects flooded the screen as the dance concluded, prompting Chu Mingming to exclaim in excitement, "Thank you, Brother Hanfeng, for the festival gifts. I love you." Unbeknownst to her, she had not recognized Lu Hanfeng's account, and she followed him back from the backstage. Chu Mingming then performed another dance before piloting her flying car to a new location. Her innovative live-streaming format had gained immense popularity as she traversed various regions of Longhua, showcasing the breathtaking landscapes of her homeland while occasionally venturing into lesser-known territories, evoking envy among those unable to afford flying cars and inadvertently promoting their appeal. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Lin Muxian has been attacked and injured. Please, Master, proceed to Yanshi immediately. While engrossed in the performance, Lu Hanfeng was jolted by Kasha's piercing alert. His mind momentarily blank. The next instant, a cold, murderous aura enveloped his handsome visage as he sprang from the sofa and raced toward the backyard. With a resounding crash, he shattered the glass door leading to the backyard, the tempered glass shattering around him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the wristband on his arm. Mech. A colossal mech materialized before him, swiftly enveloping him and securing him within the cockpit. In the blink of an eye, the cockpit door sealed shut, and the mech ascended into the sky, hurtling toward Yanshi. Kasha, what is happening? Lu Hanfeng inquired, his body radiating a murderous intent as his chest burned with rage and concern for Lin Muxian. Master. Miss Lin Muxian was ambushed by a sniper while returning to her residence after dining with Miss Yu Chuyen. She was shot in the left arm, and I intervened by using the flying car to shield her from the second shot. She is currently hidden within the flying car, which possesses bulletproof capabilities, rendering the sniper powerless against it. Damn it! Whoever you are, I swear I will send you to hell. Lu Hanfeng roared, his fury palpable. He pushed the mech to its limits, arriving above Lin Muxian's villa in less than a minute. Chapter 117. Wrath of Fury. The auxiliary vision of the mech activated, capturing every detail within a radius of several kilometers. Regrettably, apart from the residents of the nearby villas, no suspicious figures could be detected. It seemed the assailants had fled upon realizing the futility of their mission. A flying car descended from the sky, and Lu Hanfeng hastily leapt out of the mech to greet it. As the vehicle landed in Lin Muxian's villa courtyard, Lu Hanfeng's heart nearly leaped into his throat at the sight within. Lin Muxian lay inside, drenched in blood, sobbing in agony. Her helpless expression shattered his heart, igniting an apocalyptic fury within him. Muxian. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Hanfeng rushed forward, lifting the gravely injured Lin Muxian and dashing towards the villa. Upon seeing him, her tears flowed uncontrollably, a mixture of pain and despair. Hanfeng, am I going to die? It hurts. I'm so cold. Darling, don't speak. You will be fine. I refuse to let anyone take you from me, not even the king of hell. He gently laid her frail body on the villa floor, tearing open her sleeve to reveal a horrifying 2-centimeter bullet wound on her pale, bloodied shoulder. The sight of the injury on his beloved ignited a ferocious rage within Lu Hanfeng, causing him to bite down on his teeth, blood seeping from his lips. Muxian, don't be afraid. I'll fetch some medicine. You will recover swiftly. He turned to the entrance, where the mech extended its hand, presenting 2 items, a milky white serum, the genetic repair agent he had previously concocted for his sister, Lu Hanyin, and a black button. Returning to Lin Muxian's side, he placed the button on her wound. It began to twist and transform into a peculiar beetle. Lin Muxian's attention was captivated by the creature, momentarily forgetting her pain as she beheld the astonishing sight. In the next instant, she was further astonished as the beetle crawled up her arm and directly burrowed into her wound, extracting a stream of blood as it entered. Muxian, do not fear. This is a microscopic robot. It can extract the bullet from your body. Otherwise, it will become lodged in your bones, preventing your wound from healing. As Lu Hanfeng finished speaking, the beetle emerged once again, clutching a golden bullet in its claws. Sighing in relief, Lu Hanfeng injected the genetic repair serum into her wound. Hanfeng, what is this? Lin Muxian gazed in bewilderment at his actions, confused as to why she wasn't being taken to the hospital. Muxian, do not worry. This is a genetic repair agent. It will swiftly mend your genetic structure, blood vessels, muscles, and nerves. With its help, your wound will heal in just over a day, leaving no trace behind. Lin Muxian stared in disbelief at the gunshot wound on her arm, a warm sensation enveloping her entire being. The blood at the wound site began to clot at a visibly rapid pace, leaving her utterly astonished. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. With the bleeding halted, Lu Hanfeng assured her, after tonight, you will be fine. Just wait for me. He brought a basin of warm water, meticulously cleaning the blood from her wound. He discarded her torn clothing and tenderly wiped away every trace of blood, sensing her fear slowly dissipate in response to his gentleness. Tonight's ordeal felt akin to a descent into hell for Lin Muxian, a woman of the city. The moment she was shot, she was momentarily paralyzed, only to be saved by the flying car that had shielded her at the last moment. Her survival instinct had propelled her into the vehicle, preserving her life. Once Lin Muxian was cleaned, Lu Hanfeng carried her into her bedroom, gently laying her on the soft bed. Exhausted from blood loss, her eyelids grew heavy, and she clutched Lu Hanfeng's hand tightly, drained from fear and pain, slipping into a deep slumber almost instantly. Even in her sleep, Lin Muxian clung to his hand, and Lu Hanfeng could feel her helplessness and terror. His long-suppressed rage and murderous intent reached a boiling point. Kasha, have you locked onto the assassin's location? The assassin left in a vehicle before your arrival. He has since abandoned the car and exited onto an unmonitored road. I have taken control of all surveillance in Yinshi and found no trace of him, though I have recorded his face. Lu Hanfeng opened his phone, viewing an image sent by Kasha. It depicted a young man wearing a baseball cap, his features clearly captured by the high-definition street cameras. After abandoning the vehicle, he surely hasn't gone far. Kasha, continue to track all cameras in Yinshi and surrounding cities. Have the Mech return to the island base and bring back the assembled swarm of miniature robots. Additionally, arrange for the production of combat guardian robots and manufacture some micro-nano protective bots. Understood, Master. The Mech in the courtyard took off into the night sky, returning moments later. As energy coalesced in its palm, a large, dark portal gradually materialized, ultimately forming a towering, mysterious entrance over 2 meters high. A stunning young woman with short hair and a striking Dragon Kingdom visage emerged from the portal, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Then, a buzzing sound emanated from the portal as a swarm of black miniature robots surged forth, vanishing into the night sky. Master, over 2 million microscopic swarm robots have been produced and deployed in Yinshi. Good. Conduct a thorough search from the last known location of the assassin. Every inhabited area must be investigated. We will dig 3 feet into the earth to uncover him. Lu Hanfeng issued his orders with a stern expression, lowering his gaze to examine Lin Mushin's wound, which had already begun to clot into a scab. The speed of her recovery was astonishing, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary person. Indeed, the efficiency of the microscopic swarm robots was remarkable. Within half an hour, Kasha reported that the assassin had been located. A fierce light flickered in Lu Hanfeng's eyes as he withdrew his hand from Lin Mushin's, inadvertently startling her awake. Darling, sleep a little longer. I must handle some matters. Lu Hanfeng endeavored to speak gently, but Lin Mushin clung to his hand resolutely. Hanfeng, don't go. I'm scared. Mushin, I promise this will be the last time something like this happens. It will never occur again. As the door opened, a cold-faced girl with short hair entered, approaching the bed and bowing to the bewildered Lin Mushin. Miss Lin Mushin, I am your personal combat robot bodyguard, XS001. Your safety will be my responsibility from now on. Our robot. Lin Mushin stared in shock at the girl before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a real person. Indeed, this combat robot has been specifically designed for you. She can serve as your secretary, driver, bodyguard, maid, and chef, among other roles. Most importantly, she is equipped with a formidable weapon system, capable of decisively eliminating anyone who intends to harm you in the event of a similar situation. Chapter 118. The Revenge of Lu Hanfeng. After a long period of consolation, Lin Mushin finally allowed Lu Hanfeng to leave. The robot, Shanshan, captured her full attention. The moment Lu Hanfeng closed the door, Lin Mushin eagerly engaged in conversation with the newly renamed robot. As Lu Hanfeng departed from the villa, his expression turned cold and ruthless, the pent-up fury and murderous intent within him becoming uncontrollable. He entered his mech and soared toward the assassin's location. The assassin was hidden in an abandoned, derelict building, having mastered counter-surveillance techniques to evade detection in such a desolate place devoid of power or monitoring. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Lu Hanfeng, who possessed countless methods at his disposal. Even with the assassin's meticulous concealment, it took Lu Hanfeng merely half an hour to pinpoint his whereabouts. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed through the quiet night, startling the assassin, who reacted almost instantaneously. Crouching behind a wall, he gripped his sniper rifle tightly. The entire sequence unfolded in under 5 seconds, revealing the assassin's remarkable reflexes. He peered through the scope, only to be stunned by the sight before him. Even as a trained killer, the 6-meter-tall mech left him wide-eyed with shock. More terrifyingly, the mech approached him in just 2 strides, extending its colossal hand through the wall and crushing it like tofu, injuring the assassin with the debris. Before he could react, the mech seized him in its grip, and the realization dawned upon him that the opponent was clearly targeting him, a wave of despair washing over his face. The mech's abdomen opened, revealing a young man with a frigid demeanor, his fiery gaze fixed on the assassin. Will you divulge the mastermind behind this plot after I crush you? Or will you endure torment before revealing their identity as I crush you?" The assassin, shaken from his shock, understood that he was utterly powerless in the grip of the Mech. As a killer, he had long accepted the possibility of death, and Lu Hanfeng's words could not shake his resolve. "Go ahead and kill me." Seeing the assassin's gallant acceptance of death, Lu Hanfeng's lips curled into a sinister smile, a dark side of him erupting within. "I hope you can hold on a little longer." The Mech's other hand reached out, releasing 10 bees that swirled above Lu Hanfeng's palm, complementing his devilish grin. The assassin felt an icy chill rise from his core. "Mr. Assassin, you have harmed the woman I adore. Perhaps you cannot comprehend the anguish of nearly losing a loved one before your eyes." Witnessing her gravely injured and on the brink of death awakened an impulse of annihilation within me. I vowed to repay the one who harmed her with all my ruthless methods. Allow me to introduce the bees in my hand. They are no ordinary insects. Each of these 10 bees carries a potent, malicious virus. The first is the itch virus. A single sting will induce an unbearable itch, compelling you to scratch incessantly until your skin is raw and bleeding. This torment will persist for 6 months. Lu Hanfeng observed the assassin's expression shift as one bee flew to his face, stinging his brow. Instantly, a wave of intense itching surged from his forehead, and the Mech loosened its grip just enough for the assassin to reflexively scratch at his brow. This virus acts slowly. Let's proceed to the second. This virus is similar to the first, but it targets your bones. It is a unique active gene nanoworm that will burrow into your bones and multiply rapidly, causing an insatiable itch that spreads throughout your body. I doubt anyone can endure such a bone-deep itch. I eagerly anticipate your reaction, Mr. Assassin. Lu Hanfeng's face bore a devilish smile as another bee flew to the assassin's brow, delivering another sting before he could evade it. The assassin writhed in despair as Lu Hanfeng watched him suffer, another bee darting forth to sting him once more. This third bee carries a neurotoxin that heightens sensitivity, making every pain and itch magnified 5-fold. These 3 viruses can swiftly erode a person's will. I hope you can endure a little longer, Mr. Assassin. Just kill me. 10 minutes later, the assassin's face contorted in agony, drenched in sweat, his voice a wretched cry of torment. The Mech held him firmly, rendering him immobile. His once ordinary face twisted into a visage of horror, resembling someone clawing their way out of hell. 20 minutes later, he could only manage a low, guttural growl, having exhausted all his strength. Lu Hanfeng remained expressionless, observing the assassin's excruciating state, his own murderous intent far from abated. After nearly 40 minutes, the assassin finally succumbed to despair. "It was Karl Popke. He hired me to assassinate Lin Mushin. Kill me. I beg you, kill me." Lu Hanfeng chuckled softly. "I had long suspected you were sent by those automotive companies. My tormenting you is merely a means to vent my anger. After all, you were the one who harmed the woman I cherish." "You," the assassin rasped, but suddenly the Mech released him, and he crumpled to the ground. Lu Hanfeng entered the Mech's control chamber, and a dark cannon emerged from its shoulder. A red energy orb shot forth, obliterating the assassin before he could react. Although eliminating the assassin alleviated a fraction of Lu Hanfeng's brutality, his gaze turned toward the direction of Country D, filled with vengeful wrath. "Karl Popke, since you chose to be the scapegoat, do not blame me." The Mech, fueled by Lu Hanfeng's fury, soared skyward toward Country D. With the omnipotent Kaisha at his disposal, he swiftly located Karl Popke's residence without much delay. As Lu Hanfeng gazed upon the opulent castle below, the energy cannon began to charge, taking nearly 10 seconds to gather its power. A colossal energy orb erupted from the Mech's cannon, sending a shockwave through the air. A blinding beam of light descended, overshadowing even the blazing sun. Boom! The blinding brilliance exploded, as if a nuclear bomb had been unleashed, creating a shockwave centered around the castle, annihilating everything within a 1,000-meter radius. A massive mushroom cloud billowed upward as Lu Hanfeng ascended to evade the blast, and when the smoke cleared, a vast crater had formed where the castle once stood, a spring bubbling up to create a murky pond. Satisfied with his creation, the Mech swiftly concealed itself, vanishing from sight. Such a tremendous disturbance would undoubtedly attract numerous military and government personnel from Country D. Chapter 119. Stirring the capital's cake moments later. The formidable figure of the Mech appeared above an industrial park in Country D. Below lay an expanse of flourishing factories, where brand new vehicles were being hoisted onto trucks for transport. Those who dare to attempt an assassination against my beloved shall brace for my wrath, murmured Lu Hanfeng with a grim countenance as the Mech's shoulders split open, revealing two ominous black cannon barrels. In an instant, a barrage of energy projectiles erupted, striking the warehouses in the material zone of the factory below, desolate areas devoid of life. Though the energy blasts lacked formidable power, their impact was monumental. The industrial park was soon engulfed in the piercing wail of air raid sirens. Countless workers poured from the factories, panic-stricken as they witnessed the ominous smoke that enveloped the area, making it seem as if the apocalypse had arrived. Within mere minutes, only a handful of management personnel remained in the industrial park, as the ordinary employees fled in terror. Those reluctant to leave were likely the loyal sycophants of Kalbach. If that were the case, they would accompany the factories to their doom. Lu Hanfeng piloted the Mech skyward, conjuring a dark portal that opened before him. The portal expanded until a massive white missile plummeted from it, one of the 4 missiles he had acquired upon obtaining the Mech. A cutting-edge surface-to-air missile developed by the United States, which he had stored in his spatial device until this moment. The colossal missile screamed downward, prompting the fleeing workers to glance back in horror at the descending behemoth, their vehicles accelerating to the limit. Lu Hanfeng maneuvered the Mech to safety, soaring several kilometers into the sky before halting. A blinding flash erupted from the industrial park, and a cataclysmic shockwave radiated outward from the factory, obliterating everything in its path. The entire industrial complex was reduced to ruins, its structure shattered, while a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens. The landscape for miles around lay ravaged, resembling a desolate wasteland, devoid of the once thriving industrial hub it had been. A sardonic chuckle escaped Lu Hanfeng's lips. The pent-up fury within him was finally subsiding as he piloted the Mech back to Long Country. In Long Country, dawn was breaking, and Lin Muxian lay peacefully in bed, attended by a silent robotic guardian in the corner. Lu Hanfeng gently pulled back the thin coverlet from Lin Muxian, revealing a faint scar where a gunshot wound had been, a testament to the miraculous efficacy of the gene repair serum. As Lin Muxian opened her eyes and saw Lu Hanfeng, she exhaled in relief, only to look down at her shoulder and gasp in shock at the remnant of her injury. How is this possible? In my realm, nothing is impossible, Lu Hanfeng replied. Muxian, you need not go to work today. Handle matters remotely instead. In the future, allow Shanshan to take over your responsibilities. She is more than capable, aside from subjective decision-making tasks. Moreover, Shanshan's chip is connected to all the intelligent AIs of the interstellar group, allowing her to accomplish many tasks with far greater efficiency than you. For instance, if you wish to view last month's financial report, you would normally have to call the finance department to prepare it for delivery. Yet, Shanshan can download it instantly from the interstellar group and Oppo's internal network with a mere thought. Furthermore, she is controlled by a super quantum computing terminal, enabling her to pinpoint any financial discrepancies in an instant. Is she truly that remarkable? Lin Muxian glanced at the cold young woman standing in the corner. Who could guess she is a robot? Has Blue Star's technology advanced to such heights? Can this miraculous serum be produced en masse? She inquired. Are you considering venturing into the medical industry? Lu Hanfeng smiled knowingly, discerning her thoughts. Such a remarkable serum could potentially cure numerous ailments. Indeed, it can treat about 90% of the diseases currently prevalent in the market. In truth, interstellar medicine is a domain I must eventually explore. However, the timing is not yet ripe. We must wait a little longer. Why is that? Lin Muxian asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Muxian, you are now the president of the interstellar group. You must view matters from a perspective beyond that of an ordinary person. Just the other day, I came across a report concerning a traditional Chinese medicine family that faced dire consequences due to a single unapproved drug. They were maliciously reported, leading to the imprisonment of the entire family, save for their 9-year-old son. Ironically, this fake medicine had saved thousands of cancer patients. Do you understand the implications? Lin Muxian's brow furrowed as she processed his words. As a business elite, she grasped the underlying message. Are you suggesting they disturb the interests of capital? Precisely. One must consider what constitutes the largest expense for the common folk in Long Country. It is, in fact, medical costs. A family toils their entire life, only to have their savings obliterated by a single illness, leaving them in debt. This is no isolated incident. Countless families endure such fates. Once interstellar medicine is launched, it will inevitably clash with the interests of many capitalists, who will resort to any nefarious means to protect their profits. Just as this assassination attempt arose from our interstellar automobile infringing upon the interests of those automotive capitalists. Lin Muxian nodded gravely, disheartened that such a wondrous serum could not be disseminated. Do not be dismayed, Muxian. We may delay our entry into interstellar medicine for now, but this period shall not be prolonged. Grant me some time, and soon I shall stand atop this world, wielding the power to dictate its rules, rather than those of capital. You need only to manage the interstellar group, aligning its trajectory with my vision. Within 2 years, interstellar medicine shall flourish across the entirety of Blue Star. Indeed, Lin Muxian finally smiled, reassured. She refrained from probing further into the assassination, trusting Lu Hanfeng's capabilities to pursue the matter to its conclusion. Lu Hanfeng remained by Lin Muxian's side, savoring the tranquility of the moment. As Lin Muxian idly scrolled through videos, she stumbled upon a shocking headline that rocked Blue Star. Hanfeng, there was a terrorist attack in Country D last night, targeting a major automotive conglomerate. Not only were a significant portion of the capital family members killed, but Cal Bach, the overseer of BC Autos, also perished in the assault. Even more alarmingly, the core industrial zone of BC Autos was devastated by missile strikes. This attack has severely crippled BC Autos. I suspect their collapse is imminent. By the way, the leader of the group that visited our interstellar was one of Cal Bach's subordinates. As Lin Muxian recalled this, a realization dawned upon her, and she turned to Lu Hanfeng, her eyes wide with shock. Seeing no hint of surprise on his face only solidified her suspicions. Hanfeng, could it be that you? Muxian, understanding without voicing is the hallmark of true friendship. My beloved nearly lost her life to an assassination yesterday. My retribution has only just begun. Those automotive companies wish to ensnare me. I shall lead them step by step into the abyss of despair, ensuring that no trace of their presence remains in Long Country. Chapter 120. Interstellar Group. The official websites of all subsidiaries of the Interstellar Group have been integrated into a new central portal, featuring individual gateways for each subsidiary. Just as the afternoon work shift began, a new subsidiary portal emerged on the Interstellar Group's website, marking the establishment of the 6th subsidiary, following Interstellar Precision Machinery, Interstellar Communications, Interstellar Flying Cars, Interstellar Hydrogen Energy, and the Interstellar Charitable Foundation. However, this new portal remained shrouded in gray, adorned with a large question mark, leaving many puzzled about its significance. Simultaneously, Chu Mingming, the promotional ambassador, was summoned to Lin Muxian's villa by Lu Hanfeng. Initially, the young girl was reluctant to attend, harboring a certain unease towards Lu Hanfeng, fearing that he might impose unwelcome advances upon her, particularly in a situation where she was invited to his home. She hurriedly contacted Lin Muxian, only to find her sitting right beside Lu Hanfeng, which gave the little girl the courage to proceed. As the flying car landed beside Lin Muxian's vehicle, Chu Mingming, donning a charming JK dress, stepped out with an innocent expression. The moment she entered, Lu Hanfeng felt a spark of intrigue. Although she was undeniably alluring, her presence ignited a flicker of annoyance within him. "Boss, why did you call me here?" she inquired. "To discuss business, of course. Otherwise, why would you be on guard around me as if I were a wolf?" Lu Hanfeng retorted, eliciting a startled reaction from the young girl, whose face paled at his words. She glanced fearfully at Lin Muxian, who was stifling laughter behind her hand. "Mingming, come sit. Lu Hanfeng is just teasing you. Don't take him too seriously. Although he may have a roguish side, he would never resort to despicable means," Lin Muxian reassured her. With a sigh of relief, Chu Mingming cautiously took a seat beside Lin Mushin, while Lu Hanfeng furrowed his brow at the two women who were either disparaging him or regarding him with apprehension. "What did President Lin want to discuss with me?" she asked timidly. "You should ask President Lu. He summoned you here." "Rest assured, it's work-related," Lin Mushin replied. Chu Mingming turned her gaze toward Lu Hanfeng, who shot her a stern look before speaking. "I will send you a promotional video shortly. You need to upload it online for streaming. Interstellar Automotive is launching a subsidiary called Interstellar Freight, which involves the production of flying cargo ships. You are tasked with generating buzz for it." I understand now. The gray interface on the company's website signifies the imminent arrival of the flying cargo ship. "Many netizens are already discussing this topic," she exclaimed. "Who told you that gray interface represents the flying cargo ship? It merely pertains to the subsidiary under Interstellar Flying Cars and is unrelated to that gray screen," he clarified. "Oh, is our company planning to launch another subsidiary?" she asked. "Yes. The gray interface will be unveiled in a few days and is destined to astonish the entire Dragon Kingdom with a groundbreaking project," Lu Hanfeng stated, igniting immense curiosity in both women. Yet, with his silence, they could only speculate. As the promotional ambassador for the Interstellar Group, Chu Mingming typically received insider news first. Later that afternoon, around 4 o'clock, her account unexpectedly posted a video that shocked everyone. The video featured an animated narrative showcasing a cargo ship departing from a port, battling the waves for a staggering 36 days to reach a port in the United States. While this timeline initially appeared normal for a cargo ship traveling from the Dragon Kingdom, the subsequent footage left viewers in awe. A vessel resembling a cargo ship took to the skies, reaching the American port in a mere 12 hours. Emblazoned with the bold name Interstellar, the video concluded with the phrase, "Interstellar Flying Cargo Ship, redefining the freight industry." At this moment, netizens grasped the significance. The Interstellar Group was poised to launch the Interstellar Flying Cargo Ship, covering a distance of over 10,000 kilometers from the Dragon Kingdom to the United States in just 12 hours, could potentially revolutionize the freight industry. Previously, many online influencers had predicted such developments, albeit hesitantly, due to uncertainties surrounding the weight limits of anti-gravity technology. The Interstellar Group's release of this video was a clear indication of the dawn of a new era in cargo transportation. Lin Mushin's phone rang incessantly, filled with inquiries about the flying cargo ship, predominantly from businesses associated with the Interstellar Group. Eventually, even her father called to discuss the matter. Upon confirming the imminent launch of the flying cargo ship, Lin Mushin was summoned back to her hometown by her father. "Mushin, your family likely wishes to enter the freight market. Given your connections, they stand to gain a significant foothold in the emerging sector," Lu Hanfeng remarked. "Indeed, my father seems to have that intention. What are your thoughts on this, Hanfeng?" she inquired. "What are my thoughts? I can observe from any angle. The freight market is vast, and its dynamics are beyond my control. If your family wishes to enter, let them pursue it. Their success will depend on their own efforts," he replied nonchalantly. As soon as Lin Mushin departed, Lu Hanfeng's phone buzzed with a call from Yu Lingyuan. Sensing her purpose for calling, he responded, "Sister Lingyuan, did you miss me?" "Hanfeng, is it true that the flying cargo ship is about to be launched?" Yu Lingyuan's voice brimmed with excitement. "Indeed. As I mentioned before, but you didn't believe me. Are you interested in becoming the freight queen of Xinjiang?" he teased. "Absolutely. I'm very interested. Come over now. I'm at Xiaoyu's place, and she wants to discuss this with you," she urged. Hanging up, Lu Hanfeng smiled, recognizing that many shrewd individuals were quick to envision the promising prospects of the flying cargo ship. Yet, with every rise, there would be a fall. The emergence of flying cargo ships would inevitably disrupt the traditional freight industry, leading to countless bankruptcies. Lu Hanfeng boarded his Mech and flew towards the capital. Having not seen Yu Lingyuan in several days, he found himself anticipating their reunion. Moments later, he arrived at Nangong Yueying's villa, where he was greeted by two stunningly beautiful faces, one exuding pure elegance and the other radiating seductive charm. "Lingyuan," Lu Hanfeng exclaimed, his smile broadening as he sat beside her and wrapped his arm around her waist. Observing the growing intimacy from across the room, Nangong Yueying, feeling exasperated, hurled a lychee at Lu Hanfeng, who deftly caught it midair. Are you two not embarrassed? I'm still here, she scolded, feigning annoyance. Oops, I couldn't help it. Xiaoyu, forgive me, Yu Lingyuan laughed, leaning comfortably against Lu Hanfeng, much to Nangong Yueying's chagrin. Chapter 121. The Dawn of Virtual Reality. Sister Lingyuan, I am entrusting you with full responsibility for the flying cargo ships in Xiangjiang. From now on, you shall be the representative of the interstellar group in Xiangjiang. All flying cargo operations in the region will pass through your capable hands. Do you have confidence in managing this? Once a person possesses confidence, Hanfeng, you should not underestimate me. I have been involved in business from a young age, and with your formidable support, even a fool could thrive. Yu Lingyuan cast a charming glance at her partner, filled with immense gratitude for having secured him. Unlike Xiaoyu, who harbored feelings yet hesitated to approach him, Lingyuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Sister Lingyuan, you've had your fun in the capital, haven't you? You can start preparing for the cargo business when you return in a couple of days. My intention is for you to manage some cargo ships for transportation, but you cannot monopolize the entire cargo trade in Xiangjiang. Otherwise, you will face resistance and find it difficult to proceed. I will provide you with some cargo ship quotas, and you will have full authority over their operation. As for who to sell them to, that will be entirely your decision. Those in Xiangjiang wishing to enter the flying cargo business will have to heed your wishes. Thank you, Hanfeng, you are too kind to me. I will spend more time with you tonight, and return to Xiangjiang early tomorrow. Yu Lingyuan's delicate features radiated allure, and she envisioned herself as the wealthiest woman in Xiangjiang. The region, a vast island, relied heavily on external supplies, making the cargo industry thrive. She could already foresee the day when those who once looked down on her would have to bow to her, and merely thinking about it filled her with excitement. What about me? As the two became engrossed in their affectionate exchange, Nangong Yueying, seated opposite them, spoke up, clearly displeased. What? Does your Nangong group also engage in cargo business? Lu Hanfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise at the irate expression on Yueying's face, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. Cargo transport is one of the primary sources of income for our Nangong group. We own a substantial cargo company in Jincheng, with operations extending across numerous countries, including India, Russia, Australia, Singapore, the United States, and Canada. With the advent of your flying cargo ships, we traditional cargo companies are the first to feel the pressure. My father called me immediately, urging me to reach out to you for clarity. I see. Lu Hanfeng nodded, beginning to grasp Nangong Yueying's concerns. Your family has assisted me greatly. The recent sales of gold and silver were facilitated through your channels. I appreciate that. Here is my proposal. Xiaoyu, sell your cargo ships to me at a reasonable price, and I will prioritize providing your Nangong group with flying cargo ships, allowing you to seize the opportunity. Once these ships hit the market, traditional shipping vessels will gradually vanish, becoming nothing more than scrap. All right, I will discuss this with my father. It should not pose a problem. Adapting to the times is essential for survival. That evening, the three dined together at the villa, during which Nangong Yueying shared an intriguing piece of news. Recently, some acquaintances in the capital mentioned that Li Kuang has encountered trouble. A few close friends and I went to visit him, only to find that the once arrogant Li Kuang had undergone a drastic transformation. Not only was his appearance unrecognizable, but his temperament had also become erratic and violent, driving his childhood companions away in anger. It is unclear what affliction he suffers from, as he appeared ravaged and terrifying. Unbeknownst to Yueying, as she spoke, Yu Lingyuan and Lu Hanfeng exchanged knowing glances, a subtle smile gracing their faces. When the heavens rage, calamity befalls the proud. It is prudent to exercise restraint. That night, Yu Lingyuan attended to Lu Hanfeng with utmost devotion, showcasing her exquisite charm. Unable to bear the sight of their intimate display, Nangong Yueying quickly excused herself from the villa. Upon returning home, she was surprised to find her entire family awaiting her return, eager for news. As she recounted her conversation with Lu Hanfeng, the Nangong family erupted into fervent discussion over the implications of the flying cargo ships. Since the era of flying cargo transport has arrived, it is only logical that we align ourselves with the interstellar group and seize this opportunity. I support the sale of all our cargo ships at a low price, adopting the interstellar flying ships. Our Nangong group has established a good rapport with Interstellar. Failing to seize this chance would be foolish. I concur. Indeed, I support this. The entire family unanimously raised their hands in agreement to collaborate with Interstellar, relieving the weight on Nangong Yueying's heart. The following morning, Lu Hanfeng escorted Yu Lingyuan to the airport, advising her on an important matter before her departure. Sister Lingyuan, upon your return, you must not only prepare for the flying cargo ships but also secure a large warehouse. Our marine salvage business can commence anew. And this time we will alter our strategy, utilizing my newly developed flying salvage vessels. We will not require ports. The treasures we salvage will be directly delivered to the warehouse area. Furthermore, future salvage operations will be entirely machine-operated. We can go whenever we wish, or simply wait in the warehouse to receive the treasures. Moreover, the speed advantage of the flying cargo ships will allow us to traverse oceans for salvage operations. Soon, the entire sea will become our private garden, and all treasures within will belong to us. I must truly thank Xiaoyu for introducing you to me, or I would have missed out on such a splendid life. Yu Lingyuan playfully wrapped her arms around Lu Hanfeng's neck, sharing a passionate kiss at the airport entrance before parting ways. As she vanished from sight, Lu Hanfeng turned and hurried back to the bustling metropolis. With over 10 million thought-sensing helmets sold, the virtual reality of interstellar games was set to officially launch today, and as the proprietor, he naturally had to oversee the proceedings. The virtual reality experience was scheduled to commence at 8 in the morning. Upon arriving at Interstellar Games, he found a group of women gathered around Lu Haning's office, each donning helmets and seated on the sofa in eager anticipation. Lin Mushin, Lu Hanin, Gong Lingling, Yu Qiuyan, and Xiao Dai had clearly been waiting for some time, eagerly anticipating the moment the game would go live. Lu Hanfeng glanced at his phone, noting that only a minute remained. Emboldened, he squeezed between Lin Mushin and Yu Qiuyan, wrapping his arms around their waists. Yu Qiuyan, feeling bashful, attempted to shy away, only to be firmly held in place. Why hide from each other? The server is about to launch. Don't move. Lin Mushin and Yu Qiuyan shot him exasperated glances, their faces flushed, while the other three girls wore mischievous smiles. Time's up. Everyone, let us embark on our journey to cultivate immortality and seek a master. I aspire to become a flying, sword-wielding fairy, Lu Hanin exclaimed, pressing the button on her thought-sensing helmet, reclining on the sofa and closing her eyes. Following suit, Gong Lingling and Xiao Dai entered the game right after her. As the three were pulled into the virtual realm, Lin Mushin shot Lu Hanfeng an annoyed glare before activating her helmet and reclining on the sofa. Eyes shut. Hanfeng, what if something happens in reality while we are in the game? For instance, if we need to use the restroom, or if someone interrupts us. You will understand once you experience it. Only your primary consciousness enters the game world. You will still be aware of your surroundings in reality. Lu Hanfeng reassured as he gently touched Lin Mushin's face. She immediately opened her eyes to glare at him before closing them again. How fascinating. Let's hurry and join. Yu Qiuyan also pressed the button on her helmet, then leaned into Lu Hanfeng's embrace and closed her eyes. Glancing at the stunning beauties seated on either side, a mischievous smile crept across Lu Hanfeng's face. Chapter 122. The immortal adventure instance in the game world. In the vast square, over 100 individuals stood in awe, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and wonder as they beheld the virtual reality that enveloped them. For many, it was their inaugural experience in such a realm, and the realism was utterly breathtaking. Some astute players began conversing with their avatars, seeking to comprehend this new digital existence. Is this truly virtual reality? It feels exactly like the real world. Spirit, convey me to my hometown. I yearn to see my old house. A young man, his excitement palpable, blushed as he issued the command, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Is it possible to travel to other countries? Gasped the companion beside him, and the next moment, he too disappeared in a flash. The square was alive with flickering lights as one after another, figures began to vanish. Lin Mushin and her four companions gathered together, preparing to embark on their journey into the immortal realm. Suddenly, she and Yu Qiuyan let out a shriek. their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Lu Hanfeng materialized before them, a mischievous grin lingering on his face. The two women playfully pinched his waist, eliciting a comical grimace of pain from him. "Ladies, let us not dally. We must hurry to the immortal world and seek our masters before time slips away." After their playful reprieve, the five women vanished in a burst of radiant light, with Lu Hanfeng following suit. Inside the immortal world instance, tens of thousands appeared within a grand city, an expansive metropolis surrounded by numerous unoccupied shops. This was the novice village of the immortal adventure game, where combat was strictly forbidden. Upon entering, players were uniformly transformed into ancient attire. Men donned three-hued long robes, while women adorned themselves in three variants of maid costumes, with the freedom to choose their preferred colors. To acquire more exquisite garments, players would need to invest real currency or elevate their status through training in sects to earn rewards. As Lu Hanfeng gazed at Lin Mushin and Yu Chuyan, both resplendent in their maid costumes, he was momentarily entranced. Their extraordinary beauty and grace rendered them breathtakingly alluring, captivating not just him, but also the attention of others around them. "Brother, my sisters-in-law are stunning. Compared to them, I feel like an ugly duckling," remarked Lu Hanyin, draping her arm around her brothers. Clad in a white robe, with his hair elegantly tied up, Lu Hanfeng resembled an affluent young master from ancient times. He comforted his sister with a gentle pinch on her cheek. "You are not lacking in beauty, dear sister. Your youth and vitality shine through. In due time, I shall procure a miraculous elixir for you to enhance your genetic attributes and refine your features. Soon, you shall rival them." "Such an elixir exists?" she inquired, wide-eyed. "Indeed. Have you not noticed the changes in me? I have grown taller, and my features have become more harmonious." Genetic optimization significantly enhances one's allure and physical prowess. Now, let us not dwell on this. We must pursue our dreams of becoming celestial beings. He pointed towards the sky, where astonishment filled the air as a colossal ship descended, from which emerged several figures gliding on swords. Among them was the renowned Enai Chong, whom they had encountered earlier. "Greetings, everyone. I am Enai Chong, the senior sister of the Xianyan sect. For those wishing to pursue immortality, I encourage you to join our sect, which specializes in sword cultivation and formidable techniques. Those interested can gather under our banner." With a flourish of her hand, a towering flag unfurled in the novice city, prompting excited players to rush towards it. However, the sky suddenly darkened, and a resounding cry echoed through the air. Another awe-inspiring sight captivated the crowd. A gigantic eagle soared down, upon which stood a commanding figure. "Do not rush into decisions. The Beastmaster sect is equally formidable. We excel in mystical techniques and beast taming. Do you wish to ride a divine dragon or soar on a phoenix? Then join us." In an instant, players were stirred, eager to join the Beastmaster sect. As the skies shifted again, another sect made its grand entrance. Within this virtual reality, 12 distinct sects flourished, each possessing unique strengths and weaknesses, capable of both rivalry and collaboration. From powerful sword immortals to beast tamers, skilled healers, and formidable demon cultivators, the diversity was staggering. In truth, myriad such immortal games existed within the Dragon Kingdom's internet, yet they differed vastly. One was controlled by a keyboard, while the other was an immersive experience. The novice city's population dwindled as players flocked to their chosen sections. After careful deliberation, Lu Hanyin and her companions selected 5 contrasting sects to join, aspiring to grow in skill and eventually team up for monster hunting, a pursuit that promised treasures and thrilling adventures. Lu Hanfeng floated above the novice village, observing the bustling crowd below, teeming with players who could summon friends and family to join in this digital escapade. In this realm of virtual reality, he reigned supreme, wielding the power to shape the very fabric of the game. In essence, virtual reality consisted of intricate programming, driven by Kasha's superquantum computer, intricately linked to the biological chip within Lu Hanfeng's mind. In this world, his thoughts alone could manifest his desires. Departing from the immortal realm, Lu Hanfeng entered the Blue Star Defense game world, where the population surpassed even that of the immortal realm. This game revolved around resource development, technological advancements, and confronting cosmic beasts. Its maps echoed the essence of Blue Star, with gameplay rewards mirroring those of the immortal world. Two distinct gaming instances, one focused on technology and the other on cultivation, served as entertainment to pass the time. Both games maintained fairness, as financial expenditure did not guarantee superiority. The wealthy could not dominate through mere monetary means. However, they could leverage clever strategies to gain an edge, inviting players to explore the subtle nuances of the game. Players primarily spent on cosmetics and accessories, contributing to the interstellar economic model. After exploring both instances, Lu Hanfeng ventured into the expansive Blue Star world map. Not all individuals were drawn to gaming. Some seniors sought to immerse themselves in the breathtaking landscapes of Blue Star through virtual reality. Chapter 123. The Immortality Project. Lu Hanfeng's figure flickered into existence atop the majestic Himalayas, where an elderly couple was hand in hand, savoring the breathtaking scenery. Upon noticing Lu Hanfeng's arrival, their expressions momentarily froze in surprise. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. May I inquire about your impressions of virtual reality?" Lu Hanfeng immediately discerned that this was a devoted couple, having spent their lives together in love and harmony. "Young man, you may not fully grasp our situation. I am 86 years old and, due to a cerebral hemorrhage, I am paralyzed in my lower limbs and unable to walk. Yet, this virtual reality has granted me the ability to stand again. After more than a decade, I never imagined it would be a game that would allow me to rise once more. At first, when my son gifted me that headset, I was quite reluctant. Now, it seems we old folks are simply out of touch with the times. The developers of this virtual reality are undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. I can assert that, in the future, all games on Blue Star will be supplanted by it. Anyone who has experienced virtual reality will never wish to part from it. I have perused the game materials, and based on my understanding of virtual reality, I fear the younger generation will become utterly enamored with this authentic experience. Moreover, I dare to speculate that this virtual reality will possess countless other astonishing applications in the future. Am I right, young man?" The elder's wise gaze turned towards Lu Hanfeng, who was momentarily taken aback by the remarkable insight of someone so advanced in years, indicating that this person was indeed extraordinary. "Grandpa, you are correct. The Interstellar Group is my creation, and this game is also my brainchild. It is a fortuitous encounter. I can share a secret with you. Virtual reality is the precursor to the Star Network. You may not be familiar with the Star Network, but it is a vital link connecting interstellar realms. As humanity embarks on an era of interstellar navigation, the Star Network is of utmost importance. Furthermore, the Star Network boasts a remarkable project that can extract human consciousness, allowing individuals to live eternally within its realms, thereby achieving an alternative form of immortality. Given your advanced age, Grandpa, if you can hold on for another 2 years, you will undoubtedly catch up with the Star Network's Immortality Initiative. At that time, you and Grandma can reside here forever and even reunite with your family within the Star Network." Immortality. Despite believing himself to be well-informed, the elder was left speechless by Lu Hanfeng's seemingly fantastical claims. "Remarkable, young man. I never imagined technology could reach such heights. Indeed, we older folks are falling behind the times. The future belongs to the younger generation. The timing for the Immortality Project is not yet ripe, Grandpa. So please keep this a secret for me. Farewell." Lu Hanfeng waved goodbye with a smile, his figure vanishing in a shimmering aura. "Dear, let us return. I must immediately convene a family meeting. The Interstellar Group is likely to dominate all of Blue Star in the future, and our family must keep pace. Even if we cannot lead the era, we must not lag too far behind." With a serious expression, the elder instructed his companion, and their figures flickered out of sight as well. Lu Hanfeng reappeared in every corner of the virtual reality, observing players' reactions and evaluations. He noted that virtual tourism had emerged as a novel venture, attracting many individuals who, disinterested in traditional gaming, ventured out with friends and family to explore beautiful landscapes. This virtual realm offered unparalleled convenience for admiring scenic beauty, People merely needed to communicate with their sprite assistants to be instantly transported to their desired destinations, thus eliminating the burdens of real-world travel. Lu Hanfeng found himself at renowned international landmarks, such as the Eiffel Tower, where many were taking photos, though predominantly featuring the faces of people from Dragon Country. In truth, the thought-sensing headsets had also sold well abroad, but numerous countries remained quite closed off. Information failed to circulate, leaving only the wealthy elite of developed nations aware of the Star Network's thought-sensing headsets. Returning to the bustling square of the virtual world, where many newcomers were flooding in, Lu Hanfeng observed them commencing their enchanting journeys under the guidance of sprites. Satisfied with the unfolding of events as anticipated, Lu Hanfeng nodded appreciatively and exited the virtual reality. In Lu Haning's office, a charming and adorable JK beauty, the streamer Chu Mingming, donned her headset and entered virtual reality. Leaning against Gong Lingling with a cute, flushed face, clearly exhilarated by some thrilling encounter in the virtual realm. A mischievous smile crept across Lu Hanfeng's face as he approached and pinched her nose. Chu Mingming opened her drowsy eyes, her cheeks turning crimson as she promptly exited the virtual world. "What do you intend to do, boss?" Seeing the beauty's wary expression, Lu Hanfeng felt a twinge of annoyance. "You are indeed stunning, but perhaps a tad too self-absorbed. Chu Mingming, could you refrain from looking at me with such a guarded expression? I have 2 girlfriends here, each more captivating than you." Chu Mingming glanced at Lin Mushin and Yu Chuyin, both of whom were undeniably stunning, yet she too held her own charm. "I was initially considering offering you an enticing task, but your attitude has dampened my enthusiasm. I suppose I shall seek someone else." Lu Hanfeng feigned departure, and Chu Mingming panicked. A billionaire boss promising a lucrative task was not something to be taken lightly. "A lucrative task? Wait, boss, I'm capable. Just let me know what you need." With her big, innocent eyes fixed on Lu Hanfeng, her face radiated anticipation, making it difficult for him to refuse her. "Very well. As a streamer, what do you think about my establishing a Douyin-like platform?" "What? Boss, is that the enticing task?" Douyin has already monopolized the domestic short video market. Entering the industry now would be quite challenging. Disappointment flickered across her face as she realized this was not the opportunity she had hoped for. If short video platforms were so easy to navigate, a duopoly would not have emerged. Chu Mingming, I was referring to streamers within virtual reality, not in the real world. We will create a short video platform within the Star Network and recruit signed streamers to broadcast in virtual reality. We can even stream in 2 game dungeons. What do you think? Well, Chu Mingming fell silent. Given her years in the streaming industry, she understood the immense potential of virtual reality. If they could indeed stream within that realm, it would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. However, establishing a platform came with its own risks, and failure would result in significant losses. It's settled then. From now on, you will be the head of Star Network Broadcasting. Discuss this with Lin Mushin. I will handle all technical operations for the broadcasting platform and grant you permission to stream in virtual reality. You can re-enter the virtual realm to test it out. What? Boss, I haven't made up my mind yet. Make up your mind. You are standing on the shoulders of giants. If you fail to seize the opportunity, it would be inexcusable. Without further ado, Lu Hanfeng opened the office door and exited, leaving a bewildered Chu Mingming at a loss for what to do. Chapter 124. The surging popularity of virtual reality. The phenomenon of virtual reality has taken the world by storm, captivating the hearts and minds of both the elderly and the newly minted adults alike. Once immersed in this realm, not a single soul has emerged with a negative review. Instead, they find themselves enchanted, donning headsets and engaging in online activities throughout the day. The online reviews are overwhelmingly positive, particularly as influential internet personalities recount their extraordinary experiences within virtual reality, each tale more fascinating than the last. The advent of thought-sensing technology has revolutionized the gaming landscape. With the introduction of thought-sensing helmets, the traditional methods of gaming, manipulating a mouse and keyboard, have become relics of the past. Many industry leaders predict that virtual reality is poised to become the second world of Blue Star, an existence both fantastical and tangible. Virtual reality transcends mere gaming. It offers a meticulously crafted virtual world where individuals can live and play without a care. Some bold couples have even expressed that they can engage in intimate activities within this realm, experiencing sensations that are nothing short of extraordinary. Consequently, the demand for thought-sensing helmets has skyrocketed, prompting the Interstellar Precision Machinery Factory to operate at full capacity, producing over 1 million units daily. Yet still struggling to meet the insatiable demand. Du Yuangang has reached out to Lu Hanfeng for assistance as frantic purchasing has ensued. Yet the suppliers cannot keep pace with their production needs. Reluctantly, Lu Hanfeng has dispatched 2 newly manufactured cargo vessels to aid in transporting materials, alleviating some of the pressure on the factory. As Lu Hanfeng converses with Du Yuangang in his office, he notices how the latter has gradually adopted the demeanor of a competent leader. After months of interaction with suppliers, Du Yuangang's circle has broadened, enhancing his development. Old 4. I must confess something, Du Yuangang begins. Our interstellar precision machinery is expanding rapidly. I've leased nearly 10 workshops in this industrial zone, and the amounts involved are staggering. Consequently, suppliers have been showering me with perks. I've accumulated quite the collection of fine cigarettes and liquor, enough to fill my home. Some suppliers have even attempted to slip me cash discreetly. What should I do with all this? Well, Lu Hanfeng replies, what yours is yours. These are merely the unspoken rules of the workplace. My salary for you is not particularly high. Consider these as your benefits. You can sell them for cash, as long as the materials pass inspection. All right then, with your backing, I can finally breathe easy, Du Yuangang responds. By the way, old 4, Ping Ping and I are now living together, and I've met her parents. Given our current circumstances, they are undoubtedly pleased. However, they have requested that I purchase a marital home. Where do you think I should buy it? As Du Yuangang pours tea for Lu Hanfeng, his gaze is filled with anticipation. Wow, brother gang, you're quite swift. Marriage is fine, but as for a marital home, if you heed my advice, hold off on purchasing it. The interstellar sector will soon delve into real estate, potentially reshaping the housing landscape. As a senior figure in the company, you will undoubtedly receive a luxury apartment. Buying now would be a regrettable investment, and I assure you the property's value will plummet beyond your imagination. All right, since the big boss has spoken, I shall follow your guidance. I will discuss marriage with them, but will firmly refuse to buy a home. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, Du Yuangang possesses a keen intellect. He recognizes his own limitations and understands that Lu Hanfeng's perspective is vastly different, making his counsel invaluable. The ringing of a phone interrupts their conversation. Upon checking the caller ID, Lu Hanfeng's expression shifts to one of seriousness. Brother gang, I have to take this call, he states, stepping outside and answering. Director Su, hello? Yes, Hanfeng, please come to the headquarters in Beijing. Director Bai and I are waiting for you in his office. Assuming another assignment awaits him, Lu Hanfeng promptly pilots his mech to Bai Zhang's office, only to find number 2 present as well. Number 2, Director Bai, good day. Lu Hanfeng salutes awkwardly, and No. 2 greets him with a smile, inviting him to sit. Hanfeng, we have a challenging task that requires your assistance. Here's the situation. Our country's biannual Yasukuni Shrine visit is approaching, and this time it is being conducted with great pomp, with invitations extended to several friendly nations, including our own. The revelation ignites fury among the leaders of Long Country, for the Yasukuni Shrine visit serves to tarnish their reputation. The audacity of our country to invite them is perceived as a blatant insult. Determined to thwart the event, the leaders convene to strategize. Nonetheless, our country remains obstinate, disregarding Long Country and Oppo's protests. Amidst the escalating tension, number 2 considers Lu Hanfeng, believing that his advanced mech might conjure a miracle. After absorbing Director Su's words, Lu Hanfeng furrows his brow. The Yasukuni Shrine venerates war criminals from the Second World War, many of whom bore responsibility for the deaths of countless Long Country citizens. Each one carries the blood of innumerable innocent lives. This task is not compulsory. We simply cannot tolerate this affront. You may proceed as you see fit, but please avoid any fatalities. Should you successfully disrupt this event, we will commend you significantly. When is the ceremony scheduled? Lu Hanfeng inquires. Day after tomorrow. Nodding, Lu Hanfeng exits the security bureau and pilots his mech to hover above the Yasukuni shrine. Cloaked in invisibility, he surveys the scene below, capturing every detail. Perhaps due to the upcoming ceremony, numerous foreign faces are seen taking photographs around the shrine, festooned with celebratory decorations, while throngs of individuals clad in traditional attire meander nearby. With such a dense crowd, how can I possibly intervene? Lu Hanfeng contemplates. Knowing that the simplest solution would be to launch a missile, yet the catastrophic consequences would be unacceptable, he is no cold-blooded killer. The fervent nationalist sentiments of our country's right-wing extremists bear no relation to the ordinary citizens, who, like any populace, yearn for peace and stability. It is only the leaders who orchestrate chaos. Lu Hanfeng then finds himself hovering above the Prime Minister's residence, where a multitude of ceremonial officials attend to foreign dignitaries. The streets are lined with various honor guards. Amidst such a throng, the challenge of intervention without causing harm is daunting, and Lu Hanfeng's frustration mounts. He descends to a secluded corner, preparing to explore the streets of our country when an unpleasant odor assaults his senses. Upon closer inspection, he spots a man squatting beneath a cherry blossom tree, oblivious to his presence. Disgusted, Lu Hanfeng hastily covers his mouth and nose, retreating. Suddenly, an insidious yet effective idea springs to mind. Stopping abruptly, a mischievous smile creeps onto his face as he turns back towards his mech, soaring once more towards the capital. Chapter 125. A deluge of filth falls like cherry blossoms. Hanfeng, you say you have a solution? Director Su gazed in astonishment at Lu Hanfeng. They had merely approached him with a tentative hope. If he could halt the worship ceremony, it would be splendid. If not, they would simply refrain from sending representatives from Longhua. To their surprise, it had been barely over an hour, and Lu Hanfeng had devised a plan. Director Su, I require your authorization to cooperate with me. I assure you this worship event will be utterly thwarted, and there shall be no loss of life. Moreover, it will bring immense embarrassment to the people of our country. Oh, Hanfeng, what ingenious strategy do you propose? Director Su's curiosity piqued as he fixed his gaze on Lu Hanfeng. The ensuing revelation from Lu Hanfeng elicited a remarkable reaction, his face contorting as he stifled a laugh, turning crimson. Director Su, if you wish to laugh, please do so. Suppressing it may be detrimental to your health. Although this tactic is rather distasteful, it is undeniably effective. I assenti it. Haraha. Hanfeng, truly. You are remarkable. I cannot fathom how such a wickedly ingenious idea came to your mind. Very well, I shall fully cooperate with you. Do not hesitate to express any needs you may have. My only request is that you provide me with a copy of the footage from the scene. I must witness the expressions of those right-wing extremists. Agreed. Lu Hanfeng chuckled as he departed, leaving Director Su, typically so meticulous, unable to contain his laughter, thumping the table in amusement. In the dead of night, the employees of the sewage treatment center in the capital received an urgent notification instructing them to leave work and not return until dawn. The sewage treatment center, a fixture in every city and town, dealt with the enormous volumes of domestic wastewater and refuse generated daily, which were funneled through sewers to the facility. There, the filthy water underwent separation, sedimentation, and filtration, allowing the purified water to be reused, while solids were disposed of through landfilling or other means. A colossal flying cargo ship appeared at the sewage treatment plant's discharge outlet, where a pipeline, as thick as a man's arm, spewed forth foul-smelling yellow and white sludge. Working in such an environment required an exceptional tolerance for the overwhelming stench. Ordinarily, no one ventured here, as the filthy discharge was filtered and channeled into various pipes and pools, with human access only occurring in times of malfunction. The cargo ship opened its massive doors, aligning perfectly with the discharge outlet, and an immense volume of filth poured into its hold. Fortunately, the ship was devoid of personnel at that moment. Otherwise, the noxious odor would have likely incapacitated anyone present. After several minutes, the cargo ship's doors sealed, and it departed, laden with tons of repugnant waste, gradually vanishing into the night sky of the capital. In the capital of our country, Sakurazaka City, The streets were deserted in the late hours, with only the occasional hasty vehicle passing through. Above the Yasukuni shrine, an invisible cargo ship suddenly opened its doors, unleashing a torrent of yellow and white filth to rain down from the heavens. A truly spectacular sight. Tons of excrement swiftly enveloped the entire area of the shrine, with nearby streets and buildings falling victim to the deluge. The stench permeated the air for miles, while Lu Hanfeng, cleverly concealed, reveled in the escalating disgust. Below, he released some mechanical bees to document this extraordinary moment. The entire Sakurazaka city erupted into chaos, with sirens blaring as personnel within the Yasukuni shrine, home to administrative staff, were roused by the commotion. As the tons of waste cascaded down, Lu Hanfeng's gaze shifted toward the Prime Minister's residence, and a more sinister plot began to form in his mind. Kasha, send another load of excrement to the Prime Minister's residence. Let those right-wingers in our country experience the taste of our Longwa filth. The cargo ship's doors closed once more, heading back toward the capital of Longwa. Meanwhile, the Yasukuni shrine was thrown into disarray as countless police cars and military personnel arrived, only to be met with the overwhelming stench that made it impossible for them to see. Though the filth posed no physical threat, its repulsiveness rendered our country soldiers terrified to approach. Ultimately, it was only through the orders of their commanding officers that the soldiers dared to move closer. Government vehicles from our country rolled in, and the officials disembarked, their faces ashen as they beheld the scene before them. The revered Yasukuni shrine, now entirely coated in yellow and white filth, revealed to be human excrement upon closer inspection. How outrageous! The ceremony is set for the day after tomorrow. What are we to do? One shouted. Quickly, clean this mess up and find out who did this. They must face military tribunal. Prime Minister Ko Inoue raged, his fury palpable as soldiers begrudgingly began the nauseating task of clearing the mounds of filth. Yet, the excrement had blanketed the shrine and surrounding buildings for miles. It would take no small effort to clean it, and even if the military mobilized, the stench would linger. Report, Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's residence. A soldier stumbled forward, panic-stricken. Ko Inoue's temper flared as he pointed angrily. You incompetent fool. You can't even articulate a simple message. Tomorrow you're fired. The Prime Minister's residence has just been filled with excrement. What? Ko Inoue felt darkness cloud his vision, his body swaying precariously. Had it not been for the support of those beside him, he might have collapsed. What of the guards? Are they all useless? Hurry back to the Prime Minister's residence. With assistance, Ko Inoue climbed into the vehicle, and upon arrival at the residence, the sight that greeted him caused his eyes to widen in horror. He opened his mouth to scream, but instead spewed blood all over his aide before collapsing. The once opulent Prime Minister's residence now bore the same repugnant marks as the Yasukuni shrine, entirely coated in yellow and white filth. A result of Lu Hanfeng's strategic maneuvering with the flying cargo ship. The excrement, scattered by the winds at high altitude, created a uniformly grotesque covering. Observing the chaos he had orchestrated, Lu Hanfeng nodded with satisfaction, leaving some mechanical bees to monitor the scene while he piloted his mecha back toward Longwa. As he flew over the ocean, he caught up with the returning cargo ship, grimacing at the stench emanating from it. He ordered Kasha to wash it in seawater, declaring, "This is far too foul. It must be cleansed before it can resurface." Upon returning to his estate in Modu, it was already late into the night. Lu Hanfeng intended to wash away the lingering odor before resting, only to discover two women sprawled across his bed, Lin Mushin and Yu Chuyan. Curiosity piqued. He inquired with Kasha and learned that the women had hosted a celebration at the estate, toasting to their success in virtual reality. They had indulged in drinks, frolicked in the pool, and, exhausted, sought refuge in the master bedroom. Though Lin Mushin and Yu Chuyan had reached an understanding, both held the view of being the rightful mistress. Yu Chuyan believed herself to be Lu Hanfeng's first love, while Lin Mushin claimed to be his first woman, leading to the two of them dozing off together on the large bed. This seems to have worked out in my favor. Inhaling the faint scent of alcohol mingling with the presence of two sleeping beauties, Lu Hanfeng wore a devilish grin as he retrieved his sleepwear and slipped into the bathroom. Chapter 126. A term called privilege in the morning, Lu Hanfeng rose energetically, ready to wash up. Lin Mushin, awakened by the commotion, groggily dragged herself out of bed, recalling the embarrassing moments of the night before. With a resentful glance towards the bathroom, she quietly slipped away, clutching her clothes. On the large bed, Yu Chuyen slept peacefully, her exquisite face flushed, evoking a sense of tender sympathy. Upon returning from his grooming, Lu Hanfeng noticed Lin Mushin's absence and, with a flash of insight, deduced that she must be too shy to face him. He chuckled softly, dismissing the matter. "Sleep a little longer, my dear. I'll be busy now. If you're unwell today, don't bother going to the office," he whispered tenderly in Yu Chuyen's ear. She merely turned over, continuing her slumber, mumbling sleepily, "MMM. I'm so tired, don't bother me." With a pang of affection, Lu Hanfeng kissed her delicate cheek before reluctantly leaving. As he stepped into the living room, he encountered a well-dressed Lin Mushin preparing to depart. He playfully pursued her, only to have Lin Mushin hurl a glass ornament from the living room at him. "Lu Hanfeng, you scoundrel! Don't be angry, Mushin." Realizing he was in the wrong, Lu Hanfeng could only sheepishly attempt to placate her. However, Lin Mushin, still flustered, refused to let him near and stormed out of the villa, hopping into her flying car and taking off. "Ah, this is life," Lu Hanfeng mused with a smile. Watching the vehicle vanish into the sky, his figure soon appeared at the Interstellar Communication Company, having received a message from Zhang Ruizhi the previous day, requesting his presence for an urgent matter. Once in his office, seated comfortably in his executive chair, his diligent secretary, Tong Xiaoyan, approached to pour him tea. Yet, Lu Hanfeng's gaze remained fixated on her, lost in thought, making her feel quite uneasy. "Xiaoyan, how long have you been my secretary?" Boss, almost 2 months." Tong Xiaoyan's expression turned anxious. She sensed hidden implications in his words. Did he intend to dismiss her? The thought sent a wave of panic through her. The Interstellar Group was a coveted workplace, and losing her position would spell disaster for her future. I was just asking. Why are you so startled?" Lu Hanfeng, bemused by her trepidation, noted her reaction. "Please don't fire me. If you don't want to see me, just transfer me to another department or branch. I truly need this job. Are you out of your mind? Why would I dismiss you when you're doing well? I merely meant to inquire. You are one of the longest-serving employees at Interstellar Communication. I was thinking you could train under General Zhang, and when a suitable managerial position arises, you could be promoted." "Promoted? You're not firing me?" Wiping her tears, Tong Xiaoyan's face lit up with surprise, prompting a stern glance from Lu Hanfeng. "I generally don't dismiss employees unless they commit serious mistakes, but it seems you have some issues at home, correct?" Under Lu Hanfeng's penetrating gaze, Tong Xiaoyan hesitated before recounting her family's plight. 3 years prior, her father had suffered a severe back injury while working on a construction site, rendering him unable to perform heavy labor. The family's finances rested solely on her mother, a simple rural woman earning meager wages as a housekeeper. Her older brother, nearing 30, had been imprisoned for a year after a confrontation at the construction site while seeking compensation for their father's injury, which had only garnered a pittance insufficient for medical expenses. Now, her brother remained incarcerated, and the burden of their family's debts rested heavily on her young shoulders. As she recounted her story, tears welled in her eyes. Lu Hanfeng sighed and offered her a few tissues, recognizing the stark reality faced by ordinary citizens. In the shadows of society, countless tragic tales unfolded daily. Had he not acquired the Mech, he might have been in a similar predicament as Tong Xiaoyan. Even Zhang Ruizhi's secretary, Yu Chuyen, bore the weight of family responsibilities at a young age, having lost her husband and been cast out by her in-laws, living in dire circumstances. There will be many new projects at the company soon, presenting numerous opportunities. You must strive to improve yourself in preparation for promotion. Employees without ambition are not valuable. If you ascend to a managerial role, your salary will significantly increase, and in a year or so, your family's situation could transform. Thank you, boss. I will work hard. And what is your brother's current situation? Lu Hanfeng inquired, observing the young secretary before him. After all, she had been diligently supporting him for over a month. He felt compelled to assist her if possible. My brother, he is innocent. He is a very honest person and would never resort to violence. He merely sought compensation from the project department for our father's injury. They offered a mere few thousand, barely enough for medical treatment. During the conflict, the foreman intentionally collided with my brother, sustaining no injuries himself. The police only recorded the footage of my brother's interaction with him, placing all blame on him. As she spoke of her brother, a shadow of sorrow crossed Tong Xiaoyan's face. Lu Hanfeng, torn with empathy, pondered for a moment before sighing, resolved to take action. If he was aware of the situation and had the means to help, he could not turn a blind eye. Where is your brother incarcerated? In a prison in Modu. I visit him once a month. He has 7 months left to serve. Come with me. I will take you to see him. Lu Hanfeng stood to leave. But Tong Xiaoyan quickly caught up, protesting, Boss, today isn't visitation day. We want to be allowed in. Are you unaware of a term called privilege? As Lu Hanfeng exited his office, he encountered Zhang Ruiji hurrying towards him with a stack of documents. Mr. Lu, you've arrived just in time. The user base of interstellar communication has surged, prompting the 3 major telecom giants to act swiftly, attempting to close the number portability channels, preventing their users from switching to our services. Lu Hanfeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation before reaching a decision. Interstellar communication has already established its reputation. They cannot impede our progress. Their actions will only draw animosity towards themselves. If they intend to close the number portability channels, let us cooperate and shut them down as well, accompanied by an announcement on our official website. But Mr. Lu, this could result in the loss of countless new customers. This is how one turns passivity into initiative. We cannot influence the decisions of the 3 telecom giants, but we can certainly sway the anger of our loyal customers. For instance, if you are a minor unable to connect with your family due to signal issues while others converse freely with their loved ones, how long can you endure that? Over time, this pent-up frustration will intensify. The public has the right to choose their service provider. If they close the portability channels, they will ultimately have to relent under the pressure of the people's ire. Moreover, with the onset of the new academic season, given the influence of our interstellar communications, do you truly believe that those university freshmen would not opt for our interstellar phone cards, General Zhang? The youth of today are not easily swayed. Let us proceed as I suggest. I shall take Xiaoyan out for a while. Lu Hanfeng led Tong Xiaoyan away, while behind them, Zhang Ruiji gazed at their retreating figures with a peculiar expression. She was well aware that Lin Mushin and Yu Chuyin were both involved with Lu Hanfeng. Could it be that he is now setting his sights on Xiaoyan? Chapter 127, Wrongfully Imprisoned in the Western Suburbs of the Magic City Prison. Lu Hanfeng merely flashed his credentials to the warden before striding confidently into the facility alongside Tong Xiaoyan. At that moment, the prison was in the midst of a morning break, with numerous inmates clad in gray uniforms enjoying their brief respite in the yard. Under the guidance of the prison guards, the 2 stood before the enormous iron gate, peering inside, while Tong Xiaoyan's gaze fervently searched for her brother's silhouette. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she excitedly called out in a direction. A stunning young woman dressed in a white-collar dress entered the male prison, capturing attention effortlessly. A simple-looking young man sat in a corner, lost in thought, and upon hearing her shout, he turned around and saw his sister outside the iron gate. Initially doubting his sight, he rubbed his eyes and, in astonishment, rushed towards her. Xiaoyan, is it really you? How did you get in? The siblings gazed at each other with excitement across the steel bars. Lu Hanfeng provided a brief instruction to the guard, who promptly unlocked a small door and allowed the young man to step out. Xiaoyan, let us find somewhere quiet to talk. Lu Hanfeng frowned, noticing the inappropriate stares from the inmates, and led the elated siblings to a solitary room within the prison. Through their conversation, Lu Hanfeng learned that Tong Xiaoyan's brother was named Tong Xiaoqiang, an honest and somewhat simple-minded individual who hardly resembled a person capable of committing a violent crime. Tong Xiaoqiang, I shall ask you only once. Did you intentionally harm that person? Lu Hanfeng's piercing gaze met his eyes, yet Tong Xiaoqiang did not flinch. He replied resolutely, No, I absolutely did not strike him. He deliberately collided with me, falling to the ground and injuring his own nose. He seeks to evade compensating my father for the work-related injury by using his connections to conspire with the police against me. Tong Xiaoqiang's face was filled with indignation. The months of wrongful confinement having accumulated a wellspring of fury within him. All right, wait for me at home. I will get you out in a few days. Really? I can go? Tong Xiaoqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, while Tong Xiaoyan beside him was so overwhelmed with excitement that she covered her mouth, tears shimmering in her eyes. I will contact a lawyer to appeal your case. You only need to cooperate with the investigation and answer truthfully to any questions they pose. Lu Hanfeng instructed before turning to leave, with Tong Xiaoyan casting her brother a fervent glance before jogging to catch up with him. Thank you. As long as you can rescue my brother, I would be willing to do anything for you. At the prison entrance, Tong Xiaoyan, her face alight with excitement, grasped Lu Hanfeng's arm, who regarded her with an odd expression, contemplating her youthful beauty. What do you think you can offer me? A Tong Xiaoyan stammered, struggling to formulate a response. After all, he was a billionaire tycoon, and all she could offer was her own body. Moreover, Lu Hanfeng was young, handsome, and affluent. He might not even be interested in her. Let us go. I will utilize my privileges and find a lawyer to help your brother with his case. Just focus on your work and refrain from dwelling on irrelevant matters. Lu Hanfeng flew to Sakura City, where the cleanup operation at the Yasukuni Shrine was halfway through. Not only were numerous military personnel involved in the sanitation efforts, but all the city's sanitation workers had also turned up to assist, along with many citizens from our country volunteering their help. This swift progress was crucial, otherwise, it would have taken days to clear the mountains of waste. However, as time passed and the sweltering weather took its toll, the waste basking under the sun began to breed flies and maggots, complicating the cleanup efforts. Many volunteers could not endure the stench and fled, leaving only the soldiers and sanitation workers to persevere. These scenes were captured by Lu Hanfeng's mechanical bees as he soared above the Prime Minister's residence, where the cleanup was progressing at a much slower pace. The entire area remained shrouded in a foul brown hue, the stench permeating the air for miles and filled with maggots, deterring nearby residents and passers-by from approaching. I refuse to believe you can proceed with your worship given such circumstances, Lu Hanfeng mused, a satisfied nod accompanying his thoughts as he piloted his mech to the headquarters of the Capital Security Bureau. Number 2, aware of his arrival, awaited him in Director Bai Zhongjiang's office. As Lu Hanfeng entered, both Number 2 and Director Bai greeted him with smiles, rising to welcome him. Kid, you truly have a knack for this. Though your methods may be underhanded, the satisfaction it brings is undeniable. You wouldn't believe the expressions on our faces when we learned of this earlier today during the meeting. Everyone was laughing heartily, and they even raised their glasses to celebrate at lunch. Number 2 exclaimed, slapping Lu Hanfeng on the shoulder, his face brimming with admiration. It's all thanks to the leaders. Don't go around saying that. We three had no part in it, Director Su retorted with a smile, playfully scolding Lu Hanfeng for suggesting they had concocted such a devious plan. As Number 2 and Director Bai left to attend to their duties, Lu Hanfeng took the opportunity to brief Director Su on Tong Xiaoqiang's situation. In high spirits, Director Su wasted no time in pulling out his phone to make a call. There's no need for a lawyer. I'll have someone investigate those who conspired against Tong Xiaoqiang. Some individuals simply haven't been on our radar, but with current technology, you think we can't deal with them? Just a small-time contractor colluding with the police. I'll contact the police chief in Yusheng province, and in 2 days, it will be handled. A sensational news story erupted online, with the internet buzzing with reports of the rain of excrement in Sakura City. Nearby influencers uploaded videos verifying the authenticity of the incident, and many invited dignitaries were overwhelmed by the stench, hastily returning to their countries. This incident regarding the Yasukuni Shrine had turned into a monumental embarrassment. It was rumored that our country's Prime Minister, Kojiro Inuzuka, was so enraged he spat blood and was currently hospitalized. On the Dragon Kingdom's internet, any video related to the rain of excrement went viral. Lu Hanfeng took a moment to peruse the comments section, marveling at the peculiar thought processes of the netizens. Some speculated that an explosion at the sewage treatment plant caused the waste to rain down upon the Yasukuni Shrine and the Prime Minister's residence, while others joked about aliens passing by and taking a moment to relieve themselves. Countless bizarre theories flooded in, with many suggesting the incident was a deliberate prank against the Japanese. Regardless of the speculations, there was one unified response. Netizens across the Dragon Kingdom celebrated the event with glee. Lu Hanfeng initially believed that this incident would prompt the Japanese to cancel their worship, given that all their guests had departed. After all, no one wished to linger in such a putrid environment. However, he underestimated the resolve of the right-wing factions. Prime Minister Kojiro Inuzuka issued a statement declaring that the worship would proceed, albeit postponed by 3 days, emphasizing that they had scattered ample incense to ensure the venue was devoid of any unpleasant odors. When Lu Hanfeng received Director Su's notification, he paused momentarily before a flicker of anger crossed his face. Rest assured, if their worship occurs smoothly, I'll write my name, Lu Hanfeng, in reverse. After hanging up, Lu Hanfeng wore a cold smile. Did those right-wing factions truly believe that the rain of excrement was mere coincidence? Since they sought humiliation, he would gladly oblige them, believing that merely stationing additional soldiers would hinder his plans. Chapter 128. Mujia Primary School. Lu Hanfeng arrived at the office of the Charity Foundation. To facilitate the distribution of charitable supplies, Yu Chuyin had rented an enormous warehouse in the outskirts of the bustling metropolis. The supplies that had been delivered were stacked here, ready to be distributed personally by the foundation's staff to those in need. When Lu Hanfeng arrived, he had not notified anyone. Yu Chuyin was inside the warehouse, directing several employees who were organizing supplies, which primarily consisted of rice, flour, cooking oil, water, stationery, and school uniforms. Upon seeing Lu Hanfeng, a blush crept across Yu Chuyin's cheeks, and her once rosy face turned icy as she shot him a fierce glare. Chuyin, shall we sit in your office for a bit? Yu Chuyin glanced at the employees working and reluctantly followed Lu Hanfeng to her office. Men like you are utterly incorrigible. I swear I will never speak to you again. As soon as they entered the office, Yu Chuyin erupted, pointing at Lu Hanfeng and unleashing a torrent of scolding, her eyes glistening with unshed tears of grievance. Lu Hanfeng, aware of his transgressions, could only sheepishly offer soothing words. Chuyin, let us discuss this calmly. Why the outburst? If you're upset, feel free to hit me. My skin is tough enough to take it. Lu Hanfeng picked up a broom from the corner and handed it to Yu Chuyin. She grabbed it and swung it at him, but after one strike, she hesitated. Her expression conflicted. I knew you couldn't bring yourself to do it. Lu Hanfeng stepped closer and embraced the lovely figure before him. In truth, Yu Chuyin did not resist surrendering herself to him. It was merely the embarrassment of the situation that troubled her, especially with Lin Mushin looming in her thoughts. Mushin and you are both extraordinary women. To have you in my life is a blessing beyond measure. As I venture into the vast cosmos, I hope you will safeguard all that is precious on this blue planet. As Lu Hanfeng settled onto the sofa, he showered her with flattering words, knowing that women are often swayed by gentle persuasion. Half an hour later, Yu Chuyin's face lit up with a shy smile, her demeanor transforming from stormy to sunny. Lu Hanfeng then invited her to partake in their first charitable mission. From now on, the unloading of goods will not require the manual labor of employees. We shall entrust these heavy tasks to robots. I have already notified the precision machinery factory, and the transport robots will arrive tomorrow. Additionally, the interstellar charity vehicles have been prepared. Let us go and receive them, so we can embark on our inaugural charitable endeavor. Curious. Yu Chuyin followed Lu Hanfeng to the front of the warehouse, where a fleet of uniquely designed vehicles approached. These flying cars were slightly larger than conventional ones, resembling delivery trucks with 2 seats in the front and a closed cargo compartment at the back. The vehicle bore the logo of the Interstellar Charity, unmistakably indicating its purpose. As the vehicle entered the warehouse, Lu Hanfeng rolled up his sleeves and began loading it with supplies such as stationery, school uniforms, and children's shoes. Noticing there was still space, he added some candies and milk. Which child are you planning to assist? Yu Chuyin inquired with curiosity. Indeed, just follow my lead. The two climbed into the driver's cabin, which was surrounded by transparent glass, offering excellent visibility. The truck slowly ascended, piercing the clouds and disappearing from sight. From now on, the charity supplies must be delivered directly to those in need without any third-party intervention. I will implant an intelligent AI assistant into your computer, which will provide you with precise data regarding those requiring assistance. Is that data reliable? Many of the children and elderly in need do not possess mobile phones. How could our big data accurately capture their information? The endpoint of big data lies with supercomputers and intelligent AI. Our advanced technology surpasses your imagination. While these individuals may lack smartphones, making them difficult to trace online, our intelligent AI can lock onto their basic information through their household registrations, then assess their circumstances based on the financial status of their relatives. For instance, a solitary elderly person will be flagged by our intelligent AI as long as they have a household registration. We can ascertain their basic pension, medical expenses, and the economic situation of their family members, as well as their bank transactions. The big data will evaluate whether they require our assistance. This allows us to achieve over 90% accuracy, and the data will rank those in need, prioritizing the most disadvantaged. Identifying struggling university students is even easier, as their information leaves a digital footprint online. Yu Qiuyan was taken aback by Lu Hanfeng's words. Had interstellar technology advanced to such a level? It was truly astonishing. While they spoke, the charity vehicle descended above a dilapidated structure in a mountainous area. The buildings were in such disrepair that they resembled crumbling bricks and earthen walls. Without the presence of nearby individuals, one would struggle to associate them with the residents. This is a primary school, as you can see. Due to poor transportation, it is almost isolated from the world. Not only is this school in dire straits, but the surrounding villages are also our primary focus for aid. This is a school? Yu Qiuyan gasped, covering her mouth in shock as she stared at the abysmal state of the buildings below, faint echoes of children reading drifting up to them. Having grown up in a family devoid of such hardships, she found it unimaginable that places like this could exist. Does the government not intervene? Actually, our country is quite benevolent, with many policies being considerate and humane. Despite the extreme poverty here, the government provides substantial support. However, there is a saying in Longwa, poor mountains and evil waters breed cunning people. When the government allocates $1 million, after it passes through layers of bureaucracy in provinces, cities, districts, and villages, what remains by the time it reaches this school may be only a few thousand. What can a few thousand do for a school? It might cover some teaching equipment or barely improve the children's living conditions for a few days. Thus, you must remember my earlier words. Supplies must never pass through third-party hands. If anyone tries to meddle, inform me, and I will deal with them decisively. In my interstellar charity endeavors, anyone who dares to embezzle a single cent will become my enemy. Lu Hanfeng's expression was resolute, his tone fervent, leaving Yu Qiuyan beside him wide-eyed in admiration. The interstellar charity vehicle landed in the schoolyard, which was still a muddy path layered with a thin layer of gravel. The arrival of the flying car captured the attention of several teachers, who rushed over, accompanied by a group of curious children. Upon counting, there were about 20 to 30 children, all dressed in tattered clothing, appearing malnourished. Who are you? A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses, looked at Lu Hanfeng and Yu Qiuyan with surprise. He was dressed in simple canvas clothes, exuding an air of modesty. Hello, is this Mujiao Primary School? We are members of the Interstellar Charity Foundation, here to deliver charitable supplies. Mujiao Primary School? Interstellar Group? That name sounds familiar. The middle-aged man was puzzled, but the two young people behind him suddenly had a spark of recognition. Principal Lu, the Interstellar Group is a rapidly emerging tech company in Longwa. The SIM cards we use are their products, and the flying cars that have taken the world by storm are also from the Interstellar Group. Lu Hanfeng smiled and nodded, his thoughts drifting as the rear door of the truck opened, revealing a cargo filled to the brim with supplies. Here are various stationery, textbooks, school uniforms, shoes, milk, and candies. Principal Lu, please take a look and distribute them accordingly. In the future, our galactic group will regularly deliver these supplies to your school. Additionally, shortly, there will be robots constructed by the galactic group coming to coordinate with you. Muxiao Primary School is in need of renovation. Thank you. We are truly grateful for your kindness. These items are essential for us. Principal Lu then realized that some benevolent individuals had previously come here to donate money and goods. But due to the difficult transportation, they had ceased their visits. Chapter 129. The first press conference of the Starry Universe after spending over an hour at Mujiao Primary School. Yu Chuyin gazed at the tattered yet earnest children engrossed in their studies, her eyes glistening with tears. Her world felt painfully distant from such a reality, rendering her unable to comprehend the harshness of their living conditions. As they departed, under the watchful eyes of Principal Lu and nearly 30 faculty members and students, her tears began to flow freely, her head bowed as she sobbed quietly. Such situations are tragically common in Longhua, surpassing one's imagination. The arduous journey to reach a market involves traversing several mountains, making it difficult for benevolent donors to deliver supplies to these remote areas. It is only thanks to our flying cars that we can achieve such convenience and efficiency. In the future, this region will become your primary focus of work. Lu Hanfeng gently embraced Yu Chuyin, offering her comfort, and she lifted her tear-filled gaze, a newfound resolve shining through. I will wholeheartedly commit to charitable endeavors, I swear. After each delivery of supplies, you must meticulously record the data. Our intelligent AI will analyze the data to determine the timing of future deliveries. During subsequent distributions, you must also inquire about the previous supplies usage. It is imperative that these resources reach those in genuine need. If we merely send supplies without ensuring they reach the intended recipients, what purpose does our charity serve? Moreover, all personnel involved in the delivery will be monitored by charity vehicles. Any misconduct or misallocation will be thoroughly investigated. After seeing Yu Chuyin off, Lu Hanfeng knew that this initial delivery was merely a preliminary step, and she would have to navigate the challenges ahead independently. Upon returning to Modu, Lu Hanfeng presented Yu Chuyin with a striking short-haired combat robot. From now on, you must carry this combat robot with you on every mission. The complexities of human nature can be daunting. Remember, do not challenge the humanity of those you seek to assist with your kindness. The robot will be your ultimate safeguard. And should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to contact me directly. Understood. Yu Chuyin nodded solemnly, no longer a naive child. She grasped the weight of Lu Hanfeng's words. Shortly after, Chu Mingming called Lu Hanfeng, her voice hesitant as she urged him to visit her office. He promptly left the charity foundation and arrived at Chu Mingming's office, which she had indeed claimed for her work and live broadcasts. So, have you made up your mind? Lu Hanfeng asked as he nonchalantly took a seat in her boss's chair. Chu Mingming, surprisingly compliant, nodded in response. Boss, I've decided to join you. I believe our Starry Universe can undoubtedly surpass Douyin to become the leading platform for live streaming and short videos. Huh. It seems you're not as foolish as I thought. Competing with Douyin is no small feat, even if other platforms invest heavily. However, with the marvel of virtual reality at our disposal, we will differentiate our offerings into two categories: virtual live streaming and traditional live streaming. The former involves broadcasting within virtual reality, while the latter mirrors Douyin's approach. Yet, with the robust support of our virtual reality traffic, we will surely overtake Douyin. Don't try to brainwash me, boss. Just because I look young doesn't mean I haven't graduated from university. Chu Mingming retorted, her expression one of indignation. Lu Hanfeng chuckled, choosing to remain silent, and promptly contacted Lin Mushin to establish the Starry Universe live streaming platform. This platform, leveraging virtual reality and the vast traffic of the Starry Group, is poised for rapid success. Notably, only those who join Starry Universe can stream within virtual reality. From now on, you will be the manager of Starry Universe live streaming. Your compensation will match that of other managers. And the company will not interfere with your personal streaming revenue, provided all content promotes the Starry Group. Absolutely, boss. I will strive to excel. But who should I approach to build the streaming platform? Laughably simple. Just consult our intelligent AI assistant. It can construct a platform far superior to Douyin within seconds. Moreover, our platform will seamlessly integrate with virtual reality, sharing all data. After outlining a few important matters, Lu Hanfeng departed, confident that as the mastermind behind the scenes, he merely needed to oversee the larger picture while others managed the details. The following day, the Starry Group held its inaugural press conference. Lin Mushin had resolutely brushed off Lu Hanfeng's persistent entreaties the previous night, focusing entirely on the preparations for this significant event. Today marked her debut on a stage that was rightfully hers, and she approached it with utmost seriousness. All executives from the Starry Group's subsidiaries were present, and reporters arrived early, eager to secure prime positions. Since the Starry Group's meteoric rise, every initiative they unveiled had captivated the world's attention. The press conference was convened at the Modu Convention Center, with the front row reserved for the senior executives of the Starry Group. Notably, an amusing phenomenon occurred. The row was predominantly occupied by women, leaving Du Yuangang as the sole man, which made him feel rather isolated at the edge of the gathering. Lacking conversation. Upon seeing Lu Hanfeng approach, Du Yuangang could not help but voice his frustrations. "Fourth brother, can't you hire a few more male employees? I'm the only man at every executive meeting. It's so awkward for me to interject." As Lu Hanfeng settled beside him and surveyed the scene, he couldn't help but agree. Indeed, the row was filled with elegantly dressed women. "That's a fair point, brother Gang. I'll be mindful of this moving forward." As more reporters poured in, the influence of the Starry Group rendered them cautious and respectful. When the time arrived, the lights dimmed dramatically, and a spotlight illuminated the stage, revealing a graceful figure before the audience. "Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Mushin, the president of the Starry Group. I extend a warm welcome to all the journalists present at our inaugural press conference. I assure you, this event will leave you richly rewarded." Lin Mushin radiated confidence as she glanced at the lone man in the front row and continued. "Today, we have gathered to celebrate the establishment of the Starry Group, which currently encompasses 8 subsidiaries: Starry Precision Machinery, Starry Communications, Automotive, Energy, Gaming, Charity, Starry Freight, and Starry Live Streaming. Some of these enterprises have already achieved global acclaim, while others are in their nascent stages. We are committed to excellence, and I trust you will become acquainted with each of them in due course." After discussions with the esteemed Lu Hanfeng, the driving force behind the Starry Group, I am thrilled to announce that we will be launching our 9th company. I am certain everyone is curious about the gray subsidiary marked with a question on our website. This represents our forthcoming initiative. The remarkable success of the Starry flying car has significantly enhanced convenience, yet the staggering price of over 200,000 remains beyond the reach of the average citizen. To address this, our visionary leader, Lu Hanfeng, is unveiling a public welfare initiative, the Flying Motorcycle. Chapter 130. Flying Motorcycle. As Lin Mushin's words came to an end, the reporters below erupted into a frenzy. Previously, interstellar flying cars were positioned in the mid to high-end market, catering to the upper middle class, making it difficult for ordinary citizens to afford the vehicles priced over 200,000. However, the Flying Motorcycle is an entirely different proposition. With its launch by Interstellar, it is undoubtedly aimed at the common populace. Given the explosive popularity of interstellar vehicles, other automotive companies are struggling to survive in the cracks, and the emergence of flying motorcycles would undoubtedly deliver an unprecedented blow to the low-end automotive market. The most affected would undoubtedly be vehicles priced under 50,000. Considering the soaring success of interstellar automobiles, these low-end models might soon follow the high-end ones in gradually exiting the market in Longhua. Lin Mushin raised her hands, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look." With a smile, she turned around, and a sci-fi-styled motorcycle gently floated into view behind her. This vehicle, devoid of wheels, was slightly larger than the electric bikes currently available in the market, featuring an oval canopy that shielded passengers from the elements while also reducing wind resistance. The Flying Motorcycle hovered in front of the press, circling to allow all the reporters to capture every detail clearly. "Please hold your questions. I will provide a time for inquiries shortly. Now, let me introduce the specifications of this Flying Motorcycle. It is equipped with a gravity-defying flight mechanism and powered by hydrogen energy battery technology, allowing for a remarkable 1,200,000 kilometers of emission-free driving. This means that within this distance, there is no need for refueling or recharging. The flying motorcycle can only hover at a low altitude of mere centimeters above the ground, unlike flying cars that soar into the sky. This design prioritizes safety, and the motorcycle is also fitted with a speed-limiting feature, categorized into 3 speed settings. The basic model has a limit of 30 kilometers per hour, making it ideal for homemakers running errands or transporting children. The sturdy carbon steel construction ensures a safe driving environment, complemented by intelligent collision avoidance features and reinforced structures. The flying motorcycle does not offer fully autonomous driving. It requires manual operation akin to that of a standard electric bike. The second variant allows for a speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour, while the final version reaches a top speed of 120 kilometers per hour. The latter 2 models necessitate a motorcycle license and registration in Longwa for road use, targeting enthusiasts for long-distance travel or nature exploration. As Lin Mushin concluded her presentation, 2 more similarly styled flying motorcycles glided in, circling just above the ground, inciting a frenzy of clicks from the reporters below. The designs of the 3 motorcycles were evidently distinct, with the first emphasizing safety and comfort, while the latter 2 prioritized spaciousness for carrying more luggage. Many astute individuals immediately contemplated the myriad applications of these flying motorcycles, though uncertainty lingered regarding their pricing. Now, onto the much-anticipated price discussion. Following deliberations among the leadership of Interstellar Group, all 3 models are positioned as affordable options. The first model, limited to 30 kilometers per hour, is priced at a mere 6,000 Longwa yuan. Indeed, for just 6,000 yuan, one can own a stylish flying motorcycle that requires neither charging nor refueling. The venue erupted in astonishment as hundreds of reporters expressed their disbelief, questioning how a motorcycle equipped with gravity-defying technology and perpetual energy hydrogen cells could possibly be priced so low, leaving little room for other electric vehicle manufacturers. The 60-kilometer model is priced at 8,000 yuan, while the 120-kilometer version is set at 12,000 yuan. These prices are the result of collective discussions among the senior management of Interstellar Group, aimed at ensuring that everyone can enjoy the conveniences afforded by cutting-edge technology. With our interstellar motorcycles, you will no longer have to fret over refueling or recharging, and their safety features will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Next, we will open the floor for questions. Please, the young lady in front, go ahead. A bespectacled reporter, excitedly called upon by Lin Mushin, stood up and hesitated for just a moment before posing her question. Ms. Lin, given the low pricing strategy of Interstellar Group, have you considered the implications for other businesses? How will manufacturers still reliant on lithium-ion and lead-acid batteries survive when faced with such competition? It seems that with flying motorcycles, low-end vehicles priced in the tens of thousands will have no competitive edge, and it stands to reason that any rational individual would know which option to choose. A smile crept onto Lin Mushin's face. The early release of the electric bike was a direct consequence of the automotive companies provoking Lu Hanfeng. Their collective boycott of Interstellar Group was merely a commercial tactic. Lu Hanfeng dismissed their attempts, but the assassination attempt on Lin Mushin crossed the line, prompting him to hastily launch the interstellar motorcycle to eliminate all competition. As the press conference concluded, the reporters declined the offer of a meal from Interstellar Group, eager to return and publish their exclusive news. With lunchtime approaching, Lu Hanfeng had arranged a lavish banquet at a nearby 5-star hotel for the executives of all subsidiaries under Interstellar. He was taken aback to learn that Lin Mushin had appointed her classmate Jiang Yuding to oversee interstellar automotive and hydrogen energy. Previously, Lin Mushin had inquired about candidates for these 2 companies, as the hydrogen energy plant exclusively served interstellar automotive and had always been managed under its umbrella. The general manager had been solely Lin Mushin until she ascended to the presidency of Interstellar Group, at which point Lu Hanfeng allowed her to make the decision regarding the leadership of those companies, resulting in Jiang Yuding's appointment. Hello, Mr. Lu. From now on, I will be your humble subordinate. I hope to receive your guidance and corrections whenever I falter, Jiang Yuding remarked, causing Lin Mushin's expression to darken noticeably. What nonsense are you spouting, Jiang Yuding? Why should you reprimand me for your mistakes? Giggle the boss would never scold you too harshly. How could a mere subordinate like me compare to you? As Lu Hanfeng sensed the impending quarrel between the two women, he quickly interjected to shift the topic. Jiang Yuding, weren't you in real estate? What can be gained from selling houses? Real estate is hardly promising. I specialize in luxury properties. And there are times when several months can pass without a sale. I have someone overseeing that. Being the general manager of Interstellar is far more prestigious, she retorted. Mr. Lu, do not underestimate me. I am a legitimate finance master's graduate and will not let you down. Lu Hanfeng nodded, recognizing her capabilities with considerable respect. Chapter 131. Cursing the chef while holding a bowl in the stillness of the night, Lu Hanfeng awoke from a deep slumber. Acutely aware that the next day marked the ceremonial visit to the Yasukuni shrine in her country. His mission, of course, was to thwart the ceremony's progression. Despite the heavy presence of armed guards surrounding the shrine, such security did not daunt Lu Hanfeng in the slightest. Invisible mechas patrolled the vicinity, and the area beneath was impeccably cleared. Even at this hour, numerous workers were busy spraying perfume to mask the faint, unpleasant odor. Patrolling soldiers armed with weapons roamed the streets, and anyone approaching the shrine would face rigorous questioning. Quite the efficient operation, Lu Hanfeng mused with a wicked smile. Recalling how he had collected tons of waste from the sewage treatment plants in the capital and surrounding cities since the afternoon. This was all in preparation for this very moment, utilizing 4 flying cargo ships, each weighing 30,000 tons. Despite the drones patrolling the skies, they posed no threat to the cloaked cargo ships. As Lu Hanfeng's thoughts shifted, he received a notification from Kasha, confirming that 3 cargo ships were poised in the air, with the 4th hovering above the Prime Minister's residence, all hatches aimed downward. Observing the patrolling soldiers and cleaning crews below, Lu Hanfeng furrowed his brow momentarily before issuing the command to commence. After all, excrement posed no mortal danger, merely a measure of disgust. Prepare to receive my grand gift. Little sun worshippers. Lu Hanfeng piloted the mecha to an altitude of several kilometers, and 3 dark portals materialized above the Yasukuni shrine. Then, a tempestuous wind swept down, cascading the foul-smelling substance from the sky, blanketing the area around the shrine for several kilometers. The drones, the first to detect the anomaly, triggered piercing alarms on the ground. As the soldiers and cleaning personnel stood in bewilderment, the falling refuse struck them squarely. Instantly, their bodies became coated in a filthy yellow hue, the stench overwhelming. Soldiers and workers, now horrified, screamed and fled, some collapsing to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Helicopters approaching from a distance were similarly engulfed, their pilots terrified of crashing, retreating far from the chaos. From afar, Lu Hanfeng gazed in astonishment at the pandemonium he had unleashed. This was no less devastating than a biochemical weapon, as he could even perceive the rancid odor through the mecha's shielding. 2 fighter jets swooped in from opposite directions, launching 4 missiles at the source of the deluge. With practiced ease, Lu Hanfeng activated 2 laser cannons, intercepting the missiles, which erupted in a brilliant display of fireworks. As the excrement rain subsided, the flying cargo ships sealed their hatches and vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The Yasukuni Shrine's vicinity had transformed into a veritable hell on earth, with waste scattered uniformly across buildings and streets, while those sheltered indoors were spared the worst. However, those out on the streets were reduced to wretched figures, desperately fleeing in search of water amidst the appalling stench. Lu Hanfeng piloted his mecha away, the cargo ships becoming invisible as they returned, diving beneath the sea to cleanse themselves thoroughly. The following morning, news broke across all networks on Blue Star, revealing that our country's Sakura City had experienced a second rain of excrement, the volume exceeding that of the previous incident, completely coating the Yasukuni Shrine and the Prime Minister's residence in foul matter. The area surrounding the shrine was particularly affected, causing vehicles to skid on the roads, while pedestrians struggled to approach, rendering our country the laughingstock of Blue Star. Notably, Prime Minister Ko Inuichiro was roused from sleep by the blaring alarms, rushing out of his bedroom only to be met by an avalanche of waste, causing him to vomit blood in sheer rage before collapsing. This scene was captured by Lu Hanfeng's mechanical swarm, and subsequently disseminated across all external networks. The video starkly depicted Ko Inuichiro, clad in pajamas, dashing from his room only to be overwhelmed by the refuse, nearly drowning in the overwhelming stench. Moreover, Lu Hanfeng arranged for Kasha to label the video with bold text declaring, "Our country's Prime Minister Ko Inuichiro sampling delicious excrement," instantly igniting a viral sensation, garnering countless likes, comments, and shares. The next day, Lu Hanfeng met with Zhang Ruizhi at the Interstellar Communication Office, primarily to address the consortium of three major telecommunications giants, which had jointly closed the window for number portability to interstellar communication, claiming it jeopardized customer privacy. Zhang Ruizhi was incensed by the situation, yet felt powerless against the formidable telecom giants, thus seeking Lu Hanfeng's assistance. In Lu Hanfeng's office, Zhang Ruizhi expressed his grievances, supported by Secretaries Tong Xiaoyan and Yu Qiuyin, who shared in his indignation. "You have no idea how despicable these individuals are. They not only accuse us of compromising customer privacy, but have also hired experts to publicly disparage us. I just watched a telecommunications expert from a university in the capital claim that while our technology is advanced, the Interstellar Group is excessively self-serving, lacking any sense of national duty, hoarding advanced technology for profit instead of contributing to the nation." This rhetoric has been widely circulated by numerous influencers, with many siding with him to attack our Interstellar Group. Their demands are blatant moral coercion, insisting we surrender our advanced technologies to the state. I also saw one expert call for a boycott of our products, yet he himself uses our interstellar communication phone card. Hypocrisy at its finest, Yu Qiuyin exclaimed in anger. Lu Hanfeng cast a knowing glance at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. "The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. This is simply standard business conduct. There's little to lament. The larger we grow, the more vitriol we shall face. Take, for instance, the Penguin Corporation. Despite their size, 8 out of 10 people disparage them. Yet they continue to thrive. I cannot abide this affront. If we do not retaliate, they will only grow bolder," Zhang Ruizhi asserted vehemently. "Then let us retaliate. It is hardly a grand affair. You possess the vast data of interstellar communication. Revealing some intriguing tidbits will suffice to silence those so-called experts. They are not paragons of virtue. Their public statements are undoubtedly motivated by personal gain. Contact your intelligent AI assistants. They will provide you with some compelling news," Lu Hanfeng suggested. Zhang Ruizhi exhaled in relief upon hearing this, departing with Yu Qiuyin, presumably to prepare materials for their counteroffensive. Chapter 132. The arrival of the aircraft carrier fleet. Lu Hanfeng's gaze fell upon his petite secretary, Tong Xiaoyan, whose cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. To his surprise, she obediently knelt beside him and began to massage his legs. Lu Hanfeng stiffened momentarily, his expression a mixture of confusion and astonishment as he beheld her strikingly beautiful visage. "Did you take the wrong medicine today?" "Thank you, boss. My brother returned home yesterday. I used President Zhang's flying car to take him back to our hometown in Hunan province for a reunion. Our family is immensely grateful to you, but we have little to offer in return." Tong Xiaoyan lowered her head, her face burning with embarrassment as her small hands gently kneaded his thigh. Lu Hanfeng, no novice to such interactions, understood her implication all too well. "How is your father's back?" Lu Hanfeng held a favorable impression of this secretary. Not only was she beautiful and well-mannered, but she also maintained a commendable level of integrity. Given her looks, it would be easy for her to find a wealthy suitor. Still the same. It can't be cured, only alleviated. My mother supports the family. But now that my brother is back, he can also earn a living. Hey, take some time to return home and administer this injection to your father. It's a gene repair serum developed by our company. His back injury can be healed in a day, and other minor ailments will also be addressed. Lu Hanfeng produced a vial of serum and placed it in Chu Mingming's hands. The young lady stared blankly at the vial, unsure of what to do. "You know my sister, Lu Hanyin, right? She had a car accident that left her legs in a similar state as your father's. One injection of this serum healed her within a day. Thank you, boss. I will return home tonight." Chu Mingming's eyes brightened, her excitement causing her breath to quicken. "Also, since your brother is looking for a job, Bring him along to the flying cargo company. Xiao Dai will arrange everything for him. But he can only work as a regular employee. My brother only has a high school education. Thank you, boss. I will take him there tonight. You are too kind. Tong Xiaoyan was so moved that she leaned against his thigh, quietly sobbing. Those unaware of the situation might think something inappropriate had occurred between them. Lu Hanfeng gently stroked her head, contemplating whether to take her under his wing when his phone suddenly rang. He answered to find Lin Mushin on the line, his heart sinking with guilt. What is it, Mushin? The motorcycle workshop has been fully automated and is about to commence operation. We still haven't found a leading boss. Aren't you the least bit anxious? Only then did Lu Hanfeng recall the matter. Lin Mushin had mentioned it after the press conference, but he had paid little heed. His thoughts shifted to Tong Xiaoyan, who knelt on the ground, her innocent face timidly gazing up at him. An unexpected idea sprang to his mind. Mushin, let Tong Xiaoyan take charge of the motorcycle factory. Tong Xiaoyan gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Lin Mushin, on the other end of the line, clearly heard her exclamation. As the big boss, your word is final. Have Xiaoyan come to see me. We need to discuss a few matters. Lin Mushin hung up, leaving Tong Xiaoyan feeling somewhat apprehensive. Did I cause Lin Zong to misunderstand? Don't worry, Lin Zong isn't that petty. Cease your current secretarial duties and head to the motorcycle factory to oversee operations. Boss, I'm just a fresh graduate. Managing such a large enterprise terrifies me. You're overthinking it. The company has its own processes, and most tasks are handled by intelligent AI. You only need to consult with Lin Zong on major decisions. The rest will be quite straightforward. Enough of this. Gather your things and head to the parking lot on the basement floor. You will be the new director of flying motorcycles. Your dedicated vehicle will be waiting for you downstairs. Go sign for it and report to Lin Zong. Filled with overwhelming gratitude, Tong Xiaoyan departed. A young girl from a modest background had experienced a remarkable turnaround in just a few days thanks to Lu Hanfeng's assistance. Not only had her brother, who faced imprisonment, been rescued, but her father's disability was also on the verge of being cured. With her brother's job secured and her own promotion to director, her life resembled that of a fairy tale Cinderella. Lu Hanfeng had initially intended to visit the factory area, but suddenly, an alarm from Kasha echoed in his mind. Master, the island base is under siege. The United States is approaching with 2 nuclear submarines, an aircraft carrier, and 2 frigates, expected to arrive in approximately 20 minutes. What? Lu Hanfeng and Appo's expression changed drastically as he rushed to the rooftop of the building, summoning his mech and accelerating toward the island base. Previously, during the United States and Appo's underwater patrol, they had inadvertently discovered the island base, only to be driven away by his deep-sea beast. He never anticipated they would return with such force, capable of initiating a multinational conflict. Damn it, all I want is to develop technology peacefully. Have I provoked anyone? Do they really think I am easy to bully? If they anger me, I will ensure they do not leave unscathed. Lu Hanfeng felt a surge of determination. The United States clung to his island base like an unwelcome parasite. Within 10 minutes, the mech hovered above the island, and in the distance, 3 dark shapes were indeed drawing near. Kasha, how is the transformation of the Nasha progressing? The Nasha was the former U.S. aircraft carrier that he had salvaged from the Dragon Kingdom's waters and renamed. Progress is at 80%. The Nasha now features anti-gravity technology and an energy cannon. All unmanned drones and various missile combat mechs have been successfully equipped. Only 2 main cannons remain to be installed. The Nasha now boasted an energy shield, easily capable of withstanding the U.S. aircraft carrier's firepower. In the event of a large-scale conflict, the Nasha could obliterate all enemy mobile targets with certainty. Lu Hanfeng pondered briefly before arriving at a decision. The Nasha was equipped with 3 main cannons, 12 secondary cannons, including a laser energy cannon, a particle annihilation cannon, and an electromagnetic pulse cannon designed to disable all enemy electronic devices. The laser energy cannon served as the primary weapon for typical military strikes, while the particle annihilation cannon, due to its immense damage and energy consumption, was primarily reserved as a deterrent. The electromagnetic pulse cannon, unlike any electromagnetic weapon from Blue Star, would render all electronic devices of the targeted unit inoperative upon release of the charged energy sphere. The 12 secondary cannons were 4 types of high-density long-range weapons, primarily aimed at providing the main cannons with the necessary charging time. Kasha, prepare all military capabilities of the Nasha. If they dare to approach without heeding our warnings, annihilate them. Chapter 133. Imminent conflict. The American aircraft carrier, accompanied by 2 frigates, came to a halt near the island, seemingly observing the situation on the land. However, Kasha was already constructing the celestial protection system, with towering trees surrounding the island, effectively concealing it from view. For drones ascended from the carrier, and the invisible Lu Hanfeng furrowed his brow. He would not allow the secrets of the island to be revealed. Resolutely, he issued an attack order to Kasha. Destroy the 4 drones, and then you shall make your presence known and negotiate with them. As the drones approached the island's airspace, a barrage of lasers erupted from the island, causing 4 explosions in mid-air as the drones were obliterated. The American carrier swiftly prepared for battle. With missile launchers emerging from their compartments, various aircraft slowly activating, and submarines beneath the surface presumably readying themselves. Just as war seemed imminent, a brilliant flash illuminated the sea, revealing a colossal figure towering over 10 meters high. The enchanting and ethereal beauty of a young girl appeared, a magnificent 3-dimensional projection standing on the water, facing the American fleet. I am Natasha, the sovereign of this island. Why do you invade my territory? Her resounding voice echoed throughout the waters surrounding the island, as Kasha gazed imperiously at the distant carrier. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from the carrier. Madam, you are suspected of infringing upon the great territory of the United States, and you have taken hostile action against our drones. We demand that you immediately disarm and submit to our investigation. I am here to peacefully develop technology. It is you who have invaded my domain. Are you truly prepared to instigate war? At that moment, a massive figure began to rise from the island behind Kasha, entirely silver in hue. Its form larger than the American carrier by a third, bearing some resemblance to it. The flying aircraft carrier hovered into view behind Kasha, stunning the personnel aboard the American vessel. What in the heavens is that? How can such technology exist on Blue Star? Is it larger than our carrier? Are those oval objects unmanned drones? And what are those 2-meter-wide cannons? The command center aboard the American carrier descended into chaos. It was one thing to bully a militarily weaker entity, but facing such an unknown military apparatus unnerved the American soldiers. I shall reiterate, this is my territory. Any aggressor shall face our military might. Depart now and cease your pursuit, and we shall consider this matter as though it never occurred. Should you insist on landing, we shall engage in battle. As Kasha's declaration concluded, an array of drones surged forth from the flying aircraft carrier, each measuring over a meter in size and resembling extraterrestrial flying saucers. The drones brandished menacing cannons, with hundreds of them suspended behind Kasha. Not only that, but 10 towering humanoid mechs also emerged from the flying carrier, standing like sentinels behind Kasha, each wielding a massive sword over 10 meters long, with cannons protruding from their shoulders, aimed squarely at the American fleet. The American soldiers gaped in disbelief, having assumed they had witnessed the enemy's full capabilities. Suddenly, the sea beneath them began to roil violently, as a colossal beast, hundreds of meters long, gradually surfaced, floating directly beneath Kasha. What the hell is that? Can someone tell me what that is? General Michel shouted in terror from the command center, but no one could provide an answer. As the beast fully emerged, its true form was revealed, a gargantuan metallic octopus, with tentacles stretching hundreds of meters, creating severe turbulence in the surrounding waters, exuding an aura of formidable power. The gleaming metallic tentacles were a clear indication of its immense strength, likely capable of devastating their carrier with a single strike. General Michel's face turned ashen. What was once a secure situation had now spiraled into a precarious predicament. If they retreated, the reputation of the American Free Federation would be tarnished. Yet, if they pressed on, the advanced weaponry before them promised mutual destruction. However, he seemed to have overestimated his own capabilities, unable to grasp the existence of an energy shield. Should combat erupt, the American forces would surely not survive. Kasha, the energy cannon on the flying aircraft carrier is charging. If they do not withdraw, we will fire and eliminate them all. Receiving Lu Hanfeng's command, Kasha revealed a chilling smile, appearing less like an intelligent machine and more akin to a sentient being. Since you insist on invading my territory, then let us engage in battle. As her words fell, all cannons began to charge, with the main cannon of the flying aircraft carrier directly aimed at the carrier's position, gathering a dense orb of dark red energy. The cannons of the drones and the mechs also lit up, while the massive octopus submerged half of its body to evade potential threats from the enemy's nuclear submarines. Stop. Madam Natasha, please hear me. Michelle's cold sweat flowed freely. Should they open fire, it was uncertain whether the enemy would be harmed, but their carrier, along with 2 frigates and a nuclear submarine, would undoubtedly succumb to the concentrated firepower. With thousands of soldiers aboard, the nation could not permit such a substantial casualty event. Madam Natasha, we apologize for our offense and shall withdraw immediately. I hope you refrain from further trespassing on my territory. My flying aircraft carrier's energy cannon has already begun charging, and the amassed energy must be unleashed. Kasha's face bore a cold smile as she pointed towards the distant sea, instantly redirecting the main cannon. The massive cannon trembled violently as it discharged a radiant stream of red light, which sped away, striking the ocean several nautical miles away. With a thunderous roar, the impact sent shock waves through the air, creating towering waves that soared hundreds of meters high, as the light streak caused a vacuum beneath the surface. The ocean erupted violently, sending waves soaring over 10 meters high, with the water trembling even several nautical miles away. The surging waves rocked the American fleet, and the sheer magnitude of the laser cannon's power left Michelle and the soldiers aboard the carrier in stunned silence, particularly Michelle, who felt fortunate that hostilities had not commenced. For one shot from that cannon would have surely sunk the carrier. Moreover, given the intensity of the energy beam, their interception systems would likely prove ineffective. A sheepish smile of relief crossed Michelle's face as he once again apologized to Kasha, then ordered the carrier to turn around and flee.